Chapter 421. Ji Yongchuan saw her blank eyes and immediately said, "Throw the talisman out." Wei Wei Bai didn't think much and threw the talisman out. The red talisman suddenly stopped in midair and exploded with an unimaginable light. The strong exorcism power dispersed the green light of the moon. The group of ghosts that were holding Ji Yongchuan suddenly screamed. Ji Yongchuan didn't have it easy either, but he had a strong resistance and immediately broke free from the shackles of the ghost hands. He then stood up without hesitation and pulled Wei Wei Bai to run outside. In the dark sky, only the red talisman shone like the sun. Finally, the two of them rushed out of the white line and were hit by the light of day. Wei Wei Bai looked back and saw the graveyard in the dark was disintegrating. At the same time, the red talisman gradually lost its power. The scary ghosts looked up and stared at them under the light of day. Wei Wei Bai said, "Slagstem, that's scary." The system said, "Don't be afraid, they will only come to you at night. You are safe now." Wei Wei Bai, "What should I do if I'm even more scared?" Ji Yongchuan felt very uncomfortable under the light of day because he had lost a lot of power. But he couldn't enter the darkness now, because the ghosts in the darkness were waiting to devour him. He felt a burning sensation on his skin as it came into contact with the sun. Suddenly, a hand gently landed on his forehead. Ji Yongchuan looked up and saw Wei Wei Bai's worried face. "Little brother, are you okay? You're hot." Of course he was hot after being steamed by the sun. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but her hand was cold. As a result, the burning sensation on his body faded quite a bit. He couldn't help but relax his body. As soon as he relaxed, his body collapsed. Ji Yongchuan's body went soft and fell into Wei Wei Bai's arms. Wei Wei Bai reached out to catch him and found that his body was warm. "Isn't the ghost cold? Why does it feel like he has a high fever?" Bai Wei Wei held a scalding hot ghost, her whole body stiff. The system said, "He fainted." Wei Wei Bai, "Yeah, so ghosts can faint too, huh?" The system said, "The red talisman has lost its power." When Wei Wei Bai heard this, she turned around and saw the eerie graveyard. The eerie night had returned. Then, it slowly eroded towards them. Wei Wei Bai widened her eyes and erupted with an unimaginable strength, carrying Ji Yongchuan on her back. Then, she ran forward with all her might. There was a ghost. It was so scary. With great difficulty, Ji Yongchuan finally broke free from the trance of the scattered ghost aura, only to find that he was actually lying on Wei Wei Bai's back. She struggled to walk forward step by step. Her small body dragged him along as she sweated profusely. He heard her panting. "Come on, we're going to be saved. There's so many ghosts and it's so scary." The Bai family was actually afraid of ghosts. How rare. Ji Yongchuan couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, his smile froze. He was actually in a good mood. He pursed his lips, furrowed his brows, and didn't say a word. He just lay on top of her, making it difficult for her to move forward step by step. With great difficulty, he finally saw a street not far away. They had completely arrived in the human world. Bai Wei Wei, on the other hand, was completely exhausted. A ghost was actually so heavy. Seeing that she really couldn't walk, Ji Yongchuan pretended to open his eyes. "Where are we?" Wei Wei Bai turned around in surprise. "You're awake." Ji Yongchuan's handsome face was stunned for a moment, then finally revealed a joyful smile. "We're saved." Wei Wei Bai put him down and shook her extremely sore hands without batting an eyelid. She also revealed a cute and innocent smile. "Yes, we're saved, little brother." The two of them laughed so innocently, without any shrewdness at all. The system, to the // next time when you open the bookshelf, you will see it. If you like. Chapter 422. So if you want a strategy, you can't hide it in the Taoist temple. Half a month had passed. Wei Wei Bai could only stake everything on this. Compared to ghosts, favorability is more important. Haha. When she returned to her original home, Wei Wei Bai looked at the candles in the house and the talisman papers scattered all over the floor. It was a mess. The remnants of the fight with Bai One were still there. Wei Wei Bai rolled up her sleeves and started to clean up the house. After cleaning for half a day, she finally wiped the sofa and chairs clean and pushed them back to their original positions. The sky was dark. Wei Wei Bai made herself some instant noodles to fill her stomach. As she ate, she looked at the half-finished house and suddenly felt lonely. Sigh, it's so good to have a nanny. Housework is not easy. After eating the instant noodles, she went to the kitchen to throw them away, then turned on the tap and started to wash her hands. A gust of cold wind blew past his neck. It was as if an ice-cold kiss had landed on her skin. Bai Weiwei was so agitated that she trembled. She looked back. There was nothing strange in the empty kitchen. Weiwei Bai walked out of the kitchen and went to take a shower. She filled the bathtub and started to take off her clothes. Halfway through taking off her clothes, she felt that something was wrong. She looked at the mirror for a long time. Even the system felt that something was wrong. What did you feel? Weiwei Bai was in a daze. I was so beautiful. System, Weiwei Bai said, so you can block yourself. I want to take a shower. The system was silent for a while, then said, who wants to look at you? After that, the system blocked her and decided to go to sleep. Weiwei Bai was just used to scolding the system, but after that, she realized that the system was really scared away. She sighed hypocritically. Your heart is so weak, it's lucky that you met a good host like me, or else you would be despised. She took off her clothes and stepped into the bathtub. In the mirror, a pale hand suddenly appeared and slowly touched her body in the mirror. In the mirror, a black, ghostly figure slowly revealed a strange and eerie smile. Weiwei Bai was soaking in the bathtub. Her mind was still calculating what expression she should put on when she saw Ji Yongchuan. It was best to put on an expression of shock, happiness, guilt, pain, and sorrow. The lines had to be more tragic and emotional. Weiwei Bai reached out and rubbed her face, worried that her face couldn't hold so many different expressions. She suddenly felt that the water was cold. Did you forget to adjust the temperature? As Weiwei Bai soaked in the water, she did not know why her head was getting heavier and heavier. She was so sleepy that she could not open her eyes, but her mind was clear. Something was slowly approaching her. The water in the bathtub swayed. Who entered the bathtub? Weiwei Bai had a splitting headache. She wanted to open her eyes, but she couldn't. She called Slagstem a few times. Slagstem didn't respond either. Could it be that she was dreaming? An ice-cold hand slowly moved up her leg. Weiwei Bai shivered. She used all her strength, but she couldn't move. There was a huge force in the air that was pressing down on her. She opened her mouth to call for help, but a cold kiss sealed her voice. The cold water and the cold body pressed down on her. Weiwei Bai was so cold that her face turned pale. Her teeth were trembling. Suddenly, something cold and soft pried opened her mouth and chewed on her. Rough, violent, and crazy. Weiwei Bai finally couldn't take it anymore. She used all her strength to push away the unknown object on her body. Chapter 423. But this action obviously put her in a worse situation. Eerie laughter sounded in her ears, and then Weiwei Bai was pressed into the water. Come accompany me, Weiwei Bai. That voice was shrill and mournful, and Weiwei Bai's head hurt even more. She couldn't breathe, and her neck was being strangled, and her chest was about to explode. Trash system, Slagstem 004, trash system. System Daddy, save me. Unfortunately, the system was sleeping and ignored its host's pitiful cry for help. So Bai Weiwei was tossed around until she hovered between life and death. She thought she was going to drown, and a cold hand would pull her out of the water again, kiss her, touch her, and do all kinds of indescribable things to her. Except for the last step, everything was done. Then she was pressed into the water again, and after a while, she was fished up again and tormented. That night, she felt like she died a few times. Finally, she was able to open her eyes and gasp for breath with her mouth open. Dizzily, she wanted to see what was molesting her. At first, she couldn't focus her eyes and only saw a hazy white light, which was the light in the bathroom. Then, she saw a blurry face, and she guessed that it should be Ji Yongchuan. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a ghost that was in such a hurry, as if it hadn't seen a woman in 800 years. She tried her best and planned to do it. Listen to me. You misunderstood me, my love. But before she could say anything, she saw Ji Yongchuan's withered face, which was filled with a greenish-gray aura of death, and his pupils were gone. Only the whites of his eyes were visible, and he slowly revealed a creepy smile. Wei Wei Bai, I won't let you go. Fine. There was no need to say anything. Wei Wei Bai was so scared that she fainted. The next day, the rooster crowed, and the system finally woke up. It removed the shield and saw its host sitting on the bed with a haggard face. She was in a daze, and there were dark circles under her eyes, as if she was about to die. The system was shocked. I only left for one night, and you couldn't sleep because you missed me? Wei Wei Bai's lips twitched tiredly, but she couldn't say a word. The system was horrified. What was wrong with the host? Why wasn't the host rebuking it? This was too abnormal. Last night, I had an exceptionally ecstatic night. Wei Wei Bai suddenly said sinisterly. System, the male lead is here. Wei Wei Bai, I want to apply for a new male lead. The system said, don't do dream of the red chamber. Wei Wei Bai, I want to apply for a new male lead. The system said, hang in there, host. I know it's tough for you in this plane, but who does it? We're all just little screws trying to make a living. We'll get through it soon. Wei Wei Bai was in despair. Ji Yongchuan is too ugly now. I can't take it anymore. Wei Wei Bai hugged her head and shouted, it's so ugly. I feel so hopeless. Wei Wei Bai threw a tantrum. I don't care. Change the male lead. Change the male lead. She repeated this over and over again. The system silently plugged in its earplugs, refusing to see the host who only had the IQ of a fertilized egg. After Bai Weiwei finished venting her grievances, she finally returned to normal. She knew that Ji Yongchuan was definitely spying on her in the room, so she immediately got into character. She silently got up and wore her clothes. When she saw the ambiguous marks on her body, she started crying. She cried weakly and helplessly. Then she reached out and wiped her face. She turned around and rummaged through the cabinets to look for something. She found a lot of gathering treasures and placed them on the table. She set up the incense burner, lit the incense, and stared at it blankly. In the mirror behind her, a tall figure strangely appeared. He had black hair and a black robe. His face was abnormally pale, and his eyes were terrifyingly dark. He saw her staring blankly at the offering table. Suddenly, he heard her sadly talking to herself. Is that you, little brother? The Chapter 424. She couldn't explain herself. Wei Wei Bai's face turned green from his cold fingers, and she felt like her chest was about to explode. She looked at Ji Yongchuan blankly. His long hair was messy, and his ugly face was filled with resentment. He looked like a malicious ghost coming to claim her life. Wei Wei Bai didn't say anything, so she could only use her eyes. Her eyes were filled with sadness and guilt, without a trace of unwillingness or resentment. She used all her strength to slowly reach out, and her fingers gently touched his ugly face. Without a trace of disdain, her fingertips gently caressed him. It was as if she was treating her most precious thing. Then she forced a smile and silently said, I'm sorry, little brother. Ji Yongchuan's fingers loosened, but he didn't let go. Wei Wei Bai had already closed her eyes, and her breathing calmed down, just like a dead person. After an unknown amount of time, Ji Yongchuan's ghost face twisted in pain, and he slowly let go of his hand. Wei Wei Bai's body softly fell and silently leaned on his arm. The surrounding darkness became thicker, and only the two of them were snuggled up to each other. Ji Yongchuan's face began to change. His face turned white, and his eyes returned to normal, but they were too dark. In a short while, he had already returned to his handsome human appearance. A Ghost King's original appearance was like this. That ugly appearance just now was because he knew that she was afraid of ugly ghosts, so he deliberately scared her. Her breathing was still intermittent, as if she was in pain. Ji Yongchuan's eyes were dyed with a trace of cold malice, and his fingernails grew longer. Just kill her. This thought kept reverberating in his mind. His return this time was because of this thought that supported him. The obsession was ingrained in his bones and couldn't be changed. His fingernails touched her chest, and under his fingernails, her trembling heartbeat was filled with warm vitality. If she died and became a resentful ghost, she would definitely hate him. Ji Yongchuan's face showed signs of struggle. and his sharp fingernails slowly disappeared. In the end, his hands hugged her. He buried his head deep in her chest, and he sneered in pain. "Don't lie to me. I won't believe you." Wei Wei Bai felt like she was boiling. His high fever did not subside, and even his breathing was hot. She complained to the system, "Sai, this job is so hard. I'm being exploited like a cow or a horse. It's so torturous that I can't earn any money. Look at me now. I'm so hot that I'm about to puff up." The system said, "Hot. At least it proves that you're still alive." Wei Wei Bai, who had fainted from the heat, thought about it and said happily, "That's right. I'm still alive." System, "Poor child, you've been burned silly." Wei Wei Bai's fever did not subside. In her coma, she kept talking nonsense. An ice-cold hand gently covered her forehead. A satisfied smile appeared on her rosy face. It was like a cat that was content with its life. That hand hesitated for a moment before cruelly moving away. He seemed to want her to burn her brain. However, Wei Wei Bai frowned. She immediately frowned bitterly and waved her hands randomly. He seemed to be looking for something. In the air, there was a helpless and cold sigh. Then, that ghostly hand gently approached her again. She caught hold of his hand and placed it on her face. Then, she let out a comfortable murmur and rubbed against his palm very cutely. The soft warmth rubbed against his ice-cold skin, giving him a shivering feeling. Ji Yongchuan's dark eyes trembled slightly. He looked at her silently. A thick, ghostly aura filled the room. Gradually, the ghostly aura settled and disappeared from the ground. The sunlight from outside the window could finally penetrate. Traces of light fell on the face of a girl in his arms. She was quiet and beautiful. The collect button below to record this reading record. Chapter 425. Ji Yongchuan let go of her and stood up. His black figure seemed lonely. He looked at her with a pale face. "It doesn't matter if you lie to me. You can't escape me anyway." After saying that, he staggered away. Halfway through, he remembered. The room was filled with ghostly air. It was very cold and harmful to the human body. She was not wearing any clothes. It would be very uncomfortable to curl up there. She might get sick. Ji Yongchuan could not move his feet. He reached out to wipe away the tears on his face. Just as he was about to turn around and help her put on her clothes, stumbling footsteps came from behind. He turned around just in time to catch a warm body. Then she hugged him tightly. She buried her head in his chest. A cry of despair sounded. "I like you. I can't lie to myself. I just like you. I can even be a sacrifice if you don't want me. Just kill me. How can I not like you?" His heart was about to explode from her words. His mind was blank. Ji Yongchuan felt suffocated for the first time. He did not need to breathe to live. But he felt the pain of suffocation. After the great sorrow, the great joy tore him to pieces. He felt as if his cold walls had been shattered, and cracks had appeared on the cold expression that he had been forcing himself to maintain. Finally, he hugged her and whispered in her ear, "Me too. I like you." Ding. The male lead's favorability is at 70. The system's melancholy deepened. It took out a handful of popcorn. After eating a few, it could not help but sigh, "What a pair of crazy people." It gave up on its pretentious host and the brainless male lead. Wei Wei Bai suddenly said, "Wait, there are only 3 days left?" The system said, "You slept for a few days. When you woke up, there were only 3 days left." Wei Wei Bai said, "That's too rushed." The system was expressionless. "Your acting is unparalleled. You are the only one in the world. There is nothing you can't do." Wei Wei Bai said, "Hee hee, that's true." The system, "You don't have to believe polite words. These are polite words." Ji Yongchuan picked up the clothes on the ground one by one and helped her put them back on. Wei Wei Bai sat quietly. After putting on his clothes, he buttoned up the best button and suddenly stopped in his tracks. After pausing for a while, Ji Yongchuan suddenly hugged her and buried his head in her shoulder. This action was fragile and dependent. "Wei Wei, hurry up and run." Wei Wei Bai was genuinely confused this time. "Run?" Ghost Chi filled Ji Yongchuan's black eyes. His expression turned ferocious for a moment, but it was soon replaced by gentleness, making him look exceptionally terrifying. "I'll open the door later, and then open the passage to the outside world." Don't look back. Run straight to the human world. When he said this, the veins on his neck bulged. That familiar darkness was about to take over his body again. His obsession was too deep, so deep that he became a monster. Even he couldn't control himself. Suddenly, he felt something gentle fall on his hair. It was Wei Wei Bai's kiss. She lowered her head and kissed his hair with incomparable gentleness. Ji Yongchuan, I won't go. Even if I die, I won't leave you. Ji Yongchuan was angry and anxious. You should leave. I'm no longer your little big brother. I came out of the primal chaos land a second time, and my obsession has turned into a demon. I will become an uncontrollable monster and kill you. When a ghost was stubborn to the bone, they would become resentful ghosts. He was now a resentful ghost. He was only relying on his love for her to hold on to a trace of clarity. Wei Wei Bai was silent for a moment before saying affectionately, "What's so good about humans and ghosts walking different paths? If you kill me, we can make a ghost mandarin duck." Ji Yongchuan's body trembled. He buried his face in her shoulder, and it didn't make sound. But the affection increased. Ding! The affection has increased to 75. Wei Wei Bai revealed a smile, and was about to continue saying more affectionate words. He suddenly said in a sinister voice, "Really? Wei Wei Bai, you're willing to be a ghost mandarin duck with me?" Wei Wei Bai opened her mouth and was about to shamelessly say, "Yes." He had already raised his head. His eyes were only white and filled with red veins. His face was green and ugly as he revealed a strange and crazy smile. "Me too. Every second, I crazily want to kill you and bind your soul to my side." Wei Wei Bai, what should she do if the target of the attack acts up? Chapter 426. Ji Yongchuan's bloodshot eyes had a strange madness in them. He chuckled, and the ghostly aura around him started to swirl. "You can only leave the Bai family after I kill you. Baiwen won't be able to make you leave me." Wei Wei Bai was always proud of her ability to lie to people and flirt with ghosts, but she was stuck for a moment. She forced a constipated expression and said, "Little brother, I won't leave you." Suddenly, she felt a chill in front of her chest. Ji Yongchuan's fingernails had dug into her chest. Wei Wei Bai was silent for a moment, and finally hugged the system and cried, "Tongzi, it's so scary. I can't hold on any longer." The system said earnestly, "Look at yourself. You'll know what retribution is after doing so many bad things. I told you not to be so heartless that even ghosts won't let you go. If you don't listen, what can I do as your father? Tell me." Wei Wei Bai said, "Give me a few talismans to drive the ghost away. This face is too ugly." The system said, "I'll teach you a way, and you won't be afraid of ghosts anymore." Wei Wei Bai couldn't wait. "Please tell me." The system said, "If you do a little apple dance, the ghost might like it and not want to kill you." Ha 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 ha. Wei Wei Bai was speechless. She wanted to cut the system into 8 pieces. No matter how scared she was, Wei Wei Bai still insisted on maintaining her precarious persona. She looked at him sadly and wanted to reach out and hold his face. But when she saw the color on his face and his eyes that were as scary as those in horror movies, she decided to go all out. Wei Wei Bai reached out and slapped his face. Then she hugged his face and said in a trembling voice, "Little brother, I love you. If you want to kill me, just kill me." His fingernails paused for a moment, and his stiff face seemed to be struggling and twisting. Wei Wei Bai was so scared that she wanted to cry. It was too fucking ugly. Tears welled up in her eyes, and her teeth trembled as she continued to hold on. We will be together forever. You will become a resentful ghost, and I will be the resentful ghost's wife forever and ever." Damn it. Was there a mosaic on Ji Yongchuan's face? She would definitely be able to show off her affection. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 80. How could this increase favorability points? Wei Wei Bai was both scared and pleasantly surprised. For the sake of the favorable impression points, she didn't mind his funny face. The system suddenly said, "Life subsistence allowance activated?" Wei Wei Bai, my HP? No, what for? As soon as she finished speaking, Ji Yongchuan kissed her lips. After his mutation, his lips were cold and tasteless. They were not soft, but hard. She stared blankly at his deathly pale ghost eyes. She was scared witless. And when his fingernails pierced through her chest and pierced in her heart, because his fingers trembled violently, they brushed past the side of her heart. Just a little bit more, and it would have pierced through her heart. Ji Yongchuan was still kissing her. His face was struggling, but it was controlled by an even more terrifying possessiveness. If he killed her, he would be able to bind her here forever. She would forever be his. She said that she wanted to be his wife. However, in his mind, an intense thought sprang forth. You hurt her, you hurt her. This thought was like a sharp blade piercing through his heart. A trace of clarity appeared in Ji Yongchuan's eyes. He suddenly couldn't control his body from trembling violently. Wei Weibai couldn't move. She just sat there in a daze. Ji Yongchuan also pulled back his fingernails. Blood immediately gushed out from her chest. Chapter 427. Ji Yongchuan's fingers were holding the net. They were all burnt, but he didn't seem to feel any pain. He could only look at her with eyes wide open. He shouted helplessly, "Come back, we have other ways. Wei Wei, come back." The water had already reached her chest. She could barely stand. Her whole body was covered in ice. She looked very pitiful, but Wei Weibai was still smiling with difficulty. She didn't answer and just stood in the Wangchuan River, and the flower on her forehead was only left with faint petals. Those ghost hands were slowly approaching her. Wei Weibai was as calm as the wind. This mosaic function is not bad. To obtain this last bit of favorability, she used 5 days of her life points to purchase the one-button mosaic function from Patong, although it could only last for 12 hours. But it was enough. Otherwise, if she saw so many ghosts, she would be so scared that her character setting would collapse at any moment. The mosaic function was complete. With one press, the dog head served. Looking up, those ghost hands, ghosts, and so on turned into huskies sticking out their tongues. There were also cabbage heads, beautiful girls, cute little rabbits, and other mosaic styles to choose from. She pressed a button, and the ghosts turned into beautiful girls. With another press, they were all cabbage heads. Ha, fun. The system really wanted to strangle her. Be serious. You still have 10 points of affection left. Wei Weibai just remembered. That's right. The mission was not completed. She immediately adjusted her state and looked affectionately at Ji Yongchuan on the shore. She looked like she was in a daze from the cold and softly called, "Little brother." Ji Yongchuan looked at her crazily. "I'm here, come back, okay? Every word was full of desperate pleading. At this time, he didn't have any dignity. He could only lie on the ground and stretch his scarred hand out of the net, closer to her. Closer. Ding, the male lead's affection is at 95. Wei Weibai seemed like she wanted to open her mouth and say yes, but she could only sigh and then stand helplessly in the Wangchuan River. Those ghosts rushed over. They surrounded her. She would be eaten and disappear completely. Ji Yongchuan's mind went blank for a moment. After overdrawing all of his strength, he finally used his tattered body to tear through the net and roll out. He didn't care about the state of his body, which was in the process of dissipating ghost chi, and staggered into the forgetful river. But there were too many ghosts in the river. He couldn't see where she was. Ji Yongchuan stretched out his hand to push the ghosts away, but when he pushed them away one by one, they surged forward again. It was endless. In a trance, he heard Wei Weibai's voice. "Little brother." Ji Yongchuan was shocked. "I'm here." He wanted to shout loudly, but he found that his neck had been broken by the net. Black ghost energy was coming out of his neck, and he couldn't speak at all. "Little brother." The sound became softer and softer. "I'm here." However, Ji Yongchuan was unable to answer her. He could only desperately search for her. In the river of forgetfulness, a tattered, lonely soul squeezed its way into the group of ghosts in the middle of the river. He looked miserable and pitiful. Suddenly, he saw a pale hand among the ghosts. The wrist was slender, and there was a touch of pink on the fingertips. It was her hand. Ji Yongchuan grabbed the hand tightly and shouted silently, "Wei Wei, I'm here." Wei Weibai was drowned by ghosts. She looked at a pile of dog heads, but the ghosts couldn't tear her body. She spent 2 days of her life points to buy a substitute and let the substitute sacrifice for her. Anyway, the effect was about the same. Otherwise, the horrible experience of being eaten by ghosts Even if these ghosts were pixelated into dog heads, it was still scary to be eaten by dogs. Chapter 428. Qin Xiu. Yi Yuxuan's expression was cramping. Why did she have such an expression? She had been expressionless for too long. Did she finally get a facial spasm? Qin Xiu said cautiously, "Have you become a believer recently?" Her soul jumped out. The next sentence wouldn't be God creating the world, right? Yi Yuxuan quietly lowered her head, but her dark eyes stared at the hospital. "I know what her name is." Qin Xiu couldn't react for a moment. "Ooh," Yi Yuxuan whispered, "Wei Wei Bai." These words were lightly bitten on her lips, carrying a trace of tenderness and deep affection. "I saw it. Her name is clearly written on the 3-Live Stone." On the 3-Live Stone, Ji Yongchuan's and Wei Wei Bai's names covered the entire stone, densely packed. It was the man in the dream who used his finger to write stroke by stroke. Every word was bloody, crazy, and sorrowful. A blood-red fog pervaded the air, and cold ghost energy wrapped around the entire bridge of helplessness. When the ghosts crossed the bridge, they trembled. On the 3-Live Stone, bloody strokes covered the entire greenish-gray stone. After years, the stone had almost turned blood-brown. Meng Po weighed the amount of Meng Po's soup with a spoon. "It's not enough again. You guys line up." These words made all the ghosts in the line angry and dissatisfied. But Meng Po's words made all the ghosts silent. Meng Po's soup was taken away by the Ghost King. "I can't do anything but boil it day and night." A new ghost was puzzled. Why does the Ghost King need so much Meng Po's soup? Meng Po raised her old eyes and looked at the river of forgetfulness. It said that if you don't reincarnate and don't reincarnate, you can exchange a lifetime of love for an infatuated ghost. In the blood-red river, a tall figure stood in the middle. A blood-red robe fluttered with the river. Meng Po turned back. But who can endure 1,000 years of torment in the river of forgetfulness? So they could only drink Meng Po's soup over and over again. He just wanted to forget about that woman for a second, to have a moment of peace. Little brother. In the river, her smile was bright and lovely as she reached out to hold his hand. Ji Yongchuan stupidly reached out his hand, but all he touched was the ice-cold river water. Her face was shattered, and only her fragmented body was left. He stared blankly. The intense pain came from his limbs and bones. Every bone in his body was being tormented by the water of the forgetfulness river. The river was like a mirror projector. She kept showing him her best side. Once again, he used the cruelest method to shatter it before his eyes. Ji Yongchuan did not know how many years he had spent on the river of forgetfulness. Back then, he had killed all the ghosts that had feasted on her. To this day, the rivers of hell are red. Then, he used the bones of hell, the accumulated resentment of all the ghosts, and the most terrifying method of summoning. But he still couldn't summon the soul he wanted. Later on, he tried all kinds of methods. They couldn't find her. He shouldn't have been unable to find it. Back then, he did not devour her soul. The reason why he could become a ghost king was because he had absorbed enough ghost energy. That was why her soul hadn't dissipated. Her soul should still be around. He didn't see her reincarnate. He didn't see her cross the bridge of helplessness. He didn't see her drink Meng Po's soup. He kept looking for those who had reincarnated in the mirror of the human world. He kept looking for his familiar back among those new ghosts. He had been disappointed too many times, to the point of despair. Ji Yongchuan chose the most hopeless path. Like those useless ghosts, he kept soaking in the water of the river of forgetfulness. It was said that soaking for 1,000 years could be exchanged for a lifetime of love. Even if it was a lifetime of 100 years, as long as they could be together, he would be willing to soak in this river for 10,000 years. /full text download. Chapter 429. But he knew about this legend. It was just a lie left behind by the ghost of the river of forgetfulness. No matter how many years he soaked in it, he still couldn't meet her in this life. Ji Yongchuan was willing to soak in the river every day just to see her. The river would repeatedly show the best and cruelest side of the person he loved the most, repeatedly tormenting the ghost of the river of forgetfulness. Many ghosts broke down like this. Every time Ji Yong Chuan was about to break down, he would climb ashore and drink Meng Po's soup. Meng Po sometimes complained that he drank too much and refused to give him. He would beat her until she gave him. After a long time, the ghost crossing the bridge would see the bright red scenery. The Ghost King was wearing a red robe and silver armor. His black hair was tied up high, and he held a bottle full of Meng Po's soup in his hand. He sat beside the three-life stone and used his finger to write a name on the stone. Ji Yong Chuan, Wei Wei Bai. The two names were densely packed together. His 10 fingers were covered in blood, and one could see the white bones between the mangled flesh. Or he saw the Ghost King soaking in the river and staring blankly at the water, as if he was thinking of someone. When Baiwen passed by the Bridge of Helplessness, he saw Ji Yong Chuan staring blankly at the three-life stone. He was writing names while drinking Meng Po's soup. Baiwen was indifferent and asked for soup from Meng Po. Meng Po helplessly used the spoon to scoop up half a bowl for Baiwen. Baiwen saw that she was hesitating and frowned. Only half a bowl. Do you want me to be half a ghost slayer from the moment I was born? What could he forget with half a bowl? Meng Po looked at him indifferently. It's okay. You have no worries in your life, and your mind is clear. Half a bowl is enough to make you forget everything. Baiwen felt like she was calling him an idiot. Baiwen took the soup and walked to Ji Yong Chuan's side. He said coldly, Ji Yong Chuan. Ji Yong Chuan ignored him and continued drinking Meng Po's soup. Baiwen was calm. Give me some soup. Ji Yong Chuan didn't even turn his head. After he finished a bottle of Meng Po's soup, he finally remembered who was next to him. Then Baiwen saw him, reached out his hand, and snatched the pitiful half-bowl and drank it. Baiwen, after Ji Yong Chuan finished drinking, he continued to use the bone in his hand to write his name on the three-live stone. Baiwen could only wait for Meng Po to cook the soup again. He calmly watched Ji Yong Chuan's self-harming actions. My niece became a sacrifice because of you. I should have taken revenge on you. But seeing you like this, I feel that your life is more painful than having your soul destroyed, so I'll leave you be. Ji Yong Chuan remained silent. Baiwen waited for a few days until the soup was ready. Just as he was about to drink it, he thought of something. I was born with the heaven's eye, but I've never used it in my life. The heavens I can see through this world and search for souls. Ji Yong Chuan stood up and grabbed Baiwen's collar, slamming him into a rock. His eyes were bloodshot and vicious. Quick, quick, find out where she is. Baiwen held the soup with one hand, afraid that it would spill. He was too lazy to argue with a fool like Ji Yong Chuan. He undid the seal on his left eye with one hand. The color of his eye was a strange white. Suddenly, the white turned into a strange blue. The blue slowly turned thicker and finally returned to white. Baiwen frowned, looking puzzled. Her soul has disappeared. She's not here. There's no trace of her in the world of ghosts, immortals, Buddhas, or anything else. You can't wait for her. Give up. Ji Yong Chuan's hope turned into despair. His gloomy eyes were trembling violently. I don't believe it. I didn't devour her soul. It's impossible that she's not here. Chapter 430. Baiwen smiled faintly, drank the soup in his hand indifferently, and then went to reincarnate. Leaving Ji Yong Chuan in the ghost world, he continued to search for that non-existent soul. He didn't know how long he had been searching, but when he suddenly fell into the Wangchuan River one day, a familiar feeling attacked his heart. He seemed to have been searching like this all along, not only in this life, but in many, many lives. He had been waiting for her, looking for her all along. He found despair and madness, dying a horrible death in every life, lonely and paranoid. New and old ghosts came and went on the bridge of helplessness, and Meng Po quietly served soup to these ghosts. Her soup could make any ghost forget this life and previous life. Only it didn't work on him. She looked over and saw a red robe still hanging on the three-live stone, and the master had disappeared. After he fell into the Wangchuan River, no ghost saw him again. Meng Po belatedly remembered that the Ghost King had been soaking in the Wangchuan River for thousands of years. His soul had scattered. It was unknown who sighed faintly. On the three-life stone, their names, with bloody affection, still existed. After Qin Xiu heard this, his brain crashed for a while, and then he said, "This is what it means to dream of what you think of in the day. You like Wei Wei Bai, so you dream of her name. Isn't this a very normal thing?" Yi Yuxuan's eyes were tired. That dream almost exhausted all his strength. After waking up, it was as if he had completely experienced the process of his soul scattering. That thick sadness and madness still remained in his body, and he found that even though it was so painful, he still couldn't understand 1% of the true feelings of the man in the dream. Yi Yuxuan had a strange feeling, as if he broke some barrier. He might be crushed by the madness and misery of every dream. I have a vague guess. What if those dreams were 3 lives and 3 lives of me with her? Yi Yuxuan lowered his thick eyelashes, and under his half-closed eyelids, only a faint, breathtaking light could be seen. Qin Xiu's face was dull. 3 lives and 3 lives? What a weirdo. But as a normal person, he must resist the urge to complain. Maybe Qin Xiu felt that such an awkward, such a childish conversation. Was there really no problem? His conversation style with Yi Yuxuan. "Uncle Qin, I have a headache recently. It's probably caused by the lack of blood supply to the brain after staying up late for 3 days and 3 nights. Give me some vitamins." Blah, 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 blah. Yi Yuxuan's expression was incomparably paralyzed. "You wasted 5 minutes of my time. If you waste another minute, I won't fund your hospital." This was their normal conversational style. The style of his conversation with Yi Yuxuan changed. Qin Xiu said, Good. Yi, I have a child with her. I have 3 lives and 3 lives with her. How can you say such shameful lines?" What kind of tragic things had happened to their conversation that caused it to become so crooked? Yi Yuxuan was still in the middle of his awkward lines. "I even suspect that she will leave me in this life, and I don't know where she went. Life after life, she left him. There was never an exception. //. Chapter 431. Qin Xiu said weakly, No. Wei Wei is still in the hospital." Suddenly, he thought of something and said happily, "When I came back from the hospital, I heard Wei Wei Bai say that she has feelings for you." Yi Yuxuan didn't react. Just when Qin Xiu thought that he would be paralyzed, suddenly, Yi Yuxuan's thin lips opened slightly. "What did you say?" Qin Xiu was stunned. "Wei Wei Bai said that she has feelings for you." Yi Yuxuan asked very calmly, "How special?" Qin Xiu said, "Usually, when a woman says that she has feelings for a man, it means that she likes him." Yi Yuxuan's eyelashes trembled slightly, and the light in his eyes intensified. His expression was very calm, but his fingers couldn't help but clench. This was excitement. This feeling was excitement. Yi Yuxuan suddenly stood up and walked towards the hospital with his long legs. Meanwhile, Matchmaker Chiu was baffled. Why did she leave just like that? How rude. Bai Weiwei tried every possible way to appease her old man. Don't cancel the engagement first. After observing Yi Yuxuan for a while, she would make plans. She drank some soup and warmed her hands and feet. Finally, she felt that she could move freely. Bai Changyin saw that his precious daughter had woken up. Even though her body was still weak, her spirit was especially good. He said happily, "When you're better, we still need you to make decisions about the company." He had already told her about Bai Yaoyao's situation with a sad expression. After Bai Yaoyao was seriously injured, she was taken away by someone. Wei Wei Bai thought that Enlu took her away. However, she was exhausted now. She had to deal with her trash sister when she had more time in the future. Wei Wei Bai nodded naturally. "Yes, I will reorganize the company. Without her, those old fogies might come back to control the company again." Suddenly, the system reminded her, Yi Yuxuan is here. Bai Weiwei was frightened, and her whole body entered a super alert state. She said to Bai Changyin, "Dad, I'm going out for a while." Bai Changyin's face was full of love. "All right, go and rest." Wei Wei Bai immediately walked out, and the system notified, 30 meters away from you, 20 meters, 10 meters, just around the corner, the energy feedback is starting. Wei Wei Bai suddenly stopped in her tracks. In front, Yi Yuxuan's footsteps were slightly hurried as he walked over. His slender legs moved gracefully and calmly. Under his black hair, his handsome face was simply eye-catching. His face was calm, and he had a natural noble charm. Even Wei Wei Bai was dazzled for a moment. Of course, it was only for a moment. She was already prepared to run because she couldn't think of a big move to provoke Yi Yuxuan. He had kissed her, taken off her clothes, and was just short of sleeping with her. Even if he wanted to sleep now, this place was too difficult. So Wei Wei Bai gave up on this shameless decision. But when Yi Yuxuan was less than a meter away from her, the system was surprisingly silent. Not deducting her precious life points? Or was it that their similar auras were no longer similar? The system then spoke. Yi Yuxuan is very excited now. And it's because of you, so both of your auras are equal. If you don't deduct your life points, you won't get any benefits. Wei Wei Bai was a loss. What did she do to make Yi Yuxuan so excited? Under the soft light, in the white corridor, Yi Yuxuan looked up and saw that she was not far away. She was wearing a hospital gown, and her thin body was a little weak. It was as if she sensed his arrival. Her gentle face turned slightly, and there was a trace of confusion in her clear eyes. Yi Yuxuan stopped in his tracks. His indifferent expression finally had a ripple. Then Wei Wei Bai heard his calm and hoarse voice. I heard that you like me. / crossover system. Adonis, come over here. Chapter 432. I heard that you like me. Wei Wei Bai was stunned. Who said that? The system said, excitement is rising. Increase the stimulation. I'm ready to fish for as long as I can. Wei Wei Bai rolled up her sleeves and wanted to go all out. Who cared who said it? He was a good person and should be rewarded. She took a deep breath and looked up. She smiled affectionately and was about to say, yes. Yi Yuxuan rushed up to her, grabbed her arm, and pushed her against the wall. Cabinet. Wei Wei Bai's smile froze. Her eyes flashed with surprise. He had already lowered his head. A few strands of black hair fell to his eyes, giving off a sense of evil. Tell me the truth. Her expression changed too slowly. She was holding her breath, blushing and smiling. They were all forced. He did not like it. Wei Wei Bai's lips trembled. She looked up calmly. She said honestly, let go of me. Bai Wei Wei felt as if Yi Yuxuan's entire body was shrouded over her. He grabbed her shoulder and held the wall beside her ear with his other hand. This posture was especially oppressive. She did not like it. Yi Yuxuan's expression was as calm as usual. When he heard her words, his breathing became erratic. His grip tightened. His eyelashes fluttered. His tone became oppressive. You like me? Was this a question or a statement? Wei Wei Bai seriously thought about her performance. Was it not skillful enough? Or was her expression too outdated? She blinked and smiled shyly. Then she looked away and did not say anything. He wanted to refuse, but gave up. He wanted to speak, but stopped. She was natural and not pretentious. Yi Yuxuan was expressionless. Is it hard to answer? I'll answer for you. Wei Wei Bai smiled shyly. Could someone answer for her whether she liked it or not? Yi Yuxuan's incomparably indifferent expression did not change in the slightest. Only a pair of deep eyes stared fixedly at her. Then he whispered, You forced a kiss on me. Wei Wei Bai. I have nothing to say. His eyes flickered and his expression changed slightly. You even took off your clothes for me to see. Wei Wei Bai. That makes sense. Yi Yuxuan paused for a few seconds and said in a low voice, But you don't like me. Bai Wei Wei looked up. Her eyes were watery, with a few traces of hazy mist and a hint of affection. No, I actually like you very much. A slender index finger pressed against her soft lips. Wei Wei Bai's eyelashes fluttered. She could clearly see Yi Yuxuan's deep eyes. There was a hint of heat in them. His voice was slightly hoarse, and his words were restrained with indifference. No, you don't like it. She was silent for a moment and seemed a little annoyed. She frowned slightly and could not help but bite her lips lightly. Her lips darkened a little. Her eyes, however, were still extremely bright, as if she was thinking of something that no one knew about. Yi Yuxuan's gaze softened. He was restrained and cold. Suddenly, Wei Wei Bai tiptoed. Yi Yuxuan was stunned. He saw the indifference in her eyes clearly, but he did not avoid it. It was a light kiss, like a dream, with her delicate scent on his lips. Yi Yuxuan only heard a thump in his heart, as if something had smashed it heavily. His lips trembled, but he did not have time to taste anything deeper. She moved away from his lips again. Her eyes were slightly red, and there was a seductive smile at the corner of her mouth. Yi Yuxuan looked at her with a tense expression, and his breathing became heavy. Wei Weibai said softly beside his lips, "If this doesn't count as liking, then what do you think is liking?" Chapter 433. Her breathing as she spoke intertwined with his breathing, forming a blurred sense of seduction. But he still had the same expression. He looked at her coldly and condescendingly. Only his hand that was supporting the wall firmly clasped the wall. His eyes darkened a little. Wei Weibai was a little scared by his gaze and knocked on the system. "Is the excitement level high?" The system held the net expressionlessly. "No, I have never seen a person who can maintain the same level of excitement and then not fluctuate. This is not like a human, it's like a machine." Wei Weibai, "I think he's like a robot too." She had felt it before, but now it was barely fluctuating. It was also very abnormal. Wei Weibai was a little depressed. What was a robot strategy? Waiting online, urgent. She thought for a while and tried to reach out her hand, softly hugging his waist. The man's waist was surprisingly strong. Because he was wearing a suit, it was a little hard to tell if there was any excess fat. Wei Weibai instinctively pinched it. It was hard. Yi Yuxuan was stiff in the same position, but his breathing was heavier, as if he was enduring something. His excitement should be rising, Wei Wei thought blankly. Or should it go further? She gathered her courage and hugged his waist with her fingers. She shamelessly rubbed her whole body into his arms, her face on his chest, and squeezed out a smile. "I really like you. Otherwise, why would I kiss and hug you?" After so many worlds, she had already become a super experienced driver. She hugged and kissed when she wanted to. She was not soft at all. Yi Yuxuan was silent. Suddenly, she felt the body of the man she was hugging relax, as if he had accepted his fate. Then a series of life points notifications came. Remaining life points: 42 days, 43 days, 44 days. Wei Weibai wished she could turn into a giant octopus glue and stick to him fiercely. Life points were an ATM machine. Hugging for a minute was more than the reward of doing work in 10 worlds. 47 days, 55 days. Why wasn't there a transition in 55 days? Wei Weibai was shocked by the increase. Then, before she could figure it out, Tang Mo said she was pushed away by Yi Yuxuan. Her hands were held high above her head by him. Wei Weibai raised her head and saw that his dark eyes were terrifyingly deep. There was a cold sharpness in them that seemed to be choosing people to devour. "Are you dreaming?" Wei Weibai was at a loss. "Dream?" His voice lowered. "I don't like dreams, but you do. What did she like?" Wei Weibai was about to ask when he tightened his grip on her wrists, causing her to struggle uncontrollably. His other hand firmly clasped her chin, leaned over, thin lips coldly said, "In the future, you are not allowed to like anyone. Just look at me." These words were cold and domineering. All the men in her dreams could have her love. He only felt a strange and unbearable feeling rising in his chest, as if he was being torn apart. Maybe it was jealousy, maybe it was. In any case, it was an emotion that he had never experienced before, causing him to become ugly and impulsive. For the first time, Wei Weibai wanted to avoid a man's gaze. It was cold and restrained, as if there was a terrifying darkness curling up, causing people to instinctively feel afraid. She couldn't retreat, so she could only turn her face. The curve of her neck was weak and pale, with a trace of imperceptible resistance. Yi Yuxuan only felt that the string in his heart had snapped. He suddenly released the hand that was clasping her chin. Wei Weibai didn't hear the increase in excitement. He also clasped her hand, not reacting at all. She looked at him tentatively and hesitantly. Chapter 434. But she saw him loosening the tie on his collar with one hand, revealing his sexy Adam's apple. When his fingers slid over his Adam's apple, there was a trace of lust. His next action was suddenly fierce. He held the back of her head and grabbed her arm with one hand. Then, he pulled her soft body into his embrace. Then he lowered his head, captured her lips, and kissed her fiercely. He roughly pried open her lips and tongue, and domineeringly and forcefully sucked her breath. This kiss was like a storm, with a desperate desire to destroy, forcing her to be indifferent. Wei Wei Bai was shocked by his terrible attack. She reflexively wanted to struggle, but found that his embrace was even more confining. Not to mention struggling, she couldn't even lift her hand. Her breath was taken away, and her breath was messily intertwined with another man's strong breath. Wei Wei Bai's vision blurred, and her head spun. Only his kiss occupied all her thoughts. Wet, greedy, deep, she even felt that the skin that was touching his body was so hot that it was about to burn. Her heart suddenly hurt, and the favorability notifications continued. 65 days, 70 days, she was in pain and excited, and her heart was beating fast. She felt like she was going to die. Wei Wei Bai's hand grabbed his clothes fiercely, and her eyes lost focus. In a blur, she only saw Yi Yuxuan's deep eyes, with a burning fire, as if to burn her. She softened. The system's voice sounded. Detected that there is a problem with the host's life. The newbie gift package is activated, and you have received 3 days of vegetative life. Wei Wei Bai's heart disease relapsed. Yi Yuxuan let go of her, and found that her face was covered in sweat. Her face was pale, and her eyes were closed. She leaned softly in his arms. He half-hugged her, pursed his lips, looked at her for half a second, and suddenly put his hand on her chest. You should like me now. Her heartbeat sped up for him. Suddenly, someone rushed out from the corner, and Qin Xiu shouted crazily, "My big brother, she has a heart attack. Quick, quick, send her to the emergency room." Yi Yuxuan's eyes flashed with a trace of confusion. The door next door opened, and Bai Changyin frowned as he poked his head out. Who's having a heart attack? His daughter had a heart attack, so he was very sensitive when he heard about it. Qin Xiu's footsteps paused, and his face changed greatly. Bai Changyin also felt that something was wrong and turned his head to look. He saw that Yi Yuxuan's breathing was chaotic. His collar was open, and his tie was hanging loosely. He looked like a beast in human clothing. In his arms, Wei Wei Bai was leaning on him softly with her head tilted to one side. Bai Changyin looked at the beast hand that was still on his daughter's chest. The scene was silent for a while. Matchmaker Qin and Mr. Bai were silent for 2 seconds. Yi Yuxuan had already reacted quickly. He carried Bai Wei Wei and quickly ran in the direction of the emergency room. Qin Xiu reached out his hand. Don't leave me behind. The next moment, Old Man Bai grabbed Qin Xiu's neck. Quick, my daughter was taken away by a beast. I want to call the police to arrest him. The police were useless. Qin Xiu almost fainted. Fortunately, Bai Changyin also regained his senses and immediately let go of his hand. Then the two people staggered and chased after them. They ran to the emergency room. They were told that Yi Yuxuan and Wei Wei Bai were in the emergency room. Bai Changyin also wanted to go in. Several nurses and doctors stopped him. You can't go in if you're not a patient. You'll disturb the emergency treatment. Bai Changyin was indignant. How can that dirty and shameless bastard Yi Yuxuan go in? My daughter is still in his hands. Chapter 435. A nurse said, he needs first aid too. Bai Changyin asked, which part of him needs first aid? The nurse was silent for a while before saying, he said that his heart needs first aid. Both Bai Changyin and Qin Xiu were confused. The nurse continued, Mr. Yi said that because he was too excited, his adrenaline secretion increased, dopamine surged, and other hormones increased. He needs to stay by Miss Bai's side to stabilize his condition. Old Father Bai was even more confused. What kind of illness is this? Qin Xiu. Love disease. Wei Wei Bai clutched her chest. It was heavy and painful. She did not expect that she would have a heart attack after being kissed. Tongzi, I feel like I'm going to die. The system said, you can still live. Let me count. 82 days. Wei Wei Bai. 82 days? The system said, that's the life points I got from Yi Yuxuan. Wei Wei Bai was excited. I can't believe I got so much. I have so much life points now. The system said, if you weren't so excited and had a heart attack, I would have gotten you 100 days. Wei Wei Bai said, I'm so excited because I was kissed? Clearly, I should be feeling calm. The system said, you can't turn on the emotion blocker in reality. It would be weird if you weren't excited. Wei Wei Bai communicated with the system for a while before falling asleep again. After some time, she finally woke up. The bright light was above her head. She rubbed her temples. It hurt. Her brain felt like it was hit by a hammer. She forced herself to open her sore eyes. Her eyes were out of focus for a while before she could see clearly. There was another man sleeping quietly on a white pillow. His breathing was steady. His black hair covered half of his face, and his beautiful and delicate jawline was faintly visible. Most of the blanket was outside the bed. Only a corner of the blanket was left, covering his butt. Wei Wei Bai forced herself to sit up and saw the man's white and strong back and thin and strong waist. She was silent for a moment before lowering her head. Sure enough, she saw that she was lying naked beside him. Wei Wei Bai carefully reached out, grabbed the blanket on his butt, and slowly moved it to her body. Just as she covered her body with the blanket, someone grabbed her wrist. Wei Wei Bai's fingers trembled. She saw that the man who had been sleeping on his stomach had turned to his side. However, his hand was still gripping her wrist tightly, refusing to let go. He didn't seem to have woken up yet. His thick eyelashes trembled as he opened his sleepy eyes. Wei Wei Bai was stunned. Morning. He seemed to be startled. The drowsiness in his eyes was swept away, and he sharply woke up. Who are you? Wei Wei Bai. She also wants to know who she is. However, the system seemed to have disconnected and didn't say anything. He had just thought of that. The system's voice rang out. This mission is to obtain Lu Zixi love. Target: Lu Zixi. Progress: 0 time, 6 months. Lu Zixi raised his head and looked around, then at the extremely messy bed. He raised the corners of his eyes, and a faint layer of anger covered them. He sneered. So, it's another shameless bed climber. With that, Lu Zixi got up and walked into the bathroom with his naked body. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at -10. It was only -10. He wasn't excited at all. Wei Wei Bai was still confused. Where's the memory? Did you forget to pay for the broadband? Why do you keep disconnecting? System, I'm hungry. I've been malnourished recently, so I often feel like my energy is lacking. Wei Wei Bai hesitated. Why don't you go to the cafeteria and get a meal to eat? The system was silent for a while before it was moved. You're so generous? Wei Wei Bai. Am I such a stingy host? Both host and system fell into awkward silence. Fortunately, there was an automatic reminder to break this unspeakable awkwardness. Please accept the memory, host. The familiar headache came. After accepting the memory, Wei Wei Bai hesitated. So, in this world, I'm going to have a forbidden love. / Chapter 436. Lu Zixi finished showering and came out wrapped in a towel. His broad shoulders, narrow hips, and strong legs were like a moving aphrodisiac, making people unable to control themselves. He faintly glanced at the woman on the bed. Last night, he got drunk and went to bed with a woman he didn't know. Just thinking about it made him sick. You're a new artist in the company, right? Which movie do you want a female lead for? Just say the word and we'll call it even. With that, he turned his back to Wei Wei Bai and smoothly put on his clothes. Suddenly, a small hand softly tugged at the corner of his clothes. Lu Zixi coldly narrowed his eyes, his expression indifferent. Let go. Don't push your luck. He'd seen too many greedy women. It was simply unappetizing. This was also why he never touched women in the entertainment industry. Last night was Tian Na Corporation's 25th anniversary. All the artists and people from the entertainment industry were present. He drank a few more glasses and woke up in a daze to see a strange woman lying next to him. At this moment, he felt like he'd eaten a fly. A female lead was generous enough to send her away. If she wanted more, he could raise his hand and freeze her. The owner of the small hand seemed frightened. Her fingers trembled violently. Finally, she choked out, "Uncle, I won't report you. Can you not tell anyone?" "Uncle," Lu Zixi's eyes turned cold. He turned his head, but saw the strange woman on his bed, a girl. She had her head down. Her body was wrapped in the sheets, revealing nothing. A few strands of her long black hair were sticking up. Her fingers gently tugged at his clothes. She appeared exceptionally well behaved. She sobbed, "Don't tell anyone." If my mother knew that I was sleeping with an old man, she seemed to find this sentence very shameful. A thin layer of pink stained the back of her ears. She'll kill me. Old man, Lu Zixi's face darkened. Suddenly, she glanced up at him. Her large almond eyes were filled with panicked tears. Her soft white skin didn't have a trace of blemish. She looked abnormally young and pure, full of the aura of a young girl. She held on, but she couldn't hide the fear in her eyes. I beg you, uncle, don't tell anyone. Lu Zixi was a little confused. How old are you? Did he sleep with an underage girl? Wei Wei Bai hesitated for a moment. It was my birthday yesterday. I just turned 18. Only then did Lu Zixi relax. Fortunately, she wasn't underage. However, 18 wasn't that old. If it was sold at such a young age, it definitely wouldn't be anything good. Lu Zixi fiercely shook off her hand. All right, stop pretending to be pitiful. Remember to find your agent and have him report to me. Wei Wei Bai staggered a few steps, stepped on the sheets, and directly sat on the ground. Lu Zixi had already walked to the door. He opened it and casually turned his head to take a look. Then he saw her bewildered look. Her white and soft skin was so delicate that it could be broken with a single blow. Her innocent expression was so cute that it seemed like she didn't know anything. Lu Zixi didn't know why, but this was the first time such a small girl had climbed into his bed. He frowned and turned to leave. As soon as the door closed, Wei Wei Bai jumped up from the ground. Tongzi, I think that if Lu Zixi knew that I was his sister, he would probably beat me to death. System, which male lead didn't want to beat you to death in the beginning? Wei Wei Bai thought about it. She didn't know if it was because of the system's shielding, but her memory of all the planes she had conquered was a little fuzzy. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the button at the bottom to record this reading. Chapter 437. But in these vague memories, yes, almost all the male leads did want to beat her to death. After digesting the memories this time, Wei Wei Bai felt that the scale was a bit too big. Saying that she was Lu Zixi's sister didn't really count. This involved the previous generation's dog-blood grudges. Wei Wei Bai's mother was called Bai Ziwen. When she was young, she was a small-time actress in the entertainment circle. She was beautiful and ambitious. After a while, she hooked up with Lu Zixi's father, Lu Renjia. Then she got pregnant and gave birth to a daughter. Lu Renjia had a wife, the only daughter of the director of the entertainment circle's leading company. Because Lu Renjia cheated, she couldn't take it anymore and took the 7-year-old Lu Zixi to jump off a building. Lu Zixi survived, but his mother died miserably. After so many years, Lu Renjia died long ago. Lu Zixi took over his grandfather's and his father's career and became the new leader of the entertainment circle. He could call the wind and summon the rain in the entertainment circle. And Bai Ziwen was more miserable. After Lu Zixi's mother died, she was afraid of revenge. She left with her daughter, who was only 2 years old. Because of neglect, her daughter died of a high fever. Bai Ziwen still had hope in her heart to return to the Lu family. Her daughter was her only bargaining chip. She refused to give up and went to the orphanage to adopt the original owner, who was similar to her daughter. She thought that if there was an opportunity, she would take the fake Wei Wei Bai to acknowledge her ancestors. But before she could go back, Lu Renjia died. Without a backer, Bai Ziwen could only temporarily put her plan on hold, thinking that she would go back when she had the chance. But for various reasons, she didn't succeed even when the original owner grew up. Bai Ziwen finally gave up on this unrealistic plan. She also decided not to raise the original owner, who was a money loser. Last night, on the original owner's birthday, Bai Ziwen took the money. Then she got her drunk and threw her into the room of a fat, short, and ugly director. The original owner was smart enough to stumble and run away. She directly broke into Lu Zixi's hotel room. Then she directly lay down and slept next to Lu Zixi, who was also drunk and sleeping like a dead pig. Both of them had the habit of sleeping naked. Well, that was how the misunderstanding started. Wei Wei Bai wrapped herself in a blanket and went to take a shower. She decided to sort out this complicated relationship and then think about how she should approach him. After taking a shower, she asked the hotel service staff to buy her a new set of clothes. When she was packing up the original owner's things, she saw the phone. Many of the calls were from his mother. Wei Wei Bai thought for a while before calling her back. As soon as the call connected, Bai Ziwen's cold voice sounded. Where did you go last night? Do you know how angry Director Lin is? How are you going to debut like this, blah blah blah? The woman's voice was as sharp as a noise. Wei Wei Bai had already put her phone aside and let her vent. Then, she leisurely picked up a nail clipper and began to trim her nails. When she was almost done, Wei Wei Bai picked up the phone again. He's already dead. Why aren't you saying anything? Forget it. I won't force you anymore. Bai Ziwen's voice suddenly softened. Bai Weiwei reviewed her memories. This woman wasn't someone who was easy to talk to. Sure enough, Bai Ziwen said, You know Lu Zishi, right? Weiwei Bai cleared her throat and quickly got into character. Her voice was soft and timid. Yes, mother, I know. Bai Ziwen shouted excitedly. This is your brother. He is the CEO of Tianna. We're going to be rich. Weiwei Bai. Transmigration system. Adonis, come here. / crossover system. Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www. Sashu. Download Transmigration system. Adonis, come here. Transmigration system. Adonis, come here. Chapter 438. Didn't Bai Ziwen give up on the idea of returning to the family? Bai Ziwen thought she was shocked, so she held back her excitement and said coldly, Okay, pack up. We'll go and return to the family tomorrow. She hung up the phone. Wei Wei Bai was silent for a long time before asking the system, what happened? The system flipped through the information and sent her a short memory of Bai Ziwen. Wei Wei Bai glanced at it and found that Bai Ziwen had entrusted it to an old lover of hers. It was a manager of the Liu family who had started to fake a DNA paternity test. She planned to blackmail Lu Zishi. She wanted to split the Liu family's assets. After all, she had been jealous of such a big entertainment company like Tianna for a long time. She waited until now to blackmail him. It was only now that Bai Ziwen found someone who was willing to take the risk for her and fake a paternity test. Wei Wei Bai's face was paralyzed. Tongzi, I've never seen such a sick mother. The system said, it's not that the mother is a scum, it's that the scum became the mother. Just put up with it. Wei Wei Bai thought for a while. No, if I really become Lu Zishi's sister, even if Lu Zishi doesn't strangle me, he won't be able to conquer me. Most people don't like incest. So she had to think of a way to destroy this paternity test. Make an anonymous call and tell the Liu family that the paternity test was fake. That should be a good idea. Wei Wei Bai was just thinking about it when the system's voice rang out. Have you ever dreamed of him silently turning on a lamp for you, keeping watch for you alone? Have you ever seen him bending down to carry you on his back when the road was soft in a heavy rain? Have you ever? Wei Wei Bai said, ever your sister, just spit it out. Are you trying to cheat me of my money? The system immediately said, the good brother and good sister side mission has been activated. Please don't let the male lead find out that you are not biological siblings before you complete the mission. If the side mission fails, the host will run around the Earth's equator naked. Does the host accept the side mission? Yes, the host accepts. Wei Wei Bai was speechless. She had already given up on this bandit side quest. Running around the equator naked? Was she a fragrant milk tea? Wei Wei Bai sighed deeply and looked haggard. Compared to running around the world naked, she suddenly realized that she was going to do something like German orthopedics with her brother. It wasn't that difficult. The next day, Bai Ziwen appeared in a flirtatious red dress and sunglasses. She was in her late 40s and maintained herself well. She was curvaceous in front and behind, incomparably alluring. Let's go. Bai Ziwen dragged Wei Wei Bai into the car. Your brother is now talking to someone in the bamboo pavilion in the south of the city. If you go there now, you can still see him. Bai Ziwen was extremely anxious. The paternity test had been sent over. Her old lover also said that the Liu family admitted that Wei Wei Bai was Liu Renjia's daughter. But Lu Zishi didn't intend to recognize them. Bai Ziwen had done so many things. How could she give up? Furthermore, she still owed a huge debt at the casino. If she couldn't enter the Liu family, she would be hacked to death by the people of the casino. She didn't have any way out. The Bamboo Pavilion was the best private restaurant in the city. It was impossible to enter unless one was powerful. Bai Ziwen could even bribe the waiter of the restaurant and sneak in with Wei Wei Bai. When you see your brother later, pounce on him, hug him, and call him brother. Bai Ziwen pinched her hand hard. Wei Wei Bai was silent for a moment. She lowered her eyes and looked coldly at her hand. Chapter 439. Do you remember? We can't fail. Wei Wei Bai finally nodded. Yes, Mom. Bai Ziwen immediately smiled. Wei Wei is the best. Wei Wei Bai. With this kind of mother, she really wanted her to fly. Lu Zishi was currently discussing a new movie to invest in with a great director, Xiao Yi. When the discussion was almost over, Xiao Yi smiled and said, "Why don't you be the male lead this time? You haven't appeared on the screen since you left the industry after winning the Best Actor award at the age of 20. Lu Zishi's eyebrows were deep. The mottled shadow of the bamboo at the door fell on his handsome face. For a moment, it was so breathtaking that it made people stop breathing. He was incomparably indifferent. The company's matters are busy enough. I don't need to go out and show my face. He entered the entertainment industry at the age of 15 and muddled along until he won the Best Actor award at the age of 20. It was only to understand the operations of the entertainment industry better when he took over the company. Xiao Yi was somewhat regretful. It's really hard to find a male lead with the same qualifications as you. Lu Zishi casually lit a cigarette. Take your time. You'll find that it's not really hard to find someone with the same qualifications as me, but impossible. After he finished speaking, he suddenly saw a white figure from the corner of his eye. It was like déjà vu. It seemed to be the girl who woke up in his bed the night before yesterday. Until today, she hadn't asked her agent to come and ask for a reward. Lu Zishi thought of her white and soft skin. Under the light, it was sparkling and translucent, and the look in her eyes when she looked at him was innocent and soft. In hindsight, she reeked of alcohol. Perhaps she was forced into his bed. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to -5. Wei Wei Bai heard the notification, although she didn't know how the favorability rose. But when she called him brother later, Lu Zishi's favorability would probably plummet. -20 or -30 wouldn't be a problem. But when she thought of running around the world naked, even if it was -100, she had to brace herself. Suddenly, two figures walked in front of her. She didn't recognize one of them. The other was Lu Zishi. Wei Wei Bai hesitated for half a second. Sooner or later, he was going to be her brother. Procrastination was not her style. Wei Wei Bai rushed forward a few steps, abruptly reached out, and fiercely hugged Lu Zishi. Lu Zishi's entire body stiffened. Before he could react, he heard the girl in his arms call out to him clearly and sweetly, "Brother." Lu Zishi was at a loss for a few seconds. Wei Wei Bai buried her head in his chest and hugged him tightly. Her soft body squeezed into his embrace. Lu Zishi could even feel the soft warmth of her chest pressing against him. Her voice trembled slightly. "Brother." The way she called him Big Brother was very sweet and gentle. Lu Zishi's hearing was tickled by her. He couldn't help but lower his head and was about to say something. However, he saw her raise her head, revealing her delicate and cute oval face. Her face was bright red, and her eyes were filled with admiration. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to call him brother again. However, his expression suddenly changed. She saw his face clearly, and her tone changed. "Uncle." Wei Wei Bai released him in shock and immediately retreated a few steps. Her face was deathly pale. "I'm sorry, Uncle. I mistook you for someone else." "Oh, silly child. How could you mistake someone else for someone else? Didn't Mom tell you that this is your brother, Lu Zishi?" Bai Ziwen rushed over and pushed Wei Wei Bai into Lu Zishi's arms. "Xiao Bai, do you remember me?" "Annie Bai, this is your sister, Wei Wei Bai. You haven't seen her yet, right?" When Bai Ziwen appeared, Lu Zishi's face had already sunk, and his eyes were as cold as ice. "Oh, my sister." Bai Ziwen smiled beautifully. "Of course. Do you remember Xiao Wei? You met when you were little." Lu Zishi only felt that the girl in his arms was trembling in fear. She seemed unable to accept the fact that they were siblings. After all, they had just slept together. Lu Zishi recalled his mother's tragic death by jumping off a building. The corners of his lips slowly curved into a mocking sneer. His fingers passed through Wei Wei Bai's long hair, touched her delicate neck, and lifted it up with force. Her tightly lowered face was forced to appear in front of his eyes. Her soft eyes and childish and pure face were filled with disbelief. Lu Zishi said softly, "Hello, sister." His tone was full of malice and cold disgust. Ding! The male lead's good feelings are -20. Chapter 440. Wei Wei Bai watched as the favorability plummeted, climbing from -20 to -25. She took a deep look at Lu Zishi in the driver's seat. She couldn't help but say to the system, he won't drive me out into the wild to kill and dismember me, right? The system comforted her. It's okay. I've already memorized his license plate number. If you're in trouble, I'll call the police. Wei Wei Bai, Lu Zishi said, "Hello, little sister." He carried her away. Bai Ziwan, however, said excitedly, "Are you willing to recognize your little sister? Annie is so happy." Lu Zishi raised his cold eyes and curled the corners of his mouth. A perfect mocking expression appeared. "I recognize my little sister, but not my stepmother. Who do you think you are?" After speaking, Lu Zishi instructed the waiter. He drove by Ziwan, who had snuck out of the restaurant. From beginning to end, Wei Wei Bai was like a transparent person. Lu Zishi drove back to the Lu family. When the car entered the garage, he looked in the rearview mirror, distraught. In the mirror, she wore a small white dress that exposed her shoulders. Her round shoulders were so white that they seemed to glow. A few strands of hair fell behind her ears and fell to the side of her delicate cheeks. She sat with her head down, her body tense, as if she was enduring something. As if sensing his cold gaze, she timidly raised her head. He didn't know if it was because of fear, but the corners of her eyes were red. Surprisingly good-looking. Lu Zishi hurriedly withdrew his gaze. The loathing in his heart didn't diminish in the slightest. Back then, his mother had been forced to jump off a building by Baizuan. When he closed his eyes, the scene of his mother's mangled flesh was in his mind. Lu Zishi fiercely pounded the steering wheel. She seemed frightened when he saw her in the rearview mirror. She clenched her hands in fear and looked at him in horror. Lu Zishi sneered. Only now did she know to be afraid. How could she not be afraid when she rushed up and called him Big Brother? He stopped the car, opened the door, and turned to leave. He hadn't taken a few steps when he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Then, the corner of his clothes was grabbed again. "Let go." Lu Zishi's face was somewhat gloomy. Her fingers trembled, but she tightened her grip. "Uncle, how old was he?" Lu Zishi's eyes burned with anger, and he ignored the girl behind him. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and slowly took a puff. The photo of him smoking back then was so handsome that it flooded the entire entertainment industry. He slanted his eyes slightly and was about to give her a warning, but before he could say anything, Gunyinji interrupted him. Wei Wei Bai said with a trembling voice, "I won't be pregnant, right?" Lu Zishi choked on his sarcastic remarks. He coughed and didn't have time to spit out the smoke. Wei Wei Bai looked at her with teary eyes. Her eyes were filled with genuine fear. I didn't take the morning after pill. Did you wear that?" Lu Zishi's mind was a bit muddled. "Were what? Condoms?" He immediately remembered when he woke up yesterday morning. They were lying on the bed, and because he was too anxious, he didn't pay much attention to it. But as for condoms, he didn't have any. Wei Wei Bai became anxious. Her fingers tightly grasped the corner of his clothes and said pitifully, "What if I get pregnant?" Lu Zishi's chest felt stuffy. He suddenly sneered. "You have the guts to climb into my bed. Why didn't you even take this little precaution?" Wei Wei Bai's face was deathly pale. "No, I was drunk." "I don't know." Lu Zishi frowned. "Enough. Your mother is a slut, and you're a little slut. The man you slept with is your brother, and you're scared now. Are you worried that you'll give birth to a little retard?" Chapter 441. Lu Zishi suddenly threw away the shower. "Forget it. Killing you will only dirty my hands." Scram. This was his room. He didn't want her to dirty it. Wei Wei Bai heard his words, and her face turned even paler. It was as if she had been sentenced to death. She stammered. Lu Zishi was expressionless. "Scram. Don't make me say it a second time." Frightened, Wei Wei Bai stood up, trembling, as she slowly walked out. Halfway through, She was too weak and staggered a few steps. Unsteady on her feet, she bumped into Lu Zixi's arms. Lu Zixi was about to push her away. She hesitated, then suddenly grabbed his clothes. She looked up, her eyes red, and softly called out, "Big brother." Lu Zixi stared blankly. Wei Wei Bai unconsciously bit her lip. Most of her body was rubbing against him. Her voice trembled, fragile and sticky. "Big brother." Simply seductive. And unconsciously seductive at that. Lu Zixi's breathing almost stopped. His muscles were as stiff as stone. "Let go." Wei Wei Bai was even more scared. Her face was full of panic. "Don't drive me away, big brother. I can do anything." These words, along with her moist and soft body, could drive any man crazy. But her eyes were terrifyingly pure. It was as if she didn't know how popular she was with beasts. Lu Zixi felt his breath heat up, but his eyes turned cold. Sure enough, she was the same as her mother. At such a young age, she already knew how to seduce people. He endured the fire in his chest and abdomen and was about to kick her away. All of a sudden, she let out a sob that she had been suppressing. She cried so pitifully that she practically curled into a ball in his arms. "Big brother, are you my big brother?" Lu Zixi paused in his push. She cried, "Don't drive me away. My mother will kill me." These words were full of fear. "If you don't recognize me, she will be very, very angry." Her fingers gripped his clothes so tightly, as if he was her savior. A lot of Lu Zixi's anger was watered down by an inexplicable emotion. Ding, the male lead's favorability is -20. He seemed to have realized that something was wrong with him. So he finally hardened his heart and pushed her away. "That's enough. You look so ugly when you cry." After saying that, he lifted his feet and walked out, not daring to look back. It was as if he was afraid that his heart would soften. Wei Wei Bai's face turned pale as she watched him leave. After a while, only then did the system reply faintly, "It's already far away. It won't suddenly return." The misery and cowardice on Wei Wei Bai's face stopped crying. She said indifferently, "Lu Zixi's heart is harder than I thought. I thought it would rise to at least 10 points." Although the system was used to seeing the drama queen change her expression, it still couldn't help but say bitterly, "Can you be a little more feminine? My eyes can't stand you acting like a little white flower." Wei Wei Bai sighed. "It's not that I don't want to slap Bai Ziwen so hard that she'll circle the earth and then force myself on Lu Zixi, robbing him of favorable impression points. However, system, however what? Wei Wei Bai, however, Lu Zixi's mother died a tragic death. If I force myself, he'll probably treat me as an enemy and take revenge on me. At that time, the favorability would be -100 every minute." Wei Wei Bai, do you know what kind of identity can make Lu Zixi's favorability increase the most? The system was silent for a moment, then tried to say, wearing a bunny ears suit and calling him brother's little sister in bed. Wei Wei Bai, Tongzi, what kind of movies did you watch? Chapter 442. She resisted the urge to beat the system. "No, I'm a victim like him." System. Your mother was also forced to jump off a building by a mistress? Wei Wei Bai was expressionless. "Give me back the cafeteria food you bought with my life points." System. I just ate it. I'll spit it out and give it back to you. It's still fresh and warm. Wei Wei Bai, after Lu Zixi walked out and saw the housekeeper, he stopped in his tracks. "Young master." The housekeeper immediately greeted him. He was silent for a moment, then said reluctantly, "Have someone send over some ready-made women's clothes." Housekeeper. "Okay, what size do you want?" Lu Zixi, 1, 65 meters tall, 42 kilograms weight, 3 measurements, long legs, broad shoulders. The first thing he said was super standard body measurements. The housekeeper nodded. "Young master, you really know." This sentence made Lu Zixi choke. The housekeeper said again, "You're a bit thin." Lu Zixi, "Don't look thin, it's just a small bone structure. It's very soft to the touch." Housekeeper, "What did he just hear?" Lu Zixi, "What did he just say?" The housekeeper suddenly smiled in understanding. "I understand." Lu Zixi, "What the fuck do you understand?" The system waited for a long time. "Why are you still pouring cold water on me?" Wei Wei Bai's face was cold. Using self-injury to gain sympathy. I'm getting a fever to win sympathy. System, you've been pouring cold water on me for more than half an hour, but your physical condition is still very good. If you stay any longer, the male lead will come back. Wei Wei Bai sighed. This body has Sister Lin's shell, but it's as strong as an ox. System, are you still worried about your body being too healthy? Do you feel that you can't keep up with the times without coughing up blood every 3 steps? Do you, Wei Wei Bai, do you need a beating? If you promote the advertisement again, I'll beat you until you cough up 3 pounds of blood every step. The system spoke quickly. Beautiful disease capsule. 1 capsule gives you a day's worth of HP. It allows you to fall sick without any worries. You can have a high fever or faint as you wish. You can have any illness you want. Wei Wei Bai, let's buy it. She was beautiful even when she was sick. That sounded all right. After Lu Zishi finished giving his orders, he stayed by the railing and smoked in a particularly bad mood. He lowered his head and saw the grass downstairs. In a trance, he saw his mother dragging him and jumping off the roof of a building. He was lucky enough to be blocked by the canopy and save his life. As for his mother, her limbs were twisted and her flesh was mangled. Lu Zishi's face paled a bit. He took a few more puffs of his cigarette and then stopped his recollection. I will make Bai Ziwen and her daughter wish they were dead. Back then, it was because he knew about the existence of Wei Wei Bai. His mother had committed suicide because of her depression. Therefore, in his heart, Wei Wei Bai was no different from a murderer. Could she still be in his room? Lu Zishi calmly walked back, determined to drive her out of the room. He pushed the door open and entered, only to see a wet dress on the chair. Under the chair was a pair of light-colored, low-waisted panties. There was also a bra the same color. They were all wet. Lu Zishi immediately looked away, only to see that on his big black bed, under the thin sheets, a beautiful curve of a body appeared. She even dared to sleep his bed? Lu Zishi angrily walked over, lifted the sheets, and said through clenched teeth, Wei Wei Bai, you're courting death. She didn't have any reaction. She wore his shirt and didn't button up much of the collar. A large area of delicate white appeared. Lu Zishi didn't feel the slightest bit of pity. He reached out and grabbed her arm, only to find that her whole body was boiling hot. He frowned, loosened his hand, and touched her face. Hot to the touch, a severe fever. She seemed to have just realized that someone was here. She opened her eyes in a daze. Her pupils were moist and hazy. Suddenly, she revealed a dazed smile. Brother, you came to save me? Lu Zishi, save you. Wei Wei Bai, Mom kept hitting me. She said that if you liked me, you wouldn't hit me. Lu Zishi stared blankly. She softly reached out and grabbed his cuff. So, when will you like me? Lu Zishi didn't answer. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. He didn't know why, but he felt somewhat uncomfortable. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the button at the bottom to record this reading. Chapter 443. He didn't know what he was thinking. Did she hit you all the time? Wei Wei Bai's face was bright red. She blinked her almond eyes and looked at him with misty eyes. Her voice was weak and delicate. She didn't hit me all the time. She hit me once in a while. Lu Zishi's face was expressionless, but his eyes were dark. Once in a while? How? Wei Wei Bai struggled to think. Maybe it was because of the fever, but she was unbelievably well-behaved. Just hit me with a chair or hit me with a clothes rack. Sometimes she won't let me eat because I'm not sensible. Lu Zishi frowned. You're not sensible? When Wei Wei Bai heard this, she seemed very scared. She immediately picked up the quilt and covered herself, revealing 2 watery eyes. I ate too much, so I'm not sensible. Lu Zishi ate too much and not sensible? When he was young, he didn't eat a single meal. His entire family, including dozens of people, surrounded him, begging him to eat more. What kind of insensible behavior was this? Also, I talked too much and made Mom angry. Lu Zishi was deeply suspicious. What was the boundary of not being sensible? Talking too much was also not sensible. Was it holding a loudspeaker in the middle of the night and yelling in front of someone's bed? And me, I was sick and not sensible. Mom also hit me. Wei Wei Bai looked at him cautiously. Lu Zishi finally asked hesitantly, "Are you sick? What do being sick and not sensible have to do with it?" Wei Wei Bai seemed to have been poked. She immediately jumped and said, "I'm not sick. Really, I'm not sick." Lu Zishi cast a cold glance and suddenly grabbed her quilt. His fingers were about to touch her forehead. Wei Wei Bai closed her eyes in fright. She didn't dare to look at him and trembled. His fingers fell on her pure, white forehead. It was scalding hot. It felt like burning someone to death. His frown deepened. Suddenly, her weak little hand gently placed on his wrist, trembling violently. "Mom," she closed her eyes and pitifully said, "I'm just too hot. I'm not sick." She even seemed to be trying to please him. Her fingers gently touched his wrist, and her eyes were slightly raised. She looked very innocent. However, the corners of her eyes were dyed red. This shy glance was pure and charming, moving one's heartstrings. Lu Zishi only felt the force of her fingertips lightly brushing against his wrist, causing a burst of numbness. He hurriedly withdrew his hand with an ugly expression on his face. If he didn't know that a person with such a high fever wouldn't be conscious, he even suspected that she was trying to seduce him. "Mom!" She was a little slow as she tilted her head and looked at him with her big, watery eyes. Lu Zishi coldly said, "Who's your mother?" "Shut up." Wei Wei Bai immediately pouted and looked at him pitifully. There was no sense of accomplishment in bullying such a woman. Irritated, Lu Zishi loudly called for someone to come and had the housekeeper invite a doctor. He didn't want to torture her yet. She hung up first. Who was like him, so sullen even when taking revenge on someone? As a result, as soon as the doctor came in with a medical kit, Wei Wei Bai immediately reached out and grabbed his hand in fear. Lu Zishi only felt that her fingers were as soft as clouds as they tickled his palm. She was afraid to hide behind him. "Don't come over. I'm not sick." Lu Zishi impatiently turned back. "What are you doing? Do you want to die?" Wei Wei Bai's body stiffened, and she gently let go of his hand. Then she lay back on the bed. Her face was red, her lips were dry and pale, and her eyes were so vacant that it made one's heart ache. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the button at the bottom to record this reading. Chapter 444. Lu Zishi's heart tightened. He didn't know what to feel. Suddenly, she stealthily raised her hand and grabbed the corner of his shirt. Seeing that he hadn't noticed, Wei Wei Bai breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Zishi sensed her movements. For some reason, he was silent, but didn't shake off her hand. When a doctor arrived, he immediately took her temperature. It was close to 40 degrees, a temperature that could burn a person silly. Infusion, physiological cooling, medication, a series of combinations. Her fever began to subside. Her hand softly held onto his sleeve. From beginning to end, she didn't dare to let go. From beginning to end, Lu Zishi sat by the bed with a cold face. Were her hands tweezers? Why didn't she let go? Wasn't she tired? His face was dark. He took out a cigarette and was about to smoke when his fingers suddenly paused. Could a patient inhale secondhand smoke? Lu Zishi finally turned his head to look at her. He found that her cheeks were crimson, and her eyes were moist as she foolishly looked at him. Because of the heat, she kicked off the quilt. Her white shirt was in a complete mess, and the buttons were only casually done. She raised her head, her face covered in sweat from the fever. Under her fair, swan neck, sparkling and translucent sweat fell to her chest under that soft curve. Lu Zishi's fingers stiffened as he held the cigarette. His breathing became heavy. She suddenly moaned softly, as if in pain. Her beautiful, long legs stretched out from under the quilt. Pink toes, well-proportioned calves, round thighs, Lu Zishi couldn't help but gulp. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at -15. He immediately reached out and fiercely covered her with the quilt. Then he turned around and glared fiercely at the doctor who was looking at the four. The doctor was creeped out by his glare and tactfully left. Lu Zishi then realized that his reaction wasn't right. He pursed his thin lips and lit the cigarette. Why did he care if Wei Wei Bai was a patient? He was going to smoke and kill her. The room was filled with the smell of smoke. The more he smoked, the more upset he became. Finally, Lu Zishi realized that he wasn't being too good to her. How could he treat the daughter of his enemy and give her medicine? The 10 great Qing tortures flashed through his mind. There are also all sorts of terrifying methods of torture. He shouldn't have let her live so comfortably. He pulled her up, threw her into ice water, and then put a ton of chili in it. Or he could throw her into the sauna room, where the temperature would rise and steam her to death. Lu Zishi's lips curled into a cold smile. Then, he would cruelly turn around and let her die a horrible death. Unexpectedly, the sleeping person opened his eyes in a daze. Their gazes intertwined. Her lips suddenly curled up slightly as she smiled sweetly. Brother. The way she called him Big Brother was really delicate and soft. The ears of those who were listening were about to be captured. Lu Zishi, the top 10 tortures in his mind, disappeared for a moment. She then closed her eyes tiredly. She still had a smile on her face. That's great. I dreamed of Big Brother again. He dreamed again. The last time they met, and the only time they met, wasn't it when she was 2 years old? Why would she dream of him again? Lu Zishi was just about to ask when he heard her whisper, I haven't had such a good dream in a long time. These words sounded inexplicably sad. Big Brother. She called him again in a low voice. Her voice was like a siren's, enchanting and pleasant. Big Brother, Big Brother. Lu Zishi was annoyed beyond words. What are you doing? Chapter 445. Wei Wei Bai fell silent. Just when Lu Zishi thought she was asleep. Finally, he heard the sound of her broken sobs. That's great. Big Brother finally responded to me. I was so afraid of waking up. Then I wouldn't be able to dream of such a good thing. She was so sick that she wanted to die. He just responded to her, and she was so moved. Lu Zishi couldn't understand Wei Wei Bai's train of thought at all. His thoughts of revenge were once again extinguished by her. Wei Wei Bai unconsciously called out Big Brother a few more times and then fell into a deep sleep. Lu Zishi breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the housekeeper walked over with light steps. Young master, the information is here. Lu Zishi took the information and began to flip through it. The more he flipped, the gloomier his expression became. When he reached the end, he was about to throw the information out. But then he thought of something. He glanced at the person sleeping on the bed and swallowed his anger. Then he got up and walked out to a relatively distant place. He suddenly threw the information out and then kicked a decorative vase in the hallway. The information that flew to the ground was spread out. It was shockingly full of medical records and shocking pictures of scars. The things in the information. Lu Zishi thought he could only see it on the news. The beatings, torture, and imprisonment actually started when she was 2 or 3 years old. If he hadn't met Wei Wei Bai, he wouldn't have thought of investigating it. How'd he find out about this? Bai Ziwen, that crazy woman, after leaving his father for a year, she couldn't bear the loneliness. She took the child and hooked up with other men. And she even left the 3-year-old Wei Wei Bai alone in a rented house. There was no drink when she was thirsty. There was no food when she was hungry. She almost starved to death several times in the rented house. Later, a community volunteer found her and saved her. That was why she was able to leave some paper information for him to search. Later, Lu Renjia died. Bai Ziwen probably thought she couldn't return to the Lu family. So she began to abuse Wei Wei Bai, who was only a few years old. The most serious incident was when he hit her with a chair until her ribs were broken. Only after being admitted to the hospital could the information be kept. The information in the hospital was only recorded when she was seriously injured. But those countless small wounds, after being abused day and night, did not leave behind any scars. Bai Ziwen regarded by Wei Wei as a trash can for her to vent her anger in a frenzy. In other words, Wei Wei Bai grew up in an abusive environment. No wonder he was so submissive and his eyes were filled with fear. This information had only been transferred in a hurry. She wondered what other heartless things Bai Ziwen had done that had not been found out yet. Lu Zishi lowered his head and took out a cigarette. His stern face was frighteningly taut. He saw the information. He could almost see the tiny Wei Wei Bai, covered in scars, cowering in a corner in fear. Suddenly, he saw that he was stepping on a piece of paper. Just now, he was too anxious to look at it, so he neglected this one. He bent down and picked it up. There was a paragraph on it. It said that there was a time when Wei Wei Bai was abused and had hallucinations. She drew an elder brother on the paper to accompany her. This was also recorded by the medical team. Her brother was drawn. Not him. Lu Zishi couldn't help but sneer. Nonsense. How could Wei Wei Bai recognize him at that time? No wonder she kept calling him brother when she was confused. The person she was calling was her imaginary brother. How desperate did a person have to be? She could only rely on her hallucinations to survive. Chapter 446. Lu Zishi lit a cigarette, his fingers trembling. The smile on his lips slowly turned bitter. Living so miserably, how the hell am I supposed to take revenge? The people he hated the most were the mother and daughter pair. Cheating wasn't enough to make his mother jump off a building. Wei Wei Bai, that vile spawn, was the last straw that broke his mother's rationality. So the people he hated weren't just Bai Ziwen. Wei Wei Bai was one of the main culprits. But when he saw the scars all over the floor, he couldn't help but feel hatred. Ding! The male lead's favorability is -5. The butler walked over and bent down to tidy up the information. When he saw the medical records on the paper, he couldn't help but sigh. This mother is also a beast. How did such a small child survive? When Lu Zishi heard this, the cigarette between his fingers fell to the ground. He immediately turned and left, afraid that if he heard a few more words, his heart would completely soften. No matter how hard a person's heart was seeing a child being abused, it was impossible to remain indifferent. What's more, no matter how much he didn't admit it, Wei Wei Bai was also his sister. Ding! The male lead's favorability is 0. Wei Wei Bai was sleeping soundly when she heard the system's roar. The favorability went to 0 all of a sudden. What's going on? Is my system poisoned? Wei Wei Bai's head hurt. The after effects of the forced high fever made her limbs weak. She forced herself to think before saying, "Didn't I spend 3 days of my life points to make you fabricate information?" It was true that the original owner didn't live very well. Bai Ziwen didn't pay much attention to her daughter. So other than the necessary living expenses, she didn't take care of her. When she was young, she was also thrown to the nanny. After all, Bai Ziwen's face was still useful. She had done a lot of things like fooling around, so there was no problem for her to support herself. If she didn't get addicted to gambling later on, she wouldn't have turned her attention to the original owner. What child abuse, not giving her food, and so on. It was all fabricated by Wei Wei Bai when she watched legal programs. Now that she had life points, she could spend them appropriately to make the strategy easier. The system said, just those materials can make the male lead's favorability go straight to 0. Wei Wei Bai, of course, as long as you're not a beast, you won't even be able to sympathize with me, let alone hate me. If it weren't for Lu Zishi hating her for so many years, he reckoned that the favorability would increase by another wave. Now that the favorability had reached 0, it was worth it to live for the past 3 days. The system said, "Why don't I feel anything when I look at the data?" Wei Wei Bai, because you're a beast. Xiao Yi hurriedly rushed over from the shooting location. Why do you have time to ask me out? Are you going to change your mind and make a comeback? The man sitting sideways on the chair had an astonishingly perfect side profile under the light. Under his high nose, his thin lips were slightly pursed. His eyes were beautiful peach blossom eyes, but they were slightly narrower than peach blossom eyes. He glanced at them indifferently. The light in his eyes was so dazzling that it could capture one's soul. Just by simply sitting there, his entire body was filled with drama. This was Lu Zishi. He said coldly, "I asked you out for a drink." Xiao Yi raised his hand for the bartender to bring the wine. "Is there something bothering you?" If there wasn't anything bothering him, he wouldn't have come here to drink. Lu Zishi's eyes were cold. "No," Xiao Yi said, "of course there is. Could it be a woman's matter?" Lu Zishi's mind was a bit scattered. He hadn't gone back for a week because he didn't know how to face Wei Wei Bai. Hating her made him think of her miserable past. If he didn't hate her, he would feel sorry for her. Suddenly, Lu Zishi looked up at the TV in front of the bar. It was advertising time. Bright colors, an emerald green forest, and a slender white figure ran out of the green like an elf. She wore a knee-length white skirt. and her soft long hair was tied into a playful high ponytail. Under the sunlight, she suddenly looked back and smiled. The bright light fell into her eyes, stunning everyone. Xiao stood up at once. Good seedling. Her ability to perform on camera is amazing. Lu Zishi stared blankly at the TV. Wei Wei Bai. In the camera, she was unbelievably smart and witty. Those cowardly and fearful expressions had all disappeared. Lu Zishi didn't know why, but his heart seemed to be stirred. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 5. / for convenience next time. You can click on the Chapter 447. Xiao, he clutched his heart. I can't do it. Who is this girl? She's my angel. I'll definitely find her. Suddenly, he felt a little chilly. Xiao, he turned his head and saw Lu Zishi looking at him with cold eyes. Those eyes seemed to hold a grudge against him. Xiao, he trembled. What did he say just now? Did he offend Lu Zishi? Lu Zishi's face was cold. He glanced at the TV again. The commercial had ended. He fiercely downed the wine in his hand, then got up to pay the bill. I'm leaving. Xiao, wait, didn't you invite me to drink? But Lu Zishi had already taken a step forward and left. Xiao, he stayed in place with a sluggish expression. He belatedly remembered that this guy, Lu Zishi, seemed to only pay his own bill. Did he have to be so stingy? He was clearly the one who invited him. Bai Weiwei's commercial completely exploded in popularity. In fact, when Bai Weiwei ran to shoot an advertisement, she didn't expect the advertisement to be broadcast so quickly. She had shot the commercial purely because of the reward from the previous world side mission. Ding, reward. Pinnacle little fresh temperament. Whether you're walking with your nose up in the air, holding a brick while eating mutton skewers with a ferocious expression, or spitting on the street, you can reach 360 degrees without any blind spots. Pure and moving, cute and beautiful, like the nation's first love. What a good reward. It was just that this commercial was too disgusting. To verify the effect of the reward, she shot an ordinary green tea commercial. She casually smiled at the camera. Then she blushed. Now, the streets were filled with posters of her looking back and smiling, her eyes full of sunshine. Green tea sister posts were everywhere on the internet. Wei Wei Bai. If I had known, I wouldn't have shot the green tea commercial. Green tea sister. That was too unpleasant to hear. Even if it was just milk tea, it would have been fine. Wei Wei Bai returned home, to Bai Ziwen's home. After shooting the commercial, she didn't take anything with her and left the Liu family. The system was still advising her. The pavilion closest to the water enjoys moonlight first. Why are you still leaving? Wei Wei Bai was unperturbed. The smell is far, but the smell is near. Moreover, I'm with Bai Ziwen. It would be strange if Lu Zishi didn't have any reaction. The abused sister returned to the side of the sadist. Any brother with a bit of conscience would be soft-hearted. Bai Ziwen was at home. She was drunk when she saw Wei Wei Bai coming back. He began to curse. Why are you only back now? Do you know how many times Director Lin has looked for me? She desperately wanted Bai Weiwei to recognize her ancestors and return her family. But seeing Lu Zishi's attitude, Bai Ziwen also knew that there was almost no hope for her to acknowledge her ancestors. Lu Renjiao was also dead, so there was even less hope. Therefore, she gave up on the idea of returning to her family. She wanted to sell Wei Wei Bai for some money. Wei Wei Bai leisurely sat on the sofa and then opened the dessert that she had just bought. While eating, she watched Bai Ziwen act like a drunkard. Bai Ziwen continued to curse. If it wasn't for me, would you still be alive? You should be grateful. Wei Wei Bai sucked on a mouthful of cream. Delicious. Look at how ugly you are now. If you want to act and be a star, do you think you can do it without sleeping with the director? Wei Wei Bai had a calm expression and continued to eat dessert. I'm talking to you. You actually dare to eat. Bai Ziwen was drunk. She belatedly realized that Wei Wei Bai had been facing her with the back of her head from beginning to end, and she was eating very calmly. She was angry. She staggered over and was about to grab Wei Wei Bai's hair. I'm talking to you. Do you hear me? Wei Wei Bai turned her head and reached out to grab her wrist. With a twist, she pulled hard and pushed her entire body to the ground. Address of the full article: https://www.sashu.com. Address of the Chapter 445. Wei Wei Bai fell silent. Just when Lu Zishi thought she was asleep. Finally, he heard the sound of her broken sobs. That's great. Big brother finally responded to me. I was so afraid of waking up that I wouldn't be able to dream of such a good thing. She was so sick that she wanted to die. He just responded to her, and she was so moved. Lu Zishi couldn't understand Wei Wei Bai's train of thought at all. His thoughts of revenge were once again extinguished by her. Wei Wei Bai unconsciously called out Big Brother a few more times and then fell into a deep sleep. Lu Zishi breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the housekeeper walked over with light steps. Young master, the information is here. Lu Zishi took the information and began to flip through it. The more he flipped, the gloomier his expression became. When he reached the end, he was about to throw the information out. But then he thought of something. He glanced at the person sleeping on the bed and swallowed his anger. Then he got up and walked out to a relatively distant place. He suddenly threw the information out and then kicked a decorative vase in the hallway. The information that flew to the ground was spread out. It was shockingly full of medical records and shocking pictures of scars. The things in the information. Lu Zishi thought he could only see it on the news. The beatings, torture, and imprisonment actually started when she was 2 or 3 years old. If he hadn't met Wei Wei Bai, he wouldn't have thought of investigating it. How'd he find out about this? Bai Ziwen, that crazy woman, after leaving his father for a year, she couldn't bear the loneliness. She took the child and hooked up with other men. And she even left the 3-year-old Wei Wei Bai alone in a rented house. There was no drink when she was thirsty. There was no food when she was hungry. She almost starved to death several times in the rented house. Later, a community volunteer found her and saved her. That was why she was able to leave some paper information for him to search. Later, Lu Renjie died. Bai Ziwen probably thought she couldn't return to the Lu family. So she began to abuse Wei Wei Bai, who was only a few years old. The most serious incident was when he hit her with a chair until her ribs were broken. Only after being admitted to the hospital could the information be kept. The information in the hospital was only recorded when she was seriously injured. But those countless small wounds, after being abused day and night, did not leave behind any scars. Bai Ziwen regarded Bai Wei Wei as a trash can for her to vent her anger in a frenzy. In other words, Wei Wei Bai grew up in an abusive environment. No wonder he was so submissive and his eyes were filled with fear. This information had only been transferred in a hurry. She wondered what other heartless things Bai Ziwen had done that had not been found out yet. Lu Zishi lowered his head and took out a cigarette. His stern face was frighteningly taut. He saw the information. He could almost see the tiny Wei Wei Bai, covered in scars, cowering in a corner in fear. Suddenly, he saw that he was stepping on a piece of paper. Just now, he was too anxious to look at it, so he neglected this one. He bent down and picked it up. There was a paragraph on it. It said that there was a time when Wei Wei Bai was abused and had hallucinations. She drew an elder brother on the paper to accompany her. This was also recorded by the medical team. Her brother was drawn. Not him. Lu Zishi couldn't help but sneer. Nonsense. How could Wei Wei Bai recognize him at that time? No wonder she kept calling him brother when she was confused. The person she was calling was her imaginary brother. How desperate did a person have to be? She could only rely on her hallucinations to survive. Chapter 449. This kind of scum. Bai Ziwen actually sent Wei Wei Bai to this kind of scum and pervert's bed, and it wasn't the first time. She ran away last time. Lu Zishi heard the familiar name of the hotel inside the door. Wasn't it the hotel where he woke up last time? Could it be that the last time she ran into his room was an accident? Lu Zishi frowned and thought about it. He felt that Wei Wei Bai's personality wasn't like a woman who was used to climbing into bed. If she had the IQ, she wouldn't have returned to Bai Ziwen's side and been beaten, scolded, and sold. He brought her back to the Lu family. If she was thick-skinned, the right thing to do would be to cling on to him and not let him go. But when he got home, he found out that she was long gone. Suddenly, the door quieted down. Lu Zishi's fingers trembled, and some terrible speculations flashed through his mind. Wei Wei Bai had been beaten to death. She deserved to be beaten to death. What did it have to do with him? Lu Zishi smiled coldly. His delicate features were gloomy, but his gaze was particularly ruthless. He wasn't a good person. Bai Ziwen's mother was worse than death. That was what he wanted to see the most. His daughter would be the first to suffer. Then he would deal with Bai Ziwen, killing two birds with one stone. Suddenly, Wei Wei Bai's weak voice came intermittently from the door. Big brother. This call was so faint that it was almost inaudible. But Lu Zishi didn't know how he heard it. Wei Wei Bai was calling him. He couldn't help but walk to the door and hear Wei Wei Bai say, "When are you going to protect me?" Suddenly, Lu Zishi reacted. Wei Wei Bai wasn't calling him at all. Instead, she was calling the one who never appeared, the brother she imagined. The brother she made up would protect her. Lu Zishi's heart tightened, and his breathing became difficult. It was as if there was a blockage in his lungs. It was very uncomfortable. He suddenly turned around and left, his footsteps frighteningly fast. It was as if he was afraid that if he stayed for a few more seconds, he would do something he would regret. Walking out the corridor, he saw several posters on the bulletin board in front of him. The girl on the posters had a pure and beautiful smile. Her eyes were clear and bright. It was as if he had never seen the darkness of the world. It was Wei Wei Bai's green tea commercial. This commercial was not a high-end commercial. It was very normal for a director to film. But because of the existence of Wei Wei Bai, it became popular. Those who were still looking for Green Tea's sister did not know that she was being abused by her own mother. Lu Zishi lowered his head, his eyes somewhat red. He didn't know if he was angry or sad. He suddenly said to himself coldly, "She deserved it. She deserved to die." Yes, his mother would jump off a building. It was all because of her birth, so don't expect him to admit that she was his sister. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 10. When Wei Wei Bai heard the reminder, she knew that Lu Zishi's heart had finally softened a little, hearing that she had such a miserable life. Even if he hated her to death, he would definitely sympathize with her. Everyone had a bad side to them. Seeing the person he hated lead a miserable life would definitely make him feel happy. If it was worse, he might even fake sympathy in his heart. Lu Zishi was in this state. Even if it was fake sympathy, it was still a favorability. Wei Wei Bai, he left. System. He saw you in such a miserable state and felt relieved, so he walked very far away. Wei Wei Bai, this system didn't know how to speak human language. Bai Ziwen also sobered up a little and noticed that something was wrong. She threw things, but it didn't seem to hit Wei Wei Bai. Why was her cheap daughter crying so miserably? At https://www.sashu.com/full-text https://www.sashu.com download text at https://www.sashu.com at https://m sashu.com. Chapter 450. Wei Wei Bai wore a light blue short-sleeve dress and tidied up her long hair. She took out a small mirror and looked at herself. Very good, youthful, cute, and moving. Her makeup was nude, emphasizing her soft and sweet beauty. Most importantly, it was waterproof. The system deeply suspected that its host had forgotten where it was. Wei Wei Bai, Tong Bao, do you think I'm only 12 years old? Tong Bao, if you say so. The system was depressed. What should it do when the host is always like this? What else could it do? Wei Wei Bai, I think my eyes should be rounder, don't you think so? The system was weathered. If you say so. Wei Wei Bai, the color of the lipstick is a bit dark. I'll adjust it a bit and make it lighter. System, can you adjust the color of lipstick? The hairstyle should be more fluffy. I'll scratch it. The hairstyle looked fluffy, so it was done by hand? I'm missing an eyebrow. I'll draw it. System, how did you know that it was missing a strand? How could you tell? And how could you draw the eyebrows like this? Wei Wei Bai, the devastated system finally hugged its head and cried out miserably. Don't nag me about this. I'm not listening. Are you here to conquer or to become a beauty blogger? Wake up. You still need to cut off people's little nipples. And if the host kept calling Bao Bao Bao, it would become the first nervous system in history to strangle its own host. Wei Wei Bai stuffed everything into the makeup bag and then put it into her backpack. Then she very calmly picked up the cup and slowly drank the water. The hotel room's bathroom door opened. A short, fat, and ugly old man walked out with a smile. He saw Wei Wei Bai sitting on the sofa, drinking water with her head down. That water, he had added some hallucinogens. Director Lin's wretched smile deepened. He had been coveting Wei Wei Bai for a long time. She was cute and pure, and for some reason, she looked even more fresh and beautiful today. Uncle has already prepared the female lead position for you, as long as you accompany Uncle for one night. Hee. Wei Wei Bai finished drinking the water and confirmed that Lu Zishi had entered the hotel. She looked up and smiled. This smile immediately made Director Lin's heart itch unbearably. He repeatedly said, "My little baby, come on, Uncle." Bai Weiwei looked at his oily face with 3 layers of chin and said to the system in disgust, "Tongzi, it turns out it's so disgusting to be called a baby." The system was gratified. "You finally understand how I feel." Weiwei Bai, Lu Zishi. System, there are still 10 seconds. Bai Weiwei nodded and suddenly threw herself on the bed. Got up, ran, and flew so 2 seconds. Fatty Lin saw that Wei Wei Bai couldn't wait, so he immediately shook his fat body and climbed onto the bed. "Uncle won't treat you badly. The female lead is you." Wei Wei Bai waited for him to climb onto the bed, but 5 seconds had passed. There were still 3 seconds. She immediately lay flat. Then her eyes went blank and her limbs went soft. She had an appearance of delirium. Fatty Lin was stunned. The drug took effect so quickly? Didn't it take at least 10 minutes to take effect? But he didn't think too much about it. Instead, he happily pounced on her. "Uncle will dote on you right now." 10 seconds were up. He had just pressed on top of her when he heard the door being violently kicked open. There was a loud bang. It gave people a fright. To TXT. Chapter 451. Putting aside the fact that he hated her, she was really cute. She had no offensive power, and her eyes were round and clean. Lu Zishi looked and looked. Then, for some reason, he picked up his phone and took a picture of her peaceful, sleeping face. Then he posted it on his WeChat moments. He wouldn't let Bai Ziwen go back. If she went back, she would either be beaten or sold. No matter how ruthless he was, he couldn't sit by and watch her be humiliated to the point where she couldn't live. So, if he wanted to recognize her as a sister, he had to let his friends in the circle get to know her first. He chose the picture he had just taken of her and wrote, "My sister," but then he thought of some of the dirty deals in the circle and was afraid that others would misunderstand. So, his face immediately darkened and he emphasized, "Biological sister. I just recognized her." He thought no one would see it. At this time, at 2 or 3 in the morning, they were either having fun or sleeping. But he didn't expect. The picture immediately had people like it and leave comments. He clicked on it and took a look. "Hey, fuck, she's so cute. Why didn't my dad get me a biological sister outside? With this kind of sister, what's the point of having my dad cheat? Tomorrow, I'll encourage my dad to cheat." B replied to A. "Your mom will break all 4 of your dad's legs." C. Welfare, late night welfare. TSK, this face, this chest, these legs, I've never seen such a pure and lovely woman. A reply to C. "I only saw the face. Where did the legs and breasts come from?" C replied wretchedly, "Hee, with this kind of face, she must have those kind of legs and breasts." When Lu Zishi saw this kind of message, anger rose in his heart, and he took a picture of a pure sleeping face. This group of wretches even imagined the breasts and legs. He swiped his finger and blacklisted C. Then, all kinds of messages came out. "Give me a dozen sisters like this. No, I'm going to ask my dad if he has an illegitimate daughter outside." There were also some shameless ones who directly called out to Lu Zishi. "Brother-in-law, I'll come to propose marriage tomorrow. Do you like the land east of the city, or my family's 12 private jets? I'll immediately bring them to your door as betrothal gifts." Lu Zishi immediately blacklisted them. This one was also blacklisted. That one was also blacklisted. A bunch of idiots whose brains were filled with yellow filth. They were all blacklisted. Finally, When his WeChat moments quietened down, he sneered, "Do you really think that your father can give birth to such a cute little sister? Ugly people are more mischievous." Then, he looked at the photos he had taken. Wei Weibai turned her face to the side and laid in his arms. Her white and delicate cheeks were tinged with light pink, and a few strands of black hair were scattered messily in front of his chest. Fair, delicate, beautiful, pure. Lu Zishi suddenly and silently deleted the photo. It was too beautiful to be posted on his WeChat moments. Among the people he added, there was no lack of rich second-generation hedonistic sons and such. Who would know that when they looked at the photos? What would that group of wretched people think? After deleting the photos, Lu Zishi belatedly realized what he had done. Not only did he admit that Wei Weibai was his younger sister, but he also admitted that she was his younger sister. He even deleted the photos and forbade others from seeing them. He was bewitched. Lu Zishi's mood was a bit chaotic. Then, he lowered his head and saw that she was quietly and softly sleeping. Even the sound of breathing could barely be heard. He didn't know why, but his heart also quieted down. Lu Zishi silently stared at her sleeping face. As he stared, his eyelids grew heavy, and he actually fell asleep. Only then did the system yawn and give a reminder. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 35. Chapter 452. Lu Zishi vaguely woke up. Half asleep, he realized that there was something soft in his arms. He immediately woke up with a start and saw Wei Weibai with her head tilted, curled up in his arms. His arm rested horizontally above her head. Her breath gently brushed against his bare chest, bringing a burst of itchiness. Lu Zishi's body stiffened for a while before he carefully moved. He pushed her out of his arms. Wei Weibai very meekly turned over and continued to sleep. The quilt fell to her abdomen, and under her disheveled shirt, her fair skin was seductively exposed. Lu Zishi's breathing deepened, and he immediately got out of bed. He hurried to the bathroom. When he came out again, he saw Wei Weibai hugging the sheets, sitting alone on the bed, looking at him warily. Lu Zishi's footsteps paused. He tugged at the corners of his mouth, wanting to greet her naturally. But when he thought of his behavior last night, in addition to his previous disgust towards her, it was indeed a bit perverted. He could only expressionlessly say, "You'll live here from now on. I'll have someone clean up a room for you." With that, he turned around and left. Suddenly, she softly called out from behind him, "Big brother?" She probed with some uncertainty. Lu Zishi had already walked to the door. He stopped and was silent for a moment before faintly replying, "In." This end seemed to unlock the shackles of the old enmity between them. Lu Zishi felt a burst of relief. Suddenly, the sound of light footsteps came from behind him. A soft body hugged him from behind. She hugged his back and softly called out again, "Big brother." This big brother was filled with boundless joy. Her voice was cheerful. "Even if you only recognize me for a day, I'll be very happy." Lu Zishi's nose soured, and he let her hug him. After a long time, he said, "More than a day." Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 40. System. This terrifying increase in favorability is abnormally fast. After brushing up a good wave of favorability, Wei Weibai finally gave up tormenting Lu Zishi for the time being. She began to manage her own acting career. Green Tea Sisters commercial is still very popular. After all, Wei Weibai was too good-looking. Every man had a cute little sister in their heart. Every girl had a little fresh dream in her heart. And Wei Weibai undoubtedly met all of these criteria. The Green Tea Company had also called her, saying that many people had contacted her and wanted her to shoot commercials or act in shows. Even Wei Weibai had rejected her, because she had her eyes on a recent blockbuster. It was Xiao Yi's new movie, Dreamlike Flowers. The system said, "Take advantage of your sister's popularity and work hard to increase her favorability." "Why did you go and act?" Wei Weibai said righteously, "Because this is the only way to openly seduce others." What? Wei Weibai, you don't understand. Just the identity of a younger sister isn't enough to increase favorability. That's why we need to use external forces to stimulate Lu Zishi and increase his favorability. System. With such a wretched mentality and plan, can you not say it so openly? Lu Zishi looked at Xiao Yi somewhat impatiently. It's time to get off work. If you have something to say it quickly. Xiao Yi's face was filled with pride. I found the role of the younger sister in Dreamlike Flowers. Lu Zishi absent-mindedly looked at the time. Congratulations. He had been getting off work early these past few days. Every time he came home, he would see a pink figure quietly peeking at him. When she saw that he was back, she would run away like a frightened rabbit. This younger sister of his was a bit timid, but the housekeeper had told him that every time he got off work, she would silently wait for him at the door. Sometimes when he came back late, she would keep waiting and not eat. After that, he went back much earlier. Xiao Yi smiled and said, "She's called Wei Wei Bai. She's the green tea sister who is very popular on the internet." Lu Zishi casually responded, then looked up and said coldly, "Who are you talking about?" Xiao Yi led Lu Zishi downstairs. She's in the practice room downstairs, practicing with the actor who's playing her brother. Lu Zishi hurried to the practice room. He saw Wei Wei Bai smiling innocently and sweetly. She reached out and hugged a man. She looked up and softly said, "Brother." "Brother." Lu Zishi only felt a surge of fire rising up in him. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the button at the bottom to record this reading. Chapter 453. Wei Wei Bai wore a small white dress with an off-the-shoulder neckline, revealing her beautiful collarbone. She was like a pixie, her clear eyes filled with only that strange man. Her face was full of joy and excitement. "Big brother, you just came to see me." The man was a little fresh meat. His handsome and fair face revealed a spring breeze-like smile. He reached out with both hands and lifted Wei Wei Bai into a princess carry. "Didn't I just win the war and rush over to see you?" Wei Wei Bai naturally reached out and hugged his neck. Her head nestled in his embrace, a trace of sadness overflowing from her eyes. "I don't want you to go to war. I only want Big Brother to be by my side, to love me, to protect me." The man immediately felt distressed. "I also want to stay by your side for the rest of my life, but the country needs me." Wei Wei Bai's almond-shaped eyes held a smile. She suddenly leaned close to him. Her soft and delicate face carried pure admiration, causing him to momentarily forget his script and stare blankly. "Big brother, I also need you." The man felt a little breathless. So soft, so cute. He really wanted to take her home. One was pure and sweet, the other young and handsome. From a distance, their posture was intimate and well-matched. It was simply blinding to the eyes. Xiao Yi was still talking nonstop. "Look how well-matched. In this movie of mine, the brother and sister's relationship is a big highlight. They secretly love each other, but they can't be together because of the secular world. That kind of strong taboo feeling should be acted out by two pure people." The person playing the brother was the newly promoted super popular little fresh meat in Qian, only 19 years old. He had a young and handsome face and was indeed very pure. She was only 18 years old, the best and cutest age. She was a perfect match for Qian. Standing outside the practice room, Lu Zishi's eyes were gloomy and indifferent. The corners of his mouth pulled into a fake smile. "So, how do you plan to let this pair of pure brother and sister act out the taboo love?" The words brother and sister were especially fiercely enunciated. It felt like he couldn't wait to chew them up and swallow them. Xiao, he was like a blind and deaf person. He didn't hear the twisted mockery in his tone at all. "Let's have an accidental kissing scene, an uncontrollable passionate kiss, and finally, a bed scene. Think about it. The girl's back is exposed, and she's lying in her brother's arms. It's so exciting." Lu Zishi only felt that the fire had reached the top of his head and was about to burn the entire practice room to ashes. In the practice room, the brother and sister were still hugging each other and looking at each other sweetly. Damn it, did he need to hug her for so long? The rehearsal should be over, right? Why are you still hugging me? And that in Qian, what's with that look in his eyes? He was just short of pouncing on his sister. In the future, if there were to be a kissing scene or a bed scene, it wouldn't become a reality, right? Lu Zishi was also someone who had acted before. There were plenty of instances in the entertainment industry where fake things became real. He finally couldn't stand it anymore. He immediately walked in and pulled Wei Wei Bai out of Qian's arms. Wei Wei Bai jumped in fright. When she looked up and saw that it was Lu Zishi, her eyes were full of smiles. Brother. Her voice was sweet and seductive. It made Lu Zishi's heart tremble. And Qian also immediately called out, Brother. Lu Zishi's face darkened. Who are you calling brother? And Qian immediately said cutely, Whoever is Wei Wei's brother is my brother. Wei Wei Bai returned a smile. Ah, Qian, do you lack a brother that much? And Qian raised a super handsome smile. I don't lack a brother, but I lack a sister. Lu light bulb, non-existent, Xian. Fast transmigration system. Adonis, come here. /download the full article. https://www.sashu.com download the full article. https://www.sashu.com download the full article. https://m/sashu.com// Chapter 454. They were already flirting with each other. Were they going to roll around together next? He suddenly smiled, but his voice was as cold as the Siberian wind, chilling people to the core. You don't have to come tomorrow. I think the role of the older brother in Dreamlike Blossoms doesn't suit you. And Qian stared blankly for a moment before realizing that the person in front of her was Lu Zishi. Although Lu Zishi had retired for a few years, who didn't know him? Not to mention, this movie was invested in by Tiana Corporation, so he was indeed qualified to change roles. Xiao had already rushed over. Don't, big brother. I'm about to start shooting. Your last-minute change will kill me. Lu Zishi gloomily looked at him. If I say change, then change. Otherwise, I'll withdraw my investment. Xiao, he simply threw a tantrum. Big brother's role isn't settled. The movie can't be filmed. If you withdraw your investment, I'll hang myself in front of your office. Lu Zishi, then don't film. He had invested several $100 million, and now he didn't film. If he had so much money, why didn't he burn it first? He could still use it after hanging himself. Suddenly, a small hand gently tugged at the corner of his clothes. Lu Zishi lowered his head, but all he saw was the top of Wei Wei Bai's head. She seemed a little nervous, her pink fingers clutching at the corner of his clothes. Big brother, this movie is very good. Can't we film it? Her voice was a little sad because her head was lowered, so he couldn't see her expression. She was so cautious. Even her sadness was restrained and restrained. Lu Zishi's cold expression couldn't help but soften. You like this movie? Wei Wei Bai immediately raised her head, her eyes shining. Her small face, without makeup, was full of expectation. She nodded, and her ponytail swayed. She looked exceptionally soft and cute. Lu Zishi's mouth and brain seemed to be out of sync. The rational side of his brain clearly told himself very calmly that it was just a lousy movie. If he withdrew his investment, then so be it. But his mouth said first, then let's continue filming. The light in Wei Wei Bai's eyes turned into a smile. The corners of her mouth slightly curved. Her delicate eyebrows moved with joy. Thank you, big brother. You're the best. Her voice was soft and sweet, causing his eardrums to tremble. Moreover, her smile was especially bright and infectious, causing him to reveal a trace of a smile. Xiao Yi very tactlessly ran over and said, Then if we don't withdraw our investment, can we continue filming? The smile at the corner of Lu Zishi's mouth froze again. He raised his eyelids, and the coldness in his eyes was like a knife stabbing at the little fresh meat next to him. And Qian was dumbfounded, as if he didn't know why he was being targeted. Lu Zishi thought about how if she was going to film, she would have to kiss, hug, and have sex scenes with this pretty boy in front of her, and also have a crush on him. A sour feeling welled up in his heart. He sneered. He's just a good-for-nothing with no strength. Can he act well? Xiao, of course, why not? He's the best newcomer this year. Have you seen the XX movie? Have you seen the XX series? He's definitely capable. A trace of worship appeared on Wei Wei Bai's face, and she secretly glanced at Qian. The coldness in Lu Zishi's eyes deepened. Oh, it's just a little Best Newcomer award, and he dares to call himself capable. And Qian, who didn't say anything, obediently stood to the side. One was a director, the other was a film emperor and a boss. He didn't dare to speak. Xiao Yi nodded repeatedly. Of course. Didn't you win the Best Newcomer award in your first year? Chapter 455. Wei Wei Bai's sparkling eyes looked at him again. Lu Zishi felt both physically and mentally happy. He humped faintly. It's just a newcomer award. I won the Best Actor award 3 times. Yes, he won the newcomer award in the first year and the Best Actor award in the second year. Then he retired. He was simply a legend in the entertainment industry. Wei Wei Bai tilted her head, her face a little red. Suddenly, she said in a sweet voice, "Brother, you're so amazing." This sentence was so sweet that it could shatter his reason a little. He suddenly said, "It's just so-so. Just like when you were rehearsing just now. That gigolo didn't act well enough. Whether it was his manners or his lines, they weren't good enough." Wei Wei Bai stared blankly at him with a soft and cute face. Worship and concentration. Lu Zishi felt that under this kind of gaze, he would even pluck the stars from the sky, not to mention acting as a commentator. He suddenly said, "You say the lines. We'll rehearse." Wei Wei Bai hesitated for a moment, then said in a soft voice, "Brother, you just came to see me." Lu Zishi's expression suddenly changed. The tranquility in his deep eyes suddenly shattered, and joy overflowed from his heart. The tips of his brows and the corners of his eyes were filled with the pure smile of seeing his beloved little sister. He suddenly bent down and neatly picked her up. Wei Wei Bai cried out in surprise. His lips moved to her ear, and he whispered, "Hug my neck, just like you did in the rehearsal." Her ears were sensitive. His gentle breath brushed past, and her ears turned red. Lu Zishi's eyes darkened. She had already extended her lotus-like arms and gently placed them on his shoulders. He revealed a heroic smile and wantonly said, "Didn't I just finish winning the battle? So I rushed over to see you." A young general, full of heroic spirit. At this moment, Lu Zishi's suit seemed to transform into the armor of an ancient general. His ability to immerse himself in the character and his charisma was astonishing. Wei Wei Bai also seemed to be in character. Her eyes held unsuppressible longing, sadness, and joy. All kinds of complicated emotions were entangled together. In the end, she buried her head in his chest and said in a muffled voice, "I don't want you to go to war. I only want Big Brother to be by my side, to love me, to protect me." This sentence did not seem to be an act, but it seemed like she was revealing her true feelings. She even repeated in a low voice, "I only want Big Brother by my side." He suddenly remembered that when she was being abused, there was a time when she had drawn a picture of an older brother to accompany her, as if that would be the only way to protect her. She was spared the horrible torture. Although he had lost his mother during his childhood, his entire family revolved around him. He lived a life of luxury and insufferably arrogance. She, on the other hand, had been abused. She didn't eat or drink and had to be hospitalized several times because of serious injuries. Lu Zishi suddenly felt that she had so easily recognized him as her brother. Was it because she was already in despair that any random person would save her? She would resign herself to her fate and follow him, calling him brother. Thinking of this, Lu Zishi couldn't help but hug her even more tightly. His eyes glared fiercely at the two men present. The innocent-looking Qian and Xiao Yi felt a chill run down their backs. They felt like Lu Zishi was going to eat them. Then he walked out with Wei Wei Bai in his arms. Xiao Yi anxiously said, "Then the role of Big Brother." Lu Zishi's footsteps paused. He turned around with a smile that wasn't a smile. "I'll play it." How could he not see through Xiao Yi's provocation? Chapter 456. And Qian's appearance wasn't suitable for the role of a brother. Because he had to invest, he had read the script. And Qian's gigolo was more like the last emperor in the drama. If he guessed correctly, Xiao Yi had deliberately led him to watch this play. It was to make him have no choice but to go into battle himself, so that his sister wouldn't be kissed and have a bed scene by a strange, wretched man. He knew it was a trap. He looked down and saw her leaning on his chest. Her lips curved sweetly, as if she was very happy. The depression in his heart from being schemed against dissipated. Forget it. A trap is a trap. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 45. The cast of Dreamlike Blossoms announced that Qian would play the last emperor, Chu Xianping. Fans, looking forward to it, the best newcomer. He has looks, strength, and his own popularity. Wei Wei Bai played the great general's sister, Yan Qiqi. Fans, green tea sister? Although she looks good, is she good at acting? She can't be an idiot, right? Lu Zixi played the young general, Yan Yi. The fans were collectively silent for 3 seconds, then exploded. God, my husband is coming back. Someone stab me and let me know that this isn't a dream. Brother Lu, I love you, I love you. I've been a fan since you debuted. You're this era's superstar. You're our star. Because of the news of Lu Zixi's comeback. On the contrary, Bai Weiwei was suppressed, and no one discussed it. Occasionally, a few small fans would weakly say a few words in the vast number of Lu Zixi fans' comments. I think the green tea sister is very cute. Wei Wei Bai saw this comment on her phone and silently liked it. Yes, she also felt that she was very cute. Wei Wei, put on your makeup. We're going to shoot the official photo. The makeup artist ran over. Wei Wei Bai smiled and nodded, then went to put on her makeup. Lu Zixi had something to do today and would be late. So Wei Wei Bai shot first, and Qian had already put on the emperor's clothes. It was a thick black, and he had a crown on his head. His face was a little pale, and his eyes were a little gloomy. It was in line with his status as the last emperor. Lu Zixi got out of the car and hurried over. Because he had taken over Yin Ye's role at the last minute, he could only deal with all the company's matters at once. Only then would he be able to join the crew. As soon as he stepped into the studio, he saw everyone huddled together. A trace of displeasure flashed through Lu Zixi's eyes. Why didn't this crew have any sense of professionalism? He pushed a few people aside and heard a song. Her voice was faintly discernible and sweet. It was so mysterious that it seeped into one's heart. Lu Zixi looked up and saw a petite figure. She was wearing a red tulle dress, a simple and unadorned cyan jade pendant, and thick black hair draped over her shoulders. She stretched out her bare feet, her toes sparkling like jade, and stepped on the big red drum. Her figure was as graceful as the clouds, and her face was as beautiful as a flower. Her soft and beautiful fingers held a bright red peach blossom as she softly sang an ancient tune. In accordance with the photographer's request, she gently revealed a smile that seemed to be joyful, but also had a hurt look in her eyes. It was so breathtaking that people couldn't breathe. The photographer in charge of the shoot smoothly and satisfactorily finished taking the official photo. He said to Wei Wei Bai, "You can end it now." "Very good." His words awakened the people at the scene. Just now, when Wei Wei Bai was dancing in that dress, that magic was simply impossible to break free from. Now, they could finally breathe. Chapter 457. The grief in Wei Wei Bai's eyes disappeared at once. She put away the grief in her body and saw Lu Zixi from afar. She immediately showed a happy smile and jumped down from the drum. Then, barefoot, she dashed over. Lu Zixi only saw that her dress was like a cloud. In the blink of an eye, she threw herself into his arms. "Brother, you're here." Lu Zixi was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, "Amen, I'm here." His hand couldn't help but grip her arm even harder. Just now, when she was singing and dancing on the drum, it seemed like she would disappear at any moment. This made Lu Zixi feel faintly uneasy. He didn't know where this feeling came from, but it was sudden, as if she would leave at any moment. Wei Wei Bai smiled sweetly and happily. "Brother, it's your turn to take the picture." It was as if she couldn't see the deep emotions in his eyes at all. A few strands of hair fell in front of his eyes. He blinked, suppressing the strange uneasiness in his heart. Then, with an indifferent expression, he nodded and went to change clothes. Lu Zixi's official photo shoot also went smoothly. When it was time to take a group photo, he wore a black robe and silver armor and held a bow and arrow. In the intersection of shadow and shadow, his handsome features were simply three-dimensional and perfect. The photographer felt that he was an actor in a movie. It really was a perfect picture, He really wanted to lick the camera lens. Wei Wei Bai was still wearing her red dress, standing under the peach blossom forest, while Lu Zishi galloped over on horseback. She raised her head and looked at him with a smile. Lu Zishi's expression should have been more resolute, but when he saw her smile, he couldn't help but smile as well. This scene was directly captured by the photographer. This group photo was even better than the original idea. So the official photo shoot was decided to use this one. After taking the photo, today's work was considered complete. When Lu Zishi finished changing and came out, he saw Wei Wei by wearing a white shirt and jeans. She was holding a thermal box and looking around on her tiptoes. His heart, which was cold and empty all year round, was suddenly stuffed with something soft and warm. When Wei Wei Bai saw Lu Zishi, she immediately ran over. "Big brother, you should eat something." "I just ate." There was rice, 2 dishes, and a soup in the insulated box. They were all warm. Lu Zishi wasn't picky about the simplicity of the meal. He directly picked up the disposable chopsticks and finished the food. He was surrounded by people all year round, but in the end, they were all separated by a layer. He had never experienced such intimate contact from his family. When he was almost done eating, he looked up and saw Wei Wei Bai sitting on a chair. The light shone on her face, and her fair and flawless face had a sweet and innocent look to it. She seemed to have noticed that he was looking at her. She couldn't help but reveal a sweet smile. Lu Zishi didn't know why, but his throat was a little tight. He pretended as if nothing had happened and drank the soup, but it didn't quench his thirst. After observing for a long time, the system finally couldn't help but say, "Host, stop flirting. This is your brother." Wei Wei Bai cupped her face. "Yes, brother. What's with this scary ending sound? And what's with this scary tone of voice?" The system advised earnestly, "I think it's okay to farm 100 affection points." Wei Wei Bai, "I'm farming affection. Hee hee hee. What's with this scary old witch's laughter?" Wei Wei Bai, "Can't you see that I'm pure and innocent and don't understand anything?" System. Chapter 458. No, it felt that its host was so black-hearted and rotten that no medicine could save her. The male lead should pray for his own good fortune. After Lu Zishi finished eating, he said to her, "Let's go back." Wei Wei Bai smiled and nodded. "And big brother." The word big brother was sweet to the heart. Lu Zishi couldn't help but smile. He put aside his disgust for her and looked at her clearly. He realized that having a little sister wasn't bad. When they left the studio, the road was full of potholes and puddles. It had rained heavily in the afternoon, and they hadn't expected to accumulate so much sewage. Lu Zishi looked at Wei Wei Bai's little white shoes. She seemed to be in a dilemma as she stopped in her tracks. She hesitated for a few seconds before deciding to take a step forward. He suddenly walked in front of her and bent his knees. He turned back and said to her, "Come up, I'll carry you." Wei Wei Bai hesitated, somewhat at a loss. Lu Zishi said indifferently and forcefully, "Come up." Wei Wei Bai smiled somewhat bashfully. Then she put her hand on his shoulder and pressed her body against his back. The road was very quiet. They had to walk through a long street before they could find a parking space. As she lay on his back, her slender fingers accidentally rubbed against his neck. His muscles tightened, but he didn't say anything and continued to walk. Wei Wei Bai indifferently leaned closer, her breath gently brushing against his ear. This was a sensitive spot. Lu Zishi's footsteps paused. An unbearable numbness appeared in waves from her careless breath. Lu Zishi's ears began to turn red. His jaw tightened, and his lips were tightly pursed. Wei Wei Bai seemed to be careless again. Her head softly rested on his shoulder, and her lips gently kissed the skin of his neck. A faint red color began to appear on his skin. There was a type of person whose body temperature could be seen. That was a man like Lu Zishi, whose skin would turn red when he was excited. Wei Wei Bai silently revealed a mischievous smile. She suddenly whispered, "Big brother, I'm sleepy." Her voice was soft, clingy, and hoarse with a trace of exhaustion. She was pure and innocent, with a seductive charm that seduced people. Lu Zishi's breathing began to grow heavy. His face was red, and his black pupils were frighteningly bright. His breath undulated as he said, "Go to sleep." I'll wake you up when we arrive. Wei Wei Bai nodded sleepily and then closed her eyes quietly, her lips touching his neck. His long hair also fell on his shoulders and touched his cheeks. All of his senses were enveloped by her soft body and sweet fragrance. She did not resist at all. She seemed to completely believe that he was a good brother and would not do anything to her. Lu Zixi didn't even know how he walked through this long street. He felt as if his body was boiling. When he put her in the passenger seat, she was already fast asleep. Lu Zixi fastened her seatbelt. Just as he was about to start the car, he suddenly gasped for breath. His eyes were terrifyingly dark. In the depths of his eyes, there was a kind of dark and unknown heat that was rolling around. Finally, as if he had accepted his fate, he raised his head. He looked back at her and saw that she was leaning against the seat with her head tilted. Her face was fair and delicate, suffused with red. She looked exceptionally delicious. He stared unwaveringly at her pink lips. His fingers gently fell on her lips. His fingertips felt the softness of her lips. She seemed to be somewhat aware, and her lips trembled. He immediately didn't dare to move. Suddenly, her tongue stuck out and licked her lower lip. It also wet and hot licked his fingertips. Chapter 459. Lu Zixi retracted his hand, as if he had been electrocuted. He held his breath and didn't dare to move. But she didn't wake up and continued to sleep obediently. Lu Zixi was like a thief, wanting to steal but afraid of being discovered. His mind was a little blank. By the time he realized what he had done, it was already too late to stop himself. His lips gently fell on hers. Her light, soft, and adorable breath intertwined with his heavy, disorderly breathing. Lu Zixi's skin turned even redder. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 50. He kissed her for a few seconds, then immediately released her. Then, he drove home, not daring to look at her again. When he got home, he bent down and carried her out of the car. The housekeeper and the servant came up, intending to take Wei Wei by. Lu Zixi acted as if he couldn't see them. His face was as calm as water as he carried her to his room. Like a gust of wind, his footsteps were particularly hurried. After placing Wei Wei Bai on the bed and covering her with a quilt, Lu Zixi stared at his restless lower body with an ugly expression. The heat in his body couldn't be controlled at all. It was running wild. Wei Wei Bai suddenly groaned. She kicked the quilt away and rolled up her white short-sleeved shirt. Her pure white stomach was exposed. If he looked up, he could see her breasts. Lu Zixi's face darkened. He immediately turned and rushed to the bathroom. Hearing the bathroom door close, Wei Wei Bai lazily opened her eyes and yawned. Tongzi, I'm sleepy. System, if you're sleepy, then sleep. Wei Wei Bai planned to have a heart-to-heart talk before bed. Bored, she asked, Tongzi, do you know what Lu Zixi is doing? System, I don't know, I don't want to see. It's a pure system, different from those flirtatious cheap goods outside. Wei Wei Bai, Tongzi, sibling romance is actually quite hardcore. System, you just realized? Wei Wei Bai, but I like it, The system was silent for a long time, then suddenly said, a month has already passed. You only have 5 months left. Wei Wei Bai, question mark. The system replied, that's why you're dying. Wei Wei Bai, huh? The system said, that's why you guys are destined to end up in tragedy. This ending will tell all the kids that according to my law, those who love each other will not end up well. Siblings will give birth to little retards, get struck by lightning, get hit by a car, drown in saliva. Wei Wei Bai. Suddenly, he didn't like sibling relationships at all. MD's easy system. Lu Zixi turned on the cold water and splashed his body. His scattered black hair stuck to his sinister face. He looked at himself in the mirror and frowned. His eyes were sharp and had a trace of dark madness. He spent more than an hour soaking in cold water in the bathroom. Finally, he cooled down the redness on his skin. He heaved a sigh of relief, reached for the towel, and wiped his body clean. While Lu Zixi was wiping himself with a towel, he suddenly couldn't take it anymore and fiercely combed his hair back. He said to himself coldly, you're crazy. What are you thinking? She's your sister. Even if he had just acknowledged her. Even if their meeting was a mistake. How could he let this mistake spread? Did he think that she didn't live a miserable life? She was abused as a child and had a hard time as a teenager. Now that she was finally an adult, she couldn't possibly be remembered by her perverted brother. Let her life be dark and miserable? Yes, pervert. Liu Zishi looked at himself in the mirror and smiled sinisterly. To desire his sister, what was he if not a pervert? Download the mobile article at https://m. Sashu. Kanto facilitate your next reading. You can click on the button at the bottom to record this reading. Chapter 460. Liu Zishi walked out of the bathroom and saw her sleeping on her side. Her beautiful silhouette was faintly discernible under the light. He took a deep breath and then walked out. The housekeeper walked over. "Young master, do you have any orders?" Liu Zishi shook his head. "I'll sleep in the guest room." The housekeeper hesitated and was about to say something. Liu Zishi took a step forward and went to sleep in the guest room. But 2 hours later, in the middle of the night, Liu Zishi returned to his room with 2 dark circles under his eyes and a cold expression on his face. He recognized the bed. The guest room's bed smelled wrong, the quilt was wrong, and the mattress was wrong. Most importantly, he was used to Wei Wei Bai's unique soft fragrance surrounding him. It was like being poisoned. Liu Zishi lay on the bed. She slept on her side and didn't lean over. He crossed his arms behind his head and looked sideways at her slender back. She was still too thin. Although she looked good on camera, she was light in his arms and didn't have the slightest weight. It was healthy to eat more. He looked, and his body began to heat up again. But he couldn't bear to move his body and go to the guest room. It was boiling here, and so was the guest room. But here, Liu Zishi took a deep breath. The bedding was filled with her faint, soft, sweet scent, and the guest room was empty and cold. It was the same insomnia, but he still chose to sleep here. Afraid that he would become a beast, Liu Zishi had to take out his phone to distract himself. He glanced at his friend circle. There were still people leaving him messages asking to see his sister. He snorted and blacklisted them. In such a short time, he had blacklisted almost half of his friend circle. Those who dared to covet his sister were all trash. He didn't make friends with trash. After blacklisting a few people, he logged out and went to Weibo. Even though it was late at night, Weibo was still in a frenzy. The first trending topic was the official release of Dreamlike Blossoms. It was unknown how many times more popular it was than the second post. The super director Xiao Yi, the genius film emperor who had made a comeback, and the super popular new star in Qian. They were all trending topic bombs. Under the official account of Dreamlike Blossoms, it was as lively as the new year. Liu Zishi was used to such things. He glanced at the comments on the official Weibo in boredom. At first, it was very normal. Most of them were happy that he was willing to come back and make a movie. But gradually, the comments started to feel weird. Don't you think Qian and Green Tea Sister are a perfect match? They are indeed a good match. I thought that Green Tea Sister didn't have any acting skills, but after looking at the official poster, I feel that she's really good. Liu Zishi scrolled up the page with a dark expression and saw that the latest official photo was of Qian and Wei Wei Bai together. On the huge red drum, Wei Wei Bai was wearing a red dress and white clothes. She was holding a peach blossom in her long and slender fingers. She looked at the emperor below the drum with a sweet smile. And Qian was dressed in a black robe, and her hair was combed into a bun. The pale and frail emperor lay beside the drum with deep emotions in her eyes. A huge impact of black, red, and white. It felt like an oil painting. Indeed, they were a match made in heaven. The temperature in Liu Zishi's eyes dropped, and he emitted traces of cold air. He put away his phone and felt the liver fire in his body become more and more exuberant. She suddenly turned over, and her long hair fell softly on his arm. Liu Zishi's body stiffened. He felt that she was already within reach. Her soft breaths brushed against his ear. He should push her away. But when his fingers were halfway, her slender and fair calf rested on his lap. The touch of her smooth skin simply made one's mind ripple. Liu Zishi didn't dare to move at all. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the button at the bottom to record this reading. Chapter 461. No matter how lively the internet was, the filming started as scheduled. Liu Zishi and Wei Wei Bai had a lot of scenes. The plot of Dreamlight Blossoms actually revolved around 3 people. General Yin Yi had thoughts of rebellion and pretended to be the naive and sweet Emperor Chu Xianping, letting Yin Qiqi enter the palace as a concubine. In reality, he just wanted to use Yin Qiqi as a chess piece to control Yin Yi. Yin Qiqi had a crush on her brother Yin Yi, and he also loved his sister in his heart. The 2 siblings having a crush on each other was a very tense main storyline in the movie. Emperor Chu Xianping was even more tragic. He had already successfully used Yin Qiqi to get rid of Yin Yi. In the end, he fell in love with Yin Qiqi and failed. From Wei Wei Bai's point of view, this movie was simply a melodramatic Mary Sue drama. However, Xiao Yi had the ability to make this kind of melodramatic scene so moving and touching. Wei Wei Bai was bored and chatted with the system. I think the increase in favorability is a bit abnormal. System, it's very normal. Are you doubting my professional statistical skills? Wei Wei Bai, it's not a calculation problem. It's just that I didn't do much and the favorability just increased by itself. This kind of increase was very strange. Ever since she woke up with 55 favorability. Whenever she called her brother, her voice would be sweet. Ding, the favorability would increase by 1 point. Or she would pretend to hold his hand casually. Very good, another ding. She had obtained 1 point of favorability. In just a few days, from Wei Wei Bai's point of view, the favorability had increased by 10 points for nothing. Now, the favorability was at 65. Wei Wei Bai, who was born to work, felt that she had not done anything and the favorability had increased by itself. She was not used to it. The system said calmly, it's probably a syscon. Wei Wei Bai then reacted, syscon? Then she slowly revealed a mischievous smile. System, what's with this weird smile? Today's scene was about meeting Chu Xianping. Lu Zixi scenes were all tomorrow. Xiao Yi thought that Lu Zixi wouldn't come back, but in the end, he saw Uncle Lu wearing sunglasses and sitting in his director's seat. His entire person was indifferent and distant, but he was as handsome as a light bulb. No, he meant. Uncle Lu was so handsome that he looked like he was glowing. No matter how handsome he was, he couldn't sit in his seat, right? Xiao Yi rushed over. Lu Zixi, this is my... Lu Zixi coldly raised his eyes. His sunglasses slid down the bridge of his nose, and a pair of fierce and gloomy eyes gloomily stared at him. He said in an unfriendly tone. Xiao Yi, hello, Mr. Film Emperor, do you want a drink? Come, let me fan you. It's quite hot here. Lu Zixi snorted in satisfaction and lazily leaned back in the director's chair. The miserable Xiao Yi and Qian walked out in a black emperor's robe. She looked at the director's seat. Why was it Lu Zixi? Although he was neither too big nor too small, he was considered a popular celebrity. Furthermore, he was transforming into an idol powerhouse. But Lu Zixi identity and status were there for all to see. He was a superstar in the entertainment industry. He didn't dare to provoke him. Wei Wei Bai also walked out. She wore a light cyan dress, and her hair was combed into twin buns and tied with a peach-pink ribbon. Her round almond eyes held a youthful innocence, like a flower bud that had just bloomed on a branch. Pure and delicate. When Lu Zixi saw her, his gaze softened. He took off his sunglasses and gently said to Wei Wei Bai, Wei Wei, don't be nervous later. Just act casually, and then we'll go eat Japanese food. Chapter 462. Yes, he'd come today just to take her to eat, and to go shopping. He consulted his scoundrel friends, and they'd said that all girls like this. Wei Wei Bai immediately smiled sweetly. Okay, big brother. Xiao Yi's face was full of shit. What the hell? What did she mean by casually acting? Hundreds of millions of investment was his, great director Zhao's, signature. Which actor would dare to casually act? He'd whip her to death. Lu Zixi seemed to sense something and looked at Xiao Yi. His gaze turned from soft to icy murderous in less than a second. Do you have any objections? Xiao Yi smiled flatteringly. No. How could I dare to have any objections? Then he turned his head and cried. Was there any justice? He was a director, okay? After the set was ready, they began to shoot the first encounter scene. and Qian quickly got into character. His posture was graceful, and because of the makeup, his face was weak and pale. And Qian's acting skills were still there. His every move was very elegant and noble as he stepped into the peach blossom forest. The scene was Wei Wei Bai falling from a tree into his arms. The tree wasn't tall. Wei Wei Bai sat on a branch and softly sang an ancient tune. She wore light peach-embroidered shoes, which gently swayed as she stepped on the flowers. Lu Zishi looked at the camera lens and saw her sweet smile. It was like her nature was acting. She was usually so pure and innocent. Lu Zishi was a little worried about the tragic changes she would have to act out later. Suddenly, she fell from the tree. Without anyone's help, she fell. Lu Zishi suddenly stood up, his heart in his throat. And Qian looked up in surprise and immediately reached out to catch her. It was soft and fragrant, as if he was hugging a ball of glutinous rice cake. Wei Wei Bai took the opportunity to reach out and pull down his head. Then she raised her face, and the two of them formed an illusion of kissing. She'd studied this position. On the other side of the camera, the two of them were carelessly kissing. But in reality, the two of them hadn't touched each other. Lu Zishi's eyes abruptly sank, and he stared at them with a frighteningly dark gaze. His fingers gripped the armrest of the chair fiercely as his anger boiled up. They did not stop acting because of this accident, and Qian didn't realize that the two of them seemed to be kissing. Instead, he went along with the plot and teased. "Where did this little girl come from? She can't wait to fly into my arms." Wei Wei Bai also took the opportunity to move away, revealing her extremely bashful face. Her watery eyes glistened with curiosity. She looked at him with fear and shyness. "Put me down." And Qian laughed out loud. "No, you fell into my arms on your own accord, so you're mine." Wei Wei Bai was anxious. With a red face, she reached out her fist and lightly punched him. "Who's you? You have such a big face. Put me down." Wait a minute. Was there such a bashful scene in the script? And Qian was also addicted to acting. He displayed the temperament of a profligate son to the extreme. He immediately reached out and lifted her chin. "This world is Zhen's, and so are you." At these words, Wei Wei Bai's face appropriately paled. She pushed him away, turned around, and ran. But because her skirt was too long, she stepped on it and fell into Qian's arms. The two of them rolled into a ball, and Qian groaned. He knew that this accident would probably cut it. So, he didn't continue acting. Instead, he sincerely joked, "You're so heavy. Do you want to crush me to death so that you can inherit my position as a superstar?" Wei Wei Bai lay on his chest, lifted her slightly red face, and laughed happily. "Yeah, how did you know?" Chapter 463. The system couldn't help but remind the host. "Look at the male lead's face, it's dark." Wei Wei Bai. For a brother with a sister complex, his sister falling in love is the biggest blow. It's also the best way to force him to increase his favorability. System, falling in love? Wei Wei Bai smiled, but didn't say anything. Then she smiled at Qian even more adorably. This pair was young, laughing and fooling around. They were simply invincible. Xiao, he couldn't help but say, "This pair really looks like a match made in heaven. It's good to be young. It's really pleasing to the eye." Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. He looked up and saw Lu Zishi with drooping eyes and a dark face, coldly looking at the pair of young people flirting in front of him. Xiao, he was the only one in the crew who knew that Wei Wei Bai was his sister. He thought that Lu Zishi was worried that his sister would be taken advantage of. He immediately said earnestly, "I think Qian has a bright future ahead of him. It's not a bad idea to give your sister to him." Just as he finished speaking, Lu Zishi abruptly stood up. With a kick of his foot, he flipped the chair over. His eyes carried traces of viciousness, and everyone present felt a chill run down their backs. Lu Zishi's eyes were gloomy as he said coldly, "What are you making a fuss about? There are so many people in the crew waiting for you to mess around, right?" And Qian immediately stood up and reached out to hold Wei Wei Bai's hand. Lu Zishi's gaze was like a knife as he stared at his sister's hand. And Qian didn't know why, but his hand automatically retracted. It felt like Lu Zishi's gaze was about to eat him. Lu Zishi suddenly laughed coldly. "This plot needs to be changed. The meeting between Chu Xianping and Yin Qiqi is too undignified. It doesn't fit the style of the movie. Xiao, you what? Lu Zixi, the person playing Chu Xianping, stand 3 meters away, and Qian didn't dare to resist. After all, Lu Zixi was the movie emperor and his boss. He couldn't afford to provoke him. He could only obediently stand 3 meters away. Wei Bai was a little nervous and looked at Lu Zixi with some fear. Lu Zixi saw the fear in her eyes and clenched his fists. She was laughing and joking with Qian, that pretty boy. She was scared whenever she saw her brother. His voice turned cold. "You're standing under the peach blossoms." Wei Bai took a few steps back, glanced at him timidly, and then turned to look at Qian. And Qian immediately gave her a reassuring smile. Who hadn't been reprimanded by the director before. She was still a newbie and needed encouragement. Wei Bai immediately showed a friendly smile. Flirting with each other. This was practically digging Lu Zixi's heart. He held his breath and said, "Just act like this." How was he supposed to act like this? Flirting through air? Lu Zixi's voice was cold. "What? You can't act. I really don't know how you got into the cast." He lashed out at Qian. And Qian didn't say anything, but Wei Bai couldn't help but purse her lips as her eyes reddened. Lu Zixi's bellyful of words died in his stomach, stifling his face even darker. He wanted to comfort her, but when he thought of how she had smiled so gently and adorably at Qian just now, he couldn't help but feel a little jealous. His heart was sour and bitter, and he couldn't even squeeze out a smile. Continue acting. It was a good plot of an emperor teasing a little white rabbit. It turned into an emperor looking deeply at the little white rabbit. Then the two people stared at each other without even a line. But Lu Zixi still found it dazzling. They were of the same age, and they were both handsome and beautiful. He watched from afar and also felt that they were a good match. The first day of the play ended in a muddle. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the button at the bottom to record this reading. Chapter 464. Wei Bai removed her makeup and changed her clothes. Just as she came out, she saw the exhausted Qian also come out. The two of them empathized with each other and couldn't help but smile at each other. The young man and woman were fresh and beautiful. Lu Zixi looked up and saw their smiles. He lowered his eyelids, his eyes full of gloomy coldness. He was expressionless until Wei Bai walked in front of him. "Brother." Lu Zixi looked at her deeply, then suddenly reached out and grabbed her arm. He pulled her forward and quickly dragged her to the garage. Wei Bai stumbled after him. To keep up with his pace, she could only start running. She gasped and said, "Brother, slow down. I can't keep up." While her breath was unstable, her sweet and soft voice carried a husky charm. It was simply seductive. Lu Zixi's pace suddenly slowed, and his back was terrifyingly tense. After getting in the car, he calmly fastened her seat belt for her. The car sped out. The air was stagnant, and it felt like it was impossible to breathe. The system didn't dare to breathe loudly. "I feel like the male lead has been played to the point of breaking by you." The host kept rubbing against other men. She even deliberately faked kisses and deliberately smiled at other men. Was she trying to stir up trouble or something big? Wei Bai stroked the system's well-behaved cat head. "Tongzi, you don't understand. It's impossible to get an affection value of 100. But to get an affection value of 100, you have to make Lu Zixi admit that even if I'm his sister, he'll still be moved like a beast and give up everything to only want me." System. Actually, you can pounce on him and take the initiative to climb into his bed or something. You could get 100 too. Wei Bai, "Tongzi, you've fallen." The system slowly took out a piece of black chocolate and began to gnaw on it. "Yeah, I've been eating too many black things lately. My heart has turned black too." Wei Bai, "If you pounce on him now, you'll still be dissatisfied. You can only force him to admit his feelings." Wei Bai was already an old hand after scrolling through so many worlds. She was very familiar with the rules of emotional value. After returning home, Lu Zixi finally managed to suppress the anger in his heart. He didn't dare to look at Wei Bai, worried that he would do something that he would regret. "You go rest first. I'll leave for a while." With that, he hurriedly walked away. Wei Bai calmly went to take a bath. After she was done, she laid on the bed, smelling good. She put the script aside and started scrolling through her phone calmly. Lu Zishi smoked a few cigarettes outside. He had to calm down. Today, he had completely lost control. If he hadn't held it in, he would have died. When Wei Wei Bai kissed Qian, he had probably picked up a chair and smashed Qian to death. Violent madness surged within his body. Lu Zishi's hand trembled as he held the cigarette. He coldly said to himself, "She's your little sister. Don't let your delusions continue." It was a mistake at first. He couldn't be wrong all his life. He carried a lot of burdens on his shoulders. If he let his feelings go, he would definitely not be able to deal with them in the end. Most importantly, he would destroy her. When Lu Zishi returned to the room, he saw Wei Wei Bai lying on the bed. Under the light, she wore conservative pajamas. Only her white and tender neck was exposed. Her long black hair was scattered on the bed. She absent-mindedly rested her face in her hands and stared at the book with a smile. He didn't know what she was looking at. Lu Zishi couldn't move his feet. "This is your little sister, your little sister." It was like chanting the Great Compassion mantra. After repeating it hundreds of times, he finally calmed down. Chapter 465. Lu Zishi sneered. "What? You want to push me to another woman?" Wei Wei Bai has really grown up and knows how to find a woman for her brother. She didn't like him, so she pushed him to someone else. Wei Wei Bai panicked. Can I leave? Are you afraid that I'll steal your property? I shouldn't have come back. I shouldn't have come to take a share of your money." She was so pitiful, so helpless. It was as if she couldn't bear her brother's filthy desires for her. So she desperately tried to find a reason to deny that he had done such beastly things to her. Lu Zishi looked at her expressionlessly with a trace of pity in his eyes. It seemed that all her struggles were in vain. "I'll have someone make a fake paternity test and say that you're not my sister," Wei Wei Bai said in disbelief. "What?" Lu Zishi repeated softly. "I've already announced it on my WeChat Moments and posted the fake paternity test results. You're not my sister." Wei Wei Bai was shocked. She was truly shocked. Were fake paternity tests as common as cabbages? Everyone had one. Her eyes reddened. "I know, I'm not your sister. I'll move out immediately and stay far away from you." Lu Zishi looked at her indifferently. Wei Wei Bai was a bit embarrassed. "If you didn't recognize me, you would have driven me away long ago. Not using this method." Lu Zishi suddenly sneered. He carelessly reached out and probed under the quilt. His fingertips pressed on her skin little by little. It was ambiguous and carried a strong sense of possessiveness. Wei Wei Bai's face paled little by little. She didn't dare to move at all, as if recalling last night's events. Lu Zishi's other hand gently stroked her face. "Be good, don't make me angry. When I have a family meeting, I'll take out the paternity test and let everyone know that you're not my sister." Then he smiled ambiguously. "You'll know when the time comes. Wei Wei Bai, you'll be struck by lightning halfway through your sentence." Lu Zishi didn't make things difficult for her, as if he was afraid that she wouldn't be able to bear it and would collapse. After a few days of rest, Wei Wei Bai was finally able to return to the set. Although Lu Zishi hadn't done anything civilized or harmonious to her. However, there was no lack of touching and hugging. Occasionally, there would be wild kisses. What was strange was that even though he had kissed her enough, her favorability did not increase. Wei Wei Bai felt that the initial increase was too smooth. Once Lu Zishi felt that he had succeeded, the favorability wouldn't increase. What was the difference between eating a scumbag and not increasing his favorability? After filming the solo scenes, Xiao even specially looked for Wei Wei Bai for a chat. "I watched the scene between you and Qian. You're a little reserved. You need to be more intimate." When Wei Wei Bai heard this, she glanced at the silent Lu Zishi in the director's chair with some fear. Lu Zishi wore sunglasses and looked at her from the side. His thin lips curved slightly, revealing a cold smile. Wei Wei Bai trembled and lowered her head, not daring to make a sound. Xiaoyi thought that he had scared her. "Don't be afraid. It's normal for newcomers to be reserved." Lu Zishi's girl was soft and weak. Xiaoyi was afraid that he would scare her to death. After the chat, Wei Wei Bai suddenly received a text message. It was from Bai Ziwen. Wei Wei Bai rubbed her chin. "Tongzi, I think that Lu Zishi can't be spoiled. He needs to feel a sense of crisis to increase his favorability. Lu Zishi, to put it bluntly, was a bit of a pervert. A relationship that was too smooth had instead caused him to be unperturbed. She had to stir up trouble to increase his favorability. The system advised, just struggle a bit, then casually say that you love him. That's all. Don't mess around. Wei bye. So casual. Okay, I'll struggle a bit. Because Lu Zishi had a scene, he wanted to put on makeup. Wei bye counted the time. Then, just as he came out, she turned around and stealthily left. When she left, he happened to see her. Lu Zishi's footsteps paused, and he suddenly said, "Stop filming for now." Then he followed her. Meanwhile, Bai Ziwen anxiously paced back and forth in the public restroom. She didn't know why, but those loan sharks were always able to find her. Wei Bai was her last bargaining chip. Suddenly, the restroom door opened. Wei Bai stood in the doorway. Bai Ziwen was just about to say something when Wei Bai's tears streamed down her face. "Mom, are you here to take me away?" Bai Ziwen, who wanted to borrow money. Lu Zishi, who had followed her, paused in his footsteps, his expression gloomy. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the button at the bottom to record this reading. Chapter 466. Wei Bai walked up to her and looked at her pitifully. Tears streamed down her face. "Mom, I was wrong. I don't want to acknowledge my brother anymore. Please take me away from here." The moment Bai Ziwen heard that, her face changed. "No, if you don't acknowledge your brother, how are you going to live your life in the future? Look at you. You can immediately get director Xiao to act after acknowledging him. Could you do that in the past? And most importantly, as long as she entered the Lu family, she would have money. She could only repay her debts with money. If she did not repay her debts, the loan sharks and casinos would drag her to sell her body. Other than asking for money, Bai Ziwen was also here to denounce her. She had yet to get her revenge for the beating that Wei Bai had given her previously. But after being interrupted by Wei Bai, she could not even remember that incident. Debt was the most important thing. Wei Bai bit down on her lips with a pitiful look. "But he said that he doesn't acknowledge me anymore." Bai Ziwen was furious. "Why are you so useless? Do you know who your brother is? He's Lu Zishi, the CEO of Tian Na Corporation. As long as he gives you some benefits, you'll be rich for the rest of your life. Why can't you tell good from bad?" If not for the fact that she had to rely on Wei Bai to return to the family to repay her debts, Bai Ziwen even had the heart to beat her to death. Wei Bai's face was pale as she looked at her in despair. That sorrowful look made Bai Ziwen feel a little uncomfortable. "Why? I want you to acknowledge your brother, not sell your body." Wei Bai let out a sorrowful expression. She wanted to say something, but nothing came out. She could only say helplessly, "He doesn't acknowledge me. He doesn't acknowledge me as his sister. So, let's hurry and leave, Mummy." When Bai Ziwen heard that, her expression turned sinister. "How can he not acknowledge you? You're a child of the Lu family. If he doesn't acknowledge you, it must be your fault." Wei Bai opened her mouth a few times, but she did not dare to say anything. In the end, he could only say helplessly, "Mom, can we not be rich? I'll work hard to earn money, and I'll support you." Bai Ziwen was impatient. She lit a cigarette and said fiercely, "Raise me? How are you going to support me? I've asked you to sleep with the director a few times, but you only know how to run away. Now that you've become so bold, you don't want to acknowledge your brother and even want to disobey your mother. I think you've eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Are you asking for a beating?" Wei Bai's pitiful appearance made her feel that she could control this good-for-nothing daughter. His confidence was greatly boosted. Wei Bai was suddenly pushed to the limit and shouted angrily, "You don't even know what disgusting things I've experienced. How can you force me like this?" The cigarette in Bai Ziwen's hand trembled. She was also burning with anxiety. What kind of disgusting things could you have experienced? It can't be that Lu Zishi also forced you to sell yourself, right? I'll tell you the truth. I now owe 10 million in debt. If you don't recognize your brother, how will you repay the debt? Wei Bai couldn't believe it. 10 million. Bai Ziwen sneered. "If you don't have a way to get 10 million from Lu Zishi, I'll sell you. After a few more sales, I'm sure you'll have enough money." Wei Bai was so delicate and beautiful. She was still a virgin. There was no need to worry about not being able to sell her for a good price. Wei Wei Bai knocked on the system expressionlessly. This is the first time I've seen such a shameless mother. I really want to beat her to death. System. I want to beat her to death too. This kind of mother shouldn't try to scam a stepmother. There are also good stepmothers, and there are also great mothers. Wei Wei Bai has silently agreed. The download address is at https://www.sashu. Com button at the bottom to record this reading record. Chapter 467. Lu Zishi stood outside the bathroom door. He leaned against the wall, a cigarette between his fingers. When he heard that she was leaving, she clearly knew that Bai Ziwen would beat her and sell her, but she would rather go with Bai Ziwen. Her heart turned cold. Did she hate him that much? So much so that she would rather be with Bai Ziwen, the woman who abused her. She still wanted to run away from him? Lu Zishi's brows were grave and stern. The chill in his eyes could materialize. Bai Ziwen was still forcing her. If you don't have 10 million, you won't recognize your brother. Go sell yourself. When Lu Zishi heard these words, he felt distressed, but malice couldn't help but surge up. Wei Wei, look, this is your mother. Are you desperate for this world? He had wanted to take her away from the start, so that she couldn't escape. But now, Bai Ziwen was forcing her even more unbearably. Then she would know that she couldn't go anywhere. Her brother was a bad person. Her mother was an even bigger bad person. This was the only way to shatter her hopes of escape. What a pitiful child. Bai Ziwen was still forcing her step by step, coldly saying a bunch of words about selling herself. Wei Wei Bai was daydreaming. Tongzi, Lu Zishi is next to you, right? The system turned to look. Ah, he is. Wei Wei Bai, what is he doing? Seeing me so miserable. Is he very sympathetic? Once she sympathized with him, her favorability would increase. The system was silent for a long time before shattering her delusion. No, he's smiling quite happily. For the first time, Wei Wei Bai suspected ginseng. Her mother was a bad person, and her brother was a pervert. She was so miserable. Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but cry. Tongzi, I feel like I'm the loneliest and most beautiful flower in this world. Why do they all have to force me to sob, sob, sob? System, blurg, Wei Wei Bai cried even more happily. It was better to be disgusted than to be disgusted by a crowd. Tiny, pitiful sniffles could be heard. Lu Zishi lowered his head. Under the shadows, his cold, hard face became even more sinister. The cigarette in his hand trembled, and the ashes fell to the ground. When Bai Ziwen saw Wei Wei Bai crying, she sneered. Who do you think you are? If it wasn't for me, you would have starved to death. To tell you the truth, I came here today for money. Wei Wei Bai's face was full of tears. She looked at her blankly. What if I don't go back and acknowledge my brother? Bai Ziwen snorted coldly. I'll sell you. Any old man will do, as long as he pays 10 million. Wei Wei Bai's face was filled with grief, and her eyes became hollow. She sobbed and said to the system, How can my mother do this to me? System, you're too immersed in your role. You look so pitiful. It was just about to comfort him. Wei Wei Bai said, I'm worth at least 100 billion. I'm so unique and beautiful. 10 million is too little. Scram. Bai Ziwen's phone suddenly rang. Her expression changed, but she had no choice but to answer it. They were debt collectors. I said, I'll pay you back soon. Her tone became humble. Yes, yes, yes. Really, my daughter is a small celebrity. She's very pretty. She's just a green tea sister, you know. Oh, your boss likes green tea sisters. 5 million? That's too little. At least 8 million. Okay, 5 million it is. I'll take her there later, Bai Ziwen said with a smile. She hung up the phone. She had already changed her mind. For someone like Lu Zishi, if he said he wouldn't acknowledge his sister, he really would. If she wanted to get 10 million from Lu Zishi, it would be better to sell Wei Wei Bai. It was more practical. After hanging up the phone, Bai Ziwen immediately reached out and grabbed Wei Wei Bai. Come with Mommy. Mommy will take you to a good place. Transmigration system. Prince Charming, come here, /transmigration system. Prince Charming, come here / transmigration system. Prince Charming, come here. Download Transmigration system. Prince Charming, come here, Transmigration System. Prince Charming, come here. Chapter 468. Wei Wei Bai looked at her blankly, then suddenly reacted. Are you going to sell me? Bai Ziwen was too lazy to pretend to be kind. 5 million can help pay off half of Mom's debt. Otherwise, Mom will die. Do you want me to die? Wei Wei Bai, very willing. I'm overjoyed. I'm in high spirits. I clapped my hands in joy. Bai Ziwen said, I know that you still love your mother dearly. Listen to your mother and save her. Wei Wei Bai, no, I can't continue acting. I really want to hack her to death. I can't let this kind of person sully the title of Great Mother. She asked the system, how about we hack her to death? The system nodded in agreement. I'll provide you with a kitchen knife for free. Wei Wei Bai was still thinking about how to hack Bai Ziwen to death without anyone noticing. Outside the door, Lu Zishi couldn't take it anymore. How could this slut ruin his sister like this? With a fierce flick of his hand, he threw out the cigarette and strode into the bathroom. Her back was thin and lonely. Her long hair hung down as she stood there foolishly. She didn't know how to run away, even after being hurt. It was really distressing. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 76. It increased by 1. Sympathy points. Wei Wei Bai, what's wrong with the favorability? It was clearly very easy to increase, so why isn't it increasing? She didn't have time to think about the reason. Suddenly, a hand appeared on her shoulder. It was a familiar aura, unique to Lu Zishi. His fingers carelessly smoothed out her long, disheveled hair. His other hand, however, was hugging her waist. His entire body pressed against her from behind, trapping her tightly in his embrace. Anyone who saw this posture would find it ambiguous. Wei Wei Bai didn't dare to move. She seemed to be scared stiff. Lu Zishi could even feel her body trembling. She seemed to want to escape, but she didn't have the strength to struggle. Cute and soft, but she didn't have the slightest strength to resist. When Bai Ziwen saw Lu Zishi appear, her crying face stiffened. She suddenly didn't dare to say anything. Lu Zishi's eyes were gloomy, but his voice contained traces of indifference. You only need to pay 10 million to buy her. Bai Ziwen laughed awkwardly. No, I was just joking. Lu Zishi's dark eyes made Bai Ziwen's hair stand on end. However, he suddenly laughed. It was so cold that it made people tremble. Why don't you sell it to me? How about 15 million at once? The 10 million renminbi gambling debt was repaid, and 5 million for living expenses. That was enough to last for a while. Bai Ziwen's eyes lit up, but she hesitated. Are you going to acknowledge Wei Wei? Lu Zishi didn't say anything. His attention was on Wei Wei Bai. Her warm and soft body trembled in his arms. He seemed to have been driven to the brink of collapse by them. Lu Zishi's eyes darkened, and he coldly lifted his eyelids. Are you selling? Bai Ziwen felt a chill run down her back. Dealing with people like Lu Zishi, she didn't even know when she would die. The fact that Wei Wei Bai was not her biological daughter. Sooner or later, she would find out. Before that, she would grab the money and immediately run away. When that time came, the person who would be found dead would be Wei Wei Bai. Bai Ziwen immediately said, Okay, I'll sell it to you. As soon as these words came out, Wei Wei Bai couldn't stand still. Her whole body softened and she collapsed. Lu Zishi's fingers tightened, locking her completely in his arms. He calmly said, Go out and find my assistant. He will give you the money. Bai Ziwen had a guilty conscience and immediately ran away. It was fine as long as she could get the money. She didn't care about Wei Wei Bai's life or death. Lu Zishi sneered. She took his money and still had delusions about living a good life. Chapter 469. Lu Zishi guided her bit by bit. You have no place to go, Wei Wei. I'm your brother. In this world, only I can protect you. A trace of struggle appeared in Wei Wei Bai's eyes. You shouldn't do such a thing to me. Lu Zishi asked faintly, Why can't I do it? Wei Wei Bai said in a panic, We're brother and sister. Lu Zishi suddenly laughed. Brother and sister? Who admitted it? Who knows you're my sister? Once he posted the fake report, it was all over. Who in his circle of friends would doubt it? Whether it was real or fake, he could settle it with a single sentence, couldn't he? Wei Wei Bai came back to her senses. The despair in her eyes was clear. Lu Zishi crushed her hope of escape bit by bit. I don't need a sister, Wei Wei. These words completely shattered the light in her eyes. He gently reached out and delicately stroked her tender face with his fingertips. Look, your mother doesn't need a daughter, and your brother doesn't need a sister. What else do you have? Wei Wei Bai looked at him blankly. His handsome face revealed a devilish smile. So, just be with me. We won't be brother and sister. Let's be lovers, okay? Wei Wei Bai's eyes were half closed. They were filled with confusion and confusion. Her moist, bright red lips suddenly opened and closed. Okay. Lu Zishi was still racking his brains on how to hypnotize her and make her agree to him. Lovers are much more reliable than brother and sister. We'll fall in love, get married, and be together for the rest of our lives. Okay. Lu Zishi finally reacted. He was stunned. What did you say? Wei Wei Bai looked up and pursed her slightly swollen lips. Her eyes flickered, and her tone was somewhat perfunctory as she repeated, Okay, let's be lovers. Immense ecstasy surrounded Lu Zishi without warning. He couldn't even react for a moment. He could only stare blankly at her. He could see that she was still unwilling. He could also see that she was retreating and running away. She might even be lying to him and thinking about how to escape. But at this moment, when she said yes, he truly felt a great sense of joy. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 80. Wei Wei Bai. Finally. Lu Zishi's fingers tightened as he held her chin. He couldn't help but want to kiss her. Wei Wei Bai pursed her lips and tried to avoid it. Lu Zishi paused and said helplessly, I won't force you. Let's take it slow. Becoming a freak wasn't something that could be cultivated in a day. Lu Zishi also understood this principle. Wei Wei Bai suddenly said hesitantly, Brother, we don't want. Lu Zishi listened carefully. Only then did he hear her mutter softly, Can we not do what we did last night? Lu Zishi's face turned cold. Was she only agreeing because she wanted to avoid him? He smiled indifferently. Okay, I won't do it for now. Ding, the male lead's favorability has increased to 75. 5 points down. Wei Wei Bai's mind exploded. What did I do wrong? I didn't do anything. I don't want to see civilized, dedicated, and fair bullet screen. Am I wrong? After this torment, Wei Wei Bai rested for 2 days before barely getting up. It was mainly because of Xiao Yi's phone bombardment that she had no choice but to get up. Because of Lu Zishi, the crew had repeatedly stopped filming, which had already made director Xiao explode. He roared, If you don't come on set, I'll hang myself in front of Tian Na. I won't let you go even if I die. Lu Zishi, you're hanging. Wei Wei Bai, I'll go right away. These 2 days, Lu Zishi used his strength to explain what it meant to be a psychopath. The favorability went up and down. Transmigration system. Prince Charming, come here, /transmigration system. Prince Charming, come here / transmigration system. Prince Charming, come here. Download transmigration system. Prince Charming, come here to read on mobile. Transmigration system. Prince Charming, come here. Chapter 470. She didn't do anything, but this guy's face was black one moment and smiling the next. His favorability would drop one moment and rise the next. Wei Wei Bai expressed that her heart was tired. She just wanted to be a little white flower that casually cried to gain favorability. Why was it so hard? So, she should be cold for a while and then increase his favorability. She couldn't afford to provoke her crazy brother. Wei Wei Bai was going to film, so of course Lu Zishi had to follow. The individual scenes for Dreamlike Blossoms were more or less done. Next was the scene of Shuraba. Oh no, the group scenes. This scene was when Chu Xianping, played by Xian, discovered that Yin Qiqi and Yin Yu were having an affair. The so-called affair was Yin Qiqi soaking in a bath. Then she called her brother over, intending to devote herself to him. Could it be more melodramatic? If it weren't for the high-end atmosphere of this drama, she would have thought that she was filming an 18th-rate melodramatic drama. She was going to film a bath scene. Lu Zishi's face darkened, and he immediately ordered people to clear the scene. Xiao Yi sat in the assistant director's seat, feeling hopeless. Was he a director? No, he was a transparent background. After clearing the scene, Wei Wei Bai entered the bath in her swimsuit. As long as her shoulders were exposed, she would be completely naked. Xiao, he said to Wei Wei Bai, Wei Wei, you have to show obvious love later, understand? He also knew that Wei Wei Bai wasn't Lu Zixi biological sister. So, he wasn't as cautious as he was at the beginning. Wei Wei Bai nodded. It was too simple. Wasn't it just showing an affectionate expression? She had at least a dozen different affectionate expressions that she could use together, making her expressions richer and more interesting. Lu Zixi stood by the bath. He was also a film emperor. He got into character as soon as he said so. A trace of surprise appeared on his face, but more than that, he didn't approve. Wei Wei Bai soaked in the bath, her back facing Lu Zixi. Her long black hair was wet and draped over her shoulders. Her collarbone was slender and beautiful. She had only put on a light waterproof makeup, and her lips were slightly red. She turned her head with a slight frown on her face. Her lips were slightly red. She softly smiled. Her eyes were like falling stars, so beautiful that it shook one to the core. Big brother. Her voice was sweet and tender, filled with deep sorrow. Lu Zixi's mind went blank. His heart was in chaos. His thoughts were also in a mess because of her. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 80. Wei Wei Bai expressed that she wasn't surprised at all. She even wanted to throw a system at Lu Zixi to crush him to death. Anyway, if the favorability increased, it would also decrease. Because it was an act, she went all out. She reached out and held onto the side of the bathtub. She reached out her soft and fair wrist and hugged his leg. Her pure and exquisite face carried a charm that could cause the downfall of a country. Am I beautiful? Lu Zixi's breathing stopped. She had always been afraid of him. This was the first time he saw this side of her. It was simply, he should hold her tightly in his hands and not let anyone look at her. Wei Wei Bai was addicted to acting. Her eyes reddened. Why won't you look at me? I like you. Lu Zixi then remembered his lines. He closed his eyes. Don't talk nonsense. He would take it seriously. Wei Wei Bai smiled. The tears in her eyes slid down her cheeks. She looked at him sorrowfully. I like you. I like you very much. I'm not a child. I know that my feelings for you aren't that of an older brother, but of a man. These words were filled with sincerity. There wasn't a trace of acting. It was more like an expression of her true feelings. Lu Zixi opened his eyes. A trace of confusion flashed through his dark pupils. He stared blankly into her eyes. Was her acting that good? Chapter 471. She didn't seem to expect him to open his eyes. There was no time to hide the complex feelings in her eyes. She suddenly released him and awkwardly bowed her head, her body trembling violently. Lu Zixi suddenly realized something and jumped into the bath. He reached out and grabbed her, pinching her chin. You like me? She shouldn't hate him. Should she avoid him like a snake or scorpion? Lu Zixi knew his own morbid thoughts, and he never expected her to accept it. But were the feelings she just revealed real? Wei Wei Bai's face was crooked from his pinch. She was just acting. She hadn't even used 30% of her strength. What was wrong with this big brother snake? She didn't protest. Xiao, he was already roaring. Fuck you, Mr. Movie Emperor. What are you doing? You're blowing up the scene. Are you sleepwalking? If you don't want to act, then scram. Lu Zixi saw the fear in her eyes again. His heart sank, and his eyes turned cold. He looked at the bristling Xiao Yi. What did you say? Xiao Yi's angry face stiffened. Roll. Mr. Movie Emperor, you're awesome. Lu Zixi felt his heart, full of hope, turn to nothing. He stared at her, but there wasn't a trace of affection in her eyes. It was still the fear of cowering. Wei Wei Bai pursed her lips and hesitated. Brother, are we still filming? Lu Zixi suddenly became angry. Don't call me brother again. Wei Wei Bai's face paled, and she didn't dare to say another word. Lu Zixi's heart ached. He knew he had lost control. He released her and said in a gentle voice, Continue filming. They entered the zone and quickly finished filming the scene. The miserable one was Qian. In this scene, Qian was standing behind the beaded curtain, watching the siblings' affectionate confession in shock. In the end, the sibling passed without any NGs. He got dressed and faced the empty bath. The director let him act like this, and Qian was immediately dumbfounded. This was too much of a training for acting. Why didn't they wait for him to act? This was against the rules. After Wei Wei Bai was taken home by Lu Zishi, he disappeared again. Because there were still more than 3 months left, Wei Wei Bai was not in a hurry. When dealing with lunatics, one had to take their time. Otherwise, if one were to brush up on their favorability, who knew if it would return to zero when they woke up? After taking a shower, she put on her teddy bear pajamas and was about to go to bed. Lu Zishi reeked of alcohol once again. Wei Wei Bai didn't have any makeup on, and her fair skin was so tender that people wanted to lick it. She was wearing cartoon pajamas and a hairband. She looked very young and childish. She seemed to be surprised by his sudden appearance. Her almond-shaped eyes widened slightly, and she was somewhat at a loss. Lu Zishi chuckled, indescribably self-deprecating. With a mocking smile on his face, he staggered forward and reached out to pull her into his arms. Soft and light. For Lu Zishi, it was very simple to hold her and not let her escape. Wei Wei, come with me to a place. After Lu Zishi finished speaking, he stuffed the stupefied Wei Wei Bai back into the car. Then, the car sped away. The speed was 200. And drunk driving. This made Wei Wei Bai not dare to make a sound. She was afraid that if she said one more word, she would get into an accident. Lu Zishi raced to the cemetery. When Wei Wei Bai saw the cemetery, her legs went soft. She was afraid that the ghosts in the graves would crawl out in the next second. Lu Zishi said, "Today is the anniversary of my mother's death." Wei Wei Bai, she suddenly remembered. Wasn't it because of Bai Ziwen that Lu Zishi's mother committed suicide by jumping off a building? To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the button at the bottom to record this reading. Chapter 472. Lu Zishi dragged Wei Wei Bai to his mother's grave. On the tombstone, there was a picture of a beautiful woman in the middle. No matter how beautiful it was also very gloomy. Lu Zishi's voice was somewhat dazed. At that time, my mother's depression was already very serious. Bai Ziwen knew that she was in the final stages of depression, so she deliberately brought you here to provoke her. That was the first time he saw Wei Wei Bai. Too much time had passed, and only hatred kept him alive. The first time they met, he couldn't remember clearly. Wei Wei Bai Ziwen really wasn't kind. She was deliberately forcing Lu Zishi's mother to her death. Lu Zishi suddenly sneered at himself. "How much I hate you, Wei Wei Bai." At that time, he had just woken up in the hospital. Except for hating Bai Ziwen, it was Wei Wei Bai. If it weren't for her existence, his mother would have held on no matter how desperate she was. But she had an illegitimate child, a stain that could no longer be erased. It completely crushed that woman who pursued perfection in all things. Lu Zishi felt her hand gripping his fingers tightly, as if she was afraid. His heart immediately softened. Why was he scaring her? In the end, she was innocent, and because of his negligence, she had been abused as a child. She didn't have a single good day. Sometimes, he wondered if he was crazy. How could he do such a thing to her? Her mother abused her, but he molested her. In this way, he was no different from Bai Ziwen. They were both scum. Wei Wei Bai finally couldn't help but knock on the system. Can I collapse my character's setting? Forget about being a little white flower, I'll just throw myself at him and say I love you, brother. Otherwise, the favorability will keep going up and down. It's a waste of time. System, where's your rich character setting? Wei Wei Bai, didn't you see Lu Zishi take me to the cemetery to reminisce about the past? If I continue to be rich, what if he gets hot-headed and wants to kill me for revenge? Psychopaths couldn't be guessed. And in the cemetery in the middle of the night, she had a psychological shadow. The system quietly nibbled on its chocolate. Yes. Good luck. Bai Wei Wei got the system's encouragement, fog, and her confidence increased greatly. Just as she was about to pounce on him and say that she loved him too, Lu Zishi faintly sighed. Forget it. Let's go. Then, he carried the confused Wei Wei Bai back into the car. Wei Wei Bai helplessly rubbed her face. This Lu Zishi's mobility was too strong. He came and went without a transition. Lu Zishi started the car and drove out. Suddenly, he noticed that she had turned sideways and was looking out the window. The shadow of the lonely headlights was cast on the side of her face. Her long black hair was draped over her back, soft and smooth. Deep sadness appeared on her face, and her voice was somewhat suppressed. I'm sorry, I didn't know that my mother had done such a thing. Lu Zishi fell silent. He could not bring himself to say that it was not his fault. She repeated softly, I'm sorry. It's only right that you hate me. Lu Zishi's heart was both bitter and sweet. He did not hate her, but when he saw that she blamed herself for this matter and began to soften towards him, he couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Wei Wei Bai consciously laid the groundwork for a while. Now, she should be able to try to fabricate, no, try to confess. After all, mutual liking was the easiest strategy. She relaxed her throat, and her face reddened for a moment. Then, her voice was soft and slightly hoarse. Actually, I have someone I like. Chapter 473. Lu Zishi's fingers gripped the steering wheel tightly. Do you have someone you like? He looked at her and found that her face was tender and beautiful. Her eyes were clear and bright, and the corners of her mouth were curved in a smile. Yes, the first time I saw him, I knew I liked him. Lu Zishi felt as if he had fallen into an abyss. He forced a smile. Is that so? How much do you like him? Bai Weiwei's expression softened and became affectionate. It should be love at first sight. At that time, I thought if I could marry him, live an ordinary life with him, and live a quiet and happy life, that would be good. Lu Zishi's vision darkened. Is that so? Then why aren't you with him? Wei Wei Bai was silent, her eyes filled with loneliness. I also want to be with him, but I'm afraid that I'll ruin him. At first, she didn't know it was her brother. Then it was her brother, so she could only desperately suppress her love. Her tone was light, but it hid a helpless sadness. Lu Zishi suddenly remembered that he had detained her, and the person she liked should be an ordinary person. Was she afraid that he would find out and take revenge? His chest felt like it was about to burst. He tried to suppress his crazy jealousy, but suddenly he heard her soft and gentle voice. But today, I finally understood that instead of letting us both struggle in pain, it's better to do everything we can to be together. Lu Zishi suddenly said coldly, Enough, I don't want to hear it. Wei Wei Bai said sadly, Brother, the person I like is actually bang. Before she could finish her sentence, the car lost control and hit the guardrail on the side of the road. Wei Wei Bai was almost sent flying. Lu Zishi also hit his head and blood gushed out from his forehead. Wei Wei Bai's pupils shrank. Hurry and hit the brakes. But it was too late. The car broke through the guardrail and rolled down. Below the guardrail was a slope. Fortunately, the slope wasn't long, and the car rolled a few times before landing. Wei Wei Bai heard the system's voice. Minimum life guarantee activated. This function was only activated when life was in danger. She was dizzy, but she didn't feel any pain. Instead, she was filled with grief and indignation. Every time I'm brought to the cemetery to visit my mother, I get into a car accident. Do I have something against the cemetery? System. Maybe she has a grudge with someone else's mother. Wei Wei Bai didn't care about anything else. She turned around and saw Lu Zishi collapsed in the driver's seat, his head covered in blood. She opened the broken car door and struggled to drag him out. Lu Zishi opened his eyes in confusion and stared blankly at Wei Wei Bai. She was so slender and weak, but she used all her strength to drag him out of the car. Lu Zishi's lips moved. Wei. He had taken her in such a perverted manner and had even done such a thing to her. She couldn't be with the person she liked. She should hate him. How could she risk her life to save him? Wei Wei Bai couldn't speak. Lu Zishi was too heavy. She couldn't even catch her breath. So how could she have the time to confess? With great difficulty, he managed to drag him to an open space. She was so tired that she was paralyzed. She sat next to him. Wei Wei Bai gasped for breath. She suddenly remembered that she was still confessing. What a good opportunity this was. The beauty saved the bear. Confessing now would definitely have the best effect. Wei Wei Bai pursed her lips. Tears fell as she called out pitifully to Lu Zishi. Brother. Lu Zishi struggled to look at her, but saw that her bright and clear eyes were filled with worried tears. For the first time, he finally understood. She was different from them. She had never been polluted. She was pure and kind beyond compare. Even in the face of a pervert like him, she was still worried about him. Lu Zishi smiled bitterly. Wei Wei, I'll let you go. Ding. The male lead's favorability has increased to 85. Wei Wei Bai opened her mouth to say, "The person I like is..." Lu Zixi head tilted. He was completely dizzy. Wei Wei Bai. Your sister, wake up. I haven't confessed yet. Chapter 474. Wei Wei Bai and Lu Zixi both enter the hospital. Lu Zixi's head was broken. The blood looked frightening, but because his head was hard, he didn't even have a concussion. So he woke up very quickly. After Xiao Yi got the news, he hurried to the hospital. How did a car accident happen? Xiao Yi was carrying bags full of Lu Zixi's clothes, as well as Wei Wei Bai's, because she was hospitalized. Lu Zixi's housekeeper hadn't arrived yet, so he sped to the hospital first. The crew had also completely shut down. It was just a scene that Lu Zixi had invested in, so he could bear the losses no matter how long it was stopped. Lu Zixi's head was wrapped in bandages, and he turned his head with difficulty to look at the bed next to him. He had requested the double ward. Wei Wei Bai's injuries were actually more serious than his, but she was still able to drag him along and walk so far. She lay quietly, her face so pale that it was almost transparent. Just looking at her made one's heart ache. He said, "Be quiet, don't disturb Wei Wei." Xiao Yi glanced at Wei Wei by lying in the bed next to his and finally couldn't help but ask, "What's going on?" "I've been holding it in for a long time. What's your relationship with Wei Wei Bai?" The car was heading to the cemetery. He had known Lu Zixi for a long time, so of course he knew that today was the anniversary of Lu Zixi's mother's death. Lu Zixi and Wei Wei Bai had gotten into an accident in the same car at the same time. He had no choice but to ask. Lu Zixi was silent, and a trace of grief and struggle appeared in his eyes. Xiao Yi saw that something was wrong and asked with embarrassment, "What's wrong?" It was a simple question, but why did it feel like Lu Zixi was in so much pain that he wanted to die? Lu Zixi stared blankly for a moment before finally giving up and saying dejectedly, "She's my sister." Xiao Yi, "Did you do it or did you do it by blood?" Lu Zixi whispered, "By blood. Her mother is by Ziwen." Xiao Yi thought of the Lu family's fucked up love and hate, and suddenly had the urge to curse. He couldn't help but ask, "Then what are your feelings for Wei Wei Bai? Do you plan to acknowledge her or take revenge?" Lu Zixi had been too erratic recently. He said that his biological sister was back, but in the end, he said that it was a mistake. This made everyone dumbfounded. Lu Zixi pursed his lips and couldn't help but laugh at himself. How could I bear to retaliate against her? Xiao Yi finally realized that something was wrong. He looked at Uncle Lu, who looked like he was about to die, and then at Wei Wei Bai, who was lying on the hospital bed. His mind suddenly opened up as if it was struck by lightning. "Wait, you," Lu Zixi sighed. "Yes, I'm in love with her." Xiao Yi's mind went blank. Close relatives will give birth to mental retardation, and it's also illegal. Lu Zixi's expression darkened, and he gloomily looked at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi really wanted to slap himself a few times. Of all things, why did he have to mention this? Lu Zixi smiled bitterly. "That's what she said too, but I know she doesn't like me, so she deliberately made me angry." Xiao Yi blurted out, "Who would like their own brother? It's not like they're perverts, don't you think?" Lu Zixi, "It feels like I've been stabbed by a knife." Uncle Lu's face darkened again. Xiao Yi immediately said, No, I think you're so handsome. Those who don't like you aren't women, hee." Lu Zixi tried to suppress his anger, but then became sad again. "I thought that by locking her up, she would be moved by me sooner or later." Xiao Yi was shocked. "Fuck, you're illegally imprisoning her? You didn't do anything stupid like force yourself on her, did you? That's a crime that starts at 3 years in prison." Lu Zixi was silent. It felt like he'd been stabbed several times. / to facilitate your next reading, you can click on the button at the bottom to record this reading. Chapter 475. Xiao Yi felt that he should seal his mouth, but Lu Zixi had done something worse than a beast. It was painful for him to hold it in. Xiao Yi looked sympathetically at Wei Wei Bai, who was lying on the hospital bed. He couldn't help it. You couldn't have hated her, because you couldn't get her, so you pulled her into a car and died together, right? Lu Zixi was silent. In fact, it was because he heard that she had someone she liked that he was momentarily distracted by the pain and got into the car accident. But in that instant, Did he really not have the thought of pulling her down with him? He couldn't help but move his chair a little farther away from him. He liked his own sister, imprisoned her, and forced her into a car accident. In the end, he couldn't get what he wanted, so he took her down with him. He was a complete pervert. Lu Zixi mood was complicated, but in the end, it turned into a helpless sigh. When she wakes up this time, I will let her go. She had clearly suffered so much, but she was still so kind. He was a monster who had long sunk into the mud of darkness. What qualifications did he have to drag her down with him to hell? He coughed softly. It's good that you've thought it through. Why don't you look at what you've done? This is your own sister. No matter how horny you are, you can't lay your hands on such a young child. Moreover, you imprisoned her, forced her to do that, and even wanted to drag her down with you. She must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to meet you. The more he spoke, the more his sense of justice exploded. Wei Bai was too pitiful. How could she have met such a perverted brother who was worse than a beast? This kind of brother should be hung up and shot. Lu Zixi, I feel like I'm riddled with holes. So many knives are stabbing me into a sieve. He felt good for a moment, but when he was done, he discovered that Lu Zixi was eerily looking at him. The two were silent for a while. The air was so quiet. Wei Bai suddenly groaned in pain, breaking the unspeakable silence. The two men suddenly looked up at her, but she didn't wake up and remained quietly unconscious. Lu Zixi's tired eyes revealed traces of sadness. He closed his eyes. You go. Xiao Yi's mouth. You're not thinking of doing something to your unconscious sister, are you? Lu Zixi almost vomited blood. He couldn't bear it. He picked up a pillow and threw it at Xiao Yi's face. Scram, or I'll withdraw your investment. Xiao Yi could only scram. After Xiao Yi left, only the two of them were left in the ward. Lu Zixi struggled to get up and moved to her bedside. Wei Bai was wearing a hospital gown. There was not a trace of blood on her face. She was terrifyingly fragile. Her slender body looked even more frail and helpless now. He reached out and gathered her messy long hair into a bundle and placed it beside the pillow. Her black hair was a stark contrast to her pale face. She was obviously very haggard, but he actually thought that she was extremely cute. Fortunately, he's fine. Lu Zixi was truly afraid. He held her soft, seemingly boneless hand. With traces of fear in his eyes, he couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her fingers. She felt the familiar heat on her fingers. He couldn't help but tremble. Fortunately, you're fine. The doctor said that she was out of danger and would probably wake up tomorrow. The moment he heard that she was fine, he collapsed. This was the first time he truly experienced the feeling of liking someone to the point that his emotions fluctuated with her. Only when Lu Zixi was facing death did he realize that loving someone wasn't the same as imprisoning them. Instead, he hoped that she could be happy. Wei Bai slept for a long time. After she woke up, she groggily said to the system, "Is Lu Zixi awake yet? I'm in a hurry to confess." To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the button at the bottom to record this reading. Chapter 476. System. You've been sleeping for 3 days. Wei Bai, so? System. Lu Zixi left. Wei Bai, what? System. He suddenly realized that he was ashamed to face the pure and kind you. He was covered in filth and darkness, but you were as beautiful as an angel. He was afraid of tarnishing your purity, so he automatically left your side and let you spread your beautiful wings and fly into the sky. Wei Bai had an expression that said, "What the hell are you talking about? Why don't I understand?" The system showed her Lu Zixi's movements for the past few days. After Lu Zixi left the hospital, he left the caregiver and the housekeeper to take care of her. Then he went to the company to deal with some matters and signed a share transfer agreement. He gave her 40% of his shares. He gave her a lifetime of glory and wealth. Then he went abroad. Wei Bai. She said that she had only slept for 3 days and thought that 3 years had passed. Lu Zixi's actions were faster than a tornado. Wei Bai struggled to get up. No, if he's gone for a few years, I'll die a horrible death. System. Your calf is broken and will probably take a month to recover. You can't go find him now. Wei Bai. My leg is broken and I still tried my best to save him. He didn't even think that I love him. System, Weiwei struggled a few times before lying back down. System, aren't you going to find him? Weiwei, my leg hurts. System, don't you love him to the point that it hurts? Weiwei, I don't love him anymore. System, Weiwei had no choice. Her leg really hurt too much. Without the life support, she was in so much pain that she couldn't walk. Fortunately, there were still a few months. There was no rush. By the time Weiwei's calf was almost healed, almost a month had passed. Whether it was calling or inquiring, it was as if Lu Zishi had disappeared. Xiao, he had come over a few times, and every time, he had a loving look on his face. There are only a few scenes left. You could just fill them up in the future. Rest well. If she asked about Lu Zishi's whereabouts, Xiaoyi's expression was one of pity, benevolence, and anger. Finally, he said earnestly, let the past be the past. You will be happy. It wasn't your fault. You have to work hard to get rid of the past and welcome a better tomorrow. Weiwei, no. She was just looking for an older brother. Why was the whole world against her? Weiwei, Tongzi, where is Lu Zishi? The system replied, he's out of the country. It's too far, I can't see him. Weiwei sighed. What's the use of raising you? Weiwei, this can't go on. By the time Lu Zishi comes back, the grass on my grave will probably be as tall as his. As she spoke, she dragged a laptop over. After turning it on, she immediately started typing. The system looked over. It saw a conspicuous title appear in its host's hand. Green Tea Sister, it's more like Green Tea Bitch Sister. Bai Weiwei wrote a long article about the Green Tea Mimi's black material. I know some old news about that Green Tea Sister who's been especially popular recently. This woman looks pure on the surface, but who knows how many beds she's slept with in private. System. Host, what's wrong with you? Are you blackmailing yourself? Weiwei continued to write familiarly. That's right, I want to blackmail until the whole internet knows. Didn't Lu Zishi leave the country? I want to blackmail at least internationally for him to see. Chapter 477. System. Why are you defaming yourself? Weiwei, Lu Zishi knows that I'm pure, cute, kind, and beautiful, right? System. Why aren't you blushing when you say that? Weiwei, so Lu Zishi can tell at a glance that these revelations are fake, and I've been defamed to the point of no return. Everyone spurns me, so I don't believe that he won't come back. After all, 85 favorability was already very high. Weiwei fabricated a lot of false information. What Green Tea Sister bought herself a hot search to hype her debut. Then she used all kinds of unspoken rules to get the role in Dreamlike Blossoms. Otherwise, how could a newcomer with no works get a role in a big production movie? She must have slept it out. Weiwei knew that the more malicious and extreme the comments were, the farther they could spread, and it would cause an internet crusade. There must be a group of strong attackers. Was there anything more offensive than Lu Zishi's fans? Weiwei scrolled through her phone. There were some photos of herself and Lu Zishi. Some of them were in the crew. After choosing for a long time, she deliberately cut the photos with Photoshop. Finally, she came up with a photo that she was satisfied with. It was a photo of her in a dance costume, a little revealing, with her hand on Lu Zishi's shoulder. This photo was taken by someone else. Lu Zishi's back was to the camera, so his face couldn't be seen. So this photo, with some exaggerated words, was evidence of Weiwei by seducing Lu Zishi. Sure enough, when the photo came out, she wrote, Green Tea Bitch Sister is still in the crew seducing the movie king. Although the movie king doesn't want her, it doesn't stop her from desperately sticking to him. Weibo completely exploded. Fans attacked Weiwei by one after another. Like I said, what green tea bitch? She's just a green tea bitch. She's so ugly, yet she's still hyping up some fairy sister. Look at that chin, those eyes are so big. She must have opened the corners of her eyes. Disgusting, she actually dares to seduce our brother movie king. Get lost, get lost. She must have slept it out. Otherwise, how could a newcomer with no works appear in Dreamlike Blossom's crew? Weiwei erased all traces on the internet. No one would be able to find out who leaked the news. Then, he took a look at Weibo. Very good. It was the second most searched topic. The first was news from the production team of Flower Blossom. She took another look at the comments on Weibo. As she read, she fell silent. The system asked, "What is it?" Was it because the comments were too ugly, so he was upset? Wei Wei Bai rubbed her chin, feeling a little conflicted. "So my chin is so perfect that it looks like it's been fixed." Wei Wei Bai, it even said that my eyes are so big that the corners of my eyes are wide open. Although I'm happy that my eyes are wide open, they're not as beautiful as me. Wei Wei Bai, my lips are fixed? I'm not that perfect, The system silently plugged in its earplugs. The host's narcissistic ways were really changing with each passing day. There were so many different ways, and they were super irritating to the eyes. Lu Zishi rubbed the bridge of his nose and tiredly got off the plane. Because of the transfer of assets to Wei Wei Bai, he urgently went abroad to deal with his grandfather. His grandfather was especially dissatisfied with his behavior. After all, he had a grudge against Bai Ziwen and her mother. His grandfather hated them to the bone. It wasn't easy to appease him, and now he was anxious to return home. Even if he had to leave her, he couldn't bear to be so far away from her. As soon as he got off the plane, he received a call from Xiao Yi. "Where did you go? Your sister is in trouble." Chapter 478. Lu Zishi's heart jumped, and his voice trembled. "What's wrong? Didn't they say that the car accident had no effect? Why did it suddenly turn bad?" "Xiao Yi, the whole internet is black. Your fans are too scary. I tried to clarify things for Wei Wei Bai, but I was still killed." Xiao Yi didn't dare to directly expose that Wei Wei Bai was Lu Zishi's sister. After all, the Lu family was a powerful family. If Lu Zishi didn't express his position, how could he dare to expose it? So he could only clarify that Wei Wei Bai wasn't involved in the unspoken rules. As a result, he was slandered by fans for sleeping with Wei Wei Bai. Xiao Yi was so scared that he peed his pants. If Lu Zishi came back and saw this black material, he would skin him alive. Lu Zishi frowned and went online. Seeing the extreme fan comments, his face immediately darkened. He gripped his phone. "Where's Wei Wei?" Internet words could kill. With so many nasty words, would she be frightened? She seemed to have seen the black material online and ran out of the hospital. I don't know where she went. Lu Zishi's eyes turned malicious. "You actually let her go missing." Xiao Yi trembled with fear. "It was a moment of negligence," Lu Zishi said angrily. "Enough. Hurry up and find her." He couldn't believe that Wei Wei Bai would be hurt so much after seeing the crazy comments online. Lu Zishi searched with all his might and soon found Wei Wei Bai. She was in a small rented apartment. She hadn't gone out for a few days. Lu Zishi hurried over. Wei Wei Bai was cutting cucumbers and putting them on her face. "System, the male lead is here. The door will open in 1 minute." Wei Wei Bai's hand trembled, and she hurriedly took the cucumber off her face and threw it in the trash can. Then she held the knife and spun it around. "I haven't put on makeup yet. My appearance is too sloppy. It's not good for favorability. What should I do?" Suddenly, the door opened. Wei Wei Bai, who was still spinning around a second ago, immediately changed her expression. She rubbed her eyes, and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes turned red. Her petal-like lips pursed, and a sorrowful expression appeared on her face. His hair was messy because he didn't take care of it. He was wearing pajamas and a shoe on one foot. He looked unkempt. Lu Zishi opened the door with the key the landlord had given him and saw his sister. She was holding a fruit knife and standing there with a sad expression on her face. He immediately thought that she was going to commit suicide. "Wei Wei, don't do anything stupid." He was so nervous that his muscles ached as he stared at the knife in her hand. Wei Wei Bai was at a loss for a moment. What kind of stupid thing was this? She looked at the knife in her hand. Cutting cucumbers. Lu Zishi held his breath. "Don't hurt yourself. I can handle the things on the internet. Don't listen to them." Wei Wei Bai was so weak and helpless. She had been attacked by so many words. How desperate would a person have to be to hide here and want to commit suicide? But he left her behind and went abroad. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 87. Wei Wei Bai finally reacted. She looked at Lu Zishi in a daze, tears falling from her eyes. "Didn't you not want me anymore? Why did you come back?" Lu Zishi was so distressed that he didn't know what to say. It's all Big Brother's fault. How can I not want you? Wei Wei Bai got into character in a second. She looked at him, aggrieved and sorrowful. They're all talking about me. They're saying that I sleep with other men. Lu Zishi slowly approached her, a bitter taste in his throat. You don't. They're all bad people. Don't listen to them. Wei Wei Bai was dazed for a moment. They're not wrong. I'm nothing. How can I act? If everyone abandons me, what's the point of living? Lu Zishi suddenly stepped forward, snatched the knife from her hand, and threw it away. Then he pulled her into his arms and hugged her tightly. His eyes were wet. I want you, Wei Wei. Big Brother wants you. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 90. Wei Wei Bai's body stiffened. She foolishly looked up, her eyes full of clear tears. Big Brother. She whispered. Lu Zishi felt like his heart was about to be crushed. I like you. Lu Zishi stared blankly, his mind blank. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the button at the bottom to record this reading. Next time you open the bookshelf, you'll see it. If you like, Chapter 479. She was willing to like him, even if it was only a slight liking. It was enough to make him shed tears of gratitude. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 95. Wei Wei Bai buried her face in his warm chest. She finally couldn't hold on any longer, and her body began to tremble. Soft, broken sobs rang out softly. Lu Zishi knew that she had endured too much. Whether it was the pain of her childhood, the hurt he had caused her, or even the crazy condemnation of the netizens. It had all become a huge pressure, oppressing her to the point where she had nowhere to run. Lu Zishi gently and lovingly placed kisses on her hair. He constantly comforted her. Finally, Wei Wei Bai fell asleep in his arms, exhausted. His eyes were full of tenderness as he carried her to bed, wiped her tears, and covered her with a quilt. Then he sat by the bed in a daze and watched her all night. She had thick black hair, snow-white skin, cherry lips, and a delicate and cute nose. She was simply perfect. Lu Zishi smiled foolishly. It was great that she liked him. The system nibbled on its chocolate, thinking expressionlessly. A drama queen with exaggerated acting skills and a stupid male lead with a hole in his head. What a good match. Hee. Bai Ziwen was in dire straits. She had clearly paid off her 10 million gambling debt and was planning to quit gambling. But for some reason, she was fooled by the people at the casino. She foolishly gambled again. Now, not only was the remaining 5 million gone, but she also owed several million in gambling debts. She had a miserable life. Then she thought of her cheap daughter. She searched and found that Wei Wei Bai had been miserably slandered on the internet. It was said that she had sold her body in exchange for a movie role, and that she had been humiliated by the film emperor. When Bai Ziwen saw this, an idea suddenly flashed through her mind. Right now, there was no specific news that Lu Zishi had recognized Wei Wei Bai as his sister. If she revealed on the internet that Wei Wei Bai was Lu Zishi's sister, then wouldn't Lu Zishi have no choice but to recognize her cheap daughter? Bai Ziwen was also forced into a corner. The gambling debt was too big. First, she would let Wei Wei Bai enter the Lu family, and then she would swindle Wei Wei Bai to pay off the debt. She immediately began to expose all the evidence. She had some intimate photos with Lu Renjia, photos of her pregnancy, and Wei Wei Bai's birth certificate. There were also paternity tests, and so on. As long as these were exposed, Wei Wei Bai's name. At that time, Lu Zishi. She would definitely be grateful to her mother. Bai Wei Wei cried too much. When she woke up, she felt that her eyes were swollen. She rubbed her eyes, Lu after getting off the bed. He went to the living room and saw a slender figure standing by the window. It was Lu Zishi. His back was to her, and he was giving orders on his phone. Suddenly, he turned around and saw Bai Wei Wei standing by the sofa with a confused look. He put away his phone and eagerly walked up to her. He picked her up by the waist and placed her on the sofa. The floor is cold. Don't step on it barefoot. Wei Wei Bai had just woken up. Her eyes were hazy. She lazily said, "In Big Brother." Lu Zishi saw that her eyes were misty, her lips were redder than usual, and her skin was as white as a delicate porcelain doll's. His heart was hit by a dull thud. This was called breathtaking. He followed his instincts and kissed the corner of her lips. Wei Wei Bai blankly allowed him to kiss her. He took advantage of the situation and kissed her ear. He gently sucked. When he saw that her ear was red from sensitivity, he couldn't help but chuckle. Address of the full text: https://www.sashu.com. Download address of the full text: https://www.sashu.com. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the button below to record your reading record. Chapter 480. He suppressed his desire and said in a hoarse voice, "Wei Wei Bai, don't call me brother anymore." Wei Wei Bai blushed and looked at him in confusion. He couldn't help but say, with a gentle expression, "I've already asked someone to clarify the rumors on the internet. Also, I plan to marry you." Wei Wei Bai said, "But we're brother and sister." Lu Zishi smiled. "I'll have someone edit all your past information. No one will know you're my sister, so you don't have to call me brother." Although it was cute for her to call him brother, even more, he wanted her to call him hubby. Wei Wei Bai blinked. "Can I? Isn't that falsifying information?" Lu Zishi looked at her obedient appearance and suddenly felt a little sorry for her. Siblings in love. It was like walking on the tip of a knife, falling into hell at any moment. He actually started to feel sorry for her. She would encounter so many difficulties when she was with him. When he loved someone, he started to feel sorry for her future. But should he let her go? Lu Zishi's heart was crushed into pieces just thinking about it. "It's okay, leave it to me." Lu Zishi suppressed all his worries into his heart and revealed a gentle smile. Wei Wei Bai looked at him worriedly and finally sighed. "It's okay, I won't leave you." These words were a reassuring pill, and the darkness in Lu Zishi's heart was dispelled. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 96. Wei Wei Bai said, "It's good to have a sister-con brother. Flirt with him and the favorability will increase." System said, "Brothers who have ideas about their own sisters are worse than beasts." Wei Wei Bai, System said, "Sisters who have ideas about their own brothers are brainless." Wei Wei Bai, System said, "That's why beasts are worse than beasts. If they're not retarded, who's retarded?" Wei Wei Bai was expressionless. System said, "Build a new style, talk about morality, resist obscenity." Wei Wei Bai, "I really want to block the system." Lu Zishi asked someone to tidy up the apartment. Then, he led Wei Wei Bai back. Halfway through the journey, there was a traffic jam and it started to drizzle. Lu Zishi frowned. "Can we take a detour?" This was the busiest road in the city, and the traffic jam would last at least half an hour. The driver said awkwardly, "Young master, the car is stuck in the middle and can't get out." Lu Zishi could only wait patiently. He turned to look at Wei Wei Bai and realized that she was leaning against the window. He followed her gaze. In the drizzle, there was a dessert shop not far away. This dessert shop was famous for its delicious desserts. Thinking that there would be a long traffic jam, Lu Zishi suddenly opened the car door and walked out in the rain. Wei Wei Bai was shocked. She turned around and saw that he was already far away. She quickly asked the driver for an umbrella and hurried over. Lu Zishi bought a few pieces of cherry cake and a milk drink. When he paid the bill, the clerk looked at him with a red face. Only then did he remember that his face was particularly troublesome. Before anyone reacted, he immediately walked out of the shop. In the distance, he saw a petite figure holding an umbrella, anxiously looking for someone in the rain. When she saw him, her eyes lit up, revealing a smile that curved her eyebrows. Wei Wei Bai trotted to his side, raised her hand high, and covered his head with the umbrella. Lu Zishi quickly lowered his head and took out a small cake from the bag. "I was afraid you were hungry, so I went to buy something to eat." Wei Wei Bai smiled, lowered her head, and took a bite of the cake. Then she raised her head, her eyebrows carrying traces of stunning charm. With cream on her lips, she sweetly said, "It's delicious." Chapter 481. Xiao Yi was shocked. This was too shameless. Lu Zishi smiled coldly. "Since you like me, don't even think about regretting it." Xiao Yi cursed. This was simply the logic of a bandit. Lu Zishi pressed the button and hung up. He coldly glanced at the phone, then turned around and saw Wei Wei Bai at the bedroom door, looking at him with a sheet draped over her. In the light, her snow-white skin and red lips carried traces of immaturity, but he could already see the stunning shadow of her future. Lu Zixi's breath caught as he thought of what he had just said. He didn't know how much she had heard. Wei Weibai laughed. If I regret it, are you really going to die? Lu Zixi stared at her with dark eyes. He stretched out his long legs and walked to her side. Then he extended his fingers and gently lifted her chin, carelessly rubbing her skin. As he wished, he saw her face turn red. He said in a low voice, I'm going to drag you down with me. Wei Weibai, Lu Zixi chuckled. You really believed it. How could I bear to let you die, fool? Then, without waiting for her to reply, he lowered his head and kissed her. He didn't want to think about the future. What if she regretted it? Just thinking about it made his heart feel like it was being cut by a knife. This was the first time he hated the fact that they were siblings. Dreamlike Blossom's final scene. It was completed in the palace of the film city. Wei Weibai closed the script. It was super melodramatic. She didn't have the face to act. It was even more melodramatic than her. Xiao Yi picked up the loudspeaker and sat in the director's chair. Everyone in position. Are the actors ready? Start shooting. Lu Zixi was going to act. He could finally sit in the director's chair. And Qian walked out in his costume. When he saw Wei Weibai in person, he breathed a sigh of relief. He finally didn't have to act in front of a green screen. Was there such a miserable supporting male lead? From beginning to end, he couldn't see the male and female leads. The scenes were all done by him talking to himself and then editing. Wei Weibai walked out wearing a white shirt and a red dress. Her lively and beautiful appearance stunned everyone present. She turned her head and saw Lu Zixi in his full suit of general's armor. He was handsome, as if he had walked out of a painting. His eyes were incomparably cold, but when he saw Wei Weibai, his expression softened. Xiao Yi looked at this pair of golden boy and girl, brother and sister. He couldn't help but rub his face helplessly. The sour smell of love was too obvious. Couldn't he restrain himself a little? Xiao Yi raised the loudspeaker and roared, "Begin." Wei Weibai was the first to enter the zone. The smile in her eyes vanished. Her figure was like a willow leaf, sharp as a knife, as she threw herself into Lu Zixi's arms. "Brother." Her voice was resolute and desperate. "Please take me away." This plot was Yin Yi forcing her to abdicate. But Yin Qiqi had had enough of the life in the palace and all sorts of schemes and ambitions. All she wanted was to get out of the palace. She wanted to live in seclusion with her brother. But Yin Yi couldn't bear to part with his power. He hugged her, a look of struggle flashing through his eyes. In the end, he said, "When I ascend the throne, you will be my..." His tone was affectionate and gentle. But he didn't finish his words. Wei Weibai looked at him in despair. In the end, she just smiled, and Qian suddenly sneered. "Yin Yi, do you think you can succeed? The throne is Zhen's, and so is she. What right do you have to fight?" Lu Zixi's eyes turned cold as he glared fiercely at Qian. At this moment, the murderous look in the film emperor's eyes made Qian's pitiful self shrink back a little. Lu Zixi gritted his teeth and said word by word, "She is mine." To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the button at the bottom to record this reading. Chapter 482. And Qian, is there such a line? I can't remember at the moment. Forget it, I'll continue acting. He sneered. "You've already fallen into my trap. Kill him for me." As soon as this line came out, a prepared arrow flew out. Wei Weibai's expression changed, and she pushed Lu Zixi away without hesitation. The arrow pierced her chest, breaking the blood bag and causing blood to gush out of her white blouse. Her face was deathly pale, and the sharp pain caused her to tremble as she collapsed. Blood stained her body. Lu Zixi rushed over and hugged her. He hardly needed to act. He just saw her like this, even if it was a pretense. He was also afraid and grieved. Wei Weibai's eyes overflowed with deep affection and sorrow. "Brother." Lu Zixi looked at her in fear and gripped her hand tightly. His eyes were full of helplessness. "You'll be fine." Bai Weiwei sighed softly, with pity. It seemed real, but also seemed fake. "Forget about me. I'm leaving." Lu Zixi's heart seemed to be twisted. He stared blankly at Wei Weibai. She softly recited her lines. "I'm willing to die for you, brother." Lu Zishi was almost shaken by the true emotion in her eyes. It was clearly a play, but there was no trace of acting. It was as if she was really willing to die for him. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 98. The final scene smoothly ended. Before the celebration party started, Lu Zishi received a call from his team. After he finished listening, his expression changed. Wei Weibai took off her costume and makeup. When she walked out, she saw Lu Zishi talking on the phone. His tone was somewhat angry. When she walked over, Lu Zishi turned his head warily and immediately hung up. "What's wrong, brother?" Lu Zishi revealed a reassuring smile. "It's nothing. It's a company matter. Let's go." Wei Weibai took his hand and smiled. "Okay." After returning home, they ate and took a shower. Then, they played Wei Weibai's favorite games together. At around 10 o'clock, Wei Weibai went to bed. Only then did Lu Zishi dare to turn on the computer. Sure enough, the internet had already exploded. Even the crew of Flower Blossom had been brushed aside. The top trending searches were all about him and by Wei Wei's sibling relationship. Originally, after a few days of rapid deletion, whitewashing, and changing the target, they were about to completely clear Wei Weibai's name. In the end, it turned out that he and Wei Weibai were biological siblings. Everything was exposed. The paternity test, the birth certificate, and the matter between his father and Bai Zuan. All of them appeared on Weibo, Tieba, and forums. This could no longer be suppressed. Moreover, there was a complete set of dried goods, so there was no way to wash them. Lu Zishi almost wanted to smash his computer. This was not the most serious matter. He didn't dare to let Wei Weibai see this. It was their love affair that was exposed. One of them was the Weibo of a cute girl from a dessert shop. He posted several photos. It was a rainy day. He went to buy desserts, and they were filmed kissing in the rain. He was also careless. He had always thought that he could hide their relationship, so he didn't hide it. The angles of several photos were clear. The romantic rain, the light-colored umbrella. He smiled and gently lowered his head to kiss her. This photo was so beautiful that it exploded on Weibo. There was also a creepy title. The most disgusting thing of the year. Genius movie Emperor Lu Zishi actually committed incest with his biological sister. Usually, even a small matter in the entertainment industry could cause an uproar. Not to mention such an iconic incident. It was simply setting off earth-shattering waves. Chapter 483. Even his fans reacted strongly, with a lot of condemnation. Incest. This was the original sin. No one could wash away their innocence. Lu Zishi stretched out his hands and crossed his fingers. He tiredly rested his chin on the back of his hand. He definitely couldn't let her see this. Lu Zishi stared fiercely at the information that had been exposed. Who was it that exposed the fact that they were siblings? He called people to investigate, and the company was in chaos. Because the public relations department's phone had been blown up with calls. They were all denouncing Lu Zishi and Wei Weibai's love affair. The entertainment industry was like a double-edged sword. When he was famous, he was glamorous and surrounded by tens of thousands of people. When something happened, there was nowhere to run. It was like a carnival, and people couldn't wait to trample him into the ground. Lu Zishi wasn't afraid of being spurned. But what about Wei Weibai? She was only 18 years old, an age when she should be pampered. Moreover, her talent. Lu Zishi felt that she was the same as him, a talented actress. The kind of actress who would shine in the entertainment industry in the future. After this incident, her dreams were ruined. The fear in Lu Zishi's heart finally came true. Would she regret it? When their love was spurned by tens of thousands of people, would she still be able to insist on liking him? Lu Zishi turned off the computer, got into bed, and reached out to hold her in his arms. Wei Weibai called out in a daze, "Brother." Lu Zishi's voice trembled slightly. "I'm here. Go to sleep." Wei Weibai nodded blankly, then obediently nestled in his arms and fell asleep. Lu Zishi didn't sleep all night. He held her, not daring to let go. He was worried that when he woke up, she would leave him. Lu Zishi disconnected all the internet cables in the house. He lied to Wei Weibai, saying that there was a problem with the broadband in this area and that there was no way to go online. Then, the servants at home warned her. She wasn't allowed to go out, nor was she allowed to tell her what was going on outside. He could hide it for as long as he could. Lu Zishi received a call with the results of the investigation. His expression was calm, but his eyes were cold. He saw Wei Wei Bai lying on the sofa, reading a book. Wei Wei, I'm going out for a while. I'll be back soon. Wei Wei Bai was reading a novel happily. Her slender white legs stretched out from under her long shirt, and her feet swayed in the air. Yes, bring me desserts. Lu Zishi smiled dotingly. Okay. Xiao Yi hurried over. He was about to go crazy. After this incident, Fang Huaxian could only be temporarily suspended. Right now, Lu Zishi and Wei Wei Bai were all over the internet. Everyone condemned him. It was extremely crazy. Xiao Yi was worried that Lu Zishi would be beaten to death on the streets. Who asked him to be so famous? This time, he had committed incest with his own sister. It was like setting off a bomb. In particular, it was even scarier when some fans turned against them. They arrived at the agreed coffee shop. This place had long been booked and cleared out, so it was completely empty. Only Lu Zishi was sitting by the window, drinking coffee. His movements were elegant, and his delicate features were ice-cold. Handsome and cold, it made people's hearts tremble. Xiao Yi sighed. There's no way to clean up this mess. You should pack up and take your sister abroad to avoid the limelight. Lu Zishi was expressionless, without a trace of panic. Let's settle our personal grudges first. Xiao Yi, what grudges? Just as he said this, the door to the coffee shop opened. Several bodyguards dragged Bai Ziwen in. Bai Ziwen's face was frightened. Her hair was disheveled, and she looked like a stray dog. When Lu Zishi saw her, his eyes flashed with disgust. Was it you who exposed that Wei Wei and I are biological siblings? After Bai Ziwen exposed it, she went to hide from gambling debts. For a moment, she didn't know that she had poked a hornet's nest. She thought that Lu Zishi was angry because she forced him to acknowledge Wei Wei Bai. She immediately pretended to be calm. Wei Wei is your biological sister. Even if you hate Andy, you can't deny this matter. Lu Zishi looked indifferently at the coffee in his hand. Bai Ziwen became agitated. Wei Wei is your sister. Now everyone knows. If you don't acknowledge it, you're heartless and unjust. Lu Zishi suddenly sneered, and his smile twisted. He gritted his teeth and said, So what if we're biological siblings? You're all rushing to force me. Bai Ziwen, you're biological to begin with. Lu Zishi suddenly got up and smashed the coffee cup in his hand on her head. Chapter 484. Bai Ziwen screamed as her head bled. Lu Zishi's eyes were filled with ruthlessness as he kicked her away. Bai Ziwen's face was covered in blood as she knocked over a table and chair. She looked at Lu Zishi in horror. Lu Zishi's face was filled with rage. He grabbed her hair and slammed her to the ground. Xiao Yi was scared silly. He immediately stood up and stretched out his hand to grab his arm. Brother Lu, calm down. You're going to kill her. Lu Zishi was expressionless as he lifted his foot and stomped on Bai Ziwen's hand. Bai Ziwen screamed and rolled on the ground. Xiao Yi felt his legs go soft. He always knew that Lu Zishi had a bad temper. The movie Emperor's elegant persona was for his fans to see, but he didn't expect him to be so savage. Lu Zishi's face was gloomy. He ignored Xiao Yi and leisurely used a shoe to crush Bai Ziwen's fingers. People said that the 10 fingers were connected to the heart. Stepping on them one by one was painful enough to make one's scalp numb. Xiao Yi was so scared that his voice trembled. You're still in the limelight. Don't cause any more trouble, Zishi. Lu Zishi said sinisterly, Let go. Xiao Yi's hand trembled. Under his cold and gloomy gaze, he obediently let go and then obediently shrank to the side. It wasn't that he didn't want to save her. It was that Uncle Lu's eyes were so frightening, so frightening. He was so scared that his little heart was about to split open. Lu Zishi absent-mindedly straightened his cuffs. Then, he faced Bai Ziwen, who had been beaten to a pulp. He said maliciously, Who are you calling my sister? Bai Ziwen's head spun as she looked at the terror-like Lu Zishi in horror. She said fearfully, Wei Wei is... Lu Zishi kicked her in the stomach. Keep talking. Who are you calling my sister? The ruthlessness in his heart was completely aroused. He wasn't afraid of being spurned. He wasn't afraid of losing his movie emperor status. nor was he afraid of losing fans. What he was afraid of was that Wei Wei Bai would leave him. This was something that was loathed and crazily condemned by the entire society. He couldn't imagine if she would regret being with this beast of a brother. She would regret it. If he didn't regret it for a day or a month, then what about a year or a decade? At that time, she would definitely leave him. This was the most fatal blow to Lu Zishi. Therefore, when he found out that Bai Ziwen was the one who exposed their relationship, both new and old grudges arose. Lu Zishi wished he could cut this woman into 1,000 pieces. Bai Ziwen was truly terrified. She hugged her head and cried, "Don't kill me. I only wanted Wei Wei to return to the Lu family." She felt that Lu Zishi should know that Wei Wei Bai wasn't his biological sister. That was why he had tortured and beaten her. Lu Zishi picked up a chair and was just about to smash it down. Bai Ziwen finally screamed out, "She's not your sister. I was wrong. I shouldn't have let her go. I shouldn't have lied to you." The chair stopped in midair. Bai Ziwen was so scared that she was in tears. "I had no choice. At that time, Wei Wei was dead. I was very afraid that your family would beat me to death, so I went to the orphanage to adopt one." Lu Zishi stared at her blankly. He couldn't seem to understand her words. Bai Ziwen lay on the ground in a sorry state. She didn't dare to raise her head as she begged for mercy. "I was wrong. I shouldn't have adopted a child and said that she was your biological sister. I shouldn't have forged a fake report. I just wanted to get a share of the property." She was frightened. Lu Zishi was like a demon. She was afraid that if she didn't admit it, she would be beaten to death. The chair in Lu Zishi's hand fell to the ground. The ferocious violence on his face disappeared and was replaced by disbelief. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the button at the bottom to record this reading. Chapter 485. She wasn't his sister? He closed his eyes and endured the billowing waves in his heart, then expressionlessly combed his messy hair back. Then he crouched down and asked coldly, "You said Wei Wei isn't my sister?" Bai Ziwen cried, "Didn't you already know? Otherwise, why did you hit me like this?" He hit her because he thought Wei Wei Bai was his sister. Lu Zishi's fingers trembled, and he clenched them tightly. "Tell me clearly, you adopted Wei Wei from that orphanage." Just as Lu Zishi was interrogating Bai Ziwen, Wei Wei Bai suddenly heard the system's warning. Countdown to failure of the side quest. Please complete the mission of 100 favorability within 30 minutes. If you exceed 30 minutes, the host will run naked around the Earth's equator. This time, the warning was sharp and terrifying. This was Wei Wei Bai's first time facing failure of a side quest. She rolled off the sofa and onto the floor. How can the side quest fail? Bai Ziwen kept the secret very well. Even this fake daughter of hers didn't know that she wasn't her biological daughter. And because of Bai Ziwen's huge gambling debt, it was even more impossible for her to reveal this secret. This made Wei Wei Bai feel very relieved about the side quest. So she put all her energy into the main quest. The system said, "The male lead beat your mother up," and she confessed. Wei Wei Bai said, "Your mother is the one. Where's Lu Zishi? We need to do a big one. If the favorability doesn't reach 100.5 an hour." The system was excited. "Do you want to run naked around the equator?" Wei Wei Bai was Slagstem's tone gloating. It was. The system pulled up Lu Zishi's location. She immediately called a reporter and posted online. His location was exposed. The system looked at her familiar appearance. Sure enough, after doing so many bad things, she was nimble in doing things. Then Wei Wei Bai rushed desperately to the coffee shop. "Why did you call so many people over?" Wei Wei Bai, "The more people there are, the merrier. If he scolds us again, I will throw myself at him and say that I won't leave him even if I die. All right, I got 100 favorable impression points." Lu Zishi's favorability was still at 98. Wasn't it just a bit of insecurity that was causing trouble? The system said, "You're getting more and more familiar with the routine." Wei Wei Bai said, "If you had transmigrated 10 times, you would have turned from a newbie to a veteran. After that, I adopted her from that orphanage. What I said was the truth. I just wanted a share of the inheritance." Bai Ziwen's face was bruised and swollen. She cried miserably. How could she have imagined that Lu Zishi would be so terrifying? Not only did he not recognize her as his sister, he even beat her to death. Lu Zishi looked at her, his eyes cold. Property? Do you know how much I hate you? I didn't kill you because I didn't want to dirty my hands, yet you still dare to appear in front of me. Bai Ziwen trembled all over, not daring to make a sound. Lu Zishi, does Wei Wei know about this? Bai Ziwen's mind was in a mess. She was afraid of being beaten to death by him, so she said whatever was on her mind. I don't know. If she knew that she wasn't my biological child, she wouldn't be filial to me. Lu Zishi looked at her coldly, then suddenly sneered. Adopting her was perhaps the most correct thing you've ever done. If it wasn't for Bai Ziwen's adoption, you probably would never have met Wei Wei Bai. All kinds of violent emotions were fluctuating in Lu Zishi's chest. But in the end, these emotions only had one impulse. He wanted to go back. He wanted to tell Wei Wei that they weren't biological siblings and that they could be together. Chapter 486. Xiao Yi, who was watching from the sidelines, was completely stunned. Even watching a melodramatic TV series couldn't compare to reality. Lu Zishi reached out, picked up the jacket on the back of the chair, and put it on. Then he said to the bodyguard, "Take her away. Throw her into the company's warehouse and lock her up. Wait until he thoroughly investigated the matter of Wei Wei in the orphanage. Only then could he release Bai Ziwen. In the end, she was someone who had raised Wei Wei, so Lu Zishi didn't have the heart to kill her." The bodyguard immediately dragged her away. Lu Zishi looked back at Xiao Yi. "You're in charge of guiding public opinion on the internet. Say that Bai Ziwen, this woman, is lying for money. The fact that Wei Wei and I aren't blood-related siblings has to be spread as soon as possible." At this point, Bai Ziwen couldn't possibly lie to him. After all, this lie wouldn't do her any good. Xiao Yi immediately nodded and was about to say something. Suddenly, the glass window was shattered by a stone. The stone hit Lu Zishi's feet, shattering the glass all over the floor. Xiao Yi cursed and raised his head to look. Outside the coffee shop, a large number of fans and reporters had run over. Some were heckling, some were cursing. It was bustling. Lu Zishi frowned. The bodyguard had already left. He took out his cell phone and made a call, asking the company to send a few more bodyguards. As a result, just as he finished the call, he saw a familiar petite figure in the crowd, struggling to approach the coffee shop. She wore a mask and had her hair tied up in a bun. Standing in the crowd, her face couldn't be seen, but she was conspicuous and cute. Lu Zishi's pupils constricted, and his heart jumped. He immediately recognized that this was Wei Wei Bai. The fans who came, as well as the reporters, were all potential violent elements. If they found out that she was Wei Wei Bai, then the situation would get out of hand, and she might be hurt. "Lu Zishi, are you really having incest with your sister?" The reporters shouted desperately. The door to the coffee shop was locked, so they could only push and shove desperately outside. This was the biggest news of the year. If anyone could interview Lu Zishi, even if it was just a photo, it was a good opportunity for the reporters to get a bonus. The fans weren't so rational. They screamed, "Lu Zishi, how can you be with your own sister? It's too disgusting. Get out of the entertainment industry. People like you should go to jail, and your sister isn't a good person either." Wei Wei Bai was about to go deaf. She glanced at the time. There were less than 5 minutes left. Was she really going to run around the world naked? That scene was so beautiful that she didn't dare to imagine it. Wei Wei Bai looked at the coffee shop's broken window. Lu Zishi stood by the window, his posture tall and straight like a pine tree. His delicate features were full of worry. He saw her. Wei Wei Bai was just about to say hello when her mask was pushed off by someone. Her pretty little face was exposed under the sunlight. Her watery eyes were sparkling, and her skin was soft and delicate. She carried a hint of ignorance. She was ridiculously beautiful. Such a person would be easily distinguished in a crowd of demons and devils. Lu Zishi's breathing stopped. His eyes were red, and fear made him unable to think. Xiao Yi was just about to say something, but Lu Zishi had already rushed to the door. Without hesitation, he pulled it open and rushed out. On the other side, some fans had already recognized Wei Wei Bai. Isn't that Wei Wei Bai? Is it the sister who committed incest with her own brother? How can she still have the face to come out? I thought she was just using the unspoken rules to climb up. I didn't expect her to be so disgusting. She hooked up with her own brother. Wei Wei Bai looked at them blankly. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the button at the bottom to record this reading. Chapter 487. Several hands fiercely shoved her away. Someone madly said to her, "Why don't you go die? How can you seduce your brother? He's my idol." One person made a move. The remaining emotional fans began to panic. Wei Wei Bai's lips moved. She looked at them, petite and helpless. In a frenzied crowd, she was pitifully alone. An agitated fan picked up a shoe and viciously smashed it at Wei Wei Bai. A hand suddenly reached out from the crowd and hugged Wei Wei Bai, completely protecting her in its embrace. The shoe was also opened. Wei Wei Bai was hidden in a warm and broad embrace. She raised her head, only to see the panting Lu Zishi. His handsome face was filled with cold anger. Lu Zishi's arms tightly held Wei Wei Bai. The veins on the back of his hands were protruding, and his eyes held a desperate madness. Wei Wei Bai grabbed the clothes on his chest, her eyes somewhat flustered. She whispered, "I saw it. Our relationship was exposed on the internet." Lu Zishi's whole body stiffened. The joy in his heart from knowing that they weren't biological siblings had yet to fade. But another kind of longing emerged. Would she regret it? Everyone was cursing them. These malicious comments and the pressure of the entire society. Would she want to separate from him? The words, "not biological siblings," were in his mouth, but he couldn't say them out loud. Wei Wei Bai took a deep breath and was about to say something. Suddenly, she heard the system's warning. The male lead is in danger. There's a crazy fan on the left, stabbing with a knife. Stabbing from this direction. Stabbing the kidneys. Was this to prevent Lu Zishi from being impotent and incest? What a loyal fan who put in so much effort. Wei Wei Bai blinked and fiercely pushed Lu Zishi away with her fingers. Lu Zishi thought she didn't want him. He looked at her somewhat blankly and sadly. Did she really regret liking him? After Wei Wei Bai pushed him away, the knife happened to pierce her body. Because of the angle and because there were too many people. For a moment, Lu Zishi didn't see the knife. He only saw Wei Wei Bai's body suddenly fall. He didn't have time to be sad. He knocked aside a few people and reached out to grab her. Wei Wei Bai took the opportunity to hug him. She buried her head in his chest and suddenly said in a voice as tender as water, "Lu Zishi, I like you." Lu Zishi paused, his eyes somewhat moist. He had experienced so many malicious attacks. She was still willing to like him. He was so moved that he couldn't speak. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 99. There was only 1 minute left. Wei Wei Bai smiled and blushed shyly. "Can you kiss me?" In front of a crowd. In the crowd of people who were fiercely condemning them for being shameless and disgusting. Wei Wei Bai's voice was like clear spring water, flowing into his heart. Lu Zishi also smiled. He lowered his head and gently kissed her. At this moment, under the sun, they were so perfect that people couldn't help but hold their breath. No matter how difficult the road ahead was, they seemed to be fearless. "I love you." Lu Zishi left her lips. There wasn't a trace of gloom in his eyes, only warm affection. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 100. The side quest has been resolved within 30 minutes. Punishment has been canceled. The host is facing a major life threat and will leave the plane ahead of time. Countdown of 5 seconds. Wei Wei Bai's eyes were smiling, and her voice was weak. "I love you too." Then she slowly closed her eyes and listened to the last second of the countdown. The familiar darkness enveloped her, and Lu Zishi finally realized that something was wrong. His hand was wet. He raised it, and it was covered in blood. Lu Zishi stared blankly at the blood in his hand. He lowered his head and saw Wei Wei Bai nestled in his arms. She was soft and calm, as if she was asleep. Address of the full text: https://www. Com download of the full text: https://www. Com read of the full text: https://m. com/. Chapter 488. Wei Wei Bai was short of breath. She struggled to say, Tongzi, am I back? The system said, you are back, but you didn't succeed in running naked. Wei Wei Bai. What's with the pity in your tone? Do you want me to run naked? A familiar notification sounded. Host's mission is complete. 30 days of life gained. A total of 112 days. Wei Wei Bai was excited. She could live for a long time. Ding, deducting 5 days of life subsistence allowance, 15 days of a commoner's meal in the system cafeteria, 1 day of beauty capsule, 3 days of data fabrication device, 10 days of discounted system chocolate, 3 days of painkillers before death, 10 days of bullet screen maintenance fee. Wei Wei Bai, the system said, let me calculate with the calculator. Congratulations, host. After deducting 47 days, you have 65 days of life left. Wei Wei Bai felt like she was going to have a heart attack again. She worked so hard in this plane, but the result was not enough. Just the system alone was a wastrel. Eating a snack cost 25 days of her life. The system seemed to know what she was thinking. You said I could eat. Wei Wei Bai's face was ferocious. Where's the chocolate? The system said flatteringly, I saw the discount. Usually, a bucket of 100 life points, it's only 10 days of expiration. Bai Weiwei spat out a mouthful of old blood. The system was happy. I ate as much as I could and finally finished it in this plane before the expiration date. I'm awesome, aren't I? Weiwei Bai did not want to talk. She wanted to throw a bomb at the system. How much money did she have to earn to feed this trash system that only knew how to eat? Weiwei Bai's voice trembled. Where's Yi Yuxuan? Where's my Yi Yuxuan? The system said, You're Yi Yuxuan? Wei Wei Bai's eyes were filled with tears. He's my life. My life depends on him. He's my tycoon, my golden thigh, my lifelong pursuit. I suddenly realized that I've fallen in love with him. Winning over anyone was better than winning over Yi Yuxuan. Every day, the host would refresh the threshold for being shameless. In the corridor of the hospital, by Changyan sighed. Mr. Yi, I think it's better to cancel this marriage. Our Bai family is trying to climb too high with you. Yi Yuxuan stood quietly by the wall with one hand in his pocket. He was wearing a clean white shirt and simple suit pants. He looked fresh and handsome. His expression was indifferent and his eyes were calm. When he looked at Bai Changyan, there was not a trace of emotion in his eyes. Bai Changyan revealed a tired expression. My daughter's body isn't good either. I suddenly feel that she's not suitable to enter a wealthy family. Yi Yuxuan looked at Bai Changyan coldly. His entire body was icy cold. Bai Changyan tried his best to say, how about I introduce a few girls who are better than my Wei Wei? Yi Yuxuan glanced at him coldly and finally opened his mouth. No one is better than her. Bai Changyan asked, how do you know there isn't? Yi Yuxuan lowered his head and his eyes flashed scarlet. If I say there isn't, then there isn't. No one can compare to a single strand of her hair. The cold air was filled with ruthlessness. It was a little strange. Bai Changyan was stunned for a moment. Why did he feel that Yi Yuxuan's mood was not right? Qin Xiu, who had been observing from the side, also noticed that Yi Yuxuan's mood was a little out of control. He immediately came over and grabbed Yi Yuxuan's arm. He smiled and said, In-law, let's talk about marriage later. Wei Wei hasn't woken up yet. It's most important to treat her first. As soon as this sentence came out, Bai Changyan felt sad. Yes, his daughter's life was still unknown. TV. Chapter 489. What was he saying to Yi Yuxuan, this shameless beast? The most important thing was that his daughter woke up. Qin Xiu laughed as he pulled Yi Yuxuan away. When they finally reached his office, he frowned and said, After sleeping, you're not in a good mood. Yi Yuxuan didn't say anything. He went to the table and opened the drawer. He took out a cigarette box and a lighter. Then he elegantly and neatly put the cigarette between his lips and lit it. Qin Xiu was surprised. When did you start smoking? Yi Yuxuan didn't smoke at all. She hadn't smoked since she was a child. Yi Yuxuan held the cigarette between her fingers and glanced at him lightly. In my dream. Qin Xiu, in your dream? Yi Yuxuan looked down at the cigarette and suddenly looked disappointed. In my dream, she left me again. The movie and television tycoon's national sister, follow-up, Liu Zixi incest scandal continued to ferment. From a film emperor's incest with his sister, to Wei Wei Bai's death and the fact that they weren't siblings, it only took 3 days. Wei Wei Bai was an orphan and was adopted by Bai Ziwen. But she wasn't Lu Rinjia's daughter. She had no blood relationship with Lu Zixi. In the article refuting the rumor, Wei Wei Bai's information in the orphanage was included. Bai Ziwen's fake paternity test was also published. There is also Wei Wei Bai and Lu Zixi's paternity test report, which also proved that they weren't biological siblings. The mighty public condemnation. Suddenly, silence fell. Bai Ziwen also held a press conference. At the press conference, she cried miserably. My brain was covered in lard. Because of gambling debts, I wanted to blackmail the Lu family. All the reporters were in an uproar. Bai Ziwen, I didn't expect that Lu Zixi wouldn't give me money at all, so I was angry and forged those things. In fact, they weren't siblings at all. There were fans at the press conference. These fans were immediately angry. They threw water bottles, umbrellas, and even chairs at Bai Ziwen. Bai Ziwen was sent to the hospital again. When Xiao Yi called Lu Zixi. Lu Zixi was silent for a long time before he said gloomily, "She's no longer of any value." Xiao Yi's entire body trembled. Don't tell me, don't do anything stupid. Lu Zixi didn't say anything and directly hung up. Within a few days, Bai Ziwen died in the hospital due to an infected wound. She had died in a hurry, and no one had come to identify her body, so she had been taken to the funeral parlor to be cremated. After Xiao Yi found out, he felt that it was definitely Lu Zixi's doing. On the internet, the incest rumors were cleared up. News of Wei Wei Bai's death also spread. Because a fan couldn't stand the scandals of her idol's incest and felt deceived, she planned to assassinate Lu Zixi. However, Wei Wei Bai managed to block the attack. Wei Wei Bai died on the same day. A fan at the scene even posted a video of that day. In the crowd of crazy condemnation. When a knife came, Wei Wei Bai didn't hesitate to push Lu Zixi away. This scene shocked many people. How deep of a love did one have to be to not hesitate to use one's own life to save one's loved one? Many fans, as well as those who cursed Wei Wei Bai online, cried. All sorts of apologies were posted on Weibo. It was lively for quite a while. The name by Wei Wei, when she was alive, was only a small hit because of an advertisement and the unspoken rules of black material. But after her death, it became completely popular. We owe Wei Wei Bai a life. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the button at the bottom to record this reading. Chapter 490. This sentence was spread all over the internet. Rumors killed people, killing the most innocent girl. And it was a girl who deeply loved their film emperor. There were even some extreme fans who said, "Love to this extent, even if they were biological siblings, I can't afford to slander such a sister. To block a knife and die for the sake of loving someone. This kind of love was simply too pure to not be shaken." This Weibo post had a terrifying number of reposts. Gradually, someone began to call Wei Wei Bai little sister. It was like an apologetic memorial. Because they mistook her for Lu Zixi's sister, they madly spat and cursed her. Later, the misunderstanding was cleared up, but she was long gone. The word little sister was like a memorial to an innocent girl. They were also apologizing for that innocent death. And what pushed this matter to a climax was Dreamlike Blossoms was released. This was Wei Wei Bai's debut work and also her last posthumous work. The Dreamlike Blossoms crew didn't excessively celebrate Wei Wei Bai's death. They simply wrote the three names Lu Zixi, Wei Wei Bai, and Qian on the poster. Wei Wei Bai was in the middle. Many people went to see the movie out of guilt. There were even people on Weibo who said, "Although I don't look forward to little sister Wei Wei's acting skills, I know that we all owe her this movie ticket." This Weibo post quickly became a hot search. Everyone liked it one after another. The movie started with a big scene. Lu Zixi was dressed in martial attire, looking valiant and formidable, looking back with cold eyes. And Qian was also remarkable. She played a scheming emperor with a thin, weak, and pale appearance. And when Wei Wei Bai appeared, it was a pair of hands, slender and pale fingers, pink and tender like peach blossoms. The hands gently pushed open the window, full of sunlight. Then came a light shirt with wide sleeves, cute double hair buns, and a beautiful, thin back. Someone called out Chi Chi. She turned her head lightly, her almond-shaped eyes crystal clear. Her fair and delicate skin was flawless under the sun. Suddenly, her lips curved slightly. His eyes were filled with sunshine, and his smile was as pure and beautiful as a child's. This smile was so cute that it melted everyone. Those who thought she didn't know how to act were shocked. The movie lasted for nearly 2 hours, and Wei Wei Bai's appearance lasted for about 30 minutes. However, everyone felt that she was the main character. She danced in her white and red dress. It was so stunning that everyone who was watching the movie gasped. In the movie, this girl had displayed acting skills that were beyond her age, and her stunning beauty could be passed down in film history. In the story, she had a crush on her brother. Her struggle, pain, and unwavering determination pushed the film to its climax. Especially when she died, it coincided with her real life. This scene made many people cry on the spot. When it was over, everyone couldn't calm down for a long time. The next day, a piece of news was pushed to the #1 trending topic. We didn't just kill an innocent sister. We killed a genius actress. Wei Wei Bai was completely and truly famous. It was not the red of a shooting star. It was the kind of red that would be passed down forever, and no one could forget her. The title of the nation's little sister. It also began to become popular. All this clamor on the internet made many people ignore it. Liu Zixi had disappeared for a long time. Xiao Yi also spent a lot of time before he finally found him. When he found his whereabouts, Xiao Yi was so scared that he drove through the night and desperately rushed to his location. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the button at the bottom to record this reading. Chapter 491. The location was an old abandoned warehouse in the suburbs. He got out of the car and ran over, but the door to the warehouse suddenly opened. Liu Zixi was dressed in a black trench coat. His hair was messy, his beard was unkempt, and his eyes were bloodshot. He stopped in his tracks, suddenly not daring to go forward. Liu Zixi lazily raised his eyes, casually took out his cigarette, lit it, and took a drag. It was still that elegant, that beautiful posture. The red of the cigarette flickered in the night, but made the bloodstains on his fingers even clearer. He shuddered as he took 2 steps forward. Only then did he clearly see that Liu Zixi's body was covered in blood. Xiao Yi's throat felt like it was blocked by a stone. It was very uncomfortable. You killed someone? Liu Zixi smiled, ruthless and cold. Not only did I kill her, but I also cut her to pieces. Xiao Yi's legs went soft, and he sat on the ground. He reached out and rubbed his face in frustration. You're crazy, Liu Zixi. Wei Wei Bai didn't let you live so you could become a murderer. The person Liu Zixi killed. It was the female fan who killed Wei Wei Bai. That female fan was a loyal fan of Liu Zixi, the type that liked Liu Zixi. Before she assassinated Liu Zixi, she said on Weibo that her beloved idol had shattered her dreams. Later, after she killed Wei Wei Bai, the fan ran away. Even the police were still looking for her, but they weren't as fast as Liu Zixi. After he found her, he killed her. When Liu Zixi heard the 3 words, Wei Wei Bai, the hand holding the cigarette trembled violently. He stared blankly at the cigarette. The calm in his bloodshot eyes crumbled. Xiao Yi looked up and saw Liu Zixi's face full of tears. She's dead, Liu Zixi said softly. As he spoke, he trembled as he smoked. But this action only made his tears fall more and more. Do you know what I was thinking when she died? Liu Zixi's eyes were full of tears as he chuckled. He said, one word at a time, I couldn't wait for everyone to die. The fans who used to like him. The people who had made him the best actor. They all deserved to die. If it weren't for these people, public opinion wouldn't have been pushed up, and no one would have come to kill him. Wei Wei Bai would not have died. He was also very uncomfortable. Calm down. Liu Zixi turned his back and didn't speak. The cigarette burned his fingers, but he didn't feel anything. Yi comforted him. Wei Wei wouldn't want you to be like this. Even if she dies, she'll still be a good child going to heaven. If you're like this, you won't be able to reunite with her even after you die. After saying that, Yi really wanted to slap himself. What kind of consolation was that? But these words finally shattered Liu Zixi's calm. His back started to tremble, and he finally started to sob. Yi sat in a daze. watching as Lu Zishi collapsed and crouched down. Then, she cried miserably for the entire night. Afterwards, Xiao Yi watched as Lu Zishi calmed down. He disposed of the body after the murder. Then, he expressionlessly said to Xiao Yi, "Don't let anyone know that you were here." Xiao Yi didn't know how to persuade him, so he could only sigh helplessly. The next time they met was when DreamWorks Like Dreams won an international award. Lu Zishi won Best Actor. Wei Wei by won Best Actress. This wasn't a sympathy vote, but because their performances in DreamWorks Like Dreams were too wonderful. Lu Zishi, dressed in a black suit, gloomily walked towards the podium. He took the trophy. Then, he took the microphone and spoke to everyone. "First of all, I would like to thank No." Lu Zishi paused slightly, then coldly said, "I have no one to thank. Today I came here to tell all the trash that if I could, I would kill you all." Download the https://www.sashu.com/download the full article. https://www.sashu.com download the full article. https://www.sashu.com download the mobile article. https://sashu.com//. Chapter 492. To me, each and every one of you, fans, audience, and people who love me, are all murderers. Lu Zishi's eyes were as cold as the abyss. He reached out and smashed the trophy in his hand onto the stage. The host wanted to come up. "Mr. Lu, this..." Lu Zishi turned back, his eyes filled with hostility as he coldly looked at him. The host suddenly didn't dare to persuade him. Lu Zishi casually reached out and pulled at his collar. Because his fingers used too much force, he even tore off a few buttons. His face was pale, and his bangs fell over his forehead. His entire person stood on the stage, but he gave off a chilling and ruthless feeling. Lu Zishi continued to turn back and look at the dumbfounded audience. "From the day the person I loved most died, I also died. I once wanted to kill all of you, regardless of the consequences." He had even planned it out. A grand memorial service was held. Spend a huge amount of money to get thousands of his fans to attend. Then detonate the bomb and perish together with them. Why should his sister lie in a cold urn while these indirect murderers could still live well? But in the end, he dispelled the idea. He was afraid that after he died, his whole body would be covered in filthy blood. If Wei Wei saw it, she might dislike him for being dirty and not want him. Lu Zishi coldly looked at everyone. Finally, he turned his gaze to the camera. Then he slowly revealed a cold smile. "To those who like me, I'll say this. You really disgust me." With that, Lu Zishi's face was cold as he stepped off the stage. Then he swaggered off. He drove straight to the police station. He called the chief. "I want to turn myself in." The chief ran over with a group of policemen and saw Lu Zishi in a black suit. He was sitting in a chair with a cigarette between his fingers, his eyes empty and deep. "Chief, Mr. Lu this..." Lu Zishi lazily turned his head and carelessly blew out a smoke ring. Through the hazy smoke, he said indifferently, "I killed Bai Ziwen and that slut who killed Wei Wei. I kept the tools, the corpses, and the video evidence of my murders." These words stunned everyone. Someone would keep a video of their own murderer? Lu Zishi seemed to be talking about someone else. He was frighteningly calm. Intentional homicide and vile behavior. A death sentence should be enough. On the day of the execution, Xiao Yi came to visit with a tired expression. No matter how rich and powerful the Lu family was, they simply couldn't let Lu Zishi off the hook. Not to mention that Lu Zishi had made ample preparations just to get a death sentence. The lawyer had no other choice. Lu Zishi didn't leave himself any way out. Xiao Yi ran until his legs broke, all for the sake of a reprieve. In the end, Lu Zishi threatened them with a phone call, and none of the lawyers dared to take on the case. He was determined to die. No one could stop him. When the death sentence was handed down, Xiao Yi stared blankly at the verdict for the entire night, his mind completely blank. To him, the fact that Flower Blossom's box office had reached the top was more like a huge irony. Lu Zishi sat expressionlessly in his chair. He looked much more haggard, and his hair had lost its luster. His face became thinner, and his eyes became deeper and darker. His face was still handsome, but there was a cold, murderous aura. Seeing him like this, Xiao Yi couldn't help but rub his eyes. A grown man couldn't stop his tears. Lu Zishi, you're too hard on yourself. Step by step, he had personally pushed himself to the point of death. Even a madman couldn't be so cruel to himself. Lu Zishi's eyes barely changed. The moment the hospital announced Wei Wei Bai's death, he was completely dead. Sitting here today was nothing more than a walking corpse. Download the https://www.sashu.com/download the full article. https://www.sashu.com download the full article. https://www.sashu.com download the full article. https://m.sashu.com/. The next time you open the bookshelf, you'll see it. If you like. Chapter 493. Xiao Yi cried as he said, "You're going to be shot today. Do you have any last wishes?" Lu Zishi was silent for a moment, then said in a slightly hoarse voice, "I don't have any wishes. All my wishes are related to Wei Wei. If she died, you would have no wishes. It's just a pity." His gaze softened. "The first time I met her was in bed. At that time, we were drunk and confused." Xiao Yi cried as he said, "We're already sleeping together. What's there to regret?" Lu Zishi sighed. "I thought about it a few times later, but I couldn't remember what I felt like that night. Later, I didn't dare to really do her, because we were siblings." Lu Zishi couldn't help but laugh. "Later, when she found out that we weren't siblings, she left me." So what's your regret?" Lu Zishi said indifferently. "It's a pity that I didn't really make love with her when I was sober." Xiao Yi, this beast, he's about to die, but he still regrets this? Lu Zishi glanced at the time. "Okay, it's time." He stood up, and the prison guard came over to handcuff him and take him to the execution site. Xiao Yi sat there in a daze. After waiting for a long time, he heard the faint sound of a gunshot in the distance. His body trembled violently. He didn't know how long he was stiff, but Xiao Yi finally stood up. He still had to collect Lu Zishi's body. Lu Zishi said that his ashes would be mixed with Wei Wei Bai's, and that they would be inseparable even in death. It was a love that was crazy to death. Xiao Yi really wanted to curse out loud. Unfortunately, the man he scolded was no longer there. Qin Xiu listened to the entire dream. He pondered for a moment, then said, "Didn't you just take a nap for half an hour? You had such a long dream. You really have a rich imagination." Yi Yuxuan silently looked at the cigarette in his hand. His fingers were slender, and the way he held the cigarette was exceptionally beautiful. After waking up, "Do you know what I want to do?" Qin Xiu was confused. Yi Yuxuan said calmly, "I want to help the man in the dream realize his wish." "Qin Xiu, what wish?" Yi Yuxuan glanced at him faintly, then put the cigarette in the ashtray after only 2 puffs. "Sleep with her once." Qin Xiu was stunned. Yi Yuxuan had already turned around and walked out. Qin Xiu reacted, "Wait, that dream was made up by you. You just want to do that, Wei Wei Bai." With that said, Yi Yuxuan was nowhere to be seen. Qin Xiu was speechless for a moment and finally felt relieved. "You've grown up and can think about women." Wei Wei Bai wanted to get up, but she didn't have the strength. Prodigal Tong. Even if Yi Yuxuan was lying down, I wouldn't be able to climb into his bed. The system flipped around. "I still have a piece of chocolate left. It just expired. You can have it." Wei Wei Bai. "So you're saying that you're going to poison me to death, and then you don't need a strategy?" The system. "No, system. The chocolate is refreshing. It forcibly increases the body's activity. A piece of chocolate can keep you excited for at least 3 hours. Not to mention walking, even spinning and jumping would not be a problem." Wei Wei Bai was silent for a while before saying, "You eat so many chocolates that forcibly refresh and improve the body's condition because the system was nervous. Did she find out that it..." Wei Wei Bai, "Is it because your kidneys are weak?" The system, Wei Wei Bai said earnestly, "Take it easy, don't damage your body." The system gritted its teeth. "I'm still a virgin." Wei Wei Bai, "That's true. You're such a poor and short system. I don't think anyone would like you." /save button below to record this reading. Chapter 494. His fingers gently lifted her towel and touched the smooth skin of her waist. Wei Wei Bai couldn't control herself and was tickled. She pushed Yi Yuxuan away and bit her lip. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up, and a muffled laugh sounded. Her black eyes were full of water vapor, with a rippling smile. Her lips were pursed, bright red and moist, which could hook a person's soul out. Yi Yuxuan paused. 97 days of life. Wei Wei Bai heard that her life points were increasing crazily, and looked at Yi Yuxuan with special interest. His white shirt was soaked in water, and he looked slender and thin, but the lines of his muscles were faintly discernible in his clothes. His skin was very white, but it wasn't the kind of unhealthy white. It was clean, like he was pampered. He lowered his head and stared at her with his beautiful black eyes. His thin lips were wet, and he looked particularly lustful. Wei Wei Bai didn't know why, but her heart beat a few beats faster. She was actually a little nervous. This wasn't a game, and it wasn't a calm and emotionless game. In reality, she didn't have any advantage. In fact, she couldn't even control her emotions. For the first time, Wei Wei Bai realized that if she wanted to conquer Yi Yuxuan, it wouldn't be as easy as it was in a plane, because her emotions would fluctuate. She would even be attracted to him, even if it was just because the other party's appearance was too perfect and her mood fluctuated naturally. It also made Wei Wei Bai feel strange and uncomfortable. Yi Yuxuan seemed to sense a retreat. He was like a vigilant beast and suddenly took a step forward. Wei Wei Bai instinctively took a step back. He took a step forward, silent and forbearing, but there was an aggressive light in his eyes. Soon, the two of them squeezed into a corner of the bathroom, body to body. Wei Wei Bai finally had time to speak. "Yi Yuxuan, what's wrong with you?" Yi Yuxuan looked at her deeply. His breathing was still chaotic. He lowered his voice and said hoarsely, "I want to fuck you." Wei Wei Bai was shocked. Wait, what did she just hear? The system was shocked as well. Wait a minute, that should be the host line. Yi Yuxuan reached out and pulled up her wet hair, revealing her white and delicate neck. He lowered his head and kissed her neck. Noticing the trembling of her skin, he asked, "Can I?" Perhaps he was being manipulated by his own dreams. He had never been so impulsive before, and he had never experienced so many emotional fluctuations. But Yi Yuxuan felt that he was actually willing to be controlled. Maybe it wasn't his dream that was controlling him. It was the faint fragrance on her body and her soft body that was controlling him. HP favorability, 100 days. Wei Wei Bai, who was still hesitating, decided to go all out. 100 days of life was more than what she could get from conquering 3 planes. Just as she was about to nod, the warrior fired a shot. The system said, "Stop harvesting HP." Wei Wei Bai asked, "Why did it stop?" The system said, "Your current body can't accommodate more than 100 days of external HP. Wait until the next plane is successfully conquered. Then you can continue to expand your body." The HP given by the system was all gone. Wei Wei Bai's 100 days of life were all from Yi Yuxuan. Wei Wei Bai, why is it so hard to live? What did she do wrong? Yi Yuxuan's kiss was already slowly moving down. He was a little inexperienced, but he was seriously exploring this delicate field. Suddenly, a hand pressed against his lips. Yi Yuxuan looked up at her blankly. His eyes were a little wet, tempting her without her knowing. Wei Wei Bai's heart was hooked by his eyes. Her words of rejection were stuck in her mouth for a moment. Chapter 495. Qin Xiu said, "You have to believe me, my Xiao Xian really likes Wei Wei." Bai Changyan said, "I like you, can I sleep with you?" Qin Xiu spat out a mouthful of blood. These words were too lethal, directly killing Qin Xiu. Bai Changyan was determined. He opened the door of the ward and found that the caregivers were not there. Yi Yuxuan's back was facing him. Under the light, his slender white fingers were holding a small bra. He seemed to be hesitating on how to put it on her. Yi Yuxuan sensed someone coming in. His first reaction was to pull the blanket and wrap Wei Wei Bai like a dumpling. Then he turned around, holding the bra in his hand, his posture elegant and natural, his handsome face cold and noble. Bai Changyin, Qin Xiu, Bai Changyin finally reacted. He staggered a few steps. Qin Xiu immediately supported him. Bai Changyin was angry. What did you do to her? Yi Yuxuan looked at him coldly. He calmly replied, What I do to my wife, I don't need to report to you. Old Father Bai was so angry that he passed away. Wei Wei Bai was dizzy. Tongzi, your chocolate is poisonous. She was blocked by Yi Yuxuan in the bathroom. She started to feel dizzy. Her brain could not work at all. She was even seduced by Yi Yuxuan. How embarrassing. The system said, Maybe it's expired. That's why you're drunk on chocolate. Don't eat these next time. Its body was strong, so it could withstand eating expired things. The host's body was weak. If she ate 2 more pieces of chocolate, she would probably die. It could not let her eat it next time. Wei Wei Bai rubbed the bridge of her nose. A respectful voice suddenly came from the side. Your Majesty, what do you plan to do with this assassin? Your Majesty? Isn't this the title of the emperor? Is she cross-dressing again? Wei Wei Bai looked up and saw a woman wearing a round collar and wide sleeves bowing to her politely. Wei Wei Bai's mind went blank for a moment because of this masculine outfit. The system notification sounded. This mission is to obtain the love of Feng Yunyan. Target, Feng Yunyan. Progress, 0 time for months. When Wei Wei Bai heard the mission notification, she was distracted for a moment. There were already people around him talking about it. This is a heinous crime. How dare you assassinate the sovereign king? You deserve to have your entire family wiped out. You have to tie them up and display them on the streets. Then, you have to dismember them to intimidate others. Every time there was a discussion, she heard it. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at -25. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at -30. -35. Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but scold them in a low voice. All of you, shut up. No one dared to make a sound. Bai Wei Wei's line of sight finally focused. First, she saw the antique furniture. There was a huge screen in front of her. It was nighttime, so there were lanterns everywhere. It was as bright as day. She looked down and saw a sorry figure lying in front of her. He was wearing a white robe, and his black hair fell to the ground. Just his back was stunning. It was as if he felt her gaze. The man lying on the ground finally looked up. White jade-like skin, black as ink eyes, and impeccably handsome features. His thin lips were tightly pursed, and his eyes were cold as he looked at Wei Wei Bai with hatred. Wei Wei Bai. It looks like he has a grudge against her. As expected, the system's voice sounded again. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at -40. Wei Wei Bai, host, please receive the original owner's memory. Wei Wei Bai frowned because of her headache. Feng Yunyan saw her uncomfortable appearance and thought it was because of the wound. He couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile. Transmigration system, male god, come here. 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 Chapter 496. He thought that Wei Wei Bai would immediately order someone to drag him down and behead him. However, Wei Wei Bai's brows suddenly relaxed as she glanced at him indifferently. Her lips suddenly curled up, and her cold and elegant facial features were dazzling under the light. Then he only heard her indifferent voice with a hint of sweetness as she said, "Put him in the heavenly prison and discuss it later." The female official stepped forward and immediately said, "Your Majesty, such a traitor must be beheaded on the spot to deter the thieves." Wei Wei Bai's cold eyes darkened as she released her aura. "Since when do I need you to question my words? Scram for me to receive your punishment." The female official immediately knelt down with a pale face. Because of the emperor's anger, everyone followed suit and knelt on the ground. Feng Yunyan lowered his head as a gloomy calculation flashed through his eyes. His thoughts were gloomy, and he was just about to say something. Suddenly, a jade finger, soft and with unquestionable strength, lifted his chin. His long eyelashes trembled as his fingers dug into the ground. His face was incomparably cold. However, he suddenly heard a voice with a hint of laughter. "It's just a small assassin. So what if he's a remnant of the Feng family?" He's still an ant under my feet. Feng Yunyan's expression turned cold as he glared fiercely at the woman sitting above him. However, he saw that her eyebrows were languid, her snow-white skin was lustrous, and her smile was cold and elegant. It made him dazed for a moment. Her indifferent voice sounded, "You're not bad-looking. Serve me." When Feng Yunyan heard this, his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. His fingers dug into the ground until they bled. However, her fingertips slid across the skin of his jaw. It caused him to tremble. Without waiting for him to react, several attendants rushed over, tied up Feng Yunyan, and took him away. Wei Wei Bai saw that the person in question had left. She quickly waved her hand and had everyone retreat. When there was no one around, Wei Wei Bai helplessly reached out to support her forehead. "Do you think I'm not rich enough to die? This time, it's about revenge for the country and family. Feng Yunyan probably has the heart to eat me alive." This time, the world she transmigrated to was a bit strange. It was the female supremacy's world. The supremacy, as the name suggested, was inferior to men and women. The officials were all women, and the emperor was also a woman. Men had to stay at home and do housework. And Feng Yunyan was the prince of the previous dynasty. In this plane, she was called by Wei Wei, and her identity was a general of the previous dynasty. Speaking of the original owner, he was simply a super winner in life who was so cool and domineering that he had cheated all the way. At 15 years old, Wei Wei Bai. At the age of 17, he had become a guardian general of the Feng dynasty. Then, at the age of 20, he started a rebellion, killed everyone in the royal family, and successfully ascended the throne, changing the surname of the world to Bai. Feng Yunyan escaped the massacre, but he never forgot to take revenge. After planning for a long time, he finally managed to sneak in among the songsters tonight and succeed in the assassination. She transmigrated, so it could only be considered a half success. The system comforted her. "This world is good. You can do whatever you want. Men are weak and helpless. You're as strong as an ox. Are you happy?" Wei Wei Bai, strong as an ox. The system continued to comfort her. "It's just revenge for the country. You can even resolve the revenge of having your penis cut off. How can a small revenge trouble you?" Wei Wei Bai revealed a happy smile. Then she said, "Do you think I'll let you buy snacks if you flatter me?" The system Wei Wei Bai, "If you dare to steal my life points in this world, you'll have a grudge with me for having your penis cut off." The system silently covered its crotch. Wei Wei Bai, "Right, where's my side reward?" The punishment of almost running naked in the previous world left a deep impression on her. The system rummaged in the inventory. "The reward is the world's best martial arts. Please accept." Wei Wei Bai had never seen such a substantial reward. The world's best martial arts. Did it mean she could fly? Chapter 497. Feng Yunyan's eyes suddenly became affectionate. "Your Majesty, if I become your man, what position will you give me?" His face was like jade, and his long eyelashes covered half of the emotions in his eyes. When he pursed his thin lips, his seductive smile reached the tip of one's heart. Wei Wei Bai, who was forcing herself to play the role of a domineering CEO, why did she feel that this behavior of his was somewhat familiar? Feng Yunyan suddenly bit his lower lip lightly and frowned, causing one to feel pity for him. "Your Majesty, you're hurting me." Wei Wei Bai was disgusted by his sweet voice, and her fingers trembled. Feng Yunyan's eyes flashed coldly, like a poisonous snake harboring evil intentions. A black needle suddenly appeared on his finger, and he ruthlessly stabbed it into Wei Wei Bai's hand. Wei Wei Bai had the best martial arts in the world. If this was in the world of martial arts, she would definitely be an expert with a blower and a master of background music. She reacted very quickly, withdrawing her hand and rolling her body. She directly fell off the bed. With one leg still on the bed, Wei Wei Bai, who was upside down, suddenly remembered that Feng Yunyan looked familiar just now. Wasn't this her way of pretending to be pitiful? She somewhat understood the system's feelings. It really burned her eyes. Feng Yunyan rolled up his hand and covered himself with the blanket. He quickly rushed to the side of the bed and attacked again with a needle in his hand. Wei Wei Bai awkwardly rolled on the ground again. She dodged his fierce attack. Then she reached out and snatched the needle away. Ignoring the hatred in his eyes, she grabbed his blanket and threw him back on the bed. Like a hungry wolf, she pounced on him. The two of them immediately rolled into a ball. Feng Yunyin only felt that her body was flexible and strong, fiercely suppressing him. Both of their breaths were in a mess. Her face was flushed red, and her rapid breathing tickled his chin. Feng Yunyin's mind was full of calculations and cold, murderous intent. However, he was also momentarily distracted by her aura. Before he could calm down, his lips were sucked on by someone else. Feng Yunyin's entire body stiffened, and his scalp felt like it was going to explode. He had never been so close to another woman. However, Wei Bai had ruthlessly broken his cold boundary. She had violated him again and again. His lips trembled, and his eyes were dark as he stared at her. However, he saw that her eyes were full of smiles. Surprisingly, there wasn't a trace of lust in it. Instead, it was clear and gentle. Her kiss was incomparably gentle, with a feeling of cherishing. Feng Yunyin was in a bit of a daze. His ice-cold heart was filled with calculations, but for a moment, he couldn't operate them. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at -40. The smile in Wei Bai's eyes deepened. She let go of his lips without a trace of blame. All right, go to bed early. When you've thought it through and become my person, I'll tell you what position I'll give you. These words were spoken calmly and forcefully. This made Feng Yunyin feel ashamed and angry. He had actually been absent-minded just now. Wei Bai let go of her hand. Suddenly, she frowned and her body softened. What's wrong with the system hitting me? You were too high and got a failure in acting cool. Your whole body is paralyzed, your eyes are slanted, your mouth is crooked, and your limbs are cramping. My condolences. Wei Bai frowned. She laid on Feng Yunyin's body. Just as she was about to struggle, her body was pushed away. Feng Yunyin's expression was extremely calm. He pushed her away and slowly got up. His movements were neither fast nor slow. He pulled a robe from his side and put it on. Then, he raised his smooth and delicate chin, revealing a cold sneer. I told you I'm poisonous, but you didn't believe me. Wei Bai's body was paralyzed. She couldn't even speak. The system had already explained to her, Feng Yunyin's body is poisonous because of drug testing when he was young. If anyone touches it, they'll be paralyzed in mild cases and die in severe cases. Wei Bai said, why didn't you say so earlier? The system said, when you're hungry, your brain doesn't work very well. You know, Wei Bai, is there a more shameless system? Is there? The Chapter 498. Feng Yunyin got off the bed. The room was empty. He pulled out the sword from the wall, his eyes dark. This room was built by the Feng family. But now, it had become Wei Bai's. The ridicule in Feng Yunyin's good-looking eyes grew stronger. He was like a cold reptile in the dark, finally showing its sharp teeth. He walked to the bed and looked at it with a murderous look. The woman on the bed had hair as black as the finest satin, shining with a luster. Her appearance was beautiful. Even in this situation, her eyes were still so clear and peaceful. Feng Yunyin wanted to see his enemy crying and begging for mercy. She was not as indifferent as she was now. Do you know what I was thinking when you killed the people from the imperial family? Wei Bai was still arguing with the system. Think of a way. If I don't get the antidote, I'll be stabbed in the heart. I'm hungry. Are you a rice bucket? Why are you always hungry? I'm so hungry that I'm weak and helpless, so pitiful. Go to the cafeteria and get a meal. Just treat it as me dismissing a beggar. The system immediately came to life. Okay, you have to use 5 days of life to buy an antidote vaccine. After you buy it, you can fight against the poison in his body. Wei Bai. Suddenly, she felt that something was wrong. A hand grabbed her collar and lifted her up. Wei Bai looked up and saw Feng Yunyin's cold, murderous look. Am I like an ant in your eyes? He held the sword and asked her a question. She looked at him with disdain and didn't say a word. What he wanted to see was his enemy weeping bitterly, not her indifferent and fearless appearance. Wei Bai, warrior, you misunderstood. Feng Yunyin did not give her a chance to speak. He threw her onto the bed and placed his sword on her neck. His voice became gentle and demonic. Perhaps I should thank you. Back then, you killed all my family members to pave the way for me. Wei Wei Bai was at a loss. Paving the way? Feng Yinyan laughed softly. I hate those people from the Feng family even more than you do. Why are only women valued while men are abandoned like shoes? The laughter grew louder and louder, and in the end, it became somewhat deranged. On his handsome face, there was a smug and arrogant smile. It was so dazzling that people couldn't take their eyes off him. Who said that men can't be above others and can't be the ruler of this dynasty? After killing you, I will be the last legitimate successor of the Feng family. Wei Wei Bai, so ambitious. Feng Yunyan raised his eyebrows proudly. When the time comes, I will be the first man to succeed the throne. Wei Wei Bai started to consider, would she be able to get 100 favorable impression points if she gave him the throne? Her neck hurt a little. The blade cut her skin. Feng Yunyan calmed down. So you can go and die. Wei Wei Bai had just eaten the vaccine and could move. She was about to break free. The door suddenly opened. Feng Yunyan turned around warily, but he saw a familiar figure. It was a trusted female official by Wei Wei Bai's side. Feng Yunyan relaxed. Have you finished the deployment? After killing Wei Wei Bai, immediately massacre Wei Wei Bai's loyal subordinates. The female official sneered and waved her hand. The people she brought immediately pulled out their swords. Yes, after you kill the emperor, you have no value. Feng Yunyan's face turned pale. He looked at them coldly. Are you betraying me? The female official was a spy hidden by Wei Wei Bai's side. She was also the most loyal official who supported Feng Yunyan's ascension. The female official laughed. You are really funny, Feng Yunyan. As a man, you actually want to ascend the throne? Dream on. Feng Yunyan staggered a few steps. He almost couldn't hold the sword in his hand. // Chapter 499. His eyes became violent and sorrowful. So what if I'm a man? I'm the only one left in the Feng family. If I don't take the throne, who will? Otherwise, how could he believe the words of this female official? To carry out this thrilling assassination, he had to do it. The female official snorted. Your sister, Her Highness Princess Feng Ling, faked her death to avoid a disaster. She is the most legitimate successor. Were you? Feng Yunyan's voice finally trembled. Feng Ling, the female official said, you killed the traitor Wei Wei Bai. We will kill you and then welcome Princess Feng Ling back to ascend to the throne. Feng Yunyan's face was extremely pale. He looked at them coldly, and a feeling of despair surged from his heart. As a man, did he deserve to be abandoned? Did he deserve to be used? The female official said fiercely, men kill them. The female soldier wielding a knife immediately rushed over. Feng Yunyan saw a knife ruthlessly slashing toward his head. He no longer had the strength to struggle. He could only stand there and wait for death. Suddenly, a hand was placed on his waist. A huge force pulled him into a soft embrace. Shock flashed through Feng Yunyan's eyes. The sword in his hand was taken away. A white light flashed. The long sword blocked the knife that was about to kill Feng Yunyan. The sound of the sword clashing rang out. Feng Yunyan came back to his senses. He looked up and saw Wei Wei Bai with a faint smile. She didn't look like she was poisoned. Her voice was soft and slightly hoarse. What a good mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. When the female official saw that she was fine, her expression turned ugly. Your Majesty, you weren't poisoned? Wei Wei Bai was as calm as the wind. That depends on what kind of poison you look at. If it's the love poison, then I'm really beyond cure. These were teasing words. It made Feng Yunyan's ears turn red. At this time, she was still so indecent. Wei Wei Bai smiled at him. This smile dispersed the coldness, only full of charm. It was simply captivating. Feng Yunyan held his breath, and his heart skipped a beat. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at -35. Wei Wei Bai's smile deepened. She lifted his chin with a doting finger. Why didn't you say so earlier that you wanted my country? Feng Yunyan pursed his lips. His eyes were filled with vigilance. What was this woman trying to do? Why did she treat him like this? The next moment, his mind went blank. She lowered her head and kissed him deeply. The tip of her tongue licked the corner of his lips and bit him gently. His body began to tremble. His face turned even redder, and his eyes were filled with anger and helplessness. The female officer suddenly didn't care anymore. Everyone is under our control. Even if they aren't poisoned, we can still kill them. After saying that, she took the knife and quickly slashed at Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai lowered her head and kissed him without any change in her posture. Just as the knife was about to fall, the sword in her hand flashed with a white light and stabbed into the female official's body. The female official was dead. This sword was called 100% stabbing to death. Even if it was stabbed with a hilt, it was a unique skill that could kill people. The number one in the world was really lonely and seeking defeat. Shimin Chueshue. Feng Yunyan didn't expect that Wei Wei Bai's martial arts would be so high. He looked at her in confusion. Wei Wei Bai left his lips and curled her lips. Don't be afraid, man. Zhen will protect you. After saying that, she let go of him and jumped off the bed. Then with a swish, 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 she chopped those traitors to death. This move, it was called cutting melons and vegetables. As the name suggested, when this move was put into effect, it was as if it was being executed. In Wei Wei Bai's eyes, everyone automatically turned into cabbages and melons. She cut cleanly without any psychological burden. Corpses were everywhere and blood flowed like a river. For the first time, Feng Yunyan was so shocked. She was actually this powerful. Wei Wei Bai threw the sword away as if nothing had happened. She was barefoot with her hair down. The sun had just risen. She suddenly turned around and said with a smile, Feng Yunyan, Zhen really likes you. Why don't you try to love Zhen? Feng Yunyan wasn't prepared at all and was hit by this sentence. His anger surged. Wei Wei Bai, is it fun to play with me? If I love you, what will you give me in exchange? How could a person change so quickly? She said she liked him. She just wanted to treat him like a clown. Wei Wei Bai turned to look out of the window. The morning light shone on her gorgeous face. It was so beautiful that it was illusory. Then, Feng Yunyan heard her say, what will you give me in exchange? I'll take you as my husband. How about it? Chapter 500. You can search Time Transmigration System. Male God, come to search book www.sashu.com to find the using the country as a betrothal gift. Feng Yunyan's deep and unshakable heart was cracked by these words. Ding, the male lead's affection is at -30. His fingers were tightly clenched into his palm as the pain made him come back to his senses. It was just a joke. Wei Wei Bai slowly walked in front of him. Her back was to the light, and her smile was incomparably gentle. What? Are you so moved that you can't speak? Feng Yunyan suppressed his anger. He had always suppressed his emotions, and to put it nicely, he was calm. To put it bluntly, he was gloomy. He lowered his eyes and dug his fingers into his palms. All the emotions on his handsome face disappeared. Suddenly, he revealed a faint smile, and the gentleness in his eyes became even more obvious. Your Majesty is joking. How can the country be used as a betrothal gift? This Yunyan cannot accept this gift. Wei Wei Bai stared at him with burning eyes. She revealed a smile. Her facial features were already gorgeous to begin with. When she smiled, she was like a peony, beautiful as a cluster of flowers. When Feng Yunyan was in the palace, he had seen many women, but there was not a single one that could compare to Wei Wei Bai's elegance. His heart flashed with a trace of amazement, but he suppressed it. Wei Wei Bai suddenly said, how about we make a bet? Feng Yunyan had already completely calmed down. His voice was gentle. What kind of bet does your Majesty want to make with an assassin like me? Wei Wei Bai's voice was gentle and serious. Let's bet on when I will fall in love with you. Feng Yunyan's thick eyelashes trembled and his cold eyes once again rippled. Didn't you not believe that I fell in love with you? Then I'll give you a chance. You can use any method to tempt me to fall in love with you. Her tone was filled with a trace of sweet temptation. It was clearly such a ridiculous suggestion, but she did not seem to be joking at all. Feng Yunyan finally looked up at her, but he saw a trace of burning innocence in her eyes as she looked at him expectantly. He didn't know why, but he couldn't help but look away. She didn't even need to address herself as this one. He used me instead. This was an equal term. Before Feng Yunyan could say anything, the other party suddenly groaned. He immediately looked up and saw Wei Wei Bai frowning and clutching her shoulder. His sleeves were stained with blood. This was the wound he had inflicted. Wei Wei Bai secretly grimaced. She had been too pretentious just now, and her wound had actually reopened. She pulled on the system and cried, "Trash, it hurts." Tong Zhuang, who was engrossed in eating, said perfunctorily, "Well, it won't hurt as long as you bear with it. Why don't you ask your man to blow on it for you? I'm sure you'll be as happy as a fairy. How will it hurt?" Wei Wei Bai, good idea. She was just about to use her cool and domineering aura to make Feng Yunyan bow down to her charm and blow on her wound. However, a slender and fair hand had already tugged on her sleeve. Feng Yunyan lowered his head. His face was a little pale, and his cold and elegant face carried a trace of hesitation under the halo. "I'm indebted to your Majesty's kindness. I've committed such a great crime, and I dare not covet the country anymore. If your Majesty still believes in me, I will definitely be loyal to you." Wei Wei Bai, oh, she looks like a fool. Loyalty with a favorability of -30. She wants to die. She revealed a big smile and took the opportunity to grab his hand and touch it. "Welcome, welcome, you're here, tease. Oh no, to be loyal to me." This flattering smile made Feng Yunyan purse his lips, and a trace of calculation flashed across his eyes. Wei Wei Bai, this tyrannical and cruel woman, what exactly was her motive? Feng Yunyan laughed in his heart, and those cold schemes appeared again. Transmigration system. Prince Charming, come here. 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 Next time you open the bookshelf, you will see it. Chapter 501. No matter what her motive was, it was fine as long as he was alive. As long as he was alive, he could continue to climb up. Even if he had to pay the price of his body, he could endure using his beauty. One day, he would stand at the top, and then he would kill all those who humiliated him, including Wei Wei Bai. Feng Yunyan thought of this, and the darkness in his eyes disappeared. He smiled faintly, as elegant as the moonlight. "Your Majesty, you are injured. Let me take a look at you." Wei Wei Bai was about to nod. The door to the bedroom opened, and a group of female soldiers and female officials appeared. They rushed in. "Your Majesty, are you okay? This humble subject came late to save you and deserves to die." The female official suddenly saw Feng Yunyan and pulled out her sword. "You assassin, you are still alive. What do you want to do to my Majesty?" Feng Yunyan tugged on Wei Wei Bai's sleeve. When he heard the female official's words, he couldn't help but smile mockingly. He was indeed a dog that everyone wanted to beat. Just as he thought of this, his fingers were tightly gripped by someone. The mocking smile on his face disappeared. Then he heard by Wei Wei's indifferent, but incomparably cold voice, "You deserve to die. Where did the assassin come from?" The female official was puzzled. "Your Majesty, this..." Wei Wei Bai turned around with a cold expression. The Emperor's aura made the people present not dare to breathe. "You bunch of idiots." The imperial guards in the palace were replaced, but no one found it strange. Her eyes were cold as she looked at the officials lying on the ground. "I have been too benevolent recently. That's why I allowed you bunch of officials to neglect your duties." The female officials didn't dare to breathe loudly and trembled. "Your Majesty, please spare us. We are guilty." Wei Wei Bai sneered. "Of course you're guilty. You dare to pull out your sword in front of me and even threaten to kill my people. Are you trying to rebel?" The female officials immediately reacted. It turned out that the emperor wasn't angry about the assassination. Instead, they had offended Feng Yunyan. All of the officials at the scene who had reached this position were shrewd people. Immediately, an official reacted. Without caring about face, he immediately kowtowed to Feng Yunyan. "This official has offended your highness. Please forgive this official, your highness." Feng Yunyan's expression froze when she heard the way her highness addressed her. However, The high and mighty official who had just shouted at him to kill him was now begging for his forgiveness in fear and embarrassment. He pursed his thin lips slightly, and the feeling of humiliation in his heart dissipated a little. His expression was complicated as he looked in front of him at Bai Weiwei, who was blocking the sword-drawing official. Her figure was exceptionally beautiful. Her white robe embroidered with dark patterns stuck to her slender waist and swayed down. Her enchanting and beautiful figure, just her back view alone could cause people to daydream. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at -25. Feng Yunyan's face suddenly turned red. He immediately looked away and clenched his teeth. What was he thinking? Weiwei Bai heard that her favorability had increased, although it was only 5 points. It also proved that she had fallen in love with me. That's right. She had to stick to marry brainless Su in this plane. Her basic strategy of dissing the heavens, dissing the earth, and only loving you would not change. Mary, Su was Feng Yunyan, and she was the loyal dog who loved Mary, Su, to death. Was she still worried about the favorability not increasing? Her expression became even colder as she said coldly, "Did you not eat? Your pleas for mercy are too soft." The female officials immediately kowtowed desperately and shouted, "Spare us! Your Highness, we beg you to ask His Majesty for mercy and spare us this time." Feng Yunyan bit his lip. His thoughts were gloomy. He wanted to kill these people who looked down on him. But if his methods were too ruthless, would it be? Feng Yunyan's thoughts paused. He actually cared about Weiwei Bai's thoughts just now. Transmigration system. Male God, come here. /transmigration system. Male God, come here. / transmigration system. Male God, come here. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. Transmigration system. Male God, come here. Transmigration system. Male God, come here. Chapter 502. Weiwei Bai suddenly turned around, and her cold expression melted. She smiled gently, and the corners of her eyes were filled with tenderness. It could warm one's heart. Yunyan, how do you want to deal with this group of people? We'll listen to you. Feng Yunyan's breathing paused, and his fingers stiffened. However, she still held his hand and refused to let go. There was no trace of the coldness and cruelty she had shown to others just now. Don't be afraid. I'll make the decision for you. From now on, whoever dares to be disrespectful to you, I'll kill them. Feng Yunyan looked at her in a daze. However, he couldn't see any hesitation or deception on her face. She was actually serious? Feng Yunyan lowered his eyes and smiled faintly. Your Majesty, you must be joking. How can I punish your officials? Weiwei Bai fell silent. Her eyes darkened, and no one knew what she was thinking. Feng Yunyan smiled, but his eyes were calm and indifferent. She finally remembered the importance of supporting her officials, even if it was an act to make him trust her. When it came to the point where she really wanted to punish the officials, she wouldn't continue acting. Weiwei Bai finally relaxed her brows and smiled. This smile actually had a hint of innocence and sweetness that was accidentally exposed. To see such a sweet smile on a woman's face, it should be strange, but it was surprisingly beautiful. Even Feng Yunyan found it cute. She said, I finally thought of how to punish them. Someone dragged this group of idiots out and spanked them. Then, under Feng Yunyan's surprised gaze, all the female officials and soldiers who had drawn their swords. They were all dragged out, stripped of their pants, and spanked. There were screams one after another, and the sound of rods hitting flesh could be heard. Weiwei Bai nodded in satisfaction. This time, you've taught them a lesson. In the future, who dares to disrespect you? Feng Yunyan's expression finally became complicated. These female officials were stripped of their trousers and beaten in public. Flesh wounds were easy to heal, but after being humiliated like this, in the future, they wouldn't even dare to raise their heads when they saw him. She was really using this method to make others not dare to offend him. When Feng Yunyan thought of this, she bit her lip hard and crushed her fluctuating emotions bit by bit. She definitely had a motive. Otherwise, why would she treat him like this? His heart was calm, and he pretended to be gentle on the surface. Your Majesty, Is it worth offending so many officials for Yunyan? When Wei Wei Bai heard his words, her expression suddenly softened and tears welled up in her eyes. She was extremely moved. That's right. For you, I even gave up my most loyal servant. For you, I was almost hacked to death. For you, I've done everything. This sudden change in expression stunned Feng Yunyan. Wei Wei Bai took the opportunity to lean against him and rub against him. The only thing missing was a tail wagging behind him. But you're not going to compensate me? Feng Yunyan felt that he didn't know how to react to the current Wei Wei Bai. Just now, he was clearly so tough and cold. But now, he asked softly, what compensation do you want? Bai Weiwei immediately had no sense of shame and eagerly said, give me a kiss and a hug. Of course, you can also love me, ah. Feng Yunyan wondered who this fool was. Of course, he couldn't say that. He could only reluctantly choose and finally said, let me hug you. Wei Wei Bai opened her arms and hugged him tightly. Then, she buried her head in his chest. Her breath, soft body, and docile posture. It made Feng Yunyan's body stiffen for a moment. His mind was a little flustered. Her posture was taboo. If he wanted to kill her, she wouldn't be able to avoid it. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 503. Kill her. He suddenly paused when this thought appeared in his mind. Wasn't this the best opportunity? Feng Yunyan's eyes turned cold, and his fingers moved slightly. A black poison needle appeared. She didn't react to the poison in his body, but that didn't mean that the poison in his needle couldn't kill her. After all, no one in this world was truly immune to all poisons. The needle slowly approached her body. As long as it pierced her skin a little, she would die. There was no doubt about it. He had painstakingly learned this poison technique when he was young. Feng Yunyan took a deep breath and was about to insert the needle. Wei Wei Bai said gently, Yunyan, I'll dismiss the harem. His fingers paused. What did you say? What did she mean by dismissing the harem? Didn't she understand? Wei Wei Bai's head was still buried in his chest, and her body was relaxed and comfortable. I'm a more traditional person. If I like someone, I like a pair for life. In the future, you'll be one of my pairs. His fingers trembled. What nonsense was this woman talking about? A pair for life? Was that something that could be said so casually? Didn't his mother, who was the empress, say the same thing to his father? But later, emperors were all fickle. Who would really keep this promise? Wei Wei Bai said, if I betray you in the future, you can kill me. I definitely won't resist. Feng Yunyan finally couldn't take it anymore. We've only met a few times, and I even tried to assassinate you. Why did she suddenly seem so deeply in love with him? This was simply too ridiculous. Wei Wei Bai felt comfortable hugging him, so she didn't let go and continued to act awkwardly. I can't help it. I just realized my feelings later. Feng Yunyan, feelings? Wei Wei Bai calmly made up a story. I fell in love with you at first sight, but I didn't want to admit it. You know that beautiful and popular people like me are very arrogant. Feng Yunyan, Wei Wei Bai shamelessly spouted nonsense. When you killed me, my brain was suddenly enlightened. I like you. Feng Yunyan, do you expect him to believe such nonsense? Wei Wei Bai looked up, her eyes sparkling. So, can you be with me? Feng Yunyan took a deep breath, and the needle in his hand disappeared. He clearly had countless reasons to doubt her. But when he met her clear and gentle eyes, all the words were stuck in his throat, and he could only indulge in her gaze. She suddenly smiled. Her eyes shone brightly, revealing her elegance. Just trust me this once, Yunyan. I'm not the kind of incapable ruler who would give up his country for a beauty. This was the first time Feng Yunyan had heard someone describe him like this. His cold heart couldn't help but be immersed in her absurd but gentle words. With you by my side, I'll be able to do whatever it takes to skip the morning court session, to indulge in wine and meat, and to play with the nobles at the beacon. This was all done by the ruler of a fallen country. Feng Yunyan didn't know what to say. He felt that a person had to lie. Why didn't she say something that could lie? She was actually full of absurd words. Did she think that he would believe her nonsense? Wei Wei Bai didn't seem to know how ridiculous her words were. As she spoke, she revealed her true nature. Her voice actually became sweet and soft, with a hint of seduction. Not only can I do that, if you follow me, I can give you whatever you want. Feng Yunyin only felt that her voice was like a feather brushing against his heart. It made his throat tighten. Was he crazy? He actually felt that she was more seductive than the most beautiful man. And it didn't seem out of place at all. It was as if she was supposed to be like this. It was as if she wanted to draw out the darkness in his heart. Ding! The male lead's favorability is -20. Full text //. Download. / to facilitate your next reading, you can click on the Chapter 504. Feng Yunyin lowered his eyes to hide the cold light in them. He didn't know why he was silent. Wei Weibai was still looking at him eagerly. She had already set herself up as a person who would devote the world to one person. So that explicit gaze was like that of a little puppy looking at a meat bone. Feng Yunyin didn't know what to think. He smiled faintly and said in a gentle voice, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for not abandoning me. I only ask for a peaceful place for the rest of my life. I don't dare to ask for anything else." Wei Weibai was like an auntie selling vegetables, trying her best to promote, "Don't you want the throne?" Feng Yunyin's face turned cold, and he almost couldn't suppress his murderous aura. "Oh, if I say I want the throne, will Your Majesty give it to me?" He questioned in an extremely sharp and cold voice. His forbearing temperament was disrupted by Wei Wei's incoherent and inexplicable words. Wei Weibai looked at the -20 favorability. This level of favorability was probably... The system seemed to know what she was thinking and immediately said, -20 favorability means that the male lead can't wait for you to die immediately. And every time he sees you, he will curse you to die quickly. Every time he thinks of you, he will wonder why you don't die. Wei Weibai, if giving him the throne could immediately increase his favorability to 100, she would force it even if he didn't accept it. But if she gave him the throne, would he increase his favorability? It probably wouldn't increase much. So if she gave him the throne now, she would die. Feng Yunyin saw Wei Weibai's expression become complicated, and his heart turned cold. Fake affection. His thin lips pursed into a good-looking smile, and his eyes suddenly became gentle. "The world is so important to Your Majesty. How can you say such absurd words as giving it away so easily?" Wei Weibai coughed lightly and said seriously, "I said, when I fall in love with you, I will definitely give you this country." Feng Yunyin sneered in his heart, but he still pretended to be hypocritical. "Then how do I count as His Majesty falling in love with me?" Wei Weibai reached out and touched his handsome face. She leaned closer to him and could almost see the endless coldness in his eyes. She smiled warmly. "When you fall in love with me, I will fall in love with you." Feng Yunyin's eyes trembled. He reached out to push her away, but he saw the wound on her shoulder. The blood was about to soak her sleeves, but she didn't seem to feel any pain. Like a rascal, she hugged him and refused to let go. He tried his best to throw Wei Weibai's nonsense to the back of his mind. In his heart, he had already calculated the best method for himself, no matter what Wei Weibai's purpose was. It didn't matter if he was a fool or if he was just toying with him. Now that Feng Ling outside the palace was eyeing him covetously, he wanted to become a man above all others. He could only use Wei Weibai. What he thought of this, he suppressed the anger and unwillingness in his heart and revealed a smile. He was handsome and elegant, with well-defined features. When he smiled, it was extremely moving. "Your Majesty, if you're really willing to bet with me, then I'll accept it." Wei Weibai's eyes lit up. "You're willing to seduce me, curry favor with me, and chase after me, just to get my love?" Seduce, curry favor, chase. Feng Yunyin's heart wavered when he heard her words. Could it be that she was planning to make him wag his tail and beg for pity, becoming a lowly prostitute to curry favor with her? No matter how down and out he was, it was absolutely impossible for him to be so cheap. The murderous intent in Feng Yunyin's eyes grew stronger. Wei Weibai flatteringly tugged at his sleeve and shook it. "And I will also seduce you, curry favor with you, and chase after you, just to get your love." The download address is at https://www.sashu.com the is at https://m sashu.com/. Chapter 505. She looked like a pug dog. Feng Yunyin felt a murderous aura in his heart. He almost suffocated to death. Wei Weibai giggled. Love is mutual. You love me, and I love you. After loving each other, we'll end up together. Feng Yunyin was so angry at her shameless words that his fingers trembled. He couldn't pretend anymore. This lunatic, what was she saying? Feng Yunyin pushed by Wei Wei away. His eyebrows raised, and he became fierce. Your Majesty, you should go treat your wounds. Don't tease me anymore. Wei Weibai stared at him blankly and pursed her lips. She finally asked, Are you angry? Seeing her act like this, Feng Yunyin, who was seriously suspicious, felt that she was simply acting. He said coldly, No, I wouldn't dare. Wei Weibai knew that going too far was as bad as not going far enough. She could only turn around and ask someone to call for the imperial physician. She didn't get any favorability points. She was a little listless, even her thin shoulders were slumped. Her back perfectly explained what it meant to be lonely and pitiful. Wei Weibai said, I've been trying so hard to climb up the ladder. I don't even care about my face, but he still doesn't like me. I'm so sad. The system, who was stunned, finally responded, No. Have you gone crazy in this world? Let's not talk about your character setting, but the way you chase after people reveals your true nature. Wei Weibai said, True nature? Are you saying that I'm very affectionate and noble? The system said, I was wondering why you're the same as a tram maniac, a stalker, a pervert, and a twisted domestic violence maniac. Even if that's your true nature, you can't show it and scare people. Wei Weibai, the system said, and you look like a pug dog. You're just short of kneeling and hugging the male lead's leg and shouting, whip me to death. Wei Weibai, the system said, Sigh, you've traveled through too many planes. Are you running out of brains? Wei Weibai, this isn't the first time I've met someone with a higher position than the male lead, so I'm just happy. In the past, she had always been the one trembling in fear of being killed by the male lead. In this plane, her martial arts were high, so she was not afraid of being killed. With a high status, they were not afraid of being killed. Feng Yunyin suspected her and hated her to death, but he could only swallow his anger and not do anything. Wei Weibai felt that this plane was simply heaven. If she wanted to violate her character setting, she could do whatever she wanted. So for a moment, he had a bit of freedom. Feng Yunyin turned his head and glanced at her indifferently. His expression didn't change much, but his brows furrowed slightly. Was she that upset? This thought floated in his mind. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. He was simply crazy. Why did he care so much about her? He looked away and realized that the killing intent in his heart had disappeared. He was so infuriated by her that he couldn't care less about killing her. Although his heart was still heavy, it was slightly better than before. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to -15. When Wei Weibai heard that the favorability had increased, her originally wavering thoughts immediately became firm. Hey, Feng Yunyin likes me, perverted like a lapdog. Look, the favorability has increased. The system expressed that it didn't want to talk to this adulterous couple. It really wanted to use mosaic to smear Wei Weibai's face. When the imperial physician arrived, he immediately bandaged her wound. Wei Weibai suddenly stopped the imperial physician's actions and handed the white bandage to Feng Yunyin. Here, Feng Yunyin's thoughts were gloomy, but his brain was extremely intelligent. Of course, he knew what she meant, but he pretended not to know. Your Majesty, quickly let your imperial physician bandage your wound to prevent it from festering. The rejection was very obvious. Wei Weibai was still shameless. Come, you're beautiful and cute. Bandage my wound, and I'll recover quickly. Transmigration system. Male god, come here. 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 /transmigration system. Male god, come here. Chapter 506. Feng Yunyin clenched his fists. Why did he want to beat her so much? He thought of his purpose and could only be patient. He said softly, "If your majesty doesn't mind, then let me do it." Wei Wei Bai immediately stood in front of him. Then, she took off her clothes, revealing half of her shoulder. Feng Yunyin shook the bandage in his hand. He was a man after all, seeing a woman so openly reveal her body. In the end, he still couldn't be bold enough to look carefully. The wound was deep, and the flesh was white. He felt pain just by looking at it. But Wei Wei Bai acted as if nothing had happened. She turned her back to him and didn't say a word. He had read ancient books before. In history, there were strange people who scraped bones to heal wounds. But in reality, he had never seen any of them. This wound was caused by him. Didn't she hate him at all? Feng Yunyin couldn't help but slow down his movements. He cleaned her wound and applied medicine. When his fingers touched her wound, her body tensed up, but she didn't say anything. Feng Yunyin's action of wrapping her bandages paused, but she urged, "What's wrong? I'm not afraid of pain. You don't have to be so careful." The system always automatically gave her painkillers. She really didn't feel any pain. Feng Yunyin pursed his lips and looked at her with deep eyes. How could it not hurt? With this kind of perseverance, it was no wonder that she could succeed in her rebellion and become the emperor. Disregarding her nonsense, Su Qianxi was still thinking about it. She was indeed a very powerful woman. A faint feeling of admiration floated in his heart. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at -10. Wei Wei Bai. The temptation of being naked is working. Look, just showing my shoulder is enough to get favorability. The system mocked. Why don't you just strip naked? He'll definitely love you to death. Wei Wei Bai. That's right. This is a good method. The system picked up the chips. It really shouldn't have expected the host's moral integrity. Feng Yunyin finished dressing her wound and tying a knot in the bandage. When she was about to retract her fingers, her fingertips accidentally brushed against the skin of her shoulder. It was white, smooth, and translucent like lychee meat. His fingertips paused, and his eyes darkened. After a while, he retracted his hand as if nothing had happened and said softly, "All right, Your Majesty." Wei Wei Bai turned around and looked at him with a smile in her eyes. Favorability level 10. Feng Yunyin looked at her in confusion. Wei Wei Bai, I fell in love with you when the favorability level reached 100. Feng Yunyin pursed his lips. Even at this time, he still didn't forget to talk nonsense. Wei Wei Bai's lips curled up, and even her eyes sparkled. She smiled and said, "That's why you have to quickly fill up my favorability with you. Then, I'll give you everything you want." Feng Yunyin stared at her blankly. All he could see was her smiling face. Such a strong person who was not afraid of pain was smiling so cutely. For the first time, he felt that this woman was cute. She was not weak, nor was it a derogatory term. She was just purely good-looking. A burning sensation spread to his ears. He lowered his head, and his long hair covered the blush behind his ears. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to -5. The system looked at the rapidly increasing favorability and then looked at the host's infatuated face. Could it be that the male lead really liked infatuated and perverted lapdogs? It felt that it really didn't understand the hobbies of young people. Wei Wei Bai still had matters to attend to in the morning court. So she went to court. She had a proud look on her face, and the considerate servant beside her immediately said, "Your Majesty, will the Imperial Phoenix Monarch stay in your palace?" Wei Wei Bai nodded in satisfaction. Of course, he will stay here with me in the future. The servant's heart immediately returned to her senses. After Wei Wei Bai left, she immediately brought several male servants and respectfully walked in front of Feng Yunyin. Feng Yunyin looked at them indifferently. His eyes were cold and arrogant, without a trace of the desolation of a fallen prince. The servant didn't dare to look up at him and only said, "Imperial Phoenix Monarch, if you want to serve me in bed, you must first take a bath." Feng Yunyin heard the two words, "serve me in bed." A sharp coldness appeared on his gentle and handsome face. Fast crossing system. Prince Charming, come over here. Fast crossing system. Prince Charming, come over here. / fast crossing system. Prince Charming, come over here. Fast crossing system. Prince Charming, come over here. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the Say button below to record this reading record. Fast Crossing System. Prince Charming, come over here. Chapter 507. As expected, how could she let him go? Was he really going to lower himself and curry favor with a woman he didn't like for the sake of power? Lord Feng, the servant urged. Feng Yunyin coldly looked at her. Are you going to serve me tonight? The servant said, Yes, this is something to be happy about. Feng Yunyin slowly stood up. He hid the cold ridicule in his eyes and revealed a smile that wasn't a smile. It is indeed something to be happy about. Then I'll respectfully accept. These words were cold and didn't contain any joy at all. Wei Bai sneezed. She rubbed her nose, this, that, and that. Release all 135 men in the palace, including those in the cold palace. The female officials kneeling below were shocked. Your Majesty, this is against the rules. Wei Bai was expressionless. This is the rules. I'll give you all 3 days to scram. The original owner was a workaholic. Because the new dynasty had just been established, there was war in the east today and rebellion in the west tomorrow. So she was so busy that she didn't even go to the harem. Those men anxiously waited, but they didn't expect that the emperor would send them out of the palace. This simply caused an uproar. Because most of those men had good family backgrounds, many of them were the beloved sons of important officials in the court, waiting to become the emperor. How could they be willing to leave? One of the officials kowtowed and said, Your Majesty, is it because they didn't serve you well? Please forgive them. Wei Bai looked at the time. It was already dark. Her time was precious, and she didn't want to waste it on these insignificant people. She stood up and prepared to leave. Her voice was incomparably cold. This one hasn't even seen them, so what service is there to speak of? These words must not be spread. Those who don't know will think that this one is a playboy. The officials knelt on the ground. This one asks your Majesty to take back this order. Wei Bai walked away. If you want to kneel, then kneel. This one doesn't care about supper. They watched as Wei Bai walked out. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks. The female officers looked at her pitifully. However, all he heard was Wei Bai's warm voice. I don't need a harem. In this life, I only want one person. He is more important than everyone in the world. With that, she left. Leaving behind a pile of officials who had no supper to eat, they continued to kneel. Bai Wei perfectly pretended to be pretentious and returned to the palace. She walked into the bedroom and found that the attendants were not there. She softly called out, Yunyan? A cold wind blew in from the window, and the candlelight flickered. A slender figure was faintly discernible on the bed. Wei Bai walked over and lifted the veil. However, she saw that his back was facing her. He was wearing a thin robe, and his slender and strong legs were exposed from under the robe. Her body stiffened, but he saw him suddenly turn around. His robe was not fastened, so it was wide open. The man's fair chest was exposed. His skin was like jade, full of temptation. He looked at her indifferently, pursed his lips, and suddenly revealed an unnatural but seductive smile. Your Majesty, are you satisfied with what you see? Yunyan will serve your Majesty tonight. Wei Bai and the system. Feng Yunyin frowned and revealed a perfect expression that made people pity him. Your Majesty, am I not beautiful? Wei Bai looked at the thick layer of rouge on his face and the blush on his cheeks. Then she looked at the peony hairpin by his ear. If this was on anyone else, it would be so ugly that even ghosts would cry. But he could still suppress this style and not be so shocking. Wei Bai saw his cold expression and was worried that his favorability would decrease. She could only knead her conscience and aesthetics into pieces. Then, she said bitterly, Beautiful, you're the most beautiful. Feng Yunyin smiled and reached out to grab her, pulling her whole body into the bed. Then, Your Majesty, please treat Yunyin well. Wei Bai reached out to the system in despair. Tongzi, I can't eat the big blush. The system silently turned around. It was too blinding. It didn't dare to look. Chapter 508. He clearly only wanted a little pity from her, but he didn't expect her reaction to be so big. He didn't know how to continue. Wei Bai was afraid that he wouldn't believe her, so she suddenly turned over and got off the bed. Feng Yunyin got up, but saw that she had hurried back. She stepped on the gauze curtain and fell onto the bed. He immediately reached out to help her. But halfway through, he immediately frowned and retracted his hand. He only had disgust for her. How could she affect his emotions? Wei Bai didn't see his actions. She looked up and stuffed the token into his hand. Take it. Whoever bullies you will die. Feng Yunyan was stunned for a moment before he saw the token in his hand clearly. It was a golden token with the word heaven. His fingers trembled. Even someone as gloomy as him almost revealed his true emotions. This was the Emperor's token. Act first and report later. Command the Imperial Army and freely enter and leave the palace. It was as if the Emperor himself was here. This token had the same effect as the Imperial Jade Seal. Feng Yunyan held the token tightly. This was the power he had always wanted. He had thought about it day and night. He released the token and said gently, "Your Majesty, this is a very important thing. How can you get to me? Take it back." Wei Bai crossed her hands behind her head and raised her eyebrows. Her eyes were full of wanton brilliance. "I said I'll give it to you. We haven't even held the wedding ceremony yet. Why are you nagging like my husband?" Feng Yunyan pursed his lips, but still tried to probe. "Your Majesty, this is too precious." Wei Bai turned her head impatiently. "All right, I won't give it to you if it's not precious. If you feel uneasy taking it, give me something to compensate." Feng Yunyan's eyes looked warm, but incomparably indifferent. "Your Majesty, what do you need me to do?" Wei Bai tilted her head and looked at him. "Give me a smile." Feng Yunyan didn't understand. "Huh?" Wei Bai revealed a big smile. "Just like that, give me a smile." Feng Yunyan was confused. "Just like that?" You try to show a faint smile, elegant and warm. It was indescribably affectionate. Wei Bai shook her head. "No, be happier." Feng Yunyan hesitated, then tried to smile brighter. Wei Bai sighed. "Really, you don't even know how to smile." After saying that, she pounced on him and reached out to scratch his armpits. Feng Yunyan wasn't paying attention for a moment and let her succeed. He couldn't help but laugh. His brows relaxed, and his smile brightened. The gloominess in his eyes dispersed. Only then did Wei let him go. She reached out to support his face and said with relief, "That's right, my man needs to be so happy." Feng Yunyan had never laughed so wantonly before. He pursed his lips, and his breathing became disorderly. His heart began to beat faster. Yunyan was silent for a moment before revealing a smile. This smile was not as bright as before, but it slowly bloomed. His originally gentle and delicate face suddenly became elegant and noble. It was clearly the same face, but it was incomparably vivid and bright. Wei Bai was confused as she stared at him in a daze. Feng Yunyan calmly lowered his head. His breath blew on her face. "Then I'll thank your Majesty. I'll accept this gift." Wei Bai's face turned red. She turned her head in a panic, but she felt a bit scared, so she pretended not to care. "What are you thanking me for? My man doesn't need to say thanks." "All right, go to sleep." After she finished speaking, she pulled the blanket over and turned her back to him. "I know you're not ready, so I won't touch you. We'll talk about it after we get married." Feng Yunyan looked at her beautiful back and couldn't help smiling. Who would have thought that this decisive woman would be so pure? Ding! The male lead's affection has increased to 0. Suddenly, he realized in hindsight that he had been smiling too much. Feng Yunyan's eyes gradually turned cold, and the smile on his face became a bit strange. He looked down at the token in his hand. Wasn't this better? He could use her to get what he wanted. There would be a day when he could stand at the highest point. Go to sleep. Wei Bai's words suddenly interrupted his gloomy thoughts. Feng Yunyan saw her turn around and reached out to pull most of the blanket over to his side. His heart didn't know why, but it warmed up. Ding! The male lead's affection has increased to 5. How about if he succeeds in the future, he won't kill her? Transmigration system. Male god, come here. /transmigration system. Male god, come here. // transmigration system. Male god, come here. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. Transmigration system. Male god, come here. To make it easier for you to read next time, you can click the button at the bottom to record this reading. You can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like Transmigration system, Male god, come here. Chapter 509. Wei Wei Bai was relieved when she heard that the favorability was no longer negative. She could get favorability by just giving the token. It was so relaxing to not have to die. Wei Wei Bai suddenly thought of something and knocked on the system. Are there no side quests in this world? The system said not yet. Wei Wei Bai thought about how she almost ran naked on Earth in the last world. She still had a lingering fear. Can I not accept the side quests? The punishment of the side quests was getting more and more insane. The system was silent. Wei Wei Bai said, "Are side quests forced to be bound and can't be rejected?" The system was considering whether to tell the truth. After all, the truth would damage its heroic and shining image. In the end, it hesitated. "I told you not to laugh." Wei Wei Bai said, "I'm such a good person. Why would I laugh at others?" The system was relieved. The side quests can be rejected at the beginning. But when I landed, there was a small problem. Wei Wei Bai heard the system's story for the first time. She was very supportive, and then the system said, "Then I accidentally stepped on air and landed face first. Some basic functions were broken, including the side quest's reject button." Wei Wei Bai said, "Face first. Ha ha, you're so stupid. Ha ha. Did you become a pancake face?" The pancake face system was speechless. What happened to not laughing at others? "Su Tong, our friendship is over. Goodbye." When Feng Yunyan woke up, there was no one beside him. He heard voices. It was Wei Wei Bai talking to the servant. "Ask the imperial physician to come here once a day. The palace is in chaos recently. Ask more people to come and serve me." The servant bowed his head respectfully and said, "Yes, your majesty." Wei Wei Bai said again, "If the royal concubine wants to go out, send more people to protect him. My imperial guards are at his disposal." The servant was shocked. Feng Yunyan looked sideways and saw the servant changing her clothes. Her exquisite back view was so beautiful under the morning light that it made people hold their breath. Two attendants slowly helped her put on the wide black robe that represented the emperor. She said indifferently, "Also, if the high priest wants to enter the palace in the future, chase her out. I want everyone to know that it's time for the high priest to give up her position." The attendant was terrified. But this, Wei Wei Bai's voice became cold and indifferent. "Whoever dares to enter the palace, Zhen will chop that person." The waiter immediately knelt down, not daring to say another word. Feng Yunyan stared at her with a deep gaze. He turned her around and immediately closed his eyes, pretending to be asleep. Before long, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching the bed. Did she notice that he was awake? Feng Yunyan did not dare to move. In the next moment, a soft kiss gently fell on his lips. The kiss was quiet and restrained. There was not the slightest hint of blasphemy. Soon, the kiss faded away. Feng Yunyan felt a flash of disappointment and frustration in his heart. Then he heard Wei Wei Bai's voice. "Good morning, kiss." With that, she walked away. Feng Yunyan heard her instructing others as she went out. "Let the imperial concubine have a good rest. No one is to disturb him." Feng Yunyan opened his eyes. He finally frowned. His expression became complicated. Did she really like him? Feng Yunyan had never dared to truly believe her feelings. The environment he lived in destined him to have a suspicious personality. Feng Yunyan could not help but reach out and gently touch his lips, as if there was still some warmth left. But soon, the coldness in his heart took over again. He did not need this. He took out the token that represented the emperor from his bosom. Finally, he smiled happily. This was what he wanted. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 510. Suddenly, the palace became noisy. A cold light flashed through Feng Yunyan's eyes. The attendants couldn't stop a group of people from entering. "I want to see which 1,000-year-old vixen has bewitched His Majesty's eyes." A group of men with makeup and flowers on their heads rushed in. They were either as beautiful as peonies or as delicate as lilies. Suddenly, the entire palace was bustling with activity. Feng Yunyan stood up, indifferent and cold. He looked coldly at this group of men with different looks and couldn't help but snort coldly in his heart. Wei Wei Bai really had good luck with women. The men saw Feng Yunyan sitting on the bed, His black hair draped over his shoulders. He didn't wear any makeup, but he looked calm and elegant. He looked at them without any expression. It was as if he was looking at a group of dead people. One of the men said fiercely, "Were you the one who instigated His Majesty to send us out of the palace?" Feng Yunyan didn't answer. He just stood up casually, took the robe beside him, and elegantly put it on. When he had his back to the group of men, he revealed a cold smile. Didn't Wei Wei Bai say that she could send a harem for him, as long as it was a pair? He really didn't believe that she could really do that. If these men were all killed, then could she still be so calm? Feng Yunyan rationally knew that he should endure and pretend to be kind. He should even generously persuade Wei Wei Bai. Tell her not to send a harem. But he didn't know why, when he thought that this woman would be so good to others. Even if it was fake, the jealousy in his heart couldn't help but appear. Feng Yunyan even knew that this wasn't because he liked Wei Wei Bai, but because he was extremely selfish. As long as he received a little friendly treatment, he couldn't help but want to monopolize it. Even if he didn't like Wei Wei Bai, he wouldn't allow her to be good to others after being good to him. A man couldn't stand Feng Yunyan's contempt. He hurried over to Feng Yunyan and reached out to give him a slap. "Bitch, did you think that you would be favored by Her Majesty just because you climbed into her bed?" Feng Yunyan easily grabbed the man's hand and twisted it. The man screamed and fell to the ground. He smiled at the group of men and suddenly asked, "Does His Majesty visit you often?" The men's sore spots were poked, and a few of them burst into tears. "His Majesty didn't come to the harem at all. How could he visit us?" Feng Yunyan was surprised. He did not expect that Wei Wei Bai had never visited anyone before. A faint joy rose in his heart. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 10. Feng Yunyan laughed. Suddenly, his eyes turned sharp and sinister as he looked at all the men. Then, he took out the token and said to the attendant beside him, "Bring me 50 Imperial Guards." The attendant knelt down in fear and trepidation. The 50 soldiers quickly arrived outside the palace. They were all wearing excellent armor and emitting killing intent. They had all fought with Wei Wei Bai in the flames of war and were absolutely loyal to Wei Wei Bai. Feng Yunyan held the token with a calm and gentle expression, but his eyes were as sharp as knives. He didn't look like a man at all. His voice sounded so ruthless and merciless in the bedroom. "Seeing the token is like seeing Her Majesty. I order you to flog these men to death." He wanted to test her bottom line step by step. He wanted to wash her harem with blood. Was she still willing to like him? When Wei Wei Bai heard the sound of her favorability increasing, she was bored watching the people below arguing. "Your Majesty, you sent all the men in the harem out. How can they get married?" Wei Wei Bai yawned. "You all have high positions and power. How can your sons not get married?" Slash. You can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like. Chapter 511. The ministers were all shocked. "Your Majesty, a good man doesn't marry 2 women. They are your men for a day and will be for life." Wei Wei Bai, "I have never touched them. Don't try to take advantage of my life, okay?" The minister was very sad. "How can my son marry in the future? Who dares to marry Your Majesty's woman?" Wei Wei Bai, "When the time comes, I will put up a notice saying that whoever marries these men will get an official position. I guarantee that your house will be as lively as a market." After disbanding the harem, her favorability increased. Now, she wanted to throw the men she had never seen before out of the palace. The minister was agitated again. An official position is not a game. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Wei Wei Bai covered her ears helplessly. The female officials in the imperial court quarreled like animals at a gathering. Suddenly, a few servants ran in panic and knelt down. "Your Majesty, the imperial concubine, he has beaten all the men in the harem to death." Wei Wei Bai stood up immediately. "What?" The female officials in the imperial court also fell silent. After a short silence, they suddenly exploded. "What happened to my son?" "Say that again." "They were all beaten to death." "Who gave him such power?" "Kill him to avenge my son." Most of the men in the harem were the sons of court officials. So when they heard that their sons were dead, a few of them fainted on the spot. Wei Wei Bai hurriedly ran to the harem and saw the bedroom from afar. under the red tiles and white walls. Feng Yunyan was wearing a white robe and had an elegant and gentle demeanor. When he looked up and saw Wei Wei by walking over, a smile appeared on his handsome face. Only his eyes were as dark as ink and terrifyingly cold. Beneath his feet was a pool of dirty blood. The Imperial Guards had beaten everyone to death and were cleaning up the corpses. Feng Yunyan stood in front of the corpses and looked at them indifferently. Wei Wei Bai felt her legs turning to jelly. She said to the system, "Why do I feel like the target this time is a little cruel? What happened to the male lead being weak and helpless in a world of female supremacy?" The system said, "The system crash face first, goodbye." Wei Wei Bai, question mark. The system said, "The system is sleeping with its face down, goodbye." Wei Wei Bai, this hypocritical system, I just laughed at it a little, and it actually went on strike. Feng Yunyan looked at Wei Wei Bai calmly, as if waiting for her to react. The ministers who followed them saw their son die so miserably. Immediately, someone snatched a knife from the Imperial Guard and furiously slashed at Feng Yunyan. "Give me back my son's life." Feng Yunyan stood still and stared at Wei Wei Bai with his dark eyes. Was she really angry? Suddenly, the knife flew out. It was Wei Wei Bai who swung her sleeve. She wrapped her arms around his waist and pulled him into her embrace. Then, she said to the ministers, "All right, you can all leave." The ministers said heartbreakingly, "Your Majesty, my son died so miserably, and you still protect this bitch." Wei Wei Bai looked at the furious ministers and pursed her lips. She was speechless for a moment. Feng Yunyan looked at her in silence. In his bottomless eyes, there was a dark calculation and a perturbed fragility. Suddenly, she let go of his waist. He looked at her with disappointment. Was she giving up on him? But in the next moment, Wei Wei Bai pulled out a knife from a soldier and blocked in front of Feng Yunyan. A hint of bloodthirsty coldness appeared on her beautiful face. "Enough! Get out of the palace. These men are all offending my beloved concubine. That's why they were beaten to death. Death is not enough. Death is not enough." It was full of cold, murderous intent. The ministers looked at Wei Wei Bai with cold hearts. But she did not change her mind. Instead, she stabbed the knife into the brick. The knife flashed white. It illuminated the pale faces of the ministers. Chapter 512. Wei Wei Bai put her hands behind her back expressionlessly. Her aura was awe-inspiring and her expression was cold. She was full of the dignity and aura of a superior. She was as beautiful as a peony and as cold as a blade. Today, these men in the harem who don't know what's good for them wanted to assassinate my beloved concubine. I ordered them to be beaten to death. It was a simple sentence. She protected Feng Yunyan and successfully shifted the anger of all the ministers onto herself. She didn't care at all. "Come, send the ministers out of the palace." The Imperial Guards immediately ran over. Ignoring the ministers' cries and curses, they dragged them one by one and chased everyone away. The ministers were chased away. The corpses were cleaned up. Only the bloodstains were left. Wei Wei Bai saw that everyone had left and finally heaved a sigh of relief. She turned around and saw Feng Yunyan looking at her in a daze. He was a little absent-minded, and his eyes were much softer and gentler. Wei Wei Bai walked slowly in front of him with a cold expression. "Do you know your mistake?" Feng Yunyan was stunned for a moment before revealing a mocking smile. "Of course I'm wrong. I killed everyone in your harem." Although she protected him, she also blamed him. Feng Yunyan didn't know why, but he felt a surge of anger in his heart. Wei Wei Bai frowned and reached out to hold his hand. "No, if you want to kill someone, you have to tell me. I'll help you kill them. It's not good to do it yourself. They'll find you to vent their anger in the future." Feng Yunyan's reaction was a little slow. He obediently let her lead him. He couldn't seem to understand her words. He pursed his lips and asked in confusion, "Aren't you going to ask me why I killed them?" Wei Wei Bai said indifferently, "Do I need a reason? If you're unhappy, then kill them. I'll take care of it for you." Feng Yunyan stopped in his tracks. His fingers were trembling so much that many words were stuck in his throat. Bitterness and excitement intertwined, causing his heart to shriek sharply. He had risked his life by testing the waters this time. If he killed all the men in her harem, she would be furious and angry. In the worst-case scenario, she would kill him to appease the ministers. The best-case scenario was that she would protect him, but he would still have to spend a lot of effort to explain and hide his intentions. But he didn't expect that she would bear all the blame. Then, he didn't need to explain. This even made Feng Yunyan a little scared. He felt like he was dreaming. How could someone protect him like this? And he didn't even need to compete and scheme. He finally couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you afraid that I'll mess up your empire?" Wei Wei Bai finally turned around. Her eyes were sharp and beautiful, and her body carried the intimidating aura of an emperor. "Are you happy to mess up my empire?" Was this a question? Feng Yunyan was actually a little nervous. Wei Wei Bai suddenly smiled. The coldness between her eyebrows hardened into tenderness, and her clear eyes were filled with sincerity. "If it's messed up, then it's messed up. As long as you like it." Feng Yunyan felt like his heart was being crushed by these words. Wei Wei Bai's face was dyed with a few traces of red as she said, "Messing up the empire and winning against you is also quite good." After saying this, she seemed a little embarrassed and turned around. Suddenly, her sleeve was pulled by someone. Then his voice sounded with a trace of hesitation. It didn't feel like he was scheming anymore. Instead, there was a trace of cautious relaxation. "Your Majesty, I'm hungry." Wei Wei Bai immediately said, "If you're hungry, let's go eat." After saying this, she excitedly pulled Feng Yunyan away. Feng Yunyan couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. It was gentle and beautiful, bringing with it the warmth of letting go of his heart's defenses. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 20. Transmigration system. Male god, come here. /transmigration system. Male god, come here. Transmigration system. Male god, come here. Transmigration system. Male god, come here. Transmigration system. Male god, come here. Chapter 513. Because of the incident of a man being flogged to death in the palace, all the court officials were kneeling outside the palace to ask for an explanation. Wei Wei Bai was indifferent. If you want to kneel, then kneel to death. She was holding a crab claw and was peeling crab meat for Feng Yunyan. When she came to this plain, it happened to be in the dead of winter. As a result, her subordinates brought a basket of hairy crabs from Lotus Lake. It was said that crabs in other places were best in August and September, but in Lotus Lake, they were best in winter. When she heard that Feng Yunyan liked to eat crabs, she excitedly peeled them for him. It was snowing outside the house. The woman in the house was peeling the crab meat with her slender fingers. The snowy light reflected on her, making her beautiful facial features soft and beautiful. Feng Yunyan looked at her. His eyes were deep, but under the dark eyes, there was confusion and uneasiness. Suddenly, a piece of crab meat was stuffed into his mouth. He was stunned, but saw her smile gently and say, "Is it good?" The crab meat had no taste in his mouth. Because of the poison test, he had lost his sense of taste. He would not find anything good to eat. But under her loving and gentle smile, he felt that the crab meat was sweet and soft. There was no taste in his tongue, but there was in his heart. Wei Wei Bai continued peeling the crab meat with her head down and chatted with the hypocrite system. "It's not that I want to criticize you, but if you're face down, then so be it. I don't mind if you're ugly." The system held back Cold War. But if you're not face down, you're probably just as ugly, so there's no need to be sad. The system felt that it could not hold back anymore. It picked up Italian cannon and blew this scumbag up. "You're ugly, but don't I have a beautiful face to compliment you? We're a match made in heaven. You're ugly with style, and I'm beautiful with class." The system held down the hand that threw the bomb. The bomb was too expensive, so it could not bear to buy it. Even if it bought it, it could not afford to eat. "Wei Wei Bai, this plane is so easy. I only need to pamper Pet to get favorability points. I don't even need to risk my life." The system laughed strangely. Hee hee. "Wei Wei Bai, why do I have a bad feeling about this?" She was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, she heard Feng Yunyan's voice. "Your Majesty, the snow is cold and the wind is strong. Is it really okay that the ministers outside the palace are still kneeling?" His voice was calm, but there was a trace of hypocrisy in it. Wei Wei Bai placed all the peeled crab meat on the plate in front of him. "It doesn't matter if a few kneel to death. My throne was won with blood. If these people die, I'll just replace them. She was the emperor who had successfully rebelled and established a country. He was not afraid of the civil officials rebelling. She looked up, calm and confident. It was as if even an army of thousands would not be able to shake her. This kind of charm was simply breathtaking. Feng Yunyin felt his heart begin to feel uneasy again. He lowered his head. Little by little, he suppressed the restlessness in his heart. Asking too much for love would not end well. Bai Weiwei really did seem to like him now. How could he not know? But how long could the emperor's love last? Only power was eternal. His eyes returned to their cold indifference, but his expression became gentler. I'm just worried about your majesty. Weiwei Bai's eyes lit up. Her confident calmness was swept away. Instead, she was jumping with joy. You're worried about me. I feel so happy that I can kill a tiger. Feng Yunyin felt that he was full of schemes. Under her burning and sincere emotions, he was disgusted. He clenched his fingers and then curled his lips. His eyes were filled with a fake smile. Your Majesty, the Emperor's token is in my hands. It's not legitimate. Please take it back. Bai Weiwei, it's not legitimate. I'll immediately have someone draft an edict and let you go through the process. You'll be the head of the 4 concubines for 2 months. After that, I'll take you as my empress. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 514. She didn't hesitate at all. Going through the process was also to protect him. Feng Yunyin only wanted a little thing every time, but she always gave him a mountain of benefits. This let her be the emperor for a few more months. She could probably empty the world for him. Feng Yunyin got the status he wanted and stepped into the center of power step by step. He thought he would be very happy, but looking at the woman in front of him who was completely unguarded against him, the feeling of loss in his heart became heavier. Was she really not afraid that after he took everything from her, he would betray her? Weiwei Bai suddenly frowned. This crab is getting cold. Eat quickly and warm some wine. Don't let your stomach get cold. After that, she began to feed him with the crab meat in her chopsticks. Feng Yunyin was stunned for a moment, looking at her beautiful eyes full of expectation. He still opened his mouth and ate the food she gave him. In fact, he hated being fed by others, because it would make him feel ashamed that he was a pet. However, the way she fed him made him feel like he was being cherished and spoiled. The crab meat was a little cold, but his heart was warm. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 25. Weiwei Bai smiled even more happily. It was good to be a loyal dog. This favorability rose just like that. There had never been a world where it was so easy. After eating and drinking a few cups of wine to warm his stomach, it was getting dark outside. The snow was getting heavier. Weiwei Bai took advantage of the good atmosphere and knocked on the wine cup with her chopsticks, singing a few tuneless songs. I can't stop loving you. I still want to love you even after death. I love you like a mouse loves rice. Feng Yunyin was still listening at first, but the more he listened, the more he felt that it was bold and unreliable. Where did this licentious song come from? It was simply unbearable. He should have despised it, but he couldn't help but feel better when he saw her smile happily. Outside the bedroom, a servant suddenly came in cautiously and reported, Your Majesty, the High Priest is here. Weiwei Bai drank some wine and was not drunk yet. Her face was flushed red, making her look even more gorgeous. She sneered, Oh, there's a distinguished guest. Invite her in. When Feng Yunyin heard this name, his eyes flashed with cold, killing intent. Lung Lianxing, dressed in red priest robes, walked in with a cold expression. She was extremely arrogant and bowed to Weiwei Bai. Your Majesty, I'm here to seek justice for the ministers outside the palace. She was not afraid of Weiwei Bai getting angry. The Lung family had a strong control over the imperial court. As long as Weiwei Bai wanted to rule the country well, the Lung family would not be able to do anything. He could only lower his head to these civil officials first. However, after bending over and waiting for a long time, she did not hear Weiwei Bai asking her to get up. The emperor didn't say anything, but she couldn't be impolite because of her status as a priestess. He could only maintain his bowing posture. He was bending so much that his spine was about to break. Finally, she heard Wei Wei Bai's calm voice. "You may rise." Lung Lianqing heaved a sigh of relief. She got up and saw a familiar figure sitting beside Wei Wei Bai. He put his hand on the table. His clean and gentle face was cold as snow, and his eyes were dark to the point of being demonic. "Isn't this the remnant of the previous dynasty?" Lung Lianqing saw that it was an acquaintance and smiled confidently. "Your Majesty, there are rumors outside the palace that a demon concubine has appeared by your side and used a bewitching spell on you to make you slaughter innocent subjects." Demon concubine. This name made Feng Yunyan's face turn even colder. He had killed so many people and stirred up the entire center of power. Saying that she was a demon concubine was still light. Lung Lianqing looked at Feng Yunyan with disdain. "I was wondering who the demon concubine was, but I didn't expect it to be such a lowly thing." Chapter 515. Feng Yunyan gritted his teeth. The crazy anger in his heart was finally unable to be suppressed. Just as he was about to get up, a soft hand pressed down on the back of his hand. Feng Yunyan turned his head to look at her. However, he found that Wei Wei Bai's expression was even colder than his. She suddenly sneered. "It seems that the high priest understands my beloved concubine quite well." Lung Lianqing said disdainfully. "Feng Yunyan is a prince of the previous dynasty. He has always been scheming and has a vicious heart. I understand him the best." Wei Wei Bai was neither salty nor indifferent. "Understand more," Lung Lianqing said. "At a young age, he pushed his wet nurse into the lake and drowned her. At the age of 5, he wanted to kill his younger sister, Princess Feng Ling." Lung Lianqing coldly said one crime after another. Feng Yunyan felt as if his entire body was soaked in ice water. He was being slashed again and again with a knife. These crimes were all true. He was not afraid of others saying it, but would she hate him for being so vicious? When this thought came, he only felt like his heart was being twisted by a knife. Lung Lianqing continued. "Later on, I educated him for several years before correcting his vicious methods. I didn't expect that he would actually do it again. As expected, there is no need to educate such a lowly person with a rotten heart. Killing him is the right thing to do." Feng Yunyan's face became even paler. He pursed his thin lips. The resentment in his eyes was so cold that it made people's hair stand on end. "Are you done?" Wei Wei Bai's clear voice sounded. Lung Lianqing said confidently, "Your Majesty, I think." Wei Wei Bai was annoyed. "Why are you so long-winded? We originally thought that you were going to die and let you say your last words. Are you done yet?" When these words came out, Lung Lianqing was stunned. Feng Yunyan suddenly raised his eyes and looked at her in disbelief. Wei Wei Bai coldly curled her lips. Under the candlelight, the sharp anger on her face made her look as dazzling as fire. "It's one thing for a despicable dog to bark nonstop, but actually dares to point fingers at my people and wantonly insult them." Only then did Lung Lianqing notice the murderous intent in her eyes. Her heart tightened. "Your Majesty, the people kneeling outside the palace are all your old subjects. I am also someone who supports you." Wei Wei Bai suddenly kicked him. The #1 martial arts skill in the world directly kicked the high priest a few times, and he fell to the wall and bounced to the ground. Lung Lianqing's internal organs were all injured, and she spat out mouthfuls of blood. Wei Wei Bai stood up and slowly walked in front of Lung Lianqing. "If you didn't jump around, I would have let you live for another day or two." Lung Lianqing couldn't believe it. "Your Majesty, do you want the world to fall into chaos?" Wei Wei Bai sneered. "So what if it's messed up? This emperor has the ability to seize the world once, so this emperor has the ability to seize it a second time. Who do you think you are?" After saying this, she kicked again. Lung Lianqing's meridians were broken. She stretched out her fingers, and her fingertips were covered in black powder. A vicious look flashed through her eyes. "Your Majesty, you actually dare to treat me like this, just for a remnant of the previous dynasty?" Wei Wei Bai lifted her foot and stepped on her face, crushing it. "That's right, this emperor did it for him. Are you jealous?" Lung Lianqing screamed, and her fingers fiercely grabbed at Ji Yunshu's ankle. But before her fingers could touch Wei Wei Bai, A poisonous needle had already pierced in her arm. She immediately lost all her strength. Wei Wei Bai was pulled back by a pair of hands, and she fell into a warm embrace. Your Majesty. Feng Yunyan's voice was trembling. She had almost been poisoned. Thinking of a scene just now, Feng Yunyan still had lingering fears. Wei Wei Bai smiled at him. I'll kill this bitch-tongued and venomous retard first. Then we can continue drinking. Feng Yunyan looked at her with a complicated expression. Don't you mind what happened in my past? Murdering the wet nurse, poisoning Feng Ling, and many servants and officials were all killed by him. His hands were covered in blood. Wei Wei Bai raised her eyebrows and couldn't help but tease him. I was happy when you tried to assassinate me. At that time, I was thinking about why you were so good-looking, so I was willing to cut you a few more times. Chapter 516. Feng Yunyan thought of their beginning, bloody and hateful, but she said that she was very happy. Wei Wei Bai pressed down on his fingers. I like you like this. You're bad or not? Feng Yunyan's eyelashes trembled even more. The defenses in his heart were broken again and again. This woman, did she know what she was saying? He would believe this kind of words. Your Majesty, can you go out? Wei Wei Bai was silent for a moment before nodding and saying, I'll go out. You can torture him to vent your anger. It'll be fine even if you cut his body into 10,000 pieces. Feng Yunyan lowered his eyes and his voice softened. When she walked out, she kicked Lung Lianqing a few more times, shattering the bones in her arms and legs, to prevent her from hurting Feng Yunyan. How could Feng Yunyan not know what she was thinking? He watched her trust as she walked out. His eyes couldn't help but soften. No one had ever spoiled him to this extent. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 30. Lung Lianqing's mouth was full of blood. She looked at Feng Yunyan in horror and disgust. What kind of poison did you use on Her Majesty? She actually listens to you. Feng Yunyan didn't say anything. He just walked to the candle and flicked the wick, making the candle light a bit brighter. The flickering candlelight made the eerie expression on his face even more obvious. His face was clearly gentle and pretty, but it was twisted and ferocious like a devil. Lung Lianqing saw him like this and was terrified to the extreme. She laughed loudly. Doesn't Wei Wei Bai dislike you when she sees you like this? You really are an ugly monster. Feng Yunyan walked in front of her and reached out. A golden needle pierced in her flesh. Wasn't this monster taught by you? Lung Lianqing trembled. You're just my dog. How dare you treat me like this? Feng Yunyan smiled, and the resentment on his face melted. Unexpectedly, it became clear and gentle. Power is really a good thing. In the past, you made me live like a dog, but now I can torture you to death. After Feng Yunyan finished speaking, his expression became gentle. Furthermore, even if I'm as ugly as a monster, His Majesty still loves me. This is something that you can't be jealous of. All of Wei Wei Bai's actions, his heavy vigilance was crushed bit by bit. He was ugly. He was bad. He was evil. She still defended him. The sense of security of being loved so recklessly was like poison. Let him sink and fall. The feeling of being loved was so wonderful. Feng Yunyan smiled calmly and elegantly. Although I'm happy to torture you, I want to get out of here as soon as possible and drink with her. After saying that, he watched as Lung Lianqing began to melt. This golden poison could completely melt a person. A heart-wrenching scream came from the palace, but it soon returned to silence. Feng Yunyan walked out. Outside the palace, white snow fell. The woman standing at the door had her back to him. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and her slender back was straight and elegant. She seemed to have sensed something and turned around. Do you feel better? Wei Wei Bai asked. Feng Yunyan thought that she would ask about Lung Lianqing's condition, but her eyes were filled with a shadow, as if his mood was much more important than a human life. Feng Yunyan's eyes became a little moist. When I was young, my nanny reported that my blood could cure Feng Ling to claim credit. He walked forward step by step. She betrayed me, so I killed her. Feng Ling humiliated me and used me like a dog. I hated her, so I wanted to kill her. Lung Lianqing tortured me and made me beg for death. She is the person I hate the most. These words were clearly hidden in his heart, and could not be said. But today, seeing her gentle and loving eyes, he finally collapsed. He finally collapsed, and all of his grievances and pain poured out wantonly. Finally, he walked in front of her. "Will you abandon me and betray me in the future?" Wei Wei Bai sighed. "Fool." Then she reached out and hugged him tightly. She raised her head and kissed him. This kiss was long and cherished. Then her voice was softer than snow. "Even if I betray this world, I will not let you down." Feng Yunyan was stunned for a long time. His heart was like a drum, shattering his last line of defense. He finally gave up, struggling. He hugged her back and buried his face in her shoulder. "Your Majesty, I believe you." Ding. The male lead's favorability is at 35. 40, 45. Chapter 517. After a few of the ministers kneeled to death outside the palace, Feng Yunyan couldn't bear to watch anymore. Of course, he didn't sympathize with them, nor did he feel guilty at all. His nature was dark and selfish, and he never expected others to live well. However, the civil officials ruled the country, and the new dynasty needed to recuperate. These ministers were still useful. The newly promoted newcomers were only motivated, but they still lacked experience. At the very least, they needed to train for a period of time before they could let this group of pedantic and overbearing old ministers die. From the beginning, Feng Yunyan wanted to seize power and usurp the throne, but now he was sincerely thinking for her. This journey in his heart was strange and magical to him. He looked at Wei Wei Bai, who was half lying on the bed, holding a miscellaneous book and eating melon seeds, and his eyes softened. "Your Majesty, the ministers outside the palace." Wei Wei Bai was engrossed in reading the novel. She didn't even think about it. If they want to kneel, then let them kneel. The group of chattering female officials outside were all filled with righteous indignation and wanted her to kill Feng Yunyan. It was no exaggeration to say that Feng Yunyan was her life. Even if she made the group of people outside kneel to death, they couldn't touch a single hair on Feng Yunyan's head. Feng Yunyan sighed, turned around, and walked in front of her. He called out softly, "Your Majesty, this country still needs to be governed by civil officials. The foundation of the new dynasty is not stable, so it needs to be pacified." Wei Wei Bai looked up and saw the gentle face of the man in front of her. He had lost that trace of gloominess, but there was more gentleness and sincerity. She held the melon seeds in her hand and looked at him blankly. Then she looked away and said somewhat woodenly, "Who asked them to kill you? What's the point of this country if you die?" Feng Yunyan saw that she was hiding something and lowered her head. She said this with incomparable shyness, but it didn't make him feel that this woman wasn't heroic enough. On the contrary, it made him even more at a loss. What did he do to make her think so highly of him? Feng Yunyan sat beside the bed and leaned over to rest his head on her shoulder. He had never felt so happy before. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 50. Wei Wei Bai. This skyrocketing favorability is so easy to shed tears of joy. Feng Yunyan suddenly said, "Since your Majesty cares for me, then I will let those ministers go home. After all, kneeling for too long is not good for your Majesty's reputation." Wei Wei Bai smiled and said, "Does Yunyan have any good ideas?" Feng Yunyan also smiled, and his eyes turned vicious. "They're kneeling outside the palace to force His Majesty. They're not good people. Isn't this ruining His Majesty's reputation?" He looked coldly at the door. "It's just the death of a few people, and you dare to threaten the Emperor like this? A bunch of untrained dogs. If it weren't for the fact that they were still useful, I would have plenty of schemes to destroy their families." After Feng Yunyan finished speaking, he suddenly stopped talking. He glanced at Wei Wei Bai with some hesitation. These words were not gentle enough for a man, and were too vicious. Would she be disgusted? However, the woman in front of him did not feel disgusted at all, and the smile on her face remained. She said with a smile, "I am very happy to see that you are worried about me." Feng Yunyan's heart relaxed, and the corners of his mouth curled up, and a happy smile appeared. Bai Weiwei lazily propped up her head with her hand. "Okay, then you deal with the group of ministers outside the palace. Take my token seal, blank imperial edict, and so on. I support you. She did not hesitate to give this trust. Feng Yunyin's body trembled, and his heart was filled with gratitude. He could take these and usurp the throne, but she casually gave them to him. Is this how it feels to be loved by someone? Chapter 518. Feng Yunyin turned to look at her. Her side profile was fair and delicate, and her black hair fell to her ears. Her entire person was less aggressive and gorgeous, but there was a trace of gentleness and beauty. He suddenly couldn't help but whisper, "Your Majesty?" Wei Wei Bai was still thinking about the miscellaneous books in her hands. The stories inside were incomparably interesting. Suddenly, the books in her hands were taken away. Then, a hand pressed down on her shoulder, followed by Feng Yunyin's handsome face approaching. His eyebrows were moving and gentle, and his eyes were incomparably clear. A lingering kiss fell on her lips. Her breath was fresh and beautiful, making him fall for it. Feng Yunyin half closed his eyes and stared intently at her. Her slightly trembling eyelashes and the joy that flashed in her eyes were all captured by him. It was so good that there was actually someone in this world who was willing to love him. Feng Yunyin discovered that happiness was actually so simple. Even the power that he yearned for could no longer move him. Outside the palace, a few more ministers fainted. Although when they were kneeling, there were cushions, people holding umbrellas, serving them, and handing them water and food. They could even rest when they were tired. But the civil officials were used to living like princes, so how could they stand kneeling in the snow for so long? So, more people couldn't stand it and fell ill. Suddenly, the palace doors opened. The eyes of those ministers who were still insisting on kneeling lit up. Finally, the emperor couldn't stand the pressure and came to give in to them. Once the emperor gave in, they would be able to gain more power. Inside the palace, someone came in the emperor's sedan. A large number of attendants followed behind. The sedan stopped in front of the ministers. On the sedan, the man placed one hand on the chair, and his dark eyes carried a trace of gloominess. Clearly, his face was handsome like flowing water and white clouds. But it made people feel a chill down their backs, and they were stunned by the murderous aura in his eyes. Ministers, you all really have a lot of free time. His Majesty is busy with some heavy matters. It's fine if you don't help, but come here to force him to abdicate. Feng Yunyin's gentleness was all for Wei Wei Bai. He looked at the people in front of him who would only cause trouble for Wei Wei Bai. The murderous intent in his heart could not be stopped. One of the leading ministers said, "You evil concubine, you killed my son. I will make sure you die a horrible death. Where is His Majesty? How can you sit in His Majesty's sedan chair?" Feng Yunyin raised his eyebrows, and his eyes were filled with coldness. She must have become muddle-headed from kneeling. Men, beat her to death. Only by killing the leader would he be able to set an example for the rest. To put it bluntly, even if all the civil officials were to be beaten to death, Wei Wei Bai's iron-blooded army was enough to protect the country. He hoped that the imperial court would stabilize and allow a new batch of young civil officials to take over. That was why he allowed these old women to live for a few more days. However, if these women were not obedient, he would have to kill them. Because they refused to lower their heads while they were alive, they would only bring harm to Wei Wei Bai. Of course, they had to be eliminated. Feng Yunyin smiled coldly. In the snow, the leader's blood soon stained the ground. The people in the imperial court were all dirty. The remaining civil officials began to tremble. There was no one who was not afraid of death. If they were not afraid of death, how could they surrender to Wei Wei Bai? Let her rebel successfully. Feng Yunyin raised his chin and revealed a mocking sneer. All right, kneel and listen to the imperial edict. The imperial edict was written by him, and he used the jade seal to seal it. Wei Wei Bai only said lightly, "You do it. I believe you." How could she provoke his heart like this? When Feng Yunyin thought of her, the dirty palace in the past felt as beautiful as a paradise. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 55. The imperial edict listed the crimes of the men in the harem one by one. All the men killed each other in the harem. Those who were not favored, because of power, they framed each other. Not many of them had clean hands. Chapter 519. Feng Yunyin knew these secrets too well. This was something that happened before Wei Wei Bai got close to the harem. If Wei Wei Bai got close to the harem, those people would fight even more for power. After the imperial edict was read, Feng Yunyin said, "These are your good sons. They harmed the innocent people of the harem and casually killed the servants. It is a matter of course for me to kill them with a rod." Of course, the ministers were not convinced by this judgment. But Feng Yunyin did not need them to be convinced, because this imperial edict was for the people outside the palace to see, for the people to see, as long as Wei Wei Bai's image as the emperor was not damaged, and she did not become an incapable ruler because she spoiled him. Then let this group of old women jump around. They cannot hurt her. Since he was born, he did not know how many schemes and tricks he had done and how many people he had killed. So he saw these things even more clearly than Wei Wei Bai. After doing all this, Feng Yunyin said coldly, "If you continue to kneel and refuse to leave, then I will send you on your way." The ministers looked at their colleagues who had died in the snow. Their hearts were cold. Finally, some of them could not take it anymore. After kneeling and saluting, they were helped away by the servants. One person left, 2 people left. In the end, the remaining few could not walk anymore. They were all thrown onto the main road by Feng Yunyin. His methods were ruthless and swift. As a man, he never admitted defeat. When Feng Yunyin returned to the bedroom, he saw Wei Wei Bai frowning as she flipped through the memorials. When she saw him, her eyes lit up. She rushed in front of him and stuffed a stack of memorials into his hands. Feng Yunyin held the memorials in his hand. They were not heavy, but they made him feel heavy. "Your Majesty, this?" Wei Wei Bai pulled out all the government affairs that needed to be dealt with. At the same time, he placed his jade seal and other things in a conspicuous position. "You can deal with it in the future. I'm having a headache over this." "All right, I've thrown away all the memorials scolding you. Don't look at them." Feng Yunyin said somewhat helplessly, "But this is the emperor's right, not mine." Wei Wei Bai picked up the miscellaneous books again and read them with great interest. She had no interest in governing the country at all. It wasn't easy for him to get to a plane where he could relax a little. She couldn't wait to take a vacation every day. Husband and wife are one. What's mine is yours. Good luck. Feng Yunyin thought that she was only temporarily letting go of the power to let him deal with the people outside the palace. He didn't expect that she would actually let him manage the entire imperial court. "Your Majesty, the ministers have all returned home. I also had people spread the evil deeds of those men who were beaten to death. I won't let your wisdom be tarnished." Wei Wei Bai looked up and smiled brightly. "I knew you were the smartest. You can even do such a difficult thing." Feng Yunyin was praised by her until the tips of his ears turned red. He looked away embarrassedly. "Your Majesty, if you're tired, then I'll help you deal with the government affairs." She trusted him so much. How could he betray her trust? Even if he had to turn into a knife, he had to get rid of all the obstacles in the imperial court for her. He had to let her become a real emperor whose name would go down in history. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 60. Wei Wei Bai didn't know about Feng Yunyin's ambition at all. She happily agreed. Then the following days would be to eat and wait for death and gain favorability. What a happy day. Let the happiness come more fiercely. The system said, "Be careful of being whipped to death by the violent happiness." Wei Wei Bai said, "If it's happiness, then whip me. Whip me." The system was speechless. Other people's hosts were all wise and powerful, killing in all directions. Why was its host so shameless? Furthermore, it was so poor. The system sighed. It would have been better if it didn't fall face first. It was really a slip that led to everlasting regret. The slash to the is at https://m sashu com/the Chapter 520. In the following days, Wei Wei Bai flirted with Yunyin, eating and waiting for death, flirting with Yunyin. Half a month passed. Her favorability towards him had also increased to 70. At this rate, she would definitely have a good impression of him in less than 4 months. After Feng Yunyin finished dealing with government affairs, he saw Wei Wei Bai lying on the chair beside him, asleep. He told her to rest. but she insisted on waiting for him. Feng Yunyin picked her up. Her soft body made him feel warm and fragrant. During this period of time, he held great power in his hands and could summon wind and rain in the imperial court. He promoted capable new officials and reformed some corrupt policies. Recently, he had also started to develop agriculture and water conservancy, as well as plans to reduce tax burdens. At first, he wanted to use his power to do whatever he wanted, but now he only wanted to protect this new dynasty. He had to protect her country. He put her on the bed, but Wei Wei Bai suddenly woke up. She rubbed her eyes. It's dark. Feng Yunyin reached out and gently massaged her scalp. Yes, it's late. Go to sleep. Wei Wei Bai narrowed her eyes comfortably. I need to go out tonight. Feng Yunyin paused. Where are you going? Wei Wei Bai got up and yawned. To seek justice for you. Feng Yunyin was stunned. To seek justice. Soon, he found out what she meant by seeking justice. Wei Wei Bai wore black knight clothes and rode a horse valiantly, followed by the murderous imperial guards. Feng Yunyin sat behind her, hugged her waist, and followed her to the Lung family. Lung Lianqing was dead, and the Lung family had made a big fuss. They were all chased out by Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai waved her whip and said, Lung Lianqing bullied you. None of these Lung family members are good people. I set a net for half a month and finally caught all of them. Feng Yunyin had a complicated expression as he looked at the Lung family. He thought of the humiliation of the past. He felt a chill in his heart, and a bloodthirsty impulse surged up. The Lung family had deep roots and power, so he did not dare to touch them for the time being. Who would have thought? Wei Wei Bai waved her hand. Go in. Kill as many as you see them. The imperial guards obeyed. They rushed in and started slaughtering the Lung family. Bai Wei Wei sensed the stiff body of the man behind her. She put her hand on her hip and grasped his fingers. Don't be afraid. I know you're in pain. I've heard of those humiliating acts before. Just thinking about it makes me want to tear those bitches apart. Feng Yunyin's voice was a little choked. If the Lung family falls, it will cause a lot of problems. Wei Wei Bai, no matter how many problems there are, as long as you're here, it won't be a problem. Feng Yunyin hugged her tightly and buried his face in her back. He suddenly said softly, I hate them. I hate those princesses. I hate those princes, and I hate the Lung family who oppressed and humiliated me. Lung Lianqing's methods were the most vicious. He had even abused him in every possible way. But what was even more vicious were his brothers and sisters, his mother who sat on the throne. She ignored him just like that, leaving him with no way to ask for help. And Feng Ling was the person he hated to the core, because the better she was, the more miserable he would be. Her health was maintained by taking his blood. He wouldn't let any of these people go. He thought that he would have to spend many years taking revenge. However, there was a person who came into his life like a savior. Wei Wei Bai's tender voice sounded in his ear. It's okay. I'll help you take revenge in the future. The Lung clan was set ablaze. Wei Wei Bai sat on the horse and didn't have time to care about anything else. Instead, she was trying her best to comfort Feng Yunyin, who was hugging her weakly. Feng Yunyin hugged her even tighter. Your Majesty, let's go to the forest. There was a forest not far away. Wei Wei Bai didn't think much of it and rode in. But just as they entered the forest, Feng Yunyin hugged her and got off the horse. Wei Wei Bai wasn't prepared and was pressed in front of a tree. Her confused question was swallowed up by his intense kiss. This kiss was urgent and lingering. His aura wrapped around her, as domineering as chain. Wei Wei Bai was dizzy from his kiss. The two kissed so intensely that their hot bodies were pressed against each other. Tiny beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. This was the first time Feng Yunyin had the thought of completely taking a person for himself. She made him fall into the abyss and then into heaven. He was even afraid. What if she didn't want him in the future? He didn't even dare to think about it. He would go crazy. Ding, the male lead's favorability has increased to 75. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 521. Your Majesty? Suddenly, someone shouted from outside the forest. It was the commander of the Imperial Guards. Feng Yunyan's intense movements suddenly stopped. He gasped for breath and stopped his bold movements. He did not expect her to take the initiative to this extent. Wei Wei Bai's breathing was also unstable. Her face was red and her eyes were misty. Feng Yunyan saw him like this, and his throat tightened. The two of them were speechless. Feng Yunyan was even a little nervous. Would she think that he was too bold? Wei Wei Bai pursed her lips and put her hand on his shoulder. She raised her head and kissed his lips that were still warm. A trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Wei Wei Bai left him with a smile in her eyes. I'm very fair. You do it once, I do it once. Feng Yunyan's heart felt like it was being brushed by a cool breeze and warmed by the sun. The gloomy and evil aura around him melted. Wei Wei Bai held his hand and walked out. She asked someone for a lantern and held it in her hand. She said, "Let's walk back." Feng Yunyan stared at her deeply and said with a smile, "Yes, Your Majesty." It was late at night, and snow fell again. Feng Yunyan held an umbrella, and she walked under the umbrella with the lantern. The dim yellow light illuminated the woman's face, making it hazy and beautiful. He only felt that his heartbeat was out of his control. It was always a few beats faster. "Your Majesty, what's your favorability towards me?" Bai Weiwei looked up and saw that the man's face was elegant, his eyes were deep, and his voice was soft. For some reason, there was a trace of tenderness. Her expression became even gentler. Not too much, not too little. 99. Feng Yunyan's eyes darkened. 99 was a lot. He should feel satisfied. After all, he needed an emperor to place him in her heart and reach the position of 99. Almost no one could do it. Moreover, she still had the country in her heart. Just as he thought this, he saw Wei Wei Bai lower her head, revealing a snow-white neck. This was more dazzling than the snow. Then he heard her mutter with some annoyance, "How can you say 100? You'll win the country with 100. At that time, I won't be worth anything. You won't want me." Feng Yunyan looked at her in a daze and suddenly remembered the bet. If he made her fall in love with him, then she would give him the country. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. It was unfamiliar, warm, and joyful. Bai Weiwei lowered her head and didn't hear his response. She looked up anxiously. "That when we get married, I'll be 100 years old. At that time, even if you want to dump me, it won't work." Men had no right to propose a divorce. Feng Yunyan wondered how there could be such a cute person, making the rims of his eyes begin to sting. The pain of the first half of his life could be exchanged for meeting her. He used "Your Majesty, I don't want this country anymore." He suddenly realized that he didn't feel the slightest bit unwilling when he said those words. There wasn't even a sense of sacrifice. There was only a sense of relief. "As long as you keep treating me like this, it's fine." Feng Yunyan pursed his lips. His face was as white as snow, but the smile in his eyes was as intoxicating as the warm sun and gentle breeze. Wei Wei Bai held his hand and couldn't help but use force. She held the lantern and walked forward. The light illuminated the road ahead. Her eyes were gorgeous, and her voice was clear. "Don't worry. No matter how heavy the snow is, I'll block it for you." This sentence was more serious than "you'll be good for a lifetime." It was full of a woman's sense of responsibility. Feng Yunyan smiled slightly, as gentle as jade. He tilted the umbrella over her head, blocking the falling snow. "Your Majesty, let's travel together." He also wanted to block it for her and protect the country for her. Chapter 522. Wei Wei Bai smiled sweetly. "Okay." Ding, the male lead's favorability has increased to 80. After returning, Wei Wei Bai doted on Feng Yunyan even more. When he was tired from reading the memorials, she served him tea. When he dealt with government affairs until late at night, she served him supper. When he needed to quell the rebellion, she handed over all the military authority to him. The system felt that it had been blinded by this adulterous couple. In the past, they had been tortured to death. But now, everything was going so smoothly, and they were torturing the single dog. It felt that it had indigestion. The male lead was too easy to conquer. He could easily increase his favorability to 80 points. What a casual man. It couldn't help but knock Wei Wei Bai. "You handed over all the authority to the male lead. Aren't you afraid that he will suddenly have a change of heart?" Wei Wei Bai was feeding Feng Yunyan pastries. Yunyan, open your mouth and eat. Feng Yunyan lowered his head and was reviewing the memorials. Without thinking, he opened his mouth and sucked on the pastry on her finger. The temperature of her fingertips was so smooth that he couldn't help but suck on it. Wei Wei Bai's finger trembled, and she pulled it back. Although Feng Yunyan had his head lowered, his ears couldn't help but turn red. The two of them looked at each other at the same time and smiled sweetly in tacit understanding. The neglected system, Wolf said, the last 20 points are the hardest to increase. You even gave the army away. If anything happens, Wei Wei Bai smiled tenderly and picked up a cup of flower tea. Yunyan, drink some tea. This flour is good for the stomach. Drink more to nourish your stomach. Feng Yunyan looked up again and took a sip of tea. It's sweet. His eyes were gentle as he said with a smile. Wei Wei Bai looked at him affectionately. Not as sweet as you. Feng Yunyan's ears turned red and spread to his face. A faint layer of pink forced him to lower his head to hide it. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 82. System, I've never seen a male lead that was so easy to capture. He was bought over with just a cup of tea. Wei Wei Bai came back to her senses. Did you say anything just now? Wei Wei Bai, didn't you want to have a Cold War with me? System, it's in a Cold War, but she doesn't care about it. So why should it be Cold War? Wei Wei Bai said, it's fine. You can continue the Cold War. Mine Yin, and I don't mind at all. After another round of sweet abuse, the system suddenly became haggard. He felt like he had a fake host. Actually, it didn't even have a host. When other hosts saw that the system didn't say anything, they would be worried. Or maybe they should show some concern. His host couldn't wait for it to disappear. The system felt something warm flowing down from its eyes. It was the loneliest system in history. How sad. Outside the palace, a carriage appeared. The curtain of the carriage was pulled aside by a fair and slender hand. The person behind the curtain was partially visible. Her voice was colder than snow. Let Wei Wei Bai come to see me. She said before that if she conquered the country, she would let me marry her. The voice was cold and arrogant. I am willing to accept my loss. She took my country, so I will marry her. Wei Wei Bai, who was grinding ink, suddenly heard the system's voice. Is the love of the past a red rose or mosquito blood? You once promised her the country, a promise that you would never change. But now that things have changed, has your heart ever changed? Side mission. Love returns to love. Love will never stop. Wei Wei Bai was stunned. Please immediately welcome Princess Feng Ling into the palace and marry her as the Empress. Also, capture her favorability to be above 80. If the mission fails, the host and the system will fall to the ground face first from 10,000 meters in the air. I hope that you will share both blessings and misfortunes, love each other, and be a sweet family. The system and the host. Fall your grandpas love each other. You're as deep as the sea. I'll send you to heaven. Why don't you go and be sweet yourself? The ad. https://www.sashu.com/ the full text ad. https://www.sashu.com/download text ad. https://www.sashu.com the ad. https://m sashu.com. Chapter 523. Host, do you accept the side mission? We are the kind-hearted main system. We are the democratic main system. You have 10 seconds to choose yes or no. Two bright and big buttons appeared, but Wei Wei Bai could only look at them. These are the system's buttons. She couldn't touch them. Father Tong quickly rejected. System, Wei Wei Bai also reacted. The reject button was broken, haha. 1 second countdown, 0, default host accepts. The host and the system were silent. Wei Wei Bai was stunned. Can't you fix the button? The system smiled bitterly. I fixed it at that time, but there was a small mistake. Originally, it could be used after connecting a line, but in the end, my hand shook and the line was cut, completely scrapping it. Wei Wei Bai, why don't you spend some life points to fix it, or change it? This side mission was simply asking for their lives. The system was silent for a long time. It's a bit expensive. Wei Wei Bai thought of the 100 life points in her hand and suddenly felt very confident. If it's necessary, I can't save. Spend it boldly. How much is it? The system sighed. It's only 1,000,000 life points. Wei Wei Bai, the system and the host looked at the meager 100 life points. Suddenly, they felt that poverty had limited their imagination. Your Majesty, are you tired? The sluggish Bai Wei Wei only reacted when she heard his voice. She hurriedly said, I'm not tired. I'm not tired. I'll go to the kitchen to see if the chicken soup is ready. Feng Yunyin smiled and said, Just let the servants go. You don't have to specially watch. Wei Wei Bai hurriedly got up. How can I? Of course I have to watch the food you eat. I'll go first. After she finished speaking, she hurriedly walked out. The side mission above her head was, make Princess Feng Ling enter the palace within 30 minutes. If you fail, you will fall face first from a height of 10,000 meters. Wei Wei Bai looked at the side mission above her head and cursed the system in her heart. English, French, Japanese, and Korean greetings to the relatives of the main system. The sight of Wei Wei Bai leaving in a hurry made Feng Yunyin's pen pause. Does your Majesty have something to do? Feng Yunyin was extremely sensitive. He thought for a moment and suddenly laughed. Really, it's time for me to change my suspicious personality. He could suspect anyone, but how could he suspect her? Outside the palace, the guards drew their swords one after another. Isn't Phoenix Spirit Princess a remnant of the previous dynasty? Kill him on the spot. Princess Feng Ling was the heir to the throne of the previous dynasty. Moreover, this princess's talent and beauty were so perfect that no one could find fault with her. If not for Wei Wei Bai's rebellion, she was the well-deserved empress. The woman in the carriage had a hibiscus flower between her eyebrows. Her lips were red without any makeup, and her eyes were as cold as ice. Looks like Wei Wei Bai has already forgotten her promise. The world is right. There are too many heartless people, and we can't kill all of them. Outside the carriage, the sound of the guards drawing their swords made her face even colder. She had just dropped the curtain and was about to rush out when a familiar voice sounded. All of you leave. Feng Ling was stunned. A hand reached out from outside and grabbed the curtain to open it. Behind the curtain, an incomparably beautiful face appeared in front of her. Her eyes were calm and clear. When she saw Feng Ling, she frowned. Follow me into the palace. Feng Ling came back to her senses and sneered. You want to enter the palace? I didn't answer. Wei Wei Bai didn't have the time to listen to her. The mission countdown above her head was like a death warrant. She turned around and kicked the driver. She snatched the horsewhip and immediately urged the horse to run into the palace gates. And read the full article at https://www.sashu.com// and read the at https://m/sashu.com. Chapter 524. The guards all dodged. Her beautiful face was so dazzling under the sun that people couldn't take their eyes off her. Feng Ling, who was sitting behind her, looked at her in a daze. She felt that she was different from before and was no longer fearful of her. There was no feeling of cherishing her. However, this unyielding confidence was even more attractive. Ding! Princess Feng Ling's favorability is at 65. The side mission of entering the palace is complete. Wei Wei Bai's face darkened. She was not happy at all, because there was still the damned mission of increasing favorability and marrying Princess Feng Ling. What made her want to cry the most was that Feng Ling was a woman. Was this forcing her to be a lesbian? It seemed that men and women could no longer satisfy the main system. Her moral integrity had been fed to the dogs. The system said, Princess Feng Ling's favorability is at 65 because she had a crush on the original owner before, and the original owner also had a crush on her. Then, the two of them refused to bow down and turned into a rebellion. The system explained a lot of love and hate in the previous dynasty. Wei Wei Bai said, Get lost. I don't want to hear it. My ears are rotten. Don't explain to her about the feelings between women. She didn't want to hear it. Thinking about how Feng Ling liked women, she got goosebumps. She didn't discriminate against women and men as long as she wasn't involved. After stuffing Feng Ling into the cold palace, she didn't even say a word to her and immediately ordered people to guard her. Don't let her go out. If she dares to go out, tie her up. Wei Wei Bai called a group of guards and surrounded the cold palace. If Feng Yunyan saw this, his favorability would probably drop to 0. Feng Ling was the person he hated the most. Feng Ling was furious. Wei Wei Bai, I've already lowered myself to come to your side. What's with your attitude? Wei Wei Bai was even fiercer than her. Didn't you see my attitude? If you dare to go out, I'll break your legs. Stay here and don't cause trouble. Goodbye. With that, she ran away with a cold face. She hadn't taken her chicken soup yet. If she was any later, with Feng Yunyan's monstrous sensitivity, it would be strange if he didn't notice. Feng Ling watched her leave heartlessly. She suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. In the past, she was always the one who carefully tried to please her. But now he was treating her so coldly. Feng Ling's heart ached. Feng Yunyan put the memorial aside and looked at the door absent-mindedly. Is the chicken soup not ready yet? Could it be that she really had something else to do? What was there that he couldn't know? Feng Yunyan looked at the memorial and suddenly couldn't continue reading. Suddenly, there was movement from the other side of the door. It was the sound of hurried footsteps. Feng Yunyan immediately returned to his sitting position. Then, he picked up the memorial and pretended to read it. His uneasy heart finally calmed down. Wei Wei Bai came in with chicken soup and smiled. I've been away for so long. Did you miss me? The chicken soup tastes better when it's stewed for a while. She placed the chicken soup on the table and scooped it into a bowl. Feng Yunyan stood up and quickly took the bowl from her hands. Let me do it, Your Majesty. When he took the bowl from her hands, he suddenly paused for a few seconds, and his expression was obscure. Then, he lowered his head and silently scooped the soup, as if he wanted to hide something. He drank a few mouthfuls. Wei Wei Bai asked with a smile, Is it good? Feng Yunyan looked up and stared at her with his beautiful black eyes. Where else did Your Majesty go just now? Wei Wei Bai was extremely calm. I went to the imperial kitchen. I didn't go anywhere. Feng Yunyan stared at her deeply. She looked back calmly. After a while, Feng Yunyan smiled faintly. Drink the soup, Your Majesty. After he finished speaking, he drank a few more mouthfuls before saying softly, This soup is really delicious. Wei Wei Bai's relaxed voice sounded. Then I'll drink it too and see how delicious it is. Feng Yunyan couldn't help but smile, but there was a hint of bitterness in his smile. He smelled the fragrance of hibiscus flowers on her body. He had only smelled this fragrance on one person so far. Perhaps it was just a misunderstanding. Perhaps she was just passing by the garden and smelled the flowers. But he knew very well that in the dead of winter, the flowers were all withered. // Chapter 525. Wei Wei Bai. I'm not interested in women. System. Fall face first from a height of 10,000 meters. Wei Wei Bai tried hard to refuse. It's not good to cheat. How can a person with such high morals like me cheat? System. Have you forgotten the plane of the pillow child? Wei Wei Bai was speechless and said, If Feng Yunyan finds out, the favorability points that I've worked so hard to accumulate will be gone. System silently flipped through its memories before confirming. You're so relaxed in this plane that your favorability points are dropping. What's the point of working so hard? Wei Wei Bai, can't I work hard to show off my affection? System was speechless. As a single dog that was being shown off, it felt sad. Ding. Feng Ling's favorability has increased to 60. Wei Wei Bai was expressionless. I have my own morals to uphold. Even if my favorability points drop, I won't. Ding. Feng Ling's favorability has increased to 55. Wei Wei Bai, I won't go for a girl. Ding. Feng Ling's favorability has increased to 50. Wei Wei Bai suddenly stood up. Feng Yunyan, who had finished dealing with government affairs and was playing chess with himself, looked up and asked softly, Your Majesty, what's wrong? Wei Wei Bai showed a bright smile. Nothing, I'm going to the kitchen to see if the pineapple cake I want is ready. Feng Yunyan's fingers paused, but his expression did not reveal any clues. It should be ready. The servant will bring it over. Wei Wei Bai, I'll go, I'll be back soon. After saying that, she immediately turned and left. Feng Yunyin watched her leave in a hurry for a while, before throwing the chess piece in his hand on the chessboard. The chess pieces fell to the ground with a clatter. He stood up expressionlessly, put his hands behind his back, and walked out step by step. Wei Wei Bai came to the cold palace and saw Feng Ling sitting on a chair with a cup of tea and looking at her with a cold smile. "What's wrong? Have you forgotten about your old love now that you have a new one? I heard that you dote on Feng Yunyin so much that you're dizzy." After Feng Ling finished speaking, she realized that the other party was very silent. In the past, when they were together, she had always flattered her. When she was outside the palace and heard that Feng Yunyin was favored, she thought that Feng Yunyin looked very similar to herself and thought that she was just looking for a substitute. Therefore, he wasn't worried at all. But later, she heard that Wei Wei Bai wanted to make Feng Yunyin empress. Only then did she start to feel a little surprised. How could a substitute surpass her? Her empire was taken away by Wei Wei Bai, and she took it away because she didn't give Wei Wei Bai a chance. Tell her directly that it was impossible. Unless she was the emperor, she had no other choice. Later, Wei Wei Bai actually succeeded in her rebellion. At that time, she was furious and started to plan an assassination. She got someone to instigate Feng Yunyin to send herself to death. She didn't expect. Wei Wei Bai suddenly said coldly, "I came to see if you're not used to it. I'll leave after that." Feng Ling looked up at her fiercely, only to see that she was wearing an exquisite light green robe, and her long hair was simply tied with a hairband. Standing in the sunlight, she was so gorgeous and exquisite that it was suffocating. Wei Wei Bai's appearance had always been unique. She originally thought that she was beautiful enough, but in front of Wei Wei Bai, she was still a little lacking. But now, she realized that the difference was even greater. She was so beautiful that she was stunned. Ding! Feng Ling's favorability has increased to 55. Wei Wei Bai, who didn't do anything, her favorability dropped and rose as if she had a stroke. Only then did Feng Ling come back to her senses. She threw the teacup on the table, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. "I'm not used to it here." To her, being willing to tell the truth was already lowering her head. She thought that Wei Wei Bai's heart would ache. "If you're not used to it, then hold it in." These words were terrifyingly cold. Chapter 5:26. Feng Ling looked up in shock, only to see Wei Wei Bai's face as cold as ice, without a single trace of emotion. Wei Wei Bai frowned impatiently. "I'm leaving first." She turned around and left without hesitation. The system reminded her favorability. Wei Wei Bai felt hopeless. "No, I'm still not prepared. When I think of this woman coveting me, I want to make her kowtow to the ground." The system? Coveting? Wei Wei Bai said in loneliness, "I'm still too perfect. Let me struggle a little more. Let me be with my moral integrity for a while." The system? Moral integrity? Wei Wei Bai had only taken 2 steps when hurried footsteps came from behind her, and a pair of hands was about to hug her waist. Almost instinctively, she turned around and extended her leg to kick Feng Ling away. The system roared, "Face the ground." With this kick, 80 favorability would become a hell instance. Bai Weiwei abruptly stopped her movements and staggered 2 steps. A soft body had already thrown itself into her arms. Weiwei Bai's nose was filled with the woman's fragrance, and her body was in her arms. She was completely frozen, and her brain was a little blank. Feng Ling hugged her, and a painful struggle flashed through her eyes. "I'm already here. Don't you have anything to say? How long are you going to fight with me?" Weiwei Bai had goosebumps. She could not hear what she was saying, and she really could not accept women. If there was a sexual orientation test, she would be the legendary straight woman. Feng Ling's voice suddenly became bitter. "Are you still blaming me for sending people to assassinate you?" Weiwei Bai gritted her teeth and really wanted to push her away. Feng Ling thought of her purpose. The country was taken by Weiwei Bai, so even if she had to sacrifice herself, she had to return to the throne. Even if she had to give up her body, it did not matter. She suddenly smiled sadly. "I really hate you, Weiwei Bai. You stole my heart, but you don't care about me." Weiwei Bai. Why do I feel that this line sounds familiar? Feng Ling let go of her. Her eyes were filled with tears, and her face was filled with sadness. She suddenly took off her clothes. Under the bright light, her body was as beautiful as jade. I was wrong. If I had accepted you back then, one of us would be the protector of the nation, and the other would be the emperor who loves the people. As Feng Ling spoke, she threw all the clothes at her feet. Her tears fell, and her voice was choked with sobs. Wei Wei, do you still want me? Do you want me, a person who rejected you, wanted to kill you, but regretted it so much that I want to return to your side? Wei Wei Bai was speechless for a moment. She said to the system, Damn, is this woman trying to woo me? Haven't I been using this pitiful trick all along? The system retorted, How can you tolerate that? Beat her to death. Wei Wei Bai's spirit of a drama queen burned fiercely. She closed her eyes in silence. Her fingers were clenched tightly, and her body seemed to collapse. Even her shoulders were trembling. Feng Ling looked at her with tears all over her face. A hint of gloomy joy flashed through her eyes. She really did care about her. As long as she was the empress, she would be able to take back this world one day. Wei Wei, you want me, right? You can kill me or chase me away, but please fulfill my wish. Wei Wei Bai finally opened her eyes. All kinds of complicated emotions flashed through her eyes. Conflict, love, guilt, and a cowardly escape that she wanted to hate but could not hate. A simple look was enough to silence Feng Ling's dirty thoughts. She even felt a little sad. It turned out that she still loved her. Wei Wei Bai walked slowly to her side and picked up the clothes on the ground one by one. Slash. Chapter 527. You can search Transmigration System. Prince Charming, come to the search web on Baidu to find a. Then, she put them on her one by one. Her movements were so delicate and gentle. Feng Ling looked at her with a pale face. Wei Wei Bai sighed, filled with nostalgia and tenderness. You're still so impulsive. Although we women don't need to pay so much attention to chastity, I don't want you to betray yourself for benefits. Feng Ling moved her lips. No, I couldn't help it. A finger gently pressed against her lips. Wei Wei Bai's beautiful face flushed red. Her voice was soft and gentle. Don't lie to me. I know that you've never liked me. But even if you're like this, I still. She didn't finish her sentence, but it was filled with endless emotions. Wei Wei Bai's eyes welled up with tears. A drop of tear streaked across her cheek. She looked just right. Then, she turned around and was about to leave. Feng Lingxin was anxious. She had already reached out and grabbed her sleeve. Wei Wei Bai's voice trembled. Don't say any more. Do you know how much effort I spent to suppress my feelings for you? Feng Ling felt upset. I understand. Ding, Feng Ling's favorability is at 65. Wei Wei Bai smiled sadly. You don't understand. You don't understand the pain of loving someone, but not being able to get what you want. Feng Ling's heart ached at her words. She had feelings for her, but power and the country had pushed them onto opposite paths. Feng Ling's eyes were red. How can I not understand? You're so good to Feng Yunyan. Have you never thought about my feelings? Wei Wei Bai fell silent. Suddenly, she flung her hand hard and forced Feng Ling back with her internal energy. Then, she waved her wide sleeves and turned around proudly. I used to care so much about your feelings, but you hurt me deeply while Yunyan warmed me. Feng Ling's eyes were filled with sorrow. She gritted her teeth and said, But that's not love. You look so similar to me. You're just looking for a substitute. Wei Wei Bai smiled helplessly. Yes, so what if I'm a substitute? You don't love me, so I can only let go. This heavy love. The two of them were tormented until they were covered in bruises. Feng Ling felt that she was about to lose her beautiful past. They shattered bit by bit before his eyes. Ding, Feng Ling's favorability is at 70. She looked at Wei Wei Bai's back and suddenly shouted, I love you, Wei Wei Bai. Ding, Feng Ling's favorability is at 75. Wei Wei Bai shuddered and stopped in her tracks. I love you. I always have. Feng Ling's eyes were filled with tears. So can you turn back? She had hurt her deeply. It was her fault. Ding, Feng Ling's favorability is at 80. She is locked in her favorability. Side mission completed. Wei Wei Bai's expression was one of deep love and struggle. The tears in her eyes retracted in a second. She said indifferently, "That's your business. I'm leaving." The rest of the Empress conferral ceremony was easy. She could just send Feng Yunyin away for a while and hold a simple Empress conferral ceremony. Then, after the mission was completed, she would kick Feng Ling away. Wei Wei Bai smiled calmly. This side mission was nothing much. Then, she turned around and glanced at Feng Ling. She looked at her with disdain. With such little acting skills, she still dared to show it. She would have to cultivate for 1,000 years before she could eat the soil behind her feet. Feng Ling saw her gaze and thought that she was hesitating. But in the next second, Wei Wei Bai ran away. She had been out for so long that Feng Yunyin was about to become suspicious. Feng Ling watched her leave sadly. She reached out her hand, but in the end, she retracted it helplessly. It was all her fault. It was her scheme that hurt Wei Wei Bai's heart. To read the full article at https://www.sashu.com to read on your phone. https://m/sashu.com. Chapter 528. Just as Wei Wei Bai left, a tall figure walked out from the wall. He looked at Wei Wei Bai's departing figure and lowered his head to look at his splayed fingers. His palms were covered in blood from his fingernails. Did it hurt? Feng Yunyin felt numb to the pain. He walked into the cold palace and saw Feng Ling sitting on a chair in a daze, her face haggard. Suddenly, Feng Ling looked up and saw Feng Yunyin standing in front of her. He was expressionless, and there was a gloomy and vicious aura on his gentle and handsome face. Feng Ling immediately entered battle mode and snorted. "See? Bastard." The word bastard always hurt Feng Yunyin. But now, he didn't feel anything at all. The most painful moment was when he heard Wei Wei Bai say, "So what if I'm a substitute? You don't love me, so I can only let go." At that moment, his heart was immersed in ice water and thrown into a raging fire. He was crushed into ice and burned to ashes. All that sweet doting was fake. It turned out that he was just a substitute, and the substitute was the person he hated the most. Feng Ling looked at his hateful face. The two of them were so similar, but her appearance was more gorgeous, while his appearance was innocent and pure. It was an eyesore. Wei Wei is just using you as a substitute. To her, I am the person she loves the most. Feng Ling said sharply and wantonly. This smug and arrogant look made Feng Yunyin's eyes turn sinister. "Shut up," he ordered coldly. Feng Ling raised a mocking smile. "You have been my shadow since you were young. You are my slave and under my feet. Do you think you can soar to the sky just because you cling to Wei Wei?" Feng Yunyin staggered back, his face contorted. "I told you to shut up." Feng Ling continued maliciously. "You didn't expect it, did you? Your face, which is similar to mine, is the key to getting her favor." Feng Yunyin's eyes were bloodshot. He reached out and grabbed her neck. His voice was low and hoarse. "Feng Ling, my martial arts are now stronger than yours. I can easily kill you." Feng Ling's face flushed red, but she still tried her best to laugh out loud. "Feng Yunyin, I really feel sorry for you. Wei Wei is mine. She loves me." Feng Yunyin's heart was ruthlessly torn apart by these words. Endless darkness and coldness poured in. His voice trembled with anger. "Shut up. She's mine." She was so good to him. She gave him a new life and a future. Feng Ling was not afraid at all. She stuttered, "How pitiful. You dare to kill me. Ha ha. Aren't you afraid that she will hate you?" When Feng Yunyin heard this, Wei Wei Bai's hateful eyes flashed before his eyes. His fingers trembled violently, and he let go of Feng Ling's neck. Feng Ling became even more arrogant. She laughed mockingly and said, "With your ugly appearance, you're not worthy of being by her side. You overestimate yourself." For the first time, Feng Yunyin didn't dare to fight back. He took a few steps back in a sorry state, and suddenly turned to leave. Feng Ling watched him leave smugly. When Feng Yunyin returned to the bedroom, he found Wei Wei by sitting on a chair and eating pastries. When she saw Feng Yunyin, she quickly picked up a piece of pastry with a warm smile in her eyes. "Yunyin, where did you go? Come and eat something." Feng Yunyin looked at her in a daze. He was caught off guard and was stuffed with a piece of cake. Is it delicious? She asked gently. Feng Yunyin felt bitterness in his mouth. He opened his mouth, but he couldn't say anything. In the end, there was only a faint response. It's delicious and sweet. Chapter 529. Yunyin, your nature is similar to mine. We are both the kind of people who will not rest until we are dead once we fall in love. We can't let go or escape. Who is speaking? Feng Yunyin looked ahead in a daze. A man wearing the emperor's outfit was standing by the lake. His voice was faint, distant, and close. I'm very worried about your personality. If you meet a good person, it will be the greatest blessing to be able to spend the rest of your life with her. Feng Yunyin suddenly remembered who this man was. His pupils constricted, and he immediately chased after him. No, but if you meet the wrong person, it will be a disaster. Feng Yunyin reached out and grabbed his robe, but it was too late. The man jumped into the lake and sank. His face was covered in cold sweat, and he immediately opened his eyes. His face was extremely pale, and his beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. Father, he remembered that his father met the person he loved and gave birth to him. But later, that woman took men into the palace one after another. His father couldn't get what he loved, so he personally poisoned the woman who betrayed him. After failing, he committed suicide by jumping into the lake. Feng Yunyin lowered his eyes and looked at the wound on his hand. There was a crazy viciousness in his deep and cold eyes. Once he fell in love with someone, no matter how ruthless the other party was, he would jump into the fire without hesitation like a moth. And even if the other party betrayed him, he couldn't give up. He still loved her like he did in the beginning. He loved her by hook or by crook. This was the most similar thing between him and his father. Feng Yunyin sat on the couch for a long time before suppressing his intense thoughts. He put on his outer robe and walked out. Outside was a small hall where government affairs were handled. He stood by the door and saw Wei Wei by holding a brush. Her clean and beautiful ink hair hung behind her back with a hairband. He couldn't look away from her slender and beautiful back. She frowned sometimes and smiled sometimes. She didn't have much expression, but Feng Yunyin stared greedily. His heart ached, but he still couldn't bear to not love her. A crazy thought even appeared in his mind. So what if he was a substitute? Before Feng Ling appeared, didn't she like him very much? As long as the real deal was not around, she had no choice but to choose this substitute. This idea was too dark and crazy. Feng Yunyin suppressed his anger. Wei Wei turned and saw that it was him. She immediately put down her pen and said, Yunyin, come and take a look at this. Feng Yunyin was a little slow. He was silent for a moment before he slowly walked over. She reached out and held his hand. She looked up and said with a smile, What do you think of the garden design? Feng Yunyin lowered his head and looked at the design on the table. The blueprint was very detailed. The pavilions, terraces, and small bridges all looked very comfortable and beautiful. Wei Wei said softly, This is a southern design. I was thinking that when we go out for summer vacation in the future, there will be a place you like. Feng Yunyin's father was from the south. Therefore, the things he liked were all designs that leaned towards the gentle southern style. Feng Yunyin blinked and opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. He looked at the blueprint, but couldn't say anything. Could a person really treat a substitute so well to this extent? How could she be so good to him? Ding! Feng Yunyin's favorability has increased to 85. Wei Wei said, Doting is indeed the way of the king. The favorability has increased smoothly. The system was silent for a moment. It wanted to remind her, but when it saw the system rules above its head, it shut up. Chapter 530. The side mission of this plane was intertwined with the main mission. Before completing the side mission, it couldn't remind her that Feng Yunyin already knew about Feng Ling's existence. It couldn't even tell her that the male lead of this plane was mentally ill. After falling in love with someone, no matter what the other party did to hurt him, his love and favorability would not change. It would continue to increase. But the blackening value would skyrocket. The system had broken many rules, and it would continue to break the rules to let her successfully advance. One day, it would not be able to hide it from the headquarters. When that time came, the system stopped its miserable imagination of the future. It could only remind her implicitly, You haven't completed the mission yet. Don't be smug. Wei Wei Bai smiled smugly and said, Leave it to me. I can do it. System. This reminder was completely ignored. After reading the blueprint, Wei Wei Bai opened the address of the garden. This place is very good. No, it seems better to have a river here to draw water, but this side had a lotus field. It's really hard to choose. Feng Yunyan looked at her sideways, his eyes as gentle as water. The pain of being hurt by Feng Ling was slowly soothed by her gentle words. At least she still had him in her heart. He thought humbly and timidly that it was good to have him, good to have him. Wei Wei Bai suddenly smiled and looked at him with bright eyes. Yunyan, can I give you a mission? Feng Yunyan sank into her beautiful eyes and asked in a low voice, What mission? Wei Wei Bai circled the addresses with a brush. There are 3 locations for the garden. I don't know which to choose because it's based on your preferences, so you can go and check it out yourself. Okay? Feng Yunyan's eyelashes fluttered, and he couldn't help but pinch his fingers. Your Majesty, aren't you coming with me? Bai Weiwei's lips curled into a smile. She had a helpless expression, but also a doting one. I wish I could have you by my side every day, but the court is busy, so I can only let you leave me for a while. It would take at least 6 to 7 days to investigate the location of the garden. The hope in Feng Yunyan's eyes was drenched with coldness. His voice was still gentle. But I can't bear to leave your Majesty. Just as he finished speaking, his lips were kissed by her, and her breath surrounded him. Their moist lips intertwined, creating an intoxicating sweetness between each other's lips. This kiss made Feng Yunyan's mind go blank. When she left him, his eyes were still filled with confusion. The corners of Wei Wei Bai's eyes were dyed a light red. Her beautiful face was even more alluring at this moment. I know you can't bear to part with me, and so can I, but I know Yunyan will go. This sentence made him unable to say any words of rejection. He was silent for a moment as he looked at her smile. After a long time, he lowered his eyes and revealed a faint smile. All right, as you wish. Then he turned around and walked out. His steps were slow, and his back was long and lonely. Before he left, he turned around and said softly, Your Majesty. Wei Wei Bai was puzzled. Feng Yunyan's brows were slightly gloomy as he stared at her with his beautiful eyes. Wei Wei Bai thought he wanted to say something, but he quickly turned around and walked out slowly. Wei Wei Bai was extremely sensitive and felt that something was wrong. Tongzi, does Feng Yunyan know that I cheated? The system held back. You finally found out about my host, but it could only go against its conscience. This I'm not sure, Wei Wei Bai said. It's impossible for him to know about the increase in favorability. Who would have an increase in favorability when they see their partner cheating? He's not a masochist. The system said he's not a masochist. I think he's quite a sadist. The full article is at https://www.sashu.com/ the say button below to record this reading record. Chapter 531. The blackening value was even higher than the favorability. You're about to become a pervert. Wake up, host. Wei Wei Bai, I don't think so. I'd better prepare for the Emperor's conferral ceremony and complete the side mission first. If she fell face first from a height of 10,000 meters, would she still be able to look at her face? So what if she died? She refused to die in such an ugly manner. The next day, Feng Yunyan brought a team of guards to look at the address of the garden. Wei Wei Bai waved her hand and watched them leave. Then she immediately ran back. She couldn't be careless about the Empress conferral ceremony. This was because the requirement of the side mission was that the Empress conferral ceremony couldn't be skipped. It was still a little rushed to prepare in these 6 or 7 days. Feng Yunyan suddenly turned around and saw Wei Wei Bai's back view leaving mercilessly. He suddenly felt a dull pain in his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. He wiped it expressionlessly. This vomiting of blood was the after-effect of the poison test. He originally thought that after meeting her, his mood would be stable and peaceful. Would it act up? In the end, it still acted up. Feng Yunyan's eyes were deep and his voice was hoarse. Wait a little longer. She won't betray me, right? Wei Wei Bai hurriedly prepared the things needed for the Emperor's conferral ceremony. Feng Yunyan received a letter. He sat on the chair, holding the letter with his fair and slender fingers. No one knew how long he had been in a daze. Only then did he laugh coldly, and the letter was torn apart by him bit by bit. His gentle and delicate face slowly twisted. Empress conferral ceremony? She sent him away because of this? Feng Yunyan's face was pale. His brows were furrowed, and his eyes were dark. Hatred and jealousy appeared at the same time. He shouldn't have been soft-hearted. He should have killed Feng Ling. He actually liked that woman to the point of making her the empress. It was all Feng Ling who seduced him. That be asterisk TCH seduced him. Feng Yunyan's originally gentle and elegant face was completely occupied by jealousy and hatred. He couldn't help but laugh softly. Wei Bai, I'm not my father. He's useless. He can't keep the person he loves. He had taken all the rights she had given him. He had seen too many heartless emperors and beauties being abandoned in their twilight years. Therefore, even though he was doted on by Wei Bai, he had to be careful. She had given him authority, and he was the one who had promoted all the new officials in the imperial court. She had given him the military authority, and he had already quietly transferred away the most loyal old generals. They were all people that he had promoted. She trusted him too much. He thought that this trust was proof that she loved him. However, the love of an emperor was too cheap. No emperor would favor only one person. He had done so many disgraceful things just to prevent her from accepting other people into the palace in the future. He didn't dare to believe that they could be together forever. But he never thought that this day would come so early. Feng Yunyan's handsome face was gloomy and cold. He suddenly smiled helplessly. So what's the use of liking someone else now? It's too late. I won't let you have the chance to like someone else. He couldn't keep his heart, but it was fine as long as there was someone. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 88. Wei Bai sneezed. She rubbed her nose and said, 88 is really an auspicious favorability. The invasion of this plane was really smooth. The system looked at the full blackening value. Whatever you say, it was already in despair. It couldn't break the rules. Damn it. On the 6th day, the emperor's coronation ceremony was finally finished. Feng Ling hadn't seen Wei Bai for many days. She still felt guilty and didn't dare to make a request. In the end, she was dragged out of bed early in the morning to get dressed. Weren't these the emperor's clothes? Chapter 532. Feng Ling was delighted. She still loved her after all. After dressing up, she was quickly sent to the emperor's ceremony. Wei Bai wore a red robe. Her hair was combed into a bun with a simple jade hairpin. She did not put on any makeup, but she was still beautiful. Feng Ling looked at her in surprise. Wei, you've finally forgiven me? Wei Bai looked at the time. Feng Yunyan's return was probably tonight. She had to finish the side mission as soon as possible. She did not look at Feng Ling at all. She grabbed her wrist and dragged her to go through the process. The newly married MC was also in a hurry to be reincarnated. The emperor had ordered that the faster the better. If they were faster, they would have an extra box of gold. He wished that he could create the wind fire wheels under his feet and go as fast as possible. It was the fastest empress ceremony in history. It happened so strangely. The emperor and his newly appointed empress were running at full speed. What kind of solemn ceremony was it? They just casually bowed and completed it. Feng Ling gasped. Wei, I didn't expect you to be so impatient. Wei Bai was expressionless. I'm so impatient. I'm so impatient to get rid of you. Finally, the MC shouted, husband and wife, bow to each other. Wei Bai immediately pressed Feng Ling's head. She also lowered her head and bowed to each other. The MC beamed. The ceremony is done. Send them to the bridal chamber. Wei Bai trembled. There's a bridal chamber? The system said, let me check. Wei Bai said, check what? Why are 2 women in the bridal chamber? Do I need to go to the kitchen and get some cucumbers? The system was speechless. Ding, side mission completed. Responding to the anti-pornography policy, the bridal chamber has been removed. Wei Bai touched her face. Finally, I've kept my beauty. It's not easy. System, so am I. It managed to keep its handsome face. Feng Ling said shyly, Wei, we are husband and wife now. She knew that Wei had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Although he looked annoyed, he loved her very much in his heart. Wei Wei Bai was about to fling her sleeve away. From the ground came the rumbling sound of horse hooves shattering the tranquility. It was as if the armored cavalry had appeared from hell. They broke through the door and rushed in with murderous intent. Wei Wei Bai was stunned. Rebel? Among the black armored horses, there was a white horse that stood out the most. Feng Yunyan sat on the horse. His eyes were like black dots, bottomless. He lowered his head and saw Feng Ling standing behind him. They were holding hands. At this moment, he felt as if his heart was suddenly crushed. A sharp pain whizzed through his body, causing his brain to explode. All the beautiful memories of the past were shattered into dust. Her heart was filled with love and hatred. It was still biting him and refusing to let go. Wei Wei Bai looked like she had seen a ghost. This time, it was too sudden. She crashed for a moment. Feng Yunyan sat on the horse and looked at them silently. That look in his eyes was as if he had caught them in the act. Wei Wei Bai immediately reacted. Listen to me. It's not what you think. Feng Yunyan dismounted and hurried over. He suddenly smiled. I know, Your Majesty. I know everything. Wei Wei Bai felt that there was something wrong with his expression, but she still tried to explain. My feelings for her. He suddenly grabbed her hand fiercely. Then, Wei Wei Bai saw the man in front of her distort with anger in his calm eyes. His voice was faint, but it was filled with endless coldness. You are the one who truly loves her, and I am just a disgusting substitute. I know all this. Wei Wei Bai, when did you know? That was not the point. Wei Wei Bai immediately changed her expression and said affectionately, No, you were wrong. Wei Wei Bai's mouth was agape. Her vision went dark. Then, she fell into Feng Yunyan's arms. Feng Yunyan hugged her. His eyes were red as he looked at Feng Ling maliciously. Clear this place out. Kill everyone who participated in her Empress coronation ceremony. He would not let go, even if it meant destroying both jade and stone. Chapter 533. When Wei Wei Bai woke up, her limbs were sore and weak. Just trying to move would make her tremble as if she had Parkinson's disease. She gritted her teeth. Why didn't you say anything when Feng Yunyan came back? What's the use of raising a useless system like you? The system was helpless. The side mission and the main mission are intertwined. The main system gave me a mission to shut up and not tell you about the existence of the male lead. Wei Wei Bai was surprised. You have a mission too? The system, occasionally, there are rewards for completing them. Wei Wei Bai, how much is the reward? The system silently picked up a bag of spicy strips. I was rewarded with a bag of spicy strips and a chance to draw a prize. Wei Wei Bai used all her strength, but couldn't move. She could only lie back down and spit. Your main system is so stingy. The system drew a spicy strip as a reward. I got a prize. Wei Wei Bai immediately perked up. Did you get life points? The system, yes. I'll give you another bag of spicy strips. Wei Wei Bai, who had completely given up on the system and the main system, exploded with unimaginable strength. Her body flipped over and fell to the ground with her head down and feet up. Wei Wei Bai, who still had one foot on the bed, felt like she had nothing left to live for. The door was suddenly pushed open. Wei Wei Bai weakly turned to look. Feng Yunyan was wearing a light blue robe. His posture was elegant, but there was no trace of expression on his beautiful face. He saw Wei Wei Bai fall to the ground. He sighed and then revealed a gentle smile. Your Majesty, why are you on the ground? He walked over and bent down to carry her up carefully. Wei Wei Bai weakly said, What happened to me? She felt like her bones were soft. Even her voice was soft. Feng Yunyan lowered his eyes and suppressed the darkness in them. You're sick. He put her back on the bed. Just as he withdrew his hand, Wei Wei Bai used all her strength to grab his wrist. She frowned and said, Yunyan, I married Feng Ling because a needle appeared on Feng Yunyan's finger. Like lightning, it pierced in her neck and was pulled out. Then, Wei Wei Bai realized that she was mute. Feng Yunyan's expression turned cold. He revealed a mocking smile. Of course I know what your Majesty is thinking. You found that the real one is better than the substitute, so you sent me out and married her. When I came back, would you casually give me the title of concubine out of guilt? Wei Wei Bai had a look of, what the fuck? Why are you even better at making things up than me? Feng Yunyin saw that she was looking at her blankly and doubtfully. Her usual flamboyant and gorgeous appearance now had a hint of fragility. Her thin robe fell along the contours of her body. Her slender and weak hand rested weakly on his. It was as if he could break it with just a little bit of force. It gave him a sense of security that he could finally control her. Feng Yunyin smiled, but the stubborn madness in his eyes did not change at all. Your Majesty, I don't want to hear you hate me, and I don't want you to leave me. Those days when she was good to him were too beautiful. He couldn't bear to ruin it. Even if she couldn't speak, even if she could only lie on the bed, then for the rest of his life, he would protect her like this and live with those sweet memories. Feng Yunyin gently reached out his hands and hugged her defenseless body. Now that she had lost her mobility, even if she had such powerful martial arts, she couldn't escape. She could only nestle in his arms and be imprisoned by him. Feng Yunyin buried his face in the hollow of her shoulder, smelling the light scent on her body. He closed his eyes and let his heart ache. Your Majesty, let's live like this for the rest of our lives. /quick to read at https://www.sashu.com//quick to txt download at https://www.sashu.com quick to read on. Quick. Chapter 534. By Mute Way, hard to express love, hard to express. She could only communicate with the system using her brain waves. I think I can still be saved. The system, who was eating spicy strips, said, I think it's time for you to show your best acting skills. Wei bye. ? The system said, acting skills are at the peak. Even hair is part of the show. There's no need for words, no need for body language. Those are all superficial things. Silence is the key to the test of acting. Wei bye said expressionlessly, Come, show me an I love you expression. The system was silent for a while. Suddenly, a line of subtitles floated in front of Bai Weiwei. #AI and I #. The system said gently, in silence, in the void, my love for you is so obvious. Wei Bai flipped the system. If she could send a caption, would she still be like this? Even if she could, she wouldn't dare to. Who knew if Feng Yunyin, this guy with a brain problem, would burn her as an evildoer? In the following days, Feng Yunyin was very satisfied and well-behaved. He fed her, combed her hair, cut her nails, and dressed her. He was super obedient. He could bathe her gently, but he didn't disrespect her at all when he wiped her body. This made Wei Bai confused. Was this guy impotent? Or was the 88 favorability points all friendship points and not love points? What was even more strange was that the favorability points increased. 90. Wei Bai wondered if the favorability points would be full if she lay flat on the bed until the end of the mission. Your Majesty, the garden you gave me is already under construction. Feng Yunyin carried her to the pavilion in the Imperial Garden. There were soft chairs, carpets on the floor, and warm charcoal stoves all around. He put on a warm white fox fur coat for her and wrapped her up like a white fur ball. He started to make tea. Outside the pavilion, it was snowing. Wei Bai sat on the chair weakly and looked at him expressionlessly. Her eyes were filled with worry and her face was pale. After being imprisoned for a long time, one's spirit would deteriorate. Feng Yunyin finished brewing the tea and brought it to her lips. Your Majesty, drink some tea made from the first snow collected this year. There was a slight fluctuation in Wei Bai's eyes. She wanted to say something, but stopped. However, he completely ignored her. Instead, he slowly but persistently fed her tea. Wei Bai felt that if this continued, when the time was up, she would definitely not be able to fill up the favorability points. She had to find a breakthrough. When Feng Yunyin was not looking, she raised her weak hand and slapped the teacup from his hand. This action made her unable to help but gasp for breath in a low voice. Her face was a bit red, and her beautiful face carried a trace of sharpness. Feng Yunyin stared blankly at the broken teacup at his feet. Suddenly, he raised his head and said in a low voice, Are you blaming me? Your Majesty. Wei Bai's eyes softened, but there was helplessness in them. How could I blame you, the person I love the most? This was the silent gaze that was filled with love. However, in the next second, her eyes were covered by his dry and warm hand. White mute blind way by, ha! She was not acting anymore. Who could be mute and blindfolded and paralyzed? Try acting as I love you. Call you Papa Live. Feng Yunyin's voice was hoarse and trembling uncontrollably. Do you blame me? You blame me for making you like this, but I had no choice. Wei Wei Bai. Feng Yunyin's voice became deranged. I killed Feng Ling. Of course, I knew that you would definitely hate me. I made you a mere figurehead, destroyed your body, and made you unable to go anywhere. Wei Wei Bai. The fast. Chapter 535. Cannon fodder Feng died so quickly that he didn't even have a line before he died. Feng Yunyin's voice choked up. I won't let you go. I want you to only rely on me for the rest of your life. No one can take you away. The only light and warmth he had left. It was all given to him by her. She only needed to say a word of hatred to take away the pitiful and sweet illusion he had left. Wei Wei Bai felt some warm liquid fall on the back of her hand. She opened her mouth to comfort him, but found that she couldn't speak. She could only sigh helplessly. Feng Yunyin didn't say anything. The fingers covering her eyes trembled violently, and tears kept falling from his eyes. He couldn't bear the look in her eyes that hated him. He couldn't turn back, but he still hoped that his gentle care would make her not hate him so much. Wei Wei Bai slowly reached out and touched his face with all her strength. His face was full of tears. He was crying like a silly girl who had been hurt. Don't cry, fool. She gently touched his face with her fingers, silently saying, Don't cry. Feng Yunyin stared at her blankly. Suddenly, he moved his fingers away, but saw her eyes full of gentleness. Her face was more beautiful than snow, with a helpless but beautiful smile. There was no trace of hatred in her beautiful eyes. She seemed to want to say something, but she only opened her mouth and pursed her lips in disappointment. Feng Yunyin's heart was in pain. Her hand that was gently placed on his face suddenly lost its strength and fell. Feng Yunyin was at a loss. He immediately grabbed her hand. He lowered his head awkwardly and wiped his tears with his other hand. The snow is heavy. Let's go, Your Majesty. He didn't dare to look at her, afraid that the gentleness just now was just his imagination. Wei Wei Bai looked at him with dead eyes. I try my best. This was truly a drama, but who knew that Feng Yunyin had a frightening heart of glass? He was afraid that he would be hurt. He didn't believe anything but his own self-torture. The system said, How about we buy an antidote? Wei Wei Bai, why didn't you say so earlier? The system said, The second time you buy the antidote will cost 10 times more. I don't think you're willing to do that. Wei Wei Bai was excited. Am I that stingy? 10 times? The system kindly reminded him, 50 life points. Wei Wei Bai, no, thank you. Wei Wei Bai tried her best to maintain her rich and powerful image. It's useless even if you buy it. Even if I speak, I can't explain why I want to marry Feng Baihe. Feng Yunyin was not a fool. Without a perfect reason, it would be strange if he believed it. The system said, That's true. This is a hurdle that can't be crossed. Wei Wei Bai sighed. Sigh. Only being a cuckold and a happy father is unforgivable. If he didn't have a good reason, he wouldn't be able to increase his favorability. After Feng Yunyin carried her back and touched the snow, he was a little nervous and immediately took off her clothes. She quietly laid in his arms. After he took off her clothes, her slender and soft body was exposed. Her inner clothes fell loosely on her shoulders. Her delicate and beautiful collarbones were exposed. Feng Yunyin stared blankly for a while, then looked away with great effort. He suppressed the dirty impulse in his head and continued to change her clothes. How could he not desire her? But she was such a proud person, but he had already broken her wings and locked her in a cage. If he forced her again, her dignity would be completely crushed. He was afraid that she would take things too hard. Feng Yunyin nervously helped her put on her clothes. Your Majesty, let's go to the morning court tomorrow. Although he was the one who promoted the new officials. Chapter 536. However, Wei Wei Bai was still the emperor. While the new official obeyed him, he was still thinking about Wei Wei Bai's existence. In this world, there were men who held power. However, there had never been a man who became the emperor. Therefore, even if Wei Wei Bai's power was taken away by him, he still needed to sit in the imperial court. He wanted to let people know that the world had not changed owners. He was not willing to change owners. She was the only emperor in his heart. No one was allowed to take away her position. Wei Wei Bai gently closed her eyes and nodded silently. The next day, in the imperial court, Wei Wei Bai lazily leaned against the back of the chair. She listened to the young people chattering and discussing problems. Feng Yunyan was very brazenly handling government affairs for her. From time to time, he would read some important government decisions to her. Every time she nodded, he would reveal a happy smile. Her favorability had also increased to 92. It was only 6 or 7 days until the end of the mission. Wei Wei Bai had never been so passive. If there was no progress tomorrow, she could only grit her teeth and spend 50 days of her life to buy the antidote. Suddenly, in the imperial court, amidst the harmonious chatter, a discordant shout rang out. "Dog thief, you deserve to die 10,000 deaths for holding the emperor hostage." As this sentence rang out, a figure with an extremely fast speed, holding a short blade in his hand, fiercely pounced towards Feng Yunyan. A cold light flashed in Feng Yunyan's eyes. He sneered and did not hesitate to meet the attack. However, the assassin suddenly changed direction. The short blade stabbed towards Wei Wei Bai. At this moment, Feng Yunyan's brain stopped, but his body forcibly changed direction and rushed towards the assassin. At the last moment, his hand moved extremely quickly and broke the assassin's wrist. Then he broke the other party's ribs and kicked the assassin away. He used a secret technique to stimulate his potential to increase his speed to this extent. Cut him into 1,000 pieces. Feng Yunyan flashed to Wei Wei Bai's side, hugged her, and then said to the people in the imperial court. The assassin was quickly dragged away. The identity of the assassin was probably Feng Ling's revenge. After all, Feng Ling was the only hope for the restoration of the previous dynasty. However, he did not hesitate to stab Feng Ling in the heart. He could still see the look of disbelief in her eyes, and her final words echoed in his ears. "Even if you kill me, you'll just be a substitute." He didn't dare to think too deeply and hurriedly carried Wei Wei back to the bedroom. The imperial physician came very quickly. He immediately asked him to examine Wei Wei Bai in detail. Wei Wei Bai was fine. When Feng Yunyan heard this, he immediately sat down on the chair and spat out a mouthful of blood. Just now, he had stimulated his potential without any regard for his life, and the venom that he had spent a lot of effort to suppress was stimulated once again. Wei Wei Bai looked at him anxiously. He seemed to want to get up, but fell back. Feng Yunyan quickly said, "I'm fine." Blood continued to flow from his mouth. After he said that he was fine, he fell to the ground and fainted. Wei Wei Bai asked, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" The system immediately opened its heaven's eye and scanned Feng Yunyan from head to toe. "The male lead's life is shorter than yours. The venom in his body has acted up, and he'll probably die in less than 3 days." Wei Wei Bai thought, "What's going on?" So, she doesn't actually have 6 or 7 days left, but less than 3 days? Is there a way to save him? Wei Wei Bai immediately calmed down and looked for a way. The system kept looking for information, and suddenly, there was a discount in the system supermarket. "The exchange pill is on sale. Do you want to buy it?" Wei Wei Bai asked, "What's the use?" The system said, "It's an exchange. Everything can be exchanged, identity, gender," and Wei Wei Bai turned to look at the dying Feng Yunyan and the venom. The ad, https://www.sashu.com/ the full text ad, https://www.sashu.com the download text ad, https://www.sashu.com the ad, https://m/sashu.com// to make it easier for you to read next time. You can click Save. Chapter 537. Wei Wei Bai looked at the royal doctor, who had no choice but to save Feng Yunyan. She sighed. There's no other way. To break this stalemate, We can only exchange pills. How much is the exchange pill worth? The system said, there's a big promotion for jumping off a building. Usually, an exchange pill worth 10,000 life points only costs 10 days. You could take it home in 10 days. 10,000 in 10 days. Was this jumping off a building? This was jumping off a spaceship. You supermarkets are crazy to offer discounts. Wei Wei Bai said bye. If she didn't buy this kind of promotion, she would feel sorry for herself. After buying, Wei Wei Bai used Feng Yunyan's body to exchange poison. Her healthy blood was completely exchanged with the other party's poisonous blood. After Wei Wei Bai finished the exchange, she found that she couldn't move anymore. Her blood was poisonous, and her life points had shrunk by half, from 6 or 7 days to 3 days. She didn't expect that when she was poisoned, even her life points would shrink. What happened to the promised cheat of the plane host? Wei Wei Bai found that all the sweet and smooth planes were fake. She was happy in the beginning, but she was cursed in the end. Sooner or later, she would overwork herself and die in the transmigration. Feng Yunyan knew that the poison in his body was acting up. The poison accumulated when he was young would definitely die if he couldn't suppress it. He felt the familiar sharp pain flowing through his body again. This wasn't the first time he struggled to live, but there was never a time when he struggled so hard. He couldn't die. I'll take you as my husband, okay? She stood in the morning light and said softly. Feng Yunyan reached out his hand. Okay, what his fingers touched were all light spots. If I like someone, I like a pair for life. You will be one of my pair in the future. He knew that the love of an emperor was cold and fickle. Why did he still fall into this? When the favorability is 100, I will fall in love with you. She would never have a favorability of 100 for him, ever. Don't worry. No matter how heavy the snow is, I will protect you. The woman's words were still ringing in his ears. Only then did Feng Yunyan realize how unwilling he was. He was unwilling to die. He couldn't bear to leave her like this and let her forget about him. He struggled with all his strength. His pale face was covered with sweat, and his lips unconsciously murmured, Wei Wei, Wei Wei. His strong will to live made him unwilling to die, even if he was to suffer the pain of thousands of cuts. Suddenly, an incomparably cool power appeared in his body. Someone placed a hand on his forehead and said softly, Here, I'm here. He immediately relaxed, and his tired and beautiful brows smoothed out. His lips curled into a gentle and serene smile. Ding! The male lead's favorability is at 95. That cooling power finally allowed him to escape the pain and fall into a peaceful sleep. Wei Wei Bai was also leaning to the side, exhausted. After the complete swap, her body was terrifyingly weak. Although the system gave her a painkiller, it couldn't stop her from vomiting blood. Wei Wei Bai was silent for a while before saying to the system, I need a big stimulus, otherwise I'm worried that I won't be able to get to 100 in 3 days. Without a big stimulus, it was impossible to get to 100 in a short period of time. Even if someone told her that Feng Yunyan had a special personality, she wouldn't be able to get to 100 in 3 days. She didn't dare to gamble. She could only minimize the danger and then leave everything to fate. She wasn't a robot, but she was also anxious and uneasy. Her life points that couldn't increase made her understand that one wrong step could lead to eternal damnation. To survive, she had put in too much effort. The system seemed to have sensed her anxiety and said, The /crossover system. Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www. Sashu. Download, read the full text. 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 To make it easier for you to read it next time, you can click the button at the bottom to record this reading. You can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like, Chapter 538. After the word I, the system suddenly went silent. Wei Wei Bai waited for a moment. Only then did she hear the system say shyly, I actually have a huge appetite. Wei Wei Bai, ? The system continued, I only ate a portion of your meals in this world. I didn't steal any snacks. I also earned the spicy strips. Wei Wei Bai was stunned for a moment before she reacted and smiled. I know, silly system, because she wanted to complete the mission in one go. Thus, Wei Wei Bai decided not to make up excuses to coax Feng Yunyan for the time being. When there was an exciting event, she would make it up again and sell it. From now on, it was enough to torture people. Feng Yunyan slept for half a day before he opened his eyes. He blinked in confusion and found himself in the familiar bedroom. He immediately sat up and panicked. Your Majesty? While he was unconscious, Bai Weiwei wouldn't have left him, right? Yes. A faint reply came from the window. Feng Yunyan hurriedly looked over and saw her sitting in a wheelchair. Her long hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and the side of her face was pale and haggard. Under the light, there was a trace of gentleness. But when he looked at her again, he only saw her beautiful and calm face. Even her eyes were indifferent. Feng Yunyan couldn't help but smile bitterly. What else did he expect? How could he expect her to have feelings for him? He got off the bed and was surprised at how light his body was. It was as if the poisoning was just an illusion. Feng Yunyan was full of doubts. Your Majesty, I was poisoned. Why? Bai Weiwei said indifferently. Zhen saw that you were pitiful because of the poison. Thinking that you really did please Zhen in the past, Zhen had someone give Zhen's life-saving pill to you. It's just a small poison. It will definitely be cured. The effect of his poison needles had a time limit. After not using needles for a while, Weiwei Bai could speak again. Feng Yunyan stared at her blankly. He thought that he would break down because of her cold words. However, he only lowered his head in silence for a moment before standing up again. He walked to her side and picked her up from the chair. Your Majesty, it's too cold with the windows open. His expression was calm, and his movements were gentle, as if he had not been hurt by her. He placed her on the recliner and took a comb to comb her hair. Your Majesty's hair has grown again. It's so beautiful. Her black hair was soft and smooth as it slid past his fingertips. He didn't dare to raise his head and just carefully tidied her hair. Weiwei Bai lazily narrowed her eyes. What drug did you give me? I can't even move. Feng Yunyan stopped tying her hair. He looked up at her side profile and then lowered his head again. It's a kind of medicine that I created. It doesn't do any harm to the body, but it can deprive the body of stamina for a long time. He couldn't bear to use something too vicious on her. However, he was afraid that her martial arts were strong, and she was not afraid of the poison in his body. He gave her a large dose of the drug. This was the only way he could make her stay. Weiwei Bai sneered. You're quite capable. You can even develop such a tricky drug. Feng Yunyan's fingers trembled, and the hairband fell out from his fingers. He showed a sad expression, and a needle appeared on his finger. Weiwei Bai seemed to have eyes on the back of her head. Why are you turning me into a mute again? Feng Yunyan's fingers trembled violently, and the sorrow in his eyes deepened. He moved his lips, and his heart was in more pain than when the poison acted up. At least the poison acted up, and it was just a physical pain. However, her malicious words of disdain were a fatal blow to him. Weiwei Bai's tone became indifferent. Forget it. The winner takes all. You've won. I'll accept my death. And read at https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 539. Feng Yunyan finally couldn't take it anymore. His gentle face twisted. His body also lost all strength, and he knelt down. He reached out his hands in fear and hugged her legs. Then he rested his head on her knees. Your Majesty, I was wrong. Please don't hate me. He couldn't stand her hating him. He thought that his heart was like a boulder, cold and hard enough to face any difficulties. But when facing her, he was as weak as snow under the warm sun, about to melt at any time. Weiwei Bai's body stiffened. Let go. Feng Yunyan didn't let go and hugged her even tighter. He trembled violently and looked very pitiful. As long as you don't leave, I won't fight back. You can torture me to vent your anger. He said humbly and anxiously. Weiwei Bai's fingers clenched. She took a deep breath as if she couldn't bear the burden. That's enough, Feng Yunyan. We said to let go. Did you not think of the consequences of doing these things? Feng Yunyan pursed his lips and hugged her legs tightly, not daring to answer. He was in the wrong. He was jealous. He wanted to be with her for the rest of his life. So he started a massacre. But he would rather die than let go of her. Wei Wei Bai seemed to be tired from struggling. She finally lay down with a tired face. Forget it. Do whatever you want. It doesn't matter if you want to usurp the throne or kill us. Feng Yinyan looked up with red eyes. Why don't you believe me? You're my only empress. I won't let anyone surpass you. Wei Wei Bai's face was very pale. Even her lips were light pink. She looked at him faintly. A complicated emotion flashed through her eyes. Finally, she sighed softly. We are tired. Feng Yinyan immediately stood up and was about to help her rest. Wei Wei Bai waved her hand with difficulty. You can leave. Feng Yinyan's hand froze in midair. He stood there stupidly for a while before saying in a sad voice, Yes, Your Majesty. After saying that, he retreated backwards, one step at a time. He stared at her greedily, as if he was worried that he hadn't seen enough. When he retreated to the door, he tripped over the threshold and almost fell out. He had no choice but to turn around and walk out with all his might. Just as he walked out, Wei Wei Bai vomited a mouthful of blood. If Feng Yinyan stayed any longer, she would not be able to hide the fact that she had been poisoned. Tongzi, how is it going? The system said, all right. Your old subordinates already know that you've been kidnapped, so they're leading the cavalry to clean up the emperor's mess. Wei Wei Bai nodded and spat out another mouthful of blood. She calmly wiped it with her handkerchief. The system said, Sai, that glass heart of yours is squatting outside the door again, crying silently. Bai Wei Wei said earnestly, I didn't deliberately abuse him. I'm not poisoned. I'm trying my best for him. I intend to make him hate me. And then after I die, he won't want to die, but want to live. The system was speechless. Damn it. She was obviously torturing him to death, then seizing the opportunity to let him know her sacrifice. That's great. The favorability towards her skyrocketed. The system indicated that it had seen through the host's plan. Feng Yinyan only dared to guard outside the door, but when he heard that Wei Wei Bai was not eating, he went straight to sleep. He couldn't help but step in again. However, he saw Wei Wei Bai half lying on the bed. Her expression was even worse, and her lips were close to colorless. She looked up faintly, and when she saw him, her gaze sharpened. Wei Wei Bai's voice was weak and hoarse. Get out. Feng Yinyan's chest shook at her rejection. He felt an indescribable pain, but he could only endure it. He knew that she didn't like him anymore. She wasn't even willing to give him any love. // save button below to record this reading record. Chapter 540. He had even changed his title from I to Zhen. Sometimes, he even had a feeling that he couldn't hold on anymore. He had a vicious and selfish personality, and he didn't know how to repent after making a mistake. Feng Yinyan knew that he didn't regret killing those people at all. He was only in pain because she blamed him. Your Majesty, let me see you. Wei Wei Bai felt that a mouthful of blood was about to surge up from her throat again. She waved her hand. Go away, get out. She was about to vomit blood again. Feng Yinyan's eyes turned red, and there was a kind of dry madness in them. He tried his best to suppress the violent beast in his heart. Your Majesty, don't chase me away anymore. No matter how much you blame me, no matter how much you hate me, don't chase me away. Wei Wei Bai's head was a little dizzy. She coughed and frowned. Feng Yinyan quickly walked forward and reached out to touch her. Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? Wei Wei Bai slapped his hand away reflexively. Get out of my way. This rejection made him completely crazy. His eyes became fierce and irritable. Do you hate me that much? You won't even touch me? Is Feng Ling that good? He was jealous like crazy. The fact that he wasn't the one, and only in her heart, made him so angry that he couldn't sleep day and night. How could she coax him with sweet words and make him unable to turn back and consign him to eternal damnation? Run to find her so-called true love again. Feng Yinyan grabbed her hands fiercely, his handsome face full of anger and cold smile. I won't go. If you don't let me touch you, I will. After saying that, he lowered his head fiercely and was about to kiss her lips. Wei Wei Bai wanted to vomit. She really couldn't go against her conscience and let him kiss her. Vomiting in someone else's mouth, wasn't that disgusting? She turned her head away and frowned, feeling uncomfortable. Feng Yinyan thought that she was going to struggle, So he tore her clothes and shouted with red eyes, "Don't struggle. You're mine now. You can't escape no matter what I do to you." He was on the verge of crying when he said the lines of a domineering CEO. Wei Wei Bai was powerless to struggle. Half of her clothes were pulled out by him. She helplessly reached out to pat his face. He barely managed to capture his face. Then, she vomited a large mouthful of blood. She did not spit blood on his face. Feng Yunyan's movements froze, and he looked at her in disbelief. Wei Wei. His fingers trembled as he touched her face. When his fingertips were stained with the blood that she had spat out, he trembled violently. Wei Wei Bai looked at him with tired eyes. Finally, she couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. This poison really liked to make people vomit blood. No wonder he was done for in 3 days. If he vomited for 3 days, he would probably vomit out half of the water in his body. It would be strange if he didn't die. Feng Yunyan's heart was about to break. His voice trembled as he asked, "What's going on?" He grabbed her wrist and checked her pulse. "No, the drug I gave you is harmless. Why are you vomiting blood?" His mind was in a mess, and he felt that her pulse was unusually chaotic. This pulse actually carried the aura of death. Feng Yunyan was so frightened that he didn't dare to continue checking her pulse. He could only take out a bottle of medicine for his pocket in panic. It was the antidote for her weak limbs. He quickly stuffed the medicine into her mouth. "Eat some. You'll be fine after you eat some." After Wei Wei Bai ate it, her body could actually move. The system reminded, "It seems that this body can't hold on any longer. This is the final radiance of the setting sun. You only have about 2 hours left before you can move." "Wei Wei Bai, I'm dying faster than I thought." Then she spat out another mouthful of blood. Feng Yunyan's pupils shrank. "What's going on? You've already taken the medicine." No, you'll be fine." He immediately became flustered and began to rummage through the medicine bottles. Suddenly, he heard Wei Wei Bai's helpless but gentle voice. "Idiot, I'm fine." After saying that, she slapped him away. Then he quickly pulled out a piece of tough cloth and tied him up. Feng Yunyan was at a loss. He watched as she calmly wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and began to change her clothes. It was the formal attire of an emperor. The black robe, like the wings of a bird, draped over her thin but straight body. She turned around and gave him a beautiful smile. "Are you stupid or not? Did you really believe that nonsense? I've always only had you in my heart." Chapter 541. You can search Transmigration System. Prince Charming, come over to search book www.sashu.com on Baidu to find the. A few attendants suddenly barged in from outside the door. They knelt down and shouted anxiously, "Rebellion! The generals have rebelled. They have rushed through the city gate and will soon reach the palace gate." Wei Wei Bai looked at them coldly and calmly. "I understand. You can leave." With that, she turned around and walked to Feng Yunyan. She bent down, picked him up, and placed him in the wheelchair. She slapped him so hard that his internal organs were tumbling. The aftereffects were not big, but he could not move now. She even very considerately tied a tight knot on the cloth that prevented him from moving and tied a big bow. Feng Yunyan looked up with difficulty, and a glimmer of hope and humble desire flashed in his eyes. He seemed to want to ask about what she had said just now, but he was afraid that he had heard wrongly. He did not dare to ask again. Sometimes, loving someone could really make one sad. Wei Wei Bai pushed the wheelchair out, and the wheels crunched on the snow. "Yunyan, I know you blame me." Her voice was faint with a hint of sadness. "I originally thought that if I ignored you and made you give up, you wouldn't be sad in the future." Feng Yunyan tried his best to turn his face to look at the woman behind him in confusion. However, he could only see her robes rustling against the wheelchair. "But you are so stubborn that I can't bear to hurt you anymore." Feng Yunyan had a bad feeling. He was bewildered. "Your Majesty, what are you talking about?" Wei Wei Bai chuckled softly. "I'm confessing to you. I've never loved Feng Ling. Even if I had some different feelings when I was young, they disappeared with time." Feng Yunyan's eyes shook, and an indescribable pain appeared. "Then why did you marry her and make her your empress?" Making a woman his empress was something that no emperor had ever done before. Bai Weiwei had taken a huge risk to marry Feng Ling regardless of everything else. What was this if not true love? Weiwei Bai pushed him to the entrance of the palace. The Imperial Army was on standby and surrounded the area. She walked from the back of the wheelchair to the front, slowly squatted down, and looked up at him. Feng Yunyin only saw the glimmer of tears in her eyes. She gently curved her lips, her face full of reluctance and tenderness. When I rebelled, there were mountains of corpses and countless vengeful souls. My heart was filled with brutality. Feng Yunyin couldn't help but struggle. He didn't understand why she was suddenly like this, but the uneasiness in his heart turned into fear. It was as if something was about to happen. He could only watch helplessly. Weiwei Bai raised her hand and pressed down on his body, stopping him from moving. The Feng family was also massacred because of me. At that time, I only thought about the pleasure of ruling the world, but I didn't expect to meet you. Feng Yunyin stared at her blankly. A heavy shadow loomed over his heart. You're as gentle as jade, and your grace is outstanding. When I saw you at that time, I felt that you were good-looking, very good-looking. Weiwei Bai's eyes became softer, like a pool of sweet spring water, slowly seeping into his heart. Feng Yunyin finally couldn't help but ask, Your Majesty, what's wrong? Why did she suddenly say this? His heart was filled with fear, and he didn't feel happy. Weiwei Bai's smile didn't change. She stared deeply at him, as if this was the last time she would look at him. Did you know? There was once a medicine that could exchange the blood of two people. There was only a little of this secret medicine left, and it was hidden in the previous dynasty's treasury. Bright red blood suddenly flowed out of Weiwei Bai's lips. In the background of the white snow, it was as red as coral. Transmigration system. Male god, come here. /transmigration system. Male god, come here. / transmigration system. Male god, come here. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. Transmigration system. Male god, come here. Transmigration system. Male god, come here. Chapter 542. And your poison is in your blood. She sighed and smiled helplessly with blood-stained lips. Feng Yunyin stared blankly. The blood continued to enlarge his eyes. Impossible. There can't be such a medicine. He had never heard of it. He suddenly thought of how light and healthy he looked after he woke up from the poison. He looked at her haggard and pale face. Her body was so weak that it was like a wisp of smoke that could disappear at any time. Weiwei Bai calmly wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and continued. Feng Ling took away all the medicine. If I want the medicine in her hands, I have to agree to her request to be the empress. Feng Yunyin stared blankly at her, his body trembling. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Weiwei Bai smiled and said, I wanted to hide it from you, but you came back too quickly and the poison acted up. I had to use the medicine in advance. Her hand fondly stroked his face. Fortunately, I saved you. Even if it was my life, it was worth it. Weiwei Bai's every word was gentle and satisfied. Feng Yunyin saw blood dripping from the corner of her mouth again and finally cried out, It's not worth it. I'm not worth it. Where's the medicine? Let's exchange again. My life is cheap and not worth you using yourself to exchange for it. I beg you, Your Majesty. Weiwei Bai stood up. Outside the palace, iron hooves rumbled. In the cold wind, there was an extremely tense atmosphere. Someone shouted, Treacherous officials are difficult to control. Men rule the country. We swear to clean up the emperor's side. Weiwei Bai's face gradually turned cold. She casually wiped the blood from her mouth with her finger. You came just in time. If you want to take the throne, the people I left behind can't be used. They are too stubborn and strong. They're your biggest stumbling block. Feng Yunyin was such a smart person that he understood what she meant. He gritted his teeth and struggled desperately. His muscles were stretched to the limit, his body bent, and his back trembled. Weiwei Bai turned around and walked forward step by step. Her slender and straight back had an indomitable aura in the howling cold wind. Feng Yunyin shouted at the top of his lungs, Weiwei Bai, come back to me. I'd rather you not love me. Don't love me. If she loved him, she would trade her life for his. He would rather die by her sword in the first place. Wei Wei Bai did not turn around, but laughed wantonly. Why can't a man rule the country? My remaining years can. Tears gushed out of Feng Yunyan's eyes. I don't want to be emperor anymore. I've never wanted to be emperor. Please don't go. Ding. The male lead's favorability is at 97. Wei Wei Bai nimbly mounted the horse. She pulled out her sword, her ink-black hair fluttering in the wind. She looked back at him. The tenderness in her eyes was still there. Yunyan, this is my last gift to you. There was no cure for the poison in her body. Before she died, she cleaned up the group of loyal officials who followed her. He had given a country without any obstacles to him, to the person he loved the most. It was the last thing she could do for him. Feng Yunyan felt himself become muddle-headed. He struggled with all his might, but the attendants rushed over to hold him down. He watched as she rode her horse and led her soldiers out of the palace gates. The cold sounds of battle filled the air. The long sword in her hand shone like white satin in the snow. The head of the general who had come to clean the monarch's side was instantly split into two. Feng Yunyan fell to the ground. The servants tried their best to stop him. The cloth on his body had not been torn. He could only free one hand and hold on tightly to the snow on the ground. He opened his mouth and roared with his mind torn apart. By Wei Wei, come back. I don't want the country. I want you to read at https://www. Sashu. Comto TXT download at https://www. Sashu. Com to read on your Chapter 543. Ding. The male lead's favorability is at 98. Blood flowed warmly on the ground. It was a ghastly sight. The female soldiers who were protecting Feng Yunyan saw that the attendants were powerless and ran over to surround him. They were the confidants that Wei Wei Bai had left for Feng Yunyan. But even so, they could barely suppress his body that was moving forward with all his might. The vibration of iron hooves, the clash of blades, and the flying of flesh and blood. All of these scenes formed a huge, twisting vortex that made Feng Yunyan reach out in despair, but he couldn't touch it at all. News of victory kept coming. One by one, the generals who had once been brilliant died. They were all Wei Wei Bai's most loyal subordinates, but they all died at the hands of the emperor they were loyal to. The people who came to clean up the emperor came after reading Wei Wei Bai's letter asking for help. Those cowardly fence-sitters didn't dare to come. Only the most loyal people would come. But they were Feng Yunyan's biggest obstacle. She had once led them to a successful rebellion and to the top of the country. But because of a man, she personally killed this group of confidants that she had promoted. This love was heavy and crazy. It was unbelievable. Even Feng Yunyan felt that he was having a nightmare that he couldn't wake up from. When all the people who came to clean up the emperor died, those attendants and female soldiers also let go of Feng Yunyan. Everyone knelt down and kowtowed, shouting to him, "Congratulations to the new emperor on ascending the throne. This subject greets your majesty." Feng Yunyan's eyes were red as he shouted angrily, "Get lost! All of you get lost! Who is the new emperor?" His emperor was only Wei Wei Bai. She wasn't dead yet. How dare this group of rebellious people call him that? The cloth on his body loosened a lot. He staggered to his feet and ran forward with his body bent like he was being crushed. The entrance of the palace was covered in blood, which was especially conspicuous in the snow. There were corpses everywhere. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. There was nothing else in Feng Yunyan's eyes. He looked around in panic, looking for that familiar figure. She was so strong, nothing would happen to her. She was the woman with the best martial arts skills he had ever seen. She would not fall so easily. Suddenly, a black horse slowly approached, and a familiar figure hobbled over while leading the horse. Feng Yunyan stopped in his tracks, his eyes bursting with an unimaginable brilliance. The horse stopped. Wei Wei Bai leaned against the horse and looked at him with a bright smile. Her face was covered in blood, her hair was messy, and her clothes were tattered and dirty. But it didn't do any damage to her beauty. Feng Yunyan's footsteps became hurried, but because he was too anxious, he tripped and rolled on the snowy ground. He didn't care at all and smiled foolishly. Your Majesty, Wei Wei, it's fine as long as you're fine. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 100. Mission completed. The host's body has suffered great damage and is on the verge of death. Countdown to escape time and space. 3 seconds, 2, 1. He climbed up in a sorry state and ran forward without a care for anything else. Suddenly, the horse seemed to be startled. It neighed and ran away in grief. Wei Wei Bai's smile didn't change as she stood there stiffly for a while. Then she suddenly fell down. The cold blade that was stabbed into her back was revealed. That place was exactly where her heart was. Her back was like a lake of blood, flowing with dirty blood. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that she couldn't be alive. Feng Yunyan's footsteps slowed down as he stared at her in a daze. The wind and snow became stronger. It gradually blurred his eyes. I'll take you as my husband. How's that? Good. To TXD. Chapter 544. Host mission is complete. 30 days of life points gained. A total of 130 days of life points gained. Wei Wei Bai woke up weakly and heard the system's notification. Ding! Deducting 15 days of commoner meals from the system cafeteria, 5 days of antidote vaccines, 10 days of exchange pills, and 10 days of painkillers. Wei Wei Bai was expressionless. Especially when she heard the system's next words, she felt like Huang Shuren was squeezing Yang Bailao dry. It was more than just tragic. Congratulations, host. 40 days of life points deducted. 90 days of life points remaining. Yes, it was a tough plane. She had to hack people, be hacked by people, be poisoned, and have a lesbian relationship. In the end, she even had to pay. Tongzi, do you have the host's poverty subsistence allowance? The system flipped around. Yes. Bai Weiwei's spirit shook. Is there really such a thing? She was just asking casually. The system said, yes, if the host is so poor that they can't recognize you, you can apply for it. Wei Wei Bai asked, what kind of good things can I give the host? Such a good thing. Why didn't they apply for it earlier? The system said, a humane euthanasia so that you can die happily without any pain before you die. Wei Wei Bai, the system said, the main system thinks that death is the best ending for the host who is too poor to live. It's especially considerate and provides a cemetery service after death. Wei Wei Bai stared at the system. Was this a fucking subsistence allowance? It was guaranteed that you would die without a doubt. Wei Wei Bai really wanted to cry. Reality was too cruel. Why was her transmigration so different from other people's? She didn't get any of those legendary cheats. She even lost her life points. I can only use it on Yi Yuxuan. If possible, can I stay in reality and attack Yi Yuxuan? She was tired to death in the plane, so she might as well get some from Yi Yuxuan. The system said, transmigration allows your body to accommodate other people's life points. You can now accommodate 150 days of external life points. Therefore, in reality, they would at most live for less than half a year. Wei Wei Bai sat up and found that she was wearing a hospital gown. Every time she woke up in the hospital, it was nothing new. She trembled and wanted to get off the bed to look for Yi Yuxuan. Her only hope for survival was her fiancé. Suddenly, the door was pushed open and Bai Changyan rushed in. He saw Wei Wei Bai sitting there. He immediately said in surprise, Wei Wei, you're awake. Wei Wei Bai's voice was a little hoarse. Daddy, how are you feeling? She still hadn't forgotten the last time when he wasn't in good health. Bai Changyan immediately pushed the wheelchair and ran to the side of the bed. You've recovered from your anger. Quick, sit up. Wei Wei Bai was puzzled as he helped her into the wheelchair. Then, she saw her father, who was not in good health, push her all the way out as if he had eaten a miracle medicine. What's wrong? Was it an earthquake or a fire? She looked like she was fleeing. Did something happen in the hospital? Bai Changyan said fiercely, it's a man-made disaster. Yi Yuxuan, that bastard, is worse than a beast. He won't let you transfer to another hospital even if he dies. Wei Wei Bai said, the hospital here is the best place to treat heart disease, Daddy. Bai Changyan became agitated. Listen to Daddy. You can't stay here anymore. That bastard to you? He immediately shut up. He didn't dare to let his daughter know that she was molested when she fainted. She was fragile and needed protection. How could he let her face such a cruel thing? Bai Changyin cursed that inhumane bastard 10,000 times in his heart. Wei Wei Bai was confused. What's wrong? What's wrong? Why did she feel like the world had changed when she woke up? Bai Changyin vowed solemnly, I'll let you escape. Then, I'll immediately break off the engagement with that guy Yi Yuxuan. To facilitate your next reading, you can click on the button at the bottom to record this reading. Chapter 545. When Wei Wei Bai heard this, she quickly turned around and took his hand. Dad, why did you cancel the engagement? Once the engagement was canceled, she would not be pouncing on Yi Yuxuan in the future as an unmarried couple, but as a female rogue-molesting an innocent man. Bai Changyin's face was sad and conflicted. In the end, he could only bear it and say, anyway, it's right to cancel it. Listen to Dad. If she didn't have Yi Yuxuan, she would be finished after crossing a few more planes if she continued to throw herself at him. Wei Wei Bai was excited and didn't think much. She grabbed her silly father's hand and couldn't help but shout, No, Dad, Yi Yuxuan is my life. Bai Changyin stopped and looked at her in shock. A clatter came from the corner. Qin Xiu, who was passing by, dropped the iron plate in his hand. He was stunned. Beside Qin Xiu stood a man in casual clothes. His face was a little pale, and the dark circles under his eyes were obvious, but he was still very handsome. His pupils were dark and suppressed the brilliance in his eyes. He stared blankly at Wei Wei Bai. She said that he was her life. Ding, life fishing started. 91 days, 93 days, 99 days, stimulation stopped, excitement level remained stable. If the excitement level was stable, it would not feed back her life points. Wei Wei Bai's eyes couldn't help but soften. She looked at Qin Xiu's side. Yi Yuxuan. She could almost see the 3 shining golden characters on his left cheek. Life points. There were also 3 big words on his right face. Come and get it. His forehead was full of tycoon medals. She used to think that his face was cold and stiff, as if he was injected with hyaluronic acid. Now she thought that he was handsome enough to change her aesthetic. Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but reach out and sweetly shout to him, Yuxuan, come, give me a hug. Father Bai's dog face. What did he hear, see? Daughter, what's wrong with you? Matchmaker Qin immediately smiled like a blooming flower. Sister Wei Wei, you and Xiao Xian are really close. Then he turned and bumped into Yi Yuxuan, who was in a daze. However, Yi Yuxuan did not move. He continued to stare at her without moving his feet. Qin Xiu was anxious. Didn't he want to sleep with her? The girl had already taken the initiative, so why was this dumb road deer cowering? Even if it was the first time he was in a relationship, he shouldn't be so passive and silent. Even a blind date wouldn't want such a person. Yi Yuxuan's eyes were deep and serene, carrying a glass-like cold fire. His voice was hoarse, carrying a few traces of imperceptible tremors. Wei Wei Bai seemed to have entered a battle. Her back was straight and elegant, and her face was slightly tilted up, revealing her delicate chin. Her eyes were misty, and her lips were slightly red. Then, she casually pretended to be very flirtatious. In fact, she was just using her fingers to slowly tuck her hair behind her back. Xian. Yi Yuxuan. Xian. She changed the way she addressed him too quickly. However, Yi Yuxuan turned a deaf ear to her. He stared at her blankly, as if in a trance. Qin Xiu was anxious to death. What was going on? Why did she crash? Go. However, Yi Yuxuan suddenly sighed. The light in his dark eyes finally bloomed. He seemed to have changed into a different person, revealing a gentle smile. Wei Wei Bai's heart flashed a trace of doubt. She felt that this smile was not like Yi Yuxuan. However, before this doubt could brew into a problem, Yi Yuxuan strode in front of her. His expression was complicated. He reached out to touch her, his fingertips trembling. Chapter 546. Just as he was about to touch her, a hand grabbed his wrist tightly. Yi Yuxuan looked up and saw that Father Bai was so angry that his hair was standing up. You unscrupulous bastard who doesn't have any good thoughts. You don't have any coarse socialist values and have gone astray. What do you want to do to my ignorant daughter? Did you see that when he was around? This little bastard even dared to touch his daughter. When he wasn't around, this perverted wolf cub might have done something heartless to his daughter. When he thought of this, Chang Yin felt that he was in a bad mood. He shouldn't have been greedy and let his daughter marry into the Yi family. These people from the rich capitalist families were all inhumane. Father Bai felt that he was very regretful. He looked at Yi Yuxuan, and his eyes were filled with grief and indignation, just as a tear of regret was about to fall. But he saw that Yi Yuxuan, whose hand he had grabbed, had 2 lines of beautiful tears quietly falling from his deep eyes. Father Bai, who still had tears in his eyes, Yi Yuxuan silently reached out and touched his face with his fingers. His tears couldn't stop falling. He clearly didn't have a crying expression, but his expression was extremely sad. Then, he lowered his head and looked at Wei Bai. His tone was gentle with a hint of grievance. Wei Bai's heart clenched when she saw his pitiful and quiet gaze. She really wanted to give him a loving hug and tell him not to cry. When did Yi Yuxuan learn how to act cute? So scary. Wei Bai didn't want to lose. She immediately put on a loving gaze and gently pushed her father away. Then, she opened her arms. Xian, what's wrong? Yi Yuxuan took 2 steps forward and slowly squatted down under everyone's shocked gaze. Then, he rested his head on her legs and reached out to hug her slender waist. This was a snuggling and comforting gesture. Wei Bai didn't know what was wrong with him. She felt his soft hair against her clothes and his face against her legs. His tears slowly seeped into her skin. A feeling of heartache suddenly appeared in her heart. The pain seemed to be from the first time this man had given her. Wei Bai lowered her head, and the hypocrisy in her eyes faded away, replaced by calmness and throbbing. She reached out, hesitated for a moment, and finally touched his hair. It was as if he was comforting an injured lone wolf. You, what's wrong? Yi Yuxuan was silent for a long time. Her voice was so faint that it made people feel sad. They're all bullying me. Wei Bai was dumbfounded. Who would dare to bully Yi Yuxuan? However, her first reaction was to look up at Bai Changyin and purse her lips in grievance. Dad, don't bully him. Old man Bai looked aggrieved. Then she turned to look at Qin Xiu. Are you bullying him too? Qin Xiu. Yi Yuxuan hugged her and felt that she had finally returned to her place of peace. No longer in the dream, that desperate and lonely world. The peerless concubine of the female Supreme Emperor was another year of snowy days. Feng Yunyin took off the emperor's formal attire and put on a simple robe. Fine wrinkles had appeared on his face. When he saw his own face this morning, he was a little scared. He tried to put on makeup to make himself look better. However, he stopped. He remembered that Wei didn't like men who put on fat. However, he was old and ugly. Would she not like him? Chapter 547. Feng Yunyin realized that he had a few strands of white hair. He could only carefully pull them out in an attempt to make himself look younger. Today was the anniversary of her death. He took the pastries that she liked when she was alive and some incense, candles, and joss paper to worship her. Her mausoleum was built very luxuriously, leaving a place for him. 100 years later, he would be able to enter this place after death. Just thinking about it made him happy. Feng Yunyin looked at the tombstone. The snow fell on his hair, making it look like he had white hair. He burned the joss paper. Wei, are you okay? Only the cold wind whistled past. He was used to it. You never told me that your favorability had reached 100. She only said 99. Feng Yunyin revealed a calm smile. But when you personally killed the old officials who were loyal to you and sent me to the throne, I knew that it was your 100. He still remembered that she said, embarrassedly, that if the favorability reached 100, he didn't want her anymore after he obtained the country. The truth was that she gave him the country and didn't want him anymore. There was a drought at the beginning of this year. There were so many memorials on my desk that I could be buried. He smiled. They were all scolding me. They said that I was a man who inherited the orthodoxy and that the heavens couldn't tolerate it. Even if I lightly taxed them and focused on irrigation and agriculture, making their lives better, I was still a monster. Whenever there was a natural disaster, it was his fault. She also knew that she had taken away the most powerful people back then. When she died, those ministers who had killed their way out of a mountain of swords and a sea of blood only obeyed her. When she died, his man ascended the throne. These people all rebelled. Even though she had cleared so many obstacles for him, he still had a hard time all these years. It was very hard. Feng Yunyin said softly as he burned the joss paper. It was as if this could reduce the pain in his heart. It could also make the incomparably heavy thoughts lighter. Wei Wei, guarding the country is really boring and boring. How could I have ever thought of being the emperor? When he said this, he could no longer hold back his tears, and they fell from his eyes. He hurriedly wiped it away. It's all my fault. Why are you always complaining? I should say something happy. Then, Feng Yunyin choked with sobs and forced a smile as he talked about how many good deeds he had done for the country and the people. He reluctantly stayed up until late at night before he was willing to return to the palace. The moment he returned to the palace, he saw his trusted servant hurrying over to report to him. More than a dozen ministers instigated tens of thousands of people to kneel at the entrance of the southern palace. They said that after your majesty ascended the throne as a man, natural disasters befell every year. They hoped that your majesty would abdicate. In the past few years, there had indeed been more natural disasters than before. When a man ascended the throne, his name was not legitimate, and all the women were suppressed. Feng Yunyin even began to promote male officials. This was simply touching the pie of the interest group. He had been fighting with this group for a long time. Feng Yunyin was silent for a while before coldly saying, Jin understands. Let them kneel. I will deal with them tomorrow morning. The waiter retreated. Then he sat alone in a chair and was in a daze for a long time. Someone was rebelling against him again. Wei Wei, he called softly. Yes. He suddenly looked up and saw Wei Wei by lazily leaning against the table. She was still smiling. Feng Yunyin was pleasantly surprised. With trembling hands, he rushed over to hug her. But in the next moment, he only hugged the void. Feng Yunyin was stunned. He looked at the empty room. There was no sign of her. Lovesickness had seeped into his bones. He chuckled, sad and wronged. Then, he slowly walked out of the door and into the imperial court. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 548. He was the only one walking alone in the empty court. He looked up and saw the dragon throne. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with an unimaginable light, cold and crazy. He ran up quickly and sat on the dragon throne. He put his hands on the armrest and gripped it tightly. She had used her life to exchange for this position. It was her gift to him. So what if everyone in the world rebelled? They all said that men could not ascend the throne. His Wei Wei said that he could. Yes, he could. Feng Yunyin said in a hoarse voice, This is what you gave me. No one could take it away. He only had the country she gave him left. He had nothing else. He had to protect the country she left behind. Feng Yunyin revealed a sad smile. They all bully me, Wei Wei. Those subjects all bullied him. Everyone wanted to pull him down from this position. He racked his brains and trembled with fear. Every single day was very difficult. But I can't die. If I die, the country you gave me will be taken away by others. Feng Yunyin sat alone and silently on the dragon throne, his tears falling silently, without her to pamper him and protect him. He was so cheap that he was nothing. The sunlight entered the court and shone on his pale and haggard face. He suddenly looked up. The weakness in his eyes disappeared, only leaving behind a black, killing intent. Feng Yunyin returned to his palace and put on the emperor's robes. Then, step by step, he walked into the court with an imposing manner. The ministers had already arrived. Some people felt that today's Feng Yunyin seemed a little different. Feng Yunyin slowly sat on the dragon throne. His posture was calm and elegant, and his face was expressionless. A minister said fiercely, Your Majesty, there's a drought this year. The disaster is disastrous. Outside the South Gate, there are already thousands of people kneeling to ask Your Majesty to abdicate. They hope that Your Majesty will reconsider. Feng Yunyin looked up. A light appeared in his dark eyes, cold and sharp. He curled his lips into a faint smile and swept his gaze over those who opposed him. Then let's kill them all. From today onwards, he would no longer care about anyone. nor would he take half a step back for anyone. He would let everyone know that those who schemed against him and disobeyed him would all die a horrible death, because the person who protected him was no longer there. All that was left was this vast expanse of lonely mountains and this empty palace to accompany him. He still had to live to protect her country. In the records of later generations, the first male emperor in history, the Feng clan, killed decisively during his reign. He used torture and tyrannical power. However, he was good at governing the country and was good at recruiting talents. During his rule, the people were safe and sound, and foreign enemies bowed their heads in submission, praising him both internally and externally. The Feng clan had spent their entire lives observing filial piety for the late emperor. They did not change the name of the country and adopted the women of the Bai clan, nurturing them with great care. In the 20th year of his reign, he died of illness on the way to the tomb of the previous emperor. After his death, he was buried with the previous emperor. The woman of the Bai family obeyed his wishes and ascended the throne. He had created a flourishing age, 20 years. He was like a lonely soul that had guarded the boundless land for 20 years. That kind of loneliness slowly seeped into his bones. It was enough to drive anyone crazy. When Yi Yuxuan woke up, it was the first time he was afraid of a dream. And grievance was a grievance? His heart was sour and astringent, and he couldn't describe what he was feeling. He just wanted to find her, then hug her, and tell her that he was very uncomfortable. Wei Wei Bai was a little puzzled. Her fingers gently touched his head. What's wrong with you? Who bullied you? Tell me. I'll help you bully them back, okay? This kind of Yi Yuxuan made her feel strange, but also a kind of soft helplessness. To read the full article at https://www.sashu.com to read on. Calm. Chapter 549. She couldn't even bear to speak harshly to him. Maybe it was because he really looked like he was wronged. Bai Changyan looked at Yi Yuxuan and then at his daughter. His lips trembled. Wei Wei, don't be fooled by him. He's the one who bullied you. It was really a case of the guilty party complaining first. A grown man crying and begging for sympathy. Did he think that he would forget his beastly behavior? Bai Weiwei was confused. She wasn't in a vegetative state. She was fishing for life points. Since when did Yi Yuxuan have the time to bully her? Could it be that he drew a turtle on her face as revenge when she was sleeping? Bai Changyan looked at his daughter's pure and innocent face and finally couldn't take it anymore. He felt that he had the obligation to teach her what the beasts in this world looked like. Bai Changyan pointed at Yi Yuxuan and said indignantly, "This beast, he kissed you. I saw it with my own eyes." Wei Wei Bai immediately explained, "You misunderstood, Dad. I kissed him." Bai Changyan didn't hear it. "He even took off your clothes with the intention to do something to you." Wei Wei Bai, "He didn't take it off, I did. I couldn't wait to seduce him." Bai Changyan's face turned red, and he completely ignored her words. "He even hugged you and wanted to do something to you." Wei Wei Bai, "Then let's do it. We're already husband and wife. It's time to do it." Bai Changyan hugged his head in grief. "I actually gave my daughter to a man who's worse than a beast." Wei Wei Bai finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "I wanted to do it with him. He just had no choice." Bai Changyan finally reacted. "Wait, what did his daughter just say?" Yi Yuxuan also finally looked up. His expression was indifferent and his eyes were dark and misty. There was a hint of confusion. "I'm not worse than a beast." He heard old Father Bai's condemnation, but he didn't care. But there was a trace of uneasiness in his heart. Would she care? Wei Wei Bai looked at his exquisite face. His eyelashes were stained with tears, and there was a faint look of confusion on his face. Soft and handsome, he could make any woman let down their guard in an instant. At this moment, Wei Wei Bai was bursting with protectiveness. She raised her head and said to her father, "Father, it has always been your daughter who molested others. There is no reason for others to molest me. Look," she said through gritted teeth. Then, she reached out to hold his face and kissed him fiercely. Their tongues intertwined, moist and sweet. Both of them were shocked at the same time. Yi Yuxuan was in a daze as he allowed her to kiss him. Wei Wei Bai hugged his body forcefully and reached out to press down on his hair. The tip of her tongue slid across his lips, causing him to tremble. Yi Yuxuan couldn't help but kiss her back. He wanted to grab more of her breath. More, dispelling the fear and loneliness in his heart. The two of them kissed until it was hard for them apart. They kissed as if they were glued to each other. Old Father Bai staggered, and Qin Xiu reached out to support him. "In-law, take care." Old Father Bai's tears flowed. "Daughter, what's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly grow up to molest men?" Qin Xiu sighed and took Old Father Bai to the side. Then he pulled out a cigarette and handed it to him. The two men with complicated thoughts squatted on the ground and puffed out smoke. Qin Xiu was also uncomfortable. He rubbed his hands together and acted as a matchmaker. "Wu Yi Yuxuan, this slag. Isn't this very good?" He, a single dog, was abused so painfully and wrongly. Why didn't anyone comfort him? Suddenly, Bai Changyan reached out and patted him on the shoulder. The two of them looked at each other with a sad expression. "My daughter is also grown up." Old Father Bai sighed. Qin Xiu also sighed. "Yes, my family's little Xian has also been enlightened." But why were they not happy at all? Chapter 550. 150 life points, full bar, stop fishing. The system took out the leftover Dignity Luxury Super VIP system spicy strips and ate one silently. Then it looked back and saw that the adulterous couple was still kissing each other like glue. Damn, don't they know how many people are in the corridor? Don't they have any shame? The life points were still surging and roaring. The system saw Yi Yuxuan and was totally unprepared. If it wasn't for Wei Wei Bai being unable to accommodate more than 150 life points, it would have been able to make enough money. It could get enough in one go, so it didn't have to risk its life to cross plains to flirt with the big fool Yi Yuxuan. The system sighed. The warehouse is empty. If it continues like this, something will happen sooner or later. Even the side rewards were taken from the trash can in the corner of the warehouse to coax Wei Wei Bai. It couldn't be helped. It didn't dare to take any of the side rewards given by the main system. If it took it, something would definitely happen. The system stopped its wild thoughts and quietly turned back. There was no kiss. It was relieved. Just as it was about to turn around, it heard Yi Yuxuan say softly, "I had a dream." The system exploded and immediately drew a dialogue blocker with its fingers. It blocked Yi Yuxuan's words. Wei Wei Bai was held tightly by Yi Yuxuan. He said lightly, "That dream, what happened to that dream?" Then Bai Wei Wei heard Yi Yuxuan's lips move, but she couldn't hear anything, as if her ears couldn't accept it. She frowned. "What's going on?" She immediately knocked on the system. "Tongzi, I think there's something wrong with my ears. I can't hear what Yi Yuxuan is saying." The system said calmly, "You've transmigrated too much. Your hearing may be left in the plane space. It's okay. It will return to normal later." Wei Wei Bai didn't doubt the system. She said to herself in confusion, "Why can't I hear when Yi Yuxuan is talking?" The system was scared, worried that she would see something. Then, he switched the blocker to the modifier. Reality changed Yi Yuxuan's words. Wei Wei Bai's ears and eyes suddenly became clear. Yi Yuxuan's indifferent and magnetic voice also sounded. "In that dream, I transformed into Ultraman and fought small monsters. I fought a total of 33 small monsters. I even transformed into a flower fairy and kept spinning around. Wei Wei Bai, this dream is too magical." And Yi Yuxuan actually said it very seriously. What the system heard was, "In my dreams, you left me time and time again, never stopping. This time, you gave me your empire. It was melancholy. Sooner or later, it would not be able to hide it anymore." Unless Wei Wei Bai had enough HP and didn't stay in the real world for too long to avoid Yi Yuxuan. After Yi Yuxuan finished speaking, he stared at her blankly, trying to see a trace of throbbing in her eyes. After Wei Wei Bai finished listening to his dream of a flower fairy spinning around, she was speechless for a moment. He said softly, "Have you ever had this kind of dream?" She had been sleeping and waking up, and the time of her dream matched with his. That was why he personally guarded her and didn't let the hospital do anything excessive to her body. He was worried that she was actually having the same dream as him. Wei Wei Bai looked at his expectant eyes and couldn't help but cough lightly. Your dream is very colorful. I have never had this kind of dream. Who would dream of Ultraman fighting small monsters and a flower fairy spinning around? It's not like she didn't grow up. Yi Yuxuan fell silent and lowered his head. He was filled with the urge to tell her. It was all gone. She had never dreamed of him. If that was really their previous life, then he would be the only one to sink. Wei Wei Bai looked at him like a big dog that had been hit by a blow. He was so cute and cute. Chapter 551. She did not know why, but her heart was touched. There was a strange feeling of depression. She could not help but rub his hair and comforted him. You might have this dream in the future, so don't be sad. She thought that Yi Yuxuan was a robot with facial paralysis. She did not expect him to be a young man with a childish heart who did not grow up. This contrast instantly narrowed the distance between the two of them. Yes, she also liked Ultraman Flower Fairy SpongeBob SquarePants. They had the same interests and hobbies, so it was not difficult for them to get along. Yi Yuxuan's neatly combed short hair was ruffled by her. He did not move, but his lips were pursed. There was a clear light in his deep black eyes. Suddenly, he sighed softly and reached out to press her head against his shoulder. His fingers were placed on her delicate neck, without a trace of desire, and there was a trace of sadness in his dark eyes. It's good not to dream. In her dreams, she never had a good ending. In every life, she died because of those men. It was better not to dream like this. Wei Wei Bai straightened her neck, and her smile was a little stiff. She felt that Yi Yuxuan's mood was not right. Was he this passionate before? The system could not help but interrupt. Your excitement level is decreasing. If you continue to hug him, you will need to reverse feed your life points. Wei Wei Bai's breath caught, and she just remembered this. She only thought that Yi Yuxuan was her life. She forgot that he was also very good at taking lives. Wei Wei Bai's smile was a little stiff, and she slowly reached out her hand, as if she was afraid of disturbing him, and pushed him away inch by inch. Yi Yuxuan did not change his position, and she could not push him away no matter how hard she tried. The system said, "Your excitement level has stabilized. Just a little more, and you will start to reverse feed." Wei Wei Bai was a little anxious, and her voice could not help but soften. Yi Yuxuan, without entering the strategy mode, her unfamiliar attitude towards him was revealed. She called his full name and surname. Yi Yuxuan paused for a moment before releasing her slightly. Wei Wei Bai tensed up. After all, life points were hard to come by. She had traveled through so many planes, and to be honest, she was tired. Every single one of the planes was laborious and exhausting. Every single time, they risked their lives to do the work. Only now did he manage to get a few months' worth of HP from Yi Yuxuan. She couldn't wait to carefully protect her life for the next few months. She couldn't bear to lose even a single day. But just a moment ago, she was still hugging and nibbling on him affectionately. Now, she turned hostile and kicked him away. Wasn't this telling others that she had ulterior motives? She could only persevere and soften her voice. "You're hurting me." She unconsciously raised her last syllable with a hint of coquettishness. Yi Yuxuan's heart, which had started to waver again after being coaxed by her. He couldn't bear to let go of his fingers, but slowly, he finally let go of her. The ripples in his heart continued to expand. A feeling similar to dissatisfaction made him feel a little lost and silent towards unfamiliar feelings. No matter how solid his theoretical knowledge was, when he really faced those legendary joys, sorrows, doubts, and dissatisfaction, he was still at a loss. Everything was so fresh that he couldn't handle it. In the past, he was clearly the best at rationalizing anything into what he wanted, and then perfectly completing it. Only in front of Wei Wei Bai, he was like a newborn baby. It was as if a smile from her could make him hold her carefully and not bear to break even a little bit of her. Those painful experiences in his dreams that were separated by glass. It made him want to hold on to her even more tightly. Everything was like a prediction. Those men kept losing her. And would he lose her in the next second too? Chapter 552. Yi Yuxuan suddenly reached out and clasped her fingers tightly, ignoring her surprised expression. He was silent for a moment, but he didn't know how to organize his words to express his thoughts correctly. Wei Wei Bai's brain finally became active. Tongzi, don't you think Yi Yuxuan is really abnormal? The frightened system immediately denied it 3 times. No, he's very normal. Wei Wei Bai, why is it so suspicious? She looks like a big fool who's easy to fool. Oh, this was an extremely suspicious answer. The system immediately raised its guard. It racked its brains. Why don't you think about it? You grabbed someone when you woke up and gnawed on him. After that, you even took off your clothes and planned to force yourself on him. Yi Yuxuan might be very traditional. If you treat him like this, he can only marry you. After all, his innocence has been tarnished by you. Wei Wei Bai, the system was right, but why did it sound like she was like a scumbag, a beast, and a rapist? Wei Wei Bai seriously thought about it. In the plane she passed through those days, it seemed that she was indeed a scumbag. Then she looked deeply at Yi Yuxuan. If this man was too traditional, what would she do in the future? A good man and a scumbag woman would not have a good ending. If she accidentally became a scumbag in the future, what would she do if Yi Yuxuan hanged himself? Wei Wei Bai said to the system, why don't we go through a few more planes and get more life points? Then I'll let Yi Yuxuan go. An honest person couldn't afford to play. After all, he was the man who gave her life points, so she wouldn't hold him back. System, you never let him go. The system felt that it would have cataracts sooner or later. It reminded, the feedback has begun 150. Wei Wei Bai made a prompt decision. Activate the vegetative state gift pack. Immediately. Go through the plains immediately. Now that she shook off Yi Yuxuan's hand, she couldn't run even if she tried. This broken body couldn't withstand intense exercise. She could only transmigrate first. The system nodded. Wei Wei Bai took the opportunity to reveal a soft and sweet smile to Yi Yuxuan. I want you to pass on a message. Yi Yuxuan calmly and attentively stared at her, this kind of indifferent but serious expression. Wei Wei Bai actually saw a sense of anticipation. She looked into his eyes. Tell my father that I love him and that he doesn't have to worry about me. Activating newbie gift pack. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 days of vegetative state life. After Wei Wei Bai finished speaking, she closed her eyes and the sound of steady breathing could be heard. Yi Yuxuan held her hand in a daze. She was still here, but why did he feel like he had lost her? You love him. There was a hint of disappointment in his tone. Even the light in his eyes dimmed. It was as if he had lost his support all of a sudden. Yi Yuxuan was silent for a while before she got up and pushed her forward. When he came around the corner, Qin Xiu and Bai Changyan were like 2 migrant workers, squatting in the corner smoking, and there was a big no-smoking sign above their heads. Bai Changyan thought of his daughter, who had become a tomboy who would molest others, and he felt sad. This kind of psychological journey of his daughter, growing up to become a female hooligan, made him constantly reflect on his teaching methods. Qin Xiu also drooped his eyebrows and sighed. He was thinking about when Yi Yuxuan and Wei Wei Bai hooked up. There was no warning at all. Yi Yuxuan's face was cold, his eyes gloomy and dark as he glanced at Bai Changyan. His voice was flat. Father-in-law. The cigarette in Bai Changyan's hand shook. Who's your father-in-law? Can you not call him that? To TXD. Download T. Chapter 553. Yi Yuxuan raised his eyelids and looked at Bai Changyan from head to toe. That indifferent, and faintly mocking gaze swept past him just like that. Bai Changyan was only naive and sweet to his daughter, but he was usually very sensitive. Yi Yuxuan's expression, eyes, and attitude was this contempt, disdain, and looking down on him. His daughter hadn't married yet, but this son-in-law was already looking down on his father-in-law. Yi Yuxuan, this guy, simply looked like a bad guy who abused his wife and cheated on her. Bai Changyan was just about to say something. Yi Yuxuan lowered his head and glanced at the cigarette butts under their feet. His tone was very calm. Smoking is prohibited here. You're so old and still don't understand. Bai Changyan, Yi Yuxuan, Wei Wei asked me to say something to her father. Bai Changyan looked at his daughter who was asleep in the wheelchair and got excited. What do you want to say? Yi Yuxuan was silent for a moment, and that cold gaze appeared again. Are you Wei Wei's father? Bai Changyan looked sluggish. Isn't this nonsense? If he wasn't Wei Wei's father, then could he be her mother? Yi Yuxuan's voice was indifferent and sharp. I don't think you and Wei Wei have any similarities. She's such a lovely and beautiful girl. She shouldn't have such an ugly and old father like you. By Changyan, Yi Yuxuan turned his head and looked at Qin Xiu coldly. Uncle Qin, help him do a paternity test. Qin Xiu almost choked himself to death with a puff of smoke. Fuck, what's wrong with this? You want to rob someone else's daughter and deny that he's their father. Yi Yuxuan pushed Wei Wei by away slowly, his eyes terrifyingly cold. Tell her father that she loves him. Her father isn't necessarily Bai Changyan. Yi Yuxuan was completely unaware that her dark and petty behavior was simply engraved with the word jealousy. He just didn't like the way she said that she loved others. Bai Changyan and Qin Xiu, who were still squatting in the corner, looked at each other for a while. Bai Changyan finally exploded. He grabbed Qin Xiu's neck and roared. What is this little brat doing? What do you mean I'm old and ugly? Am I very old and ugly? I'm clearly a carbon copy of my daughter. Qin Xiu was pinched until his eyes turned white. Who did he provoke? Why did she have to pinch him? More importantly, you have to be made from the same mold as your daughter. Are you trying to scare me to death? When Wei Wei Bai woke up this time, her head hurt more than ever before, and she felt nauseous. Her chest felt tight, and she could smell cheap perfume every time she breathed. This perfume was so strong that it could make one faint. It was a mosquito-repellent incense that could drive away mosquitoes. She heard someone shouting and singing noisily, and someone beside her was pushing her. Hey, beauty, why don't you play? Wei Wei Bai reluctantly opened her eyes, and an ugly round face appeared. Her eyes, which were accustomed to beauty, widened in fright. Almost without thinking, she lifted her 10-centimeter high heels and kicked out. That pancake face cried out and fell down. She covered her head and saw that she was in a KTV box. There were 5 men and 4 women in her box. At first glance, the men didn't look like decent goods, and the women, wearing cheap low-cut sequin dresses and heavy makeup, they all looked the same. At first glance, they were all KTV girls. When the men saw that their brother was kicked, they immediately threw down the microphone. Bitch, why are you pretending to be virtuous and virtuous? Bai Wei Wei had developed a reflexive avoidance instinct in the face of danger. She almost didn't think much, turned around and ran out. / crossover system. Adonis, come over here. Chapter 554. The men behind her rushed over. Don't run, stinky woman. Wei Wei Bai had not received the memory yet, and the system seemed to have delayed its descent, silent. She could only rely on her own 2 legs to quickly run out of the room. Outside the private room, there was a bar and a dance hall. A group of people were dancing wildly. The deafening sound of the DJ hitting the disc could be heard. Wei Wei Bai was already drunk, and this scene made her head hurt even more. Wei Wei Bai. Amidst the rumbling music, a voice as clear as a spring rang in her ears. Wei Wei Bai trembled, frowning as she turned around. But she saw a slender figure almost touching her from behind. It was a young man, wearing a black coat with a loose hood on his head. He was wearing a black mask, and the mask was close to his face, but his perfect facial features could be seen. He looked at Wei Wei Bai coldly. His cold and sharp eyes were so clear that it was like someone had crushed a handful of stars and scattered them into them. Wei Wei Bai looked at him suspiciously and vigilantly. The man's eyes flashed with anger, and he looked at her with disgust. Come with me for a moment. After saying that, he turned around and left. He looked like he was eager to cut ties with her. This mission is to obtain Hinanchi's love. Target, Hinanchi. Completion, 0. Time, 6 months. Ding, the male lead's favorability is -20. It was only -20. Wei Wei Bai said calmly. So you were so hungry that you disconnected? The system was silent for a moment. No, I ate too much. The spicy strips given by the main system were too full. I couldn't walk. Wei Wei Bai said, Then you don't need to eat in this world. The system said, I just digested it, so I'm hungry again. The system's shamelessness was getting closer and closer to her. When the memory was transferred, she was already dizzy. This time, the pain intensified. She twisted her high heels and staggered forward a few steps, directly bumping into the man in front of her. She knocked her head against his hard back and felt a buzzing sound in her head. She couldn't help but grit her teeth and complain to the system. This figure isn't bad. He's muscular and looks thin in clothes. The system couldn't respond in time. The man in front of her stopped in his tracks. He suddenly turned around, grabbed her clothes with one hand, and pushed her away calmly. Wei Wei Bai was pushed back a few steps by his strength and almost fell. However, the man glanced at her indifferently. A few strands of hair fell under his eyes. His deep and dense eyes were filled with coldness that couldn't be melted. "Don't touch me, it's dirty." Wei Wei Bai raised her head awkwardly. She had already received the memories, so she roughly knew how to face him. She pursed her lips, and her eyes revealed a trace of cowardice. She said with some embarrassment, "Nanshi." The man's exquisite and perfect eyebrows furrowed tightly, bringing with them traces of ruthlessness and irritation. "Are you leaving or not? My brother is still waiting for you." After speaking, Hinanshi didn't care about Wei Wei Bai and strode forward. Wei Wei Bai looked at his tall and straight back and couldn't help but sigh. "This plane is worse than a beast." The system said earnestly, "The siblings have already survived. Sister-in-law and brother-in-law are actually not that hardcore." Hinanshi was the brother-in-law of her current body. The original owner was married to Hinanshi's older brother, Dongling. In this marriage, it was inappropriate for the two of them to be of equal status. The original owner, Wei Wei Bai, was born in the countryside. She had a younger brother at home. Her parents were eccentric people who were good at calculating and preferred boys over girls. They squeezed Wei Wei Bai from a young age. When she was in junior high school, she dropped out to work to support her younger brother. /T. Chapter 555. She was pretty. After she turned 18, she started working in a bar and sent home all the money she earned. That was when Dongling chased after her. He was young, rich, gentle, and humorous. He coaxed her until she was in a daze. Dongling later proposed, and Wei Wei Bai agreed. After all, she had lacked love since she was young. She would rush over to anyone who gave her some warmth. But what happened next was beyond Wei Wei Bai's expectations. The He family was a wealthy family. He married a bar girl who was not presentable. The two elders of the He family were furious. They used all kinds of methods to suppress Wei Wei Bai and try to break up her marriage with Dongling. All kinds of humiliation and framing made her feel at a loss and seek Dongling's help. But what was even more ridiculous was that Dongling didn't like Wei Wei Bai at all. He married her just to cover up his abnormal love. He liked his father's mistress, the woman he had to call his stepmother, and he married Wei Wei Bai to be a target. They had been married for so long, but he didn't even touch her. So he couldn't wait for more people to bully Wei Wei Bai. That way, he could cover up his dirty affair with his stepmother. Later, Wei Wei Bai was framed for stealing jewelry and was chased out of the He family. Under the He family suppression, she was poor and could only return to the bar to be a hostess. At this time, Dongling still pretended to be in deep love and pain. He lied to everyone. He even got into a car accident on the way to have an affair with his stepmother and became a vegetable in bed. Everyone thought that Dongling had sneaked out to find Wei Wei Bai. The He family hated Wei Wei Bai even more. After reading these memories, Wei Wei Bai only had one sentence. The original owner of the body, Wei Wei Bai, had fucked up the dog and abused the cat. Were the He family's lunatics the only ones who caught her and bit her? She didn't know if it was because the He family was evil or something. After suppressing Wei Wei Bai, the He family fell into a political crisis and went bankrupt. Now, the He family's two elders were fleeing abroad. Only Dongling, who was in a vegetative state, was still waiting to die in the hospital. There was also Dongling's younger brother, Hinanshi. When Wei Wei Bai saw this, she simply clapped her hands in joy. There was true love in the world, and there was true love in the world. These lunatics should be beggars on the streets. Hinanshi walked in front of a low-key, cheap car. After opening the door, he stood by the door and looked at Wei Wei Bai coldly. He hated noisy places very much. The noisy environment of the bar and the unrestrained behavior of the bar girls made his impression of his sister-in-law, Wei Wei Bai, plummet. Wei Wei Bai seemed to be drunk as she staggered. Her thin high heels tapped on the ground, and her two white and thin calves were even more eye-catching than the street lamps. Her hair was a mess, her makeup was heavy, and her perfume was pungent, but there was a clear light in her hazy eyes. Her large eyes were exceptionally beautiful. Hinanchi lowered his eyes, cold and emotionless. When he saw her walk in front of him, he said impatiently, "Get in the car." Wei Weibai got into the passenger's seat. He walked to the other side and got into the driver's seat. The car smoothly drove out. Wei Weibai suddenly reacted. "Does Dongling want to see me?" Dongling was a scumbag in black, so he hid it very well. The original Wei Weibai was also stupid and didn't know that her husband married her with ulterior motives. Wei Weibai was very good at maintaining this image. She immediately broke into a surprised smile. Her face with heavy makeup revealed an innocent and charming expression like a little girl. Then she hurriedly took out her small bag and took out her makeup remover. Dongling doesn't like too much makeup. I can't see him like this. Hinanchi didn't take off his mask as he looked at the traffic in front of him with gloomy eyes. // Chapter 556. He didn't care about Wei Weibai's excitement. He wasn't at home all year round, so he was very unfamiliar with Wei Weibai. He hated her a lot. It was one thing for a bar girl from the countryside to hook up with his brother. After marrying into his family, she even turned his family upside down. At that time, he received calls from his parents every day when he was outside, and every call was to scold Wei Weibai. Moreover, his brother didn't explain. So Hinanchi had a preconceived notion that this sister-in-law wasn't a good person. Not to mention, even if she left the He family, she could still do other jobs. She actually came to drink with him. His impression of her became even worse. "Nanchi, look at me. Have I removed all my makeup?" Wei Weibai couldn't seem to find a mirror. She held the makeup remover in her hand and was at a loss. Hinanchi glanced sideways, his eyes cold, but he suddenly froze. After Wei Weibai's heavy makeup was removed, her clean and tender skin was revealed. Occasionally, the street lights shone in, revealing her delicate and innocent face. She was so beautiful that no one could nitpick. Even Hinanchi, who had seen many beautiful women in the entertainment industry. He was stunned for a moment. Wei Weibai seemed a little confused. She bit her red lips and looked at him a little embarrassedly. "Haven't you removed all your makeup?" Her gaze was very clear, and her words were neither fast nor slow. They were gentle and had a hint of sweetness. Hinanchi thought that she was the kind of woman who looked old. The result was so unexpected that he couldn't accept it for a moment. He looked away and continued to focus on driving. He didn't answer Wei Weibai, but that cold and disdainful gaze was a little less. When they arrived at the hospital, Wei Weibai was a little confused. Why is Dongling in the hospital? The original owner didn't know that Dongling had a car accident, nor did she know that the He family was bankrupt. Hinanchi stopped in his tracks. He had his back to her and lowered his head, his entire person exuding a gloomy and violent aura. "He got into a car accident while looking for you." This was the reason why he could not forgive Wei Weibai. If it wasn't for her, her brother wouldn't have become a vegetable. Wei Weibai, that scumbag Dong got retribution for whoring his second mother. What does it have to do with her? If it weren't for this plane, the target of her strategy would be too sensitive. She had already rolled up her sleeves and legated Dong's scum. Then, she hung up the He family's two elders and beat them to vent her anger. But if she did that, Hinanchi would probably fight it out with her. Wei Weibai had no choice but to unwillingly reveal a sorrowful expression and exaggeratedly said, "What did you say? Dongling became a vegetable because of me?" Hinanchi said, "He's in the ward in front." As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Weibai rushed over like a gust of wind and opened the door of the ward. Then, she saw the figure of a man lying on the bed. After confirming that it was Dongling, she gathered her chi in her dantian and stomped on the ground. Her entire body rushed over and landed heavily on his body. Although Dongling was in a vegetative state, he still reacted. He was pressed down by her until his expression twisted and his tongue stuck out. Wei Weibai immediately burst into tears. She pressed down on Dongling. "Dongling, what's wrong with you? Wake up." Vegetative Dongling. He felt like he was going to die. Hinanshi, who had just entered the ward, took off his mask and saw Wei Wei Bai's incomparably sorrowful appearance. His heart couldn't help but relax. Although this woman's character was rotten, at least she still had some sincerity towards his brother. At least she wasn't completely rotten. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at -15. Chapter 557. Wei Wei Bai couldn't crush He Cinder to death. She only hated herself for being light and having a perfect figure. She didn't have any extra fat to punish this blind and slanted world's #1 scumbag. Behind her, Hinanshi's clear and particularly recognizable voice suddenly came from behind her. There was a hint of impatience and indifference. "I've brought the divorce agreement. Hurry up and sign it." The purpose of looking for Wei Wei Bai today was to get the divorce agreement. This divorce agreement had been prepared long before Wei Wei Bai entered the He family. If Wei Wei Bai hadn't insisted on getting a divorce, this divorce agreement had taken effect long ago. Hinanshi saw that Wei Wei Bai had stopped crying. Her back was facing him. Even if she was wearing a cheap dress, her slender and thin back didn't look ugly. He threw the agreement in his hand on the table. "Sign it. The agreement will give you a property. Don't think it's too little." Now, all of the He family's assets have been frozen. This storm, the He family had become a rat crossing the street that everyone hated. He had always been in the entertainment industry. He didn't know that his family was already full of holes. In addition, this time, he recklessly interfered in the political circle. He basically couldn't make a comeback. Hinanshi was also banned. He originally thought that he had so many fans, a manager, and a company to protect him. In the end, when a matter came out, the company immediately abandoned him. His fans spurned him. His manager turned hostile. Overnight, he saw clearly that people were sinister. Without the He family, he was trash. No, without money and power, he was trash. Wei Wei Bai's body stiffened. Her fingers nervously grabbed He dongling. Her voice trembled with helplessness. "I'm not getting a divorce." Hinanshi looked at her coldly. His cold eyes were like a firm and calm ice field, without a trace of emotion. "My family has no money. My brother is now in a vegetative state. Do you think you can still be Mrs. He and enjoy all the glory and wealth?" During this period of indifference, he clearly saw how disgusting the human heart was. Wei Wei Bai, a bar girl, had fallen to the point of being an escort. How could such a woman dream of grabbing his brother and soaring into the sky? Hinanshi's thin lips curled up coldly, as if he was mocking her. He wanted to shatter her dreams of riches and honor with every word. "Do you know how much the hospital bill is for my brother to lie here every day? When the money in the account is gone, as his wife, you have to feed him even if you have to pick up garbage. There is still enough money for He dongling's medical expenses." However, he was deliberately scaring Wei Wei Bai so that she would back off. Wei Wei Bai's voice was soft but firm. "I won't leave your brother." Hinanshi was already in a bad mood. When he didn't get the reaction he expected, his voice immediately turned cold. "Are you still dreaming that my family can give you anything? Stop dreaming. The He family is bankrupt. If you buy any newspaper now, it will say that my family is bankrupt." Wei Wei Bai lowered her head, her back facing Hinanshi. She reached out and gently tucked He dongling in, her long hair falling over her shoulders. Hinanshi only saw a thin slit at the waist of her dress when she bent over. This kind of dress with a slit at the back was very scheming. It was as if she was trying to seduce someone. He glanced over indifferently and saw that her waist was revealing a bit of fair skin. It was delicate and cute. Hinanshi couldn't help but feel gloomy. His tone became heavier. "Are you deaf? If you don't get a divorce, you'll have to help pay off the huge debt of the He family. How many years will it take you to pay back the dirty money from the escort? Transmigration system. Adonis, come here. Transmigration system. Adonis, come here." Chapter 558. Wei Wei Bai adjusted the blanket for He dongling before turning around slowly. She saw Hinanshi standing by the table. He took off his mask and threw it on the table. He looked unusually young. He looked like a teenager with a pair of dark eyes that had a cold light in them. He had one hand in his trouser pocket. He looked delicate and thin, but his aura was gloomy and sharp. He gave people a feeling that he was not easy to get along with. When he saw Wei Wei Bai turn around, his gaze turned colder. He was as vigilant as a wolf cub. Wei Wei Bai did not say anything. Instead, she stared at him motionlessly. Her gaze was even more oppressive than his. Hinachi frowned and stared back at her. As he stared, his gaze involuntarily landed on the tip of her nose, her moist eyes, and her trembling lips. Why was this woman so aggrieved? She had turned his family upside down, and now she was acting pitiful. He had told her that his family was bankrupt. Did she not believe him? Wei Wei Bai was silent for a while before she finally walked in front of him. Hinachi looked at her indifferently. However, she suddenly became tough. "Call me sister-in-law." Hinachi. Wei Wei Bai pursed her lips and stared at him fiercely. "I'm your sister-in-law. Don't you know how to be polite?" Hinachi was annoyed. "You don't want to give me face slap." She suddenly raised her hand and slapped his face with her soft palm without hesitation. Hinachi tilted his head. His mind was a little confused. This woman dared to hit him. He was never one to be taken advantage of, not to mention that he was in an unusually bad mood now. He raised his hand to return the slap without thinking. However, just as he raised his hand in the air, Hinachi froze. Wei Wei Bai bit her lip hard. Her almond-shaped eyes were full of tears. Under the light, her teary eyes were shockingly bright. They were like a burning fire that could almost burn people. She emphasized each and every word. Her tone was filled with grievance, but she was incomparably strong. "I am your sister-in-law, and your brother my husband. I don't care if your family is rich or not, if your family is ruined or prosperous, whether your brother is healthy or disabled. I will not give up on him." Hinachi's breathing stagnated. He could not look at her directly and could not help but look away. But at the same time, he felt like he had admitted defeat. Why was he suddenly being led by this woman? Hinachi said stubbornly, "Do you think I will believe a woman who works as an escort in a bar?" After he finished speaking, he suddenly shut his mouth. Sure enough, she saw Wei Wei Bai's head drooping down like a withered flower. Hinachi was upset and said coldly, "Forget it. I'm too lazy to care about your trivial matters. You'll regret it if you don't divorce me." After saying that, he put on his mask and walked out. When he reached the door, he couldn't help but turn back. However, he saw Wei Wei Bai sitting by the bed. Her eyes were filled with sadness as she gently held her brother's hand. She turned her face to the side and lowered her eyes. Her fair neck was as beautiful as jade under the light. Hinachi suddenly suspected that the woman who loved vanity in his parents' mouths. Was it really Wei Wei Bai? During this period of time, many people knew about his family situation, even his good friends. They all avoided him in fear. This made Hinachi's heart turn cold. But why did Wei Wei Bai, who should have run faster than anyone else? But she insisted on staying. Hinachi slowed down his footsteps and heard Wei Wei Bai whisper to he Dongling, "Dongling, wake up. Didn't you say you wanted to go stargazing with me?" He tilted his head in silence. His beautiful and gloomy eyes were half closed. No one knew what he was thinking. Then he lifted his feet and left. Ding! Hinachi's favorability is at -10. // Chapter 559. Most of his dislike for Wei Wei Bai came from the evaluation of his family members. Once it was discovered that the evaluation did not match, the favorability would naturally increase. With her back facing the door, Wei Wei Bai continued to speak to the plant slag affectionately. "That year when you were chasing me, you talked to me about the constellations. You told me that the stars in the sky were as beautiful as me." The system covered its ears. Stop, stop, stop. Stop being so awkward. Your cheesy words of love are making my soul fly out of my body." Wei Wei Bai, "My son left." The system asked, "Your son?" Wei Wei Bai, "The eldest sister-in-law is like a mother. There are no elders in the family, and I'm the only one left. I'm the only one left. I'm the only one who's so beautiful that it's tempting to commit a crime. I'll treat Nan Nan as my own son." System, "She's like a mother, like a mother, like a mother. She's so beautiful that she's tempting to commit crimes. Why does it feel like she's even more hardcore than a sibling love story? Where did the host's head come from?" It was such a solemn and proper system that it had never inculcated such thoughts in her. Wei Wei Bai shook off he Dongling's hand and calmly wiped her hands on his blanket. I really want to give Cinder he some water and see if a vegetative person can photosynthesize and grow shoulder to shoulder with the stars in the sky. He had seen so many scumbags and so many planes. Only this scum in a vegetative state was different from the rest. She really wanted to kick his face a few times. The system said, "Isn't he still useful? He is the bridge between you and your son." Wei Wei Bai nodded. "That's true, but what about my plain reward? Why is it that every time I don't remind you, you always want to take it all for yourself?" The system was shocked and quickly ran to the trash can in the corner. He turned it over and over again. From a pile of junk, he finally found a reward that was barely usable. He hated himself for being so frugal when he was rich in the past. He couldn't bear to throw away things that were too good. As a result, he couldn't find anything expensive even if he went through the trash. Fortunately, Wei Wei Bai didn't know much. If she knew, the host of Another Time and Space would get a lot of rewards. Why didn't he stuff it into the trash can and kick it? "Host, please accept the side reward. You will have a singing diva. You smile so sweetly. You are the best at singing." "Wei Wei Bai, what do I need this for? Do you get a few extra coins for busking?" System, it's been rummaging through the trash can, but it's still being despised. Wei Wei Bai, forget it, it's better than nothing. Hinanchi had a splitting headache. He didn't dare to surf the internet, check Weibo, or even use WeChat. It was full of negative comments about him. Things like him suppressing newcomers, acting like a big shot in the company, and bullying others because of his family's power and influence. Also, the songs that he composed were already popular overseas. Furthermore, he had been nominated for an international award and was about to reach another peak in his career. In the end, because the He family had been suppressed, everyone had unscrupulously taken advantage of his popularity and poured dirty water on him. As a result, his reputation was tarnished, and the foreign judges directly removed his song that was most likely to win an award. Now, scolding Hinanchi had become a political mission for the entertainment industry. Anyone who came to step on him could take advantage of his popularity. Whether it was true or not, no one cared. Suddenly, his phone rang. Hinanchi opened his eyes in a daze, his chest tight. He looked at the phone that kept ringing and hesitated for a moment before answering. It was his manager's voice. "Don't blame me, Nanchi. Now, anyone who provokes your family will be suppressed. The people that the He family has provoked now are people that no one dares to provoke." Hinanchi's eyes turned cold. "Did you call just to tell me this nonsense?" "Yes, no one dared to provoke him. So everyone came to step on him?" His manager hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "Don't go out these days. Someone is spreading rumors about you taking drugs. You're finished." Chapter 560. Hinanchi stared at his phone in a daze until his manager hung up. Then, he connected to the internet and went to Weibo to take a look. Hinanchi has been taking drugs for at least a few years. Everyone in the company knows. He didn't take drugs. Who dares to say, if his family hadn't collapsed, he would have done whatever he wanted. Apart from his cold personality, he had never bullied others. He's so skinny because he took drugs. This rumor is true. The comments were accompanied by photos of him staying up too late and looking haggard. They were wantonly distorting and smearing his reputation. And it was all celebrities like him who were slandering him. Hinanchi knew that he couldn't clear his name. If the He family was at its peak, he wouldn't have been afraid at all. No dirty water could be thrown at him. But now, the He family had collapsed. Once the image of him taking drugs was established, no matter how talented he was, he couldn't climb up. Hinanchi got out of bed. With a pale face, he walked downstairs with a hostile aura. He poured himself a glass of water. His fingers kept trembling. He tried twice but couldn't drink it. Suddenly, he raised his hand and smashed the glass on the ground. Then, as if he had exploded, he smashed the entire living room with a cold face. When Wei Wei Bai opened the door with the key under the doormat, she saw Hinanchi standing in a pile of junk, full of violent aura. His thick eyelashes were slightly lowered, and his dark eyes were terrifyingly cold. "Get lost." Wei Wei Bai stood at the door and hesitated. Then, She ignored Hinachi's furious look and walked in with big and small bags. She walked past him lightly. She put the things in the kitchen. Then, she put on gloves, took out cleaning tools, and started to clean the living room silently. Hinachi's fingers turned white from clenching. He looked coldly at Wei Wei by who was cleaning and suddenly snorted mockingly. Pretentious. Then, he turned around and went to take a shower. When he came back from a shower, he found that the living room was almost cleaned. Sounds came from the kitchen. Hinachi was about to take out his keys and leave the house, even if his impression of Wei Wei Bai had changed. But he still didn't like her. When he reached the door, he stopped in his tracks, thinking about how he would be found out. When he went out, he was a scumbag drug addict that everyone wanted to beat. He would probably be drowned by the spittle of others. Hinachi suppressed his anger and sat back down on the sofa to sulk alone. Suddenly, a pair of snow-white slender hands carefully placed a bowl of noodle soup in front of him. You didn't eat breakfast, right? I cooked you a bowl of noodles. Hinachi had just finished showering and his hair was still wet. His black hair fell on his cheeks and set off his deep black eyes. There was a kind of coldness that kept people 1,000 miles away. Wei Wei Bai said softly, "You eat some." Hinachi impatiently lay on the sofa and looked up lazily. He said sarcastically, "It tastes so bad. Only a pig would eat it." Wei Wei Bai was silent for a moment. She put down the noodles and turned to leave. "Forget it if you don't want to eat." Then she continued to clean up the living room. There was still some unfinished work. She said calmly as she tidied up, "I believe you." Hinachi's eyelashes trembled and he didn't say anything. Wei Wei Bai threw the broken things into the cardboard box. "Those people on the internet are slandering you. Don't be angry. It's not worth it." Hinachi's sarcastic smile froze. He slowly turned cold. "How do you know it's not true? Maybe I really do take drugs." Wei Wei Bai turned back. Her eyes were clear and her voice was soft, but it was filled with incomparable confidence. "You won't. You value your fans more than anyone else. You won't ruin your voice. Taking drugs, drinking, and smoking could all ruin a singer's talent." Hinachi's eyes were gloomy and filled with ruthlessness. "Do you think I'll recognize you as my sister-in-law just because you say that?" Wei Wei Bai was indifferent. Instead, she revealed a loving smile. "Whether you recognize me or not, I'm still your sister-in-law." Hinachi's eyebrows jumped and he snorted. Then he picked up the bowl as if nothing had happened and started to eat the noodles. The dense steam made his eyes a little wet. He had been attacked and slandered for so long. He had gone from a proud son of heaven to a rat that everyone wanted to beat. This bowl of noodles was the first time he had experienced kindness. Wei Wei Bai suddenly asked, "Is it good?" Hinachi's face darkened. "It tastes terrible." Ding! The male lead defection has increased to 0. Slash to make it easier for you to read it next time, you can click the button at the bottom to record this reading.
Chapter 237. If you don't do stupid things, they won't come back and bite you in the ass. In the central plaza of Blackwing City, many players wandered, sightseeing. Blackwing City was a must-see destination as it had been built atop the peak of a mountain. Meanwhile, the stargazing tower loomed in the central plaza of the city. Through the usage of a floating platform, players could arrive at the top of the tower and witness the full beauty of Blackwing City beneath the stargazing tower. Sherphone located Joking Scholar at this moment, panic-painted Joking Scholar's face. His eyes were like searchlights as they scanned the plaza. When he finally spotted Sherphone, he hurried over. "Guild Leader Tyrant, the higher-ups have given me my instructions. To maintain long-term cooperations with Guild Leader Tyrant, we agree to sell the hard stones to you at 2 silver coins a stack. As long as you take these forging materials back to Starmoon Kingdom, you can earn back at least 3 to 4 times the cost," Joking Scholar said as he walked up to Sherphone, a smile filling his face. Twilight Echo had spent a lot of time to obtain these forging materials. They had even spent an impressive sum of coins and credits in the process. Meanwhile, their main goal was to turn these forging materials into coins. If luck would have it, they could even make a small profit from the trade by the looks of it. However, that would not happen. After all, not only were the forging materials of other kingdoms and empires similarly cheap, but there was also a mysterious NPC in Blackwing City selling these materials far below bottom-line prices now. The only thing Joking Scholar could do now was turn all these forging materials into coins, even at the cost of taking a small loss. He could then head to the Blackwing City auction and purchase some items that would benefit the guild's development. However, although ideals were wonderful, reality was very cruel. It was clearly impossible for Shifeng to spend hundreds of gold to purchase these materials. Even if he had over 3,000 gold coins, he still wouldn't spend it in such a way. Not to mention, Shifeng had spent so much effort in swindling Joking Scholar. He naturally wouldn't stop at just 2 silver coins a stack. Now that's what I call sincere. However, just before I came here, someone mentioned to me that they are willing to sell a large amount of hard stones for 1 silver coin a stack. Moreover, if I am willing to purchase over 1,000 stacks, they will lower that price even further. Shifeng shook his head, feigning disinterest. What? 1 silver coin a stack? Who said that? Joking Scholar was already on the brink of insanity. He had only found a large transaction after much difficulty. Now, however, someone was trying to undersell him. Moreover, that person clearly knew about the mysterious NPC selling forging materials. If he had to sell each stack of hard stones for only 1 silver coin, he might as well take them back to his own empire and sell them there. Yet, the various guilds in Storm Empire, the empire Twilight Echo belonged to, was far from lacking forging materials. As for the independent players there, most were self-sufficient. As a result, the players purchasing hard stones were very few. On the contrary, there were plenty of players selling them. However, due to Twilight Echo's recent mass purchase, the prices of hard stones in the Storm Empire had increased. Originally, 2 silver coins would be more than enough to purchase 1 stack of hard stones if these hard stones were forged into whetstones, though, the demand would slightly increase. You will have to investigate this person yourself. If there aren't any more matters here, I'll be going. I still have to discuss the exact pricing with that person. If I buy several thousand stacks, I wonder if he will sell at an even lower price. Shifeng laughed. Guild leader Tyrant, please wait a moment. Joking Scholar hurriedly said, if you are willing to purchase a large amount, Twilight Echo is willing to offer the same price as that person. If you are willing to buy more than 20,000 stacks, I can offer you a price of 60 copper coins a stack. Take it as a sign of friendship. Currently, Joking Scholar no longer cared about price. The only fortunate matter to him right now was the fact that Lone Tyrant had yet to discover the mysterious NPC. Although Twilight Echo would incur an astronomical loss by selling the 2,000 stacks of hard stones they currently had at a price of 60 copper, they could simply purchase more hard stones at a price of 40 coppers from the mysterious NPC. If they resold those hard stones at 60 coppers, they would make a clean profit of 20 coppers per stack. If they resold 18,000 stacks, they could easily recoup their losses. Hence, Joking Scholar needed to take action quickly. If Lone Tyrant found out about this matter, he might not even be able to sell the hard stones he had for 40 coppers a stack, 60 copper coins a stack. Moreover, you guys actually have over 20,000 stacks. Shifeng feigned astonishment as he spoke. Of course. This is our way of showing sincerity. However, you have to buy 20,000 stacks to get such a low price. Joking Scholar nodded his head, smiling. Hold on a minute. I'll ask that person what price he is willing to offer if I buy 20,000 stacks, Shifeng said. Hearing that Shifeng was about to contact the person who knew about the mysterious NPC, Joking Scholar's panic grew. Anyone aware of this information only needed to spend as much effort as flipping a hand over in this transaction. Even if they made a profit of 1 copper coin per stack, they could still earn 2 gold coins from selling 20,000 stacks. However, Joking Scholar's situation was different. Hence, he hurriedly shouted, Guild leader Tyrant, please wait a minute. I don't wish to waste time competing with those people, so I'll offer you a cost price of 50 copper coins. Take it as me trying to befriend you. However, you have to purchase 50,000 stacks. I'll even gift you 300 stacks of iron ore, 400 stacks of silver ore, 200 stacks of mithril ore, 100 stacks of gold ore, and also a mysterious iron-ranked runic ore bag. Nobody can offer you a lower price than me. You're offering 50 copper coins a stack, and they come with a gift of rare ores as well. There are even 100 stacks of gold ore, a high-quality ore that I have never seen before. It seems that you are indeed sincere. I doubt that the other side can offer a price lower than this. All right, then. I'll buy 50,000 stacks of hard stones from you. Shi Feng smiled contently. He was already quite satisfied that he could purchase 2,000 stacks of hard stones for only 50 copper coins a stack at the expense of selling over 200 stacks of hard stones at a price of 40 copper coins a stack. He could purchase over 2,000 stacks at a price of 50 copper coins in return. He had made a huge profit out of this transaction. As for the remaining 48,000 stacks of hard stones, if Joking Scholar uncovered the truth, he would never sell him hard stones for such a low price again. Basically, there wouldn't be another business transaction between him and Twilight Echo. However, Shi Feng paid no mind to this. With this batch of forging materials, he would not run out of hard stones anytime soon. Let's sign a contract then. Guild Leader Tyrant, Joking Scholar took out an electronic contract. With the main god system bearing testimony to this contract, neither party involved was allowed to violate the conditions set. What is the meaning of this? Shi Feng wrinkled his brows slightly. Guild Leader Tyrant, this is a large transaction that involves 50,000 stacks of hard stones. If Guild Leader Tyrant suddenly decides not to buy the hard stones, wouldn't I suffer the loss? Of course, I am not trying to question Guild Leader Tyrant's credibility. However, to avoid any future disputes, let us be villains before nobles, Joking Scholar explained. Still, isn't there a problem with this agreement? I don't mind that the trade has to be done within 10 days, but why do I have to compensate you 5,000 gold coins or 50 million credits, with gold coins as priority, if I renege on the contract, while you guys don't have to pay anything if you renege on your commitment? Shi Feng angrily said, you call this not questioning my reputation? From the way I see it, maybe we should forget about this business transaction altogether. Although Shi Feng appeared angry, inwardly, he couldn't be any happier. Originally, he had no hopes of getting the remaining 48,000 stacks of hard stones. He would never have thought that Joking Scholar would take such an action. Contrary to being furious, Shi Feng couldn't help but eagerly agree to this contract. The evil one brought upon themselves truly was the hardest to bear. Please wait, Guild Leader Tyrant. I simply forgot to write it in. If Twilight Echo reneges on the agreement, we will similarly compensate you with 5,000 gold coins or 50 million credits. Moreover, Guild Leader Tyrant can rest assured about the validity of this contract, as our guild leader has personally signed. The only thing remaining is Guild Leader Tyrant's signature. Joking Scholar hurriedly amended the agreement. He had indeed forgotten about this matter out of panic. After all, he was deeply afraid of Shi Feng discovering the mysterious NPC who sold forging materials. However, as long as both parties signed this agreement, even if Lone Tyrant discovered this mysterious NPC, Joking Scholar had nothing to fear. No, that's more like it, Shi Feng said with satisfaction. After finding no problems with the agreement, Shi Feng was nearly unable to suppress the excitement in his heart. After calming his excited mood down, he signed the contract. However, Joking Scholar was far more excited than Shi Feng. His heart was about to break out of his chest. As he watched Shi Feng finally sign the agreement, the contract receiving the recognition of the main god system, he simultaneously revealed a cold smile. Chapter 238, Perfect Substitute. Let's first trade the 2,000 stacks that I have with me, then. Joking Scholar felt fully relieved now. Sure, Shi Feng revealed a faint smile. Nodding, Joking Scholar then called up the trade interface, initiating the trade with the agreement in effect now. Even if Lone Tyrant discovered the secret, he would not dare renege on the deal. If he did so, he had to pay 5,000 gold coins or 50 million credits, with gold coins set the priority. Hence, he could only gnash his teeth as he purchased 50,000 stacks of hard stones for 50 copper coins a stack. The full transaction would total to 250 gold coins. Meanwhile, by reselling the 48,000 stacks of hard stones he would obtain from the mysterious NPC, Joking Scholar could make a clean profit of 48 gold. In addition to the 10 gold he just obtained, he would have a total profit of 58 gold. Such an amount could allow him to purchase quite a lot of items at the Blackwing City auction. He could also use the leftovers to increase the guild's fluid funds. Joking Scholar nearly roared with excitement. This feeling is great. However, Joking Scholar suppressed his excitement. He still needed to maintain a proper outward appearance. Now that Twilight Echo had such fluid funds, they could develop at a much faster rate. Also, since his contribution in this matter was so great, Joking Scholar wondered just what sort of reward the guild leader would give him currently. Shi Feng also felt exhilarated at the sight of so many forging materials. Most importantly, he had only spent 10 gold coins for all of them. Nothing could feel better than these. As long as he resold them in White River City, he could earn 200 gold coins from the 2,000 stacks of hard stones alone. If he forged all of them into whetstones, he could make 800 gold. If he turned them into advanced whetstones, that would be a 2,000 gold profit. Although he could not make whetstones and advanced whetstones at a 100% success rate, after deducting costs, he could still easily earn over 1,000 gold. Moreover, this was only in the case for 2,000 stacks. If he received the full 50,000 stacks of hard stones from Twilight Echo, he could easily achieve the 30,000 gold needed for his epic quest. Guild leader Tyrant, please hold on a moment. I'll go and retrieve the remaining hard stones. Joking Scholar was satisfied after receiving the money. He would immediately use this money to purchase even more hard stones from that mysterious NPC. Fine. Let's meet up at the bank, then. Shi Feng couldn't help but smile as well when he saw Joking Scholar's smile. Although players could not retrieve their personal belongings from the bank of Blackwing City, they were still allowed to store items. Right now, Shi Feng's bag was full to the brim. It would be inconvenient for him to attend the Blackwing City auction in such a state. Hence, he planned to store his items first. As for the remaining forging materials he had been promised, Shi Feng no longer held any hopes of receiving them. After all, he could already envision the end result. Shi Feng wondered just what sort of expression Joking Scholar would make when he found out that not only was the NPC that sold the forging materials no longer there, but the NPC would also never return. Very quickly, Joking Scholar ran over to the gazebo the mysterious NPC had previously occupied. Where is he? Joking Scholar looked at the scarcely populated alley. Aside from a few players, the mysterious NPC was nowhere to be found. Are you referring to that NPC that sold the forging materials? You came late. That NPC sold out of materials a while ago. He said he would only return tomorrow after restocking. You guys are gullible. Did you really think such things will happen every day? I bet this was a one-time event triggered by some sort of quest. I highly doubt that old man will return. Otherwise, if the old man sold so many hard stones every single day, wouldn't it break the market? The main god system shouldn't make such a mistake. 2 kind-hearted players passing by suddenly started chatting about this incident. How could this be? Hearing the words of the 2 kind-hearted players, Joking Scholar's face instantly turned ashen. Words could no longer describe his current mood. God, just what have I done? Whether the mysterious NPC sold the hard stones in limited amounts every day or stopped selling altogether, to Joking Scholar, there was no difference between the two. No matter which scenario occurred, it was impossible for him to put together 48,000 stacks of hard stones within 10 days. If he failed to do so, then he would break the terms of the contract. If so, he would have to compensate Shi Feng with 5,000 gold coins, or 50 million credits. Faced with such a heavy price, Joking Scholar had instantly fallen from heaven directly into hell. Moreover, he had fallen to the most horrifying 18th layer of hell. Avicii, if he had known such a situation would occur, he absolutely would not have sold those forging materials he had for such a low price. In the end, he had only gained 10 gold coins for all those precious materials. Moreover, he had even dug his own grave and bought his own coffin by signing that 50,000 stack contract with Lone Tyrant. What was he supposed to do now? This won't do. I need to contact Lone Tyrant immediately. I have to think of a way to scrap that contract. At the end of the day, Joking Scholar was still a veteran businessman. Now that he knew what he should do, he hurriedly ran towards the bank of Blackwing City. If he had only lost this batch of forging materials, Twilight Echo could still bear such a loss. It would not greatly hamper the guild's overall development. Furthermore, he had at least received 10 gold coins for those materials. However, the remaining 48,000 stacks of hard stones would take Twilight Echo's life. If he took Twilight Echo's life, the guild leader would take his. Just after Shifeng stored all the materials in the bank, he noticed Joking Scholar running over to him in a flurry. Although Joking Scholar tried to feign calmness, with the immense pressure and fear bearing down on him, he failed. Brother Scholar is fast. It must be exhausting for you to transport the stones back and forth. I wonder how many stacks you have brought this time. Shifeng poked fun at Joking Scholar. Your Excellency Tyrant, I need to discuss a certain matter with you. Joking Scholar no longer had the confidence from before. He even started using honorifics in his speech. However, he had no choice as his life was now in Shifeng's hands. We are already business partners. If you have anything to say, just say it. Shifeng nodded. Your Excellency Tyrant is right. We at Twilight Echo have always been villains before gentlemen. Since we are business partners, we have to consider each other. If we trade 50,000 stacks of hard stones in a single go, I'm assuming that Your Excellency Tyrant won't have enough gold coins. Even if given 10 days, that should not be possible. Hence, after careful consideration, we have decided to alter the contract, loosening the conditions stated on it. How do you feel about this, Your Excellency Tyrant? Joking Scholar slowly explained, his words sounding very logical. If Shifeng hadn't known that Joking Scholar was trying to renege on the contract, he might have been moved to tears by Joking Scholar's words. As expected of a veteran businessman, he can still wear a straight face when tricking someone. For a moment there, I even believed he was thinking of my own good. Shifeng inwardly sneered. Unfortunately, such words could not move his heart or trick him, especially since he had long since known Joking Scholar's true colors. Many thanks for Brother Scholar's worries. However, Brother Scholar can rest assured that, as long as I return to my kingdom with these materials and resell them, I can earn the money back very quickly. I guarantee that I can clear the debt within 10 days, so there is no need for the extra trouble of altering the contract. Shifeng faintly smiled, saying, let's hurry and finish the trade, then. The auction is about to start. Following which, Joking Scholar gave a dozen more reasons to cancel the agreement, such as lowering the price even further, or increasing the trade amount, and so on. Unfortunately, Shifeng had rejected each and every one of them. This situation had pushed Joking Scholar to the brink of insanity. However, Joking Scholar didn't wish to reveal his intentions accidentally, so even though he was close to the point of vomiting blood out of anger, he chose to hold it in. Brother Scholar, you don't have to waste any more words in trying to change the agreement. I will not change it no matter what. After all, I can purchase 50,000 stacks of hard stones at a price of 50 coppers a stack. That is a rare opportunity that I won't find even if I try. Even if I bought them from an NPC, I definitely couldn't buy so many. You knew all along. Of course. Who wouldn't know about such a huge incident? Is there something wrong with your head? You wanted to resell the hard stones you bought from that NPC and make a huge profit off of me. Keep that in your dreams. I already felt that the NPC was unreliable. Thus, I agreed to your offer. Seeing your frustration, as expected, that NPC really was unreliable. I eagerly anticipate the arrival of the remaining 48,000 hard stones. You swindled me. I am representing Twilight Echo. Aren't you afraid of angering Twilight Echo with your actions? We can extinguish a third-rate guild like Dark Star at any given minute. Oh. Twilight Echo is a first-rate guild. I'm so scared. Unfortunately for you, Twilight Echo is based in the distant Storm Empire. You guys are simply too far away from Star Moon Kingdom. So what if you are amazing? Can you do anything to me? What can you do to Dark Star? If you have the ability, then come to Star Moon Kingdom. I'll gladly exterminate Twilight Echo and remove its name from God's domain permanently. However, for now, you guys best think of a plan to deal with the compensation. Ha ha ha. Saying so, Shifeng departed from Blackwing City's bank, laughing loudly and leaving behind an utterly dazed Joking Scholar. Joking Scholar was completely unable to accept the reality that he had been swindled. However, compared to being swindled, he felt more humiliated over the fact that Shifeng had been toying with him from the beginning. Moreover, he had gladly jumped for joy like a monkey. When Joking Scholar thought about this, he felt utterly humiliated. After a good while had passed, Joking Scholar bellowed, "Lone Tyrant, just you wait. Twilight Echo's power far exceeds your imagination. We will definitely destroy you and Dark Star." Chapter 239, Surprised Again and Again. After Joking Scholar recovered from his shock, he immediately called up the system communication interface and reported to Twilight Echo's guild leader, Glorious Echo Guild Leader, that Lone Tyrant clearly looks down on Twilight Echo. He has already resolved to swindle 5,000 gold coins from us. Joking Scholar reported everything that happened to Glorious Echo, trembling as he spoke. Although he was one of the core members of Twilight Echo, he had caused a huge loss to the guild this time. Who knew what the guild leader would do to him? I understand. However, a mere third-rate guild is not yet worthy of me taking action personally. I'll send Brilliant War God to deal with the corporation standing behind Dark Star in reality. If Lone Tyrant is sensible, he should know what to do. If he thinks he can easily take 5,000 gold coins from me, he should think again. However, Scholar, your performance this time has disappointed me. After you're done with the auction, return and hand over your duties to Green Wave. Yes, Guild Leader. I will meet with Green Wave once I return. Although Glorious Echo had not scolded Joking Scholar, he had made his intentions clear. Instantly, Joking Scholar's outward appearance seemed to age by over a decade. Even if he inwardly felt reluctant, he could only accept this conclusion at this moment. Hatred of Lone Tyrant filled Joking Scholar's very soul. If it weren't for Lone Tyrant, he would not have fallen to such a fate unless he could perform astonishingly, bringing a huge benefit to the guild. The guild would no longer regard him with any importance. No. I can't just give up. As long as I can buy an item at the Blackwing auction that will surprise the guild leader, he might even decide to rescind my punishment. A final trace of hope ignited in Joking Scholar with the 8 gold he had brought from the guild. In addition to the 10 gold he previously obtained, he currently had 18 gold on him. With so much money, not even a first-rate guild could contest him in the auction. Elsewhere, Shifeng had already arrived at the Blackwing auction house under the guise of Black Flame. Shifeng's plan had succeeded magnificently. Not only had he earned a large sum of coins and credits, but he also helped Dark Star make a powerful enemy. Twilight Echo was a first-rate guild. Meanwhile, as the guild leader of this first-rate guild, Glorious Echo possessed over 20 years of experience playing virtual reality games. Furthermore, he had led Twilight Echo in campaigns in the virtual world for over a decade, so he had a wealth of experience, and his strength and techniques were also extremely powerful. Aside from such an impressive guild leader, Twilight Echo also possessed tens of top-tier experts. In the past, every one of these experts had become Tier 4 or above powerhouses. In addition, Twilight Echo also had 3 members who had achieved a Tier 6 class in the past, becoming God-ranked powerhouses. Among those 3, one was none other than Twilight Echo's guild leader, Glorious Echo himself. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose and one of her good friends took up the other 2 spots. This was the reason Twilight Echo stood out amongst the many tyrants surrounding them, becoming one of the few super guilds in God's domain. In the past, Twilight Echo had far surpassed Ouroboros in every aspect, and they had even established a gigantic virtual empire for themselves. Back then, Twilight Echo was an existence that Shifeng could only admire from afar. Of course, Shifeng could not take the current Twilight Echo lightly. After all, Twilight Echo was still a first-rate guild. It had an extraordinary background, and there were countless corporations supporting them financially. They similarly had a large influence in the real world. To deal with a third-rate guild like Dark Star, they could simply put some pressure on Dark Star economically in reality, and Dark Star would suffer. Hence the reason Shifeng had chosen to disguise himself as Lone Tyrant when toying with Twilight Echo. Right now, Shifeng still did not know who supported Dark Star from behind the scenes. However, with a first-rate guild like Twilight Echo placing financial pressure on them in the real world, Shifeng could, at least, glimpse the powerful organization standing behind Dark Star. That way, Shifeng could take appropriate measures to deal with them in the future. Just as Shifeng was about to take a seat in the auction hall, Shifeng's system communicator rang out. The person contacting him was none other than Aqua Rose, who had been out of reach all this time. Miss Aqua, you sure are a busy person. You actually sent a representative for such an important business transaction. Shifeng teased. Shifeng was very clear that Aqua Rose's absence had something to do with Glorious Echo. After all, Aqua Rose's recent performance had been too impressive. The nail that stuck out would be hammered down. Glorious Echo must have felt Aqua Rose was a threat to his position. Master Black Flame, you must be joking. I've only managed to log into God's domain after much difficulty. However, it seems that I am still too late. Aqua Rose's tone was helpless as she spoke. What happened? Shifeng asked curiously. Based on Aqua Rose's tone, Shifeng could tell that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Otherwise, why would a strong woman like Aqua Rose reveal a trace of depression and helplessness? At the end of the day, Aqua Rose was still an honorary elder of Twilight Echo. Her position in the guild was extremely high. Moreover, Aqua Rose's family in the real world had a powerful background. Her family was also one of the corporations supporting Twilight Echo financially, so they possessed significant shares of the guild. Thus, unless Glorious Echo had gone insane, he should not have taken any vicious actions against Aqua Rose. The current situation was merely a business competition, and both were still doing it to develop Twilight Echo. At worst, both parties would only feel dissatisfied with each other. They would not break off all relations with and start an all-out where it's nothing much. I only left Twilight Echo, that's all, Aqua Rose casually replied. What? You left Twilight Echo? Did your family not say anything about this? Shifeng nearly thought his ears had played a trick on him. Although Aqua Rose sounded relaxed, Shifeng could feel the aggrieved feelings hidden behind her words. After all, he had personally experienced a similar situation in the past. Still, the corporation behind Aqua Rose possesses a significant number of the Twilight Echo's shares. That Glorious Echo must have gone insane to expel Aqua Rose from the guild. My family tried to force me to do something that I didn't want to do. I refused, so I was expelled from Twilight Echo as a result. In a fit of rage, I also ran away from home. I am penniless now after buying a new virtual reality helmet. I wonder if Master Black Flame would be willing to shelter me. Aqua Rose giggled as she joked she had only been joking about her current financial state. After all, it was a fact that she was the princess of a major corporation. It was inevitable that she would have some money saved up. Even if she ran away from home and did not rely on her parents, the money she had in her bank account could allow her to live the rest of her life in peace without working. Sure. I would gladly welcome a powerful helper like Miss Rose. How does an annual salary of 1 million credits, in addition to 5% of my workshop's shares, sound to you? Shifeng naturally knew Aqua Rose only joked with him. However, Shifeng did not wish to miss such a fortuitous opportunity now that it had landed in his lap. Who knew how long he would have to wait to encounter such an opportunity again? Aqua Rose was immediately dumbfounded by Shifeng's offer. Normally, it was already impressive for a guild to offer an annual salary in the millions. Yet, Shifeng went as far as to offer her 5% of his guild's shares willingly. This was an unimaginable offer, and it clearly showed how highly Shifeng viewed her. Aqua Rose suddenly felt bewildered. Originally, she had intended to start up her own workshop from scratch. After all, some of her loyal subordinates had left Twilight Echo with her after learning of her expulsion. With this group of people under her command, she could still establish a relatively strong workshop. In the future, she intended to build a guild powerful enough to rival Twilight Echo. She wanted to teach her family that their decision was a mistake. The only problem remaining would be Twilight Echo's oppression. It was also why she currently had a massive headache. If she wished to continue developing herself and her workshop in the Storm Empire, they would have to face the full brunt of Twilight Echo. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose was very clear on just how amazing Twilight Echo was as a guild, but now that Shifeng had invited her with such sincerity, she was at a loss on what to do. Chapter 240, Purgatory's Shadow. If that is still not enough, you can become the vice leader of the guild. You can also form your own elite team and maintain independence. How about it? Shifeng added. Twilight Echo's abandonment of a future Tier 6 God-ranked powerhouse was the same as crippling both of their arms. The reason Shifeng thought both, and not just one of their arms, was because, without Aqua Rose, her Tier 6 friend would not join Twilight Echo. Hence, Twilight Echo's decision to expel Aqua Rose was the equivalent of expelling two future God-ranked powerhouses. Meanwhile, Shifeng had single-handedly caused this tragedy of Twilight Echo's, albeit unintentionally. If he could recruit Aqua Rose into his guild, he very much looked forward to the guild's future. Even if I agree to your offer, I still have a group of subordinates in the Storm Empire. I might be able to afford the expensive teleportation fee for myself, but they won't be able to. Moreover, for my sake, they chose to leave Twilight Echo and abandon their bright futures there. I can't just abandon them for my own selfish reasons. I am truly sorry about this. Although Shifeng's offer was very attractive, Aqua Rose was not willing to abandon her subordinates. Are there a lot of them? Shifeng asked. There should be over 100 people. Master Black Flame, you should just give up. Not even Twilight Echo can afford the teleportation fee for so many people. Aqua Rose naturally understood Shifeng's intentions behind the question. Teleportation across countries was costly. Moreover, the Storm Empire was very far away from Starmoon Kingdom, so the teleportation fee involved would be far more expensive. A rough estimate for a single player was 2 to 3 gold coins, while the total for 100 players would be at least 200 to 300 gold coins, not to mention just one first-rate guild. Even 10 first-rate guilds combined couldn't afford such a price. It was impossible that Shifeng would possess so many gold coins, so it's only 100 or so. Fortunately, there aren't too many. Shifeng sighed in relief. If there were over 1,000 players, then he would truly feel heartache from the teleportation fees. Come to Starmoon Kingdom, then. I'll pay the teleportation fees. He had earned a ton from Twilight Echo before, and right now, it just so happened that he could return some of it to Aqua Rose. This could be considered as a type of fate as well. However, if Glorious Echo found out about this, he would most likely vomit blood out of anger. Master Black Flame, that's 300 gold coins, not 3 gold coins, Aqua Rose reminded Shifeng. Yes, I know that. I'll send 300 gold to you in a moment. After you arrive in White River City, head to the Starstreak trading firm to look for me. As the Blackwing auction had already started, Shifeng disconnected the call after saying so. Shifeng's words left Aqua Rose utterly shocked. Just what kind of power is behind Master Black Flame? How could he have such astonishing wealth? To casually hand over 300 gold coins. Could it be one of those super guilds? Shifeng's tone when he spoke had been very casual, as if the 300 gold coins he mentioned were merely 3 gold coins. Aqua Rose shook her head. No, even those super guilds can't spend 300 gold coins with such ease. This is interesting. Anyway, I'll get my answers as long as I arrive at White River City. Aqua Rose revealed a faint smile, anticipation filling her heart. Meanwhile, the venue of today's Blackwing auction was already packed with players. Among all these players, a majority consisted of the upper echelons of large guilds. These guilds had scraped up every single coin they could for today's auction. From their inquiries, they learned that the auction house sold many astonishing items. Even if it was only in the normal auction, items such as fine gold equipment and materials required to forge dark gold equipment would be available. There was also a small possibility for items such as dark gold weapons and epic ranked items to appear in the auction. One only needed sufficient coins to purchase these precious items. After going through several warm-up auctions, the fiery atmosphere in the auction venue reached its zenith from the start. Players desired every item that had been up for auction. However, none of these items piqued Shifeng's interest, as all of them were only mysterious iron rank. Although such items were useful to a guild's elite members, they were not of much use to him. Meanwhile, the following item that appeared on stage instantly caused the eyes of every player present to shine. They all expressed great interest in this item. This item was a fine gold rank dagger. Ice Thorn dagger, fine gold rank. Level 15. Attack plus 134. Strength plus 18, agility plus 24, endurance plus 15. Additional passive skill dash. Power of Frost, deals 50% frost damage to the target, reducing target's movement speed and attack speed by 50% for 4 seconds. If an assassin equipped this dagger, they would be like a tiger that had grown wings. Even if the assassin failed to kill the enemy with a single hit, with the speed reduction in effect, they could continue linking skills to destroy their enemy. Aside from the Ice Thorn, there was also a dagger called Raging Flames dagger. Raging Flames dagger, fine gold rank. Level 15. Attack plus 134. Strength plus 18, agility plus 24, endurance plus 15. Additional skill dash. Power of Flames, deals 50% flame damage to the target, reducing the target's defense by 10% for 20 seconds. Effect stacks up to a maximum of 5 times. All assassins in the auction venue grew excited at the appearance of these two daggers. They practically drooled, wishing they could equip these blades. Regarding the speed reduction, the armor break effect, or the additional 50% magic damage, they were all precious to assassins. One could say that these two daggers were the best weapons for assassins at this stage of the game, and they were second to none. However, the minimum bid also caused the players to feel helpless and frustrated. The bidding started at 5 gold coins. Moreover, the minimum increment for each bid was 10 silver coins. If they were to compete for this item, the price would still increase by a lot. If one of the large guilds present bid on these daggers, that guild would lose the ability to compete for the following items to show up in the auction unless they had a particular need for these daggers. None of the guilds present would insist on buying them. Not bad. They are indeed top-tier weapons for a level 15 assassin. It just so happens that I can gift them to Fire Dance, Shifeng said in satisfaction after examining the attributes of the daggers. Great. Heaven has yet to forsake me. If I can present these daggers to the guild leader, he would definitely be very happy. He might even decide to my repeal punishment. Sitting at the forefront of the auction hall, Joking Scholar's eyes turned crimson as he looked at the Ice Thorn and Raging Flames dagger displayed on the stage. If level 200 guards were not present, he might have rushed onto the stage to snatch the weapons. After the auctioneer announced the start of the bidding, the entire auction hall exploded. 5 gold. 5 gold, 50 silvers. 6 gold. Before a minute had passed, the price of the daggers had reached 7 gold 20 silvers. When the majority of the guilds saw such a price, they quickly gave up on the daggers. Ha ha ha. You all can compete with each other all you want, but don't even think that you can win against me. Joking Scholar was completely confident at the moment. He was not afraid that someone could bid higher than he could. Moreover, this was only the start of the auction. Many more items would appear later on, and no one knew how powerful the following items would be. Everyone would hold back their bids. Hence, Joking Scholar was not afraid of someone competing with him over the dagger. Seeing that the bids had stopped, Shifeng opened his mouth and said, 10 gold coins. The auction venue instantly fell silent. Although these daggers were top-tier weapons for an assassin, that price was simply too high. However, that was not to say that these daggers were worth such a price tag. Rather, not many players currently present could afford such a price. They had not brought that many coins with them to the auction. If the auction were conducted using credits, many players would be more than willing to spend 500,000 credits to buy these daggers of Black Flame. Shit! He is actually trying to compete with me. How could he have so much money? Joking Scholar was on the brink of insanity. If he offered an even higher price for the daggers, then he could not afford to bid on later items. Yet, if he did not buy these daggers, his future would be bleak in the end. Joking Scholar made a decision, loudly shouting, 10 gold 20 silvers. In response, Sure Feng merely smiled as he casually said, 12 gold. 12 gold 10 silvers. Joking Scholar gripped his chest in pain as he shouted, his hatred for Sure Feng growing intensely annoying little pest. 20 gold. Sure Feng did not wish to waste his time with Joking Scholar, so he abruptly raised the bid by a huge margin. He did not mind spending such a small amount of money. After all, he had made a huge profit off Twilight Echo today Black Flame. Joking Scholar glared at Sure Feng, a hint of despair hidden within his eyes. He only had 18 gold on him right now, so he had no way to compete for the daggers at all. He never imagined that, in the very end, the Black Flame he had looked down on would give him the final blow, sending him into the abyss of despair. On the other hand, Sure Feng felt it troublesome to pay attention to Joking Scholar. He did not even glance at the Mithraea as he focused on the next auctioned item, Purgatory's Shadow. This was one of the 3 treasures one could only find in the Blackwing auction house. Chapter 241, Envious Wealth. All the players present at the auction venue were awestruck by Sure Feng's bid of 20 gold coins. Players who could attend the Blackwing auction all had extraordinary backgrounds. Even so, none of them could afford such a price, although plenty of the players present were provided funding by their own guilds, that only amounted to 10 gold or so. Even the wealthiest guild present had brought only a little more than 20 gold. Hence, nobody present would be willing to go all out just for a pair of level 15 daggers, even if they were weapons of supreme quality. Although these daggers could instantly turn an expert assassin into an apex assassin, they would not be of much help to the guild in the long run. Even if the players present could afford to buy these daggers, they would not spend 20 gold to do so. After the auctioneer slammed his hammer for the 3rd time, everyone in the audience started laughing maniacally. What a stupid guy. He actually spent 20 gold for those 2 daggers. I wonder who he is trying to impress, for him to willingly part with so much money. Ha ha ha. At least I have one less competitor now. 20 gold. What a rich tycoon. While ignoring everyone's mockery, Sure Feng paid 20 gold to the auction house and received the 2 daggers. He then shifted his focus to the next item up for bid, Purgatory's Shadow, one-handed sword, dark gold rank. Level 20, can be upgraded twice. Attack plus 273. Strength plus 30, Agility plus 25, Endurance plus 22. Attack speed plus 2. 20% chance to cause 300% damage, 10% chance to reduce damage dealt by target by 20%. Effect not stackable, additional skill dash. Purgatory power, when activated, increases attack speed by 100% and damage dealt by 30% for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. In God's domain, weapons and equipment could be categorized into 2 types, those that could be upgraded, and those that could not be upgraded. A majority of the weapons and equipment available belong to the latter category, and only a scant few items could be upgraded. Normally, only items of epic rank or above could grow along with a player's level, and very rarely would any item below epic rank possess such a capability. It can be upgraded twice, as expected of one of the treasures of the Blackwing auction house. If this item could be upgraded to level 30, it can still be of use even when players reach level 45. Sure Feng was very satisfied with this weapon. He could equip the Purgatory's Shadow once he reached level 20, and he would not need to waste time looking for a new weapon. Not only was the Purgatory's shadow suited to swordsmen, it was also suitable for shield warriors and guardian knights. If an MT equipped this sword, not only would their maximum HP greatly increase, their damage output would similarly increase by a huge margin. They could aggro monsters much more firmly. However, the most important feature of this sword was its ability to reduce a target's damage dealing by 20%. This weapon was practically made to counter boss monsters. If used inside a team dungeon, its effect would be decisive compared to the two fine gold ranked daggers from before. The dark gold ranked Purgatory's shadow would be of much greater help to a guild. However, the minimum price for the Purgatory's shadow was likewise greater. Many guilds were overwhelmed by the sword's starting bid of 15 gold. With the funds they possessed, they could only sit on the sidelines in this auction. This sword belongs to me. Everyone else, don't even think of trying to compete against me for it. Who the fuck are you? We, world dominators, have taken a liking to this sword. Whoever dares to bid will be looking for trouble with us. Do you guys think you are the only first-rate guild present in this auction? Our guild is the bloodthirsty war god. Anyone who dares to bid will be dead meat. Although the price of the Purgatory's shadow was high, the competition for it was still intense. It made one truly wonder just what price it would achieve in this auction. Hence, the many first-rate guilds present started sending warnings to the other guilds in the hopes of buying the Purgatory's shadow at a cheap price. Idiots. Surephone helplessly shook his head at their actions. Did these people think that the ones buying items here were limited only to players? Although the minimum bid for the Purgatory's shadow was 15 gold, according to Shurfeng's understanding, one needed to bid at least 25 gold in order to secure the item. Otherwise, it would be bought out by NPCs. Did these first-rate guilds think that, by voicing threats, they could take advantage of loopholes in the system? Soon after, the bidding for the Purgatory's shadow started, and the price for the sword soared continuously in a blink of an eye. The price of the sword had already reached 20 gold. The ones currently bidding for the sword consisted of only first-rate guilds. Second-rate and third-rate guilds did not have the funds to take part in this auction at all. They could only look on in silence, unwillingness filling their hearts. Meanwhile, Joking Scholar similarly felt helpless as he sat in the front row of the auction. If he had not been swindled by Lone Tyrant, he could have bought those two daggers already and also this Purgatory's shadow, while the other guilds could only watch as he did so. After the bidding continued for several minutes, the price for the Purgatory's shadow finally stopped increasing at 24 gold 30 silvers. This price was very low where level 20 dark gold weapons were concerned. Not to mention, this was also a dark gold weapon that could be upgraded. Ha ha ha. This Purgatory's shadow belongs to me now. Seeing that nobody else was outbidding him, the berserker from World Dominators cheered. The members of other guilds could only look at this berserker with unwillingness in their eyes. In an auction, players competed with one another in terms of wealth, not influence. However, immediately after the auctioneer slammed his hammer for the second time, someone broke the silence and made a bid. Moreover, it wasn't just limited to a single person. 25 gold. 26 gold. This sword looks finely made. I can add it to my collection. I'll bid 30 gold coins. At this moment, a nobleman of Blackwing City placed an astonishing bid, stupefying all the guilds present. Why are the NPCs joining the bid as well? This question baffled many of those present in this auction. If NPCs were going to bid against them too, how were they supposed to compete? That man was an NPC. A noble of Blackwing City at that. How were players supposed to outbid him? Damn. This auction house is clearly trying to toy around with us. They're only letting us players compete for the non-precious items. If I had known this would happen, I would have bought those two fine gold-ranked daggers from before. That person was truly lucky. He managed to so easily obtain those two daggers. Many of the players present started regretting their previous inaction. They never thought that the auction house would play such a card. 31 gold. At this moment, a familiar, indifferent voice resounded in the auction hall. Every player in the venue immediately turned their gazes toward the origin of this indifferent voice. However, their eyes were immediately filled with both shock and disbelief when they discovered the owner of the voice. The person who called out this bid was none other than Shifeng, the person who previously bought the 2 fine gold-ranked daggers for 20 gold. Now, he had once again placed a bid of 31 gold. How much money does this fellow have? Everyone started making speculations that Shifeng might have robbed an NPC noble. Otherwise, how could he have so much money? After Shifeng shouted his bid of 31 gold, the great noble immediately countered with a bid of 32 gold. However, Shifeng did not fall behind as he followed up with 33 gold. As both parties took turns placing bids, the price of the Purgatory's shadow gradually increased. Every player witnessing this scene had their mouths gaping wide in shock. Finally, Shifeng secured the Purgatory's shadow at a price of 39 gold, following which, several rounds of auction passed without much commotion. Compared to Shifeng's 39 gold purchase, the other auctioned items were sold at much lower prices. Although another treasure appeared during the auction, it was a dark gold-ranked leather armor that failed to pique Shifeng's interest. In the end, the equipment was bought by an NPC for 32 gold. When the auction reached its peak, the bid for the third treasure finally started. This third treasure could also be considered the grand finale of this auction. Just the starting bid of this item was already set at 30 gold, causing every guild present to give up on bidding for it. After all, they already knew that, in order to secure this item, they would have to bid at least 50 gold or above. Unless several first-rate guilds pooled their funds together, it would be an impossible feat. However, the notion of forming such an alliance was simply unimaginable for the many first-rate guilds present. Lending money to other guilds at this point in time would be no different from lending money to an enemy. Even if they did join together and purchase the item, there would only be one copy of the item. How were they supposed to split it? Hence, it was impossible for any of the guilds present to form an alliance. Chapter 242, Arclight Shield. Originally, the guilds attending the Blackwing auction had already given up on bidding for the final item. They merely stayed to take a look at how high the price of the final item would reach. The minimum price for the item was 30 gold. None of the guilds present were that flush with fluid funds. However, the moment their sights landed on the final item, they instantly had a change of heart. The reason being, the item displayed on stage was simply too important to a guild. The final item was neither weapon nor equipment. Instead, it was a forging design. If the forging design was for a normal weapon or equipment, nobody would have paid any attention to it. However, the forging design being auctioned was for the Arclight Shield, a level 15 fine gold-ranked shield. If they could produce this item, it would definitely provide a huge improvement for the MTs and their guilds. This shield was especially useful during this crucial period of the game, with more and more first clears of 10-man and 20-man dungeons taken. The various large guilds had already started challenging 50-man team dungeons. However, there was one problem that vexed them without end. Their MTs could not even tank the first boss of the dungeon. If their MTs couldn't even survive the attacks of the boss, how were they supposed to raid it? However, if a handful of MTs equipped this Arclight Shield, raiding the dungeon would become a much easier endeavor. This won't do. Our guild needs to get this item. I have to contact the guild leader immediately. This shield is simply too good. I must have it. The representatives of the first-rate guilds present had, at the first moment, contacted their respective guild leaders and reported this matter to them. The answer these representatives received was also one of confirmation. They were told to obtain the forging design at all costs. These representatives were also told to contact the other second-rate and third-rate guilds present at the auction venue, to seek their cooperation. In return, the first-rate guilds would produce the appropriate amount of Arclight shields for them based on the amount of money they contributed originally. The second-rate and third-rate guilds present had long since given up on bidding for the Arclight shield forging design. After all, they could not even afford the minimum price of the item. Now that they were given new hope, they would naturally be more than willing to lend their help. 1, 2, 3. More and more second-rate and third-rate guilds started allying themselves with first-rate guilds. They pooled together all the funds they had, and very quickly, plenty of first-rate guilds had managed to collect a total sum of around 50 gold. They then proceeded to place bids one after another. The price of the Arclight shield forging design consistently rose, starting from the minimum bid of 30 gold. Its price quickly increased to 51 gold. The guild strived very hard to outbid each other. As soon as they received the funds of another guild, they would immediately call out the highest bid they could afford. They were deeply afraid that, if they gave the other guilds too much time, the other guilds would be able to obtain even more funds, just as these guilds were competing against one another with a fiery passion. 60 gold. Shifeng immediately raised the bid by 9 gold. Shifeng did not wish to waste too much time on this auction. In any case, it was a must for him to obtain this Arclight shield forging design. Why do you have so much money? Just who is this brat? Previously, they had already been shocked by Shifeng's wealth. Now, however, they started feeling frightened. After spending 59 gold to purchase 3 weapons, Shifeng was still able to place a bid of 60 gold. If they had not been aware of the fact that players were not allowed to place a bid without having the corresponding amount of money, they would definitely have thought that Shifeng was just joking around. Faced with the pressure of 60 gold, 2 first-rate guilds immediately joined hands to place a new bid. Meanwhile, the guild to take the lead in this alliance was World Dominators. The representative for this guild yelled out his bid of 61 gold right away. 70 gold. Shifeng no longer wished to play around in these muddied waters. Otherwise, he would have to pointlessly waste a lot of money. 71 gold. 80 gold. 81 gold. 90 gold. Before even a minute had passed, the price of the Arclight shield forging design had already reached a staggering 106 gold. If such an amount was converted into credits, that would be more than 1 million credits. If one took into account the inflation that would occur due to the volume purchase of coins, then the value of 106 gold coins might even reach 2 million credits. 2 million credits just for a forging design. If a normal player were to learn about this, they would definitely consider Shifeng insane, a spendthrift that had nowhere to spend his money. However, Shifeng felt that the Arclight shield forging design was worth such an amount of money. After all, the value of this forging design would only grow higher once it entered his hands. Damn. To actually run out of money at this crucial time. We definitely can't fall short at this final moment. Who else has money? Overlord Warbear, the berserker from World Dominators, started panicking. His guild leader had already given him the command to obtain the forging design at all costs. However, even after joining hands with another first-rate guild and more than a dozen second-rate and third-rate guilds, they still could not outbid a single Shifeng. Warbear was truly at a loss on what to do now. He had even secretly contacted Shifeng before. As long as Shifeng was willing to let World Dominators have the forging design, he was willing to compensate Shifeng with 1 million credits. Yet, the price of the forging design still continued to increase higher and higher. He was already nearing the brink of insanity. Right now. I can lend you a hand. I have 18 gold with me here. This should be enough to suppress that black flame. Joking Scholar walked over to Warbear at this moment. What conditions do you have? I advise you to give up if they are too outrageous. I won't hand over this forging design no matter what. Of course I know this. My conditions are simple. After World Dominators obtains the forging design, just give me the Arclight shield that I deserve. In addition, I also wish for you guys to take care of that black flame. He is affiliated with the Starmoon Kingdom, and I know World Dominators has quite a number of members there. Dealing with Black Flame should be no problem for you all. Aside from his hatred for Lone Tyrant, Joking Scholar's remaining hatred was targeted at Black Flame. Unfortunately, Joking Scholar did not know that both persons were actually one. Fine, I'll agree to your conditions. In truth, without needing your mention, World Dominators would similarly take care of him. Overlord Warbear revealed a faint smile. The two of them quickly reached an agreement. Joking Scholar then traded all his gold coins over to Overlord Warbear. Just as the auctioneer was about to slam the hammer for the second time, Overlord Warbear hurriedly shouted, 108 gold. Shifeng sent a glance at Joking Scholar and Overlord Warbear, a sneer on his face. He couldn't help but shake his head as he indifferently said, 115 gold. 121 gold. I don't believe that I can't surpass you even after I bid everything I have. Although Overlord Warbear did not know Shifeng's bottom line, the increment on his latest bid was much lower than usual. Shifeng was definitely reaching his limit. Hence, Warbear immediately added 6 gold to the bid. Shifeng definitely could not take out so much money. Brat, you're 100 years too early if you think you can compete against me. This is your bottom line. Shifeng calmly smiled. 135 gold. He increased the bid by 14 gold in a single go. World dominators would not be able to fill up this gap even if they included another second-rate guild into their little alliance. As for recruiting a first-rate guild, that was an extremely difficult matter to achieve 135 gold. How could this be possible? I must be dreaming. How could he possibly have so much money? Isn't he just an independent player? Joking Scholar was immediately dumbfounded when he heard Shifeng's bid. As for Overlord Warbear standing beside Joking Scholar, he was fervently contacting other guilds to form an alliance. However, although he received a favorable reply from another first-rate guild, the condition set by that guild was for them to receive the forging design instead of world dominators. Naturally, Overlord Warbear refused this condition. Yet the few additional third-rate guilds he managed to recruit barely had any money on them. Even after summing up all the additional coins he received, Overlord Warbear did not have the right to shout out a bid at all. 135 gold going once. 135 gold going twice. Even when the auctioneer's hammer landed for the second time, not a single guild present was able to place a new bid. They watched blankly as the auction proceeded toward its end, powerless to do anything about it. 135 gold going thrice. Let us congratulate Mr. Black Flame for obtaining this Arclight shield forging design. Following which, a beautiful hostess brought the forging design to Shifeng. After Shifeng paid the 135 gold to the auction house, the hostess similarly handed the forging design over to Shifeng. After officially receiving the Arclight shield forging design, Shifeng wondered just what sort of attributes the shield itself possessed. With such a thought in mind, Shifeng tapped on the item and took a look at its description. Immediately, his lips curled up slightly in a smile. Chapter 243, Bountiful Harvest. Overlord Warbear and Joking Scholar felt great resentment for Shifeng when they saw his smile. They thought Shifeng was mocking them and looking at them in contempt. In reality, Shifeng's smile was purely due to his joy. However, compared to when Overlord Warbear and Joking Scholar first met Shifeng, they dared not underestimate him any longer. On the contrary, their eyes were filled with vigilance. Now Shifeng showed everyone that he was more than capable of spending such a large amount of coins. If someone were to say that Shifeng did not possess any major power supporting him from behind, not even a ghost would believe them. The only question that remained was, what sort of power backed Shifeng? Since Warbear failed to complete the task given to him by his guild leader, his expression looked extremely bad right now. However, he was simply helpless in this matter. 135 gold. Even if every member of World Dominators pooled their coins together, they still wouldn't be able to collect such an amount. It was only natural that he lost the bid. Compared to Overlord Warbear, Joking Scholar was in a much more tragic situation. First, he had ruined the matter of the business transaction. Now, he didn't even manage to buy a single item in the Blackwing auction. What kind of explanation was he supposed to give his guild leader, Glorious Echo? However, Shifeng was very grateful for Joking Scholar. It was only thanks to Joking Scholar's greed that he managed to obtain so many forging materials. As for the reason why he had smiled, it was simply because of the materials needed to produce the Arclight shield. The main ingredients for producing it were mithril ore and gold Oregon. Though difficult, Shifeng could still find ways to obtain the mithril Oregon. For gold ore, however, it was simply too rare in the Star Moon Kingdom, not to mention White River City. However, Twilight Echo had given him quite an amount of them, enough for him to make plenty of Arclight shields. As for the other material needed, it was the magic crystals that were dropped by the bosses of Team Dungeons with a 100% drop rate. This item was not particularly precious. However, due to the amount dropped each time being low, it would be difficult for Shifeng to mass-produce the Arclight shield. Furthermore, the attributes of the Arclight shield had far surpassed Shifeng's original estimation, and he could already envision the popularity of the shield itself. Arclight shield, fine gold rank. Level 15. Equipment requirement, strength 90. Defense plus 460. Block rate, 37%. Strength plus 15, endurance plus 25. Evasion plus 8. Additional passive skill 1 dash. Sound of Life, every attack received will grant user a stack of Power of Life, increasing maximum HP by 3% and received healing by 1% for 1 minute. Maximum of 10 stacks. Additional passive skill 2 dash. Refraction, triggers once every 30 seconds. Becomes immune to one attack. Leaving aside the shield's high defense and block rate, just the passive skills Sound of Life and Refraction would greatly increase an MT's durability. Not to mention, the basic attributes of the shield itself were also very good. The Arclight shield was definitely an excellent piece of equipment. If a 50-man team could have all their MTs equipped with the Arclight shield, they might have a very high chance of successfully raiding the normal mode of a 50-man team dungeon. Right now it should be about time for me to return. Shifeng was very satisfied with his trip to Blackwing City this time. He had reaped a bountiful harvest. First was the 50 million credit agreement. Next was his successful recruitment of Aqua Rose. Now, he had even obtained the forging design for the Arclight shield. Most importantly, Aqua Rose was also going to bring her 100+ elite players over. Their addition had instantly increased his guild's overall strength by a large margin. The next problem he had to deal with was how he would integrate these new members into his guild. Over 100 people, huh? Aqua Rose has truly given me a huge help this time. Now, I won't have to worry about lacking members to raid the demon's castle. Shifeng felt that it would not be enough just to have a workshop. He needed to make some additional preparations and initiate his follow-up plans. After Shifeng departed from the Blackwing auction house, he immediately mailed 300 gold to Aqua Rose. He then returned to White River City, intending to await Aqua Rose and her allies' arrival at the Starstreak trading firm. However, the process of mailing money to other players usually took between 30 minutes to an hour. Hence, Shifeng decided to first head to the Adventurers Association. Currently, none of the guilds in White River City had their own guild residence yet. Members of various guilds had to visit the Adventurers Association in order to receive guild quests, which they complete to increase guild reputation and strengthen the guild. Hence, the Adventurers Association had become the second most popular location in White River City. Just as Shifeng was about to enter the Adventurers Association, his communicator rang. It can't be this quick, right? At first, Shifeng thought Aqua Rose was contacting him. However, when he saw that the caller ID displayed actually belonged to Gentle Snow, he couldn't help but be shocked. Don't tell me it's about the mana armor kits again. Previously, Shifeng had used quite a number of basic mana armor kits to trade for a few advanced whetstone recipes with Gentle Snow. He had then let Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile learn the recipes. During this period of time, both girls had already been promoted to intermediate forging apprentices, and were currently in the midst of striving to become advanced forging apprentices. Shifeng couldn't help but admit that both of them were indeed future master forgers. Both of them improved very quickly. In addition, the more they forged, the higher their success rate. Currently, they already had a 20% success rate at producing the advanced whetstones. When compared to the forgers of other guilds, the two girls were ahead by leaps and bounds. In a few more days, the two of them could very well be promoted to advanced forging apprentices, becoming a true help to him. Miss Snow, did you find some new advanced whetstone recipes? Shifeng asked Master Black Flame. How could you hide such an important matter from me? I feel hurt. Gentle Snow faintly smiled. Hide. Miss Snow, you must be joking. I am a very superficial person that can easily be seen through. How could I possibly hide anything from you? Shifeng joked. All right, stop acting. You placed yourself in the limelight at the Blackwing auction house just now, and the news of this matter has long since spread throughout the various first-rate guilds. Each and every one of them wishes to seek cooperation with you and purchase those Arclight shields from you. Gentle Snow smiled as she continued, "Aren't we old friends? Shouldn't you sell them to me for a cheap price? Your information gathering is truly efficient, Miss Snow." Shifeng smiled bitterly as he said, "I can sell a few Arclight shields to you. However, you must pay for them using coins, or exchange for them using the magic crystals you obtained from team dungeons." Magic crystals? Although the bosses drop them every time, the amount they drop is minimal, yet these magic crystals possess a very wide range of uses. Let's just use gold coins. I wonder how much you are charging for them, Master Black Flame. Alright, then. Since it is for you, Miss Snow, I won't rip you off. As the Arclight shield is a fine gold-ranked shield, I imagine that you know how precious the materials needed to produce it are. Moreover, the success rate of producing it is also very low. I'll sell you each Arclight shield for 25 gold, no negotiations. Shifeng had already expected Gentle Snow to decline exchanging the shields for magic crystals. However, it was much better for him if she used gold coins to buy them 25 gold. Even if I took the fluid funds of every Ouroboros branch in the Star Moon Kingdom, I still won't have that much money. Can't we trade using credits? How about 500,000 for each shield? Gentle Snow was astonished by the Arclight shield's price. However, she similarly knew of the difficulty of crafting a fine gold-ranked shield. If it were up to their forgers to make the shield, the cost might not even stop at just 25 gold. Yet, it was clearly impossible for them to fork out 25 gold to purchase an Arclight shield, unless of course, they decided to stop the guild's development. Still, halting development at this stage of the game would put the guild into a decline, so they absolutely could not stop their development currently. All the major guilds were attempting to obtain the first clear of a 50-man team dungeon, while the Arclight shield was a must-have item for them to get a lead over the other guilds faced with two difficult choices. Gentle Snow could only bitterly smile as she was caught in indecision. Alright, then. I'll exchange using magic crystals, Gentle Snow helplessly said. Ouroboros, a grand and mighty first-rate guild, was actually poorer than a single independent player. Black Flame was truly a monster. That's fine as well. The exchange ratio would be 1 to 100. I'll notify you after I manage to produce them. Shifeng smiled as he disconnected the call. He then proceeded to enter the Adventurers Association. Chapter 244, Establishing the Guild. At this moment, there was a crowd of players surrounding the quest board in the lobby of the Adventurers Association. Although the EXP awarded by these quests were negligible, the guild reputation they gave was very high. Moreover, each player was limited to only 3 guild quests. A guild could be promoted after it accumulated a set amount of reputation, and the members of the guild would receive much better guild benefits such as bonus EXP when doing quests. Excuse me, sir, what can I do for you today? The blue-haired lady standing behind the reception counter asked Shifeng, a smile on her face. I wish to establish a guild, Shifeng said. Understood. Please fill up this application form. The receptionist passed Shifeng a guild application form. It was very easy for players to establish a guild in God's domain. Players only needed to decide on a name for their guild and designate a guild emblem. They were then required to purchase a guild certificate for 10 copper coins and have at least 7 independent players place their signatures on it. When all these things were completed, the guild would then be officially established. Newly founded guilds would all start out as 1-star guilds, and the only benefit available for the members of a 1-star guild were the availability of the guild quest's guild name. Is it? Shifeng hesitated as he looked at the blank space meant for the guild's name, wondering what he should write in exactly. After giving it some thought, he decided to stick with using the Zero Wing Workshop's name. In any case, along with the guild's development and growing fame, his identity would sooner or later be leaked. Let's name it Zero Wing, then. Feng then designed the guild emblem in the form of 6 silver wings. After purchasing the guild certificate, Feng sent Fire Dance and the others a guild signature invitation. Meanwhile, at the Black Wind Canyon, a level 20 to level 25 map, Fire Dance and the others were currently grinding on level 22 demonic bats. They had come to this place under the suggestion of Feng. The reason Feng had recommended it was because the demonic bats here belonged to the type of monsters that had high attack but low HP. Most importantly, the monsters here were concentrated in number. Normally, the demonic bats would appear in groups of 7 or 8, and any solo independent player would easily find themselves losing their lives here. However, to a party that had amazing AoE damage, this place was a holy land for leveling up. In the case of Fire Dance's party, Fire Dance herself was responsible for luring the monsters, as she had the highest movement speed out of everyone in the party. She would lure over 100 monsters every time, and afterward, the Guardian Knight, Kola, would activate Protection Blessing and cast Devotion, a group aggro skill, to gather the monsters into one location. Meanwhile, Violet Cloud would be responsible for healing Kola, while Blackie would get rid of all the monsters in a single blow. Throughout this process, everyone's cooperation and grasp of timing was perfect. If other players were to witness this scene, they would definitely be shocked into a daze. Presently, the average level of players was only at level 12 or so, while professional players would be around level 13. Even the number 1 player on White River City's ranking list, Lone Tyrant, was only at level 15 right now. Yet Fire Dance and the others had long since passed level 15. Even the lowest leveled player in the party, the Oracle, Gluttonous Mouse, was level 18. Meanwhile, Blackie, who was the highest leveled player in the party, was currently at 45% of level 19. Although there was only a gap of 1 level between the two players, the difference in EXP could allow a player to directly rise from level 0 all the way up to level 15. What is this message? While taking a break, Fire Dance and the others simultaneously received a guild signature invitation. As long as they agreed to the invitation, they would immediately become official members of the guild. After the guild was established originally, Fire Dance and the others had intended to immediately reject the invitation. However, their hands unanimously paused when they saw the name of the guild, Zero Wing. "Isn't that the name of our workshop?" Blackie asked, curious. "This is an invitation sent by Big Brother Yifeng. Big Brother Yifeng is finally going to establish the guild." Violet Cloud said excitedly when she noticed that one of the names inscribed on the guild certificate was Yifeng. She then said with joy, "Great! We will have our own guild in the future. Isn't it still too early to establish the guild? We only have so few members right now." Brother Feng had also said before that we are lacking in members, and that we need to wait for some time before establishing the guild. Did something happen? Don't bother about this for now. We should put our signatures first. Fire Dance was similarly surprised by Feng's sudden decision. However, since Feng had decided to do so, he must have had his own considerations. Moreover, it wouldn't be a bad idea to establish the guild ahead of time. Immediately, everyone in the party clicked agree. They then received a system notification system. "Congratulations on becoming a member of Zero Wing. System, this is your first time joining a guild. Activating guild system." On the other side, Feng had already left the Adventurers Association, returning to the Starstreak trading firm. At this moment, the Starstreak trading firm was packed with players. The trading firm was currently the most lively location in White River City, second to none. "Hey, bro, I see that you're here to buy those basic mana armor kits, right? With so many people lining up here, you would need to wait at least a week before you can even get one for yourself. However, I have here a way to help you save your time, letting you jump the queue to buy the mana armor kits in advance." A thinly built swordsman walked around the entrance of the Starstreak trading firm, chatting up the players lined up outside the building. "Really?" A player clearly grew interested. "Of course. A basic mana armor kit costs 20 silver coins, while you only need to pay 2 silver coins to skip the long wait to buy it," the thin swordsman said with a smile. "All right, bring me there." It's just an extra 2 silver coins. Our party won't miss this little amount of money. Following which, the thin swordsman led the player up to the second floor, skipping the long queue on the first floor. Really, any sort of business goes, huh? Shifeng couldn't help but exclaim after seeing this sight. The basic mana armor kits were in high demand. However, the Starstreak trading firm only sold 50 pieces of the item each day, so only a very small number of players could obtain them. However, this couldn't be helped. Shifeng couldn't just focus all his attention on producing the basic mana armor kits. He still had many things he needed to do. The basic mana armor kit was simply an item for him to accumulate reputation. It was not meant to be a true moneymaker for him afterward. Shifeng arrived at the 4th floor of the trading firm and entered a forging room. He then started forging the Arclight shield. During this crucial period, many guilds were thinking of how they could obtain the first clear of a 50-man team dungeon. Naturally, the equipment of their MTs became the top priority in their considerations, especially the shields their MTs used. Meanwhile, an excellent shield like the fine gold-ranked Arclight shield would, without a doubt, attract the attention of these guilds. As long as Shifeng placed the Arclight shields up for sale, many guilds would definitely pay a huge sum in order to obtain it. Hence, the sooner he produced the Arclight shields, the higher the price he could sell them for. However, the success rate for forging a fine gold-ranked item was extremely low. A normal advanced forging apprentice only had a 2% success rate. Meaning that, out of 100 tries, they would only successfully produce 2 Arclight shields. In reality, however, they might not even be able to produce 1 out of 100 tries. However, Shifeng had both the Book of Forging and Blacksteel's insignia. He also had the Ice Blue Devil Flame and various other tools that increased his forging success rate. Even so, his final success rate at forging a fine gold-ranked item only sat at around 20%. In addition, Shifeng was not familiar with the forging process of the Arclight shield, so his success rate should be much lower than 20%. If he was promoted to a basic forger, his base success rate would increase to 5%. However, that still wouldn't make much of a difference. Only by becoming an advanced forger would there be a significant improvement. With the 10% base success rate of an advanced forger, in addition to the various supporting tools Shifeng had, his success rate for forging a fine gold-ranked item could reach up to 30%. However, Shifeng needed to invest a lot of time in order to become an advanced forger, and time was something he sorely lacked right now. He had no choice but to give it a try now. In any case, he had plenty of materials to experiment with. He could simply try again if he failed. Chapter 245, Target, Dark Gold. Before Shifeng started forging the Arclight shield, he decided to first forge a few basic mana armor kits to serve as a warm-up. After God's domain evolved, the process of forging grew more complicated, greatly increasing the difficulty of producing an item. Unlike the advanced whetstones and basic mana armor kits, which were still considerably simple to make, items such as weapons and equipment had a much more complex forging procedure. It should be about time I give the shield a try. After Shifeng produced tens of basic mana armor kits, he finally retrieved the silver ore and gold ore needed to forge the Arclight shield. He had also received the magic crystals from Gentle Snow, and Advanced Gentle Snow had wanted to obtain the Arclight shields as soon as possible, so Shifeng required her to send him the magic crystals in advance. Shifeng had received a total of 200 magic crystals from Gentle Snow. Such an amount was sufficient for 20 attempts to produce the Arclight shield. Shifeng only had a 20% success rate for forging the Arclight shield. It was the lowest success rate he had ever had since he started forging equipment. However, if any other forger were in his shoes right now, they might not be able to produce even one Arclight shield out of several hundred sets of materials. Those conceited guilds thought that they could easily produce the Arclight shield after obtaining its forging design. However, if Shifeng had not won the bid for the forging design, by the time those guilds managed to produce a single Arclight shield, the 50-man team dungeons would have long since been conquered. In order to gain experience, when Shifeng started his first attempt at forging the Arclight shield, he went through the process slowly and steadily, carrying out each step to the best of his abilities. Before he knew it, Shifeng had spent over 20 minutes producing the first Arclight shield. Compared to a normal shield, the Arclight shield had a crescent-shaped design. The entire shield was colored in silver, and many runic patterns were carved on the shield's body. Although the shield looked mighty and powerful at first glance, it was still unknown whether it was a failed or successful product. Feng then chose to generate the shield's data after 10 seconds of waiting. The identification process for the shield was completed as expected. It's a failure, Feng sighed when he took a look at the shield's data. Although it was indeed an arc-light shield, its quality was a rank lower than the original. It was only Secret Silver rank arc-light shield, Secret Silver rank. Level 15. Equipment requirement, Strength 90. Defense plus 330. Block rate, 31%. Strength plus 10, Endurance plus 20. Evasion plus 3. Additional passive skill 1 dash. Sound of Life, every attack received will grant user with a stack of Power of Life, increasing maximum HP by 2% and received healing by 1% for 1 minute. Maximum of 10 stacks. Additional passive skill 2 dash. Refraction, triggers once every 50 seconds. Becomes immune to one attack. From a general point of view, though, it is not a bad result, all the same. At the very least, it is still a Secret Silver ranked shield. I should be able to sell it for a good price even then. Feng was relatively satisfied with this failed product. After all, a Secret Silver ranked shield remained a rare item at this stage of the game. According to Feng's knowledge, a majority of the core MTs of second-rate and third-rate guilds were still using mysterious iron ranked shields. If he sold this failure, he could still earn around 6 to 7 gold coins from it. Although he had failed this time, it was not a complete failure. At the very least, it did not turn out as a scrap item. This partial failure indicated that he must have made a mistake somewhere during the forging process. There shouldn't be any problems with the forging of the main body itself. I must have messed up when I was carving the runes on the shield, preventing it from reaching fine gold rank, Feng concluded after carefully reviewing his actions. According to past experiences, if a problem had truly occurred during the formation of the shield, then the arc-light shield wouldn't just fall by a single rank. It wouldn't even be unusual for the shield to end up being bronze rank or lower. Afterward, Feng did not rush to start his second attempt. Instead, he carefully studied the runes he had carved on the arc-light shield. The inscription of the runes were mainly done using the magic crystals. However, the process of completing these runes was not easy, as Feng did not truly understand their meaning. He could only make blind imitations of the drawings. Although he did not understand the meaning behind the runes, if he practiced drawing them over and over, it should still yield some positive effect. Hence, Feng started practicing drawing the runes once, twice, 10 times. Every drawing took around 4 to 5 minutes to complete. However, as the number of times he practiced increased, he grew more proficient at drawing the runes. The runes he drew now also started resembling the original. This cost-free way of practicing was much more economical than learning through actual production. Feng naturally wouldn't mind more practice. This should be enough. Feng looked at the latest rune he drew, feeling extremely satisfied with it. This imitation of his looked practically the same as the runes shown on the forging design. Hence, Feng started his second attempt at producing the arc-light shield. This time, the entire forging process of the shield flowed very smoothly. Feng had only spent around 10 minutes to complete the second arc-light shield. However, his attempt this time ended in complete failure. Feng's 20% success rate did not stand on his side this time around, following which, Feng consecutively produced 10 arc-light shields. Moreover, with each successive shield he made, the time he spent producing them also decreased. His hands also moved with much more proficiency. Out of the 10 arc-light shields he made, only 2 barely achieved the passing standard, 2 ended up as defective products, while the remaining ones were complete failures. As for the 2 defective shields, one was Mysterious Iron rank, while the other was Secret Silver rank. In general, the results were quite good. However, Feng was still unsatisfied with the quality of the arc-light shields. Now that I am proficient at making the arc-light shields, the next step would be increasing its quality. If I can let Cola use a dark gold ranked Arclight shield, our chances at clearing the demon's castle would become much higher. Feng decided to take out the runic gold, the reward he obtained for his promotion to advanced forging apprentice. Not only could the runic gold increase his success rate by 10%, there was also a small chance for it to increase an item's rank by 1, up to a maximum of dark gold rank. Unfortunately, Feng only had 5 of these things, meaning that he only had 5 chances to produce a dark gold ranked Arclight shield. The runic gold was a piece of ore that gave off a metallic glow and contained runic energy within it. After refining the runic gold, Feng poured the molten runic gold into the silver gold alloy. Immediately, a change occurred in the alloy. The originally bright red alloy turned dark red in color. Moreover, it also started greedily absorbing the energy of the ice blue devil flame. As the amount of energy it absorbed increased, the alloy started emitting many golden runes, slowly forming an array of runes. Knowing that the fusion was completed, Feng immediately retrieved the scorching hot alloy from the furnace, placed it on the anvil, and started hammering on it. Slowly, the piece of alloy started taking on the shape of an Arclight shield, and on the shield's surface, there was even a layer of naturally occurring golden runes. The shield looked incredibly holy. After hammering for several minutes, Feng finally formed the Arclight shield. Immediately, he retrieved a black liquid and started drawing the runes on the shield. The black liquid was the liquefied product of the magic crystal. Feng concentrated his full attention on each and every stroke, afraid of making even the slightest mistake. When he completed the final stroke, the naturally occurring golden runes on the shield actually melded together with the runes Feng had drawn. Together, they formed completely new golden runes possessing no resemblance to the black runes found on the previous Arclight shield Feng made. Please be a success. Feng timidly selected to identify the shield. Although the Arclight shield looked absolutely perfect appearance-wise, whether it was a success or a failure still depended on the final data. 1 second. 2 seconds. This time, even after 20 seconds had passed, the system was still unable to determine the shield's exact data. This situation caused Feng to grow slightly nervous. The longer identification time indicated that even the system itself was hesitant. In the end, is it a success or a failure? Feng had carried out the entire forging procedure perfectly. At the end of the day, however, his success rate was only 30%. Oftentimes, when the identification process took longer than usual, there was a higher chance that the result was a failure. Finally, after 30 seconds passed, the system returned the identification result. System, Arclight Guard has been successfully forged. Forging proficiency increased by 2 points. Obtained 80,000 EXP. Chapter 246, Neither Weak Nor Strong. Success on the first attempt. It seems my luck really is good. Feng revealed a faint smile when he heard the system notification sound. Along with the Arclight shield's promotion to dark gold rank, a change occurred to its name as well. Feng then started inspecting the silver-colored, crescent-shaped shield that was placed on the iron-weave felt. He was extremely curious to find out just what sort of attributes the Arclight Guard possessed. Arclight Guard, shield, dark gold rank. Level 15. Equipment requirement, Strength 110. Defense plus 550. Block rate, 39%. Strength plus 21, Endurance plus 30. Evasion plus 10. Additional passive skill 1 dash. Sound of Life, every attack received will grant user with a stack of Power of Life, increasing maximum HP by 3% and received healing by 2% for 1 minute. Maximum of 10 stacks. Additional passive skill 2 dash. Refraction, triggers once every 25 seconds. Becomes immune to 1 attack. Additional skill dash. Time Arc, when activated, allows the user to save current state, and return to saved state 9 seconds later. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Isn't this Time Arc skill overpowered? No wonder there wasn't much of an improvement on the other attributes. Just this skill alone made the Arclight Guard deserving of being a dark gold ranked shield. Feng exclaimed, saving current state, which was to say, after 9 seconds, even if the user of the Arclight Guard died, they would still recover to their saved state. The cooldown of skills used after Time Arc was invoked would recover as well. Compared to a skill that provided invincibility, Time Arc was a much more amazing skill. The only downside to this skill was its long cooldown. However, when taking into consideration the heaven-defying effect of this skill, a 10-minute cooldown was considerably short. If the cooldown of this skill was any shorter, then the Arclight Guard would no longer be just a Dark Gold ranked shield, but an epic ranked shield instead. Although Shifeng had already made one Arclight Guard, he was still not satisfied. He wished to make even more Arclight Guards. Deciding so, he used up the remaining 4 pieces of runic gold when forging the Arclight shields. However, the results were horrible. Out of his 4 attempts, 2 were complete failures. They did not even achieve bronze rank. As for the remaining 2 Arclight shields, one achieved secret silver rank, while the other achieved fine gold rank. However, such a success rate was already very good. He had used a total of 5 runic gold to forge the Arclight shields. Among them, one had achieved dark gold rank, one had achieved fine gold rank, and one had achieved secret silver rank. Out of the 3 shields, Shifeng would naturally save the dark gold ranked Arclight Guard for Cola's use. With the Arclight Guard, they would have no problems raiding the level 15, 20-man team dungeon, the Demon's Castle. Just as Shifeng thought of carrying on with forging Arclight shields, someone knocked on the door of the forging room. Come in. When the door to the forging room opened, a golden-haired beauty walked in. This person was none other than Shifeng's assistant, Annie. Your Excellency, an adventurer named Aqua Rose wishes to meet you. She says she has an appointment with you, and she is currently waiting in the meeting room on the 3rd floor, Anna said respectfully. All right, I'll be there in a minute. Shifeng nodded his head. Shifeng had similarly guessed that Aqua Rose should arrive right about now. After all, teleportation occurred instantaneously. Aqua Rose only needed to gather her subordinates, explain to them the situation, and make some future plans. Inside the meeting room on the 3rd floor, Aqua Rose and her 100+ subordinates were seated around the room, having a small discussion about matters relating to Shifeng. These players all had relatively high levels. The lowest out of all of them was level 13, while the others were level 14. Even if placed inside a first-rate guild, all these players would be considered elite members. These players were all Aqua Rose's most trusted aides. Before they had arrived here, they hadn't dared to imagine that there would actually be someone willing to spend 300 gold coins to bring them to this place. If the organization this person belonged to wasn't extremely rich, then this person was just insane. However, after they discovered that Shifeng actually had a connection with such a large trading firm, their thoughts immediately changed. Not only did Shifeng manage to achieve something that no other guild had achieved, his fame in the entire Starmoon Kingdom could already be described as the sun and midday. It was especially true for the recently popular basic mana armor kit. This was an item that plenty of guilds could only dream of having if they could be a part of the power Shifeng belonged to. Then couldn't every one of them obtain their very own basic mana armor kit? This was definitely a treatment that no other first-rate guild could provide. Big Sis Aqua. Just who is that Black Flame? Is he in the upper management of a super guild? A female swordsman curiously asked. Aqua Rose shook her head, a bitter smile on her face as she replied, I don't know either. He has always been very mysterious. However, I believe that we will be able to find out his true identity today. In truth, Aqua Rose was also interested in finding out the truth. However, now that they were going to join the power Black Flame belonged to, Black Flame would have no need to hide the truth from them. They could finally take a look at the giant hidden behind Shifeng. Sorry to keep all of you waiting. The moment Shifeng walked into the meeting room, everyone inside immediately fell silent. Everyone present stood up as they looked at Shifeng, deep veneration in their eyes. They were like interviewees standing up to welcome their interviewer. Some were nervous, while some were excited. After leaving Twilight Echo, they were like homeless little birds. Although they wished to soar higher into the sky, they did not possess a home they could return to. Feelings of helplessness and disappointment constantly filled their minds as they wondered what sort of future awaited them. However, the situation was different now. They would be joining an even greater family now. At this moment, these ex-members of Twilight Echo rejoiced over the fact that they had chosen to leave Twilight Echo together with Aqua Rose, praising themselves for making a wise decision after all. A bright future had already opened its doors to them. I am the one who should be sorry for making Master Black Flame wait for us for so long. Aqua Rose apologized. Since we will be companions in the future, stop referring me as Master this or Master that. Just call me Black Flame. Shifeng could sense the cautiousness behind Aqua Rose and everyone else's actions. However, this was to be expected. I have only asked you all to come here so that I can invite everyone into the guild first. Later on, Miss Aqua can freely decide how you all wish to develop yourselves. I won't set any restrictions for you. Right, here is a copy of the White River City Guidebook. After you are done reading it, you should be able to familiarize yourself with White River City, Miss Aqua. Saying so, Shifeng sent a copy of the luxury version White River City Guidebook to Aqua Rose. Simultaneously, he had sent everyone present a guild invitation. Zero Wing. What is this guild? Why is it only a one-star guild? Wasn't it supposed to be some sort of hidden power? Everyone entered a daze for a long time after they received Shifeng's guild invitation. Ignoring the fact that they had never even heard of such a guild, just having status of a one-star guild showed how weak Zero Wing was. The reason being, even third-rate guilds at this stage of the game were three-star guilds, not to mention first-rate guilds. After taking a look at the member count of the guild, everyone was further dumbfounded before they had joined. This guild only had 9 members? What kind of guild was this? Zero Wing was the weakest guild they had seen so far, second to none. Even Aqua Rose herself was shocked by this revelation. The current situation was completely different from what she had imagined it to be. She had thought Shifeng would be bringing her to meet the many great characters of this guild, allowing her to get a grasp on the frightening background of the guild. Yet, the truth that Shifeng revealed had far exceeded her expectations. The reason being, the influence of this guild could literally be determined in a single glance. You all must be very disappointed to find out that my guild is actually so weak, right? Shifeng looked at everyone's crestfallen expressions. Suddenly, he said in a cold voice, "Let me give it to you straight. This is Zero Wing. It is neither weak, nor strong. It is merely a home that you can stay in. As for how others are going to view us, it will depend on your own performances." Chapter 247, Seizing the Ranking List. Although they felt that what Shifeng said was logical, their disappointment still did not decrease by the slightest. Out of everyone present, only Aqua Rose's fighting spirit truly ignited. She was the only one who truly understood the meaning of Shifeng's word, strength that depended on oneself rather than others. The best example for this was Shifeng, who stood right before them. His guild was clearly very weak. Yet, he managed to achieve many things that not even many first-rate guilds and even super guilds could. As a result, he made everyone believe that there was a mysterious power secretly supporting him from behind. However, what was the reality of the matter? By depending on only himself, Shifeng had created a miracle. He had even overwhelmed everyone back at the Blackwing auction, causing a sensation. Since Shifeng was capable of such feats, why couldn't she do so as well? At this moment, Aqua Rose truly found it laughable when she recalled how she had intended to utilize the mysterious power behind Shifeng to prove herself to her parents and everyone back at Twilight Echo. Black Flame is right. How powerful a guild is not important. How powerful we are, ourselves, is the crucial point. Since we have joined Zero Wing, let us be the ones to change how others view Zero Wing, Aqua Rose explained loudly, in complete agreement with Shifeng's opinion. Everyone fell silent at Aqua Rose's words, but a fiery fighting spirit could be seen growing in their eyes. That was right. They had originally intended to start from the very beginning. Now that they had a wealthy tycoon like Shifeng supporting them, what more should they be afraid of? A guild's development mainly relied on financial resources. The remaining factors would be the presence of experts to lead the guild in raiding team dungeons and completing epic quests that were impossible to complete. They would definitely turn Zero Wing into the #1 guild in White River City. At this moment, Shifeng sent Fire Dance and the others a message. "You can start now." Immediately, Shi Feng received a reply. Understood. After seeing this message, Shi Feng's gaze shifted towards everyone present in the meeting room. He then announced loudly, I know that some of you still have some worries, so I'll give you all a little surprise. I'll let you all get a better understanding of just what Zero Wing is. A better understanding of Zero Wing. Does this guild still have any secrets? Everyone grew confused at Shi Feng's words. Everything about this guild was clear in one glance, so what secrets could there possibly be? The only thing that could possibly be a secret was the guild's frightening financial resources. With such a large fortune, they should have no problems getting their hands on the various welfare benefits that players would receive upon joining a guild. Moreover, Black Flame was the publicly acknowledged chief forger of Star Moon Kingdom. In the future, guild members would have no lack of weapons and equipment to use. However, this shouldn't count as a secret, right? Everyone can take a look at White River City's ranking list now, Shi Feng said softly. Ranking list. Everyone promptly called out the ranking list to take a look. Is there something wrong with the ranking list? I remember that when I came to White River City, the top player on the ranking list was Lone Tyrant. At that time, he was only at level 15. How did he suddenly become level 19? Did the system make a mistake? No, that's not right. Look at the player ID. It's not Lone Tyrant. It might not be a mistake by the system. Look, the top 8 players have all been switched out. Even the player at 8th place is level 18 now. Lone Tyrant is still level 15, and he's placed 9th now. How is this possible? Level 18. Isn't this level too much of an exaggeration? Even at the Storm Empire, the highest leveled player is only at level 16. How could White River City possess 8 players who have managed to surpass the top player at Storm Empire? Wait. These players all belong to the same guild, and the guild's name is called Zero Wing. Everyone was dumbfounded when they discovered the changes in the ranking list. They trembled, not daring to believe their own eyes. These 8 players were actually their guild members. However, everyone's hearts were filled with questions. If Zero Wing had 8 such powerful experts, why did the guild remain unknown to the public even until now? This was simply unimaginable. This is the strength of Zero Wing. At this moment, Aqua Rose started renewing her evaluation of Shi Feng and this guild. Although Zero Wing was small, it was a gathering of experts' wealth, manpower, and finally, fame. As things were, Zero Wing possessed the foundation necessary to become a large guild. As long as they managed the guild benefits they offered properly, Zero Wing could easily become a large guild within a short period of time. It was no wonder Shi Feng looked so confident. Meanwhile, as Aqua Rose and her subordinates were reeling over their new discovery, the entire White River City had already been thrown into an uproar. Lone Tyrant, who had been monopolizing the first position on White River City's ranking list all this time, had actually been kicked off by someone else. Moreover, he wasn't just kicked off by a single person, but by 8. The sudden appearance of these 8 players made Lone Tyrant's previous glory look like a joke. It was as if these 8 players had merely been giving in to Lone Tyrant before, just like how an adult would indulge a little child. Now, however, they were no longer letting Lone Tyrant have his way. Otherwise, how would they explain this situation where 8 players had instantly taken away the top 8 spots on the ranking list? There was only one possible explanation: they had constantly been hiding their levels. These people are inhuman. Crap. The first place is level 19, and even the 8th place is level 18. I've only managed to hit level 13 after working so hard. Are they trying to make me despair? God, carry me, please. What kind of backing does this Zero Wing have? Aren't they a little too amazing? Is some major power planning to set up a stronghold in White River City? Many players within the White River City region were stirred up by this incident. The top 8 positions on the ranking list were actually taken over by a single guild. One could just imagine how powerful this guild was. Even Ouroboros, the #1 guild in White River City, was not as powerful. Many independent players had started making inquiries into just what kind of guild Zero Wing was. There were even some independent players who had directly asked how they could join Zero Wing on the public forums. After all, with such leveling monsters in the guild, wouldn't they too be able to level up like a rocket if they joined? Suddenly, Zero Wing had become the hottest topic for every player in White River City, and many had expressed their willingness to join such a guild. Although independent players went into raptures over Zero Wing, the various large guilds, on the other hand, were having a headache over it. They held nothing back at investigating this new guild that suddenly popped up and also the top 8 players on the ranking list. However, the information they received made Zero Wing look even more mysterious, as they failed to find out even who the guild leader of Zero Wing was. The only thing they knew was that Fire Dance had once occupied the first place on the White River City ranking list. In addition, the other 7 players had also once been among the top 10 of the ranking list. Meanwhile, all 8 of these players shared a common point. All 8 of these players had vanished from the public eye for quite some time now. Previously, everyone had assumed that they had gone silent because they were overtaken on the list. However, the reality of the matter was that these players had intentionally hidden themselves simply to avoid discovery until now. Can someone tell me what is going on here? Lone Tyrant looked at the ranking list, bellowing, just where did these bastards pop out from? At this moment, nothing was more humiliating for Lone Tyrant than his position on the ranking list. His past glory was already worthless now. Instead, he had become the laughingstock of everyone in White River City. Guild leader, I've already investigated these players. It seems that all of them are associated with Yifeng. Moreover, I've also looked up Zero Wing at the Adventurers Association. The guild was registered only recently, and it is possible that it is a guild formed by Yifeng himself, a ranger said. Good. Very good. At first, I thought that he had hidden himself out of self-awareness after I placed a bounty on him. However, it seems he is taking me lightly. Since he has come out to slap me in the face, and has even started a guild in White River City, I will make him regret his decision. Immediately find out all the members belonging to Yifeng's guild. I want his guild destroyed. Lone Tyrant bellowed as he announced a command to the entire guild. He had to destroy this guild and flatten Shifeng at all costs. Not only was he doing this for himself, it was also the command of that mighty personage. Chapter 248, Extraordinary starts out from ordinary. Lone Tyrant wasn't the only person who was enraged by the matter of the ranking list. The other guilds in White River City were similarly furious. The ranking list was a place for guilds like them to increase their reputation. Although such a method of advertising was not as effective as obtaining the first clear of a dungeon, if they could occupy the ranking list for extended periods of time, it would still bring about significant effects now. However, Zero Wing occupied 8 of the top 10 positions, and many guilds were disgruntled over Zero Wing's monopoly of the ranking list. These guilds couldn't help but wish they could invite Zero Wing's guild leader and give him a piece of their mind to relieve their dissatisfaction. At the level 18 map Pyroxene Mountain, a 20-man elite team was currently clearing out the level 18 six-armed stone monkeys. Here the six-armed stone monkeys were monsters with large bodies. Although they were 2 meters in height, their movements were extremely agile. Their physical defense was very high, and their only weakness was their low magical resistance. Hence, using large-scale magic attacks against these monsters would be very effective. Moreover, the 6-armed stone monkeys lived in groups on this mountain, and players could very easily lure a group and promptly kill them. Snow, the ranking list has been occupied by Zero Wing. Moreover, their levels are all very high. It would be very difficult for us to catch up to them. It really makes you wonder how they managed to level up so quickly. Zhao Yueru currently sat on a rock, resting as she replenished her mana. After receiving a report from her subordinate and promptly taking a look at the ranking list, she was immediately shocked by what she discovered. As a player who had originally ranked within the top 10 of the ranking list, Zhao Yueru knew very clearly just how large a gap there was between level 15 and level 18. At the very least, she would need to spend another week grinding before she could even reach level 18. This was equivalent to saying that these 8 players would remain on the ranking list for another week at the very minimum. However, this was assuming they did absolutely nothing during the entire week. If they were to continue grinding and leveling up at their current pace, who knew when there would be a change to the top 8 positions? As expected, they are very strong. That Yi Feng has quite the ambition as well, even though he usually maintains a low profile. It seems that he has finally decided to take action now. Gentle Snow did not feel any shock when she looked at the IDs of the top 8 players. Snow, have you known all along? Zhao Yueru asked, confused. She had a very clear understanding of Shi Feng's capabilities. Shi Feng's strength, leadership ability, and observation ability were above average. However, these traits alone were not enough for him to establish a guild. Establishing a guild was not as easy as playing a game of house, since forming a guild signified one's intentions to compete for dominance with the other guilds. For a small guild like Shi Feng's, maintaining a low profile would be more beneficial. If they did so, most of the large guilds would not have paid much attention to them. However, now that they'd done the exact opposite, they were practically telling the other guilds to come at them. After they decided to hide their levels, I figured that their levels were not that simple. Yi Feng did not wish others to know, so he kept them hidden. Only, I never imagined that their actual levels would be so high. Gentle Snow was greatly interested in these talents. She inwardly lamented the fact that these experts could only stay holed up in such a small guild. If they joined Ouroboros, they would definitely shine with even greater brilliance. If they stayed in such a small guild, they would very quickly fall. After all, a guild needed financial resources to develop itself. Gentle Snow firmly believed that Shi Feng did not possess a frightening amount of financial resources, especially gold coins. There was also the lack of manpower. It would be impossible to develop a guild in God's domain just by relying on several players. In addition, they would also have to suffer the oppression of other large guilds. Hence, Gentle Snow determined that Zero Wing would not last long at all. However, at the end of the day, Shi Feng was still her friend. Hence, Gentle Snow sent a message to Shi Feng, congratulating him on establishing Zero Wing. As to how he should develop his guild, as an outsider, it would not be good for her to make any suggestions. On the 3rd floor of the Starstreak trading firm, the situation was not as grim as Gentle Snow believed it to be. If Gentle Snow could see this scene right now, she would definitely be shocked. After all, not only did Shi Feng possess enough funding, he had also managed to recruit a group of players who had recently left a first-rate guild, Twilight Echo. He had also managed to recruit Aqua Rose, who was once an honorary elder of Twilight Echo. As someone who had once managed a first-rate guild with over 10,000 subordinates, Aqua Rose possessed a wealth of experience. Hence, when placed in a situation where she had a large amount of financial resources but only a small guild of slightly more than 100 players to manage, she could carry out her tasks with little to no effort. Guild leader, I have received your intentions. I will increase our member count up to 5,000 to the best of my abilities. As for the matter relating to the guild perk system, for the moment, I will implement Twilight Echo's guild perk system as a temporary replacement. However, I hope that you can draft it as soon as possible. Otherwise, once some time passes, it would not be as easy to make changes to it. Aqua Rose now had a good grasp of Zero Wing's situation, and she felt very optimistic about Zero Wing's future prospects: wealth, manpower, and fame. With all three things together, it would be very easy for them to recruit a large batch of new members. Then, I'll have to trouble Miss Aqua with this matter. Plans could never keep up with change. Based on his original estimates, it would still have been a long time before he established his own guild. However, with the sudden addition of Aqua Rose, Shi Feng could not afford to wait any longer. Even if his preparations were currently lacking, he still needed to establish the guild. Moreover, he had intended all along to deal with these guild matters as soon as possible. It was just that he still had other things he needed to handle. Now that there was a professional standing right before him, why wouldn't he make use of her? Guild Leader Black Flame, I am already the Vice Leader of Zero Wing. Please just call me Aqua from now on. If Guild Leader doesn't have any other orders, then I will start making the necessary arrangements now. Aqua Rose said in a professional tone. Maybe because she had received a new position, Aqua Rose had very quickly entered a superwoman mode. Cherfone could only take a step back in this matter. He then returned to producing the Arclight shields and basic mana armor kits. Later on, the members of the guild continuously increased. The reason being, Cherfone had set the exchange of basic mana armor kits as one of the perks available to guild members. This item held a fatal attraction to independent players, and if new members wished to obtain them, they needed to exchange for them using guild contribution points. Meanwhile, there were many methods for them to obtain guild contribution points. 1. Dungeon diving. 2. Exchanging bronze-ranked equipment or above. 3. Making a contribution to the guild. The upper management of the guild would reward players who made a contribution with contribution points. 4. Carrying out guild quests. Contribution points would be awarded by the system. In this case. 5. Personal guild reputation received reaching a certain amount. Hence, with so many methods available, guild members would have no need to worry about not being able to earn sufficient guild contribution points. However, to prevent abuse by opportunistic players, further restrictions were added to increase the difficulty for guild members to obtain the basic mana armor kits. Above all, one had to contribute a set amount of reputation points to the guild before being allowed to exchange for the armor kits. Secondly, one needed a large number of guild contribution points to exchange for the armor kits. Meanwhile, the total value of these guild contribution points was no lesser than 20 silver coins. With these two safeguards present, there would be no opportunity for guild members to abuse the guild perk system implemented. Meanwhile, during the time Cherfone was producing the Arclight shields and basic mana armor kits, Aqua Rose had also arranged for her subordinates to recruit players at the Trade Area and Adventurers Association. After half a day of recruitment, Zero Wing's member count increased explosively. From the original 100 or so members, there were now over 3,000 players in the guild. Moreover, the tide of players wanting to join the guild showed no signs of stopping anytime soon. Big Sis Aqua, the number of players wanting to join the guild hasn't decreased at all. If this situation continues, we can easily recruit double the target of 5,000 members. Should we increase the number of players we recruit? Follow the original plan. We won't be able to handle so many players right now. If we did so, it would instead force the guild into a period of stagnation, hindering our development. Increase the entry requirements for the guild, raise the minimum level requirement from level 11 to level 12. Under Aqua Rose's management, the newly recruited guild members started taking on guild quests. Aqua Rose's direct subordinates had also split up and formed new parties to raid party dungeons, upgrading the equipment of the new members. Everything was flowing smoothly at Zero Wing, and it did not look like a newly established guild at all. Before he knew it, nighttime arrived at God's domain. After making a large number of basic mana armor kits and 3 fine gold-ranked Arclight shields, Cherfone immediately logged out of the game. The reason being, the Gene High Fellowship party that Cherfone had been looking forward to was being held today. He needed to make some preparations before he attended the party. Chapter 249, Gathering of Elites. The first rays of the morning sun pierced through the window, shining on Cherfone, who was currently working out in the living room. Currently, Cherfone no longer carried out the intense muscle exercises of the past few days. He quietly stood still for a long time, before slowly lowering his body, entering into a horse stance. Closing his eyes, Cherfone relaxed his body. Suddenly, his chest expanded as he inhaled deeply. He then exhaled, a trail of white mist coming out of his mouth like a water pistol. The white mist that shot out from his mouth managed to actually reach a distance of over 2 meters before gradually dissipating. If any normal person were to witness this scene, they would definitely be shocked by it. The season right now was summer. Yet, Cherfone had recreated a scene that could usually be found only during winter time. After repeating this process for an hour, Cherfone stopped his rhythmic breathing. The effect of this 8-section brocade exercise is quite good. I've only trained in it for an hour, and I can already feel my body becoming lighter. The exercise has also significantly cleared my mind. Cherfone clenched and released his fists. His entire body felt comfortably warm, and his 5 senses felt keener than usual. This 8-section brocade exercise was something he had accidentally stumbled upon in the past, after becoming the guild leader of Shadow. When he visited an antique shop originally, he had planned to test the effectiveness of the exercise. However, after the company hired a martial arts master as an instructor at the workshop, Shifeng gave up on that notion. During those days, people were already going crazy over God's domain. In order to improve their actual combat skills, they would practice martial arts like madmen. Naturally, Shifeng was no exception. At that time, however, he was no longer young, and his body was similarly no longer in its prime. The things he could do were limited, and the most he could do was practice some Tai Chi and 8 trigram palms, training his techniques as much as he could. However, his current self was different. Not only had he started consuming nutrient fluids at a much earlier period than in the past, after undergoing several workout sessions, his current body's physique far surpassed the one of his past. There was a saying in martial arts: internally, spirit and breathing are practiced; externally, muscles, bones, and skin are practiced. Meanwhile, Shifeng related this saying to the 8-section brocade only. He had not thought the exercise would yield such good results. Although the exercise did not increase his body's strength, it refreshed his psyche and allowed him to remain calm at all times. Such an effect was an unexpected harvest for Shifeng. After Shifeng had his breakfast, he received a call from Zhao Ruoshi. She said that she was going to give him a ride to the fellowship party. When Shifeng arrived downstairs of his apartment, he immediately discovered Zhao Ruoshi standing in front of a blue sports car. She wore a pure white dress today, while her hair was tied up into a double ponytail. Her pure and beautiful appearance attracted the attention of every man that walked past her, sending them into a daze as drool leaked out of their mouths. "Let's go." Zhao Ruoshi smiled sweetly when she noticed Shifeng walking over. "Is this your car?" Shifeng looked at the blue sports car before him, feeling somewhat surprised. Suspicion of Zhao Ruoshi's identity started growing within him. This blue sports car was a limited edition maglev Ferrari Z75, and it had a selling price of 6 million credits. One would not be able to find one even in the entire Jinhai city. Yet Zhao Ruoshi actually owned one herself, of course. What? Surprised. It's just that, normally, I don't like driving it to school. However, we are going to a formal occasion today, so I need to make an impression. Zhao Ruoshi nodded her head slightly in reply. Hurry up and get on. The venue of the fellowship party is quite a distance away. Although Shifeng was mildly astonished by this new revelation, he didn't attempt to delve further into the matter. After all, everyone had their own secrets. Hence, he slid into the passenger seat. Soon after, Zhao Ruoshi stepped on the accelerator, and with a whoosh, the Ferrari Z75 sped along the road of the neighborhood. Envy filled the eyes of the many pedestrians walking on the street as they watched the Ferrari Z75 speed down the road. They inwardly wished that they too could drive such a sports car one day. The trip, which should have taken over an hour by car, was reduced to just slightly over 30 minutes by Zhao Ruoshi. Are you carsick? Zhao Ruoshi asked curiously, looking at Shifeng's pale complexion after she alighted from the car. Shifeng was a fighting expert within the school, and he was a person capable of knocking down a powerhouse like Zhou Yuhu in a single move. Yet, he had actually gotten carsick. If others heard about this, probably nobody would believe it. It's nothing. My body just feels slightly uncomfortable. It might be due to the breakfast I had this morning. Shifeng casually made an excuse. In truth, however, Shifeng really wanted to say, "You call that driving? That's practically attempted murder." However, since Zhao Ruoshi had brought him here out of goodwill, he naturally would not say such words. "Then, have you taken some medicine?" Zhao Ruoshi asked in worry, blinking her eyes. Shifeng turned speechless. The Jinhai Fellowship Party was being held at a 5-star hotel. Although the event was organized by Jinhai University, the participants were not limited to the students and staff of the university. Other universities and elites of society would also be participating in this event, and it would not be an exaggeration to call this fellowship party a gathering of elites. The Jinhai Fellowship Party was an annual event held in Jinhai City. Even though plenty of people wished to participate in this event, not everyone received the chance to actually do so. Moreover, the fellowship party held today was unlike any other before it. Aside from having invited personages that participated in Jinhai City's fighting competition, the event organizers had also invited many experts from gaming workshops this time around. As to why they would decide to invite such gaming experts, it was mainly due to the growing popularity of God's domain. People could already see the limitless potential of God's domain. Hence, many wished to form a good relationship in advance with these gaming experts. The decision of the event organizers was undeniably the correct one to make, because several years from now, every single gaming expert that participated in this fellowship party would grow to become a famous celebrity in Jinhai City. Just as Xiao Ruoshi and Shifeng were about to enter the hotel, Shifeng was unexpectedly blocked by the security guard at the door. "I'm sorry, sir, but your name is not on the list of invited guests. You cannot enter this place," the tall and robust security guard leader said in a cold voice, looking at Shifeng with a sharp gaze. The security guard leader was a former member of the Special Forces, and he had experienced multiple battlefields before. The murderous intent he radiated could scare most of the people he met, and others usually did not dare to look directly at him. If a normal person was the focus of the stare of the security guard leader, their hearts would immediately palpitate with fear as they redirected their gaze somewhere else. Yet, even after receiving this security guard's glare, Shifeng's expression still remained as placid as before, his lack of reaction confusing the security guard greatly. "That's not possible. I registered Shifeng myself. Can you check again?" Xiao Ruoshi's brows wrinkled. She had personally gone to the student council at the university, and had directly handed 2 persons' worth of participation fees to the student council president. How was it possible that she was registered, while Shifeng was not? The security guard captain scanned Shifeng once more. In the end, the results he got still showed him as unknown, and that he was not allowed entry. To make sure that nothing was wrong with the machine, he tried it on other people as well, and the results showed that nothing was wrong with the machine. "That's not right. I registered both of us together. I'll contact Yukai. Something must have gone wrong somewhere. I'll get him to fix it immediately," Xiao Ruoshi said. "Sorry, but I have to do things according to the rules. Anyone not registered is not allowed to enter. Impromptu registrations are not acceptable either. These are the rules," the security guard captain said coldly. "Who is the person responsible here?" Xiao Ruoshi asked angrily. Shifeng was someone she had personally invited. Now that Shifeng was barred entry, how could she not get angry? "Miss, please stop making things difficult for me. This is how the rules have always been. I can't change it just because of one person." The security guard captain could not help but soften his tone when he discerned that Xiao Ruoshi's identity was not simple. At this moment, several people walked out from the hotel. One of them was none other than the person Xiao Ruoshi was looking for, the president of the student council, Yukai. Walking beside him were people Shifeng were familiar with, Ling Feilong, Zhou Yuhu, and Qin Shuyu. Meanwhile, it was Shifeng's first time to meet the student council president, Yukai. The person in question had a stout body and round face, and his voice when he spoke was extremely gentle. It was very hard to imagine such a person being able to actually become the student council president. "Fellow student Xiao Ruoshi, what urgent matters do you have? Why are you looking for me so frantically?" Yukai asked Xiao Ruoshi, then gave a short summary of what had happened to him. "Truly sorry about this, fellow student Xiao Ruoshi. I never would have imagined that such a mistake would occur in the registrations. I sincerely apologize, but since things have already gotten to this point, I am helpless as well. These are the rules that the school set long ago. Regarding your loss, I'll compensate you with double the amount you paid." Yukai sent a glance at Shifeng, a smile on his face as he spoke. Standing to one side, both Ling Feilong and Zhou Yuhu looked at Shifeng with mocking smiles on their faces. Even an idiot could tell that this matter had something to do with them. Chapter 250, Serious Inquiries Only. Helpless about it. Xiao Ruoshi's eyes widened in rage. Yukai, this is your mistake. You need to think of a way to fix this. At this moment, Ling Failong stood out and interrupted, saying in a gentle tone, Ruoshi, you know that this is only a small mistake. Something must have gone wrong with the system, so you can't just put the blame on Hiyukai. Then what should Shifeng do? Since you already know something went wrong, does that mean Shifeng is allowed to go in now? Zhao Ruoshi completely ignored Ling Failong, directly asking Hiyukai, in any case, you can prove that Shifeng has indeed registered for this event. Shifeng also has no problem proving that he is a student of our school. Don't tell me that this is still not enough. Fellow student Zhao Ruoshi, I can indeed verify that Shifeng has registered for this event. However, whether he can enter or not is not up to a student council president like me to decide. You have to ask this big brother security guard here. Hiyukai shifted his gaze towards the security guard leader, instantly pushing all responsibility on the security guard. Hiyukai then revealed a bitter smile, making the situation seem as if it had nothing to do with him. The security guard's mouth clearly twitched when he listened to Hiyutsai's words. Hiyukai obviously did not help Shifeng register for this event to begin with, yet Hiyukai was pushing everything on him now. If Hiyukai insisted that Shifeng be allowed into the hotel, what could a mere security guard captain like him do? Hiyukai had already made his intentions very clear. Absolutely not allowed. That was Hiyutsai's answer. However, looking at Zhao Ruoshi, she too did not seem like someone he could provoke. Otherwise, why would Hiyukai even bother making so many superficial excuses? Caught in a dilemma, this security guard captain did not know which would be the wiser choice to make. Currently, Zhao Ruoshi's wrathful gaze had already shifted to the security guard captain. She asked in a grim tone, "What do you say?" "Me?" Even though he had experienced many battlefields before, the security guard captain could not help but hesitate at this moment. In the end, however, he still said strictly, "I have my responsibilities. Miss, please don't make things difficult for me." "You." "Class monitor, it's fine. This matter can't be helped. If I can't enter, so be it." Shifeng held back the raging Zhao Ruoshi. He then beamed a smile towards Hiyukai and the others who were really good at spoiling his good fortune. "It is great that fellow student Shifeng can understand my troubles. This was truly an accident. I guarantee that there will not be a similar situation like this the next time." Hiyukai sneered. "Right. A situation like this won't happen the next time." Shou Yuhu laughed loudly. Ling Failong sent a contemptuous smile at Shifeng, before saying in a gentle tone to Zhao Ruoshi, "Ruoshi, let's go. Uncle Jianhua has been anxiously waiting for you for a while now." "Why is Uncle Jianhua here?" Zhao Ruoshi was clearly surprised when she heard this name. However, when she thought about how Shifeng's problem still remained unsolved, a sudden inspiration flashed across her mind. That's right. Uncle Jianhua is one of the sponsors for the fellowship party. He should be able to get you in. Shifeng, wait here. I'll ask Uncle Jianhua to come immediately. That way, you'll definitely be able to enter. Shifeng nodded his head in reply. He then watched as Zhao Ruoshi frantically walked into the hotel. In the next instant, however, Shifeng noticed Ling Failong sending a cold smile his way. Shifeng felt a bad premonition at this sight. Seeing that Zhao Ruoshi had left, Hiyukai revealed a mocking smile as he said, "Fellow student Shifeng, please return from whence you came. This fellowship party is not fit for someone like you." He then told the security guard leader, "Remember, he is not allowed to set even a foot in this building. Otherwise, you can just pack up and leave." "Understood." Finished speaking, Hiyukai and the others walked back into the hotel, their laughter filling the air as they left. The security guard then fixed his gaze at Shifeng. As long as Shifeng dared come near this building, he would personally chase him out. However, Shifeng did not react in anger. On the contrary, he was feeling extraordinarily calm right now. "If you don't want me to go in, then so be it. In any case, I don't have to actually be in the party to do what I came to do." Shifeng turned around and left, the corner of his lips raised slightly. The Jin High Fellowship party held at this time was the perfect chance for him to recruit new members for his guild. If he were to miss it, who knew how long he would have to wait before another such chance arrived. The reason why a small guild like Shadow could survive in God's domain was mainly due to the group of people they had recruited at this event. This group of people had helped Shadow endure its hardest times. Otherwise, with the little manpower Shadow possessed, there was no way they could avoid annexation by a large guild. Although Zero Wing already had a powerhouse like Aqua Rose and also a group of elite players in its midst, a guild could never have an excess of powerhouses and elite players since he was not allowed to recruit inside the event venue. It should be fine if he did it outside, right? Hence, Shifeng visited a nearby printing shop. Soon after, he set up a large sign a short distance away from the venue of the Fellowship Party. Zero Wing Guild recruiting new members. Serious inquiries only. Although the color of the words on the sign was monochrome and looked somewhat shabby, it still clearly conveyed the meaning Shifeng wanted. As to whether or not others would recognize the sign for what it was, Shifeng was not worried about that one little bit. After all, Zero Wing's fame was not limited to just White River City, but the entire Starmoon Kingdom. On the official forums of the Starmoon Kingdom, Zero Wing's popularity had long since gone off the charts, not to mention having 8 players occupying the top positions on the ranking list. The levels of these players had even exceeded everyone's imaginations. The lowest level player among them was level 18. This was a level that elicited awe in others. Even when ranked throughout the entire Starmoon Kingdom, these 8 players would still be the top 8 players. Not to mention a first-rate guild, even an apex first-rate guild could not achieve such a feat. How could people not yearn to join such a guild? Hence, many independent players wished they could join Zero Wing. There were even thousands of threads posted on the forums by independent players, all of them expressing their intentions to join Zero Wing. However, Zero Wing only recruited members at White River City, so not everyone could actually join the guild. Shortly after the sign was raised, it had already started attracting attention. Little how, look at that sign. It's actually Zero Wing recruiting members. Zero Wing Guild. How is that possible? That guild is very mysterious. I heard that the strength of the 8 great experts of that guild is several times more amazing than even the experts of first-rate guilds. How could they be recruiting members at this place? If it really is Zero Wing recruiting, I will definitely be the first one to apply. The passers-by who noticed this sign immediately started a discussion among themselves. After all, Zero Wing was simply too famous right now. They could only be described with words such as mysterious and strong. Meanwhile, in one of the lounges on the 10th floor of the hotel was an old man dressed in luxurious clothing. Although the man was already in his 50s, he had a keenness that belied his age, his sharp gaze capable of seeing through people's hearts. This person was none other than Zhao Jianhua's second uncle. Why have you come here today? Zhao Ruoshi smiled sweetly at this old man. After entering the room, Zhao Jianhua was the younger brother of Zhao Ruoshi's father. He was also one of the board members of the Zhao group. However, Zhao Jianhua did not have any children of his own, so he had always loved Zhao Ruoshi dearly as if she were his own daughter, treating her like the most delicate flower in the world. Of course, I am here to take a look at you. You're always staying at school recently, not bothering to even pay a visit back home, Zhao Jianhua replied with a doting smile. Second uncle, you're one of the sponsors for this get-together, right? I have a friend who wishes to join this event as well. Could you let him in? Zhao Ruoshi said sweetly, grabbing and shaking Zhao Jianhua's arm. Are you referring to that Shifeng? Zhao Jianhua's brows wrinkled, his expression sinking immediately. How did you know, second uncle? Zhao Ruoshi asked curiously. I was the one who arranged for him to be barred from entering. He is merely a mediocre person that came from an ordinary family. You shouldn't associate with such a person. You are the Zhao group's successor, an elite standing at the very top of the pyramid of society. Others will gossip about you if they learn that you are associating with this kind of person. I am very clear about people like this Shifeng. People like him will do whatever it takes to get ahead, and there is no limit to the amount of flattery he'll spout. He does not like you at all, he simply covets the assets of the Zhao group. I definitely won't allow him to continue tricking you. As for Shi Feng's side of things, I will speak with him personally. Chapter 251, Great Trees Are Good for Shade. Zhao Ruoxi was silent for a long time after receiving Zhao Jianhua's lecture. Zhao Ruoxi never would have thought that her second uncle, who had always pampered her to the extreme, would say such words to her. Moreover, he had described Shi Feng as such an ugly person. There was clearly a serious misunderstanding here. Someone had definitely worked on him. Second uncle, whom did you hear this from? Zhao Ruoxi did not immediately refute Zhao Jianhua. Instead, she wanted to find out just what was going on right now. It isn't important who told me about it. Ruoxi, in the future, you are not allowed to associate with people like Shi Feng anymore. This is also elder brother's wish. Zhao Ruoxi had already been corrupted by Shi Feng, and nothing he said would actually change her mind. Hence, he needed to take decisive measures to end their relationship once and for all. Afterwards, he would approach Shi Feng and have him completely distance himself from Zhao Ruoxi. Meanwhile, Zhao Ruoxi found herself stuck between laughter and tears. She knew that her second uncle was saying these things for her own good. However, she and Shi Feng clearly weren't in the kind of relationship her second uncle thought they were in. They were merely classmates. Yet, judging from her second uncle's words, it sounded as if she and Shi Feng's relationship had already reached the point where they were inseparable lovers joined together at the hip. Zhao Ruoxi couldn't help but laugh as she said, "Second uncle, since when did you start providing cover for someone? Let me guess, this person must be Ling Feilong, right?" "That's right. It is indeed Ling Feilong." Since Zhao Ruoxi had already guessed correctly, Zhao Jianhua did not contradict her. Instead, he straightforwardly argued, Shi Feng is only a nobody. On the other hand, I feel that this child, Feilong, is not bad. Not only does he look good, he is also ambitious and possesses great skills in fighting. Nowadays, the popularity of God's domain has already reached never-before-seen heights, and I hear that Feilong Brat is even in the upper echelon of the Shadow Guild. He also has a very good insight towards the future. Yet, instead of choosing a youth with good potential like him, you chose to go with an incompetent person. I am sure elder brother would stand together with me on this matter as well. Second uncle, you're really misunderstanding things here. There isn't anything between me and Shi Feng. Zhao Ruoxi was utterly at a loss for words. Rather, she felt furious about Ling Feilong's actions. However, she was inwardly rejoicing as well right now. Thanks to Shi Feng's appearance, she could finally see Ling Feilong's true colors clearly. Misunderstand. Your second uncle possesses discerning eyes, and I very much understand your situation. In any case, I will absolutely not allow that brat to enter this event. I am still capable of that, at least. Zhao Jianhua did not believe Zhao Ruoxi's words. He knew how very sly Zhao Ruoxi had been since her childhood. In any case, he refused to be fooled in this matter. Zhao Jianhua was not some shrewd businessman, nor was he part of the Zhao Group's management. Instead, he was a fighter that loved martial arts. Only afterwards did he start handling the security department of the Zhao Group. The real boss of the Zhao Group was Zhao Ruoxi's father, Zhao Jinchuan. Hence, Zhao Jianhua had always liked future professional fighters like Ling Feilong. After all, only a strong man could properly protect his own woman. Yet, what was Shi Feng? Zhao Jianhua had had Shi Feng investigated, and he discovered that Shi Feng was only a weakling who was constantly bullied by others. A person like Shi Feng was simply too unreliable. Hence, Zhao Jianhua was adamant at ending Zhao Ruoxi's relationship with Shi Feng. This time while Zhao Jianhua and Zhao Ruoxi were having their discussion, Ling Feilong, who was outside the door, eavesdropping on their conversation, secretly felt delighted. Although he could not directly defeat Shi Feng, he could still play Shi Feng to death using a roundabout approach. In addition, he he had also informed Zhao Jianxian about this matter in advance. With both Zhao Jianhua and Zhao Jianxian vehemently opposing their relationship, even if Shi Feng had seduced and captivated Zhao Ruoxi's heart completely, the two of them could never be together. Hence, as long as he could develop himself in shadow, becoming one of the core members of the guild, Zhao Jianhua and Zhao Jianxian would definitely support his pursuit of Zhao Ruoxi after obtaining the wealth of the Zhao group. He could easily take control of the entire Shadow Guild. At that time, what would Shi Feng amount to? What would Zhang Luowei amount to? What would Lan Hailong amount to? Yu Kai, you've done well this time. I'll put in a few good words for you when I meet up with Brother Zhang next time. After you graduate, just come to Shadow, Ling Failong said with satisfaction, patting He Yu Kai, who stood beside him in a deferential manner. This is but a trivial matter. In the future, I will be relying on Brother Long for support, He Yu Kai said with a smile. Although He Yu Kai, as the student council president, was indeed an amazing character in Jinhai University, after he graduated from the school, however, he would only amount to nothing. Nobody in society would give a damn about him. Aware of this reality, He Yu Kai had no choice but to agree to Ling Feilong's request to remove Shi Feng's registration for the fellowship party. Furthermore, Zhou Jianhua himself had even instructed him not to allow Shi Feng entry into the event. Since he could satisfy both parties with just an action, killing two birds with one stone, why wouldn't he do so? Only, neither He Yu Kai nor Ling Failong knew that, at this moment, the hotel's surroundings had become extremely lively. Originally, the Jinhai Fellowship Party was a well-known event throughout Jinhai City. Hence, many reporters and media outlets would show up to cover it. There was also no lack of onlookers hanging around the event venue. However, the outside of the event venue was much livelier compared to previous years. Instead of just a small crowd, there was a sea of people here. Young and old, tall and short, all kinds of people could be seen lining up on the streets. Some of the uninformed passers-by even thought an international celebrity had showed up at this place. It made them wonder just what these people were lining up for. Little brother, what's happening in front? Why are there so many people lining up here? Ha! You don't know. The Zero Wing Guild is recruiting members. Zero Wing Guild. What's that? Of course it is Star Moon Kingdom's most amazing and mysterious guild. What Star Moon Kingdom? Crap! Have you even played God's Domain before? You don't even know that. Which hole did you crawl out from? The passers-by mostly consisted of office workers, and they usually worked from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Their lives were mostly taken up by their work, so how would they find the time to play a game? Naturally, they would not know anything about God's Domain. However, when these office workers looked at the hundreds of people lining up, many of them started feeling confused about the game called God's Domain. They wondered just what sort of game God's Domain was. To actually have such a strong influence on so many people, it was simply a guild from a game recruiting members. Yet, there were actually several hundred people applying to join. Moreover, the numbers were still increasing without end. In a short moment, the number of people applying might even break through to the thousands. However, the most unfathomable thing was that even the reporters from television stations were running over to carry out a live broadcast on this situation. Just what sort of situation was this? Isn't it just membership recruitment for a guild in a game? You can't even earn a cent from playing a game, so what's the point of wasting so much time lining up? What foolish people, one of the passers-by who was a white-collared elite mockingly laughed the instant this white-collar elite said those words. Many of the people lining up immediately turned contemptuous gazes at him, as if they were looking at an idiot. What an idiot. He doesn't even know what membership recruitment by a guild in God's Domain means. No doubt he'll be in the rat race all his life. What are you minding him for? How would he know that when a guild is recruiting members in reality, they are also recruiting professional players for the guild's gaming workshop? A white-collar elite like him would be earning 4,000 to 5,000 credits a month. He would naturally look down on us part-timers who can only make 2,000 to 3,000 credits a month. What are you saying? That's the salary for an outer member of a guild. If we become official members, then we'll have a minimum salary of 5,000 a month. Meanwhile, elite members could get at least 10,000. Zero Wing is also recruiting quite a lot of members this time. They're recruiting 300 outer members, 100 official members, and 20 elite members. With so many available spots, we might even get a chance to join Zero Wing. I guess you're right. I also hear that core members get a base salary of 50,000 credits. I wonder just how much the 8 great experts of Zero Wing are earning each month. I hear that their salaries are over 10 million. Previously, there had been a financial corporation that offered them an astronomical amount of 8 million, yet, none of the 8 experts had even reacted to it. Zero Wing's wealth is simply unimaginable. The players lining up started a discussion among themselves. However, the white-collar elite was no longer as calm as he was before. After all, he had only managed to obtain a monthly salary of 5,000 credits after attending countless interviews and working for his current company for 3 years. Yet, he was barely comparable to an official member of a gaming guild. Moreover, these gamers were only working part-time during the night. Suddenly, this office worker had the urge to join the queue as well while Sherphone was interviewing player after player on the street. His actions had also attracted the attention of the guests participating in the fellowship party. It was especially true for the large-scale workshops in Jinhai City. Some of the professional fighters that planned to start their career in God's domain also grew interested by this site. Zero Wing has actually showed up at this place. Attending this fellowship party this time wasn't a waste of my time at all. Zero Wing Guild. Let's hurry up and meet up with that person. This is a great chance for our workshop. Who knows how many people and financial corporations are trying but failing to meet someone in the upper echelons of the guild. We are truly fortunate to be able to meet one at this event. Chapter 252, I Am a Coward. On the highest floor, the 36th floor, of the Golden Bridge Hotel, the Jinhai Fellowship Party had officially started. Most of the participants present at this event were well-known figures from various sectors of Jinhai City. On the contrary, only a minority consisted of students who were about to graduate from Jinhai University. The Jinhai Fellowship Party held this year was the grandest one yet, and the number of people invited this year was also the highest compared to past occasions. As a result, the soon-to-be graduates of Jinhai University were provided with more career prospects. This was especially true for players of God's domain. Many people from all walks of life had an optimistic view on God's domain's future, because aside from allowing its players to experience battles and adventures, God's domain also allowed players to enjoy various lifestyles and forms of entertainment. The array of activities one could experience in God's domain was much more abundant than in the real world, and this aspect of the game allowed many corporations in the real world to integrate and develop themselves in the game. Currently, there was an energetic old man in his 60s, who wore a white tunic, sitting at a corner of the event venue. Meanwhile, surrounding the old man were some of the most influential and powerful figures of Jinhai City. Zhao Ruoshi's second uncle, Zhao Jianhua, was seated among these powerful personages as well. Are they not here yet? The old man in the white tunic suddenly asked Hiyukai, who stood beside him. They've already arrived, but Hiyutsai's expression faltered as he hesitated on his words. The elderly man before him was both the headmaster and chairman of Jinhai University, Su Wenqing, and he was a very influential man in Jinhai City. The reason being, under Su Wenqing's tutelage, many students had graduated from Jinhai University with outstanding achievements, and such a contribution made Su Wenqing a well-known and well-respected character in the various sectors of Jinhai City. Su Wenqing's influence was so great that he could easily send Jinhai City into an uproar with his words alone. Speak, Su Wenqing suddenly said in a cold voice. They re outside right now. Hiyukai answered feebly, the sudden pressure making the knees of an inexperienced youth like him go weak. Since they're already outside, why aren't they coming in? Su Wenqing questioned. Don't tell me they want this decrepit old man to invite them in. Who do they think they are? They actually want Elder Su to invite them in. Do they think that, just because they're good at playing a game, they can disregard us. Zhao Jianhua angrily said, "You few, go take a look at the situation and call them up. Tell them that I said so." Su Wenqing felt that something was amiss after light contemplation. Aside from the professional players from gaming workshops, quite a few well-known figures from fighting competitions were still absent from the event as well. Receiving the command, Su Wenqing's bodyguards, who stood by his side, immediately took the elevator down the hotel. These bodyguards wore black suits and black sunglasses, and all of them had tall and robust bodies. I don't understand what is going through these people's minds. What's the point of staying downstairs instead of coming up? Has something happened downstairs? Zhao Jianhua felt furious at the absentees, and his view of professional gamers lowered even further now. In his opinion, no matter how good a gamer was, they were, in the end, still gamers. Without corporations supporting and financing them, they would only remain as small fries in society. I, too, am curious. Just what sort of mentality do young people have nowadays? Maybe we old folks are no longer able to keep up with the changing times," said a middle-aged man dressed in black martial artist clothing with a self-deprecating laugh. As if he was a great ocean, the man gave others a calm and gentle feeling, and one would not be able to find a hint of energetic spirit coming off this man. However, nobody present in the room would dare look down on this middle-aged man. The reason being, this man was Jinhai City's well-known martial arts master, Chen Wu. Several years ago, Chen Wu was the reigning champion of Jinhai City's fighting competition. He was the uncontested number one back then. However, now that he was older, he no longer participated in any fighting competitions. Instead, he had started his own dojo in Jinhai City, which was very well received. Master Chen Wu must be joking. Young people nowadays just don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. It is only a virtual reality game. With Master Chen Wu's skills, if you entered that game called God's Domain, you can easily become one of the apex experts there. Zhao Jianhua said the real world and the virtual world are different things entirely. Moreover, times have changed. The future belongs to the younger folk now. Chen Wu shook his head. As a martial arts practitioner, he was very sensitive towards matters that occurred around him. He could clearly feel the change of an era approaching quickly. It was especially true with the appearance of God's Domain. Ignoring the fact that corporations all over the world were already investing in God's Domain one after another, just the number of players the game had already surpassed one's imagination. Anybody could easily tell how huge a potential God's Domain had. Moreover, there had to be yet another secret being kept hidden about God's Domain. Although Chen Wu did not know what exactly this secret was, he did know that it was a secret capable of attracting the countless corporations around the world to scramble madly over. The virtual reality game known as God's Domain was definitely not as simple as it appeared to be. Meanwhile, although the various major corporations in Jinhai City had similarly invested in God's Domain, they were simply like stray cats that smelled the scent of fish. They had no idea at all what sort of secrets God's Domain possessed. After Chen Wu and Zhao Jianhua chatted for a bit, Su Wenqing received a call from one of his bodyguards. "Elder Su, the people down here say that they have an important matter they need to do right now. They will need some time before they can go up." Important matter? What could be more important than the fellowship party this time? Don't they want the sponsorship and support from other corporations anymore? Su Wenqing's tone turned grim. Although he did not show it on his face, many who knew Su Wenqing's temper immediately realized he was angry. It seems that they are trying to meet with one of Zero Wing Guild's upper management. However, there are too many people lining up right now, so it will be some time before they are done. Zero Wing Guild. Is it a guild from God's Domain? Su Wenqing asked, curious. Was it just a gaming guild? Was there a need for so many famous gaming workshops to try to suck up to it? Could this Zero Wing Guild be a very powerful existence within God's Domain? Although Su Wenqing did not play virtual reality games himself, he was still familiar with the well-known guilds within the virtual reality world. Even so, Zero Wing was not among the famous guilds he knew of. They say that Zero Wing is an extremely famous guild in Starmoon Kingdom. In certain aspects, Zero Wing is even superior to first-rate guilds. Many corporations are also wishing to meet the upper management of Zero Wing. However, due to Zero Wing being overly mysterious, nobody has ever found a chance to make contact, so none of them want to miss this chance right now. Putting it in such a way, this means that Zero Wing Guild isn't an existence that can be ignored. Su Wenqing grew interested in this Zero Wing Guild, especially since such a guild had appeared in a city like Jinhai City. To think that such an amazing guild has appeared in our Jinhai City without this old man knowing. Since it is so, invite this representative of Zero Wing Guild to come up and have a chat. This old man wishes to see just what kind of person this representative is. Moreover, it would not be a good thing to have so many participants of the fellowship party staying downstairs instead of being present at the actual event. He might as well have the representative of Zero Wing come up. That way, the guests from other gaming workshops could also participate in the fellowship party. Everyone was shocked when they heard Su Wenqing actually inviting an unknown guild representative to the fellowship party. Meanwhile, outside the Golden Bridge Hotel, Su Wenqing's bodyguards had already met up with Shifeng. They then relayed their employer's intentions to Shifeng, inviting him upstairs. However, to these bodyguards' surprise, Shifeng immediately rejected the invitation. Mr. Shifeng, Elder Su is wholeheartedly inviting you to join him upstairs. I guarantee that you will not be disappointed, the leader of the bodyguards patiently persuaded Shifeng. I understand. However, I am still not done with the recruitment here. Also, even if I do agree, you'll have to ask the people lining up here if they'll agree to let me go. Shifeng smiled as he pointed at the long line in front of him consisting of over 1,000 people. He then continued, moreover, even if I am willing to go with you, someone inside will also chase me out again. I am a coward. That person has threatened me and said that I am not allowed to set even a foot in the hotel. I still have many people I need to interview, so please stop making things difficult for me. Su Wenqing's bodyguards were immediately rendered speechless. Wasn't this just blatant disregard of them? However, they had no choice but to report this matter back to Su Wenqing. What? Someone is threatening him from entering. Su Wenqing couldn't help but laugh when he heard these words. He then said, then, tell him that, as long as this old man is here, I guarantee that nothing will happen to him in this fellowship party, and nobody will dare chase him out. However, he still says that he doesn't dare enter. He doesn't wish to be chased out for a second time, the bodyguard said, helplessly. Chased out for a second time. Does that mean he was originally a guest of this fellowship party? Yes. Su Wenqing was stunned. However, anger immediately shot to his head when he finally reacted. Someone had actually dared to chase out a guest that he invited. Wasn't this just giving him a slap across his old face? Who? Who dares chase away a guest I invited? At this moment, Su Wenqing's voice turned extremely chilling. Although he was not a martial artist himself, the pressure he emitted caused many of those present to become fearful. The bodyguard trembled as he slowly said, "He Yukai." Chapter 253, 5 Demon Generals. Good. Very good. Although Su Wenqing was smiling, the tone he spoke with was as chilling as the winter cold at this moment. Even an idiot could tell that Su Wenqing was furious due to the conversation being held over the phone. Nobody but Su Wenqing himself could hear what his bodyguard had said. However, based on the words Su Wenqing had spoken, the people around him knew that someone had done something to badly anger Su Wenqing. Where a matter such as chasing away an invited guest was concerned, neither Qin Wu nor Zhao Jianhua had such courage to do so, as doing so was equivalent to giving Su Wenqing a slap across his face. Everyone valued their prestige. Since this person had dared give Su Wenqing a slap, then this person shouldn't expect Su Wenqing to welcome it with a smile. At this moment, Zhao Jianhua, Qin Wu, and everyone else started feeling pity for the person that angered Su Wenqing. This was practically bearding the lion in its den, a truly suicidal action. However, they were also very curious about the person that dared to chase away an invited guest. They wanted to know just who this daring person was. He Yukai, come over here. Su Wenqing looked at He Yukai, who was cluelessly standing at one side confused. He Yukai thought Su Wenqing had some orders for him to carry out, failing to notice that Su Wenqing's chilling intent was directed at him. Go downstairs and invite that person up here. If he isn't willing to come up, then you don't have to come back either, Su Wenqing said coldly. Headmaster, this. He Yukai was utterly confused about the meaning of Su Wenqing's words. You'll naturally understand after you go downstairs. Su Wenqing sent a glance at the bodyguard beside him. The bodyguard intuitively understood Su Wenqing's intentions, and he immediately grabbed He Yukai and dragged him towards the elevator. Headmaster Su, there must be a misunderstanding somewhere. I really didn't do something like that. He Yukai shouted in a panic, the fat on his body jiggling. Even if he was given 100 lives, he would never dare kick out an invited guest. He was merely a student of Jinhai University, and nobody among the invited guests was someone he could afford to offend. If he had to name someone that he had really driven away, then the only person that came to mind would be Shi Feng. However, Shi Feng was simply a student that was not worth mentioning. He was not an invited guest at all. No matter how He Yukai looked at this situation, Shi Feng would not be related to it in any way. This brat sure has guts, Zhao Jianhua said in an ambiguous tone. It was unknown whether he was actually praising He Yukai or disparaging him. However, everyone else was in full agreement with Zhao Jianhua's words. The bystanders could clearly tell that this incident was caused by He Youcai. This incident had truly given them a shock. He Yukai was merely a student council president, an insignificant existence, yet he had actually dared to recklessly abuse the little power he was given. If He Yukai did not deal with this matter perfectly, then his best option to save himself was to pack up and leave Jinhai City. Otherwise, only a tragic end awaited him. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's recruitment location had already become the most eye-catching sight on the street. Before he knew it, Shi Feng had recruited many new people for his guild. Some well-known workshops in Jinhai City were even included among them. The members of these workshops were all relatively skilled. However, since they didn't have a top-tier expert leading them, they had a difficult time obtaining good equipment in God's domain. The reason being, a majority of the high-quality equipment could only be obtained from a dungeon, while a minority came from field bosses. However, to a guildless workshop, field bosses were simply an unattainable dream. This situation resulted in the workshops having a hard time making money in God's domain. Hence, many of these workshops wished to join a guild, a powerful guild, in particular. If they had a top-tier expert guiding them, dungeon diving would become a much easier endeavor. Moreover, compared to groping in the dark by themselves, they could improve themselves with much greater efficiency by learning techniques from the said expert. Meanwhile, the Zero Wing Guild was undeniably the best option available in Jinhai City for these guildless workshops. Currently, none of the guilds in Jinhai City had officially become a rated guild in the past. If Shadow had not spent a humongous sum of money to annex a large number of workshops and recruited some new members with great potential, it would have had no way to quickly become a third-rate guild. In such a situation, Shadow would have also fallen in the competition over White River City, as this was the brutality of God's domain. The 5 demon generals have yet to show up even now. Could they be uninterested in joining Zero Wing? Shi Feng had already interviewed several hundreds of people. However, not a single one of the 5 demon generals were actually among those hundreds of people in the past. The 5 demon generals were the most powerful experts in Shadow. If their growth had not been limited by Shadow, they might have been promoted to a Tier 4 class or above. These 5 people also played an indispensable role in aiding Shadow in obtaining the 10 city-states. One could even say that Shi Feng's main goal in attending this fellowship party was to recruit these 5 people. Don't tell me they're afraid of taking the interview. Shi Feng felt that there was a very high possibility of such a thing happening. After all, the current 5 demon generals were obscure existences right now, nobodies in God's domain. If they concluded that they would not be accepted into Zero Wing, they would naturally avoid taking the interview altogether, saving themselves the humiliation when they got rejected. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng felt troubled. It was very possible for these 5 people to be inside the fellowship party right now. Yet, he had no way of entering the actual event venue. So, how should he go about recruiting those 5? Just as Shi Feng was feeling distressed over this matter, He Yukai came walking over. "Why is it you?" He Yukai was immediately dumbfounded when he discovered the person he had been sent to invite actually turned out to be Shi Feng. In He Yotsai's opinion, Shi Feng was simply an ordinary student. His and Su Wenqing's statuses were worlds apart from each other, and it was impossible for Su Wenqing to actually send a personal invitation to Shi Feng. Yet, the impossible had actually happened now. Meanwhile, Shi Feng couldn't help but shift his gaze to He Yukai. Suddenly, he asked with a smile, "President He, what brings you here? Don't tell me you wish to chase me away from this street as well. This is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Fellow student Shi Feng, how could I possibly dare to chase you away? All of this is simply a misunderstanding. Previously, due to an error to the system, your information was not properly registered. However, everything is fine now. Fellow student Shi Feng, you can now participate in the fellowship party as well." He Yukai said with a fawning smile. "President He, I am a very cowardly person. Previously, you yourself, President He, had said that, as long as I dare set even a single foot in the hotel, you would immediately chase me out. I truly do not dare provoke a personage such as you. I also feel quite comfortable staying here. If you don't have any other matters, then, please return to your event. I am still very busy right now." Shi Feng smiled, shifting his attention away from He Yotsai. Hearing Shi Feng's words, He Yotsai's face instantly paled. Even an idiot could make out the meaning behind Shi Feng's words. "You chased me away without any hesitation before. Yet, now, you wish to invite me back. Do you think it's possible that I will agree?" He Yukai really wished to say, "It's possible." He Yukai was merely a student council president. Now that Su Wenqing had already spoken, if He Yukai did not deal with this matter properly, his future would be over. Moreover, with Su Wenqing's horrific reach, He Yukai did not even dare to think about having a future. Noticing Su Wenqing's bodyguard coldly looking at him, He Yotsai's body shuddered with fear. Immediately, he did something that shocked even Shi Feng himself. He Yukai immediately knelt before Shi Feng, hugging Shi Feng's thigh as he cried like a little girl, saying, "Fellow student Shi Feng. No. Brother Feng. I was the one in the wrong. I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Taishan too. I am deserving of death. How could I have been so blind to actually listen to the words of that bastard, Ling Feilong? Brother Feng, I apologize to you. Please. If it can help cool your temper, please beat me up as much as you wish. As long as Brother Feng is willing to go upstairs with me." Shi Feng wasn't the only one shocked by He Yotsai's actions. Even the bystanders were dumbfounded by this scene. Did he really think he was invincible just because he was shameless? Chapter 254, The Young Will Surpass the Old. As expected, it was Ling Feilong plotting behind the scenes. In truth, Shi Feng did not pay any attention to an insignificant character like He Yukai. He only wished to find out who was trying to make trouble for him. Since he was able to ascertain that it was indeed Ling Feilong playing tricks on him, he no longer had any use for He Yotsai. "All right, save your crocodile tears. I'll go up with you. However, my requirement is for you to clearly repeat the words you just said to Headmaster Su. Otherwise, pray for your own future," Shi Feng said calmly as he kicked He Yukai away. "How could you do this to me?" Instantly, He Yukai recovered his previous smiling appearance, making it look as if none of the embarrassing scene from before had actually happened. However, there was a hint of hatred hidden beneath his eyes as he looked at Shi Feng. He Yukai had already embarrassed Su Wenqing. If he told Su Wenqing of this matter, then he would be adding Ling Feilong to the list of people he had offended. Moreover, Ling Feilong was supported by Zhao Jianhua, who was an even more frightening existence. Even if Su Wenqing were to forgive him, Ling Failong and Zhao Jianhua would definitely not let him off. A wolf in front, and a tiger behind. Even if he did not lose his life, his future would be ruined. Shi Feng was simply too cruel for wanting him to do such a thing. Why can't I do such a thing? I am only asking you to tell the truth. Now, tell me, what is your decision? Shi Feng smiled calmly, completely ignoring the poisonous glare He Yukai was sending him. What comes around, goes around. After some contemplation, He Yukai took a few deep breaths before coming to a decision. He then shifted his eyes toward Shi Feng, a malicious glint in his eyes as he said, I can agree to your demands, however, you must allow me to join Zero Wing. It seems that you still aren't clear about your current situation. You wish to discuss conditions with me. Then let me tell you, you only have two options right now. You either speak or don't. In my personal opinion, it's best that you speak the truth. At the very least, you will earn the pardon of Headmaster Su. Shi Feng then raised his brows, stating, my patience is limited. I will give you 3 seconds to consider. All right. I'll speak. He Yukai quickly made his choice. Compared to Ling Failong and Zhao Jianhua, he was even more afraid of Su Wenqing. After all, Su Wenqing's influence was simply too extensive. Soon after, Shi Feng followed He Yukai and Su Wenqing's bodyguard into the hotel and took the elevator up to the 36th floor. Shi Feng's arrival at the event venue immediately attracted a majority of the participants' attention due to Su Wenqing's rage. Many of the guests present had already found out about the incident concerning Shi Feng. They were very curious to see just what sort of person warranted a personal invitation from Su Wenqing himself. Under the bodyguard's lead, Shi Feng and He Yukai arrived before Su Wenqing. When an ordinary youth in black sportswear appeared before them, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. They started attentively evaluating Shi Feng, intent on discerning the secrets hidden behind Shi Feng's ordinary appearance. To their disappointment, however, be it Shi Feng's attire or aura, both were similarly plain and ordinary. Shi Feng. Why are you here? Ling Failong couldn't help but grow astonished. Originally, he had intended to use this fellowship party to form a deeper connection with Zhao Jianhua. However, he never imagined that Shi Feng could actually make it into the event. The current situation went far beyond his expectations. Everything has an exception to it, isn't that so? Shi Feng replied with a smile. Shi Feng, it's great that you made it. Originally, I planned to go down and look for you, but it seems that won't be necessary now. Zhao Ruoshi said excitedly when she saw the new arrival with Shi Feng. Were it not for Zhao Jianhua holding her back, preventing her from leaving, she would have long since left this boring fellowship party. Sitting beside Zhao Ruoshi, Zhao Jianhua immediately turned grim when he heard Zhao Ruoshi's words. Previously, Zhao Ruoshi had pestered him endlessly for him to let Shi Feng come up, angering him greatly. Never would Zhao Jianhua have thought that, not only did this commoner not give up, he had actually entered the event venue. Now didn't I tell the ones below not to let him in? How did he manage to get in? Zhao Jianhua's mind was filled with questions. He failed to realize that Shi Feng was none other than the Zero Wing representative that Su Wenqing had invited. Young man, come over here and take a seat. This old man is called Su Wenqing, the current headmaster of Jinhai University. Su Wenqing slowly stood up and formally introduced himself. Shi Feng, a fourth-year student of Jinhai University. Shi Feng replied softly, you are a student of our school. Indeed, the young will surpass the old. So young, yet you've already entered the middle management of the Zero Wing Guild, Su Wenqing said, slightly surprised. He did not believe Shi Feng had a very high position in the Zero Wing Guild. However, normally, only those in middle management or higher had the right to recruit members. Shi Feng had yet to graduate from university, yet he had already managed to become a middle manager of a mysterious guild. In the eyes of commoners, this could be considered a great achievement. At the very least, Shi Feng was much more successful than most of the students present at the fellowship party today. Su Wenqing's amiable bearing and praise towards Shi Feng slightly surprised Qin Wu and Zhao Jianhua, who sat close to Su Wenqing. They never thought Su Wenqing would praise a younger generation like so, a plain and ordinary youth like Shifeng, no less. For a second, they even thought that their ears were playing tricks on them even when faced with Zhang Luowei, the person with the brightest future in Jinhai University. Su Wenqing had simply said the words, "not bad." Although they were shocked by the fact that a person like Shifeng was a middle manager of a guild, an achievement like this did not warrant such praise from Su Wenqing himself. After all, Su Wenqing was a very influential character in Jinhai City. However, Su Wenqing held an optimistic view on Shifeng's future. Shifeng's temperament, which was as calm as the great ocean, especially solidified this opinion of his. This was not something a youth like him should have, or to put it bluntly, it should be impossible for a youth like Shifeng to possess such a temperament if not for the fact that Su Wenqing had met with countless people, and had seen all sorts of people throughout his life. He too would not have discovered this particular trait of Shifeng's being capable of entering the middle management of such a powerful guild clearly showcased Shifeng's ability. Before long, Shifeng would definitely enter the upper management of the guild, hence why Su Wenqing was being so courteous with Shifeng. Headmaster must be joking. Shifeng laughed after Su Wenqing exchanged a few words with Shifeng. Su Wenqing shifted his gaze once more to Hiyukai, who was currently trembling where he stood. Su Wenqing demanded coldly, "Speak. What happened?" Although Su Wenqing's voice was soft, it was filled with oppressiveness. Frightened, Hiyukai no longer dared hide anything from him. Ling Feilong was the one that told me to do everything. He said he did not wish to see Shifeng entangled with fellow student Zhao Ruoshi. Hence, under his coercion, I did not register Shifeng for the fellowship party. Hiyukai immediately pointed towards Ling Feilong, denouncing him. At this moment, he no longer cared about the consequences of his words. Immediately, everyone's attention shifted to Ling Feilong. Ling Feilong instantly felt a huge pressure bearing down on him at this moment. Ling Feilong felt utterly powerless, his breathing faltering. He was at a complete loss for words right now. Anything he said would easily offend others. He also never imagined that Shifeng would have Zero Wing Guild as his backing. Since you have nothing to say for yourself, then please leave this place. The Jinhai Fellowship Party does not welcome you, Su Wenqing said abruptly in a deep tone, the rage contained within his words clear for all to hear. Looking at Ling Feilong's expression, it was obvious what Hiyukai had said was the truth. Following which, two robust bodyguards walked towards Ling Feilong, clearly intending to send Ling Feilong on his way. Elder Su, please wait a moment, Zhao Jianhua suddenly spoke up. Meanwhile, standing beside Zhao Jianhua were two of Shadow's major shareholders, Lan Hailong and Zhang Luowei. Chapter 255, There is only one protagonist. Zhao Jianhua's deep voice suddenly caused the splendorous and lively venue to go silent. Everyone present knew that, once Su Wenqing made a decision, nobody was allowed to interfere with it. However, Zhao Jianhua actually stepped in and tried to interrupt Su Wenqing. Suddenly, the atmosphere within the event hall turned extraordinarily intense, like a minefield where a single misstep could trigger a massive explosion. In reply to Zhao Jianhua's interruption, Su Wenqing did not speak any words. Instead, he merely stretched out his hand, halting the two bodyguards from dragging Ling Feilong away. He then returned his focus to Zhao Jianhua, his eyes carrying a questioning look. He wanted to know just what sort of reason Zhao Jianhua had for going against his decision. Zhao Jianhua was one of the main sponsors for the Jinhai Fellowship Party. He was also one of the directors of the Zhao Group, a major corporation in Jinhai City. Hence, Su Wenqing could not simply ignore Zhao Jianhua's opinion. Elder Su, I am the one who allowed Ling Feilong to prevent Shifeng from entering this place. Moreover, I feel that I did not make any mistake in this decision. Please don't make things difficult for Feilong. Zhao Jianhua then added with a laugh, as for the reason why I didn't allow Shifeng to enter, it was simply because I did not want him to continue associating with Ruoshi. Please understand my decision, Elder Su. Second uncle, I've already said that our relationship isn't what you imagined it to be. Zhao Ruoshi argued immediately, her crescent brows slightly wrinkled listening to the niece and uncle pair bickering with each other. Su Wenqing, with his many years of experience, instantly figured out the crux of the matter. Suddenly, he laughed and said, "It is indeed good to be young. Since it is a matter between young people, then I will not intervene." Ling Feilong immediately let out a sigh of relief when he heard Su Wenqing's words. If he were truly chased out of the fellowship party, then his reputation would be in tatters. Fortunately, he had Zhao Jianhua on his side. Ling Feilong gave Shi Feng a look that seemed to say, "So what if you receive praise from Elder Su? Aren't I still completely fine right now?" Shi Feng merely shrugged at Ling Feilong's provocation, paying him no mind at all. Right now, his sole goal for coming upstairs was to look for the 5 demon generals. Ling Feilong could do whatever he wanted for all Shi Feng cared. However, if Ling Feilong dared to actively seek trouble with him again, then he couldn't be blamed for responding in kind at this moment. The elegant and handsome-looking Lan Hailong sent a glance at Zhang Luowei, who currently stood beside him. "Fellow student Shi Feng, please wait a moment." Zhang Luowei stepped forward, hurrying to Shi Feng as he shouted, "I have been looking forward to meeting with Zero Wing for a long time now. I never would have thought I would get the chance to do so at this fellowship party. I hear that Zero Wing has plenty of experts, and each and every one of them has extraordinary skills. Fellow student Shi Feng, as a middle manager of Zero Wing, I believe that you must definitely be skilled. Hence, I wish to seek some pointers from you. We can also take it as an entertainment for this fellowship party. I wonder, what is fellow student Shi Feng's opinion on this matter?" Hearing Zhang Luowei's suggestion, glints flashed through Su Wenqing's, Zhao Jianhua's, Chen Wu's, and everyone else's eyes. They felt that it was a good suggestion. However, they still chose to remain silent as this was a matter for the younger generation. It wouldn't be good for old folks like them to intervene among those who showed interest in Zhang Luowei's suggestion. Zhao Jianhua was the most eager for it to take place. Zhao Jianhua knew very well how amazing Zhang Luowei was. After all, even a martial arts master like Qin Wu looked favorably upon Zhang Luowei. Within a few years, Zhang Luowei would definitely become the fighting champion of Jinhai City. Meanwhile, if Shi Feng embarrassed himself in front of Ruoshi right now, at the very minimum, he could make Zhao Ruoshi understand how ordinary Shi Feng actually was. Once she knew that they were people of 2 different worlds, she might even decide to give up on her relationship with Shi Feng. Is this going to be a martial arts competition? Excellent. To think that I'll get the chance to witness Jinhai University's champion fighter exchanging moves with an expert from Zero Wing. The money I paid to join this fellowship party is totally worth it. Anticipation started filling the eyes of everyone present within the event venue. Ha ha ha. Fellow student Shi Feng, see how everyone is looking forward to an exchange between you and Luowei. It wouldn't be good to disappoint everyone, right? You can rest assured, though, since this is only an exchange of pointers, we won't go too far in this competition. We are only doing this to liven things up at this party. Lan Hailong chimed in with a laugh. He continued, "I am also a board member of Shadow, and in regard to a guild as powerful as Zero Wing, I had always wanted to learn a thing or two from you all. I wish to take a look at the gap between us so that I can turn Shadow into a guild that would not lose out to Zero Wing. I hope fellow student Shi Feng will not refuse this competition." The shrewd Lan Hailong was very good with his words. He had made the simple competition between Zhang Luowei and Shi Feng sound as if it were a competition between Shadow and Zero Wing. Lan Hailong was clearly intending to use Zero Wing to raise Shadow's status. Originally, the protagonist for the fellowship party should have been Shadow Guild. However, that role had been hijacked by Shi Feng midway, and now, Zero Wing had become the protagonist of the event. Moreover, Shi Feng had also managed to recruit plenty of new members with good potential. Lan Hailong and Zhang Luowei naturally couldn't stomach such a scene occurring right before their eyes. Hence, they thought of using Shi Feng as a stepping stone. That way, Shadow's fame at this event would instantly surpass Zero Wing. Moreover, Lan Hailong's plans weren't limited to just this one point. He also intended to publicize Shi Feng's loss, allowing everyone, both inside and outside of God's domain, to know that an expert from Zero Wing had lost badly to a player from Shadow. At that time, Shadow's reputation would not lose out to Zero Wing by one little bit. As for Shifeng himself, he would definitely be expelled from Zero Wing after turning the guild into a laughingstock. This could be considered Lan Hailong's revenge on Shifeng for stealing Shadow's limelight at this event also, now that the event had become so lively, with so many people cheering and calling out Shifeng's name. Shifeng would not have an easy time declining the competition request. How could you say such a thing? Zhao Ruoshi asked, dissatisfaction in her tone. Shifeng is a gaming expert, not some fighting expert. What point would there be for the two of them to have a match with each other? Immediately, many people among the audience came to a realization. Although Shifeng was amazing inside a game, that did not mean he would be equally amazing at fighting in real life. Even if Zhang Luowei defeated him, that did not prove that Zhang Luowei was strong inside the game. Fellow student Zhao Ruoshi, you must be joking. God's Domain is a virtual reality game, and every aspect of the game is extremely realistic. I believe that anyone who has experienced combat in God's Domain would know this. Although being good at fighting in real life does not necessarily make someone good at the game, the same cannot be said for the opposite. If one is good at the game, then it shows that they are equally skilled at fighting in real life. In fact, I know just how amazing fellow student Shifeng is. After all, he was able to defeat Zhou Yuhu, the student who placed third in Jinhai University's fighting competition. With such strength, it would be a pity for the two of them to not compete against each other. Lan Hailong smiled calmly. Contrary to his words, he had absolute confidence in Zhang Luowei obtaining victory. As for Shifeng, although he was relatively powerful himself, he was definitely not a match for Zhang Luowei. The reason being, Zhang Luowei had already reached the standards of a professional. He was on an entirely different level when compared to Zhou Yuhu. What? That Zhou Yuhu was actually defeated by Shifeng. No wonder he managed to become a middle manager of Zero Wing. As expected, Zero Wing is powerful. Many of those present in the event hall was shocked by this revelation, their anticipation towards the competition between Shifeng and Zhang Luowei growing even more intense. It seems that I really can't underestimate young people. To think that he would choose to keep himself hidden despite possessing such skills. It is truly rare for a youngster like him to have such a humble heart, Su Wenqing commented, his evaluation of Shifeng rising even higher now. With such a temperament, his future achievements would definitely be extraordinary. Chief Xiao, don't you think your requirements are a little too high? You should just let the younger folk handle themselves. It wouldn't be right for us older generations to constantly stick a hand into their matters. It can't be true, right? He managed to defeat Zhou Yuhu with a small body like that. Zhao Jianhuo looked at Shifeng suspiciously. He had a good grasp on the standards of the fighting competition held in Jinhai University. It was also the reason why he admired Ling Feilong's achievement of obtaining 9th place in the competition. All right, then. Since everyone is looking forward to it so much, how could I bear to refuse? Shifeng laughed. Lan Hailong was still as good with words as he had been in the past. Shifeng had a very clear understanding of Lan Hailong. Lan Hailong was also the cause for his decade of hard work going to waste. Shifeng remembered this point very clearly. Originally, Shifeng had not intended to seek trouble with Lan Hailong in this life. After all, those matters had all occurred in his previous life. Hence, Shifeng decided that, as long as Lan Hailong did not provoke him in this life, he couldn't care less what Lan Hailong did. Yet, Lan Hailong just had to come looking for trouble. Since it was so, Shifeng would not remain courteous with Lan Hailong. It was also a good chance for him to rid himself of past grudges. Chapter 256, Demon. The brat actually agreed. It seems he still has some courage to him. Zhao Jianhua's opinion of Shifeng changed slightly. Zhang Luowei was reputed to be a genius at fighting, and his mastery of Luohan Quan was very high. Many professional fighters were not even his match. Meanwhile, Shi Feng was only a gamer. Although his achievement of defeating Zhou Yuhu was indeed praiseworthy, when compared to Zhang Luowei, they were still on entirely different levels. Standing beside Zhao Jianhua, Xiao Ruoxi grew panicked. Why is this Shi Feng acting so foolishly? Zhao Ruoxi was inwardly speechless at Shi Feng's decision. Lan Hailong merely flattered him a little, yet he's already acting so cocky. Doesn't he know that Zhang Luowei is a real martial arts expert? Meanwhile, Ling Feilong stood at a distance, sneering at Shi Feng. He had personally witnessed Shi Feng's fight with Zhou Yuhu, so he knew Shi Feng was pretty skilled as well. However, he still had a long way to go before he was Zhang Luowei's match. Moreover, Zhou Yuhu had taken Shi Feng lightly the last time, resulting in him being caught off guard and losing to Shi Feng in one strike. If Zhou Yuhu had paid more attention to the fight, the final result definitely wouldn't have been so decisive. Currently, Shi Feng and Zhang Luowei were no longer fighting as individuals. Instead, they were representing their respective guilds in a competition. As long as Zhang Luowei defeated Shi Feng, in addition to Lan Hailong wantonly spreading the news about it, Shi Feng would definitely bring great shame to Zero Wing. This was also the part Lan Hailong was brilliant at death by overpraising. First, he endlessly praised Shi Feng and spoke of how amazing he was in front of everyone else. Then he made Shi Feng sound as if he was representing his guild in this competition, turning this normal exchange into a contest between two guilds. Finally, once Zhang Luowei defeated this amazingly powerful Shi Feng, Lan Hailong would use this piece of information to showcase just how amazing Shadow was. Even if Shi Feng was a middle manager of Zero Wing, he would definitely still receive a heavy punishment. After all, this matter concerned the reputation of the guild. Lan Hailong's means were indeed cruel and decisive. As the audience started cheering and discussing the competition, the staff members of the event went ahead with preparing a fighting ring for the competition. Who do you think will win? Of course it is Zhang Luowei. He is my idol. During the university's fighting competition, he obtained first place with great ease. None of the contestants could take 3 moves from him before being defeated. Although Shi Feng is also very strong, he doesn't have much of a presence. I can feel nothing from him at all, as if he doesn't even exist. Zhang Luowei, on the other hand, is like a cruel and ferocious beast. When I stood near him, I could feel a heavy pressure bearing down on me. When his eyes landed on me, I even felt a shiver go down my spine. I agree. Shi Feng might be an expert in God's domain, but this is a real-life martial arts competition. It would be good if he could survive 10 moves from Zhang Luowei. If this fight was held in God's domain, however, it would definitely be an interesting duel. While everyone was feeling pessimistic about Shi Feng's chances of winning, Zhou Yuhu, who was resting at a corner of the event hall, walked up to Zhang Luowei's side. Brother Zhang, you have to be careful when you are going up against Shi Feng. I've fought with him before. Although he doesn't have remarkable strength, and his physique is no good as well, he is very experienced in combat. He has a very good grasp of when to take action, and his fists and feet are extremely nimble. Zhou Yuhu said. Little Hu, you're overthinking things. Even if Shi Feng has reached the level of a professional, I can likewise defeat him with ease. Don't worry, I'll return the shame he brought to you. Zhang Luowei laughed as he clapped Zhou Yuhu's shoulders. He was completely unaffected by Zhou Yuhu's words. When one reached his level of skill, one's determination would be as hard as steel. Certainly, Zhang Luowei was not underestimating Shi Feng. He had simply reacted this way due to the arrogance of an expert. He would have confidence no matter what kind of enemy he faced. Brother Zhang. Zhou Yuhu knew that his advice had fallen on deaf ears. However, only those who had personally exchanged moves with Shi Feng would know how frightening he truly was. If Zhang Luowei was described as a ferocious beast, then Shi Feng was like the great ocean. No matter how powerful a person was, they would be helpless in the face of Mother Nature. In truth, Zhou Yuhu had wanted to dissuade Zhang Luowei from having a competition with Shi Feng. Only, after taking into consideration Zhang Luowei's prestige, he had instead chosen to warn him to be careful. However, his words had clearly been in vain. The staff members had very quickly enclosed an area for the martial arts competition. Although the fighting ring was somewhat smaller than one in an official setting, there was still a space of 100 square meters available. It was sufficient for two people to exchange punches and kicks with each other. Meanwhile, Su Wenqing, Zhao Jianhua, Chen Wu, and several other well-known figures in Jinhai City sat in the section closest to the fighting ring. Everyone else could only stand several meters behind them to observe the fight in the ring. Shi Feng and Zhang Luowei stood 5 meters apart from each other. The former was an ordinary man who had no presence whatsoever, while the latter was like a muscular beast that looked as if he could swallow a man whole. The imposing aura Zhang Luowei emitted could cause others to tremble in fear. A great battle between these two men could happen at any moment now. Meanwhile, the audience around the ring started tensing up, their eyes locked on the two fighters' every movement. Unlike a fight between ordinary people, which would take a long time to finish, an exchange between experts would end in an instant. Hence, they were deeply afraid of missing out even the slightest detail of the brilliant exchange between the two. In contrast, Su Wenqing and the other influential characters were currently talking cheerfully with one another. Master Chen Wu, as an ex-professional fighter and a martial arts master, which of the two do you think will win in this competition? Su Wenqing asked, a small chuckle escaping his lips as he caressed his beard. I can't say for sure. In a martial arts competition, strength and luck are both equally important. If I were to judge solely based on presence and physique, then Zhang Luowei is clearly a cut above Shi Feng. However, I have never personally witnessed how skilled Shi Feng is, so I can't make a clear judgment. Chen Wu shook his head, not providing a definite answer. If it was anyone else, even if it was the first time for Chen Wu to meet them, he could still determine the person's strength based on the presence he felt. He would then further evaluate the person's physique and make a rough evaluation. In Shi Feng's case, however, Chen Wu could sense nothing from him. Shi Feng's presence was so weak that Chen Wu might overlook him. If Shi Feng were just an ordinary person who had not defeated a combat expert like Zhou Yuhu, then Chen Wu would definitely conclude Shi Feng was a harmless white rabbit, an insignificant existence. Yet, defying all expectations, this little white rabbit had actually defeated a ferocious tiger like Zhou Yuhu. Hence, Chen Wu could not help but reevaluate his opinion of Shi Feng. After all, if a little white rabbit could get rid of a ferocious tiger, who would believe that it was still a little white rabbit? Even if Shi Feng was a little white rabbit, he was still a rabbit demon that was capable of killing a tiger. If Shi Feng had truly cultivated into a demon, then his presence was merely a facade. If one had cultivated into a demon, while the other was still an ordinary animal, the two would be on entirely different levels. However, experts capable of cultivating themselves into a demon were extremely rare existences. The so-called cultivating into a demon did not refer to one becoming a demon physically, but spiritually. It also referred to wisdom. When an expert reached this realm, the martial arts they practiced would no longer be something inanimate, it would start to take on life. However, a youth like Shi Feng should not be capable of reaching such a realm yet. Hence, Chen Wu could not determine Shi Feng's degree of mastery. Master Chen Wu, how can your keen eyes fail to make a judgment? Both Shi Feng and Zhang Luowei are just youngsters. Although both of them can greatly improve in the future, you should have some indication of who will win, right? Zhao Jianhua refused to believe Chen Wu's words. After all, it was clear at first glance who was stronger, and who was weaker. Hence, Zhao Jianhua believed that Chen Wu was simply leaving some face for Shi Feng. Unfortunately, Zhao Jianhua did not know that martial arts practitioners were usually forthright in their actions, even more so for a martial arts master like Chen Wu. He was always straightforward with his words, and he would never do something like twist his words around. He would only speak whatever was on his mind while the few of them were having their cheerful conversations. The referee in the fighting ring sent a glance at both Shi Feng and Zhang Luowei, before abruptly swiping his hand down between the two fighters. Immediately, he shouted, "Begin." Chapter 257, Extraordinary. The moment the referee gave the signal, Zhang Luowei took action and immediately charged at Shi Feng. However, Zhang Luowei did not rush forth like a normal person would, as attacking in a straight line would be too plain and predictable. Instead, he zigzagged as he moved, his footwork constantly changing as he swiftly weaved his way towards Shi Feng. If it were any ordinary person faced with Zhang Luowei's footwork, they definitely would not know how to react to it properly. They would be enthralled by Zhang Luowei's erratic footwork and allow him to close in on them. Aside from placing emphasis on footwork, Luo Han Quan practitioners also stressed fast, accurate, and fierce punches. If one failed to block a punch from a Luo Han Quan practitioner and received a hit to the chest, the battle would end right there and then. Meanwhile, as a person of this modern era, and also as a professional fighter, Zhang Luowei had an arm strength of over 100 kilograms. Receiving a punch from him would be no different from being smashed in the chest with a hammer. Humans were also not made out of metal. Even if they were, after receiving tens of smashes from a hammer, they would still turn into scrap metal. Needless to say, what would happen to a body made of flesh? With Zhang Luowei's physique, it would be no surprise if he broke most of Shi Feng's ribs with a single punch, sending him flying back 1 to 2 meters away. However, Shi Feng was no ordinary person. Instead of retreating, he chose to advance and face Zhang Luowei head-on. Shi Feng utilized the swimming dragon steps as he strode forward, his feet moving as if the ground was completely frictionless. Shi Feng immediately slid towards Zhang Luowei, catching the latter off guard. Zhang Luowei never thought Shi Feng would actually know such nimble and irregular footwork. Right now, he could not find any way to land a good punch on Shi Feng. Shi Feng had over a decade of campaigning in God's domain. The combat experience he possessed far exceeded the imagination of an ordinary person. After all, there had been no dearth of martial arts masters and powerful boss monsters to serve as his opponents in the past. On the other hand, Zhang Luowei did not even possess 1,000th of Shi Feng's combat experience. Although Shi Feng's current physique was no match for Zhang Luowei's, Shi Feng made up for it by using the agility and fast reaction speed he gained from his years of battle. When fighting bosses in God's domain, even the slightest mistake could cause players to lose their lives. Among the countless boss battles Shi Feng experienced, there was many a time when he had to rely on his body's instinctive reactions instead of his eyes to make decisions. Such instinctive reactions were done under an unconscious state. If one wished to train themselves to this level, they needed to experience plenty of battles, regularly treading the line between life and death. However, one would rarely encounter such conditions for training in real life, even as a professional fighter. After all, when faced with a life-or-death situation in the real world, there was a high chance of losing one's life, and once dead, there was no second chance available. On the other hand, players could experience these life-or-death battles countless times without any risk of actual death. They could simply try again once they died in the game. This was also the reason why many professional fighters were obsessed with God's domain in the past. Only when one was placed in a life-or-death situation would one be able to display one's full potential. As long as they survived the battle, the insight they received from the battle could greatly increase their strength. Why did so many experts in the real world train at precipices? It was to experience the feeling of having their life hanging by a thread. They wanted to use the threat of death to stimulate their innate potential. However, taking such a course was extremely dangerous. Normally, only experts dared to do such a thing. If ordinary people tried it, 10 out of 10, they would lose their lives. Meanwhile, when a player died in battle in God's domain, they could just revive with an intact body. An expert in 100 battles. After experiencing 100 battles, even an ordinary person could become a combat expert. Meanwhile, in regard to the countless battles Shi Feng had experienced in the past, even an idiot could become a demon. Not to mention, Shi Feng had learned plenty of martial arts in the past. He had been a top-tier sword king in the past as well, and he had only been a thread away from being promoted to a Tier 4 sword emperor. The reason he could not become a sword emperor, however, was not because his techniques had been lacking. After all, Shi Feng's combat techniques had already achieved perfection at that time, and he could easily adopt many techniques to his battles, not limiting himself to just a single style of combat. Although Zhang Luowei's footwork was nimble, Shi Feng was clearly a cut above him. Be it a punch, a chop, or a hammer strike, Zhang Luowei sent fist after fist at Shi Feng. Zhang Luowei's hammer strikes were especially deadly. If a bull received this strike, it would immediately fall to the ground and would not be able to recover within a short period of time. Unfortunately, every strike Zhang Luowei sent at Shifeng would always rub past the edge of his clothes. Meanwhile, Shifeng was constantly drifting around Zhang Luowei's side, revolving around him like a true dragon. No matter how Zhang Luowei tried to move, he could not escape from Shifeng's shadow. After exchanging over a dozen moves, Zhang Luowei's heart grew panicked. Never had he imagined Shifeng to be a martial arts expert as well. When Shifeng executed the swimming dragon steps, he was like a true dragon traversing the 9 heavens, advancing and retreating with ease. However, Zhang Luowei also knew that Shifeng did not dare take him head-on. Yet, if Zhang Luowei continued his successive attacks, he would sooner or later exhaust himself completely and definitely be defeated. Scram. Zhang Luowei decided to use his finishing move, Fierce Tiger, pouncing on its prey, springing at Shifeng like a hungry tiger. Shifeng immediately moved his feet, effortlessly dodging Zhang Luowei's attack. Zhang Luowei took this chance to twist his body around, planting one of his feet forward as he swung his fists around, executing twin peaks piercing the clouds at Shifeng's side. The moment Zhang Luowei's fist struck out, those close to the fighting ring could clearly hear the sound of wind whistling. If Shifeng was struck by this move, he would be either dead or crippled. Contrary to expectations, Shifeng reacted calmly and unhurriedly. He simply smiled and replied to Zhang Luowei's vicious attack. Putting strength into his toes, Shifeng immediately did a flip in midair. He then executed the move Swimming Dragon Stable Strike, using his body's momentum to redirect Zhang Luowei's fists away, letting them strike nothing but air. Immediately afterwards, Shifeng's fists opened up, and utilizing the centripetal force of his body's rotation, he struck the major artery on Zhang Luowei's neck with his palm. Before Zhang Luowei could properly react, he suddenly felt a chill at his neck, his breathing becoming difficult. Due to his brain receiving a shortage of blood, Zhang Luowei's limbs started to stiffen. However, Zhang Luowei was no ordinary person. He instantly knew he had received an attack from Shifeng, causing the response of his forelimbs to lag. As a last resort, Zhang Luowei rammed his head at Shifeng, who was currently full of openings as he hung in midair. Zhang Luowei was fully intent on ending the battle in mutual destruction. If Shifeng wished to attack him in this situation, Shifeng would have to receive the ramming attack from him. Good. Shifeng first felt surprise, then joy. Contrary to expectations, Shifeng did not choose to retreat and give Zhang Luowei a chance to catch his breath. Instead, Shifeng executed the move Dragon's Palm, taking advantage of the situation to send another palm strike at Zhang Luowei's neck. With this strike, Shifeng immediately redirected Zhang Luowei's all-out charge, completely neutralizing the latter's attack. In addition, Shifeng's attack was further fueled by the force of his body's rotation. As a result, Zhang Luowei's body spun uncontrollably in mid-air after receiving the strike, just like a rotating arrow that was let loose. Right after that, Shifeng planted his palm on Zhang Luowei's chest and abruptly struck down. Zhang Luowei's body landed heavily, a web of cracks appearing on the marble floor beneath him. At this time, Zhang Luowei fell flat on his back, blood spewing out of his mouth. Shifeng's attack had fractured many of his ribs, and at this moment, he did not possess even the strength to speak. Zhang Luowei's eyes were filled with disbelief as he lost consciousness soon after. Although this series of complex actions sounded slow when described, in reality, everything had happened within an instant. The audience was stunned into silence. Every one of them looked at the fighting ring with dumbfounded expressions. The two in the ring were clearly locked in battle. Before anyone could react, Zhang Luowei's body was already falling to the floor, his body not even twitching as he landed. He actually defeated Zhang Luowei. My eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right? Zhao Jianhua rubbed his eyes, thinking that he was hallucinating. However, the fact that Zhang Luowei lay on the floor, unmoving, proved that he was not imagining things. A plain and ordinary person that did not possess the presence of an expert had actually defeated a combat genius. Who could believe such a thing? Second uncle, how are Shifeng's skills? Zhao Ruoshi proudly asked Zhao Jianhua, who was sitting beside her, her tone making it sound as if Shi Feng's victory was her own victory. Strong, very strong. However, I still feel strange when I look at him. Even though I myself am a martial arts practitioner as well, I couldn't tell what kind of technique he used to defeat Zhang Luowei, Zhao Jianhua said, his heart filled with questions. He then asked, Master Chen Wu, do you know what kind of technique he used? Chapter 258, Increased Backing. Zhao Jianhua's expectant gaze made it difficult for Chen Wu to respond previously. He did not have a clear grasp on Shi Feng's actual strength. He had merely felt that it was possible for Shi Feng to have already reached that realm. However, now that he had actually witnessed Shi Feng in action, shock was the only word that could describe his current state. Chen Wu had not dared to imagine that a young man in his early 20s could already attain such a high understanding of martial arts. If Shi Feng's understanding of martial arts had merely achieved perfection, Chen Wu could still attribute it to him being a genius. Yet, when Shi Feng executed his moves, his actions were like nature itself, alive and full of spirit. Such actions were impossible with theoretical understanding alone. One needed to experience extensive combat, and also undergo countless life-or-death experiences in order to attain such a level. Even Chen Wu himself had only recently reached such a level, and he was already 45 years old this year. Ever since he started practicing martial arts at the age of 16, he had participated in hundreds of battles, both large and small. He had even entered actual battlefields before. He could only achieve such a level today after undergoing the baptism of these fields of blood. Chen Wu found it hard to believe that Shi Feng would possess so much hands-on experience. Even if he started participating in life-or-death battles in his mother's womb, it was impossible for him to achieve such a degree of perfection in only 20 years or so, as he isn't limiting himself to a single style of combat. I can't make a good judgment. In Jinhai City, however, there probably isn't another youth like him who has cultivated his martial arts to such a level. Chen Wu sighed, a soft chuckle escaping his mouth. It can't be, right? Master Chen Wu, aren't you praising him too highly? Zhao Jianhua was shocked by Chen Wu's words. No, my evaluation is not high at all. Although Shi Feng's physique is on the weak side, in terms of actual combat strength, he would have no problem entering the top 10 of the provincial fighting tournament. Chen Wu shook his head, refuting Zhao Jianhua's words. Chen Wu's words instantly shocked Su Wenqing and Zhao Jianhua. Although the champion fighter of Jinhai City could be considered a top-tier expert, on the provincial level, he would not amount to much. After all, there were tens of cities within a single province. Not to mention the top 10, even entering the top 30 in a provincial fighting tournament would be a difficult challenge. Yet, a martial arts master like Chen Wu was confident that Shi Feng could make it to the top 10. The listeners could not help but raise their evaluation of Shi Feng. In the past, Chen Wu had personally entered the top 3 in a provincial tournament, so he had a very good grasp on the standards of the fighters at that level. If Chen Wu said so, then Shi Feng did indeed possess the strength to enter the top 10 of the province. There were hundreds of millions of people within the province, and the number of fighters participating in the tournament was in the hundreds of thousands. If Shi Feng was capable of entering the top 10 out of so many participants, then his value would far exceed even that of the champion fighter of Jinhai City. In regard to a combat genius like Zhang Luowei, Zhao Jianhua, and the others only treated him as one of the younger generation. Although they looked favorably on him, it was not to the degree of placing actual importance on him. In Shi Feng's case, however, not only was it necessary for them to consider him someone of consequence, they also had to treat him as an equal when dealing with him. It seems that I have misjudged that little brat. He held such strength in his hands, yet he actually chose to keep it hidden. It is no wonder Ruoshi is placing such importance on him. At this moment, Zhao Jianhua no longer looked at Shi Feng with anger and contempt. On the contrary, admiration filled his eyes. He then shifted his gaze towards Ling Feilong, who sat beside him, thinking in rage, this brat, on the other hand, actually dared to use me as a hatchet man. It seems he needs to be taught a lesson. Previously, Zhao Jianhua had a favorable opinion of Ling Feilong. He was also clear on the fact that Ling Feilong was trying to pursue Zhao Ruoshi. However, he did not block Ling Feilong's actions, as the boy was indeed excellent. he had the qualifications necessary to pursue his beloved niece, Ruoshi. Now, however, Zhao Jianhua only felt loathing for Ling Feilong at this point. Even if Zhao Jianhua was an idiot, he could still tell that Ling Feilong had been using him all along. Previously, Ling Feilong had many a time commented on Shifeng's shortcomings, his family's poverty, and how Shifeng was constantly stalking Ruoshi. Ling Feilong had also mentioned that Shifeng was often bullied by others, that he was a mediocre person, and so on. Now, however, it would seem that the situation was completely different from what Ling Feilong had made it out to be in reality. Ling Feilong had no chance of being compared to Shifeng, hence why Ling Feilong slandered Shifeng, giving Zhao Jianhua a bad impression of Shifeng placing 9th in the university. That might be an impressive feat in Jinhai University, but against the backdrop of Jinhai City's fighting tournament, Ling Feilong would only amount to the standard of a fresh contestant. Meanwhile, there were hundreds of such new contestants participating in the city's fighting tournament every year. If placed in a provincial tournament, not even a hint of Ling Feilong's shadow would be found, as it were. The gap between Ling Feilong and Shifeng was like the gap between heaven and earth. It seems that my eyes are really growing bad. Indeed, just like Elder Su had said, young people should be left to deal with their own matters. Zhao Jianhua no longer planned to interfere in the matters between Shifeng and Zhao Ruoshi, intending to let nature take its course. As for what the final result would look like, that would depend on Ruoshi herself. Soon after the martial arts competition ended, Shifeng had undeniably become the main protagonist of the fellowship party this time around. Many students from the university came over to greet Shifeng, hoping to form a connection with him. By contrast, although Zhang Luowei clearly lay unconscious on the floor, not a single person bothered to check up on him, not even his associate Lan Hailong. Although Shifeng had long since known about Lan Hailong's personality, he still couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. Such was the fickleness of human nature. However, Shifeng did not sympathize with Zhang Luowei, because Zhang Luowei was also such a person. In the past, Shadow had recruited plenty of new players with good potential. Just when they were about to enter a period of rapid development, a sudden dispute occurred between Zhang Luowei and Lan Hailong. As a result of that dispute, the two had broken off all relations with each other, and Zhang Luowei had chosen to leave Shadow for good. To add insult to injury, Zhang Luowei had also drawn away a significant number of experts from the guild when he left to join World Dominators. Shadow received massive damages due to his actions. If such a split had not occurred in the past, Shadow would not have lagged behind in its development and remained a third-rate guild. Only after Shifeng had taken over as guild leader did Shadow gradually start to develop into a top-tier second-rate guild. Yet, in this life, things were completely different. Originally, Shifeng had planned to pay a huge price to compete for talent against Shadow. Now, however, it would seem that all his plans were unnecessary. Zhang Luowei had suffered an overwhelming defeat, causing everyone's opinion of Shadow to fall significantly. By contrast, Zero Wing had become the sole target of the audience now, and Lan Hailong could do nothing but gnash his teeth at this development. If Lan Hailong had known from the beginning that Shifeng was so powerful, he definitely would not have agreed to Zhang Luowei having a match with Shifeng. At the very least, he could still have recruited some experts or new players with good potential. Now, however, he had lost all drawing power in this event. He could only choose from the leftovers of Zero Wing. Fellow student Shifeng, do you think I can join Zero Wing? Even an outer member of the guild is fine. Hello, I am Yi Wumian, the president of Jinhai City's #1 workshop, Green Leaf. I wish to let my entire workshop join Zero Wing. I wonder if Brother Shifeng will be willing to accept us. We don't need many positions, only 10 official member spots, and 50 outer member spots. Just as Shifeng restarted his guild recruitment, the elite students of the university quickly surrounded him. There were also plenty of workshop representatives and professional fighters trying to meet with him. Among all these requests to join his guild, the most shocking one was the request from Greenleaf Workshop. In the past, Greenleaf Workshop had completely ignored Shadow's attempts at recruiting them, and they had instead established their own guild. After doing so, they had managed to obtain the aid and sponsorship of several corporations, becoming a third-rate guild in God's domain at that time. However, the number of guilds being established in Jinhai City was growing by the day, which resulted in the dilution of available funding. If the Greenleaf Guild had not been lacking in funds at that time, without a doubt, they would have been a powerful rival for Shadow. Besides that, Shifeng had finally managed to locate the 5 demon generals of Shadow by the time the fellowship party ended. The number of people he managed to recruit had exceeded the quota he previously set by more than 100. Just the number of potential experts he recruited had already exceeded 50 people, as well as 9 future top-tier experts. Among those 9 were the 5 demon generals, while the remaining 4 were core members of Greenleaf Workshop. After recruiting all these people, Zero Wing Workshop instantly became a huge existence in Jinhai City's virtual gaming world. Compared to other third-rate guilds, Zero Wing had a much more powerful backing now. As long as Shifeng could turn these players into the backbone of Zero Wing, he would not falter even if he had to start a war with a second-rate guild, following which, Shifeng spent the remainder of his days signing contracts with these newly recruited members. As for the management of Zero Wing Workshop, Blackie had long since dealt with it. Moreover, most of the people Shifeng recruited were originally members of other workshops, so they took no time at all to adjust themselves to a new environment. In addition, these people could also contribute significantly on the management side of things. However, Blackie was truly shocked when he found out about the amount of people Shifeng managed to recruit. The influx of over 400 people had instantly filled up Zero Wing's workplace. Suddenly, the entire workshop was much livelier, no longer as empty and quiet as before. It was a fitting atmosphere for such a large workshop. Only when night arrived did Shifeng finally arrive back home. He then cooked a casual meal for himself and downed a bottle of nutrient fluids, before starting a new day in God's domain. Also, this new day was fated to be extraordinary. Chapter 259, Surging Situation. The first thing Shifeng did after entering God's domain was to contact Gentle Snow and conduct the transaction for the Arclight shields. Currently, he had exhausted most of his supply of magic crystals to forge the Arclight shields. Moreover, during this period of time, the various large guilds had already started raiding the 3 level 10 large-scale team dungeons. Although the elite members of these guilds had already reached level 13 or level 14, it was still impossible for them to raid even the normal mode of the 3 large-scale team dungeons. Even though these were only level 10 dungeons, in reality, the bosses inside were not limited to just level 10. The highest leveled boss inside the normal mode dungeon reached level 13. There was nothing special about the loot of the normal mode dungeon. The best items players could get were a bunch of level 10 secret silver weapons and equipment, and also some number of materials needed by lifestyle players. However, the hard mode of the large-scale team dungeon was markedly different. The main reason why they were titled the 3 Great Dungeons was because of the fact that, along with the increase in difficulty, the levels of the monsters inside the dungeon would also increase. For the hard mode of the 3 Great Dungeons, the bosses inside were all level 15. Hence, it would not be an easy endeavor for players at this stage of the game to obtain the first clear of the 3 Great Dungeons. In addition, the loot obtainable from the hard mode of these dungeons was significantly different, as a majority of the weapons and equipment dropped were of fine gold rank. Moreover, they were growth-type weapons and equipment. They were capable of growing from level 10 to level 15. However, they were bound to players upon equipping. As for Hell mode, the bosses inside were all level 18, and the weapons and equipment they dropped were mostly dark gold rank. These items were also capable of growing from level 10 to level 18, and similarly were bound to players upon equipping. The Hell mode of the 3 Great Dungeons was also the most difficult among dungeons below level 20. After level 20, there would be new large-scale dungeons available to players within the White River City region. There were a total of 4 such dungeons, and among them, 3 were 50-man dungeons, while the remaining one was a 100-man dungeon. The difficulty of a 100-man dungeon was on an entirely different level when compared to a 50-man dungeon. The main reason being, as long as someone managed to obtain the first clear of a 100-man dungeon, the achievement would be announced to the entire God's domain. The announcement wasn't just limited to a single country. In other words, this achievement would be seen by the 2 billion players that were playing God's domain. In addition, the achievement would be recorded in the epic list of God's domain, allowing everyone in God's domain look at it. However, it was extremely difficult for players to obtain the first clear of a 100-man dungeon. Even Shifeng himself did not have a strategy to raid it. Gentle Snow pushed open the doors of one of the parlors of the Starstreak trading firm and entered the room. Gentle Snow's equipment now was quite different from the last time Shifeng had met with her. Most of the equipment she had on were of secret silver rank. Among them, the silvery white greatsword that she carried on her back was even of fine gold rank. Currently, Gentle Snow had already reached level 16. It was obvious that she had been grinding non-stop, night and day, to reach such a level. Let's hurry up and make the trade, Gentle Snow said impatiently, not bothering to even take a seat. It seems that you are in quite a hurry, Miss Snow. Did something happen? Shifeng asked curiously. This was a transaction involving fine gold-ranked shields. It was definitely a matter of utmost importance. However, it seemed that Gentle Snow had an even more important matter to attend to. It's nothing much. I just heard that Dark Star has already reached the second-to-last boss of the Land of Death, so I wish to be done with this trade quickly. In a moment, I'll need to head to the Land of Death as well. Gentle Snow did not try to hide the reason for her distress. The number 1 guild in White River City was actually a step behind Dark Star, a third-rate guild, in terms of raiding one of the 3 great dungeons. How could she not feel anxious? They sure are fast. Since when did Dark Star possess such powerful experts? Shifeng felt something fishy about Dark Star. First, it had annexed over 10 unrated guilds. Now, a group of experts had appeared in its ranks. Its raiding progress of the 3 great dungeons was even faster than Ouroboros's. It should be known that Ouroboros was the current number 1 guild in White River City. Moreover, in order to better develop the guild in White River City, Gentle Snow had transferred over many experts stationed at Starmoon City. She had even requested for a party from the God-slaying army to be sent to White River City, and each and every member of the God-slaying army was a top-tier expert. Yet, even when these top-tier experts were led by great experts such as Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru, they still were not a match for Dark Star. Each of the 3 great dungeons had 5 bosses. Meanwhile, Dark Star had already cleared up to the 4th boss, while a powerful team like Ouroboros was only at the 2nd boss. No matter how Shifeng thought about it, Dark Star's progression was simply unbelievable. The difference between second-rate guilds and first-rate guilds lay in the quality of their experts. In order to nurture these experts, first-rate guilds had spent over a decade researching and gaining experience. Meanwhile, for a guild like the Assassin's Alliance, although it was a second-rate guild, in terms of nurturing experts, it was still at the stage of accumulating experience. Compared to a first-rate guild, they were on entirely different levels. However, what did Dark Star amount to? Moreover, Shifeng had made Dark Star an enemy of the first-rate guild Twilight Echo. Yet, nothing had actually happened to Dark Star. Shifeng had received no news of anything happening to it. On the other hand, Twilight Echo had done something so unbelievable that even Shifeng himself was shocked. The guild had actually paid the 50 million credits willingly to Shifeng. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng felt that the power supporting Dark Star from behind was far stronger than he had imagined. Twilight Echo must have discovered something about Dark Star for it to willingly pay up the 50 million credits. Here are 200 magic crystals. Here are the 4 arc-light shields, please verify them. Gentle Snow was no longer in the mood to discuss Dark Star. She immediately called out her trade window. Shifeng, likewise, tactfully stopped speaking of this topic. Seeing Gentle Snow in such a hurry, it seemed that Dark Star was putting quite a pressure on her. It was possible that Gentle Snow's worries were not just limited to the dungeon, there should be some other matters troubling her. In any case, this had nothing to do with Shifeng. Of course, if Gentle Snow was willing to reveal her troubles to him, Shifeng would naturally offer a helping hand, as a friend. However, Gentle Snow chose to keep quiet about them, so Shifeng could only remain silent as well. Moreover, these 4 arc-light shields should provide quite an upgrade to the MTs of Gentle Snow's team. They should have no problem surpassing Dark Star if they had these shields. The moment Gentle Snow inspected the attributes of the arc-light shields, her eyes immediately glowed, a hint of joy surfacing on her face. Excellent. The attributes on these arc-light shields are simply too good. I will need 2 more of these items. I wonder when you will be able to finish them for me. At this time, excitement was evident on Gentle Snow's face. With these 4 shields, they would definitely have no problem clearing the second boss. The success rate for producing these shields is simply too low. I will need around half a day's time to complete 2 of them, Shifeng replied after giving it some thought. Then, I'll visit again in half a day's time. You better not sell them to anyone else. Gentle Snow nodded her head. She then left the parlor hastily. Shortly after Gentle Snow departed, Fire Dance arrived at the Starstreak trading firm. Guild leader, we've already finished our dungeon raiding preparations. We can head to the demon's castle at any time. Fire Dance looked at Shifeng with passionate eyes. She couldn't help but wish she could immediately show Shifeng how amazing the team she managed was. It's a little too early for that right now. The demon's castle is a 20-man team dungeon. You should also know that Zero Wing Workshop has recently recruited a new batch of members. On average, the level of these players are quite low. There are even some who have just made their accounts and entered the game. I want you guys to power level some of them, bring them up to level 15 quickly, and form a main team to raid the demon's castle, Shifeng said with a smile, passing Fire Dance a nameless. Originally, Shifeng had intended to have Aqua Rose send some of her subordinates over to aid them. However, most of her subordinates were currently managing the new recruits of the guild. In addition, Aqua Rose's group was also in the midst of raiding 10-man and 20-man dungeons to upgrade their equipment, preparing themselves to raid the 3 great dungeons. They had neither the time nor energy to help him raid the demon's castle. Hence, Shifeng planned to form a main force for the guild. He could not let the 9 top-tier experts he just recently recruited go to waste, so he decided to let Fire Dance and the others carry them. I understand, Fire Dance answered with disappointment. However, when she thought about how Shifeng was willing to let her lead even more players and, in addition, become the leader of the guild's main team, she couldn't help but grow joyous. After all, this showed that Shifeng acknowledged her abilities. Oh, right. I nearly forgot to give these things to you. Just as Fire Dance was about to turn around and leave, Shifeng tapped his head and suddenly called out to her. Chapter 260, Top 6. Fire Dance halted her steps and turned around to look at Shifeng. She immediately noticed that Shifeng had brought a few items, and each and every one of them had a golden glow surrounding them. They certainly did not look like ordinary items. This pair of daggers is for you. There's also this shield for Kola. Tell him to make sure he lives up to this shield. Shifeng traded the 3 items to Fire Dance. Of these, the pair of daggers were none other than the fine gold-ranked Ice Thorn and Raging Flames dagger that Shifeng won at the Blackwing auction. As the team leader of the guild's main force, Fire Dance's equipment naturally should not lose out to others. These 2 daggers were just right to give a boost to her current equipment. In addition, there was also the dark gold-ranked Arclight Guard. If Kola equipped this shield, no other Guardian Knight in White River City could even hope to match him. This Fire Dance was instantly mesmerized by the attributes of the 2 daggers. Although the daggers she currently used were of relatively good quality, when compared to the Ice Thorn and Raging Flames dagger, the difference was like silver and gold. Fire Dance swapped out her old daggers for the new ones right away. The streaks of white and red hanging on the sides of Fire Dance's willowy waist looked extremely captivating. Ivy already instructed the 9 players to head to the appointed location. You just need to fetch them and help them level up, Shifeng said. Understand, guild leader. Fire Dance nodded her head, a smile on her face. She then took hold of her new daggers, brandishing them, the impatience in her eyes clearly showing her eagerness to test out her new weapons. After Fire Dance left the parlor, Shifeng headed to his forging room on the 4th floor. Now that he had received a new batch of magic crystals, he would naturally resume forging more arclight shields as time slowly passed. unknowingly, the competition at the three great dungeons of White River City grew even more intense. Dark Star, which was at the forefront in terms of progression, finally started raiding the final boss of the Land of Death. Meanwhile, Ouroboros, which was placed second, started raiding the fourth boss. The advance of these two guilds greatly shocked the other guilds in White River City. What did that woman, Gentle Snow, eat? How could their progression suddenly increase so rapidly? The Guardian Knight, Lone Tyrant, felt pressured after receiving the latest report from his subordinate. Don't worry. We spent almost 5 hours raiding the fourth boss. At the very minimum, Gentle Snow would need 2 to 3 hours to finish it. We will definitely clear the dungeon a step ahead of her, the burly-looking ranger standing beside Lone Tyrant said. That's true. We've sent all our elites out this time, and our battle prowess is clearly stronger than Gentle Snow's team by a notch. Lone Tyrant also felt that he was being oversensitive to things. They would definitely be the first one to clear the normal mode of the Land of Death. Although there would be no announcement for being the first to clear a normal mode team dungeon, it would still make other guilds know how fearsome Dark Star was, solidifying their position in White River City. Guild leader, I've just received news that Gentle Snow has somehow managed to obtain 4 Arclight shields. The addition of these 4 shields to their team has greatly reduced the burden placed on their healers, giving more time for the damage dealers to attack. Hence why they could conquer the bosses so easily. Arclight shield. Isn't that the forging design Black Flame got? How could he possibly manage to produce them in such a short amount of time? Lone Tyrant had not even been able to contain his drool when he had heard about Black Flame obtaining the forging design for the Arclight shield. If possible, he had planned to buy one of those Arclight shields as well. However, contacting Black Flame was simply too difficult, making the Arclight shield almost impossible to obtain. Meanwhile, the matter of Ouroboros obtaining the Arclight shields had also quickly spread to the other guilds. They couldn't help but grow envious at this piece of news. The victory or defeat of a boss battle was usually determined by the strength of the MT. Meanwhile, the prerequisite for a powerful MT was equipment. It was especially true for the shield the MT used currently. Only a few main MTs of the various large guilds possessed secret silver-ranked shields. However, despite having such a shield, these MTs still had a very hard time tanking the bosses of the 3 great dungeons. If they could swap it out for a fine gold-ranked shield, it would undeniably reduce the pressure placed on them, instantly reducing the difficulty of the raid by a large margin. Ouroboros was the best proof after all. During today's competition for the Land of Death, although a latecomer, Ouroboros had still managed to clear the normal mode dungeon ahead of Dark Star. This achievement dumbfounded every guild in White River City. As for Dark Star's Lone Tyrant, he was currently burning with rage over this matter. He had secretly prepared so much, all in order to surpass Ouroboros. In the end, however, he was instead given a big slap to the face by Ouroboros. Soon after, the various large guilds in White River City started asking around, hoping to find out from the members of Ouroboros what method they used to obtain the Arclight shields. Some guilds had even directly created forum posts offering several hundred thousands of credits to purchase an Arclight shield. Looking at this scene, many players felt that these guilds had gone insane. They were actually willing to spend so much money just to buy a fine gold-ranked shield. However, this bottom line was, very quickly, broken by a guild 1 million credits. It was a number that inspired awe in ordinary people. Meanwhile, the goal of spending such a large sum of money was to purchase the Arclight shield. How could this piece of news not bring shock to others? At the same time, the guild offering such an insane price was none other than Dark Star. The players who discovered this matter thought the people of Dark Star were idiots with too much money in their pockets. However, when Shifeng saw Dark Star's offer, he couldn't help but inwardly praise them for their shrewdness. Aside from trying to purchase the Arclight shield, they had also made the post with the intention of directing players' attention towards Dark Star. If they truly managed to purchase the shield for 1 million credits, it would definitely become the subject of conversation for many players. This method they were using was much more effective than directly spending money to create advertisements. A million. Unfortunately, I'm not lacking in credits right now. Feng did not intend to let Dark Star gain both fame and fortune by selling the Arclight shield to them. However, this incident also revealed to Feng the fact that the various large guilds were starting to pay more importance to the first clear of the 3 great dungeons. If Feng had sold the Arclight shields at an earlier time, he definitely would not have obtained such a high price for them. However, due to Ouroboros' efficiency, the various large guilds thought that they could easily clear the normal mode of the 3 great dungeons so long as they possessed the Arclight shield. They could also have a better chance at obtaining the first clear of the 3 great dungeons. After working for half a day, Feng managed to produce 6 Arclight shields in total. He had also made a large number of basic mana armor kits. Out of the 6 shields he made, he stored 3 in the guild warehouse, allowing guild members to exchange for it. However, it would not be easy to exchange for these shields. After all, if sold outside, one could get at least 25 gold for it. The sight of 3 Arclight shields appearing in Zero Wing's guild warehouse brought the newly recruited members even greater hope, despite their not being able to obtain it for themselves at the same time. Feng's actions nearly caused the other guilds in White River City to vomit blood and anger. After all, instead of letting the MTs of the guild use these excellent shields, Feng had chosen to put them on display. It was as if these Arclight shields meant nothing to Zero Wing. Just recently Zero Wing created a sensation throughout White River City. Now, its member count had already exceeded 5,000. It also had the 8 great experts holding down the fort for them. Zero Wing's strength could no longer be categorized within the levels of only second-rate or third-rate guilds. Now that Zero Wing caused another sensation in White River City, many players could not help but reevaluate their opinion of Zero Wing. When players tried to further investigate Zero Wing, they were immediately shocked by what they found. Not only was Zero Wing home to the 8 great experts, it also had Aqua Rose, a great expert who was no weaker than the snow goddess, Gentle Snow. In addition, there was also a rumor that the leveling expert, Feng, was overseeing the guild. With so many experts there, Zero Wing's strength within White River City did not lose out to the 3 first-rate guilds in the slightest. Although it was weaker than the first-rate guilds in terms of dungeon rating, it had an extremely huge potential for growth. Unwittingly, Zero Wing had become publicly acknowledged as one of the top 6 guilds in White River City. The top 6 guilds were Ouroboros, Emperor's Light, World Dominators, Dark Star, Assassin's Alliance, and Zero Wing. Among these guilds, Ouroboros, Emperor's Light, and World Dominators were all first-rate guilds, and each of them possessed very powerful backgrounds. Even if only a portion of their actual strength was stationed in White River City, second-rate and third-rate guilds were still far from being comparable to them. Shortly after this incident, Feng exchanged another 2 Arclight shields with Gentle Snow. He then placed the remaining one for sale at the Starstreak trading firm. 30 gold, no negotiations. If converted to credits, one could obtain 30 gold coins simply by spending around 600,000 credits. However, it would still require some effort to fully gather 30 gold coins. Meanwhile, Feng had reached level 17 unawares just by forging items. Although his leveling speed was not as fast as that of Blackie and the others, who grinded on monsters on a higher level, nobody else in White River City could be a match for him. Guild leader, they're now all level 15 already. Moreover, we've also raided a few hard mode team dungeons, so their equipment are all of acceptable quality now. What should we do next? Fire Dance spoke through the communicator. Nicely done. Gather up everyone from the main team. Let's meet up at the Demon's Castle half an hour from now. Feng was a little surprised by Fire Dance's revelation. He never imagined that Fire Dance would bring him results so quickly. Originally, Feng had estimated that she would take a full day's time to complete the task. In the end, she barely took half a day to complete his request. It was completely beyond his expectations. Chapter 261, Magnificent Lineup. What? You're saying Starstreak is selling an Arclight shield right now? Are you sure about this? Lone Tyrant grew excited when he received this piece of news. Boss, how could I be mistaken? The Arclight shield is being sold at a special counter on the 2nd floor, but they're selling it for 30 gold coins. Many people were stunned by the price, and they could only drool as they looked at it. An assassin that kept watch on the Starstreak trading firm affirmed, "I understand. I'll go purchase the coins we need right now. You can stop lining up for the mana armor kits for now. Go keep an eye on the Arclight shield for me. You're not allowed to take even a half step away from it. As soon as I gather enough money, I'll send someone over to buy it," Lone Tyrant said. Although 30 gold coins was not a small sum for any guild, Lone Tyrant did not hesitate as he made this decision. The reason being, Lone Tyrant knew how vital the Arclight shield was. If one wished to clear the 3 great dungeons, one must first possess a sufficiently powerful MT. Meanwhile, the best shield available to players was currently the Arclight shield. Hence, he needed to obtain it no matter what. Just as Lone Tyrant received this piece of news, the other guilds based in the 8 cities where the Starstreak trading firm had shops also received this information, because all items sold by the Starstreak trading firm were interconnected. As long as an item was sold in one of the shops of the Starstreak trading firm, the item would also appear in the 7 other shops. As a result, the competition to purchase the Arclight shield was made even more intense now. Just as the many guilds were desperately raising coins, Shifeng had already arrived in front of the Demon's Castle. The Demon's Castle was once a lord's territory. However, the lord of this place had been bewitched by a demon and turned into a demon himself, gaining tremendous power in return. The lord had then turned this place into a demon's lair. Now, the area surrounding the demon's castle was filled with level 15 or so demonkins. Compared to other monsters, demon-type monsters were born with very high magic resistance, and they also possessed very high magical perception. Hence, their magic attacks were very powerful. Even a normal fireball from a level 15 demonkin could take away a quarter of a level 15 berserker's total HP. If it was a skill that possessed great destructive force such as the Great Fireball or Flame Explosion, then a single attack could take away half of a level 15 berserker's total HP. To make matters worse, these demonkins never acted alone. They normally moved around in groups of 3 or 4. If a solo player met a group of these demonkins, the result would be an instant kill. Hence, players normally only came to the demon's castle after forming a party or a team. However, even though this was a dangerous location, many players still chose to come here as demons were greedy by nature. They were very fond of money and gemstones. In general, demon-type monsters had a much higher drop rate for money and gemstones than normal monsters. Hence, plenty of players would grind here. A tier 1 gemstone could sell for roughly 1 silver coin on the market. It was neither too cheap nor too expensive. However, many players were not willing to inlay their equipment with these gemstones. After all, gemstones were one-time use items. They would be gone once inlaid into equipment. Hence, it would be a huge waste to do so if the quality of their equipment was too poor. Generally, players would only choose to inlay gemstones into their equipment if it was of mysterious iron rank or above. However, how many players could actually get their hands on mysterious iron equipment? A majority of the players at this stage of the game were still using bronze equipment who would be willing to inlay gemstones into bronze equipment. Normally, players would either sell the gemstones they obtained or exchange them for items to further enhance their own strength. After all, grinding monsters would exhaust a significant amount of their resources with equipment repairs taking up the majority. However, this situation was exactly what Shifeng had been hoping for, hence why he had been secretly purchasing gemstones all this time. A tier 1 gemstone only increased attributes by a trivial amount. They only increased 1 point in specific basic attributes. Even if a player inlaid every piece of equipment they wore with gemstones, they would not see any significant improvement. However, in the case of tier 2 gemstones, it was an entirely different story. Tier 2 gemstones increased specific attributes by 2 to 3 points. If players could fully inlay all their equipment with tier 2 gemstones, then they could obtain an additional 20 to 30 attribute points. The difference between the benefits provided by a tier 1 gemstone and a tier 2 gemstone was as clear as day. Such an increase was the equivalent of possessing an additional piece of equipment. Thus, the prices for tier 2 gemstones would naturally be high. Although tier 1 gemstones could only sell for around 1 silver, a Tier 2 gemstone could sell for at least 10 silvers also. Shifeng knew of a secret that nobody else knew right now. Tier 1 gemstones could be used to synthesize Tier 2 gemstones. Moreover, only 3 Tier 1 gemstones were needed to do so. In truth, this wasn't any great secret at all. As long as someone managed to clear the 3 great dungeons, the alchemy synthesis system would be unlocked for White River City. Players could then just head to an alchemist to synthesize Tier 2 gemstones. At that time, the prices of Tier 1 gemstones would abruptly soar. They would sell for at least 3 to 4 silvers for now. However, nobody but Shifeng knew of this secret. Meanwhile, Shifeng had been hoarding Tier 1 gemstones non-stop as he waited for someone to activate the alchemy synthesis system. Once that happened, he could easily earn back double or triple the original cost. However, Shifeng hoped that this time the activation of the alchemy synthesis system would come a little later. That way, he would have more time to hoard even more Tier 1 gemstones through the Starstreak trading firm. Not only could Shifeng obtain Tier 1 gemstones from White River City, he could also purchase them from 7 other cities. His current acquisition rate was much faster than before he became the manager of the Starstreak trading firm. Naturally, the longer it took for players to clear the 3 great dungeons, the more money he could earn. Guild leader, what did you call me here for all of a sudden? Aqua Rose asked in a confused tone as she arrived at the entrance of the Demon's Castle dungeon. As a 20-man level 15 team dungeon, there were very few guilds that possessed the strength to challenge this place right now. However, even if these guilds did possess the strength to do so, they would not attempt to raid this dungeon. The reason being, they were all held up by the hell mode of the level 10 team dungeons, and also the 3 great dungeons. Moreover, the level requirement for the Demon's Castle was simply too high. Also, if they were unable to clear the hard mode of the Demon's Castle, raiding it would bring little improvement to their team's equipment, making it a waste of time. It would be much better for them to place their focus on the hell mode of level 10 team dungeons. Hence, Aqua Rose felt curious as to why Shifeng would call her to this place. Of course, it is to raid the Demon's Castle, Shifeng said, chuckling. Aqua Rose was shocked by his words. Immediately, she said, Guild leader, isn't it a little too early to raid the Demon's Castle? It would be better for us to focus on raiding the level 10 hell mode team dungeons. Although our guild started slower than the others, we can still try to compete with the other guilds over the 3 great dungeons. No. Aqua, our guild will not be competing over the 3 great dungeons. Our goal is the level 20, 100-man dungeon, the Thunder Palace. So, we need to start preparing for it now. Once we're done with this raid, you should get everyone to level up as quick as possible. Don't intentionally suppress their levels. It won't be a worthwhile thing to do, Shifeng said, confidence filling his eyes as he shook his head. Aqua Rose was rendered speechless by Shifeng's words. She couldn't help but sigh as she felt pessimistic about Shifeng's whimsical thoughts. Let alone the 100-man dungeon, Thunder Palace, it was not even possible for them to obtain the first clear of the Demon's Castle. Although she believed in Shifeng's strength, the equipment of their team was simply insufficient. They're here. Shifeng looked towards a group of a dozen or so players walking over. They were none other than Fire Dance and her team. Aqua Rose turned towards the direction Shifeng was looking at and was immediately shocked by what she saw. She discovered more than 10 players walking over, each of them looking extremely dazzling. It was especially true for the sexy beauty walking in the lead. The 2 daggers by the woman's waist were actually giving off the glow of a fine gold-ranked weapon. In addition, quite a few members of this team also possessed gorgeous-looking equipment. They all wore secret silver equipment. Although the cursemancer of this team had hidden the special effects of his staff, judging by the delicate make of the weapon, it should be of fine gold rank at the very least. As for the team's guardian knight, the equipment he wore were mostly of secret silver rank, with 2 pieces of fine gold equipment mixed in. Although the guardian knight had likewise hidden the special effects of his shield, based on looks alone, it shouldn't be lower than secret silver rank. It was possible that not even the main force of Ouroboros could compare to this dazzling team. When Aqua Rose took a closer look at this group of players, she was surprised to discover that each and every of them sported a 6-winged emblem. They were actually members of their Zero-Wing. Aqua Rose's delicate mouth suddenly parted in disbelief. Guild leader, I've brought everyone here, Fire Dance said, walking up to Shifeng. She and the other core members of Zero-Wing already knew about Shifeng's secret identity. Hence, they were not confused by his appearance as Black Flame. Good. Leave your teams and I'll send an invite to all of you. Shifeng nodded in reply. Chapter 262, We Are Very Strong. Aqua Rose was shocked. They are the 8 players at the top of the ranking list. Aqua Rose whispered in silence. Although she did not use any identification skills on these players, aside from the top 8 players, she could think of no other members of Zero-Wing that could possibly possess such excellent equipment. Yeah. Shifeng nodded his head. He then started inviting Fire Dance and the others into his team. There were a total of 17 players in Fire Dance's team. Aqua Rose had also brought along a good friend of hers, Icy Fruit. Aqua Rose had chosen her upon Shifeng's request for a healer who was level 15 or above. Shifeng had exactly 20 members in his team now. Of them, 2 were MTs. One of them was the Guardian Knight, Kola, while the other was Yi Wumian, who was a shield warrior. There were also a total of 4 healers in the team. It was a standard composition for a 20-man dungeon raiding team. Just as Shifeng was about to enter the dungeon, another team came walking over to the dungeon's entrance. The members of this team were out of the ordinary. Let alone possessing mysterious iron equipment as their lowest ranked equipment, there were also several of them with secret silver equipment. This was a sight impossible to be found in an independent team yet. Contrary to expectations, these players were not guild players but independent players. None of them wore a guild emblem on their bodies. Wolf. Fire Dance said in astonishment when she saw the slim-looking man walking over. Oh. Is it an acquaintance? Whether it was his memory of this life or his past life, Shifeng had no recollection of the man who looked to be the leader of this team. However, if these players were able to come into possession of such quality weapons and equipment, they could definitely be considered an expert team. In theory, they should not be unknown existences. Could they have stopped playing midway in the past? Shifeng inwardly wondered. Hello. We meet again, Wolf said in greeting, looking at Fire Dance. After not meeting for some time, I never imagined that Miss Fire Dance would have joined a guild. No. In truth, we were originally members of this guild. It was only due to some complications that we did not establish the guild before, Fire Dance explained. Let me introduce you. This man here is our guild leader, Black Flame. What a shock. So it turns out that your excellency is none other than the famous chief forger of Starmoon Kingdom, Black Flame. Wolf was somewhat taken aback by this revelation. Although he had long since known that Fire Dance and the others were not ordinary players, never would he have thought that their guild leader would be such a well-known character. Team leader Wolf is the one who has left me in shock. You are actually starting to raid the level 15, 20-man team dungeon already. The teams that are capable of diving into the demon's castle at this time definitely belong to the apex of White River City. Although Shifeng had never heard of Wolf before, a person capable of leading such a team definitely would not be a mediocre person. Shifeng suddenly had the urge to recruit this team of players. Fortunately, we are only an independent team, and it's impossible for us to compete with those guilds over the first clear of the 3 great dungeons. So, we can only choose to come here. Since guild leader Black Flame has something to do, we won't continue bothering you. Wolf did not possess any good feelings towards guilds, so he immediately brought his team into the dungeon after speaking a few perfunctory words. This person's attitude is really weird. The previous time we met, he was welcoming when he spoke to us. Now, he only said a few words before taking his leave. Isn't this change in attitude a little too much? Blackie said in an unhappy tone. He probably doesn't like guilds too much. Shifeng revealed a helpless smile as he looked at Wolf entering the dungeon. There were all kinds of people in God's domain, and naturally, there were bound to be some who disliked guilds. After all, most guilds usually acted in an overbearing manner. Many players just wanted to experience the world of God's domain, so they weren't all that interested in guilds. Meanwhile, many of these players who were wholeheartedly chasing after adventure were surprisingly powerful. Among them, the most famous adventurer team in the past was the Midnight Tea Party. Although there were only 20+ members in the team, not a single guild in God's domain dared to underestimate this adventurer team. Even super guilds had to draw a clear line with the Midnight Tea Party, both sides minding their own businesses obviously. Werewolf belonged to this type of adventurer, I guess it can't be helped. Everybody has their own aspirations. Shifeng silently lamented. There sure are a lot of powerhouses in White River City. Aqua Rose was astonished to find that there were actually so many crouching tigers and hidden dragons in White River City. Soon after, Shifeng and the others had also entered the demon's castle. However, Shifeng had chosen a different difficulty from Werewolf's team's Hell mode, a difficulty that made all players pale when they talked about it. Yet, Shifeng had chosen it without much thought. Aqua Rose was momentarily rendered speechless. She couldn't stand it anymore. Shifeng was always taking unconventional actions. This was the Hell mode of a 20-man team dungeon. At the very least, they should have started with normal mode to familiarize themselves with the dungeon. They could then start accumulating better equipment from hard mode, before finally challenging Hell mode. However, Shifeng had started with Hell mode right from the very beginning. Just what did he think of a Hell mode dungeon? Even if they had powerful experts in their team, they couldn't just be so reckless. Did Shifeng forget the fact that almost half of the members in this team still didn't possess particularly good equipment? Meanwhile, these players in question were none other than the 5 demon generals and the 4 experts from Greenleaf Workshop. Although they had already reached level 15, and were also fully geared in mysterious iron equipment, they were still far from reaching the requirement to raid the Hell mode of the demon's castle. Hence, these 9 players reacted with panic when they realized Shifeng's decision. As this was Hell mode, the monsters inside the castle all received an upgrade. Even the normal elite monsters could cause one to tremble. Meanwhile, such monsters were wandering around in groups inside the castle corridors. Demon Maid, elite rank. Level 15. HP 80,000/80,000. Good at magical attacks, particularly fire-type damage. Demon Butler, elite rank. Level 15. HP 100,000/100,000. Good at melee attacks. Of these 2 types of monsters, the Demon Butlers were more difficult to deal with, as they would ignore aggro when they used charge. In addition, when their charge connected, they would also inflict a debuff called Blood Curse, causing players to continuously lose HP. Also, due to this being Hell mode, the debuff was further strengthened. When afflicted with this enhanced Blood Curse, players would lose 300 HP every 3 seconds, and receive 10% additional magic damage for 30 seconds. The debuff was also stackable up to 10 times. To make matters worse, demonic beings were born with high magic resistance, making them extremely difficult to deal with. Alright, Cola, go pull some monsters. Yi Wumian, you'll act as support for Cola. Healers, pay attention to the MT's HP and remember to cast a spell when necessary. As for everyone else, just focus on your damage output. Shifeng instructed casually. Guild leader, I suggest that we should take things slowly. After all, this is a Hell mode dungeon, not a normal mode. Even if Cola's equipment is excellent, we still can't act so recklessly. Aqua Rose was close to collapsing from Shifeng's carefree attitude. It's okay, Shifeng said, smiling. We are very strong. Shifeng had a clear grasp on the strength of this team, hence his carefree and confident attitude. Cola was currently level 18, and with the Arclight Guard equipped, his HP had already reached 3,340 points. His defense was even a frightening 2,300 points. In terms of attributes, not a single MT within White River City could match him. The elite monsters inside the dungeon were only at level 15. With 3 levels of suppression, these monsters could hardly harm Cola at all. Meanwhile, Cola did not hesitate in carrying out Shifeng's orders. Immediately, he rushed at a group of monsters, raising his shield and throwing it at them. In a blink of an eye, the shield struck 5 elite monsters, causing over 300 damage and placing a silenced effect on each of the monsters, preventing them from using magic for 6 seconds. Shortly after, the shield returned to Cola's hands. Before coming to this dungeon, Cola had experience luring over 100 level 25 monsters. Of them, there had been no lack of elite monsters. Compared to those times, the few elites before him were hardly worth mentioning. These demonic monsters simply had slightly higher HP and slightly more powerful skills. All of you, come over. Cola executed Justice Roar, compelling monsters within a fixed range to attack only him. Letting out angry roars, the demon maids at a distance had no choice but to attack Cola. As if he had transformed into a steel wall, Cola fully blocked the charge of the 3 demon butlers and 4 demon maids. Cola then used the group aggro skill Devotion. As the sacred aura provided by the skill dealt holy damage, it inflicted amplified damage on the 7 demons. Every second, the 7 demons would receive 200 holy damage. Before long, the aggro Cola had on these monsters was unshakably stable. On the other hand, the demon butlers only dealt around -240 damage with each of their attacks, while the demon maids dealt around -400 damage with their magical attacks. However, Cola managed to dodge the majority of these attacks by utilizing his nimble footwork, greatly reducing the damage he received. As a result, only Violet Cloud was actually required to maintain Cola's HP above a safe threshold. Meanwhile, the other healers and Yuwumian could only watch helplessly on the sidelines. No way. Aqua Rose's delicate body trembled slightly. Currently, the excitement she felt could no longer be described with words. Chapter 263, Like a Hot Knife Through Butter. The task that originally required 2 MTs to accomplish was now handled by Cola alone. Moreover, it was obvious that Cola still had energy to spare. Fire Dance, go lure another wave. Yi Wumian, assist Cola and attract the aggro of the demon maids. Shi Feng determined that they would have no problems handling 2 waves of monsters at once, and that it would be much more efficient to do so. Although the demon butlers would frequently inflict the blood curse on Cola, with 2 clerics taking turns casting Dispel on him, the debuff was not a particularly big problem. Moreover, the 2 clerics in the team were very skilled. It was especially true for Violet Cloud. After undergoing the baptism of the Trial of Gods, it was as if she had been reborn anew. It was no wonder she had become a Tier 6 cleric god shortly after clearing a 6-color trial. Although she had only cleared a 4-color trial this time, it was already a remarkable feat. The rewards she obtained from the trial also included permanent attribute increases, enhanced skills, weapons, equipment, and other precious items. Currently, in terms of healing power, no other healer in White River City could match Violet Cloud. After Fire Dance lured another wave of monsters, Cola immediately aimed his shield at the 3 demon butlers and threw it, executing the Shield of Vengeance. The skill caused over -300 damage to the demon butlers, and their aggro instantly switched from Fire Dance to Cola. Immediately after, Yi Wumian used Flame Charge on the 4 demon maids at the back, stunning them. He then followed up with a Thunderclap, lightning flickering and electrocuting the 4 demon maids and causing close to -100 damage to them. Yi Wumian's damage was clearly much worse than Cola's. The demon maids grew furious at being attacked, and one of them shot a flame explosion at Yi Wumian right away, engulfing the shield warrior in brilliant flames. Yi Wumian had to retreat 2 steps before he could shake off the attack. His HP abruptly decreased by a large chunk as a damage of over -700 appeared above his head. Yi Wumian had a maximum HP of 2,580 points, while his defense was 1,875 points. When compared to all the other shield warriors in White River City, he could definitely be counted as a top-tier expert. After all, Yi Wumian was originally the boss of Jin Hai City's #1 workshop. The original equipment he used was already of good quality. In addition, Fire Dance had also helped them upgrade their equipment by raiding a few hard-mode dungeons. Currently, most of Yi Wumian's equipment were of Mysterious Iron rank, while 3 were of Secret Silver rank. The items that were of Secret Silver rank were his shield, breastplate, and leg guards. Yet, even with such equipment, his attributes were still far from being comparable to Cola strong. When Aqua Rose witnessed the difference between Cola and Yuwumian, she could not help but look at Cola, who was handling 10 monsters simultaneously, in shock before. When Aqua Rose watched how effortlessly Cola had lured and tanked the monsters, she had even believed for a second that they were not actually in a 20-man hell mode dungeon. However, now that she had witnessed Yuwumian tanking, she immediately woke up from her stupor. This was indeed hell mode. Cola was simply too powerful, making the monsters look weak instead. It was no wonder Shifeng was confident enough to challenge the hell mode of the demon's castle right away. With such a powerful MT, it was not impossible for them to start from hell mode healers, prioritize healing Yuwumian. Everyone else, focus your attacks and kill the demon maids first. Shifeng immediately rushed into the fray after saying so, aiming for one of the demon maids. Leave it to me. Blackie said excitedly. It was finally his turn to display his strength. He then waved his epic ranked staff, Mavis's Guard, sending a bombardment of spells at the demon maids. Blackie's firepower spoke for itself. Each one of his dark arrows caused -964 damage to the monsters, and critical hits caused -2106 damage. If the effect of his staff, Spear of Light, triggered, he could also deal around -800 additional damage. Blackie then used Hell Flame, dealing over -1000 damage every second to all targets within a 10-yard radius of the targeted location. If demons did not possess high magic resistance, the damage of this spell would have been even higher compared to Blackie. Aqua Rose's damage as an elementalist was much weaker. Every time she used Flame Explosion or Chain Explosion, she could only deal -670 damage or so. Aqua Rose felt slightly depressed at this scene. After all, she used to be an honorary Elder of Twilight Echo, yet her damage was actually lower than Blackie's by over 300 points. However, Aqua Rose did not know that Blackie held an epic ranked staff in his hands. If she were to find out about it, she would definitely jump in shock. As for the other mages in the team, the damage they dealt was all above -500 or so. As for the melee players, Fire Dance stood out the most. Although she only dealt around -280 damage with her normal attacks and her skills dealt around -460 damage, her attack speed with the 2 daggers was extremely fast. When she attacked a demon maid, not only was the demon maid unable to use any spells, its HP also madly decreased. After Fire Dance accumulated 8 stars worth of energy, she immediately used Eviscerate on the demon maid, dealing over -2400 damage to the monster. As for Lonely Snow the Berserker, although his weapon was only a level 15 secret silver ranked 2-handed axe, his normal attack still dealt over -500 damage. His attacks that achieved a critical hit dealt over -900 damage. However, when compared to an assassin, his attack rate was much lower in regard to the damage output of the 8 great experts of Zero Wing. The newly joined 5 demon generals and the 4 experts from Greenleaf Workshop had long since grown numb of it. Not to mention, the power the experts of Zero Wing showed right now was only the tip of the iceberg. Just as Aqua Rose and Icy Fruit were getting over their shock, Shifeng's damage once again blew their minds away. Shifeng looked just like the Grim Reaper when he brandished the Abyssal Blade and the Silver Lake, sweeping through the monsters like a violent tornado. Just his normal attacks alone dealt over -350 damage. However, that was not the end. When his attacks achieved a critical hit, they dealt over -700 damage. Sometimes, triple critical hits would even appear, dealing over -1000 damage in a single attack. Meanwhile, due to Shifeng's high attack rate, the chances for double critical hits were also very high. It was a very pleasing sight to behold Shifeng then use Thundering Flash, 3 arcs of lightning passing through all the elite monsters. Instantly, damages of -510, -721, and -1020 appeared above the monsters' heads. Some of the monsters had even received critical hits, multiplying the damage they received by 2-fold, and even 3-fold immediately after. Shifeng activated Dark Violent Dance, the skill enabling him to spread 40% of the target damage towards enemies within a 12-yard cone in front of him. Every time he slashed his sword, the 14 elite monsters behind his main target would receive over -100 damage. If he executed the level 10 chop, the 14 monsters would instantly receive over -300 damage. Although Shifeng's damage was frightening, it was not his most amazing aspect. Instead, the area he excelled at the most was his perfect grasp of timing and the overall situation. As long as these elite monsters showed the slightest signs of leaving the group, he would immediately execute Thunder Flame Explosion, placing all these elite monsters into a fainted state. As a result, the two MTs would have more time to react to the situation, readjusting their positions and retaking the aggro of the monsters. Although Aqua Rose had long since known of Shifeng's strength, she still could not help but be shocked when she personally witnessed Shifeng's damage output. After killing these two waves of elites, Shifeng took a look at the team's damage output list. I'm no good anymore. It's been too long since I upgraded my equipment. I never thought I would deal only this little damage. Shifeng smiled bitterly. Although Shifeng's total damage ranked at the very top of the team, his damage exceeding even Blackie's, in terms of single attack output, he was far from being Blackie's match. All this time, Shifeng had been busy making money and increasing his guild's backing. Hence, he did not get much of a chance to upgrade his own equipment. Presently, he was still using the level 10 Mysterious Iron set equipment, the Wind Extinguisher set. He only had 3 pieces of secret silver equipment on his entire person, and they were even level 10 equipment only. Shifeng depended mainly on the Abyssal Blade and his pseudo-extraordinary item, the Blazing Meteor, to produce his frightening damage. Without them, he would only rank around 5th or 6th place at best within the team. However, Shifeng's words had immediately earned him the contemptuous gazes of everyone in the team. If Shifeng, who ranked first in terms of damage output, said he was no good, then what were they supposed to be? Following which, under Shifeng's command, everyone advanced deeper into the castle, killing hundreds of elites and a dozen or so special elites. Of the latter, the demon hounds were extremely ferocious. Moreover, these demon hounds moved in groups of 4. Fortunately, Kola was capable of tanking 3 of these monsters at once, leaving the remaining 1 to Yi Wumian. If Kola had not been sufficiently strong, they would have definitely team-wiped naturally. The team's harvest was also bountiful. Aside from a few Tier 1 gemstones, and bronze and mysterious iron equipment, they had also obtained 2 pieces of secret silver equipment. One of them was a cloth armor chest piece for elementalists, which was promptly distributed to Aqua Rose. The other item was cloth armor shoes for clerics. As Violet Cloud already had excellent equipment, she had no need for the shoes at all. Hence, the equipment was given to the other cleric in the team. Icy Fruit. The profits of a 20-man Hell Mode team dungeon is truly high. We have obtained so many mysterious iron equipment just from the elite monsters. The special elites even drop secret silver equipment, Aqua Rose exclaimed. Just the harvest they reaped from arriving at the first boss was already comparable to the harvest of raiding a hard mode team dungeon. If they could kill 1 or 2 bosses this time, they would definitely make a huge profit. It's still too early to get excited. Save your joy for after we finish raiding this boss before us. Shifeng's pupils contracted, focusing his gaze towards the center of the arena. A tall, heavy-armored knight with bloodshot eyes stood there, an aura of bloodthirst surrounding it. Knight Captain Justin Freed, demonic being, Lord rank. Level 16. HP 880,000/880,000. Chapter 264, Nemesis. Such a high HP. Aqua Rose couldn't help but wrinkle her brows at this sight. The amount of HP a boss was correlated with the amount of time needed to kill it, and the more HP a boss had, the higher the demands on the damage dealers. The bosses of level 10, 20-man Hell Mode team dungeons would have 700,000 HP at maximum. Even so, not a single team in White River City had managed to clear one such dungeon yet. Meanwhile, the boss before them had 880,000 HP. Aqua Rose instantly felt despair at this sight. Fire Dance and the others, on the other hand, felt nothing much about it. They were simply waiting for Shifeng's orders. Feeling everyone's fervent gaze on him, Shifeng smiled as he said, "Kola, go test the waters. Gluttonous Mouse, you'll be responsible for healing him. Everyone else, pay close attention to the boss's movement patterns and habits, be sure to take a video recording. Afterwards, we'll think of a way to raid it. As the knight captain of the demon's castle, Justin Fried excelled in melee combat. Even though Cola boasted excellent equipment, he could survive 3 hits at most from this boss. If it were any other MT, they would definitely die in 2 hits. Aside from possessing high attack power, Justin Fried was a heavy armored knight and his defense spoke for itself. Now that he had been converted into a demon, his natural magic resistance was also very high. Justin Fried was practically a boss without weaknesses. Justin Fried had 2 major skills, and if not taken with caution, either one of these skills could easily wipe out their entire team. Moreover, these 2 skills were further strengthened by the Hell mode difficulty, making them extremely hard to deal with. The first skill was called Demon Summoning. Periodically, Justin Fried would summon 3 demon guards. If players failed to kill these 3 demon guards within a set amount of time, they would be absorbed into Justin Fried's body, replenishing the boss's HP. In the hard mode difficulty of the dungeon, each demon guard would heal Justin Fried of 3% of his maximum HP, while in Hell mode, that percentage was increased to 5%. Hence, players needed to kill these demon guards no matter what. The second skill was called Death Blow. When using this skill, Justin Fried would randomly mark a player and throw a spear at them, dealing large amounts of damage. Players struck by this spear would also have their movement speed reduced by 60%, and defense reduced by 100%. Justin Fried would then charge towards this marked player. During this charge, players had to avoid standing between Justin Fried and the marked player. Otherwise, both the marked player and the players standing in Justin Fried's way would die without question. Hence, when a player was marked by Justin Fried, they needed to run as far away from everyone else as possible. The marked player would be fine as long as they could survive Justin Fried's onslaught for 10 seconds. Just these 2 skills alone would already cause many challengers to despair. However, Justin Fried also possessed multiple other minor skills, although those would not be a huge problem if players made sure to dodge them. After Cola and Gluttonous Mouse battled with the boss a few times, everyone fully understood just how amazing Justin Fried was. If struck by Justin Fried's great sword, even a powerful tank like Cola would lose over 1,400 HP. It would take Justin Fried only 2 attacks to finish off anyone else within the team. Moreover, Justin Fried had a very high attack speed. He had no problems brandishing his greatsword twice in 1 second. If they wished to successfully clear this boss, they needed to cooperate with each other properly. Not only did the MTs have to know when to dodge Justin Fried's attacks, the other melee classes also needed to know how to interrupt the boss's attack pattern. Start the raid. After Sherfong finished giving out his instructions, everyone went to their assigned positions, making a perfect encirclement around Justin Fried. Once ready, Cola immediately rushed towards Justin Fried, while Yiwumian waited at one side for the appearance of the 3 demon guards. Compared to attacking an elite monster, the damage Cola dealt to Justin Fried was much lower. His normal attacks only dealt slightly more than -100 damage to the boss. After Cola solidified his aggro of the boss, everyone else promptly barraged Justin Fried with attacks. However, the team quickly discovered a crucial matter: Justin Fried's defense was seriously too high. During the trial runs, Cola had been the only one attacking. Hence, everyone had not really noticed how high Justin Fried's defense was. Take Lonely Snow for example. As a berserker, every time he struck Justin Fried's back with his 2-handed axe, he could only deal slightly more than -200 damage. Even after using armor break on the boss, his damage only barely reached -300. As for the newcomers, the damage they dealt was far less. His defense is too high. Even with her most powerful spells, Aqua Rose only managed to deal around -500 damage to the boss Shadow Burst. Blackie didn't dare hold back, immediately using the new skill he received for clearing the 4-color trial. 5 black streaks of light immediately shot out from his staff, landed on Justin Fried's back, and exploded. Damages of -736, -741, -726, -732, -738 appeared above Justin Fried's head. Feng was also slashing madly at Justin Fried's back. However, the damage he dealt was far lower than Blackie's. Each of his basic attacks only dealt over -100 damage. However, this damage was further increased when Feng triggered one of the Abyssal Blade's effects, inflicting the Doom Curse on the boss. There was also the damage amplification effect from Thundering Flash. As Justin Fried was a Hell Mode boss, both the Abyssal Blade's Doom Curse and the effect of Thundering Flash were greatly weakened. Overall, the two debuffs had weakened Justin Fried by 15% simultaneously. Feng swapped out his Might of 1,000 title for his Demon Hunter title, further weakening Justin Fried. Now, Justin Fried only possessed 80% of his original strength. This result undeniably reduced the burden placed on everyone in the team. Guild leader, the additional passive skill of your weapon and also the effect of your title are simply too amazing. Thanks to you, the difficulty of this boss has been forcefully brought down a notch. Cola said with a smile. Undeniably, he was the person who profited the most from these debuffs. Aqua Rose's eyes glowed with joy as well when she witnessed this scene. Thanks to Feng's skills and title, they now had hope of defeating this boss. It seems that I, too, should get more of such titles in the future. It would make boss raids a lot easier. Aqua Rose looked at Feng's title in envy. However, she knew it would be very difficult to obtain such a title. Aqua Rose made a note to herself to ask Feng how she, too, could obtain such a title when they left this dungeon. When Justin Fried's HP fell to 90%, Feng immediately shouted through the team chat, "Yi Wumian, get ready to aggro the monsters. Everyone, focus fire on the spawns the moment they appear. Fire dance and I will help Cola cope with the boss. Damnable trespassers. Guards. Get rid of them." Justin Fried bellowed suddenly. 3 demon guards ran in from outside the arena. Every one of these demon guards were elite monsters. Moreover, each of them possessed 40,000 HP. Fortunately, the demon guards had much lower defense compared to the boss. The team took no time at all to finish all 3, especially when they had a powerhouse like Blackie. Everyone then returned their focus to the boss. During the entire battle, Feng did not get many chances to deal damage. Possibly due to there being many more people attacking him, Justin Fried's attack pattern right now was slightly different from when only Cola and Gluttonous Mouse were raiding him. The boss could always accurately force Cola into a corner whenever he brandished his greatsword, preventing Cola from effectively dodging his attacks. To make matters worse, aside from Feng, nobody else in the team could accurately find a way to interrupt the boss's attack rhythm. Although Fire Dance managed to react to the situation and find a suitable location to attack, due to her low strength as an assassin, she failed to interrupt Justin Fried's attack. Hence, Feng had no choice but to focus all his attention on interrupting the boss's attacks. Otherwise, if Cola were to make a mistake and eat any of the boss's minor skills, he would definitely lose his life because the healers would not be able to keep up with their healing. Concurrently, Cola's death would also mean everyone else's death. When Justin Fried's HP fell to 78%, he finally used Death Blow in a fit of rage. Meanwhile, the target of this skill was none other than Feng. Feng's first reaction to the activation of this skill was to turn tail and run. After being marked by this skill, unless players activated skills that provided invincibility, they would unquestionably die. When Justin Fried closed in on them, Justin Fried retrieved a silver spear and abruptly threw it at Feng. Instantly, a silver flash streaked across the sky and flew at Feng, producing a boom as it broke the sound barrier. Players were unable to dodge this silver spear, so they could only try to block it. Hence, just as the spear was about to reach him, Feng immediately spun his body around and activated parry. The spear smashed into the abyssal blade, generating brilliant sparks as metal clashed against metal. Feng was forced to retreat over a dozen steps before he could shake off the attack and stabilize his body. Both his hands felt numb after blocking Justin Fried's attack, and he had very nearly lost his grip on his swords. He then took a glance at the abyssal blade, finding a clear scar on the blade of the sword unbelievable. To think that this move could even damage a magic weapon. If it were a secret silver weapon taking this hit, wouldn't it get destroyed instantly? Even a fine gold weapon might not survive this attack. Shi Feng secretly rejoiced that he had not used the Silver Lake to block this attack. Otherwise, the sword would have been finished. After seeing his spear blocked, Justin Fried grew furious. Ignoring Cola, he charged at Shi Feng with large strides without hesitation. Shi Feng immediately activated Windwalk, increasing his movement speed by 30%. He then started moving in circles around the arena. As Shi Feng did not receive any damage from Justin Fried's spear, he also did not receive the movement speed reduction debuff. Hence, no matter how hard the boss tried to chase Shi Feng, he simply couldn't catch up. In the end, Shi Feng kited the boss around the arena for the full 10 seconds. With both of Justin Fried's major skills dealt with, everyone returned to their positions and resumed their attack on Justin Fried. Later on, no matter how many times Justin Fried used his major skills, the end result was still the same. After a dozen minutes passed, even when Justin Fried entered his berserk state, he still could not change the inevitable. The reason being, Cola had protection blessing to stave off the boss's increased damage. Cola also had the Arclight Guard's additional skill, Time Arc. The effect of this skill was the equivalent of providing Cola with 9 seconds of invincibility. It also allowed him to reset the cooldown of any skills he had used during Time Arc's duration. One way or another, Cola had managed to endure and survive through the 20-second duration of the boss's berserk state. In the end, Justin Fried let out a scream of resentment as he fell to the ground, his body leaving behind a pile of dazzling items as it disappeared. Chapter 265, Dark Knight Gaia. It's a jackpot. Our karma must be too good. I wonder what we'll get. This is the hell mode of the demon's castle. A jackpot should give us at least a dark gold weapon, right? Justin Fried's death allowed everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. However, when they saw the pile of items on the ground, everyone knew that their luck had come. Just a brief glance told them that Justin Fried had dropped more than 10 items. It was an obvious sign that this was one of those rare karmic jackpots. Alright, don't get too excited right now. Rest and recover for now. Shi Feng simply smiled when he looked at his teammates' excitement. However, he knew that the jackpot this time around was no coincidence. Others might not know this, but the Demon's Castle was actually the hardest dungeon out of all the level 15, 20-man team dungeons, although everyone believed that it was simply a 20-man dungeon with above-average difficulty. In the past, countless guilds had suffered team wipe after team wipe in order to raid the Demon's Castle. According to Shi Feng's understanding, the bosses of every Hell Mode team dungeon that possessed the highest difficulty out of all Hell Mode team dungeons of the same level would always yield a jackpot when it was being raided for the first time. This was a reward by the system for pioneering the team dungeon with the highest difficulty. While Shi Feng was counting up the loot from Justin Fried, a group of players revived at the entrance of the Demon's Castle boss, that Justin Fried's defense and attack are simply too high. Compared to a level 10 dungeon, the Demon's Castle is far more difficult. Moreover, this is only the normal mode dungeon. Even a powerful MT like yourself could not survive 3 hits from the first boss. I don't think there's any way we can raid this dungeon right now, a druid said. It seems that 2 MTs are required for this boss, to share the damage. We can just let a ranger kite the 3 summon monsters. After experiencing a battle with Justin Fried, Warwolf fully realized just how powerful the boss was. Every time Justin Fried attacked, Warwolf would be forced into a corner and prevented from dodging. He had no choice but to take the full brunt of the boss's attack. If he only had to endure Justin Fried's basic attacks, Warwolf was confident he could make do with the heals he received. However, one of Justin Fried's minor skills, Thousand Sweep, dealt at least minus 1000 damage to all targets within an 8-yard radius. Meanwhile, the activation time for this skill was practically instantaneous, so Warwolf had no chance at dodging it. When Warwolf ate this minor skill in addition to a basic attack, he would instantly lose at least 2000 HP. Only with all 4 healers in the team focusing their heals on him could they barely manage to get his HP back up to a safe level before Justin Fried's next attack connected. However, shortly after, the boss summoned 3 demon guards. Once the healers spread their focus to the other members of the team, Werewolf was promptly slain by Justin Fried. The end result: a team wipe. As Werewolf's team was about to enter the demon's castle for the second time, Shifeng had already started distributing the loot. The jackpot this time had yielded 11 weapons and equipment in total. There were also quite a number of magic crystals and precious materials. Among the weapons and equipment dropped were 3 secret silver equipment, leg guards for rangers, a hat for druids, and shoulder guards for summoners, as this was a guild-only team, and also a pioneer raid. The distribution of items this time was not done using the contribution auction method. Instead, Shifeng assigned the items to specific players while placing priority on increasing the overall battle prowess of the team. Meanwhile, fine gold ranked weapons and equipment numbered the most. There was a total of 6 of such items dropped by Justin Fried. The attributes of these items spoke for themselves. The items dropped from the hell mode of the demon's castle were all of the finest quality. Lonely Snow received a level 15 fine gold ranked great axe, while Cola received a level 15 fine gold ranked short sword. Meanwhile, the secret silver weapons the 2 previously used were passed on to their teammates. The remaining 4 items were fine gold equipment, shoes for swordsmen, arm guards for cursemancers, a chest piece for oracles, and a chest piece for elementalists. Shifeng kept the shoes for swordsmen for himself, exchanging it with his level 10 mysterious iron ranked boots. Triumph boots, shoes, plate armor, fine gold rank. Level 15. Defense plus 184. Strength plus 17, agility plus 20, endurance plus 12. Movement speed plus 5. Restricted to swordsman. Additional passive skill dash. Light-footed, increases movement speed by 5%. Shifeng then handed the fine gold ranked arm guards to Blackie, the chest piece for oracles to Gluttonous Mouse, and the chest piece for elementalists to Aqua. The final 2 items were of dark gold rank. One was a pitch-black long sword, while the other was a dark gray-colored staff that emitted black mist. Demonbane, one-handed sword, dark gold rank. Level 15. Attack power plus 183. Strength plus 20, agility plus 21, endurance plus 10. Attack speed plus 3. Durability 100/100. Additional passive skill dash. Demonbane deals 20% additional damage towards darkness-type monsters. Although the Demonbane was only at the level of being satisfactory in terms of attributes, the passive skill that came along with it was perfect for raiding the demon's castle. Shifeng just happened to be able to replace his level 10 dark gold weapon, the Silver Lake. Although the Silver Lake was a personal exclusive weapon, in terms of attributes and attack power, it was much weaker than the level 15 Demonbane. The reason being, there would be a huge increase in the performance of weapons and equipment every 5 levels. Moreover, when taking into consideration the convenience of the upcoming battles, Shifeng had even more reason to exchange the Silver Lake for the Demonbane. As for the dark gold ranked staff, it was also of extremely good quality. Black Mist staff, 2-handed staff, dark gold rank. Level 15. Equipment requirement: Strength 40, Intelligence 60. Attack power plus 154. Intelligence plus 42, Vitality plus 28, Endurance plus 33. Chanting speed plus 6. Durability 100/100. Elemental spell damage increased by 10%. Elemental spells have 18% chance to achieve a critical hit. Ignore levels plus 3. Cast range plus 2. Elemental spell levels plus 1. Restricted to elementalist. Wow. The attributes on this staff are insane. It's practically tailored for elementalists. Even though Blackie already had an epic ranked staff, he still couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the attributes on this staff. The eyes of the 2 elementalists in the team immediately glowed upon seeing the attributes of this staff. This staff will go to Aqua. Shifeng handed the staff over to Aqua Rose without hesitation. Although Taciturn Goose, who was one of the newly recruited 5 demon generals, was also an elementalist. Aqua Rose was the vice leader of the guild. It would not look well if the vice leader of the guild continued using only a secret silver-ranked staff. Moreover, Aqua Rose's techniques and strength was far above Taciturn Goose's, and she would be able to display the staff's true power better for me. Although Aqua Rose indeed liked this black mist staff very much, she had only recently joined the guild. She would feel very awkward if she were to receive such an amazing staff so quickly. Take it. You're the vice leader of our guild. We can't have other guilds looking down on Zero Wing now, can we? Shi Feng said, a grin on his face. That's right, vice leader. Our guild is acknowledged as one of the 6 major guilds right now. If the other guilds were to find out that our vice leader was still using a secret silver-ranked staff, they would definitely make fun of us. Blackie said, all right, then. I'll take it. Aqua Rose felt that their words were logical. As one of the top management of the guild, every action she took affected the guild's reputation. If others were to discover her poor quality equipment, although they might not outright slander them with insults, they would definitely look down on Zero Wing. It would make others think that Zero Wing was not as good as it seemed to be after equipping this exquisite staff. Aqua Rose suddenly felt the responsibilities placed upon her shoulders growing heavier, following which, after everyone was rested, they resumed advancing towards the heart of the demon's castle. Due to the jackpot from Justin Freed, the team's overall strength was greatly increased. They had a much easier time now when they fought against the elites and special elites, and very quickly, they arrived at the main hall of the demon's castle. The final boss, the Dark Knight Gaia, sat high above on the throne inside the hall. The moment everyone set foot inside the hall, the atmosphere of the room suddenly changed, and even the air started feeling heavy. Everyone in the team sucked in a mouthful of cold breath at the scene inside the hall. This is a joke, right? Blackie looked at the throne in the distance, his mouth gaping wide open in shock. What is going on here? Why are there 2 more bosses with Dark Knight Gaia? Astonished, Shi Feng stared at the 2 beauties standing beside the throne. The 2 beauties had a pair of pitch-black wings on their backs, and both of them were giving off an imposing aura that was no weaker than Dark Knight Gaia's. Chapter 266, Holy Light. Just Dark Knight Gaia alone was a challenge for them to deal with. Yet, there were 2 more bosses of equal strength now. Even Shi Feng felt powerless at this sight. However, the fact that there were 3 bosses in this hall was not the most important point. The key point was that even a single boss was enough to cause everyone to despair. The difficulty of this quest is too high. Shi Feng's head ached when he looked at the 3 bosses. He never imagined that Weissman's quest would be so difficult. If it were the normal hell mode demon's castle, Shi Feng would still have a way to clear it. However, if he had to face the 3 bosses before him simultaneously, then there really was no hope for clearing this dungeon at all. Dark Knight Gaia, High Lord rank. Level 16. HP 40000/4000000. Fallen Angel Heir, High Lord rank. Level 16. HP 3/60000/3/60000. Fallen Angel Lara, High Lord rank. Level 16. HP 3/60000/3/60000. Not only did the quest increase the number of bosses, it had also greatly increased their strength. With a frightening 4 million HP, even if their healers exhausted all their mana, they still wouldn't be able to kill Dark Knight Gaia. It was also highly possible that Kola would die with a single stab from Dark Knight Gaia's spear. Guild leader, I think we should withdraw. There must be a problem with the system. 4 million HP is just ridiculous, Kola said, shaking his head while sighing. I think so as well, Brother Feng. Maybe we should go out and reset the dungeon. Blackie said the others had similar thoughts as well. Even if this was hell mode, the difficulty of these bosses was simply preposterous. Since we've already come this far, let's give it a try. There should be a special mechanism in place if the bosses are set to be so powerful. Shi Feng did not think there was an error with the system. It definitely had its own reasoning for making the bosses this powerful. So, they might as well test the water. Who knows? They might even discover some secret trick that will allow them to defeat these bosses. Since Shifeng had already spoken, the others naturally did not oppose his decision. At worst, they would simply waste some of their EXP, and EXP was something they could easily obtain. Hence, like the previous time, Cola and Gluttonous Mouse went ahead to gauge the standards of the bosses. Like before, Cola threw his shield at the three bosses, activating Shield of Vengeance. Yet, the moment Cola's shield struck the three bosses, everyone in the team was stunned by what they saw. 1-1-1. Only 1 point of damage appeared above each of the three bosses. Their frightening defense rendered everyone in the team speechless. You are seeking death. Dark Knight Gaia spoke in a tone that was neither enraged nor arrogant. Rather, his voice was only filled with coldness and indifference. He spoke just like a machine, emotionless. Gaia then slowly got up from his throne. He did not rush to attack Cola, instead choosing to abruptly focus his eyes on Cola. Cola instantly felt a chill overcome his body. Although this was a game, the pressure he felt was nothing but real. Similarly, the two fallen angels by Gaia's side did not take any action. They did not even give Cola a single glance, as if saying Cola was not worth their attention. Ali refused to believe it yet. Cola summoned up his courage as he used punishment on Dark Knight Gaia. However, just like before, his attack only dealt 1 point of damage to the boss. Everyone cringed at this result. This time, Dark Knight Gaia finally retaliated against Cola's attack. Gaia casually retrieved a spear from his side, aimed it at Cola, and threw it. Before anyone could react, a flash of light pierced through Cola's chest, followed by a sonic boom reverberating throughout the hall. The attack caused over -2,900 damage to Cola, leaving him with only several hundred HP remaining. This casual attack had nearly taken Cola's pitiful life. Just as Dark Knight Gaia was about to attack for the second time, a pillar of holy light descended from the sky, enveloping Cola. When Gaia's spear clashed against the holy light, it was as if the spear had struck an impenetrable wall. The spear could not advance by even an inch. There was a trick to it, as expected. Shifeng smiled faintly when he saw the holy light descending from the sky. He also discovered the silhouette of a person floating amidst the pillar of holy light. Hence, Shifeng shouted in the team chat, "Everyone, together. Healers, get Cola's HP back up first." Previously, everyone merely had the intention of giving the bosses a try. They did not hold any hope of actually killing them. Now that a chance had appeared, how could they easily give it up? The atmosphere surrounding the team instantly changed. No longer were they shrouded by despair. Why is it her? When the person inside the pillar of light walked out, Shifeng discovered a familiar face. When he caught a clearer view of that saintly appearance, his mind immediately turned sluggish. The person that walked out of the pillar of holy light was actually the Tier 3 divine official Charlene. Wow. My goddess. Blackie's eyes widened upon seeing Charlene, his drool nearly leaking out of his mouth. Putting aside Charlene's peerless appearance and graceful figure, just that extraordinary aura that she exuded would attract others to her. Gifted with both appearance and aura, Charlene was even more mesmerizing than the snow goddess, gentle snow. After Charlene descended into the hall, she did not look at the people behind her. Instead, she focused her attention on the black throne, at Dark Knight Gaia and the two fallen angels by his side. Dark Knight Gaia no longer maintained his look of indifference when he noticed Charlene's appearance. Instead, a hint of fear showed on his face. Gaia, leave that woman to us. You take care of those ants and activate the teleportation gate. It is about time we let this continent be filled with fear and death once more. Fallen Angel Air said. Yes, Lady Air. Dark Knight Gaia answered respectfully. At the same time, Charlene whirled around to look at everyone, saying, "Adventurers." For his selfish gains, Gaia has turned the past inhabitants of this castle into demons, letting them live a life that is worse than death. Now, he is even trying to open a gate to the demon world, summoning the Legion of Dead to attack White River City. You must stop Gaia from doing so at all costs and prevent a terrible fate from befalling the inhabitants of White River City. Finished speaking, Charlene immediately chanted some divine incantations. She then pointed a finger at the players before her. Suddenly, everyone in the team received a buff blessing of holy light. Increases all attributes by 200 points. This blessing is insane. My magic damage is over 1,000 points. My HP is also over 5,000. This feels awesome. Blackie said in exhilaration. Everyone else shared Blackie's feelings. Their bodies felt full of power, and they felt that they could easily go back and trample the previous boss. Justin freed. Just the HP of the ranged players had already exceeded the 5,000 threshold. The other melee players also had their HPs increased past the 6,000 threshold. As for the monstrous MT of the team, Cola, his HP had already gone past the 7,000 threshold. Cola was practically a mini-boss now. After Charlene and the two fallen angels departed to do battle, Dark Knight Gaia immediately charged towards the team of players, intending to massacre them quickly. At this time, everyone in the team no longer looked at Dark Knight Gaia with fearful eyes like before. Even if Cola received close to -3,000 damage from a single spear throw from the boss, the Guardian Knight presently had over 7,000 HP. Moreover, the healers also had their magic damage increased from the blessing. Now, a casual heal from any one of them could replenish over 1,000 HP for Cola. They had no problems coping with Dark Knight Gaia's frightening damage. Taking the lead, Cola immediately slashed his sword at Gaia, following up the attack with a punishment. 328-641. 2 damages appeared above Dark Knight Gaia's head. Meanwhile, Sherfone had used silent steps and arrived at Dark Knight Gaia's back. Executing chop, he slashed his sword down at Gaia's neck, immediately causing more than -1,200 damage to the boss. His follow-up normal attacks also caused around -600 damage. However, compared to physical damage classes, the mages had a much greater improvement. Each of Blackie's dark arrows caused over -2,000 damage to the boss, over -4,000 damage if it was a critical hit. As for Aqua Rose, her flame explosion dealt over -1,500 damage to the boss. The other mages in the team could also deal over -1,200 damage with each of their attacks, which was very impressive. On the other hand, Dark Knight Gaia's damage towards Cola was slightly reduced. Each of his attacks only dealt slightly over -2,400 damage to Cola. Now one side was strengthened, while the other weakened. Even if Dark Knight Gaia had 4 million HP, everyone still felt confident of defeating him. As Dark Knight Gaia's HP continuously fell, his attack rate also grew fiercer, and the damage he dealt also became greater. From the initial -2,400 damage, Cola now received around -2,700 from each of Gaia's attacks. Chapter 267, Legendary Power. This won't do. The damage we're dealing is still too low. If this keeps up, we will definitely be the ones to die. After several exchanges with Dark Knight Gaia, Sherfone had already deduced the most likely ending of this raid. His mind immediately started churning for a solution to this problem. When Dark Knight Gaia's HP fell to 70%, everyone else detected that something was wrong. The spear Gaia brandished was like a python, containing both power and agility. Gaia had a more relaxed time responding to everyone's attacks now, successfully blocking and rendering many of the attacks sent at him ineffective. Currently, Gaia was like the reincarnation of the spear god. Dark Knight Gaia abruptly swept his spear in a circle, sending Sherfone and the others, who were attacking his back, flying. Sherfone reacted quickly and used parry without hesitation, preventing any harm from reaching him. Unfortunately, everyone else in the team was not as quick to react. As a result, each of them received over -2,000 damage from the attack, suddenly increasing the burden placed on the healers. Meanwhile, the main target of Dark Knight Gaia's attack, Cola, had to retreat a handful of steps before stabilizing his body. A frightening damage of -4,300 also appeared above his head. Guild leader, the boss is getting more powerful the longer we fight. I don't think I will last long if this situation continues. At this moment, the Guardian Knight, Cola was no longer as calm and composed as he was before. Currently, the Dark Knight Gaia would deal around -3,000 damage each time he attacked Cola. If the boss triggered a critical hit or used a skill, he would deal over -4,000 damage. Even if Cola had over 7,000 HP, the pressure placed on him was huge. His HP constantly hovered around the safety threshold, which was a very dangerous situation. This was exactly where the Dark Knight Gaia excelled. The longer he fought, the braver he got. On the surface, Dark Knight Gaia did not seem to use any major skills. However, in reality, he had been using them constantly. Blood Rage. With this skill, the longer Dark Knight Gaia battled, the higher his damage would become. His attack speed would also rise as time passed. Just this skill alone was already sufficient to make any team that dared challenge him kneel and accept defeat. In addition, Dark Knight Gaia also possessed an AoE skill, Blood Domain. The skill had an effective area of 100 yards. When used, a blood demon would spawn behind all enemies within this range. These blood fiends each had 10,000 HP. Contrary to expectations, these blood fiends would not attack players. Instead, if these blood fiends came within 3 yards of their locked target, they would self-destruct. The resulting explosion had an effective radius of 20 yards, and in Hell mode, the explosion would deal -2,000 damage. However, due to Shifeng's quest, the current boss the team faced was an enhanced version of the Hell mode Dark Knight Gaia. Hence, Shifeng did not know how much damage the blood fiends would deal if they exploded. It was bound to be more than -2,000 damage if they could not deal with these blood fiends quickly, leaving the monsters to self-destruct without control. The end result would, without a doubt, be a team wipe. Yet, if everyone were to run around the hall while having the blood fiends chase after them, it would disrupt the team's formation. Any mistake made during this confusion would easily lead to a team wipe. Hence, the moment these blood fiends appeared, they needed to deal with them within the shortest amount of time possible. Just depending on the blessing of holy light won't be enough to deal with this boss. If we can't increase our damage output, we will die sooner or later. Shifeng took a look at the mana levels of the 4 healers and discovered that all of them only had around half remaining. However, Dark Knight Gaia still had 65% of his HP left. If this situation continued, they wouldn't be able to last until the end. Not to mention, Dark Knight Gaia hadn't used Blood Domain yet. At that time, the burden on the healers would definitely be huge. Brother Feng will definitely be team wiped if this continues. Should I use Stars of Light now? Blackie secretly sent a private message to Shifeng. Stars of Light was the most powerful skill of the epic ranked staff, Mavis's Guard. Its might surpassed even that of a Tier 2 spell. It was a spell that could devastate both heaven and earth. Unfortunately, this powerful spell had a cooldown time of half an hour. Hence, it was a trump card that could only be used once in a boss battle. As a result, whenever Blackie was in a party together with Shifeng, he would always seek Shifeng's advice, letting Shifeng decide when he should use the skill. No, it's still too early for it. Shifeng had long since planned for Blackie to use Stars of Light when Gaia used Blood Domain. The might of the skill would instantly evaporate the blood fiends that spawn. Yet, if they did not use the skill now, they might not even survive to see Dark Knight Gaia use Blood Domain. With 2 difficult options at hand, Shifeng was at a loss which to pick in the end. We still aren't strong enough. Shifeng smiled bitterly. Even though their team was already so powerful, it was still not enough to clear this quest. Shifeng truly did not know how those players in the past had managed to complete this quest. However, it was also a fact that the players had already completed their Tier 1 class promotion when they completed this quest. With a team of Tier 1 players with top-tier level 20 equipment and weapons, it would be a simple walk in the park for them to conquer the enhanced hell mode of the Demon's Castle. Also, even if nobody in the team had reached level 20, if everyone's weapons and equipment were of Dark Gold rank or above, Dark Knight Gaia would still have no choice but to submit to them. To put it bluntly, they were lacking in preparations. As expected, our current equipment is still too weak. Shifeng could not help but lament as he watched the boss getting stronger as time passed. Suddenly, however, a flash of realization came to Shifeng. That's right. If it's equipment, don't I have the fragmented legendary item? Shi Feng thought of the ring that had been left asleep inside his bag, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. As a fragmented legendary item, it possessed the strength to change a player's tier. Yes, tier, not level. Previously, Shi Feng had never managed to reach the requirements of the fragmented legendary item. Now, however, he had already achieved it. Heavenly Dragon's Breath, ring, fragmented legendary rank. Equipment requirement: Strength 200, Agility 200, Intelligence 120. Strength plus 40%, Agility plus 40%, Intelligence plus 30%, Endurance plus 30%. Movement speed plus 20%. Attack speed plus 30%. Ignore levels plus 10. All item level requirements reduced by 10 levels. Additional skill 1, Dragon's Authority. Suppress all enemies in the surroundings with the might of the Heavenly Dragon, inflicting the fear status onto enemies within a 30-yard distance, reducing their attack power by 20%, attack speed by 20%, and movement speed by 20% for 1 minute cooldown, 3 minutes. Additional skill 2, Dragon Breath. Inflicts 6x damage in a 305-yard line in front of you. There is a 20% chance to induce the fainted state for 2 seconds cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional skill 3, Heavenly Dragon's Power. Allows the user to temporarily possess the power of the Heavenly Dragon, increasing HP by 300%, strength by 100%, and defense by 300%, and grants immunity to all controlling effects for 2 minutes cooldown, 3 hours. The Dragon Slayer Mechacera once owned the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. It was originally a legendary ranked item possessing the suppressed strength of the dragon tribe. Due to damage resulting from a war between gods, its might has greatly decreased. However, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath possesses an incomparably strong magic power and possesses the potential to restore itself. Its past glory may be restored with 3 magic stars and 1 dragon's heart. Current restoration, 0/4, Blessing of Holy Light. Increases all attributes by 200 points. This blessing had allowed Shi Feng to instantly surpass the daunting requirement of having 120 intelligence without wasting any more time. Shi Feng immediately retrieved the Heavenly Dragon's Breath from his bag. The instant he wore the ring, he immediately felt it transmit a boundless power into his body. Not even the Blessing of Holy Light could compare to this power. Good. The raid officially starts, now. Shi Feng looked at the silver dragon-shaped ring on his finger, a smile on his face. Whether it was his past life or his present life, this was the very first time he was feeling the strength of a legendary item, even if it was only a fragment. He then shifted his gaze towards Dark Knight Gaia, his eyes abruptly focusing Dragon's Authority. Instantly, everyone felt Shi Feng's transformation. They could feel the might of an ancient dragon coming off him, and even their souls quivered in the face of this power. Meanwhile, as if stuck in a deep quagmire, Dark Knight Gaia's movements turned sluggish. Gaia's attack power was greatly reduced as well, letting Kola gain a breather. Kola no longer felt overwhelmed by Gaia's attacks, and he could even dodge the boss's attacks now. It wasn't just limited to Kola. Everyone else started attacking with greater efficiency as well. Originally, they were on the verge of being team-wiped. Yet, the situation suddenly had a huge change. It was simply unbelievable what happened. Aqua Rose was shocked. Chapter 268, Everything is Insubstantial. Although everyone was shocked by Dark Knight Gaia's weakening, they were even more shocked by the person who activated Dragon's Authority. Shi Feng. Currently, raging wind surrounded Shi Feng's body, swirling in all directions and creating a dazzling sight. Shi Feng had now become the focus of this hall. When Shi Feng took a step forward, his body instantly disappeared and reappeared in front of Dark Knight Gaia. Brandishing both the Abyssal Blade and the Demon Bane, Shi Feng sent over a dozen slashes at the boss, the afterimages of his swords creating an impression of a lotus flower. Due to the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, Shi Feng's attributes were greatly increased once more. Currently, his strength had already exceeded 500 points, while his attack was well over 1,200 points. His agility had also exceeded 600 points. Whether it was his attack power or attack speed, both were far above the standards of even a Tier 1 swordsman. Right now, Shifeng could even give a Tier 2 sword master a run for his money. This was the power of a legendary item. Even though Shifeng only had a fragmented version of it, the increase in combat power he received could allow him to challenge enemies of a higher tier. Damages of over -1000 appeared one after another. Some of his attacks had even dealt over -2000 -3000 damage. Dark Knight Gaia, who had previously been like an immovable mountain, was currently being forced to retreat step after step by the torrent of sword slashes. He could not even enter a basic stance due to the incessant attacks. Meanwhile, Kola was having a relaxed time going against the boss, expending almost no effort on evading the boss's attacks. However, Shifeng's onslaught had yet to end. Thundering flash. Chop. Double chop. Earth splitter. Thunder flame explosion. Every skill dealt over -2000 damage. Of them, the level 8 Thunder Flame Explosion had even achieved a critical hit, dealing over -6000 damage to the boss. Shifeng's damage far surpassed even that of Blackie, now guild leader. What sort of potion did you take? How did you suddenly become so awesome? Kola was extremely curious about Shifeng's sudden transformation. Previously, Shifeng's single output damage was even below Blackie's and Aqua Rose's. Now, however, his damage had completely left that of the two in the dust. If Shifeng said it was nothing, not even a ghost would believe him. Potion. Kola, you're thinking too highly of potions. This is the trump card of our guild. Blackie said, a grin on his face. He had a fair idea of what was actually going on. After all, he had also been present when Shifeng obtained the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. Brother Black is right. Kola, you're looking down on guild leader too much. Lonely Snow chimed in with a proud tone. The matter of the fragmented legendary item had always been a secret between the three of them. Shifeng had previously told them not to leak any information about it, so nobody else, other than them, knew about it. After all, just an epic ranked item alone could entice a first-rate guild to take action. If it was known that their guild possessed a fragmented legendary item, rivers of blood might start to flow in White River City. It's not a potion. Aqua Rose was also surprised. However, after she gave it a thought, their words felt right. It should not be possible for potions to provide such a powerful upgrade. Yet, if it was not a potion, what else could allow Shifeng's battle strength to increase so tremendously? Suddenly, Aqua Rose started growing more confused about the guild known as Zero Wing. It was clearly a recently established guild. It could even be described as a blank slate. Yet, shortly after she had joined the guild, she received one shock after another. Aqua Rose had even begun to suspect that Shifeng was an elder of one of those super guilds, and that he had come to White River City to play the role of a pig to devour the tiger. Only a dozen seconds passed since the battle resumed, and already, Dark Knight Gaia had lost 5% of his HP. Currently, he only had 54% of his HP remaining. If this trend continued, his life would end before 3 minutes even passed. However, Shifeng was still not satisfied with this result. The reason being, along with the passing of time, Dark Knight Gaia would grow stronger and stronger. Moreover, Dragon's authority lasted for only 1 minute. After the minute was up, Dark Knight Gaia would once again be like the reincarnation of a spear god. With Kola's equipment, he would not last long under the boss's onslaught. Just as Dark Knight Gaia was about to recover his battle strength. I wonder how well this move will perform. The abyssal blade in Shifeng's hand suddenly ignited in flames, the fire-type mana within a 30-yard radius frantically gathering around the weapon. The light from the scorching flames illuminated the dark hall, while the heat evaporated the moisture in the air. Currently, the abyssal blade in Shifeng's hand was like a miniature sun. This was none other than Shifeng's ultimate move, Flame Burst. Due to his increased attributes, the current Flame Burst was much stronger than the last time Shifeng used it. Before anyone could react, the abyssal blade turned into a shooting star, smashing into Dark Knight Gaia's chest. Gaia's previously impenetrable armor was like tofu when it met with the abyssal blade. The abyssal blade easily pierced Gaia's steel armor and body like a hot knife through butter, creating a large hole in Gaia's chest. However, this was not the end of Shifeng's attack. Shifeng then followed up with 5 more slashes, each of his slashes dealing over -6,000 damage. Some of them had even achieved a critical hit, dealing over -13,000 damage. Meanwhile, the armor on Dark Knight Gaia's body was instantly shattered, the sundered metal fragments smashing heavily against the stone pillars at the sides of the hall. These stone pillars completely collapsed at the impact of the metal fragments. Receiving these 6 continuous attacks, Dark Knight Gaia instantly lost over 60,000 HP. This scene absolutely dumbfounded everyone in the team right now. Shifeng looked more like the boss here with Dark Knight Gaia as the player. The situation was so shocking that Cola and everyone else in the team even forgot to attack Dark Knight Gaia. Oi. Stop daydreaming. The boss is still alive. Shifeng smiled helplessly as he received everyone's fervent gazes. After Shifeng's reminder, Cola and Yuwumian quickly reacted and charged at the boss. Maybe because he no longer had his armor, Dark Knight Gaia was actually receiving an additional 30% damage from everyone's attacks now. The raid progressed at a much faster rate right away. You ants have angered me. Accept the punishment of darkness. The moment Dark Knight Gaia bellowed, the entire hall turned bloody red. Immediately, 20 ferocious-looking blood fiends appeared within the hole. Meanwhile, these blood fiends each had 20,000 HP, and each of them quickly ran towards their locked targets after being summoned. Blackie. Shifeng said in the team chat, got it. It's finally time for me to show off. Blackie chuckled as he waved his staff. A gigantic magic circle appeared above the hall, and in the blink of an eye, a dazzling star emerged from the magic circle and crashed downwards. The stars of light had a very wide coverage. Hence, Blackie easily enveloped all the blood fiends within the skill. The enraged Dark Knight Gaia included. Each star caused over -5,000 damage. After over a dozen stars came crashing down, not even ashes remained of the blood fiends. As for Dark Knight Gaia, he was left in a miserable state after the duration of the skill ended. Everyone else in the team took this chance to use their most powerful moves on the boss, holding nothing back. Before even a minute passed, Dark Knight Gaia's HP fell to 30%. Instantly, the boss went into a berserk state, his body doubling in size. In this state, both his attack power and defense were greatly increased. Even when Cola had Protection Blessing activated, the skill reducing any damage he received by 50%, he lost over 3,000 HP the instant Dark Knight Gaia's spear connected with his body just in time. Shifeng had been waiting for this moment all along. Did he think going berserk was amazing? In front of a dragon, everything was insubstantial. Shifeng immediately activated Heavenly Dragon's power, increasing his HP by 300%, strength by 100%, defense by 300%, and also becoming immune to all controlling effects for 2 minutes. After the activation of Heavenly Dragon's power, Shifeng's body underwent a transformation. Dragon scales suddenly covered his skin, making him look as if he was wearing dragon scale armor. With the addition of these dragon scales, Shifeng's originally ordinary appearance suddenly became tyrannical. Chapter 269, Violent Conclusion. Originally, everyone was still worried about how they should deal with the berserk boss. However, Shifeng's shocking transformation immediately attracted their attention. Leaving aside Shifeng's new handsome and gorgeous appearance, just by standing there, he was already giving off an insurmountable pressure. This was no longer an oppression due to strength. Instead, this pressure was the instinctive reverence for a primordial life form. Just what is going on here? Aqua Rose asked in shock. It was a known fact that players could not transform their bodies. Yet, Shifeng had actually transformed in defiance of that notion. Moreover, that frightening pressure he was giving off was much more terrifying when compared to the berserk Dark Knight Gaia, let alone the others, even Blackie and Lonely Snow, who knew about the fragmented legendary item, were greatly astonished by Shifeng's sudden transformation. They never thought that a player could actually become so powerful after activating the Heavenly Dragon's power. I think the guild leader can kill me in a single hit now, Lonely Snow said, a bitter smile on his face. Let alone you, even Cola might not survive a single hit from Brother Phone. With the activation of the Heavenly Dragon's power, Feng's strength received a several-fold increase, which meant that his attack power had increased as well. When Blackie thought about how his most powerful skill, Stars of Light, already failed to match Feng's previous strength. If Feng used a skill, even Cola, who had over 7,000 HP, would be reduced to ash. The Heavenly Dragon's power is strong, as expected, Feng thought as he shook his fists. He could feel boundless power coursing through his body. In addition, after activating this skill, Feng could feel his mind becoming much clearer than before, allowing him to reach a peak condition that he had never experienced. Feng's strength now exceeded 1,000 points. His attack power was also over 2,300 points, while his HP was over 15,900. In addition, his defense had gone past 4,500 points, almost twice that of Cola's. Currently, he could easily be considered a mini-boss. Cola, leave tanking the boss to me. Feng wanted to test his new body. Moreover, it would be much more effective for him to tank the boss instead of Cola right now. Apart from having higher attack, defense, and HP, Feng's current dodging capabilities were miles ahead of Cola's. Alright. Although Cola was still shocked by Feng's transformation, he managed to muster a reply with more than 15,900 HP. Nobody was a more reliable MT than Feng. After relieving Cola of his duties, Feng immediately slashed a sword at Dark Knight Gaia. Like a lightning bolt, Feng's sword smashed into Dark Knight Gaia's body with the might of 1,000. The attack dealt over -2,000 damage to the boss, and the strength behind the attack forced the boss to retreat 3 steps. Each step the boss retreated left behind a deep footprint on the hard-tiled floor. This was the benefit of increasing one's strength. Compared to increasing just attack power, if players with physical damage classes increased their strength, not only could they gain additional attack power, their increased strength would also create a suppression effect during battle. This effect would further raise the damage they dealt their enemies. When attacking, players could also cause their enemies to lose their balance. In a battle, if one could not maintain a proper stance, it would be very easy for problems to arise. Hence, compared to purely increasing one's attack power, it would be much more beneficial to increase one's strength. Instead, this was a kind of invisible support, and many players only discovered the importance of basic attributes after playing the game for a long time. Currently, Feng's battle with Dark Knight Gaia was in full swing, and the other melee classes had no chance to get close to the boss at all. The reason being, aside from MTs like Cola and Yiwumian, the other melee classes could not even survive a single hit from Dark Knight Gaia. In this situation, only the ranged players could continue attacking without worry. Although Dark Knight Gaia had gone berserk, he was merely an insignificant being in the face of the Feng who had the Heavenly Dragon's power activated. The battle between the two of them was just like a battle between two boss monsters. Although Feng's HP was only a tiny fraction of Dark Knight Gaia's 4 million HP, in this battle, Feng was the only one doing actual damage. Whenever Dark Knight Gaia attacked Feng, the latter would either dodge the attack or block it. Dark Knight Gaia was unable to deal any real damage to Feng. Moreover, every time Feng brandished his 2 swords, Dark Knight Gaia would be forced to retreat. Each of Feng's attacks dealt over -2,000 damage, but more often than not, his attacks would achieve a critical hit and deal over -4,000 damage. A critical chop also dealt over -6,000 damage. On the other hand, Dark Knight Gaia could only deal around -2,000 damage to Feng with each attack. With close to 16,000 HP, the healers could take their sweet time healing Feng. They had no need to fear stealing the aggro of the boss at all. As a tank, Feng was currently far stronger than the guild's number 1 MT, Cola. After the 30-second berserk period was over, Dark Knight Gaia's body shrank back to its original size. Even though he still had blood rage in effect, he no longer possessed the previous ferocity he had possessed in his berserk state. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Dragon's power had a duration of 2 minutes. There were still 90 seconds left before Feng's transformation ended. Without the berserk effect, Dark Knight Gaia was like a venomous snake that lost its fangs. He could only receive a one-sided beating from Feng now. Whenever Feng slashed his sword, Dark Knight Gaia would have to retreat a handful of steps. The gap between the two of them simply rendered one speechless. Throw in everything you've got. We need to end the battle as quick as possible, Shifeng said in the team chat upon Shifeng's reminder. The others who hadn't dared to approach the boss before immediately rushed up in a hurry. As a result, the damage rate to the boss instantly soared when Dark Knight Gaia's HP fell to 15%. He used Blood Domain once more, summoning another group of Blood Fiends. However, unlike the first group of Blood Fiends, these newly summoned monsters each had 30,000 HP as expected. Even his skills have changed. Shifeng had been afraid of something like this happening, hence why he wanted to end the battle as quickly as possible since the quest had altered the rating difficulty of the dungeon. A change to the skills of the boss would naturally occur. Since there wasn't much of a change in Dark Knight Gaia's Blood Rage, then the only skill that remained was Blood Domain. Everyone, gather in the center. Shifeng immediately shouted when Blood Domain was previously used. The team had a wide-range AoE skill like the Stars of Light to depend on. However, they had no such skill that could quickly deal with all the Blood Fiends this time. Stars of Light had a 30-minute cooldown, so there was no way of using it for the second time in this battle. Hence, they could only hope to group up and concentrate their attacks on the monsters. Everyone in the team reacted fast. Before 3 seconds had passed, all of them were already standing together having the shape of a demonic beast. The blood-red monsters revealed malicious expressions upon being summoned. After locking on to their respective targets, the Blood Fiends let out frenzied roars as they charged forward. By the time the Blood Fiend started moving, Aqua Rose had already finished chanting an incantation. First, she summoned an ice wall to block off all the Blood Fiends from closing in on their group. The ice wall also placed an additional debuff on the Blood Fiends, slowing the monsters' movement speeds. Right after that, Aqua Rose shot an ice sphere at the group of monsters, reducing their movement speeds even further. With the successive use of these two skills, the group of Blood Fiends now moved as slow as snails. However, Aqua Rose was still not done with her spells. She then followed up with a third spell called Blizzard. Not only could this spell deal high amounts of damage, it also had a very good movement speed reduction effect. Without staying idle, the other ranged players started throwing out attacks at the monsters as well. Blackie had also taken this chance to use the most powerful AoE skill currently available to him, Hell Flame. Pillars of dark green flames shot up from the ground, repeatedly dealing over -2,000 damage to the group of Blood Fiends for 5 seconds. However, such an amount of damage was still not enough to deal with the Blood Fiends. Just as the Blood Fiends were about to close in on the team, Shifeng suddenly appeared in front of everyone, blocking the Blood Fiends' path of advance. Die. Shifeng bellowed at the group of Blood Fiends. Shifeng used Thundering Flash, causing damages of -3,125, -4,321, and -6,040. And also inflicting the damage amplification effect to all of these Blood Fiends. However, these monsters were still not dead. Next, Shifeng inhaled abruptly and executed Dragon Breath before anyone noticed. Countless wind blades transformed into streaks of silver light, piercing through everything that stood in Shifeng's path. These Blood Fiends instantly turned into minced meat, and not even Dark Knight Gaia, who was charging at the team, was spared from this attack. Dark Knight Gaia was sent flying by the attack, and his body was embedded into the distant wall. However, an instant later, the wall behind him shattered, and Dark Knight Gaia was again sent flying for more than 10 yards. Dark Knight Gaia's body was filled with bloody injuries now. Meanwhile, Dark Knight Gaia had received over -15,000 damage from Dragon Breath. The amount of violence this skill displayed was far above Blackie's Hell Flame. Without the threat of Blood Domain, the battle continued for only 30 more seconds before Dark Knight Gaia died in the middle of the hall, letting out an agonized roar as his life faded away immediately. Many people in the team leveled up. Shifeng had also risen from level 17 to level 18. White River City Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first team to conquer the Hell Mode Demon's Castle. All players within the team will be rewarded with 40 reputation points in White River City. 10 reputation points in Star Moon Kingdom, 300,000 EXP, and 10 silver coins. White River City Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the fastest team to conquer the Hell Mode Demon's Castle. All players within the team will be rewarded with 40 reputation points in White River City, 10 reputation points in Star Moon Kingdom, 300,000 EXP, and 1 Tier 2 Gemstone of Random Attribute System. Hell Mode Demon's Castle has been cleared for the first time. Loot increased by 100%. Chapter 270, Ennobled. Outside one of the 3 great dungeons, the Land of Death, there were many guilds that had established a base of operations to facilitate raiding the dungeon. Meanwhile, inside Dark Star's base of operations, the Arclight shield is already in our hands now, so the MT problem has been dealt with. The next thing we need to do is to snatch the first clear of the Land of Death right in front of everyone, Lone Tyrant said in high spirits. Lone Tyrant had spent a lot of effort in order to acquire the Arclight shield. In order to quickly collect the required 30 gold coins, he had played the role of the gullible fool and purchased them at an overpriced value of 700,000 credits. However, now that the actual item was in his hands, Dark Star would officially become the second guild in White River City to start raiding the hard mode of one of the 3 great dungeons previously. The main reason why Dark Star had been surpassed by Ouroboros was the insufficient strength of their MT. Now, however, the situation was different. With their newly acquired Arclight shield, Dark Star would be competing with Ouroboros on a level playing field. As for the other guilds, Dark Star had no reason to be fearful of them. Even if Zero Wing already had their own Arclight shields, they were only a recently established guild. They did not possess the backing required to raid the 3 great dungeons at this moment. However, a system announcement rang out. White River City Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first team to conquer the Hell Mode Demon's Castle. All players within the team will be rewarded with 40 reputation points in White River City, 10 reputation points in Star Moon Kingdom, 300,000 EXP, and 10 silver coins. White River City Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the fastest team to conquer the Hell Mode Demon's Castle. All players within the team will be rewarded with 40 reputation points in White River City, 10 reputation points in Star Moon Kingdom, 300,000 EXP, and 1 Tier 2 Gemstone of Random Attribute. The announcement was repeated 3 times. Lone Tyrant was dumbfounded by this announcement. He was very clear about what sort of dungeon the Demon's Castle was. If not for the fact that the first clear of the 3 great dungeons was too important to them, Dark Star would have long since started raiding the Demon's Castle. However, Zero Wing had gotten the drop on them and secretly taken the first clear of the Demon's Castle. Moreover, it was the first clear of the Hell Mode Demon's Castle. Currently, Ouroboros was the only guild in White River City that could successfully raid a 20-man hard mode dungeon. However, that capability was limited to the level 10 low difficulty dungeons, and not a level 15 high difficulty dungeon. How did they do it? Aren't they just a recently established guild? Lone Tyrant could not make sense of the situation. Did the Yifeng help them in secret? Even so, they still shouldn't be able to clear it. That's a 20-man dungeon. There is a limit to one person's strength. Boss, do you want us to go investigate? An assassin asked. No need. The 3 great dungeons takes priority. Zero Wing has only obtained the first clear of the Demon's Castle. By the time we obtain the first clear of the Land of Death, Zero Wing would only serve as a foil to make Dark Star look even better. Lone Tyrant shook his head, a contemptuous smile on his face. Although Lone Tyrant acted dismissively towards Zero Wing's achievement, the other guilds in White River City did not. In addition, the independent players in White River City were also greatly astonished by Zero Wing's achievement. Before, not everyone felt that Zero Wing really deserved to be ranked as one of the top 6 guilds of White River City. After all, the only real achievement of the guild was its monopoly of the top 8 positions on the ranking list. Nothing else about the guild was worth mentioning. Now that they had obtained the first clear of the Hell Mode Demon's Castle, it showed that dungeon raiding was no longer a weakness of Zero Wing. This situation had caused many gaming experts who were previously hesitant about joining Zero Wing to change their minds. The reason being, Zero Wing was the second guild in White River City to have successfully cleared a 20-man Hell Mode dungeon. Moreover, the dungeon they had cleared was a level 15 dungeon, the highest level dungeon that players could currently enter. This showed that their strength had surpassed the other guilds by a large margin. Just as the players in White River City were fervently discussing this matter, Shifeng's team started distributing their spoils of war originally. Aside from the Hell Mode bosses of the three great dungeons, Dark Knight Gaia could be considered as the strongest boss below level 20. After receiving the frightening enhancement from Shifeng's quest, Dark Knight Gaia had become even stronger than the final boss of the Hell Mode of the three great dungeons. Hence, the loot he dropped would naturally be excellent. Dark Knight Gaia had dropped a total of 27 items, 9 weapons and equipment, 1 forging design, 1 tailoring design, 1 potion recipe, 1 cooking recipe, 3 precious production materials, 10 magic crystals, and 1 demon's heart. The last item was also Shifeng's quest item. This time around. Among the 9 weapons and equipment, 5 were of dark gold rank, and all of them were items that could level up from level 15 all the way up to level 20. Of the 5 items, 1 was a staff for clerics, and 1 was a cloth armor chest piece for clerics. Both items were given to Violet Cloud. Meanwhile, Blackie received a hat for Cursemancers, Aqua Rose received shoulder guards for elementalists, and Yiwumian received arm guards for shield warriors. The remaining 4 weapons and equipment were of fine gold rank. The leather armor chest piece and shoulder guards were both given to Fire Dance. There was also a longbow for rangers, which was given to Sentimental Memories, one of the 5 demon generals. Lastly, the Berserker, Water Buffalo, received a greatsword. After having distributed all the equipment. The team's battle power greatly increased once again with such equipment. No other team in White River City could even hope to compare to Themas for the other items. Shifeng promptly kept them for himself. Weavy got a good harvest this time. Shifeng felt exhilarated when he looked at the designs and recipes in his bag. In the hands of others, these items would only be worth a small sum of money. In his hands, however, these items would be money-making machines. Most importantly, the forging design he obtained was meant to produce the gemstone buckle. This item could allow players to equip an additional gemstone onto equipment that were of bronze rank or above. Meanwhile, players could apply up to 3 gemstone buckles on their characters, meaning they could have up to 3 additional gemstones. The value of this item was no less than the advanced whetstone. As for the other recipes and designs, they were relatively valuable as well. Only, they were not as valuable as the gemstone buckle. After leaving the demon's castle, Shifeng allowed everyone to go ahead with their own agendas while he headed to the City Hall of White River City. When Shifeng arrived at the reception room of the City Hall, the Tier 4 wizard Weissman was still as leisurely as he was before. Weissman currently stood by the window, a peaceful expression on his face as he observed the plaza outside the City Hall. Young man, you're here. I've already heard about your achievements from that little girl, Charlene. Before Shifeng had even entered the room, Weissman had already detected his presence. At this time, Weissman moved away from the window and walked toward Shifeng. He then nodded his head, a smile on his face as he said, "Not bad. Truly not bad at all. I never imagined a day would come when this old man would misjudge somebody. Ha ha ha. Not only have you slain Gaia, you have also saved the entire White River City. I don't even know how I should reward you for your efforts. How about this? With the power vested in me, from this day onwards, you are a Viscount of White River City. With your strength, I believe you should be able to protect that place. Take this Blacksteel's contract here and head over to that place, then." System, Unique Quest, Demon's Heart, Completed Quest Rewards, Position of Viscount in White River City, Blacksteel's Contract, 500,000 EXP, 50 free Mastery Points, and 2 gold coins. Shifeng was momentarily dumbfounded by the unexpected rewards. These rewards were simply too bountiful, especially the position of Viscount. In the entire White River City, perhaps only Shifeng would understand the importance of this position. Right, I nearly forgot to mention, that little girl, Charlene, said she has some matters that she needs to speak with you about. She is at the Stargazing Tower right now. If you have nothing else to do, you should go see that little girl. You don't want to miss out on a rare opportunity, Weissman said, giving Shifeng a meaningful smile. Chapter 271, Guild Residence. Lady Charlene is looking for me. A bad premonition stirred in Shifeng's mind. Shifeng had a very good understanding of Charlene's personality. She was definitely the type of person that would not act out of altruism, and Shifeng couldn't help but wonder just which item on him Charlene had her eye on again. Forget it. It's better if I just go and see what she has in store for me, Shifeng decided after giving it some thought. Although Charlene was a money grubber, he had always received a great harvest every time they met. This time, Charlene might give him some advanced quest again. If the quest rewards were good, he would consider giving it a try. However, the stargazing tower was located in Blackwing City, and this situation puzzled Shifeng greatly. Since when had Charlene run all the way to Blackwing City? If Shifeng had not known the location of the stargazing tower, he would have definitely wasted much of his time blindly searching for Charlene in White River City. Moreover, it was not easy to go to Blackwing City. Without the appropriate pass, players would find it impossible to go there at all. To put it simply, if any other player wished to meet with Charlene, it would be a very difficult endeavor. Fortunately, it was a simple task for Shifeng. Although he had already depleted the number of uses on the 7 Luminaries gemstone, his pass to Blackwing City, Aqua Rose still had a few Blackwing passes of her own. On second thought, maybe I should postpone meeting up with Charlene. Based on Shifeng's many years of experience campaigning in God's domain, the quest that he could trigger by going to Blackwing City would definitely not be simple. He also had many things he needed to do right now, so it was better for him to just push this matter to a later time. After leaving the city hall, Shifeng called for Aqua Rose and Fire Dance to meet up with him. They then headed towards the Purple Sun Mansion located in the trade area of White River City. The Purple Sun Mansion was originally the official residence of a count. However, this count had mysteriously disappeared inside the Purple Sun Mansion over half a century ago. In the following decades, every new owner of the residence would also mysteriously disappear overnight. An answer was never found for their disappearance, and ultimately, the residence was sealed by the city more than a decade ago. Moreover, the city had even stationed guards in front of the residence, preventing anyone from entering the place. It went without saying that the area the Purple Sun Mansion occupied, as the official residence of a count, was one of the largest within the trade area of White River City. Even though Shifeng was now a viscount, the personal land he could purchase would be less than a third of the Purple Sun Mansion. Guild leader, why did you bring us to this abandoned residence? Aqua Rose asked in curiosity as she looked at the dilapidated residence in the distance, and also at the 8 guards stationed outside the place. Their guild had just recently obtained the first clear of the Hell-Mode Demon's Castle, and the resulting fame had attracted many players to apply to join the guild right now. As a result, Aqua Rose was swamped with work. Although Blackie was also helping out with management, he was mainly focused on managing the workshop side of things. The guild within the game, on the other hand, was left to Aqua Rose to manage. As for Fire Dance, she was responsible for leading the main force of the guild. Each of them had their own respective duties. However, the management of the guild was the most onerous task out of the 3-0 wing. Had been established only recently, so there were still many problems on the management side of things. Aside from the guild perk system still being imperfect, their guild was also not prepared to recruit so many players. Therefore, Aqua Rose could only carefully select whom to allow into the guild. Meanwhile, her criteria for selection were not based on a player's level. Instead, she chose players based on how skilled they were in battle, and such strict selection criteria were very laborious and time-consuming. Aside from recruitment affairs, Aqua Rose also had to manage the daily affairs of the guild, and this, in turn, had made Aqua Rose a very busy woman. If Shifeng had not called her over, most likely, she would still be occupied with the matter of recruitment right now. What do you think of this residence? Shifeng asked, a smile on his face. What do I think of it? Aqua Rose carefully scrutinized the Purple Sun Mansion. Although it was currently daytime in God's domain, with the sun shining brightly up in the sky, the Purple Sun Mansion was surrounded by a depressing atmosphere. It even gave others an eerie feeling. However, this residence occupied a very large plot of land, and it was also situated in the heart of White River City. It was definitely prime real estate. Although it looks shabby, its location is very strategic. Both the bank and auction house are only 2 streets to the west, while the Adventurers Association is 3 streets to the east. There are only 5 such strategic locations throughout White River City, and 4 are already owned by major nobles. Only this place is left without an owner. Moreover, out of the 5 residences, the Purple Sun Mansion occupies the largest area. Unfortunately, it is not for sale, and it is also protected by guards. If a guild can establish a guild residence here, it would be very beneficial towards the guild's development in the future. Aqua Rose replied with eloquence. She was extremely familiar with the real estate of White River City. Her eyes were filled with yearning when she looked at this dilapidated residence. However, since they could not obtain it, there was not much point in talking about it. Not to mention owning private territory within the trade area, they did not have the power to purchase land in even the outermost sectors of the city right now. Indeed, within White River City, the Purple Sun Mansion could be considered the best location to establish a guild residence. Shifeng nodded his head in agreement. He then said with a soft chuckle, "However, from today onwards, this Purple Sun Mansion belongs to us, Zero Wing." After Shifeng finished speaking, both Aqua Rose and Fire Dance were instantly dumbfounded. They looked at Shifeng with eyes filled with disbelief. "Guild leader, what did you say?" Aqua Rose couldn't believe the words she just heard. This prime real estate belonged to Zero Wing from now on. No matter how she thought about this matter, it was simply impossible for it to be true. "This Purple Sun Mansion will be Zero Wing's guild residence from now on," Shifeng said with a smile. "Guild leader, stop joking around. For such prime real estate, not to mention now, even if another month passed by, it would still be impossible for anyone to obtain it." Aqua Rose had a clear understanding about guild residences. Currently, not a single guild in White River City possessed a guild residence of their own. Yet, Shifeng was saying that this hot property was now under the ownership of Zero Wing. If what Shifeng said was indeed true, then it would be even more shocking than Zero Wing obtaining the first clear of one of the 3 great dungeons right this instant. It was simply unbelievable. "I knew you wouldn't believe me, which is why I brought you over to take a look." Shifeng shook his head and laughed. If Zero Wing wished to develop rapidly, a guild residence was a must. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose was the manager of the guild, so Shifeng naturally had to bring her over to take a look at their future guild residence. It would allow Aqua Rose to better plan for the future. After all, it was one thing to obtain the land for the guild residence, actually establishing it was an entirely different matter. It would be better for them to plan ahead. Just as the 3 of them arrived in front of the steel gate of the Purple Sun Mansion, the captain of the station guards walked up to them, blocking their paths. "This is a forbidden location of White River City. Those unrelated, please leave," the guard captain berated. "Don't tell me even I am not allowed entry." Shifeng revealed his title of Viscount. "So it is Lord Viscount. Forgive this humble one for not recognizing my lord. However, Magistrate Weissman has personally given orders that nobody is allowed entry into this place, and even if it is you, Lord Viscount, I am afraid that I cannot allow you to enter." The guard captain suddenly grew respectful when speaking to Shifeng. "What about this?" Shifeng took out the Blacksteel's contract this time. The guard captain was shocked after seeing this piece of paper. After all, this paper was the deed to the Purple Sun Mansion. In other words, from this moment onwards, the Purple Sun Mansion was the private territory of the Viscount before him. Since Lord Viscount has already become the owner of this place, of course this humble one would not stop my lord from entering, the guard captain said carefully. He then added, "However, there is something very strange about this Purple Sun Mansion. If my lord is planning to enter, please exercise caution." "I understand." Shifeng nodded in reply, following which, the 8 guards moved away from the entrance, allowing the 3 of them entry into the residence. Meanwhile, both Aqua Rose and Fire Dance were shocked by Shifeng's revelation. He was actually a Viscount of White River City. Nobility was unlike levels. One could not get ennobled simply by wishing for it. Instead, one needed a large amount of reputation to do so. Currently, all the guilds in White River City were busy trying to raise the White River City reputation they had. Although there were already players who had become citizens, there had yet to be a single person who achieved nobility even until now. Meanwhile, nobility could be categorized into 5 tiers, which were Duke, Marquis, Count, Viscount, and Baron. Just the difficulty of becoming a Baron had made all the guilds in White River City lament over their powerlessness, not to mention obtaining the position of Viscount, which was 1 tier above Baron. Chapter 272, Spirited Away. Based on Aqua Rose's knowledge about the authority of barons, aside from being able to purchase private territory within White River City, they could also hire their own guards. A baron could hire a total of 10 NPCs to serve as guards for his own territory. However, a baron was the lowest rank of nobility. Only when one was promoted to Viscount would one be counted as one of the true nobles of the city. A Viscount could not only purchase private territory, one could recruit up to 40 NPCs as guards, as well as have 2 personal guards. Having personal guards was a special privilege available only to true nobles. The normal guards hired by players were not capable of growth, unlike personal guards. In other words, after recruitment, the levels of normal guards would not change no matter how much time passed. On the other hand, personal guards could be leveled up. They would also receive bonus attributes from leveling up, making them much stronger than normal guards. The difference between the two was like the difference between a common monster and a boss monster. Meanwhile, if their guild had these personal guards protecting their guild residents, at this stage of the game, the defense of their guild residents would definitely be foolproof. Furthermore, they could even have these personal guards participate in boss battles. Although the levels of these NPCs would be suppressed, they would still be a lot stronger than the average player. With these personal guards, Zero Wing would have a greater advantage over other guilds when contesting for field bosses. Thinking up to this point, Aqua Rose couldn't help but reevaluate her opinion of Sherfone. Once again, guild leader, the more I get to know you, the less I actually understand about you. Not only have you managed to obtain such an excellent location for a guild residence, you are also a Viscount of White River City. If other guilds were to find out about this matter, they would definitely go insane. Aqua Rose giggled, blinking her shining large eyes. Indeed, they will definitely hunt me down like maniacs. Sherfone laughed. The moment a guild possessed their own residence, they would be like a seedling that had finally set down roots. They would no longer be at the mercy of the winds and rain. Only by growing roots could a plant thrive and have the possibility to grow into a towering tree. In the past, a player had once joked that a guild without their own guild residence was like a gang of mountain bandits, while a guild that had their own guild residence was like the lord of a region. The reason being, only with a guild residence could a guild gradually perfect the many benefits they provided. It was especially true for guild quests. At this stage of the game, as nobody possessed their own guild residence yet, the NPCs within the city were unable to privately publish quests to the guilds. Hence, players could only accept some daily quests from the Adventurers Association to earn guild reputation. In comparison to the individual quests that players received from the Adventurers Association, the private guild quests published by NPCs rewarded much higher guild reputation. If a guild was sufficiently powerful, there was even the possibility that a quest rewarding an epic ranked item would appear. Moreover, unlike at the Adventurers Association, the number of quests available to guild members was not just limited to 2 or 3. As long as a guild was sufficiently powerful, there would be several hundreds, even thousands of guild quests being published in the guild residence every day. With so many quests available, players would be able to level up and upgrade their equipment more efficiently than if they were limited to grinding monsters. Also, statistical analysis made by professionals in the past showed that guilds with guild residences made at least double, or even triple, the amount of money of guilds without guild residences. Moreover, only with a guild residence would a guild officially have a stable source of income. The reason being, whenever a guild member completed a guild quest, the guild would automatically collect 15% of the quest reward as processing fee. The fees collected would then be stored inside the guild bank to serve as funding for the guild. This was the reason why guild residences were so important. The location of the guild residence was also very important as this correlated to the number of guild quests a guild would receive. A newly established guild residence would be an unknown existence in White River City. To be precise, it would be unknown to the NPCs of White River City, and that anonymity would prevent many of these NPCs from commissioning quests with such newly established guild residences. If, however, a guild residence was established in a high-traffic location like the trade area, it would be easily noticed by NPCs. As a result, the number of quests the guild residents received would increase. Meanwhile, as the number of quests resolved by the guild increased, the fame of the guild among NPCs would also rise. And the number of NPCs willing to commission quests would also increase in turn. Such a snowball-like development speed would be unstoppable once it started. Hence, if the guilds in White River City were to find out about Zero Wing coming into possession of a guild residence, they would definitely hate Shifeng down to the bone. Fortunately, Zero Wing had already grown past the stage of a fledgling guild. Unrated guilds would not dare to make an enemy out of Zero Wing. Only third-rate guilds or above would pose a threat. However, once Zero Wing officially establishes its guild residence, not even third-rate guilds would dare to become its enemies. While Shifeng and Aqua Rose were having their merry discussion, the three of them arrived inside the main building of the Purple Sun Mansion after remaining vacant for over a decade. The interior of the mansion was fully covered in a layer of dust. Weeds could even be seen growing in certain locations inside the mansion. The interior of the building looked extremely dilapidated, as if it could collapse at any moment. Not to mention people, even rats would not want to live in this place. It seems this place needs to be completely demolished and rebuilt, Shifeng said in heartache as he swept a glance at the interior of the mansion. For privately owned territories, any expenditures spent on it had to come out from the owner's own pockets. However, not to mention building a guild hall meant for an entire guild. Even the cost of building an ordinary house was insanely expensive. It was a price that no normal person could afford. Only a large guild with immense wealth could afford such a price. Guild leader, you are the wealthiest player in White River City, yet you're actually crying about being poor. Aqua Rose rolled her eyes at Shifeng. She knew for a fact that Shifeng had spent over 100 gold coins without even blinking when he bought the Arclight shield forging design. Shifeng could only shake his head and bitterly smile in reply to Aqua Rose's teasing. What Aqua Rose did not know was that a fee of 200 gold coins was required in order to construct even the most common guild hall. Meanwhile, such a guild hall only had a capacity of 500 players. If it were a guild hall with a capacity of 1,000 players, the construction fee would be 500 gold coins. With the area the Purple Sun Mansion occupied, Shifeng could build an advanced guild hall with a capacity of 3,000 players, at the very least. However, the price tag for an advanced guild hall was 3,000 gold coins. 3,000 gold was an astronomical sum for any one guild. Even though Shifeng indeed had the ability to construct an advanced guild hall, he still had the burden of 30,000 gold from the Gospel Project quest bearing down on him. He dared not randomly spend his money. The only reason he had spent over 100 gold for the Arclight shield forging design was because he was confident of earning back the money through sales of the shields he produced. In the case of the guild hall, however, it was a one-way expenditure. Just as Shifeng's group arrived at a flight of stairs, Shifeng suddenly felt a gust of cold wind blowing over his face. He could also hear an indistinct voice whispering by his ears, as if calling him to descend the stairs instantly. Shifeng felt all the hairs on his body stand up. Without hesitation, Shifeng immediately unsheathed the abyssal blade and the demon bane, raising his 5 senses to their very limits. In this moment, he was fully prepared for any enemies that would show up. Aqua Rose and Fire Dance, on the other hand, reacted a tad slower than Shifeng. However, they too promptly readied their weapons as they fixed their gazes at the staircase. Contrary to their expectations, however, nothing appeared from the staircase. Only a cold breeze blew up from below, causing the weeds within the mansion to quiver slightly. How can there be wind coming from inside the building? Fire Dance asked, feeling there was something very strange about the situation. The virtual world of God's domain closely resembled reality. Meanwhile, their current location was the heart of the mansion. It was an enclosed space, so it should have been impossible for any wind to be present likewise. Shi Feng also felt this matter was strange. However, according to Shi Feng's knowledge, there was indeed something very strange about this Purple Sun mansion. After all, it was a fact that every previous owner of the mansion had disappeared without a trace while staying inside the building. It was due to these disappearances that the inhabitants of White River City had nicknamed the building the Ghost Mansion. Even the Tier 4 wizard Weissman could not find the reason for the past owner's disappearances. The only solution he had was to send out a team of guards to prevent anyone from entering the mansion. Shi Feng also had not learned anything about the Purple Sun mansion in his past life. Hence, he could only rely on himself to resolve this matter only. He never expected to feel such a great pressure just by standing at the entrance of the staircase. It felt as if he was standing in front of a ferocious beast. Moreover, this kind of pressure had a sense of familiarity. However, Shi Feng could not recall where he had felt this pressure before. The cold wind seems to be coming from the basement. Let's go have a look at it for now. Shi Feng shook his head. He decided to first discover the source of this mysterious wind before making any further decisions. Chapter 273, Forgotten Lands. After entering the basement of the Purple Sun mansion, Shi Feng took a look around, finding nothing special about the place. The entire room was empty. There was none of the cold wind from before, neither was there the oppressive feeling that could shock even one's soul. There's nothing here. Were my senses playing tricks on me? When Fire Dance discovered no monsters in the basement, she promptly put away her daggers, sheathing the weapons back into their scabbards. I don't know, but it is indeed true that there is no danger here, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. As players experienced more and more battles in God's domain, their sensitivity towards danger would also gradually improve. It was especially true for an expert of God's domain. Moreover, this ability of players to perceive danger was usually not wrong. Let's take a closer look around, Shi Feng said. If they could not resolve this mysterious situation whereby the mansion's inhabitants were spirited away, should something actually happen, it would be a tragedy. If the incident scared away the NPCs that came to commission quests with the guild, if players were the ones to get caught up in this mystery, they would at worst die once, losing a level and some skill proficiency. However, it would be different if an NPC were to get entangled in this matter. If they died, then it would be a true death for them. The main god system would not revive them. Hence, it was imperative for Shi Feng to resolve this mystery as soon as possible. Otherwise, this prime real estate would be worthless. After the trio searched for more than 10 minutes, they found no problems with the place. Not to mention a monster. They couldn't even find a mouse in this place. However, Shi Feng did not think that the enormous pressure he felt before was an illusion, especially since he had also felt this pressure previously in his past life. It was just that he could not recall when he had felt it exactly. After searching for a long time and getting no results, Shi Feng's group had no other choice but to return upstairs. What's going on here? The moment the group arrived upstairs, Aqua Rose immediately called out in shock when she saw the scene before her. Aqua Rose wasn't the only person who was shocked. Even Shi Feng was taken aback by what he saw. They had simply returned to the hall on the first floor, yet, the scene here was completely different from before. No longer was it the empty, dilapidated hall they had seen. Instead, the sight that greeted the three after they exited the staircase was an intricate labyrinthine corridor. It was as if they had arrived at an entirely different place. It was definitely not the former Purple Sun mansion they had been in at this moment. A notification sounded from the system. Players have discovered the Forgotten Lands. All communications to the outside world are temporarily disabled, so it turns out to be something like this. Shi Feng suddenly came to a realization. He finally knew why the previous owners of the mansion had all disappeared one after another. It turned out that all of them had been transported to this location. Guild leader, I can't use my return scroll, Fire Dance said, her eyebrows wrinkled. This is just like the time in the trial of God. It seems that this place isn't ordinary at all. Shi Feng began observing his surroundings. Shi Feng had encountered numerous such situations in his previous life. It was just like the lost lands he had encountered shortly after entering God's domain in this life. He had even obtained the abyssal blade from that place. Although the Forgotten Lands was different from the Lost Lands, both still had their similarities. Most likely, players trapped in this place would be released after they completed a certain quest. However, unlike the time in the Lost Lands, none of them received any notifications of having triggered a quest soon after. Shifeng's group of 3 advanced into the labyrinth and began to explore the map. Shifeng couldn't help but admit that this map was very large. Even after they had wandered around for more than 6 hours, they still hadn't finished exploring the place. In the end, the 3 of them decided to split up and continue their exploration. In any case, they had not met with any dangers so far, and it would be much more efficient if they explored the map separately. Unwittingly, a day passed by without anything happening. Only on the second day did Aqua Rose find something new in the region she explored. Aqua Rose discovered a large magic array. According to the speculations of Shifeng and an elementalist like Aqua Rose, it should be a magic array that was tier 5 or above. However, as to what this magic array was used for, not even Shifeng with his bountiful experience could guess. Unless there was a tier 5 wizard or a tier 6 mage god before them. Following which, after spending the rest of the day exploring the place, Fire Dance discovered a second magic array that looked exactly the same as the first one. Other than this discovery, the trio found nothing else. They did not find even a single monster throughout their exploration, nor did they receive any quest notifications. Aqua Rose entertained the thought of simply giving up on this pointless endeavor. It would be more worthwhile for her to just kill herself and return to the city. In this godforsaken place, they could not level up, neither was there any quest for them to complete. They were simply wasting their time by staying here. Moreover, she was the manager of the guild, she still had many things she needed to do. How could she afford to waste so much precious time in this place? Moreover, there was still the matter of the guild residence. However, Shifeng discouraged Aqua Rose from taking such an action. The reason being, there was no guarantee she could return to the city even if she killed herself. In the event that she could not return, she would have lost a level for nothing. Listening to Shifeng's words, Aqua Rose had no choice but to give up on this idea of hers as she continued exploring this Forgotten Lands. When the third day arrived, after exploring a majority of the Forgotten Lands, the group discovered 3 more magic arrays. In total, they had discovered 5 of such tier 5 magic arrays. Soon after, the 3 of them met up and shared their map information with each other. The moment their map information sharing was completed, a notification sounded from the system. System, unique quest, miracles unsealed, activated quest details, remove the seal on the Forgotten Lands. Quest rewards, unknown, remove the seal on the Forgotten Lands. The quest doesn't even tell us how to do so. What are we even supposed to do here? Fire Dance glared at the notification screen in anger. They had been exploring this place for 3 days now, yet, the only thing they got in return was this quest that provided them with no hints at all. The game was simply too despicable. It should be around here, Shifeng said, pointing on the map. To be precise, he was pointing at an area central to the 5 magic arrays. Magic arrays require mana to operate, and normally use mana crystals as a source for mana. However, although the magic arrays were functioning properly when we discovered them, there was no sign of any mana crystals on site powering them. Moreover, these 5 magic arrays seem to be an integrated structure, so there should be a place where they draw their mana from. We've already explored the outskirts of the Forgotten Lands, and the only area we have yet to explore is the central region. There is a high possibility the power source for these magic arrays are situated in the central region. If we destroy the mana crystal there, we should be able to complete this quest. Guild leader, I never expected you to know so much about magic arrays. For a second there, I even thought you were an elementalist or a cursemancer, and not a swordsman at all, Aqua Rose said teasingly. I just studied the topic by accident. There are plenty of books on magic arrays inside the library of White River City, after all. If you manage to read all the books inside the White River City library, you will definitely be more amazing than I am. Shifeng laughed. The library? I would like to go there, but I'll need a permit to do so. Guild leader, since you're the one who mentioned it, you have to take responsibility. Aqua Rose also knew the importance of the library. If an elementalist wished to learn more powerful spells, the best way to do so was at the library. Unfortunately, she lacked the permit to enter the library. The only choice she had now was to steadily raise her reputation in White River City. "Okay, I'll get you a permit to the library after we leave this place." Shifeng shook his head and laughed again. As a demon hunter, he could obtain a permit to the library any time he wanted. Moreover, now that he was a Viscount of White River City, as one of the true nobles of the city, he could easily obtain a handful of library emblems, following which, the three of them ran towards the central region of the Forgotten Lands. 4 hours later, the trio arrived outside the central region. If they wished to enter the place, they needed to go through a very long crystalline pathway. However, there was a giant three-headed wolf made out of blue crystals blocking the entrance of the pathway, so there is a monster here after all. Fire Dance's eyes glowed with interest when she saw this three-headed wolf. After several days of no combat, her hands were already itching for action. Chapter 274, Dark Gold Treasure Chest. The presence of a monster doesn't necessarily mean it's a good thing, Shifeng said, a bitter smile on his face as he looked at the three-headed wolf guarding the entrance of the crystal pathway. Crystal Werewolf, Lord Rank. Level 25. HP 300,000/300,000. Compared to a dungeon boss, a field boss of the same rank was much more powerful. Moreover, in order to counter Zerg tactics, God's domain had set it so that field bosses would have their combat power and HP increased in proportion to the number of players participating in the battle. Generally, the optimum number of players required to raid a Lord-ranked field boss was around 10 to 20, unless of course it was a special boss. However, judging from the appearance of the crystal werewolf before them, Shifeng felt that it should not be a special boss. In other words, at least 10 players were needed to raid this boss. To make matters worse, the crystal werewolf was a level 25 monster, while nobody in Shifeng's group had even reached level 20, the resulting level suppression would be dire. Of those present, aside from Shifeng, who had the Abyssal Blade, which allowed him to fully ignore this level suppression, only Aqua Rose possessed a piece of equipment with the Ignore Levels attribute. Even so, her equipment only allowed her to ignore up to 3 levels. Aqua Rose herself was only at level 17 right now, and a level suppression of 5 levels would not be easy for her to deal with. As for Fire Dance, there was nothing to say. Of course, every cloud had a silver lining. Since the boss guarding the crystal pathway was very strong, it meant that the things beyond the pathway was equally important. Moreover, Shifeng also discovered a treasure chest sitting beside the pathway. This treasure chest was a dark gold treasure chest, and Shifeng's heart burned with a fiery passion as he looked at it. The loot he could get from this dark gold treasure chest would be much better than the loot from the boss before him. We won't be able to defeat a level 20 lord with just the 3 of us alone. We'll need to call for reinforcements. Aqua Rose's eyes glowed with excitement when she looked at the crystal werewolf before her. It was extremely difficult for players to meet with a field boss. They would definitely make a huge profit after killing it. Not to mention, there was also the treasure chest the crystal werewolf was guarding, following which, Aqua Rose temporarily logged off the game to contact Blackie, who was at the Zero Wing workshop, telling him to bring the main force of Zero Wing to the Purple Sun Mansion and enter the staircase to the basement, in order to meet up with them at the Forgotten Lands. Meanwhile, Shifeng ceaselessly observed the crystal werewolf and the surrounding terrain, trying to think of a strategy to raid the boss. 10 minutes later, Aqua Rose logged back into the game. How did it go? When will they be arriving? Shifeng asked. They were already at the Purple Sun Mansion. However, no matter what they tried, they can't seem to find the entrance to this map, Aqua Rose said, slight disappointment showing on her face. If so, the appearance of the entrance should be random, Shifeng said, lapsing into silent contemplation. After a while, he shifted his sights to the crystal werewolf and added, "It seems we can only depend on ourselves to defeat this boss." Hearing Shifeng's conclusion, both Aqua Rose and Fire Dance immediately thought that Shifeng had gone insane. He was actually suggesting they deal with this crystal werewolf before them. They had neither an MT nor a healer in the party right now. With just 3 damage dealers, how were they supposed to deal with a level 25 Lord-ranked boss that had a height of over 10 meters? Although both girls knew of Shifeng's unrivaled strength, a Lord-ranked boss was still not something that could be defeated with just 3 players. We are only giving it a try. In any case, we can't just stay stuck in this place forever, right? Moreover, even if we do die, it is a good chance to check whether or not we can actually leave this place after dying. We'll be killing 2 birds with 1 stone, Shi Feng joked. Guild leader, you decide what we should do, then, Fire Dance said with high spirits. Aqua Rose sighed helplessly. Alright, then. I'll join in as well. We can't just fight this crystal werewolf head-on, the only choice we have is to kite it. I'll act as bait. Aqua Rose, you'll be the main damage dealer. Fire Dance, you'll be responsible for restricting its movements as much as possible. After some consideration, Shi Feng settled on this strategy. Although he could no longer equip the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, his agility was still over 200 points. Moreover, his equipment also provided additional movement speed. His movement speed was definitely faster than a level 25 Lord. Combining those with his keen reactions, out of the 3 players in the party, he was definitely the most suited to be the bait, following which, Shi Feng gave Fire Dance plenty of basic frost grenades and intermediate frost grenades, letting her use them as she saw fit. Fire Dance never thought Shi Feng would possess such good items. With the frost grenades, Shi Feng would have a much higher chance of success at kiting the boss. After the 3 of them were in position, Shi Feng retrieved the blazing meteor from his waist. Standing at a distance of 40 yards from the crystal werewolf, Shi Feng aimed the throwing weapon at the boss and threw it. The blazing meteor streaked through the air and pierced the crystal werewolf's eye, causing -651 damage to it. Compared to a one-handed sword, Shi Feng's damage with the throwing weapon was much higher. The crystal werewolf let out an agonized wail with bloodshot eyes. The crystal werewolf glared at the direction where the throwing weapon came from. As a result of its actions, however, the blazing meteor, which was still lodged in its eye, damaged the visual organ even further, causing an additional burst of -1,300 damage. The crystal werewolf was utterly angered now, and using its powerful hind legs, it leaped and charged at Shi Feng immediately. Shi Feng turned around and ran. Everything was just like Shi Feng had guessed. His speed was just a tad faster than the crystal werewolf's. However, in order to avoid having Aqua Rose's and Fire Dance's aggro on the boss exceed his, which would in turn lead to the crystal werewolf attacking the 2 girls, Shi Feng needed to constantly send attacks at the boss to strengthen his aggro on it. As a result, the crystal werewolf would oftentimes catch up and attack him. The crystal werewolf's attacks were extremely powerful. A single swipe from its paws could easily shatter the floor, resulting in fist-sized rubble flying everywhere. Fortunately, Shi Feng always managed to nimbly evade the crystal werewolf's razor-sharp claws at the very last second, before pulling away from the boss and attacking it once more. Shi Feng's attacks were only meant as a provocation. Aqua Rose was the true damage dealer this time around. After the Demon's Castle raid, Aqua Rose had 2 dark gold ranked items on her person. Of the 2, one was even a dark gold ranked staff of the finest quality. Aqua Rose's damage right now was already considerably high. If not for Blackie outshining her with the epic ranked Mavis's Guard, Aqua Rose would definitely have the highest single output damage in the guild. As Shi Feng ran around the perimeter with the crystal werewolf chasing after him, Aqua Rose stood in the center and blasted frost arrows and frost spears on the crystal werewolf's body. Not only could these spells reduce movement speed, each of these spells also dealt over -500 damage to the boss. If not due to the level suppression of 5 levels, her spells would definitely deal over -800 damage. Fortunately, unlike Shi Feng, who could only attack intermittently, Aqua Rose could attack continuously and deal a constant stream of damage to the boss. On the other side, Fire Dance kept inflicting the bleeding debuff and using poisons that reduced movement speed on the boss. With the 2 movement speed reduction effects stacked together, the crystal werewolf slowed down significantly. Also, whenever the crystal werewolf got too close to Shi Feng, Fire Dance would immediately throw a frost grenade at the boss, freezing it. However, as the crystal werewolf was a Lord-ranked boss, the freezing effect of the frost grenades was greatly diminished, lasting no more than 3 seconds. Sometimes it lasted for only 1 short second. However, when experts exchanged moves, it took only an instant to reach a conclusion, so 1 second was more than enough for Shifeng to pull a great distance away from the boss. Although the three of them dealt only a small amount of damage, the HP of the Crystal Werewolf continuously rose and fell. After more than a dozen minutes passed, the Crystal Werewolf had only 30% of its 300,000 HP remaining. By simple estimates, the boss would die in less than 10 minutes. The Crystal Werewolf went berserk. Just like a deflated balloon, its towering body, which was over 10 meters in height, suddenly shrank. Within moments, the boss became much smaller than it was before. Not good. This is the type of berserk that discards power for speed. Shifeng had encountered plenty of such bosses in the past. Hence, the moment he witnessed the Crystal Werewolf's transformation, he immediately recognized the boss for what it was. Fire Dance, keep on using the frost grenades to slow it down. Understood. Fire Dance knew that this was a crucial period. Hence, she tossed out the frost grenades in her hands one after another without pause. However, something unexpected happened. Aside from the frost grenades dealing much less damage than before, both their movement speed reduction and freezing effects were completely useless against the boss. In the blink of an eye, the shrunken Crystal Werewolf appeared before Shifeng. It brandished its claws. Its 3 heads bared the fangs in its mouth, and it bit down at him. Although Shifeng managed to deftly evade the 3 jaws clamping down on him, he failed to evade one of the paws that quickly followed. Suddenly, Shifeng's entire person was sent flying for more than 10 yards, and a frightening damage of more than -2,100 appeared above his head. Shifeng felt as if his chest had caved in when he received the attack. Shifeng's HP instantly fell to a dangerous level, his previously green HP bar turning into a bright red. Chapter 275, 7 Luminaries Key. The moment Shifeng landed on the ground, the Crystal Werewolf arrived at his back like a savage gale. Without giving Shifeng any chance to defend, the 3 heads of the Crystal Werewolf opened their jaws to bite down on Shifeng guild leader. Fire Dance was greatly shocked. Immediately, she closed in on the Crystal Werewolf, sending a 3-star kidney strike to its body. However, even a controlling skill like kidney strike had no effect on the Crystal Werewolf. Just as the fangs of the Crystal Werewolf were about to close on Shifeng's head, Shifeng managed to cross his swords and execute parry in the nick of time. Boom. The floor beneath Shifeng instantly cracked from the force. What a strong fellow! Shifeng laughed bitterly. Although parry allowed players to block the physical damage of an attack, it did not neutralize the force of the impact. There was no healer in the party right now. If Shifeng ate another attack, he would definitely lose his life from this brief exchange. Shifeng had also gotten a general understanding of how much more powerful the Crystal Werewolf had become. In Shifeng's estimation, although the Crystal Werewolf had not received much of an increase in terms of strength, its current speed was at least 30% faster than before it went berserk. At this moment, only by equipping the Heavenly Dragon's Breath could Shifeng have a chance at grasping victory. Otherwise, he would only receive unilateral abuse from the boss. Unfortunately, although reaching 200 points in agility was a simple task, it was not easy for a swordsman like Shifeng to attain 120 points in intelligence. Moreover, very few plate armor equipment meant for swordsmen had the intelligence attribute on it. Those that did would be considered garbage equipment. Seeing that its attack had failed to kill its prey, the Crystal Werewolf immediately rotated its body, its diamond-like tail whipping at Shifeng as it did so. As parry was still on cooldown, Shifeng had no choice but to activate one of his life-saving skills. Defensive Blade. Defensive Blade was currently at level 4, and it protected Shifeng from 9 ranged attacks or 4 melee attacks. Defensive Blade was a skill that provided complete immunity to any attack, be it damage or the resulting impact. It was one of the must-have basic combat skills for swordsmen. As for why Shifeng had chosen to use parry first instead of Defensive Blade, it was for the sole purpose of determining the combat power of the Berserk Crystal Werewolf. Only by experiencing the force of the impact could Shifeng make the best judgment. Meanwhile, the conclusion Shifeng arrived at was to face the Crystal Werewolf head-on. If he tried to escape, he would only die faster, following which, he raised the abyssal blade up in the air. Green electric arcs surrounded the body of the sword as it moved to meet with the snowy, sharp claws of the Crystal Werewolf. Thundering flash. The green electric arcs pierced the crystal werewolf's body, causing -572, -1623, and -1204 damage to it. Although only one out of the three arcs achieved a critical hit, the attack also managed to trigger the curse of the Abyssal Blade, inflicting the Doom Curse on the crystal werewolf. Immediately, all of the crystal werewolf's attributes were reduced by 20% suddenly. The berserk crystal werewolf that had had its agility increased by 30% was weakened greatly. However, Shifeng was still not done with his attacks. He activated Phantom Kill right away, his doppelganger appearing beside the crystal werewolf. Shortly after, Shifeng's doppelganger started sending a barrage of attacks at the crystal werewolf as well. Although the doppelganger only had 50% of Shifeng's attributes, it had fully inherited the skill Shifeng had learned. Yet, despite having greatly reduced the crystal werewolf's speed, Shifeng still did not have an easy time evading its attacks. Having no other choice, Shifeng activated Gravity Liberation. Shifeng's body instantly became as light as a feather, and like a spirited monkey, he dodged the originally unavoidable attack Wind Blade. Immediately, Shifeng's attack speed increased even further. Double Chop, Earth Splitter, Thunder Flame Explosion. Skills blasted on the crystal werewolf one after another, each dealing over -1000 damage. Although the crystal werewolf's attacks became stronger and its speed much faster after going berserk, these improvements came at the price of its defense being weakened. Combined with the 20% damage amplification effect of Thundering Flash, the damage the crystal werewolf received became a lot higher than before. Fire Dance's and Aqua Rose's attacks also landed at this point, so the crystal werewolf's HP fell sharply. By the time the 30-second duration of Gravity Liberation was almost over, the crystal werewolf only had 10% of its HP remaining. Just as the effect of Gravity Liberation was about to end, Shifeng executed 9 Dragon Slash. 9 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade appeared behind Shifeng, and all of them shot towards the crystal werewolf. Meanwhile, just as an attack from the crystal werewolf was about to land on Shifeng, Shifeng swapped positions with his doppelganger. Upon being relocated, the doppelganger immediately used Parry and Defensive Blade to repel the crystal werewolf's attacks. Each phantom of the Abyssal Blade had high attack power, and each of them could deal over -150 damage every time they struck at the crystal werewolf. In total, the 9 phantoms dealt over -1300 damage to the crystal werewolf every second. Meanwhile, there were 28 seconds before the effect of 9 Dragon Slash ended. After having used up both of its life-saving skills, Parry and Defensive Blade, the doppelganger received a direct hit from the crystal werewolf's claws. Alas, the doppelganger only had 50% of Shifeng's attributes, so it died on the spot. However, the doppelganger had earned a lot of time for Shifeng. With the doppelganger gone, the crystal werewolf shifted its attention back to Shifeng's actual body. Shifeng activated Wind Walk again without hesitation. He then whirled around and ran. Fortunately, with his movement speed increased by 30%, Shifeng was still a tad faster than the crystal werewolf, which was still under the 20% attribute reduction effect of the Doom Curse. Thus, the kiting strategy began once more. Under Aqua Rose's and Fire Dance's constant barrage, the crystal werewolf's HP fell lower and lower. 9%. 8%. 7%. By the time the effect of Shifeng's Windwalk was about to end, the crystal werewolf only had 3% of its HP remaining. It should be about time. At this moment, Shifeng stopped running. He then turned to face the crystal werewolf, pointing the Abyssal Blade at the monster. Abyssal Bind. 9 snake-like chains suddenly surfaced from the floor, instantly binding the crystal werewolf. Although the crystal werewolf had been immune to the control skills used on it before, its movements were still bound by the pitch-black chains. In God's domain, the so-called immunity to control skills did not necessarily make one immune to all control skills. Instead, it simply made one immune to control skills that were below a certain tier. Skills such as Frost Arrow, Ice Sphere, and Kidney Strike were all considered basic skills. In other words, they were Tier 0 skills. As these skills were of the lowest tier, the crystal werewolf was completely immune to their effects. As a level 25 lord, the crystal werewolf was immune to any control skills that was below Tier 2. However, Tier 2 or Tier 3 control skills could still restrain it, although Shifeng did not know which tier the Abyssal Bind belonged to. It was a skill attached to a magic weapon. In Shifeng's estimation, it should be at least Tier 3 or above, meaning that it would be effective against all bosses that could possibly appear at this stage of the game. With the Crystal Werewolf completely restrained, Shifeng took a step forward as he activated his ultimate skill, Flame Burst, which could only be used around once every 4 minutes. Shifeng's two swords were just like miniature suns with the activation of Flame Burst. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng slashed the Crystal Werewolf's body 6 times with his swords, 238, -4452, -2198, -2212, -4408, -216. The 6 attacks dealt a total of more than -17,000 damage, instantly wiping away the Crystal Werewolf's remaining 3% HP system. Level 25 Crystal Werewolf killed. Level difference of 7. EXP obtained increased by 700%. Obtained 485,630 EXP. The experience bars of all 3 of them instantly increased by a large chunk. Aqua Rose even advanced to level 18. As for Shifeng, he had only recently reached level 18, so he was still at level 18 even after killing the Crystal Werewolf. If he could kill several more of such Lord rank bosses, he would definitely level up very quickly. I never thought a Lord ranked boss could be killed in such a way as well. This battle was an eye-opener for Aqua Rose in truth. However, if not for Shifeng being capable of holding a stable aggro on the Crystal Werewolf, in addition to consistently evading its multitude of attacks, they definitely could not have killed it. Guild leader, quickly check the loot. As a huge fan of Shifeng, Fire Dance was not surprised by Shifeng's ingenuity. She had always believed Shifeng could lead them to victory. Moreover, Fire Dance was hoping to reach Shifeng's standards one day. How could she allow herself to falter when faced with a Lord-ranked boss? Shifeng nodded in reply, promptly going ahead and checking the loot left behind by the Crystal Werewolf. It can't be, right? How could this boss be so cheap? How could it drop only 1 key and 1 piece of equipment? Aqua Rose immediately grew unhappy when she saw the information shared by Shifeng. What was even more annoying was that the equipment dropped was only a level 20 fine gold ranked plate armor wrist guard. It wasn't even dark gold rank. Not bad. Don't forget that this 7 luminaries key can be used up to 3 times to open a dark gold treasure chest. Isn't there a dark gold treasure chest right before us? Shifeng laughed. After Aqua Rose had followed Shifeng for some time, unconsciously, her standard for judging items became much higher than before. If it was in the past, Aqua Rose would definitely have forgotten herself in joy if she saw fine gold equipment. Now, however, unless an item was of dark gold rank, it would not even pique her interest. That's right. Aqua Rose shifted her sights towards the distant treasure chest. After the arduous battle, the existence of this dark gold treasure chest had completely slipped her mind. They could get a dark gold equipment at the very minimum if they opened this treasure chest. There was also a small chance for them to obtain an epic ranked item. Epic ranked items. Aqua Rose did not dare to even hope for one. Chapter 276, Dragon Scale Set Equipment. It's locked, as expected. No matter how hard Shifeng tried, he could not open the dark gold treasure chest. Hence, he retrieved the key he had just obtained from his bag kachak. The lid of the purple gold-colored treasure chest popped open slightly. Multicolored lights escaped between the gap, the lights illuminating even areas that were several hundred yards away. If this treasure chest had been opened out in the fields, it would definitely cause a huge commotion and attract many players to come and snatch it. Fortunately, there was only Shifeng's group of 3 in the Forgotten Lands. After the multicolored lights faded away, Shifeng reached into the treasure chest. However, he quickly discovered there were only very few items inside it. The treasure chest contained a total of 3 items. Of them, 2 were dark gold equipment, while 1 was a forging manual. The 2 dark gold equipment were the crystal armor and the boots of extreme speed. Crystal armor, chest piece, plate armor, dark gold rank. Level 20. Equipment requirement, Strength 120, Agility 140. Defense plus 140. Strength plus 24, Agility plus 21, Endurance plus 20. Restricted to Swordsman. Additional passive skill dash. Smart Outbreak. Every time user receives damage, strength and agility increased by 2% for 15 seconds. Stacks up to 5 times. Although the basic attributes on this piece of equipment could only be considered at the level of being good, the passive skill that was attached to it was simply amazing. After all, the passive skill could potentially increase a player's strength and agility by 10%. If the wearer of the crystal armor originally had high amounts of strength and agility, the additional attributes provided by Smart Outbreak would be like having equipped an additional piece of equipment at the very least. The only downside to this passive skill was its need for the user to take damage up to 5 times. Although such a condition had made it relatively useless in boss battles, when used in grinding monsters and PK, it would definitely provide the wearer of the crystal armor with unspeakable advantages. Boots of extreme speed, shoes, leather armor, dark gold rank. Level 20. Equipment requirement, Strength 90, Agility 130. Defense plus 143. Strength plus 20, Agility plus 26, Endurance plus 18. Movement speed plus 10. Evasion plus 7. Additional passive skill dash. Rapid movement, increases movement speed by 12% and agility by 8% in regard to assassins and rangers. The most sought-after attribute for these two classes was agility, followed by strength. Meanwhile, this pair of boots increased the wearer's agility to the extremes. One could even argue that no other level 20 dark gold ranked shoes could increase agility as much as the boots of extreme speed could. Although these two pieces of dark gold equipment were excellent, they were worth barely a fragment of the true value of this dark gold treasure chest. After all, the item that reflected the true value of the dark gold treasure chest was none other than the forging manual. In addition, it was even a fine gold ranked forging manual. Forging manuals were different from forging designs. In the case of forging designs, only one particular piece of equipment could be made using it. In the case of forging manuals, however, an entire set of equipment could be made using it. This forging manual was meant to produce the level 20 dragon scale set equipment. There were a total of 6 pieces in this set, and it could be worn by any class that could use plate armor. Previously, Shifeng had spent over 100 gold at the Blackwing auction house just to purchase the forging design for the Arclight shield. However, the value of the Arclight shield was far from being comparable to the Dragon Scale set equipment. After all, the Dragon Scale set equipment was a fine gold-ranked set equipment throughout the entire Starmoon Kingdom. Not a single guild had managed to obtain a secret silver-ranked set equipment up to now. One could simply imagine the value of a fine gold-ranked set equipment if Shifeng could forge a few sets of the Dragon Scale set equipment and give them to the plate armor classes in the guild's main force. When these players walked on the streets wearing the Dragon Scale set equipment, one could simply imagine the shock on the other players' faces when they see the set equipment. The members of other guilds would definitely tremble with fear. Just the thought of such a scene was simply exhilarating. However, it would definitely be extremely difficult to forge the Dragon Scale set equipment. As it was a set equipment, the difficulty of producing the entire set would be no less than producing a piece of dark gold equipment. Shifeng was only an advanced forging apprentice right now. Without raising his forging level, producing the Dragon Scale set equipment would only be a pipe dream at the very least. He needed to get promoted to an intermediate forger or advanced forger before he had an actual chance of producing the Dragon Scale set equipment. I have to raise my forging levels after we return. Shifeng formed a plan in his mind as he looked at the Dragon Scale forging manual. Shifeng then handed the boots of extreme speed to Fire Dance. Now that Fire Dance had reached level 19, she was only a short distance away from level 20. As for the crystal armor and Dragon Scale forging manual, he kept both of them for himself. After resting for a short while, Shifeng's group of 3 entered the crystal pathway. The crystal pathway was so long that one could not see the end of it in a single glance. Moreover, the elemental mana present in this pathway was extremely dense, so much so that it was even visible in the form of an aurora. It was an absolutely stunning sight to behold. Aside from being visually appealing, the dense mana also gave the three of them a buff, increasing the magic damage they could deal by 300%. One could simply imagine how dense the elemental mana was in this pathway before they knew it. Shifeng's group of three had walked for more than an hour inside this crystal pathway. When they finally emerged, they were at the base of a huge mountain. When the three of them laid eyes on this mountain, they were immediately stunned. This entire mountain can't be made out of 7 luminaries crystal, right? Aqua Rose stared at the crystal mountain, her heart filled with immense shock. Aqua Rose had previously visited the Blackwing auction house, so she had seen 7 luminaries crystal before. It was common knowledge that the 7 luminaries crystal was one of the best mana-conducting crystals in God's domain. Not only was it extremely rare, its price was even more impressive. Not even White River City, a city with a population of several million, was qualified to use such a precious commodity. Throughout the entire Starmoon Kingdom, only the palace and Starmoon auction house at the capital city could afford to use a floating platform made out of 7 luminaries crystal. Previously, Aqua Rose had believed that the crystal pathway was actually made out of mana crystals. However, the sight of this large mountain and its surrounding environment overturned her previous assumptions. The reason being, it was simply impossible for mere mana crystals to fill their surroundings with such dense elemental mana, resulting in even the formation of 7-colored mana clouds. It should be. Shifeng nodded blankly. Shifeng's mind grew heated at the thought of having so much 7 luminaries crystal on the market. A 7 luminaries crystal the size of a small residential house could be used to purchase a large town with a population of 50,000, with plenty to spare. Meanwhile, the 7 luminaries crystal before him was in the form of a mountain, and in terms of size, this mountain could rival even White River City, a city made entirely of 7 luminaries crystal. Just what sort of concept was this? Even if the entire Starmoon Kingdom was sold, it would not be enough to purchase so much 7 luminaries crystals. Unfortunately, none of these crystals could be taken away. It was not even possible to pick some to take back if they wished to mine these 7 luminaries crystals. At the very least, they needed to reach master level in mining. Shifeng was only a basic apprentice level in mining right now, and not even in his dreams could he mine these 7 luminaries crystal. 7 luminaries crystal was even more valuable than gold. Yet, even though so much 7 luminaries crystals were sitting right before him, he could do nothing but look at it. Shifeng's heart simply bled at this thought. However, this couldn't be helped. Who would have ever thought there would be so much 7 luminaries crystals at this place? Shifeng shook his head, banishing his thoughts. He then moved his sights towards a flight of stairs a short distance away that led to the peak of the mountain, saying, "Let's go up and take a look. We might discover how to unseal this place up there." Fire Dance did not know the true value of 7 luminaries crystal, hence she barely reacted to it. She had simply been mesmerized by the beauty of this mountain. Aqua Rose, on the other hand, knew full well the value of this mountain. If Fire Dance had not given her a shove, rousing her from her stupor, Aqua Rose would definitely still be immersed in her shock. After all, this entire mountain was a mountain of money. If she could nick even a tiny piece of this mountain, the coins converted from it would be enough to sustain even a first-rate guild for a long time. As the trio traversed the stairs up the mountain, Shifeng suddenly felt an oppressive pressure bearing down on him. Moreover, this pressure was exactly the same as what he had felt at the Purple Sun Mansion, only a lot more powerful. The pressure only grew stronger and stronger as they climbed further up the mountain. By the time Shifeng arrived at the mountaintop, he was already drenched in sweat. His body also felt extremely heavy, as if it were made out of lead. Meanwhile, the two girls, Fire Dance and Aqua Rose, fared much worse than Shifeng. At this moment, both girls were sprawled on the ground, their bodies refusing to move even an inch. Unable to help his teammates, Shifeng decided to walk towards a monolith visible at a distance by himself. Just by looking at this semi-transparent sky-blue monolith, Shifeng could immediately sense that it was the heart of this land. It was obvious that this standing stone was the thing that filled the surrounding environment with such dense elemental mana, and not the mountain-sized 7 luminaries crystal. Arriving before the monolith, Shifeng discovered many golden divine runes engraved on the bottom of the standing stone. They were by far the most complicated divine runes Shifeng had ever seen. Also, Shifeng had actually discovered a figure flickering in and out of existence within the semi-transparent monolith. When Shifeng took a closer look at this figure, his eyes immediately widened in shock. He simply couldn't believe what he was seeing was real. The reason being, Shifeng had seen the figure inside the stone before. However, Shifeng was confused. Why would this person appear here? Chapter 277, A God's Grave. While Shifeng was still in a daze, Fire Dance and Aqua Rose caught up with him, having recovered from their exhaustion. Guild leader, did you find anything? Fire Dance asked out of curiosity when she saw Shifeng lost in thought. Aqua Rose, on the other hand, did not notice any difference in Shifeng's demeanor, because the moment she arrived before the monolith, her attention was completely caught by something else. As an elementalist, she was much more sensitive to magic power than players of other classes. The frightening magic power radiating from the monolith was definitely the purest form of magic power Aqua Rose had ever felt, as if it was the master of all elemental mana. When Aqua Rose noticed the figure inside the monolith, she, too, froze on the spot. How is it possible? Aqua Rose could not believe what she saw. She rubbed her eyes, thinking they were playing tricks on her. Aqua Rose's reaction baffled Fire Dance. What has gotten into the two of you? Fire Dance looked at Aqua Rose, then at Shifeng, confused by their reactions. You'll understand after taking a look inside the monolith, Shifeng said slowly, pointing towards the figure in the monolith. Fire Dance then transferred her gaze to the monolith. How could she be here? Fire Dance asked in shock. Fire Dance knew the figure in the monolith. Moreover, she had met this person only recently. This person was none other than Charlene, the divine official who faced off against the two fallen angels back at the demon's castle. To be precise, the woman within the monolith looked exactly the same as Charlene. Even the saintly aura she emitted was similar to Charlene's. If Fire Dance had to point to a difference between the two women, then it would be the pressure this woman gave off. This was no longer an oppression due to strength. Instead, this pressure was the instinctive reverence for a primordial life form, just like the reverence mortals had towards gods. Could she possibly be a god? Fire Dance suddenly had this thought when she looked at the woman who looked like Charlene. Shifeng's thoughts were running along similar lines to Fire Dance's. However, Shifeng could say with certainty that the woman inside the monolith was definitely a Tier 6 god, because in the past he had personally experienced this overbearing pressure, which could only be exuded by a god. If the woman in the monolith was simply a Tier 6 god, Shifeng would not have found the matter too shocking. After all, during his decade of playing God's Domain, he had personally met with plenty of Tier 6 players and NPCs. The thing that truly startled him was the fact that the woman before him looked identical to Charlene back at the Purple Sun Mansion. He had already experienced this kind of pressure. He had simply forgotten where he had felt it before. Now he knew why that pressure felt so familiar. After all, he had felt a similar pressure from Charlene. Only, the pressure Charlene gave off was not as powerful as the one he felt at the Purple Sun Mansion, hence he failed to recognize it. Not only did the two women look exactly the same, even the pressure they emitted felt similar. The only real difference between the two were their actual strengths. If Shifeng was told that the woman before him was Charlene, he would definitely not believe it. After all, Charlene was only a Tier 3 divine official. She was still miles away from becoming a Tier 6 god. Yet, if he was told that Charlene had no connection to this woman before him, then he likewise would not believe it. Although the woman inside the monolith was clearly no longer alive, at the end of the day, she was still a god. As long as her body did not receive any intentional damage, it would not undergo any decay. As of now, Shifeng finally realized that the Forgotten Lands was merely the grave of a god. However, he was still curious about who had actually created this masterpiece. This great personage had actually made such a complex magic array that utilized a god's body as its power source. The materials used to create the magic array even included the extremely valuable 7 Luminaries crystal. Just what kind of thing was this great personage trying to seal? Even if it was for the purpose of sealing a god, there should not be a need for so much resources. It seems there is a deep connection between Charlene and this place. Shifeng had long since felt that Charlene's origins were not simple. The fact that she was a Tier 3 NPC was already amazing in and of itself. Charlene was also capable of handing out an epic quest to Shifeng. Now, there was even a god that looked exactly the same as Charlene. Even Shifeng could not fathom Charlene's true identity unless he went and asked Charlene herself. Shifeng was extremely curious about this matter. He vowed to himself to visit Charlene, who was at the stargazing tower at Blackwing City. After this entire ordeal was over, guild leader, what are we supposed to do now? Destroy this monolith. Aqua Rose asked. The mana source of this magic array clearly originated from this monolith. If they wished to release the seal on the Forgotten Lands, their only choice was to destroy the monolith. However, it was unknown what sort of reaction they would incur if they did so. There was a god inside the monolith. After all, let's give it a try. Shifeng had taken a look at the monolith's surroundings just now. However, he did not discover any mechanisms that would allow him to undo the magic array. After Shifeng nodded, Fire Dance immediately took action by slashing at the monolith with her 2 daggers. However, the 2 fine gold-ranked daggers, which could easily cut through metal like a hot knife through butter, simply grazed the surface of the monolith, creating dazzling sparks in the process. There was not even a mark left on the monolith hard. Fire Dance's hands went numb from the attack. It felt as if her daggers had hit God Steel. I'll try using magic. Aqua Rose started chanting the incantation for Chain Explosion. With the elemental mana so dense in this place, any spells used here would be greatly enhanced. Originally, Chain Explosion would only summon 5 fireballs, each the size of a washbowl. When Aqua Rose cast the spell now, however, the fireballs grew to the size of a small house. When these fireballs bombarded the monolith, they were like meteors hurtling down from the sky. Sparks flew in all directions as the fireballs crashed into the monolith. After the flames subsided, Aqua Rose was greatly shocked by the result. The monolith remained completely unscathed. On the contrary, it even looked more brilliant and dazzling than before. Shifeng wrinkled his brows at this sight. If even Aqua Rose's ultimate move could not deal any damage to the monolith, he would most likely end up with a similar result if he tried to attack the monolith. Since we can't destroy the monolith, we'll need to use some other method to destroy the magic array. Shifeng said the main god system would not hand out a quest that players had no hope of actually completing. If they couldn't destroy the power source of the magic array nor the magic array itself, then there was only one other thing they could destroy: the connection points. Aqua, help me look for the connection points of this magic array, Shifeng said. DC. Aqua Rose immediately understood Shifeng's intention. Fire Dance, however, remained clueless after the two's brief conversation. As an assassin, she knew next to nothing about magic. Hence, she could only stay by the monolith's side as she watched her 2 friends hard at work. Meanwhile, Shifeng and Aqua Rose started searching the surroundings of the monolith for the veins that carried magic power to the 5 modules of the magic array. Only by looking for veins could they locate the connection points. Normally, the quickest way to destroy a magic array was to destroy its power core. If that was not viable, then the 2 other remaining options would be to destroy the magic array itself and to destroy the connection points of the magic array. Destroying the magic array itself was an extremely challenging task to pull off. On the other hand, it was a very simple task to destroy the connection points. Unfortunately, locating these connection points was also a very difficult task. A connection point was a node that connected the magic array to its power source. It acted similar to a circuit breaker in real life. Only, instead of being used to prevent an overflow of electric current, the connection point served to limit the amount of mana flowing from the power source to the magic array. If the connection point was damaged, then the mana supply would surge, and consequently, the magic array would destroy itself due to excessive mana input. After searching for some time, Shifeng finally found a connection point. He promptly struck down with the abyssal blade, destroying the connection point. However, this enormous and complex magic array did not possess only a single connection point. They needed to search and destroy all the connection points of the magic array. After several more hours passed, Aqua Rose found another connection point, which she quickly destroyed. Even so, the magic array remained stable. In this way, Shifeng and Aqua Rose spent the entire day destroying more than 20 connection points. Although the destruction of the connection points had a slight effect on the magic array, it was clear that the damage was within the parameters of the magic array's design not good. Guild leader, one of the connection points you previously destroyed is back to normal. Having nothing better to do, Fire Dance had tagged along with Shifeng, hoping to learn how she, too, could search for the connection points. However, during her observations, she suddenly discovered that one of the connection points Shifeng had previously destroyed had actually recovered. What did you say? Shifeng asked in disbelief. Even the connection points could restore themselves? Shifeng started to suspect that this was no longer an ordinary magic array but a magic array that had already cultivated into a demon. Shifeng had seen plenty of Tier 5 magic arrays in the past. He had even seen Tier 6 magic arrays before. However, he had never once heard of a magic array that was capable of repairing itself. Chapter 278, The Great Catastrophe. By no means can we continue like this. There might be hundreds of connection points in this magic array. By the time we locate the ones remaining, the other connection points might have repaired themselves already, Shifeng said, his head aching. A magic array that was capable of self-repair was simply unheard of. If they did not have a dozen or so players moving separately to destroy the connection points, it was simply impossible to destroy every single connection point in this magic array. Destroying the connection points suddenly became a much harder task than Shifeng had imagined it to be. Guild leader, I found something here. Come over and take a look, Aqua Rose said through the party chat. Hearing that there was a new discovery, Shifeng immediately hurried over to Aqua Rose's location. Aqua Rose was currently situated in the middle of this 7 Luminaries mountain, inside an extremely obscure cave. If not for the indicator provided by the system map, Shifeng could not have found the cave Aqua Rose was in. After entering the cave, Shifeng immediately observed his surroundings. He discovered that the walls of the cave were covered with engravings of divine runes. The golden glow these divine runes were giving off brightly illuminating the interior of the cave. Looking at the cave's central crystal pillar, Shifeng noticed a blood-red stone embedded in it. This piece of stone was just like a beating heart, only, instead of bright red liquid, an endless amount of mana passed through it. Meanwhile, the mana that passed through this blood-red stone became much purer in quality. Aqua, how did you manage to find this place? Shifeng asked, astonished by this scene before him. I just happened to discover a particularly thick mana vein and followed it here. Aqua Rose beamed a proud smile at Shifeng. If they demolished this place, then the magic array would definitely be finished. Guild leader, I'll start destroying this place, alright? Aqua Rose could wait no longer. She had been trapped in this godforsaken place for so many days now. During this period of time, she had no option but to keep contact with her subordinates through the phone in order to make arrangements for the daily affairs of the guild. She had also instructed them to prepare for the establishment of their guild residence. Currently, most of the average players in White River City were already around level 14 to level 15, while the elite players of the various guilds were already at level 17. The intensity of the competition for the 3 great dungeons had also reached its peak by now. Out of all the guilds in White River City, Ouroboros shone the brightest. They had already managed to take down the second boss of the hard mode Land of Death, and they were currently in the midst of challenging the third boss of the dungeon. Meanwhile, Dark Star, which ranked after Ouroboros, was still attempting to raid the second boss. As for the other guilds, they had also passed through normal mode, and were currently preparing to raid hard mode. Furthermore, as players started raiding the hard mode bosses of the 3 great dungeons, they soon discovered the astonishing benefits they could obtain. Aside from dropping level 15 secret silver ranked set equipment, the bosses also dropped plenty of recipes and designs. Players could also obtain the guild task order that could not be obtained from 20-man team dungeons or lower. These guild task orders could be used to accelerate the promotion of a guild. Otherwise, it would take ages for guilds to get promoted if they simply relied on the meager guild reputation their members obtained by completing daily quests. Yet, as one of the top 6 guilds in White River City, Zero Wing had actually remained inactive all this time. Not only had it accomplished nothing during this period of time, it did not even set foot in any of the 3 great dungeons. It had simply focused its attention on raiding level 15, 10, and 20-man dungeons, and its decision to do so had greatly confused the masses. Even though Zero Wing clearly had the strength to challenge the 3 great dungeons, it had chosen not to take action. Instead, the guild's behavior had caused many of the new members to grow dissatisfied, and a majority of these players had chosen to leave the guild one after another. Very quickly, Zero Wing's member count that had originally exceeded 8,000 had quickly dwindled down to just slightly more than 6,000. This situation had panicked Aqua Rose somewhat. In reply to Aqua Rose's panic, Shifeng had simply said, "If they wish to leave, then let them leave. You don't need to stop them. The guild is too bloated right now, so this is a good chance to rid ourselves of those that joined solely with the intention of taking advantage of us. The guild would become much purer after those players are gone." Hearing Shifeng saying so, Aqua Rose had no choice but to turn a blind eye to all the players withdrawing from the guild. However, she did make sure to record the names of those who left. In the future, they would no longer be welcomed into the guild. Meanwhile, the players that withdrew from the guild simply reacted with contempt at Aqua Rose's actions. They had even made a mockery of Zero Wing, declaring that they would never rejoin a lousy guild like Zero Wing. Moreover, as if to rub salt into the wound, Dark Star had also been secretly killing many players from Zero Wing, causing even more players to withdraw from the guild. As of this moment, there were only around 4,000 members remaining in Zero Wing. Not to mention a third-rate guild, they were not even comparable to a large unrated guild right now. Hence, Aqua Rose was in a rush to break out of this place. She wanted to quickly return and rectify the guild. "Hold on a minute," Shifeng hurriedly said when he noticed a large fireball already appearing in Aqua Rose's hand. "We don't really need to destroy it. But, how are we supposed to leave this place if we don't destroy it, then?" Aqua Rose asked. "I have my own ways." Shifeng revealed a faint smile as he looked at the blood-red stone embedded inside the crystal pillar. Shifeng truly had not expected to find this piece of blood-red stone here. Instead of calling it a blood-red stone, it would be more appropriate to refer to it as the Philosopher's Stone. Previously, Shifeng had obtained a fragment of the Philosopher's Stone back at the Sun Temple. Now, he had stumbled upon another fragment. The Philosopher's Stone was an alchemy treasure. Despite being fragmented into 5 pieces, each of these individual pieces still contained the strength of an epic ranked item. Also, when Shifeng discovered the Philosopher's Stone at this place, he quickly understood just how the connection points of the magic array had managed to repair themselves. It turned out it was all because of the Philosopher's Stone. Although I can't take away any of these 7 luminaries crystals, it is still not bad if I can return with this piece of the Philosopher's Stone. Shifeng arrived before the crystal pillar. He then inserted the tip of the abyssal blade into the crevice in the crystal pillar where the Philosopher's Stone was set. With a light tap on the pommel of the abyssal blade, the Philosopher's Stone easily popped out from the crystal pillar. Shifeng promptly retrieved the item and stored it in his bag. Shortly after the Philosopher's Stone was removed from the crystal pillar, the cave started fading away. Moreover, the rate at which it disappeared was visible to the naked eye. The dense elemental mana that filled the air and land also gradually dispersed, becoming thinner and thinner. As for the incomparably hard 7 luminaries crystals, they, too, had began turning into ash. Not good. This place is about to collapse. We need to leave immediately. Shifeng shouted through the party chat. As soon as he noticed this change, Shifeng's group of 3 rushed down the 7 luminaries mountain, and before long the entire mountain started imploding. The magic array that sealed the Forgotten Lands also lost its effectiveness. As for the monolith that had previously been standing on the mountaintop, it remained floating high up in the sky. Gradually, the monolith rose higher and higher, before suddenly releasing a rainbow brilliance. The monolith was like a miniature sun at this moment. Soon after, the dazzling glow disappeared, along with the gigantic monolith itself. After the 7 luminaries mountain collapsed, a bottomless pit appeared in its place. The pit was just like a black hole, devouring everything that entered it. At the deepest reaches of this bottomless pit, there was actually a boundless aura of destruction, and any object that came into contact with this pressure instantly turned into ash. Surprisingly, Shifeng felt signs of life at the very bottom of this immeasurably deep pit, and his entire body instinctively shuddered at this discovery. Guild leader, did we do something bad? Fire Dance asked Shifeng in a careful tone. She, too, could feel the immensely frightening pressure that came from the bottomless pit. Don't know, either, Shifeng said, a bitter smile on his face at this moment. A notification from the system sounded. System, unique quest, miracles unsealed, completed quest rewards. 1 million EXP, 40 free attribute points, and 40 free mastery point. System, the Endless Abyss has come into existence. Activating new expansion pack, The Great Catastrophe. System, legendary ranked main storyline quest, 7 treasures, activated quest details, The Endless Abyss has already opened. You are required to immediately notify the War God's Temple in order to have them reseal the Endless Abyss. After reading these notifications, Shifeng finally had an inkling of what was going on. Inadvertently, they had actually opened the door of taboos. According to Shifeng's memories, the new expansion pack, The Great Catastrophe, had only appeared 3 months after God's Domain's launch in his previous life. Now, however, because of him, The Great Catastrophe had appeared in advance. Chapter 279, Quality over Quantity. When Aqua Rose and Fire Dance read the notifications they received, both of them were immediately sent into a Days legendary quest. Moreover, it was a main storyline quest, a quest that was capable of changing the history of God's domain. The reward for such a quest would definitely be luxuriant. According to rumors, the minimum reward for completing an epic quest was an epic ranked item, or an item of equivalent value. In other words, if they completed a legendary quest, then the minimum reward they could obtain would be a legendary ranked item. They had never even seen an epic ranked item before, much less a legendary ranked item. It could definitely become the symbol of the guild. However, when the two of them thought about how they were required to seal this endless abyss, they sank into deep despair. The return scrolls are usable now. Let's leave this place, then. Shifeng's memories of the new expansion pack, The Great Catastrophe, were still fresh in his mind. After the Great Catastrophe occurred, the monsters throughout God's domain started becoming restless. Towns, especially, would randomly come under attack from demonic beasts, resulting in chaos. According to Shifeng's memories, some of the weaker border towns had even been conquered by the demonic beasts, turning those into demonic beast towns. Among the biggest changes made to the game were to the knights in God's domain. After the new pack was implemented, the number of monsters that would appear during nighttime was much higher than before. Moreover, monsters corrupted by the Endless Abyss would also appear. These corrupted monsters would all be transformed into demonic beasts, and even the weakest of demonic beasts were Tier 1 monsters. Which was to say, if players had still not received their promotion into a Tier 1 class, it would be tremendously difficult for them to fight against these monsters. Instead of being the ones doing the killing, players would have a much higher chance of getting killed by these demonic beasts. Hence, after the new expansion pack, players would find it very difficult to grind and level up during nighttime. In contrast to the shock Aqua Rose and Fire Dance felt, the revelation of the new pack caused a sensation throughout the entire Starmoon Kingdom. Players could not help but feel excited after finding out about the Great Catastrophe expansion pack. The official developers of the game had already revealed information about this new expansion pack. In the future, demonic beasts would randomly launch assaults on towns, and in response to such attacks, towns would issue defense quests to players. As long as players managed to defend the town, they would receive bountiful rewards. Of these rewards, there would even be secret silver ranked items and many more valuable items. In addition, players would also receive city reputation from completing the defense quest. These defense quests would undeniably allow average players to quickly improve themselves, hence the excitement of many of the average players over the arrival of this new expansion pack. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in White River City had also suddenly cooled down, as many players had chosen to head out to the towns instead. They intended to grind for some levels while they awaited for a demonic beast assault to occur. If luck would have it, they might even happen upon a demonic beast assault, making a huge profit from completing the resultant defense quest. Guild leader, should we arrange for a few members to head towards various towns and keep an eye out for a demonic beast assault? Aqua Rose suggested, her brows wrinkled slightly when she looked at the deserted streets of White River City. The other guilds were currently busying themselves with raiding the 3 great dungeons. They definitely would not have the time to pay attention to these demonic beast assaults. Hence, this was a good chance for Zero Wing to shine. Let's not participate in the demonic beast assaults. Focus on leveling up. Level 20 is the time when our guild will shine. Shifeng shook his head, a knowing smile on his face. In the past, Shifeng had experienced many assaults launched by demonic beasts. Hence, he knew very well how difficult it was to actually receive the reward of a defense quest. The reason being, even the weakest demonic beast was a Tier 1 monster. They would all be level 30 or above. Shifeng had even once encountered a Tier 3 demonic beast during an assault. If they were to try and defend a town right now, it would simply be suicide naturally. Shifeng would not let the members of his guild die a pointless death. One could say that towns were extremely dangerous locations right now. If players were to truly meet with a demonic beast assault, then it was not luck but fate. Currently, the safest places in God's domain were cities, since there would be high-tier NPCs guarding them. Take White River City for example. There were 3 Tier 4 NPCs guarding it, so demonic beasts would not dare to casually approach the city itself. If we don't participate and make some achievements, many more of the remaining members might choose to withdraw from the guild. Aqua Rose could not understand what was going through Shifeng's mind before. They had given up on competing over the 3 great dungeons. Now, they were also going to give up such a good chance to earn precious equipment and reputation. Just what were they supposed to do? Let them leave, then. Our guild is only capable of handling 3,000 members right now, and we are still well above that number. It would be even better if they do leave. Shifeng smiled without care. What Shifeng was trying to pursue was quality, not quantity. God's domain was a game, and the resources available to players were limited. Meanwhile, the more members they had in the guild, the more resources the guild needed to spend. However, if the resources available in the guild only amounted to so much, having more members in the guild would mean that each member would receive less resources. As a result, their development speed would also fall. In the past, Shadow had conducted a mass recruitment of players, recruiting all kinds of players into the guild. In the end, the guild had bitten off more than it could chew, causing its development to slow to a crawl. In this life, Shifeng would not repeat the same mistakes Shadow made in the past. The members in the guild could just leave for all he cared. He definitely would not try to stop them from leaving. Talent was very important if one wished to become an expert in God's domain. However, truly talented people were limited. In the past, a majority of the experts in God's domain had participated in one battle after another, gradually learning and accumulating the experience needed to become an expert. Instead of relying on talent, instead of cultivating some two-faced talented guild members, Shifeng would rather invest his resources in nurturing normal, but loyal, guild members. In the past, a super guild called Black Tower had sent over 200,000 of their members to attack a second-rate guild called Solitary Rulers. Meanwhile, Solitary Rulers had less than 80,000 members in total. The guild was believed to have the fewest members among all second-rate guilds. Before the battle between the two guilds had even started, everyone had already expected Black Tower to easily obtain victory. However, the end result was far from what others had imagined it to be. Although both guilds clashed tens of times, Black Tower hadn't succeeded in destroying the city governed by Solitary Rulers. While more than 30,000 members of Solitary Rulers had died in that battle, Black Tower had lost more than 3 times that number, with over 100,000 members of Black Tower dying. Black Tower suffered a tremendous loss after that battle, greatly shocking the other guilds that were watching from the sidelines. In the end, Black Tower had no choice but to mobilize its 7 Tier 5 Saint rank players and one of its Tier 6 God rank players to destroy Solitary Rulers. However, every member of Solitary Rulers still fought to the bloody end, fighting tooth and nail against their eventual demise. Before they lost their city, they had even managed to kill 2 of the Saint rank players and another 100,000 or so Black Tower members. In the subsequent clashes between the two guilds, Solitary Rulers had suffered one defeat after another. After all, The Tier 6 God rank expert and 7 Tier 5 Saint rank experts were simply too powerful. As a result, solitary rulers lost 5 of the cities they governed in quick succession. By the time the battlefield moved to solitary rulers' final base of operations, Unparalleled City, amazingly, not a single member had chosen to withdraw from the guild. Even after dying tens of times, they still chose to charge head-on into the battlefield. Shifeng couldn't help but shiver every time he recalled the unyielding attitude of those iron-blooded souls. Clearly, the difference in strength between the two guilds was like heaven and earth. Yet, instead of giving up and accepting their fates, every single member of solitary rulers had chosen to brave the battlefield. It was also due to this reason that Black Tower had suffered such immense losses. If it were any other guild standing in solitary ruler's place, the members would have long since abandoned hope and quit the guild. They would not have chosen to fight at all while Black Tower was in the midst of conquering solitary ruler's final city. However, another super guild had attempted to take advantage of the situation and laid siege to Black Tower's cities. As a result, Black Tower had no choice but to give up their plan of completely annihilating solitary rulers. Meanwhile, solitary rulers had instantly risen to fame after this conflict, becoming the role model of all second-rate and third-rate guilds. Aside from solitary rulers as an example of quality over quantity, there was also the adventurer team that was known throughout the entire God's domain, the Midnight Tea Party. Although its members numbered less than 30, not even super guilds dared to cross it in God's domain. Although quantity was important, quality was even more important. I understand. Looking at Shifeng's determined expression, Aqua Rose had no better choice but to concede to his decision. It was indeed like Shifeng had said, there were too many members in the guild. The current member count far exceeded their range of tolerance. By having those unfaithful members leave, they could also lay a good foundation for their guild's future. Another reason why Aqua Rose had agreed to Shifeng's decision was mainly because of the guild residents. Once they revealed their guild residence to the public, there would be no shortage of players wanting to join their guild. If they did not possess the guild residence, Aqua Rose definitely would not have agreed to such a self-destructive course. After Aqua Rose went on her own way, Shifeng headed to the Adventurers Guild. Now that the Great Catastrophe expansion pack had been activated, he needed to quickly handle the matters concerning the guild residence. Chapter 280, Zero Wing Residence. Currently, the interior of the Adventurers Association of White River City was filled with players coming and going. Most of these players were here to accept or hand in their daily quests. However, there were insufficient NPCs to cater to the large number of players. As a result, these players usually needed to wait in the lounge for a period of time before they could accept or turn in their quests. Having nothing better to do inside the lounge, some guild players started ordering alcohol and holding a discussion among themselves. Zero Wing is getting worse by the day. If I had known this would happen earlier, I would have definitely joined some other large guild to develop myself. Perhaps I might have already become the leader of a party by now. Brother Hui, as expected, you are still the smarter and wiser one. You joined Dark Star from the very start, and now, you've already become the vice leader of a 15-man team. Now that I have left Zero Wing, I will be relying on Brother Hui's guidance from now on. A shield warrior with tanned skin flattered the robust-looking berserker sitting beside him. No problem. With me around, you will definitely have no problem joining the guild. The berserker assured him, clapping his chest. Meanwhile, sitting beside this berserker addressed as Brother Hui was a pretty female mage. Although her face looked average, she had an excellent figure. Coquettishly fluttering her eyelashes, the female mage looked at the person known as Brother Hui, sweetly saying, "Big Brother Hui, I've been wanting to go to the level 15 Wind Ridge. When will you take me there?" Wind Ridge was a level 15, 20-man team dungeon. Among level 15 team dungeons, Wind Ridge had a below-average difficulty. However, to average players at this stage of the game, even a level 15, 10-man team dungeon was a great challenge, not to mention a 20-man dungeon like Wind Ridge. Of course. Isn't it just Wind Ridge? You're already my woman now, how could you settle for only a meager Wind Ridge? Tomorrow, I'll call up my men and bring you to the demon's castle. The berserker wrapped his arm around the female mage's willowy waist, a nasty grin on his face. Many onlookers grew envious at this scene. They could not help but wish that they, too, could join Dark Star in getting a beauty for themselves as well. Brother Hui, I hear that the demon's castle has a very high difficulty. Don't tell me you've already managed to obtain the raid strategy from Zero Wing's main force. The tan shield warrior asked curiously. Indeed, we've managed to obtain the strategy already. However, even without it, with Dark Star's strength, we could still easily conquer the demon's castle. The main reason we haven't done so is simply because of the competition we're having with Ouroboros. Otherwise, Zero Wing would not have had the chance to take the limelight as they did before. Look, isn't Zero Wing in shambles now? They're simply a little faster in terms of leveling up. They haven't even cleared the normal mode of any of the 3 great dungeons yet. Dark Star, on the other hand, has already killed the second boss of hard mode and started trying to raid the third boss. We have already caught up with Ouroboros. It is only a matter of time before we surpass Ouroboros. I really don't know what qualifications Zero Wing possesses to be considered as one of the top 6 guilds in White River City. The berserker's loud voice was filled with disdain as he spoke of Zero Wing. Even though the guild clearly has no future, there is still more than half the original number of players remaining in it. It really makes you wonder just what is going through those people's minds. They're just fools. Brother Hui, you're right. I really regret listening to my friend's words about joining Zero Wing back then. The shield warrior nodded his head in agreement, his heart filled with great disappointment. If he had joined Dark Star early on, he might also have had a beauty accompanying him by now. Meanwhile, seated near this trio, Shi Feng was currently quietly browsing through information on the official forums. Naturally, he could clearly hear the loud conversation between the robust berserker and the skinny shield warrior, and the same went for everyone else waiting inside the lounge. However, Shi Feng made no comment on their mocking words. After all, everyone had the freedom to make their own decisions. As for the shield warrior's regret at joining Zero Wing, Shi Feng simply revealed a calm smile. If this shield warrior knew that Zero Wing was about to establish their very own guild residence, just what sort of emotions would he have? At that time, even the words earth-shattering would not be enough to describe the amount of shock he would feel. However, Shi Feng really could not be blamed for this. Soon after, Shi Feng headed to the counter and dealt with all the necessary procedures. After he turned his private territory into a guild residence, he also spent 3,000 gold to build an advanced guild hall in place of the Purple Sun Mansion. The advanced guild hall could fit up to 3,000 people. As for the other facilities of the guild residence, those would only be obtainable from large-scale team dungeons that were level 25 or above. Some time was needed before the construction of the advanced guild hall could be completed. After Shi Feng completed all the necessary procedures, his remaining task was to head to the War God's Temple and report the matter of the Endless Abyss. Just as Shi Feng was about to leave the Adventurers Association, the system notification sounded. Moreover, this wasn't just any normal notification. Instead, it was a notification sent to the entire Starmoon Kingdom. Starmoon Kingdom system announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first guild in Starmoon Kingdom to establish a guild residence. Rewarding 10,000 guild reputation, 10,000 guild popularity and 10 gold coins to the guild. I spent 3,000 gold, yet only got 10 gold in return. The system sure is tight-fisted. Shi Feng laughed. However, Shi Feng did not concern himself with such an amount of gold. The reason being, in these past few days, the Starstreak trading firm was already making a daily profit of over 1,700 gold. It was all thanks to the popularity it gained from selling the Arclight shield, as well as the basic mana armor kits. During this period of time, the forging genius, Cream Cocoa, had also been continuously producing gemstone buckles, advanced whetstones, and many more forging products. Moreover, the number of forging players Melancholic Smile recruited was also rising. Not only did the combination of these new forgers and the various forging designs provided by Zero Wing increase the number of products sold by the Starstreak trading firm, it also expanded the company's product selection. As a result, the daily profits of the Starstreak trading firm continuously rose. Currently, the Starstreak trading firm already controlled over half of the market for forging products in White River City. Moreover, such a situation wasn't limited to just White River City. It extended to the 7 surrounding cities. Hence, Sherfone was not lacking in money at all. Compared to having spent 3,000 gold coins, Sherfone was more interested in the 10,000 guild popularity points. This was a feature that would only become available to a guild after it established a guild residence. The higher the guild popularity, the more famous a guild would become among NPCs. With 10,000 guild popularity, Zero Wing could be considered relatively famous among the NPC populace. Compared to starting from scratch, having this 10,000 guild popularity made things much simpler for him. It should be known that, when a guild member completed a quest commissioned by an NPC, the guild would normally receive only 1 to 3 guild popularity. Only quests with high difficulty would reward 5 to 10 points. In other words, a guild needed to complete thousands of guild quests in order to accumulate 10,000 guild popularity. These bonus guild popularity points had saved the guild plenty of development time. Meanwhile, inside the lounge of the Adventurers Association, the tan shield warrior that had just recently left Zero Wing no longer felt joyful about joining Dark Star. On the contrary, his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Inside the Land of Death, one of the 3 great dungeons, Dark Star's main team was currently battling against a white-boned giant elephant, which was over 20 meters in height at this time. The MT of the team, Lone Tyrant, was enduring the attacks from this white-boned giant elephant. Every time he took an attack from the boss, he would receive over -2,000 damage. His HP constantly rose and fell, his life hanging by a thread. Just as the white-boned giant elephant in the distance was preparing to charge, Lone Tyrant suddenly received a system notification. Lone Tyrant was momentarily stunned by what he saw. How did Zero Wing obtain a guild residence so quickly? Lone Tyrant couldn't help but yell out when he saw the description of this system notification, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. He even forgot to use a skill to block the incoming attack from the white-boned giant elephant before him. As a result, he was turned into a pile of meat paste by the boss's foot, losing his life instantly. What followed was what would be expected, a team wipe. Chapter 281, A Guild's Most Powerful Weapon. Tens of players were currently lining up outside a large and peaceful tomb. Everyone in this team of players was level 17 or above, and all of their equipment were at least mysterious iron rank with a few pieces of secret silver equipment mixed in. Most of the equipment the leading MT of this team had were of secret silver rank, and the crescent-shaped shield he carried was even of fine gold rank. Meanwhile, all of these well-equipped players were looking reverently at the peerless beauty standing before them. Looking out through the gaps of her silver-white helmet, her black, crystalline eyes shone with both intelligence and wisdom. Her hair, which was a midnight black, hung down to her waist, gently brushing against the silver-white armor she wore. Resting her hand on the hilt of a dark blue greatsword glowing dark blue, she exuded the indomitable aura of a goddess of war as she silently stood there. This peerless war goddess was none other than the snow goddess of Ouroboros, Gentle Snow. After undergoing the baptism of the 3 great dungeons, Gentle Snow was even more dazzling than before. She was like a rough stone that had been polished, instantly revealing the sparkle of an icy-cold sapphire. Currently, not only was Gentle Snow fully equipped with the Snowfall set equipment, a secret silver-ranked set equipment, the great sword she wielded, albeit of indiscernible quality, was also giving off a frightening amount of energy. The Snowfall set equipment could only be obtained from the hard mode of the 3 great dungeons. As for the blue sky greatsword Gentle Snow wielded, she had obtained it after killing a great lord that served as a protector of a ruined temple. If Sherfone saw this 2-handed greatsword, he would definitely be shocked. The reason being, this greatsword was similar to the Abyssal Blade, since it, too, was a magic weapon. Furthermore, it was also one of the 36 famed swords of God's domain, Blue Sky. Just as Gentle Snow's team was about to raid the 4th boss of the Land of Death, the White-Bone General Jera, Gentle Snow suddenly received a system notification, and a hint of astonishment flashed through her eyes when she read its contents. How can he be so fast? Gentle Snow knew exactly how difficult it was to obtain a guild residence. Even though she had a powerful guild like Ouroboros, the #1 guild in White River City, backing her, the reputation she had collected was still far from enough to allow her to become a baroness of White River City. Yet, Zero Wing was still a step ahead of her. Gentle Snow's lips suddenly curled into a faint smile as she muttered, "It seems I need to congratulate him." In White River City, Ouroboros and Zero Wing were actually allies, although this matter was not known to the public. If people did find out, however, they would definitely be greatly shocked. After all, who would ever imagine that White River City's #1 guild would actually be willing to form an alliance with Zero Wing, a guild that was declining by the day? However, Gentle Snow had indeed done such a thing. Although Ouroboros was the #1 guild in White River City, they were still far from being considered an unshakable existence. Just the fact that Dark Star was close to surpassing them showed how vulnerable Ouroboros was. Moreover, Dark Star also had some hidden connections with world dominators, which was also a first-rate guild like Ouroboros. If these two powerful guilds joined hands to wage war against Ouroboros, then Ouroboros would definitely suffer a huge loss. Hence, Ouroboros itself needed allies. Setting aside Dark Star and world dominators, there were still 3 others among the top 6 guilds in White River City. Of the 3, the most powerful would be Emperor's Light, a first-rate guild, while coming in second would be the Assassin's Alliance, a second-rate guild. As for Zero Wing, they were considered the weakest of the top 6 guilds in White River City. Yet in defiance of all logic, Gentle Snow had chosen to ally herself with the recently established Zero Wing. Out of these 3 guilds, the reason for her decision was her optimism for Zero Wing. Setting aside the mysterious, elusive, and heaven-defyingly powerful Yifeng, just the fact that Zero Wing had Black Flame in its midst had already solidified Gentle Snow's conviction. Not only was Black Flame the publicly acknowledged chief forger of Star Moon Kingdom, his personal combat strength was also frighteningly great. In addition, he had a mysterious organization supporting him from behind the scenes, not to mention a deep connection with the Starstreak trading firm. Black Flame's shocking financial power put even Gentle Snow herself to shame. Although she could not make head or tail of the connection between Yifeng and Black Flame, she knew for a fact that both of them possessed immeasurable strength. Yet, despite being so powerful, neither of them chose to reveal that strength to the public, and such an action greatly confused Gentle Snow. Just the thought of the 2 of them working together had sent chills down Gentle Snow's spine. As if to put icing on the cake, the person named Aqua Rose had also appeared in Zero Wing out of nowhere. Aqua Rose used to be an honorary elder of Twilight Echo. Although her fame was less than Gentle Snow's, that was only because Gentle Snow had appeared in many advertisements before, raising her profile in the public eye. Gentle Snow had never personally fought against Aqua Rose. However, based on the video recordings of Aqua Rose's battles, in terms of combat techniques, should they ever have a fight between themselves, Gentle Snow felt she only had a 50% chance of emerging victorious in any case. Just the presence of these 3 powerhouses in Zero Wing made it worthwhile for Gentle Snow to ally herself with them. Not to mention, Zero Wing still had many other experts within their ranks. Their true strength and potential were simply unfathomable in the eyes of the public. Zero Wing would sooner or later vanish from existence. However, Gentle Snow knew very clearly. Zero Wing's current calm was merely the prelude to their next breakout. The situation right now would be the best example. Against all expectations, Zero Wing had suddenly become the first guild in Star Moon Kingdom to obtain its own guild residence, miles ahead of the other guilds. Within moments, Zero Wing had become the focal point of all players throughout Star Moon Kingdom. Shortly after the appearance of the system notification, Zero Wing's recruitment point was overrun by a stampede of players. Although Aqua Rose had long since prepared for such a reaction, the sea of players desperately trying to join the guild still left her breathless. Meanwhile, the players who had previously withdrawn from Zero Wing presently had regret filling up their intestines. If they had not acted so impulsively and had waited just a few more days, they would have been able to enjoy the various benefits offered by a guild residence. Now, unless they deleted their game accounts and started over with a new name, it was impossible for them to join Zero Wing anymore. However, who would have the courage to actually delete their account and start all over again? As for the players that had chosen to remain in Zero Wing, currently, They were extremely happy about their wise decision now that Zero Wing had a guild residence, not to mention being able to receive more quests. They could save a lot of money, thanks to the equipment and weapons repair facility of the guild residence. Neither would they need to spend money to recover their stamina at hotels. They could simply do so at the guild residence. Furthermore, they could also obtain a double EXP buff just by resting inside the guild residence. With this buff, they could grind and level up with much greater efficiency than before. In addition, guild residences could also provide private rooms. This was also the greatest benefit of having a guild residence in God's domain. Every player would wish to possess their very own private room or house. As long as players logged off inside their own rooms, they could still accumulate the double EXP buff, and with much greater efficiency than in the guild lounge to boot. Even though they weren't personally within the game normally, when guild members rested within the guild residence's guild lounge for 48 hours, they could accumulate 20% double EXP, and they could accumulate up to 1 level's worth of double EXP. In the case of a private room, however, players only needed to rest for 24 hours in order to accumulate 20% double EXP, and they could likewise accumulate up to 1 level's worth of double EXP. Although the maximum capacity of the buff was the same, the accumulation speed inside a private room was double that of the guild lounge. Of course, this was only in the case of a 1-star private housing in God's domain. Housing was also categorized into different levels. Meanwhile, the higher the level, the greater the benefits a player could enjoy. The lowest level housing was 1 star, while the highest was 10 star. Each increase in level required a huge sum of money, and also certain special materials. It would not be easy for players to upgrade their private housings. For a 1-star private housing, every 24 hours, players could accumulate 20% double EXP, up to a maximum of 1 level's worth of double EXP. For a 2-star private housing, every 24 hours, players could accumulate 25% double EXP, up to a maximum of 1 level's worth of double EXP. For a 7-star private housing, every 24 hours, players could accumulate 50% double EXP, up to a maximum of 1 level's worth of double EXP. In addition, players would also receive a vigor increased buff, increasing all attributes by 5% for 2 hours. For a 8-star private housing, every 24 hours, players could accumulate 50% triple EXP, up to a maximum of 1.5 levels worth of triple EXP. In addition, players would also receive a vigor increased buff, increasing all attributes by 5% for 3 hours. For a 9-star private housing, every 24 hours, players could accumulate 50% triple EXP, up to a maximum of 2 levels worth of triple EXP. In addition, players would also receive a vigor increased buff, increasing all attributes by 8% for 3 hours. For a 10-star private housing, every 24 hours, players could accumulate 50% triple EXP, up to a maximum of 3 levels worth of triple EXP. In addition, players would also receive a vigor increased buff, increasing all attributes by 10% for 4 hours. However, it was simply too difficult for players to obtain their own houses in White River City. Yet, buying a house in a town would not be convenient for them. Meanwhile, guild residences could provide its members with private rooms, although not everyone could enjoy the benefits of a private room, due to limited space inside a guild residence. Normally, these private rooms would be given to members who contributed greatly to the guild and also the upper management of the guild. If there were any additional private rooms, guild members could also rent them using the contribution points they accumulated from raiding dungeons and doing quests in God's domain. The matter of leveling up would always be a headache to players. Moreover, the further into the game a player went, the harder it was for them to level up. It would not be strange for players to level up only once every 3 to 4 days. If players died out in the fields, they would also lose an entire level as a penalty. Hence, a tool that could aid players in leveling up quicker would definitely be well received. This guild benefit alone already held a fatal attraction for all players. And that was in addition to the large number of guild quests available for choosing, which would dramatically accelerate players' leveling speed. Chapter 282, Dark Wind. The War God's Temple, an organization that was founded shortly after the Great Destruction, had been in existence for thousands of years now, protecting the human race from invasions by foreign races. Now that the endless abyss had been opened, the humans of God's domain would have to rely on the war god's temple to deal with the invasion of demonic beasts. It was no longer a situation that could be handled by any single country. Aside from being the protector of the human race, the war god's temple was also a location for players to learn advanced skills. Meanwhile, players only needed to complete the quests they received at the war god's temple in order to do so. Shortly after Shifeng arrived at the war god's temple, he reported the endless abyss to the knight captain on duty. The war god's temple was considered one of the most powerful forces in God's domain. Just a normal knight here was already a level 180 tier 2 NPC. As for the knight captain, he was a level 200 tier 3 NPC. The knight captain revealed an anxious expression after hearing Shifeng's report. Your Excellency Black Flame, this matter is of utmost importance. However, as I'll need to immediately send out warnings to all cities throughout the kingdom and also muster troops to the front lines, I'll have to trouble you to head to the war god's temple in the capital city and report this matter to Lord Eucharis and seek his aid. The knight captain passed a gold token to Shifeng, then promptly headed out of the temple, not giving Shifeng any chance to even refuse. Shifeng was left speechless by the knight captain's words. Fortunately, he only needed to head to the capital city and look for the person named Eucharis, an easy task to accomplish, following which, Shifeng left the war god's temple and hurried over to White River City's teleportation hall. Just as Shifeng was about to enter the teleportation hall, however, 6 robust-looking players stood in front of the stone staircase, completely blocking the entryway. These 6 players were all level 18. Such a level could definitely be ranked at the very top of White River City. Moreover, the equipment these players wore were of excellent quality, majority of which were of secret silver rank. Meanwhile, the solemn-looking middle-aged man who looked like the leader of this party of players had the best equipment out of these 6 players. He was actually fully equipped with secret silver equipment. His gaze was like a sharp blade, and his entire body exuded such an icy-cold aura that other players unconsciously detoured as they walked past him. Although Shifeng had never fought against these 6 players before, he could clearly tell that they were very strong. There were very few parties of their caliber in White River City. Meanwhile, pinned to the chests of these players were black 6-pointed stars. This black star was none other than Dark Star's guild emblem. What can I do for you? Shifeng asked. Yuri Black Flame, right? I am Ming Sha of Underworld. I am here to give you a piece of good news, the middle-aged man said in a condescending tone. Although Black Flame had been titled as the chief forger of Starmoon Kingdom, in Ming Sha's eyes, he was merely a clown prancing on the stage. Whether it was in reality or in God's domain, only strength truly mattered. A forger that only knew how to stay hidden inside a room was nothing more than a tool for strong players like them, if not for the matter of the guild residents astonishing the upper echelons of Underworld. Ming Sha would not even be here trying to make contact with Black Flame. Instead of Black Flame, the person Ming Sha was interested in was Yifeng, the player widely acclaimed a god-ranked swordsman. Ming Sha really wished to meet him. Moreover, young Master Feng had also given orders to get rid of the Yifeng and obtain the epic ranked item in Shifeng's hands. Unfortunately, Yifeng proved simply too elusive. No matter how many men Ming Sha had sent out, they still could not find a trace of that Yifeng. Ming Sha was very disappointed by such a result, as he never imagined that Yifeng would be such a coward, not having the courage to even come out and fight. Good news? Then why do I feel that you guys are coming with bad intentions in hand? Shifeng revealed an indifferent smile as he sent a glance at the other 5 menacing players. Master Black Flame, it is our fault for behaving too rashly. However, we truly do have great news for you. Only, I hope that you can take a trip with us. After all, this place isn't exactly suitable for discussions of such an important matter. At this moment, another person walked up from behind the 6 players. This person was similarly a middle-aged man. Currently, this man had a wide smile on his honest-looking face. When Shifeng used observing eyes on this man, he discovered that this man was actually called South Wolf. Immediately, Shifeng came to a realization: the road for enemies truly is narrow. Shifeng inwardly chuckled. South Wolf was none other than the person that tried to threaten Shifeng into surrendering his ice blue devil flame. After being rejected, South Wolf had even declared that he would take action against Shifeng. Originally, Shifeng had intended to take a look at just how powerful the organization known as Underworld was. Unfortunately, this matter had been quelled by gentle snow. Shifeng never thought he would meet this fellow once again today. What if I don't want to go? Shifeng asked. We have long since thought of this point, hence I asked Brother Ming Sha and his friends to come and personally invite Master Black Flame over, South Wolf said with a hypocritical smile, sending a glance at the 6 underworld guards beside him. All right, then, since you guys are being so sincere. Shifeng nodded. South Wolf had obviously already familiarized himself with the rules of White River City. Although the rules stated that battles were not allowed within the city limits, that was on the premise that actual damage was caused. There would be no problems if they simply dragged him away. Of course, Shifeng's strength attribute was extremely high. South Wolf's group had absolutely no chance of abducting him. Just recently, he had obtained 40 free attribute points as a reward for releasing the Forgotten Lands. Although Shifeng had added 30 of those points into intelligence, in order to equip the Heavenly Dragon's Breath even a little earlier, he had placed the remaining 10 into strength. Aside from that, due to the Abyssal Blade's attributes, Shifeng obtained 2 additional free attribute points every time he leveled up. When coupling those with the strength provided by his other equipment, Shifeng's strength attribute had long since broken through the 170-point threshold. In terms of the strength attribute, very few players throughout God's domain could be a match for him. However, it seemed that someone from the mysterious upper echelon of Underworld wanted to meet him, and Shifeng was curious enough to agree. Let us go, then, South Wolf said as he led the way. A short while later, Shifeng and the others arrived inside a high-class bar. Very few average players could be seen inside this bar, as most could not afford this luxurious place. Master Black Flame, please, come in. Young Master Feng has been waiting for you for a long time now. South Wolf pushed apart the doors to a private room, hinting that Shifeng should enter. Upon entering the private room, Shifeng immediately discovered an imposing yet charming youth sitting inside. This youth was also accompanied by 2 beautiful female companions at his sides. These 2 beauties were not players but NPCs. Just like how Anna was working as Shifeng's assistant at the Starstreak trading firm, these beauties were clearly servants of this young man. This sight was far more shocking than if he had 2 attractive female players accompanying him at this stage of the game. Having the ability to possess 2 NPC servants showed that this youth before him was definitely out of the ordinary. You are in the upper echelon of Underworld? Shifeng asked. That's right. This one here is known as Feng Xianyang, the vice leader of Underworld's Star Moon Kingdom Eastern Branch. Of course, you can also call me by my character name, Dark Wind. Feng Xianyang introduced himself. I wonder, what business does Vice Leader Feng have with me? Shifeng asked. Judging from Feng Xianyang's tone, Shifeng had already made a rough guess as to Underworld's strength. Although he had long since deduced that Underworld had a great deal of power and that their influence covered more than just a single kingdom, Shifeng still could not help but feel shocked after having his conclusions confirmed. It was no wonder even that Gentle Snow was wary of them. Star Moon Kingdom could be categorized into 5 separate regions: North, South, East, West, and Center. White River City was located in the east side. Meanwhile, Feng Xianyang was in charge of managing the affairs of Underworld's Star Moon Kingdom Eastern Branch. The authority he wielded was definitely great. I heard that Master Black Flame is the founder of Zero Wing. You have even managed to elevate Zero Wing to its current position. We at Underworld feel very optimistic about Zero Wing's future, hence we wish to invest in some shares. Feng Xianyang then pointed towards Ming Sha, who was currently standing by the door, saying, "You've already seen for yourself the strength of Underworld. Because of us, even the previously insignificant third-rate guild Dark Star has instantly become a powerhouse in White River City. If Master Black Flame is willing, Underworld can similarly make Zero Wing grow rapidly. Not only could you become the overlord of White River City, you could even become the #1 guild in the entire eastern region of Star Moon Kingdom. I wonder if Master Black Flame might be interested." Chapter 283, Arrogance. Feng Xuanyang's words dripped with temptation. Just the prestige of being the #1 guild in the entire eastern region of Star Moon Kingdom would cause many to fight over it. These exact same words might have been used to attract Lone Tyrant into cooperating with Underworld back then under the banner of the #1 player on the ranking list. In addition to Underworld's covert support, Dark Star had managed to rocket to fame, becoming a guild capable of rivaling even the powerful Ouroboros. So that's how it is. Shi Feng suddenly came to a realization. He finally understood why Dark Star could become so amazing, just like that, with experts appearing in the guild out of nowhere. Its abrupt rise was all because of Underworld helping it in secret. However, now that Zero Wing had established a guild residence, Underworld couldn't help but reconsider its original plans. Hence its interest in investing in Zero Wing. Shi Feng couldn't help but acknowledge that Underworld was indeed amazing. They were willing to support an entirely different guild even at the cost of sacrificing all their previous investments. From an outsider's perspective, such an action was plain foolish. However, Shi Feng knew that Underworld's decision was, in fact, very wise. It was obvious at first glance how great an influence a guild residence would have towards a guild success. If it were up to him, he, too, would choose to take such an action. Master Black Flame, you should know that there are over 20 cities just in Star Moon Kingdom's eastern region alone. If Master Black Flame agrees to our proposition, in the future, you will become the absolute overlord of these 20+ cities. Moreover, even though Underworld will be investing in Zero Wing, we will not interfere directly in the management of the guild itself. Rather, we will provide you with a large sum in funding and manpower, Feng Xianyang slowly said in a tempting tone. We at Underworld have already decided that, as long as Master Black Flame agrees, we will immediately inject 1 billion credits into Zero Wing, and also provide the guild with 100 gold coins every week. In addition, we will also provide 100 experts, and also 1 team of Underworld guards for you, Master Black Flame, to command as you see fit. If Zero Wing develops well, Underworld will invest even more into the guild in the future. Master Black Flame, what do you think? Feng Xianyang had taken Shi Feng's previous silence for hesitation, thinking that Shi Feng was definitely considering his proposition, hence he sweetened the deal. In God's domain, wasn't the main purpose one established a guild earning money and gaining status? For a newly established guild, 1 billion credits was definitely an astronomical sum. Even a major corporation in a city couldn't easily take out 1 billion credits. Recently, due to God's domain's raging popularity, the number of corporations investing in the game had been continuously increasing. The value of guilds in God's domain had similarly shot up abruptly. Yet, even so, a third-rate guild with a member count of 20 to 30,000 would, at most, be worth 2 to 300 million credits. Meanwhile, Zero Wing merely had several thousand members in its ranks. Although it had both fame and experts, its value was still not worth 1 billion credits. After taking into account the value of a guild residence, Zero Wing would at most be worth 500 million credits. Hence, it would be completely illogical for Shi Feng to refuse the offer of 1 billion credits. I wonder how much shares young Master Feng is intending to purchase. Shi Feng asked, an indifferent smile on his face. Not much, just 50%. In exchange for 50% of Zero Wing's shares, you can obtain 1 billion credits, in addition to having many experts to assist you. I believe that no other corporation will be willing to offer such a high price, Feng Xianyang said confidently. Shi Feng propped up his chin with his hand, entering into a deep contemplation. Shortly after, he slowly said, although your offer is indeed attractive, 50% of the guild's shares is simply too much. I am willing to sell 10% at most. Although Feng Xuanyang's offer of 50% seemed as if both sides would be wielding half of the guild's shares, it was simply a trick to make Shi Feng drop his guard. In reality, wielding 50% of Zero Wing's shares was already tantamount to full control of the guild. After all, when Shi Feng established his guild, he hadn't claimed the full 100% shares of the guild. He had given a small portion to Aqua Rose. If Feng Xianyang purchased 1% of Zero Wing's shares from Aqua Rose, then he would have 51% of the guild's shares. At that time, Feng Xuanyang's words would become law in Zero Wing, while Shi Feng would sooner or later end up in a situation like the one in his previous life. Shi Feng had sworn to never let something like that happen again in this life. 10%. Feng Xianyang did not dare believe his own ears. He was going to spend 1 billion credits on Zero Wing, yet, all he would get in return was 10% of its shares. Did Shi Feng really take Zero Wing for the #1 guild in Star Moon Kingdom? Vice Leader Feng, you must think that the amount I'm offering is too low, right? Shi Feng asked, his indifferent smile still on his face. It's only normal that you would think so. However, what I'm trying to say is that 1 billion credits really isn't a big sum of money. I'm already giving young Master Feng a lot of face by offering you 10% of Zero Wing's shares. If it were anyone else here today, I would only offer them 1% at most. In fact, Shi Feng was not speaking conceited nonsense at all. Just the gold coins he had on hand right now already exceeded 10,000. If he converted them into credits, they would be worth at least 200 million credits. His daily income was also continuously rising day after day. Just the benefits he could obtain from the Starstreak trading firm had already far exceeded 1 billion credits. Not to mention, Zero Wing's guild residence was also built on a strategic location like the Purple Sun Mansion. The Purple Sun Mansion was the best location for players to establish a guild residence in White River City. It also occupied a broad tract of land, larger than even a football field, which could contain 50,000 people. Not to mention the current state of White River City, where every square inch of land was worth its inch in gold. Even after a decade passed since God's Domain's official launch, the land of the Purple Sun Mansion would still be worth more than 10 billion credits. Although 1 billion credits was indeed an astronomical sum, it was truly not worth 10% of Zero Wing's shares. Even 1% was an overestimation, not to mention 10%. Master Black Flame, there has to be a limit even to jokes. By toying around with me like this, do you take me for someone easily bullied? Feng Xuanyang's expression suddenly changed, his tone turned cold as well. Vice Leader Feng, what I speak is the truth. If Vice Leader Feng feels wronged, then let's just forget about this matter entirely. Shi Feng shook his head and laughed. After this meeting, he, too, started thinking of looking for an investment partner. The falling flowers are yearning for love, but the heartless brook ripples on. If Shi Feng had rejected Feng Xuanyang's investment proposal from the very beginning, or had argued that Feng Xianyang was asking for too high a percentage of Zero Wing's shares, Feng Xianyang might still have accepted Shi Feng's answer with a smile. This was the atrocity of the truth, hence people would often prefer to hear a lie than the truth. The reason being, the truth was much crueler than a lie. If Aqua Rose were here right now, she would definitely scold Shi Feng for speaking the truth. Soon after, Shi Feng departed from the private room, leaving behind a thoroughly incensed Feng Xuanyang. South Wolf, get in here. Feng Xianyang roared. South Wolf hurriedly entered the private room, asking, young Master Feng, why are you so angry? Did that brat Black Flame fail to appreciate your kindness? Tell Lone Tyrant that he can take action immediately. I don't wish to see the guild called Zero Wing in White River City anymore. Feng Xianyang no longer had his elegant appearance from before. Instead, he revealed his sinister nature, saying, since he isn't willing to cooperate with Underworld, then we will just remove him, one way or another. White River City does not need a guild that Underworld cannot control. Yes, I'll notify Lone Tyrant immediately, South Wolf said with excitement as he licked his lips. After Shi Feng departed from the high-class bar, he immediately headed towards the teleportation hole. Spending 32 silver coins, he quickly arrived at Star Moon City, Star Moon Kingdom's most affluent city. Compared to White River City, the competition at Star Moon City was much more intense. Just the number of first-rate guilds present in the city already surpassed 5. The second- and third-rate guilds were even more numerous. Meanwhile, the player population at Star Moon City was over 3 million. Such a number could easily match the total number of players in White River City and its neighboring 7 cities. One could say that Star Moon City was a location that every guild needed to compete for in the future. After all, it was a super city that would be able to contain over 10 million players in the future. Meanwhile, the resources available in the surroundings of Star Moon City were even more abundant. There were plenty of high-level maps that were only a short distance away from the city. Obtaining Star Moon City would be the equivalent of occupying a fifth of the entire Star Moon Kingdom's resources.